Seeing his prey suddenly rushing into another man's arms, Murong Tianjiao's face turned dark and gloomy. Hey, kid, let go of her. His agitation focused entirely on Ku Xiaoling without carefully assessing Li Dalong's cultivation, yelling furiously at him. Wah Sao. Having heard from Ku Xiaoling how this guy had been harassing her, Li Dalong was already angry that she had been pestered all the way here. Even though Li Dalong preferred playing it safe, how could he remain calm knowing this guy had harassed his woman and dared act so outrageously right in front of him? Without even looking, he simply slapped his hand out in one smooth motion. Murong Tianjiao, driven mad by lust and long accustomed to arrogance, had never encountered anyone who dared to lay hands on him without hesitation. Unprepared for Li Dalong's sudden strike, he was slapped squarely across the face. The sharp crack echoed loudly as he staggered backward, his face swelling rapidly midair. Seeing their master knocked flying, two of his sycophantic underlings quickly rushed forward to catch him midair. The rest surrounded Li Dalong. Li Dalong had already anticipated their reaction. Without a word, he lashed out at them with several palm strikes. These henchmen were only good at bullying the weak, but against Li Dalong, whose cultivation level far surpassed theirs, they could do nothing but endure the beating. Just like their master, they too were knocked flying by Li Dalong's palm. When had Murong Tianjiao ever experienced such humiliation of being slapped? To have the woman he desired taken by another man, and then personally slapped himself was unbearable disgrace, fueling his hatred toward Li Dalong. If glares could kill, Li Dalong would have been dead countless times over. Yet he couldn't defeat him right now, so he had to suppress his rage for now. He planned to gather more people and return later for revenge, to make Li Dalong suffer a fate worse than death, and to torture those arrogant women before selling them to the brothels in the market town. Still, he managed to hold back his fury and did not rush forward again. His violently heaving chest betrayed the inner storm raging within. He had been so used to acting arrogantly that he had completely overlooked Li Dalong's presence and cultivation level. Only now did he recognize that Li Dalong's cultivation stage far surpassed theirs, which was why he chose temporary restraint. He wasn't stupid. He was quite clever, knowing how to assess the situation accurately. Good, very good. We're leaving. He cast a deep glance at Li Dalong's group, clenched his teeth, and spat out a few words. With a furious roar at his underlings, he immediately flew back in the direction from which he came. Li Dalong didn't care about their departure. Although he disliked them, he wasn't one to kill unnecessarily. He wasn't afraid of their threats, and thus chose not to take their lives, letting them escape. Chapter 229, Returning to Yunxia Sect. After leaving in disarray, Murong Tianjiao kept cursing Li Dalong and Ku Xiaoling along the way, swearing he would surely take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered today. Ku Xiaoling watched Li Dalong reprimand Murong Tianjiao and then let them leave. Looking at Li Dalong with worry, she seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Li Dalong, noticing Ku Xiaoling's anxious expression and not uttering a word, walked up and patted her shoulder, shaking his head to indicate that she needn't worry. There were too many people present to talk privately. Then, he turned to Elder Sini politely and said, Elder Sini, thank you all for coming. This incident had its reasons, and I apologize for the inconvenience it has caused. Senior Li, why are you speaking like this? You have done the sect a great favor. These disciples are exactly the strength our sect urgently needs. Don't worry, Senior Li, the sect will definitely arrange suitable positions for them. Elder Sini replied respectfully after bowing to Li Dalong. Li Dalong was not only an honored elder of the Yunxia Sect, but also the one with the highest cultivation level. Through several events, he had gradually become the backbone of the sect, so Elder Sini treated him with great respect. In that case, we won't stand around talking. We should bring these disciples back as soon as possible to prevent further complications, Li Dalong politely concluded after noticing the large crowd gathered. It was inconvenient with so many people here, all female, not to mention Murong Tianjiao's recent interruption. He thought it best to return quickly. At once, Elder Sini respectfully responded. After briefly discussing something in hushed tones with Elder Nangong, she began directing the elite disciples of the Yunxia Sect. They started the preliminary examination of the 30 disciples to be brought back, figuring out the basics before assigning personnel and making preparations for returning to the sect. While Elder Sini and others were busy making preparations, Li Dalong gestured for Ku Xiaoling to come over, then began introducing her to Yun Yao and her son. Xiaoling, come here. Let me introduce my nephew and his family, Li Dalong said with a smile to Ku Xiaoling. Upon hearing Li Dalong call her, Ku Xiaoling shook off her concerns and happily moved to stand beside him. This is my junior brother's wife, Yun Yao, and this is my nephew Zhou Tianlong. Li Dalong introduced the mother and son to Ku Xiaoling. This is my good friend from the Yunxia Sect, Ku Xiaoling. Tianlong, you should call her auntie. Li Dalong, after introducing Ku Xiaoling, emphasized this sentence to Zhou Tianlong, which delighted Ku Xiaoling. Young lady, Yun Yao smiled while greeting Ku Xiaoling. Auntie, Zhou Tianlong stepped forward respectfully to greet Ku Xiaoling. Big sister, Tianlong. Cheerfully, Ku Xiaoling returned the greetings to the beautiful, mature Yun Yao and young Zhou Tianlong. Xiaoling, Tianlong and his mother have just ascended here, so let's bring them back to the sect first. If it's appropriate, they might join the Yunxia Sect afterward, Li Dalong said to Ku Xiaoling. That would be wonderful, big brother Tianlong. Yun Yao big sister and Tianlong can treat our sect like your own home. We're honored to have you. I'll go talk to mother when we return. We'll find a courtyard right next to yours for Yun Yao and Tianlong, so it'll be more convenient living together. Ku Xiaoling immediately and decisively agreed, clearly pleased with this arrangement. In her heart, whatever Li Dalong liked and decided was what she supported. Also, the fact that Li Dalong trusted her enough to place his relatives within her sect made her feel truly honored and recognized. Senior Li, we are all ready. Should we set off now? Elder Sini came over and said to Li Dalong. At this moment, the introductions had just concluded and Ku Xiaoling and Yun Yao had already started chatting. Li Dalong had been feeling a bit bored when Elder Sini came over to tell him they were ready. He replied, all right, then let's depart now. I'll lead the group with Xiao Ling, and the two elders, please follow at the rear to guard us. Let's go. All right, Xiao Ling, I will bring Tianlong and his mother ahead. Follow closely behind me, and we'll set off now, Li Dalong instructed. Ku Xiaoling nodded. Move out, Li Dalong gave the command. He used his immortal energy to lift Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong, then flew first on his sword. He paused briefly in the air waiting for everyone to mount their swords before heading off towards the Yunxia Sect. Li Dalong exuded the aura of an early golden immortal and kept his spiritual senses fully expanded to remain vigilant. This formation of about 60 people exuded a formidable force. Nearby monsters and passing cultivators were greatly intimidated and hurriedly kept their distance. They safely returned to the Yunxia Sect. Kumeli, having been informed earlier by Ku Xiaoling, was already waiting at the gate to welcome Li Dalong's return. This grand reception at the mountain entrance was primarily for two reasons. One was that Li Dalong's sister-in-law and nephew had ascended from the lower realm. The other was the return of 30 new disciples at once. Both were major events significantly connected to Li Dalong. Li Dalong was now the guest elder of Yunxia Sect, and his cultivation had surpassed hers. He was also Ku Xiaoling's lover. This future mother-in-law definitely had to show respect. Disciple leader, I'm afraid I've caused you some trouble, Li Dalong said emotionally, bowing toward Kumeli. Seeing that Kumeli had personally come with so many sect members to greet them at the mountain gate, he was genuinely moved. He sped forward, landing at the gate. Senior Li, you're too polite. You brought so many new disciples back to our sect this time. We are truly grateful, Kumeli replied with a warm smile. And this must be Lady Yun Yao. Welcome to Yunxia Sect. You're both like family now. If there's anything you need, feel free to find me or Xiaoling. Kumeli turned her gaze toward Yun Yao and greeted her enthusiastically. Disciple leader, greetings. Thank you, disciple leader. Yun Yao and my son have the honor to trouble you. Yun Yao, quick-witted and graceful, had already deduced from listening to Li Dalong's and Kumeli's conversation that this was the sect leader. After Kumeli finished speaking, Yun Yao stepped forward and respectfully curtsied in greeting. Disciple leader, the mission was successful. At this moment, Elder Sini and the others had also landed at the mountain gate. Elder Sini stepped forward to report the outcome of their journey to Kumeli. You've all worked hard. Kumeli smiled gently. Seeing that all the disciples who had gone out had safely returned, along with 30 new disciples of excellent potential, Kumeli walked a few steps forward, surveying the gathered disciples with satisfaction. Then, she addressed all the new and veteran disciples standing at the mountain gate. I am Kumeli, the disciple leader of Yunxia Sect. Welcome, all of you, to our sect. From this day forward, we are one family. Make yourselves at home. The senior elders will assign proper accommodations for each of you. Settle down, recover from your injuries, and cultivate diligently. Together, let's build our home with our own hands and make Yunxia Sect an even greater place. Chapter 230, A Reunion of Mother and Children. Upon hearing Kumeli's words, the 30 junior disciples who had been anxious and uncertain finally felt relieved. The confusion in their eyes faded away, and a spark of hope reignited in their hearts. After finishing her words, Kumeli turned to Elder Sini and said, Elder Sini, please take charge from now on. First, tend to their health. If anything is needed, go to the treasure pavilion to collect it. Don't worry about resources, we are not short on them now. What we lack are disciples. At once, sect leader. Elder Sini replied respectfully. Elderly, you've worked hard. Xianyao Ferry has had a long journey. I've already had a quiet villa beside yours prepared. Xiaoling will show you there shortly. Today, all of you go back and rest first. Once you're rested, I shall welcome you properly. Does that sound acceptable to you? Kumeli said politely to Li Dalong. Thank you, sect leader. Then Tianlong shall lead them back to rest, Li Dalong replied, grateful to see that Kumeli had already made careful arrangements, showing how much she valued and thought of him. Very well, you may go now, Kumeli said, then waved her hand signaling Li Dalong and Ku Xiaoling to leave. At this point, Ku Xiaoling said nothing and, after receiving her mother's silent signal to depart, led the way ahead while Li Dalong escorted Xianyao and Zhou Tianlong through the sect's gate toward their own courtyard. Ku Xiaoling walked side by side with Li Dalong, guiding Xianyao and Zhou Tianlong toward the small courtyard at the back of the mountain. Dalong go, I've already spoken to mother. From now on, Xianyao Jia and Tianlong can stay and cultivate in peace here. They don't need to attend every sect activity. Let them focus on their cultivation. Today you rest, and tomorrow disciples will come to guide Xianyao Jia and others through the initiation procedures and help them receive the sect's cultivation resources. Ku Xiaoling softly said to Li Dalong. Xiaoling, thank you. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness toward Xianyao and her son. I'll follow your arrangements. As for their cultivation resources, you don't need to worry. I have enough. Li Dalong expressed his satisfaction and happiness at Ku Xiaoling's thoughtful arrangements. Originally, he had only intended for Xianyao to join the Yunxia Sect, keeping Zhou Tianlong outside for now until he became more accustomed to the immortal world, letting him decide his path based on opportunity and preference. But after Ku Xiaoling and others arrived, and after the incident with Murong Tianjiao, the young master of Fenglei Pavilion, Li Dalong changed his mind. It would be better to let Zhou Tianlong officially join Yunxia Sect directly. Supported by his own cultivation resources, and with Zhou Shue's connections at the Unqi Immortal Sect, Zhou Tianlong's future wouldn't be a concern. Why not send him to the Unqi Immortal Sect instead? Though Wuji is a top-tier faction and despite Zhou Shui and Yi Wuxia's connections there, each individual is different and relations within such large sects are complicated. Large sects have their benefits, and small ones their own advantages. It would be better for Zhou Tianlong to cultivate peacefully in a smaller sect. Moreover, with the system he had, Li Dalong was confident he would eventually stand at the peak of the immortal world. Taking care of a few people would pose no problem. As he spoke, a whirl of thoughts passed through Li Dalong's mind. Big brother Dalong, Xianyao Jia is part of our family now. This is something we must do. Xiaoling responded with a sweet feeling upon hearing his thanks. Her heart belonged entirely to Li Dalong. His family was now her family. Naturally, she took great care in arranging everything for Xianyao and her son. Very soon, they arrived at the courtyard. Xiaoling first guided Xianyao and Zhou Tianlong to view the prepared residence. This courtyard was slightly larger than Li Dalong's and had 3 additional rooms. Elegantly decorated, it only lacked the same intensity of spiritual aura found in Li Dalong's residence. Xianyao and Zhou Tianlong were satisfied with what they saw and expressed their gratitude to Xiaoling repeatedly. Well then, you two will live here from now on. I'll be staying in the courtyard right next to you. If anything comes up, feel free to find me at any time. You may also consult the sect elders if it concerns cultivation. Since you've just arrived, you should visit the sect's library often. There are many rare books exclusive to the immortal world which could greatly benefit your future cultivation, especially for Tianlong. Don't be careless. Study diligently, seek guidance from the seniors and elders within the sect, and eventually, walk your own path. Li Dalong gave these instructions to Xianyao and Zhou Tianlong, especially emphasizing them to Zhou Tianlong, in whom he had high hopes. You rest today. After you finish the formalities with the sect tomorrow, we'll talk more. Having said that, Li Dalong led Xiaoling back to his courtyard. Xianyao Jia, see you tomorrow. Xiaoling took her leave with a farewell to Xianyao. See you tomorrow. Xianyao responded in kind to both Li Dalong and Xiaoling. Upon reaching Li Dalong's courtyard, Xiaoling didn't stay long, as she had matters along the way she needed to discuss further with her mother. After Xiaoling left, Li Dalong sat quietly for a while before producing the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda. He set it up, then entered it to cultivate. He could not waste precious time. Cultivation was the foundation upon which one stood. After parting from Li Dalong, Xiaoling went directly to her mother. She needed to inform her about encountering Murong Tianjiao, the young master of Fenglei Pavilion, on the way and how Li Dalong had driven him away. Kameli was in the middle of handling sect affairs when she lifted her head and saw Xiaoling approaching, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Mother, Xiaoling, I'm almost done. Wait a moment before speaking, Kameli said as she raised her hand to stop Xiaoling from continuing, after hearing her call. Realizing her mother was indeed busy, Xiaoling quietly stood aside and waited. After about a stick of incense's time, Kameli finally finished her work and took Xiaoling back to her private residence. Now, Xiaoling, tell mother what you have to say, Kameli asked, though in truth, she already knew everything. Elder Cini had already given her a full report on all that had happened on the journey. Still, asking Xiaoling herself carried a subtle intention of testing her. Mother, on the way to meet Dalong Gu and the others, we encountered Murong Tianjiao, the young master of Fenglei Pavilion. He was so annoying. He kept harassing your beloved daughter, then insulted Dalong Gu. Eventually, Dalong Gu gave him a lesson, and Murong Tianjiao left vowing revenge. I hope mother will prepare for any retaliation. Xiaoling concisely reported the conflict involving Murong Tianjiao to Kameli. Oh, I see. Kameli responded calmly, knowing that although her beloved daughter had suffered some humiliation, she had not been seriously harmed, since Li Dalong had already stood up for her. Privately, however, she would take some actions of her own. Though Fenglei Pavilion was somewhat stronger than Yunxia Sect, and its leader, Murong Batian, was notorious for his tyranny, Kameli feared neither of them. In fact, she might even make some subtle moves to give her daughter an even greater sense of vindication. Since Li Dalong joined the Yunxia Sect, the sect's development had entered a period of rapid growth, further expanding its influence and increasing its wealth. Chapter 231, Settling Zhou Tianlong and his mother. Moreover, with her growing influence, both the number and quality of disciples joining the sect had significantly improved. Excluding the 30 new disciples brought back yesterday, there were already nearly 200 more than before, and 3 new elders had been added too, all of them at the late-stage celestial immortal realm. What particularly pleased her was that, although one elder had been lost, their campaign against the extraplanar evil cultivators had earned recognition from the Celestial Realm Alliance, which rewarded them with several shops inside the bazaar. Furthermore, through Li Dalong, they had established contact with the Unqi Immortal Sect. In the past, she might have worried about possible repercussions, but now she was entirely unbothered by the possibility of retaliation from the Fenglei Pavilion. Mother, how can you not be worried at all? Xiaoling saw that her mother was brushing things off and instantly became anxious, urging for more explanation. It's just a minor matter. They were at fault first. Scolding them is justified. Even if they dare to come, do we fear them? Go attend to your business. Mother has things to handle too. Kameli explained to Xiaoling. Okay then, if they come to bother Dalong brother, you must help him, mother. Xiaoling still felt uneasy and muttered again. Don't worry. Li Elder is part of our Yunxia Sect too. Anyone who dares to harm our sect members will absolutely not be spared. Mei Li was clear-headed in this matter. Principles were not to be compromised. she assured Xiaoling immediately. In that case, I'll go back to cultivation first. Tomorrow I'll bring Sister Yunyao to meet the elders to complete her initiation into the sect. Go on, go on. Kumeili waved her away impatiently. The next day, Ku Xiaoling arrived early at Li Dalong's courtyard looking for him, and then went to the residence of Yunyao and her son, helping them complete the formalities to officially join the sect and receive the benefits offered by the sect. These included sect uniforms, a storage ring, 1,000 low-grade immortal stones, 100 pills for cultivation, 50 supportive pills including antidote pills, a low-grade immortal sword, and 30 talismans of various kinds. Such generosity with cultivation resources was only possible recently thanks to Yunxia Sect's improved resources. A year ago, such a scenario would have been unimaginable. However, for Li Dalong himself, these benefits were barely significant. He could easily afford cultivation resources for Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong. Since mother and son had just ascended, their cultivation levels were still very low. He needed to help them strengthen their cultivation as soon as possible. Also, he hadn't had time to learn yet about what was happening in the cultivation world. Once things settled down a bit, he'd have to ask Zhou Tianlong about it. Now that Zhou Tianlong and his mother had arrived, it was time to consider telling Ku Xiaoling about the secret of the Xiaohua cultivation pagoda. Improving her progress in cultivation and strengthening those around him was one of Li Dalong's long-term goals. After Ku Xiaoling helped Yunyao and her son finish all the procedures, she took them around various areas of the Yunxia Sect, introducing them and presenting them to the elders and senior disciples in charge, facilitating their future life within the sect. This was Ku Xiaoling's way of expressing goodwill toward the mother and son. Although the two had low cultivation levels, after this introduction round, their status within Yunxia Sect was noticeably enhanced. After returning them to their courtyard, Ku Xiaoling went on to her own duties. After a brief rest, Yunyao and her son returned to Li Dalong's courtyard to visit the senior martial brother who had constantly looked after them. Yunyao deeply respected this senior martial brother. Without his help, their family would still be in uncertainty. Li Dalong invited them to sit and poured each a cup of immortal tea. Senior brother, thank you. It's all thanks to you that we now have such a peaceful and stable environment. Yunyao spoke first. You're welcome, junior sister. It's my responsibility to take care of you. No need to worry about it, Li Dalong replied with a smile. Tianlong, why did it take you so long before you ascended? Tell me about the circumstances at the Zhengqi Sect, Li Dalong asked Zhou Tianlong. Yes, senior master, Zhou Tianlong answered respectfully. Since you left with your elder sister, the Zhengqi Sect has been developing quite well, without any problems arising. However, the training of the next sect leader was rather slow, which delayed our ascension until now. With the cultivation resources left behind by you, actually, my mother and I had already reached the earthly immortal realm a long time ago. However, we suppressed our cultivation until recently. Then I passed the sect leadership to a core disciple named Changyi, who had great potential. Once we sorted out the sect's affairs, we ascended immediately to look for you, Zhou Tianlong briefly explained. A sect leader's cultivation matters, but even more important is character, Li Dalong said. Senior master, Changyi has reached the middle stage of heavenly tribulation, and his reputation within the sect has always been quite good. There is no problem with his character. I personally supervised him for a while before formally transferring the sect leadership to him, Zhou Tianlong elaborated. You did well in this regard. Zhengqi Sect carries the efforts of your great-grandmaster and your father. It must not be allowed to decline, Li Dalong sighed, recalling his days at the Zhengqi Sect. These are the cultivation resources for the two of you. Take them, use them freely, and if they aren't enough, just come to me for more, Li Dalong said, handing each of them a storage ring. Inside were complete items, spiritual herbs, pills, talismans, flying swords, armor, all at the level of low-grade immortal artifacts. For cultivators at their current stage in the immortal realm, these were truly things of longing. Also, it was time to change your cultivation techniques. This is the technique. Relax your minds, and I shall directly imprint it into your consciousness, Li Dalong said. This time, he didn't give them jade slips containing the technique, but instead directly imprinted the technique into their consciousness through his spiritual sense, placing protective barriers to prevent souls searching by enemies in case of any unexpected situations. As the two relaxed their minds, Li Dalong pointed a finger to their brows, imprinting the xuanhuan method into their consciousness. After the transmission, both quickly examined the xuanhuan method within their consciousness. Discovering how incredibly powerful the technique was, they excitedly returned from their inner awareness and immediately stood up to express their gratitude to Li Dalong. We're family. No need to be so formal. Later, you should both cultivate inside the Xiaohua cultivation pagoda. First, switch to this technique. Then cultivate using this new method, Li Dalong instructed Zhou Tianlong and his mother. Yes, senior master. The mother and son, both longtime users of the Xiaohua cultivation pagoda, deeply understood its wonders. Being able to cultivate inside was truly delightful. Senior brother, where is Shuai now? Why haven't we seen her all this time? Yunyao finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked about Zhou Shuai. She hadn't seen Shuai around Yunxia Sect for 2 days and had wanted to ask about her, but simply hadn't found the right opportunity the past 2 days. Now, she quickly voiced her question. Shuai, don't worry about her. She's doing very well now. She has joined the Unqi Immortal Sect, the most prestigious sect in the immortal realm, and she's found a good master. Her master arranged for her to go out on an expedition. I'll contact her and have her come by when she can. Li Dalong briefly explained Zhou Shuai's situation so that Yunyao wouldn't worry about her. Chapter 232, Casual Family Talk. Hearing that Zhou Shui was doing well, had joined a top-tier sect, and even taken a good master under whom she studied, Yunyao finally felt relieved. Upon hearing that his older sister was doing well, Zhu Dianlong also felt happy for her. However, both he and Yunyao missed Zhou Shui dearly. Thus, Li Dalong took out the jade talisman used for contacting Zhou Shui, and infused it with immortal energy to send her a communication signal. Quickly, Zhou Shui responded to Li Dalong's signal. Master Uncle, did you miss Shui? I'm still in the desolate Sand Sea undergoing trials. This time the taskmaster gave me is really tough to complete, plus it's so hot here. There's nothing but sand everywhere. I've seen enough of it. Hearing that Zhou Shui hadn't yet completed her trial mission, Li Dalong immediately decided against asking her to come over right away. He would wait until she completed the task first. Shui, I've got some good news to tell you. Your mother and younger brother have ascended and are here with Xiaoling and me. Come see us after you finish your trial. Li Dalong told her the good news of her mother's and brother's ascension. As Zhou Shui's voice came through the jade talisman, Yun Yao's eyes instantly moistened. It had been so long since she had last heard from her daughter, she had always been worried. Now, hearing her daughter's familiar voice, she couldn't control her emotions anymore, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Shui, it's Mama. My dear daughter, are you okay? I've missed you so much. Yun Yao couldn't help herself. As soon as Li Dalong finished speaking, she choked back tears and hurriedly grabbed the jade piece to speak. Zhou Shui had just heard from her master uncle that her mother and brother had ascended as well. Her mind went blank for a moment, filled with excitement. As emotional waves crashed through her, she suddenly heard her mother's familiar voice. Tears instantly streamed down her cheeks, and with an excited cry, she sobbed loudly, Mama. Then she became too choked up to say anything more. Separated by thousands of miles, mother and daughter both wept through the jade connection. Zhou Tianlong's eyes became misty too. After quite some time, the two finally began to calm down a little and started sharing stories about what had happened since they last met. Originally, Zhou Shui had wanted to return immediately to visit her mother and younger brother, but Li Dalong stopped her. She should complete her trial mission first. After all, there would be plenty of time to see her family later. Zhou Shui had no choice but to agree, but to meet her mother and younger brother sooner, she sped up her progress on completing the trial mission, pushing herself relentlessly. Instantly, hidden potential erupted within her, which in turn accelerated the improvement of both her cultivation level and her spiritual mindset. With deep reluctance, mother and daughter ended their communication. After finishing the conversation with Zhou Shui, Li Dalong arranged for the mother and son to enter the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda to complete their cultivation method transition. Cultivation was like rowing upstream. Should one cease progressing, they would surely fall behind. Every moment must be seized to improve one's power. After the pair entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda to cultivate, Li Dalong sent out a spiritual transmission to Xiuxian, asking her to come over as he was planning to bring her into the tower to accelerate her training. Big Brother Long, what did you call me for? Upon receiving Li Dalong's spiritual message, Xiuxian quickly arrived and asked as soon as she saw him. Xiaoling, I've called you here because there's a very important matter I must speak to you about. Previously, I didn't explain things due to some reasons. I hope you won't mind. It's not because there was anything else behind it, so please don't overthink it. The main reason is that I had concerns about security. I feared that if word got out carelessly, it would bring disaster to both you and me, and even the Yunxia Sect, Li Dalong said solemnly to Xiuxian. Seeing how serious and solemn Li Dalong appeared, Xiuxian felt that this must indeed be something big, so she said, Big Brother Long, it's okay. If it's too important, you don't need to tell me. I won't think anything of it. I've thought about this for a long time, and believe I should tell you after all. It's mainly something that can significantly help with your cultivation, allowing you to advance faster. Faster cultivation? Big Brother Long, what is it exactly? At this point, Li Dalong waved his hand and set up a transparent, spherical barrier around the two of them to prevent any information from leaking out. This is a cultivation treasure I accidentally obtained long ago, capable of increasing the speed of cultivation by several times. Wait a bit, I'll take you inside to experience it. From now on, you can come here for secluded cultivation, but absolutely no one else can know. As for whether to inform your mother, I think it better to tell her once our strength has improved. I hope you can understand this. The more people that know, the more dangerous it becomes. Besides, your mother can't conveniently come here often for seclusion anyway. Li Dalong frankly laid everything out to Xiuxian in advance, to avoid any misunderstandings between them. Big Brother Long, don't worry. I understand. Xiuxian replied seriously, conveying her agreement. Good. Then follow me. Saying that, Li Dalong led Xiuxian into the adjacent cultivation chamber. As soon as they stepped inside, the spiritual energy of the room felt far denser than outside. This room had another spirit gathering formation set up by Li Dalong, powered by high-grade immortal stones. This was Xiuxian's first time entering Li Dalong's cultivation chamber, and she was immediately astonished by the thick immortal spiritual energy inside. It was so dense, it almost felt liquid. No wonder her Big Brother Long cultivated so fast. Then she noticed a large tower placed at the center of the chamber, which struck her as quite strange. She couldn't figure out why Li Dalong would place such a huge tower within his cultivation room. Luckily, the chamber was spacious and tall enough. It was 2 stories high, and the tower's top nearly touched the ceiling. Xiaoling, this is the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda I just mentioned to you, Li Dalong explained to the puzzled Xiuxian. Cultivating inside it can increase your cultivation efficiency by several times. It makes cultivation much easier. Oh, so that's what it's called, the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda. Big Brother Long. Quickly, Take me inside and let me try it out. Upon hearing that this tower was the treasure capable of accelerating cultivation by several times, Xiuxian joyfully said to Li Dalong, urging him to take her inside right away. Here, take this jade talisman. Keep it safe. With it, you may enter and exit the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda freely. I've even set up a special cultivation room for you inside the tower. From now on, you'll cultivate there, Li Dalong said, seeing the excitement in Xiuxian's eyes. A warm, happy feeling instantly rose in his heart, and he handed her the prepared jade talisman. Xiuxian took the jade piece, and, following Li Dalong's instructions, had it attuned to her soul. Instantly, she understood how to use it. Suddenly, she gave Li Dalong a quick kiss on the face before vanishing from the cultivation chamber and entering the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda before he could react. Caught completely off guard by Xiuxian's sudden action, Li Dalong stood stunned for a moment. Then he quickly recovered, shaking his head slightly. This little girl was getting sweeter and sweeter. After suddenly kissing Li Dalong, Xiuxian appeared inside the specially prepared cultivation room with a deeply blushing face. She curiously examined the relatively small cultivation chamber. The entire room was crafted from unknown materials, and every surface, floor, walls, and ceiling was engraved with mysterious yet mesmerizing runes. Occasional glimmers of light flashed across the runes, some of which seemed alive, constantly shifting and changing. Chapter 233. Resolving the crisis of the Yunxia Sect. Meanwhile, the spiritual aura of immortals inside was as dense as in the outer cultivation room. The semi-liquid immortal energy was extremely rare throughout the immortal realm. Leaving aside its other mystical properties, merely the abundance of immortal energy here could double the efficiency of cultivation. Without thinking too much, he decided to first test the effect of cultivation here. Xiuxian suppressed her excitement and began meditating. Sitting cross-legged on the cultivation cushion, she started circulating her cultivation technique and immediately noticed a large amount of immortal energy rushing into her meridians from all directions, and even more flowing directly into her body from the cushion itself. Moreover, the immortal energy absorbed here was more active and easier to refine, making its conversion into immortal power several times more efficient than before. Big Brother Long was right. This is truly a treasure. No, a divine artifact. No wonder Big Brother Long was so cautious. If word of this got out, it would surely ignite chaos throughout the immortal realm, and the Yunxia Sect would be torn apart in an instant. This sensation of rapid cultivation calmed her mind immediately. She should cherish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and seize the moment to cultivate diligently. After Xiuxian entered the transformation cultivation pagoda to cultivate, Li Dalong also entered the tower for cultivation. Recently, due to numerous trivial affairs, he had fallen behind on his cultivation. No matter what, he couldn't slack off on his training. The Yunxia Sect was gradually getting on track and no longer faced life or death matters. It had to lay low and develop cautiously. After all, his cultivation level was still too low. On the other side, after Murong Tianjiao returned, having been slapped away by Li Dalong, where had he ever suffered such humiliation before? In his eyes, it was an unbearable disgrace. But since his cultivation level was inferior, he could only swallow his anger and quickly return to report the incident to his father at the Fenglei Pavilion, begging his father to help him seek justice. Upon hearing his son's complaint, Murong Batsian flew into a rage, wanting to immediately lead men to destroy the one who had dared to offend his son, tearing him into pieces. As for the murders Murong Tianjiao committed outside, the abduction of young girls, and his wanton injuring of people, when Murong Batsian learned about these things, he simply waved them off with the remark, Tianjiao is still a child. He'll understand when he grows up. Yet whenever Murong Tianjiao suffered even the slightest harm, it was like his ancestors' graves had been desecrated. He would surely retaliate with a full-force attack, causing total havoc. His wife was even worse. The moment Murong Tianjiao suffered any humiliation, she would start yelling for blood without hesitation. Upon hearing that their son had been beaten, the couple was furious and immediately wanted to gather men to hunt down the one who dared to offend their son. However, upon further inquiry, they found out the culprit belonged to the Yunxia Sect, which was currently rising in popularity within the Immortal Alliance, and thus hesitated slightly. As the head of a faction, Murong Batsian wasn't a thoughtless man. Quite the contrary, he was quite shrewd. His temper was just volatile, sometimes even intentionally feigned. As for his wife, Lin Wanner, don't let her delicate-sounding name fool you. She was genuinely a she-tiger through and through. This wasn't pretense, but rather an expression of her true nature. Her family background played a huge role. She was the legitimate firstborn daughter of an ancient aristocratic clan. In the past, Murong Batsian had greatly relied on the prestige of Lin's family to develop the Fenglei Pavilion. As he was preparing to target the Yunxia Sect, a sudden report arrived from the intelligence division. Disciples from the Golden Ling Cave of Lingxi Mountain, their old rival, had completely annihilated a group of Fenglei Pavilion disciples sent out for training. This massacre was witnessed by disciples from an allied faction, who promptly delivered the news. That damn Wei Hua always chose the worst moments to interfere. In reality, the Golden Ling Cave's attack on the Fenglei Pavilion disciples was a scheme devised by Komeli. Since Golden Ling Cave and Fenglei Pavilion were old enemies, Komeli approached Wei Hua, offering a large batch of urgently needed resources, prompting Wei Hua to dispatch men to strike the Fenglei Pavilion. If Murong Batsian chose to retaliate against the Yunxia Sect for his son's sake, it would discourage his own disciples' morale. On the other hand, if he gave up on seeking revenge against Yunxia Sect, his she-tiger wife wouldn't let him off easily. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Ultimately, for the greater good of the sect, he chose to confront the Golden Ling Cave and temporarily abandon plans against the Yunxia Sect. However, he suffered an endless scolding and even physical assault at home from the she-tiger. Fortunately, being a cultivator of great skill, he healed his facial injuries with ease the moment he stepped out. This was exactly the result Kumeli wanted. Although the Yunxia Sect was not afraid of the Fenglei Pavilion, going to war with them would definitely hinder and delay their development. What the Yunxia Sect needed most at this time was time to grow. Once interrupted by war, the sect's opportunity to rise would be ruined. Thus, she offered a large amount of cultivation resources to the Golden Ling Cave to help them stall and weaken the Fenglei Pavilion. Looking ahead, she was even willing to offer another batch of resources when necessary or dispatch some of her sect's disciples directly to the Golden Ling Cave to assist in battle. Of course, she didn't share these strategic plans with Xiuxian, personally negotiating everything with Weihua herself. At that moment, she still didn't know that her beloved daughter had already entered the Transformation Cultivation Pagoda, starting an accelerated cultivation journey of her own. Although Li Dalong had no intention of telling Kumeli about the Transformation Cultivation Pagoda at this moment, he still sent her some enlightenment tea, which significantly improved her cultivation progress. Spiritual treasures capable of helping cultivators comprehend the heavenly Tao were extremely rare and precious, especially for small sects, nearly impossible to obtain. After receiving the enlightenment tea, Kumeli felt even more relieved about recruiting Li Dalong into the sect. She was also glad she had encouraged and supported the Golden Ling Cave when she did. After obtaining the enlightenment tea, she quickly handed over the sect's affairs to the elders and eagerly secluded herself for cultivation. She firmly believed that with the help of the enlightenment tea, she would soon reach the mid-gold immortal stage. Meanwhile, the war between the Golden Ling Cave and the Fenglei Pavilion had erupted violently from the very beginning. Mainly due to Murong Batchin's ruthless decision, he had resolved to wipe out the Golden Ling Cave completely this time. He mobilized his entire force and, with the help of Lin Wanner, borrowed a large number of troops from her maternal clan, catching Weihua completely off guard. Only after suffering heavy losses did Weihua manage to stabilize the collapse. At that point, he could only adopt a defensive posture to resist the Fenglei Pavilion's attacks. After nearly 2 months of relentless fighting, the Golden Ling Cave found itself barely holding on. With no other choice, Weihua sent someone to the Yunxia Sect for aid. The elders contacted Ku Xiaoling through a jade talisman. Ku Xiaoling then instructed Elder Sini to dispatch dozens of elite male disciples and send resources worth 800,000 middle-grade stones to the Golden Ling Cave. Upon receiving the Yunxia Sect support, the Golden Ling Cave immediately deployed all of its hidden forces. After coordinating with their reserve forces from the rear in Yunnan, they launched a counterattack, once again catching the Fenglei Pavilion off guard. In one decisive battle, they eliminated more than 200 Fenglei Pavilion disciples, seriously injured over 400, and left the lightly wounded uncounted. After this battle, both sides were locked in a prolonged stalemate. Both factions began to suffer heavy losses. The Fenglei Pavilion's strength rapidly diminished. Murong Batxian became increasingly desperate, resources drained like water, and the sect's hard-earned reserves quickly dwindled away. The additional compensation for fallen cultivators from the She-Tiger clan only deepened his anguish. Chapter 234, Kumeli's Strategy. The golden-scaled cave couldn't be eradicated, and the fierce battle between the two sides made it impossible for either to focus on production. No one dared travel alone anymore, as both sides would immediately engage in battle upon encountering each other. Particularly, the elite disciples sent by Yunxia Sect as reinforcements were powerful cultivators who specialized in ambushes and sneak attacks. With Fenglei Pavilion at a disadvantage, they had made many enemies during their usual dominance, and although people had previously been too afraid to act, while Fenglei Pavilion was powerful, now they had suffered heavy losses and were being contained by the golden-scaled cave. There were also many hidden enemies attempting to move against Fenglei Pavilion, leaving them essentially trapped within their own territory and unable to venture out easily. This caused Murong Batxian great distress, as he constantly sought ways to alleviate the current crisis. However, his poor relations with others meant that except for support from Lady Yun's maternal family, he received no outside assistance. Even though Weihua wanted to destroy Fenglei Pavilion, it was impossible to achieve outright, so he could only adopt a strategy of continuous attrition. Although Fenglei Pavilion was now confined within their own borders, the golden-scaled cave remained unaffected and continued to develop while maintaining the battle. Coupled with the ability to seize Fenglei Pavilion's resources, ironically, the golden-scaled cave had relatively sufficient resources. 3 months later, Zhou Shui finally completed the training mission in the desolate Sand Sea. During this time, she had encountered many dangers, but with her own abilities and the assistance of her protectors, she overcame the dangers and retrieved the mission items required by her master. Additionally, her cultivation had advanced to the Mid-Xian Immortal stage. Her master, Ouyang Lan, learned of Zhou Shui's progress from the guardians of Unqi Immortal Sect and felt greatly delighted. Advancing an entire minor cultivation stage after a single journey outside, this disciple had very promising potential. Immediately upon completing her task, Zhou Shui returned with her companions to Yunxia Sect in haste, eager to see her mother and younger brother. After exiting the desolate Sand Sea, she quickly found a nearby major city and used the teleportation formation to reach the city closest to Yunxia Sect, then flew toward Yunxia Sect's headquarters on her sword. Thanks to Zhou Shui's full effort in rushing back, she arrived at Yunxia Sect within a day and a half. Li Dalong instructed the gate disciples to bring Zhou Shui directly to his courtyard, while the members of Unqi Immortal Sect who had protected her were received by the elders of Yunxia Sect. At this time, Yin Yao and Zhou Tianlong had already exited the fake cultivation tower early and were waiting in the courtyard for Zhou Shui's arrival. Li Dalong also invited Xiuxian to come out, since she and Zhou Shui hadn't met for a long time, so they would all meet together. When Zhou Shui saw her mother, she excitedly called out, "Mother!" and the two embraced and wept in the courtyard. Zhou Tianlong stood by, watching his sister with tears in his eyes. After they had cried enough, Zhou Shui then greeted Li Dalong, Xiuxian, and the others one by one. Once everyone entered the house, mother and daughter began eagerly exchanging stories of their time apart. Zhou Shui recounted in detail the events that had happened since following Li Dalong into the immortal realm, her joining of Unqi Immortal Sect, and this latest training mission assigned by her master in the desolate Sand Sea. When Yin Yao and Zhou Tianlong heard that Zhou Shui had already reached the mid-Xian immortal stage, they were both astounded. Zhou Tianlong, in particular, envied his sister greatly. Back in the mortal cultivation realm, his cultivation level had been roughly equal to his sister's, and his talent for cultivation had even been superior. Now the gap between them had widened significantly, making him secretly resolve to shut himself away in cultivation to try to catch up to his sister. After a warm exchange of stories, Zhou Shui quickly took out a storage ring containing medicinal pills from her master and sect rewards, as well as xiao, shanshri she had obtained, and techniques including spells and sword techniques she had acquired from outside, and handed it all to her mother. These spells and sword techniques were external knowledge she had gathered, but materials from the sect couldn't be passed on outside. Initially hesitant to accept them, Yin Yao was afraid of becoming a burden to her daughter, but finally accepted after Li Dalong said that Zhou Shui didn't lack these things anyway. Indeed, Zhou Shui wasn't short on cultivation resources. Core disciples of Unqi Immortal Sect already enjoyed excellent benefits, and with her master holding a high position, and her uncle Li Dalong also bestowing her with a massive amount of resources, she was in no way lacking in cultivation supplies. Only she couldn't enjoy divine artifacts like the fake cultivation tower within Unqi Immortal Sect, so compared to training under Li Dalong, her progress was somewhat slower. After staying for a few days, Zhou Shui reluctantly bade farewell to her mother, master uncle, younger brother, and Ku Xiaoling, and returned to Unqi Immortal Sect to complete her assignment, urged by her master's reminders. Only after reporting back to the sect would she go and beg her master to allow her to return for some time to stay with her mother. After sending off Zhou Shui, Ku Xiaoling also told her mother that she wanted to shut herself in cultivation, and followed Li Dalong into the fake cultivation tower to continue her training. She had started to truly enjoy the visible and rapid increase in her cultivation. As the group entered into intense periods of closed-door training, another year passed with winter fading into spring. Yi Wuxia, after more than a year of secluded cultivation, experienced a noticeable improvement in cultivation. With over a year of dedicated training, and with the help of the enlightenment tea gifted by Li Dalong, she saw not only an enhancement in her spiritual insight, but also gained a more matured outlook. After finishing her cultivation and reflecting on the gains from over a year of secluded practice, Yi Wuxia exited her cultivation room a few days later. Over a year of separation had made her longing for Li Dalong as deep as the ocean. She took out the jade talisman used for communication with Li Dalong, activated it, and sent him a message. Li Dalong was in deep meditation when suddenly his storage ring emitted a ripple of spiritual energy from the communication talisman. He quickly ended his cultivation session. With a flick of his spiritual sense, the jade talisman appeared in his hand. Activating it, he heard Yi Wuxia's familiar voice, "Dalong, I've exited my retreat." Hearing her familiar voice stirred an overwhelming wave of longing within Li Dalong. He had been immersed in cultivation for over a year, missing Yi Wuxia every single day. Now, finally hearing her voice again brought him indescribable comfort and reassurance. "Wuxia, you've finally come out. I've been waiting for you all this time." Li Dalong sighed inwardly. Gripping the communication talisman tightly, he continued, "Where are you now? It's been so long since we last met. I've really missed you." "I've missed you too, Dalong," Yi Wuxia replied softly. "I've spent over a year in retreat, but now I've finally emerged. I want to come see you. I miss you too. Then come over." "I've also been in retreat these days," Li Dalong replied without hesitation. In his heart, he knew Yi Wuxia had been in retreat all year. They hadn't seen each other in over a year, and his yearning for her was intense. He was eager to see how much she had improved during this time. "That's great. I'll come immediately," Yi Wuxia said happily. It had been a long time since she last saw Li Dalong, and she missed him dearly as well. In her heart, she thought of how, after meeting Li Dalong, she would eagerly share all her cultivation insights gained over the past year and express her gratitude for the enlightenment tea he had gifted her. A few days later, Yi Wuxia finally arrived at Yunxia Sect. Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia flew directly to the small courtyard. When she saw Li Dalong, an intense wave of emotion surged in her heart. She walked forward and embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 235. Two women coexisting in harmony. "Flawless, what's wrong with you?" Li Dalong was startled by Yi Wuxia's actions, and he asked with concern. "Big Dragon, I've really missed you." Yi Wuxia hugged Li Dalong tightly and said tearfully, "For over a year now, I've been cultivating in seclusion and didn't have the chance to see you. I really wish to be with you forever." Hearing Yi Wuxia's words, Li Dalong felt a wave of emotion deep in his heart. He hugged Yi Wuxia tightly and said, "Flawless, I've missed you too. During this past year, I've been cultivating hard, hoping to better protect and care for you. They embraced for a long time before finally letting go. Holding Yi Wuxia's hand, Li Dalong said, "Flawless, you've worked so hard this year. I can see that your cultivation has greatly improved, and I'm truly happy for you." Big Dragon, thank you. Hearing Li Dalong's words, Yi Wuxia felt very happy. I will keep cultivating hard as well. Flawless, I believe you will grow stronger and stronger, Li Dalong smiled. But right now, the most important thing is that you should rest well and adjust your condition. I've also been cultivating hard and improving myself. I believe in the coming days, we will be together forever. Big Dragon, I believe in you. Yi Wuxia nodded. The two embraced and poured out their hearts to each other, while Xiaoling watched beside them with an envious expression. After a while, Yi Wuxia remembered that they were at Li Dalong's residence in Yunxia Sect. She lifted her head from Li Dalong's chest, saw Xiaoling beside them, and a trace of red flushed across her face. Gently pulling away from Li Dalong's arms, she shyly said to Xiaoling, "Xiaoling younger sister. Wuxia elder sister, it's been a long time since we met. You're even more beautiful now." Xiaoling smiled at Yi Wuxia. Li Dalong glanced at Xiaoling with a hint of guilt, smiled awkwardly without speaking, and just stood there watching the two young women greeting each other. Yi Wuxia also regained her calmness and stepped forward to take Xiaoling's hand, saying, "Younger sister has become beautiful as well. Your cultivation has improved significantly too. Training in seclusion with Big Dragon these days has definitely sped up my cultivation progress," Xiaoling said. Thanks to the enhancements provided by the Cultivation Tower of Opportunity, her improvement had been quite noticeable, which Yi Wuxia could easily tell after a careful look. Inside, Yi Wuxia speculated whether Xiaoling had obtained some rare treasures lately, causing her rapid progress. Seeing the two women endlessly conversing in the courtyard, Li Dalong said to them, "Don't stand outside anymore. Come on, let's go inside." "Okay, elder sister Wuxia, let's go inside," Xiaoling said to Yi Wuxia. The three walked into the house. Li Dalong took out enlightenment tea and poured each of them a cup. Yi Wuxia held the teacup looking at Li Dalong briefly, then shifted her gaze to Xiaoling, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Looking at Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia, Xiaoling took the initiative to speak up. "Elder sister Wuxia, I know you're already together with Big Dragon. However, I like Big Dragon as well. I don't expect Big Dragon to marry me, but I hope that you and Big Dragon can accept me and let us three be together." Yi Wuxia's hand trembled slightly as she held the teacup, looking at Xiaoling in surprise. She had been considering how to bring up this very topic herself. She hadn't expected Xiaoling to address it directly, leaving her a little at a loss. Li Dalong, too, was somewhat taken aback upon hearing Xiaoling's words. He had no idea how to properly handle the relationship between Xiaoling and Yi Wuxia directly in person, yet Mei Shangdao that Xiaoling would take the initiative to breach this thin barrier. "Xiaoling younger sister, are you really willing to stay with me and Big Dragon together?" After a moment's thought, Yi Wuxia asked softly. "Yes, elder sister Wuxia." Xiaoling earnestly nodded. "I love Big Dragon and I also love you, elder sister. I hope that the three of us can be together and build a warm home." Yi Wuxia was silent for a while. As she looked at Li Dalong and Xiaoling, she felt a tangle of emotions in her heart. She clearly understood that accepting Xiaoling into their lives would make the relationship between the three far more complicated. However, she didn't want to reject Xiaoling's request either because she didn't want to disappoint her nor make Li Dalong feel awkward. "Xiaoling younger sister, I understand your feelings," Yi Wuxia said after taking a deep breath. "I believe your sincerity. Although I met Big Dragon first, the feelings between you and Big Dragon have developed to this stage, and I do not want to interfere with your relationship. Since you are willing to join our life, I hope that you will respect the bond between Big Dragon and me, and refrain from doing anything to harm us." Upon hearing Yi Wuxia's words, Xiaoling felt deeply touched in her heart. She knew Yi Wuxia wasn't easily willing to give ground when it came to love, yet she still chose to trust her. This brought her immense comfort. "Wuxia elder sister, please rest assured," Xiaoling nodded earnestly. "I will respect the bond between you and Big Dragon. From now on, I will be part of the same family with you and Big Dragon, and I will never do anything to harm either of you." Hearing the conversation between Yi Wuxia and Xiaoling, Li Dalong felt deeply moved. Originally, he had thought this matter would be very complicated, yet the two women resolved it themselves. With such wives, what more could a husband desire? "Flawless, thank you." Li Dalong took a deep breath before speaking. "I will definitely strive to give you both a warm home. Flawless, once my cultivation reaches the late golden immortal stage, I will formally propose to your father." Upon hearing Li Dalong's words, Yi Wuxia felt greatly comforted. She knew that her father's attitude toward Li Dalong had placed immense pressure on him, and that there were still obstacles between them. Yet in her heart, she had long chosen Li Dalong, and she was willing to face any hardship together with him. "Big Dragon, you don't have to worry," Xiaoling nodded earnestly again. "Elder sister Wuxia, thank you. Big Dragon, I will always respect your bond, and I will do my utmost to preserve harmony in our household." "Big Dragon, Xiaoling, thank you both." Yi Wuxia took a deep breath before saying, "I believe our future will be even brighter." At this moment, the earlier awkwardness had vanished, and a warm atmosphere filled the room. The emotional issue involving the two women had finally been perfectly resolved, greatly elevating Li Dalong's spiritual state. He decided to share the secret of the Cultivation Tower of Opportunity with Yi Wuxia, allowing both women to benefit from its powers. Once he made this decision, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of Shanli and enveloping the three of them in a protective barrier. Yi Wuxiao felt puzzled by Li Dalong's sudden action and cast a questioning glance at him, about to open her mouth to ask. Li Dalong spoke gravely. Flawless, there's something extremely important I need to tell you. But you must promise me that you will never disclose today's conversation to anyone. Otherwise, it would bring catastrophic consequences and cause a great storm within the immortal realm. Chapter 236, Xuanhuan and Nuying. Yi Wuxiao heard the seriousness in Li Dalong's tone and realized that this matter must be extremely important and carry significant consequences. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Li Dalong, he wouldn't have stressed it so much. Dalong, if this matter carries too much risk, I think you shouldn't tell me after all, Yi Wuxiao said after thinking for a moment, voicing her thoughts to Li Dalong. I've thought carefully about telling you this matter, so don't worry too much. I'm just informing you of its importance so that you won't accidentally reveal it later. Also, this matter is beneficial to you, so I'm being so cautious with you, Li Dalong replied with a smile, moved by Yi Wuxiao's concern. Okay then, I'll remember what you said. Seeing Li Dalong's words, Yi Wuxiao stopped resisting and began to listen attentively. I obtained a treasure for some reasons. I call it the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower. Training inside it can increase your cultivation speed 5-fold. In other words, 1 year of training in it is equivalent to 5 years outside. Li Dalong revealed the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower to Yi Wuxiao. At first, when Yi Wuxiao heard about a treasure, she didn't pay much attention. Growing up, she had seen countless rare treasures, so it didn't surprise her much. However, when she heard that it increased cultivation speed 5-fold, she was shocked. Even in Xiuxian, although there were treasures that could enhance cultivation speed, treasures that increased it 5-fold had never even been heard of. Quickly understanding, she realized why Dalong had emphasized it so much. Once outsiders learned of this Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower, they would definitely fight to seize it. Even immortals would act. That Li Dalong could trust her with such a critical matter, sharing it with her, reflected the depth of his trust in her. The love in her eyes became so intense it could melt steel. Looking at Li Dalong full of affection, she nodded her head hard. A while later, Xiaoling will take you in to experience it. Here, this is your jade token. Activate it, and you'll be able to freely enter and exit the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower. Li Dalong handed Yi Wuxiao the jade token he had prepared beforehand. Yi Wuxiao accepted the jade token, stood up, and kissed Li Dalong on his face. Happily, she said, that's your reward. His sudden actions left Li Dalong slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered, thinking it felt wonderful, extremely wonderful indeed. Cultivating with a system, living with a companion cultivator, this was truly the life of immortals. Haha, Xiaoling, let's go. Quickly take me to see it. Yi Wuxiao noticed Dalong's expression, laughed joyfully, then asked Ku Xiaoling to show her the magic of the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower. Sister, this way. Ku Xiaoling also smiled, stood up, and led Yi Wuxiao toward the cultivation chamber. When Yi Wuxiao passed through the formation and entered the cultivation chamber, she shared the same amazement as Ku Xiaoling upon first seeing Li Dalong's cultivation room. Never would she have imagined such dense immortal energy here. Upon entering the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower, she was curious, though with her prior experience, she maintained a calmer demeanor since she had already seen many precious treasures. While sitting cross-legged and practicing her technique, she was again stunned. The clear sensation of her cultivation advancing so rapidly almost caused her to gasp in shock. Even cultivating on the best spiritual vein of Xiuxian couldn't match such a speed. Let alone the spiritual energy produced here was so vibrant, so easy to absorb and refine. She immediately became immersed in the joy of cultivation, reluctant to stop. Li Dalong did not enter the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower himself, continuing to sit in the living room sipping his enlightenment tea while waiting for them to come out. An hour later, he sent them all mental messages, Yunyao and Xudianlong, and also the two goddesses, asking them to exit, intending for Yi Wuxiao to meet Xudianlong and his mother. Since Yi Wuxiao had come, it was only proper for her to meet several of his most important loved ones. After receiving Li Dalong's spiritual message, Yunyao and Xudianlong quickly stopped their practice and exited. Senior brother, do you need anything? Yunyao arrived at the living room and asked Li Dalong. Nephew, come, sit down first. I'll introduce you to my other cultivation partner, Yi Wuxiao. Coincidentally, she came today. Xiuxian was also brought to Xiuxian by her. Li Dalong smiled at the mother and son. Senior brother, that's great. It's about time you started a family. Yunyao happily responded when she heard that another of his cultivation partners had arrived. I've asked Xiaoling to show her the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower. They'll come out soon. Here, first drink a cup of enlightenment tea, Li Dalong said with a smile. Great. Thank you, senior aunt. They waited a while longer, until both Ku Xiaoling and Yi Wuxiao exited the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower one after the other. Yi Wuxiao came out of the cultivation chamber excitedly, initially happy and ready to speak to Li Dalong, but when she saw two unfamiliar people in the living room, she felt a bit puzzled. When Li Dalong saw Yi Wuxiao walk in, he waved her over and, taking her hand, pointed toward a beautiful woman. Come, let me introduce you. This is my junior brother's wife, Yunyao. Junior sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Yi Wuxiao smiled slightly at Yunyao as a greeting. Then he pointed at a handsome young man and said to Yi Wuxiao, this is my nephew, also Xiaoxia's younger brother, Xudianlong. You can just call him Tianlong from now on. Tianlong, nice to meet you. Yi Wuxiao nodded at Xudianlong, giving him a greeting as well. Senior madam. Xudianlong also stood up and bowed respectfully. Turning to Yunyao, he continued, this is my cultivation partner, Yi Wuxiao. It was her who brought Xiuxian into Xiuxian. Yunyao is very grateful to Madame Wuxia for taking care of Xiuxian. On her behalf, I must express my thanks. Yunyao hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yi Wuxia in gratitude. Hearing herself being addressed as Madam by Yunyao and Senior Madam by Zudianlong, Yi Wuxia's face turned red, even her ears flushed. It was the first time in her life that someone had called her Madam or Senior Madam. I. Yi Wuxia, no longer as confident as before, unconsciously tightened her grip on Li Dalong's hand, not knowing what to say, stammering awkwardly. Li Dalong gently patted Yi Wuxia's hand to comfort her, smiling as he said, "It's okay. We're all family now. Tianlong and the others just ascended not long ago, so I've asked them to cultivate here. You're all my family, and you will have plenty of time to get along in the future. Junior sister-in-law, Tianlong, we just met, and this is a gift for you," Yi Wuxia said calmly, though she had higher cultivation, since both were related to Li Dalong. She reached into her storage ring and pulled out 2 high-grade immortal swords, handing one to each. These were high-grade immortal swords. Only someone like Yi Wuxia, the direct daughter of Zhengqi Sect leader, could afford to casually give away 2 high-grade immortal swords. These are too valuable, we cannot accept them. Yunyao, although of much lower cultivation, could immediately tell the swords were exceptional and hurriedly declined the gift. Chapter 237, wanting to go to the seaside. This is a gift for you, so just accept it, Yi Wuxia said when she saw Yunyao declining. Seeing that they were hesitating, Li Dalong spoke to Yunyao. Little sister-in-law, since Wuxia is giving it to you and Tianlong, you two might as well accept it. It's just a small gesture of goodwill on her part. In that case, thank you, elder sister. Yunyao, seeing that Li Dalong also encouraged them to accept the gift, quickly thanked them and took the 2 top-grade immortal swords. Seeing Yunyao had accepted her gift, Yi Wuxia smiled joyfully. Now that Wuxia has come here, Li Dalong addressed the group. I've gathered everyone together to get acquainted. Yunyao and Tianlong will need Wuxia's guidance in the future. They've only recently ascended, and their cultivation level is still low. There's much about the path of cultivation you don't know yet, so you two should also seek advice from Wuxia and Xiaoling. For now, we should focus on our cultivation and improve our cultivation levels as soon as possible, Li Dalong continued. Alright, Yunyao and Tianlong, you two should go and cultivate for a while. Once your power improves a little, go on training expeditions with the senior and junior disciples of the sect. Merely burying yourself in cultivation all the time is not beneficial for future development. You must turn your strength into actual combat ability, especially for Tianlong. While cultivating your power, cultivating your heart and mind is equally important. Li Dalong instructed Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong to cultivate first, and then go out for training with other disciples. Senior Xiuxian, elder sister Cao Sagas. Yunyao bowed to Li Dalong, Yi Wuxia, and Ku Xiaoling before taking Zhou Tianlong back to the Xuanhuan cultivation tower for closed-door cultivation. After over a year of cultivation, both of them advanced to the middle stage of Earth Immortal. After Yunyao and her son had left, Li Dalong turned to Yi Wuxia and asked, Wuxia, do you want to continue meditating inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower for a while, or do you have other plans? Yi Wuxia thought for a moment. Although the Xuanhuan cultivation tower was a very good place for cultivation and could rapidly increase her cultivation power, after meditating for over a year and just coming out of retreat, she didn't want to retreat again right away. Anyway, she could always use the tower later. No, I'm getting bored with constant retreats. Dalong, I want you to come out with me and take a walk. It's so boring staying in the cultivation room all day. After speaking, she gazed at Li Dalong with anticipation, hoping he would agree. As soon as Yi Wuxia mentioned wanting to go out and play, Ku Xiaoling also felt a tinge of interest. Having been in retreat for such a long time, it was natural for a young girl to want to get out and breathe some fresh air. Li Dalong paused and thought for a while, then nodded, agreeing to Yi Wuxia's request. Yes, thank you, Dalong. Seeing Li Dalong had agreed, Yi Wuxia happily jumped up, then gave him a strong kiss on the face before turning around and grabbing Ku Xiaoling's hand. Little sister, let's go together. Looking at Yi Wuxia's happy face, Li Dalong smiled slightly and shook his head. He was starting to get used to her frank, unrestrained personality. So where are we going? Is there any particular place you'd like to go? Li Dalong asked. I haven't decided yet. Let me think, Yi Wuxia replied. Haha, then you can think first. Xiaoling, do you have somewhere in mind? Li Dalong then turned to ask Ku Xiaoling. I can just follow you too. Let big sister Wuxia decide, Ku Xiaoling said with a smile. Yi Wuxia thought with her head lowered for a while before declaring. I've made up my mind. This time, let's go to the seaside. I've never even been to an island yet. I've heard from the senior and junior apprentices that they've been to Ryu Island, and it's said to have an extraordinary scenery, Yi Wuxia said excitedly. Ryu Island? Li Dalong wasn't familiar with Ryu Island, but hearing the name, the Forgotten Sea, made him aware it couldn't be a safe or blessed place. He hesitated. This was supposed to be a casual trip, not a venture into danger. Still, since Yi Wuxia had suggested it, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. After Ku Xiaoling sent a voice transmission to her mother to say goodbye, the three immediately set out on a spur-of-the-moment journey, flying skyward from the courtyard on their flying swords, heading in the direction of Ryu Island. It was more than 20,000 li from Yunxia Sect to the seaside near Ryu Island, but flying directly, there would still be fast enough. They planned to first reach the seaside and then board a sea vessel to go further out to the island. Usually, people chose to take a sea vessel rather than fly there on their flying swords. The sea was filled with fierce sea beasts and violent storms. Only large, top-grade immortal ship-class vessels with strong defenses could withstand towering waves and huge, dangerous sea creatures. It was even said that sea beasts at the divine beast level existed deep in the ocean. Therefore, most people opted to travel aboard large ships owned by major powers. Some arrogant cultivators, relying on their high cultivation level, attempted to fly straight to the island using their swords, but were never seen again, vanishing somewhere in the vast ocean. The three flew forward chatting and laughing, and after flying for a whole day, they began to feel a bit bored. They chose a small town to land in and decided to continue their journey on foot. After half a day's rest in the small town, they set off along the official road heading toward the seaside. They walked slowly, pausing often. Whenever there was a beautiful landscape or a legend heard in the villages, Xiuxian would curiously explore, for this was her first time experiencing the life of common mortals, and everything felt fresh and exciting. Li Dalong and Ku Xiaoling followed behind, letting her lead the way. This was their first trip since their relationship had been openly acknowledged. Deep down, Li Dalong carried a sense of guilt toward Xiuxian, while Ku Xiaoling would follow Li Dalong wherever he went. Thus, after about a month of travel, they finally saw the sea. Xiuxian and Ku Xiaoling excitedly rushed toward the shore, chasing the waves, running, and playing on the beach. Looking at the sea, Li Dalong realized this ocean was vastly different from the one in his previous life. The seaside town was extremely prosperous. In the distance, the massive ships at the dock looked truly awe-inspiring, real leviathans of the sea. The largest cargo ships from the Blue Planet, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, would look tiny compared to these ships, which were at least twice as large. From afar, they resembled giant islands floating on the water. Installed on their front and rear decks were numerous devices, likely the weapons of these ships. Moreover, the waves here were unusually high. Though a gentle sea breeze was blowing, the ocean's surface was turbulent and wild. Not a single seabird flew above the water. After the two women had played until they were tired, they all went together to a restaurant in the town to taste the local delicacies. At the same time, they gathered some information about the sea. Of course, they could also spend some spirit stones at the Treasures Pavilion to purchase what they needed. In this important town linking the mainland and the islands, the Treasures Pavilion naturally wouldn't miss such a strategic location. Here, they could acquire cheap oceanic specialties and rare sea-grown spirit herbs, offering valuable intelligence, equipment, pills, and talismans to cultivators setting out to sea. The pavilion made a profit selling gear before the cultivators departed, and another profit when they bought back their spoils upon their return, earning money from both ends. Chapter 238, Sailing Out to Sea. The three of them sitting at one table also attracted the attention of other patrons in the tavern. This was mainly due to the striking presence of Xiuxian and Ku Xiaoling, whose beauty and ethereal charm stood out immensely. However, Li Dalong and his companions paid no mind to the glances of other drinkers, continuing to enjoy the delicacies of the sea while overhearing various conversations from the other patrons. Most of the topics discussed among the drinkers revolved around recent strange and unusual happenings, with the main points of discussion centering on the Sea of Oblivion and the Island of Sun and Moon. Have you guys heard about it? Lately, something big seems to be stirring in the Sea of Oblivion. There have already been several major battles between cultivators and sea demons, resulting in many deaths on both sides. One patron whispered mysteriously. You mean that legendary cultivation master's legacy said to lie deep in the Sea of Oblivion? Another asked in surprise. I've heard rumors it contains long-lost ancient cultivation techniques and sacred artifacts, and there have long been many cultivators and sea demons searching for it. The first patron looked a bit proud as he said, looks like everyone already knows about this rumor. It said this time things have blown up pretty big. So big that even the sects on the Island of Sun and Moon have been stirred up. They've already dispatched a group of cultivators to investigate. You know about something this important? Li Dalong asked curiously. The first patron chuckled smugly. Haha, of course we common folk don't dare to pry into matters concerning sea demons and the sections. These messages all come from cultivators and sea demons who came down from the Island of Sun and Moon themselves, and we overheard them while having drinks and chats here. Oh, you overheard this just by chatting here over drinks? I thought you had some exclusive source, Xiuxian replied with a disappointed look. The second patron sighed slightly and said, Miss, you probably don't know this, but the information the cultivators and sea demons circulate typically originates from others who've returned from the Island of Sun and Moon. The information is generally pretty reliable, but such a legacy is not something we ordinary cultivators can get involved in. We wouldn't be able to hold on to it, even if we got it. Oh, I see, Xiuxian said, suddenly enlightened. So it seems quite a few people must already know about this master's legacy on the Island of Sun and Moon. Of course, there's no such thing as a secret that doesn't leak out. Now the entire town and the Island of Sun and Moon have pretty much caught wind of it, the first patron said proudly. After hearing what the drinkers were talking about, Xiuxian and Ku Xiaoling became rather curious, and began discussing whether or not they should go and explore the legendary legacy at the Sea of Oblivion. Li Dalong wasn't particularly interested in legacies. His cultivation techniques were already top tier, and all he lacked is time. He was also skeptical about whether this supposed legacy even existed. Even if it did, in the end, it would be the big sects fighting over it, leaving little chance for ordinary cultivators. Xiuxian, however, found such adventurous and thrilling things appealing and expressed her desire to go have a look. We'll see, Li Dalong thought to himself, considering whether he should go ashore later. He was also a bit worried that Xiuxian might get herself into trouble out of curiosity. After finishing their meal in the tavern and staying for a while, Li Dalong took the two women to the local branch of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in this seaside town. where he spent 500 mid-grade Zhengqi to purchase maps of the coastal waters and the island of Sun and Moon. True to form, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not shy about overcharging, boasting that these maps were the newest, most detailed, and most complete. Then they went to the docks and booked 3 cabins for passage to the island of Sun and Moon. This time, Li Dalong didn't hesitate. He reserved a high-quality private cabin on the upper deck, which cost a total of 6,000 top-grade xuanhuan. Luckily, the departure was set for the next morning. Under normal conditions, it would take 7 days to cross the sea. If they encountered bad weather, the voyage would be extended. After spending one night at the inn, the 3 walked through the streets sampling snacks from roadside vendors, giving Li Dalong a nostalgic feeling of the street food alleys he used to pass by on his way to work in a past life. After eating, they boarded the ship early. Although the ticket was expensive, the service was excellent. Upon showing their tickets at the dock, a cultivation servant from the ship escorted them all the way directly to their cabin. What struck Li Dalong as a sign of the dangers at sea was that even the guides on the dock who were leading passengers onto the ship possessed cultivation levels at the Xiuxian Immortal realm. This clearly showed how tough it was to make a living on the Sea of Oblivion. Along the way, all the cultivators boarding the ship were at least at the Heaven Immortal realm. Most of them traveled in small groups of 3 to 5, forming teams together. The cabin itself was decently arranged, although obviously not comparable to accommodations on land. Every inch of space on a ship was valuable, and not a bit of it was wasted. Originally meant for 4 people, the cabin now housed only the 3 of them, so the space didn't feel cramped. While the 3 sat inside their cabin, drinking tea and chatting, afternoon arrived. The massive transport ship finished preparations and raised anchor, officially setting out on its journey across the open sea. After the ship left the dock, a transparent protective barrier slowly rose from the control room atop the vessel, enveloping the entire ship before gradually adjusting course and sailing out to the open sea. As the speed steadily increased and reached cruising speed, the 2 women could no longer tolerate the stuffiness inside the cabin and went up to the deck to enjoy the sea view. Seeing the vast ocean for the first time, they were filled with joy, repeatedly pointing at the spectacular sight of the giant ship cutting through towering waves. With the support of formation techniques, although the sea was stormy, the ship remained steady, as the entire vessel was inscribed with protective formations. This sea route was operated by the Yunxia Sect, a mid-tier faction that ranked within the top 10 in the Immortal realm. Only such a powerful sect could construct and operate massive sea vessels. Each voyage consumed a tremendous amount of xuanhuan, an expense that ordinary sects could not afford. Of course, monopolizing this route also brought in considerable profits. It was said that each ship had an elder on board at the Deluo Jingxian level, which was why the route had maintained its safety for many years. An elder at the Deluo Jingxian level was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in the Immortal realm. Naturally, Xiuxian did not reveal her identity. If she had, the ship's officer would certainly have invited her to the VIP lounge. As the daughter of the sect leader of the Unqi Immortal Sect, and with her father Xiuxian being the de facto leader of the Immortal Realm Alliance, she certainly deserved the highest level of hospitality from the Zhengqi Sect. There were also many first-time travelers on the deck, curiously gazing at the boundless ocean. After watching for a while, the 2 women gradually lost the initial novelty of the experience. After all, as far as the eye could see, there were only waves and more waves, not even a single bird in the sky. After a while, they grew tired of the endless view. Returning to the cabin, Li Dalong casually set up a small isolation formation, then took out some monkey wine, and the 3 began drinking. Once the initial excitement passed, the 3 found themselves growing bored inside the cabin, and had no choice but to spend their time cultivating. Chapter 239, Arrival at the Sun and Moon Island. This sea voyage went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. 7 days later, an apprentice from the ship came to notify them that they could disembark. The final destination of this route was the city of Baihai, the largest city on Sun and Moon Island. It was home to 70% of the island's population, with the remaining 30% scattered among various small towns on the island. Therefore, only Baihai had a large port, serving as the main hub for sea routes to the continent, and it was an extremely prosperous city. In addition, sea beasts, immortal herbs, and rare ores that were specialties of the Forgotten Sea were relatively cheaper here than on the mainland. Almost all the cultivators who traveled from the continent to venture deep into the Forgotten Sea also gathered here. The high population caused the city to become a chaotic place filled with both good and evil. Although fighting was forbidden within the city walls, making it relatively safe inside, the area outside the city was extremely dangerous, where murder and robbery were commonplace. The trio disembarked along with the crowd and followed the map they had purchased from Lingbao Pavilion. The guidebook recommended finding an inn to stay temporarily and learning more about the situation before leaving the city. For those with limited power, it even suggested considerately that they should not venture outside at all. Indeed, there were even cultivators who specialized in hunting those who ventured into the sea just outside the city gates. They particularly liked to hunt cultivators returning from sea voyages because one successful ambush could sustain them for years. Besides, returning cultivators were often easy prey. Some were badly injured while others had just gone through exhausting battles and had exhausted all their talismans and equipment, making them extremely vulnerable. Li Dalong led the 2 directly towards the largest inn in the city, Yueli Inn. Upon arriving at the entrance, the innkeeper's apprentice greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Esteemed seniors, welcome. Are you looking for lodging? Do you have independent courtyards available? We would like to rent a separate courtyard." Li Dalong politely asked the apprentice. Yes. The apprentice eagerly replied, visibly excited to hear they wanted a private courtyard. If Li Dalong's group rented one, he would definitely earn a generous bonus at the end of the month. Take us to see it then, Li Dalong said. Esteemed seniors, please, follow me. The apprentice carefully led the way, guiding Li Dalong and his companions toward the backyard. After passing through the lobby and entering the courtyard through a side door, they discovered it was unexpectedly large, featuring a small lake spanning several acres with over a dozen private courtyards scattered around its perimeter. The apprentice led them to one of the farthest lakeside courtyards. Quiet and elegant, it immediately enchanted Yunxia. As they approached the gate, she happily said, "Big dragon, let's pick this courtyard." "Fine, as long as you like it," Li Dalong replied with a smile. "We'll take this one," Li Dalong told the apprentice. "This courtyard is the best private courtyard in our Yulian," the apprentice respectfully explained. "It has 8 rooms, including a cultivation room, reception room, living quarters, and dining area, fully equipped. You can order spirit food each day via the jade tablet by the door, and it will be delivered right to you. The price is only 500 middle-grade spirit stones per day. We also have a special offer where staying 10 days grants you 1 extra day free of charge." "All right, we'll book it for 10 days first. Here are the spirit stones." Saying so, Li Dalong handed over a storage ring. The apprentice joyfully accepted the ring, checked the number of spirit stones with his spiritual sense, and finding no problem, handed the jade token controlling the courtyard to Li Dalong. From this moment on, the courtyard would belong to Li Dalong's group for the next 11 days. After the happy apprentice left, Li Dalong activated the courtyard's defensive formation with the control jade token. He then led the 2 girls to check every room. Finding such a nice place on the island was truly great, making Yulian live up to its reputation as the best inn on the island. After being confined to a narrow cabin for 7 days aboard the ship, the 3 felt a bit stifled. Now with their feet firmly on solid ground, a comforting feeling returned. Yunxia couldn't wait to get out after settling in and immediately dragged xiuxian outside to go shopping. With no choice, Li Dalong followed the 2 girls outside to enjoy the local scenery of this island city. The streets were bustling with crowds and vibrant with activity. The shops lining both sides of the street were thriving with customers, many of whom were cultivators. The goods here were unique to the island, mostly specialties from the sea and surrounding islands. In comparison, mainland goods sold here were quite expensive. At this moment, Yunxia and xiuxian displayed the shopping enthusiasm typical of women. As they strolled along, anything they liked was immediately bought. Delicacies made from sea beast cores, seashells, oceanic spiritual herbs, and even immortal artifacts uniquely crafted on the island. This lavish shopping spree naturally caught the attention of certain individuals. However, being newcomers unfamiliar with the area, the 3 were oblivious to these details. This shopping spree had indeed cost a large amount of spirit stones, naturally drawing envy from certain cultivators watching them. Unoccupied, Xiaoling, we've already been shopping for 2 hours. I'm starting to feel hungry. How about we find a place to rest? Li Dalong suggested while looking at a tavern by the roadside. Great idea. Let's go to that one. Coincidentally, there was a tavern not far ahead, and Yunxia and xiuxian said simultaneously. After entering the tavern, the trio randomly ordered several dishes. There were quite a few cultivators inside as well, all engaged in conversations, most discussing inheritance opportunities, while others shared unusual stories they encountered both at sea and on the island. While tasting their meals, the 3 also listened to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, one cultivator approached their table with a smile and said, "You 3 must be new arrivals. I've never seen your faces before." Li Dalong glanced at him. A late celestial immortal realm cultivator. Li Dalong couldn't even be bothered to reply. He released his aura, displaying the pressure of an early golden immortal realm cultivator toward the man. The man was startled and swallowed back the words he was about to say. Now aware that Li Dalong was no easy target, the man turned around and left unhappily. Seeing his decent reaction, Li Dalong didn't bother him further and let him leave. The trio didn't think much of it and continued their meal. However, they didn't notice a group of cultivators outside the tavern had been watching them for quite some time. Seeing the 3 calmly enjoying their wine and meals, one of the cultivators entered the tavern and pretended to walk past their table. While passing, he secretly released an odorless and colorless special powder toward xiuxian. Thanks to his skillful technique and the powder's secrecy, even the usually cautious Li Dalong failed to detect this individual's covert action. As the 3 exited the tavern, this group immediately sent someone to follow them. To prevent the trio from discovering this, the stalkers used a rotating monitoring strategy and followed them all the way to the Yulian. Chapter 240, Robbers on the Road. It didn't take them much effort to figure out the courtyard where Li Dalong and his companions were staying. However, it was inconvenient to make a move within the city, especially near the Yulian, so they stationed people outside the inn to watch. As soon as Li Dalong and his group left the city, they planned to capture the 3. For 3 consecutive days, Yunxia dragged xiuxian all over the city, shopping and exploring. The 2 women enjoyed themselves immensely, but Li Dalong was worn out, nearly exhausted to the point of madness. In the meantime, he did manage to purchase a spirit boat from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, which they intended to use for their upcoming sea voyage. The bandits waiting impatiently for them to leave the city were growing increasingly furious. Their predicament was even worse than Li Dalong's. They had to track the group while avoiding detection, and while Li Dalong and the others could rest, the bandits could not. After the 5th day, the 2 women had finally visited all the streets that interested them. That night, they discussed with Li Dalong their sea travel route. Li Dalong himself wanted to check out the nearby waters. There were many small islands scattered across the sea, many of them uninhabited. However, he agreed with Wuxia and Xiuxian to only explore waters near the Sun and Moon Islands and not venture into the open ocean. The next morning, the three of them enjoyed a fine meal provided by the inn before departing together from Blue Sea City. The city had 4 gates, north, south, east, and west, and they chose the southern gate. Once they exited the city gate, they quickly reached the seashore. Li Dalong retrieved his newly purchased spirit boat and quickly activated it with a spell formation. The boat expanded rapidly, reaching a length of 30 zhang and a width of 3 zhang. It came equipped with both defensive and offensive formations, and among the small-sized spirit boats on the market, it was the most expensive, worth as much as 300,000 top-grade immortal stones. The group of cultivators trailing them saw Li Dalong pulling out such a valuable boat, and their eyes gleamed with greed. In their eyes, the three were clearly rich and helpless prey, fat sheep. As the trio was preparing to board the boat, the robbers rushed forth, surrounding both the boat and its occupants. The leader was a cultivator with a gloomy expression. He stared at Li Dalong's group with ill intent and said, "You three stop right there. We've been watching you for a long time. You really tested our patience by not coming out until now, wasting all these days of waiting." Li Dalong and his companions immediately understood. They had been marked by these bandits. "What do you want?" Li Dalong asked, clearly displeased. "What do we want? Hand over all your valuables, or don't blame us for being ruthless." The gloomy-faced cultivator said coldly. "You want things? On what basis? Just because of you few?" Li Dalong glanced over the surrounding people with his divine sense, then snorted in disdain, expressing his contempt. "You dare to talk like that? Well, then we'll teach you a lesson. Today, you're not leaving here alive," the dark leader shouted angrily. "If you want us to stay, you better prove you have the ability to make us." Li Dalong taunted, simultaneously using his divine sense to assess the strength of the enemy, searching for a strategy to defeat them. "Stubborn fool, kill the man, and take the 2 women as furnace maidens for us to enjoy." The gloomy leader laughed viciously, turning to the rest of his gang. "Ha, you're asking for death." Li Dalong wasn't the only one angry. Wuxia was also beyond furious. Her eyes burned with killing intent. The peaceful mood they had earlier had been ruined by these robbers, and now they had the audacity to target her with such vulgar intentions. "Dare to lay a hand on this old lady? I'll make you pay with your lives." A fierce wind howled, and the sea waves surged violently. Li Dalong and the other 2 stood upon the spirit boat, facing off against the band of cultivators. The air seemed to freeze, and the tension between the 2 sides was palpable. Li Dalong looked coldly at the bandits, without wasting another word. He activated his immortal energy with a flick of his divine sense, which flowed rapidly through his meridians. Instantly, dragon-scale armor covered his body, and his left hand summoned the star god shield, which quickly grew in size as he injected more energy into it, protecting all 3. His right hand formed a seal, ready to release a powerful spell. At the same time, Wuxia and Xiuxian also prepared for battle. Their flying swords appeared in their hands, their gazes filled with rage and determination. "Brothers, attack!" The gloomy leader shouted, and immediately his gang launched a coordinated attack against Li Dalong's group. The cultivators simultaneously released pre-prepared spells, sending dazzling and powerful magical attacks flying through the air toward them. Li Dalong sneered. He activated the defensive formations on the spirit boat and simultaneously unleashed a powerful counterattack. Brilliant golden light shimmered over the boat, blocking all enemy spells effortlessly. Wuxia and Xiuxian also displayed astonishing strength. Their flying swords weaved through the spirit boat's attacks as they sent divine messages to Li Dalong, informing him of their enemy's weak points. Their strikes were precise and lethal, forcing 2 weaker bandits into a state of constant desperation. Under the fierce assault from Li Dalong, Wuxia, and Xiuxian, the robbers struggled to hold their ground. Li Dalong focused entirely on controlling the spirit boat and the star god shield to block enemy attacks, while simultaneously using his green rainbow sword to engage the strongest bandit, the gloomy-faced man. More than 10 cultivators clashed violently back and forth, sending seawater surging in all directions. The impact of their spiritual power caused ripples in the Shikong. Since Li Dalong, Wuxia, and Xiuxian were greatly advantaged by the spirit boat's defensive capabilities, Wuxia and Xiuxian only needed to raise a spiritual shield and concentrate solely on attacking without worrying about defense, allowing them to fight with complete abandon. Under their joint assault, one of the lewd bandits was injured by Xiaoling's flying sword. At the moment he slowed down from the injury, Wuxia seized the fleeting opportunity and drove her sword straight through his throat. A blood-splattered head flew high into the sky. The bandit only felt a sharp pain in his throat before the world spun around him, and then nothing followed. After one of their own was slain, the robbers' attacks faltered slightly. Li Dalong seized this chance immediately. One of the weaker bandits, intimidated by Wuxia's ruthlessness, hesitated momentarily, and his attack stalled. In that brief instant, Li Dalong's green rainbow sword left its battle with the gloomy leader and arrived in a flash, piercing straight through the bandit's chest from behind. The corpse dropped with a splash into the dark green sea water. The deaths of 2 men in quick succession darkened the gloomy leader's expression further. He hadn't expected Li Dalong and his companions to be this formidable. First, they needed to break through this damn turtle shell of theirs. What surprised him was that Li Dalong and his companions had enough resources to purchase a high-grade spirit boat that ordinary cultivators could barely dream of, rendering their earlier attacks ineffective. Looks like it would cost him dearly today. Suppressing his reluctance, he painfully retrieved a spirit talisman from his storage ring. When Li Dalong saw the talisman appear in the gloomy leader's hand, his eyelid couldn't help but twitch. Knowing that a talisman brought out at such a moment must be no ordinary item, he became cautious. He immediately sent a divine message to the two women, urging them to move behind him quickly. Simultaneously, he deployed a spiritual shield around all three and activated the Star God Shield to tightly guard them. Chapter 241, Life and Death Struggle. Li Dalong braced himself for the attack from the Unqi man's talismans. Unqi controlled the talismans with his spiritual awareness, sending them flying toward Li Dalong and the two women. The talismans transformed into white fireballs that rapidly expanded, and upon reaching above the trio, collided with the protective shield of their spirit boat. The impact triggered a tremendous explosion. The surrounding seawater instantly vaporized into a mist that blanketed the entire sea area. A fierce sea breeze soon dispersed the mist, revealing their damaged spirit boat. Li Dalong's Star God Shield also bore several cracks from the explosion. Affected by the shield's damage, Li Dalong's internal organs were injured, and he spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Taking advantage of the trio's exposure without the boat's protective shield, Unqi led the remaining men to launch a fierce joint attack. Spells, talismans, and flying swords all rained down on them. Li Dalong was now desperately fending off attacks from left and right. Faced with their coordinated assault, he inevitably missed some strikes aimed at the two women. Now the two women also had to focus on defense instead of attacking as they did before, significantly reducing their offensive efficiency, which added more pressure to Li Dalong. While defending against Unqi's attacks, Li Dalong also used his spiritual awareness to observe the ongoing fight between the other men and Wuxia and Xiuxian, searching for an opportunity to kill another opponent. Gradually feeling the rapid depletion of his immortal energy, Li Dalong did his best to block all the attacks, and mentally signaled the two women to focus their attacks solely on the weakest cultivator among them, a man in green robes. He then concentrated his attention on this green-robed opponent. A few breaths later, another opportunity arose. Under the joint attack of Wuxia and Xiuxian, the green-robed man began showing signs of strain. His defense became increasingly difficult as his spiritual energy was quickly drained. When his reaction slowed down due to energy depletion, Li Dalong seized the moment. With one swing of the heaven-sundering sword, he cleaved the green-robed man from the back, splitting him in half. His body splashed onto the sea surface and disappeared instantly into the murky green water. Seeing yet another junior brother killed by Li Dalong, Unqi was so furious that his liver and gallbladder seemed to burst. His eyes turned blood red, glaring fiercely at Li Dalong. If looks could kill, Li Dalong would have been dead countless times. Unqi simultaneously transmitted a mental warning to his remaining juniors to be cautious while launching a full-force attack against Li Dalong. Now, he abandoned the thought of capturing them alive. His only goal was to completely eliminate all three and thus quench his hatred. The battle entered its most intense phase. Realizing that victory was unlikely with only their current strength, Unqi decided to unleash his last resort, the summoning of a beast. As his incantation fell, a gigantic beast rose from the ocean and lunged toward Li Dalong and his companions. Its thunderous roar shook the air, and its powerful energy waves sent chills through the bravest souls. However, Li Dalong was not intimidated by the beast's might. He smirked coldly and quickly formed hand seals, preparing a powerful spell. Gathering all his spiritual energy, he launched a counterattack at the beast. The collision of the magical energy between the spell and the beast created a massive shockwave that instantly caused the surrounding ocean to surge into waves dozens of zhang high. Li Dalong and the two women were thrown backward dozens of zhang by the shockwave. The beast also was hurled back into the sea, creating a massive whirlpool. Afraid that Li Dalong and the two women might escape, Unqi rushed forward as the trio were blasted away, while the beast emerged again from the sea surface, charging toward them at high speed. It opened its mouth and swallowed a large amount of immortal spiritual energy along with seawater, causing its body to visibly swell. An intense sense of danger filled Li Dalong's heart. Bad. It's going to self-destruct. Li Dalong quickly pulled the two women and sped backward, attempting to dodge the beast's suicidal explosion. However, Unqi was already prepared. He directed his remaining juniors and used their flying swords to block Li Dalong's retreat path. Li Dalong had no choice but to clash head-on with one of the black-robed men's swords to break free from the encirclement. Although the black-robed man failed to completely trap Li Dalong, he successfully delayed him for a few seconds. The beast's energy buildup reached critical levels, and an even more violent explosion erupted outward with extreme speed. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the sea surface, rushing toward the three. Li Dalong attempted to evade at high speed. Though he managed to avoid the center of the explosion, the edge of the mushroom cloud still grazed him. Instantly, the Star God Shield lost its magical vitality, shrinking back into a small shield in his hand. Their spiritual protective barriers shattered like paper scraps in a storm, and Li Dalong spat blood 3 chi out of his mouth. The three of them were flung backward like discarded puppets, thrown another 100 meters away. Unqi and his men had already prepared for this, retreating quickly before the beast's self-destruction and were thus unaffected. After the shockwave passed, the sea's surface calmed, and the beast had completely vanished. Immediately after the explosion, Unqi led his men forward once again, aiming to deliver a deadly blow to the injured trio. Although Li Dalong, Wuxia, and Xiuxian had been injured and had expended most of their strength in the harrowing battle, they remained alert, staring intently at Unqi and his men, ready for another attack. However, Yi and his men had already been deeply shaken by Li Dalong's immense power and had completely lost the courage to fight again. After exchanging glances, they decided to retreat. Li Dalong saw the hesitation in their eyes and knew that the three of them were also nearing their limits. Still, he wanted to frighten them further. "Let's go," Yi hissed, and his men immediately withdrew. Seeing their enemies retreat, Li Dalong and his companions finally exhaled in relief. However, they failed to notice that as Yi turned to escape, he flicked a small black insect from his sleeve, which vanished into the murky green seawater. Then, they fled from the area at maximum speed, leaving behind the remnants of a heart-stopping battle. Li Dalong, Xiuxian, and Ku Xiaoling relaxed their guard, knowing the fight was finally over. As they watched Yi and his men disappear into the distance, relief and lingering fear filled their hearts. Yet, misfortune still struck. Suddenly, Ku Xiaoling let out a sharp cry of pain and instantly lost consciousness, collapsing backward into the sea. Xiuxian was startled and instinctively reached out, grabbing Ku Xiaoling before she could fall into the water. At that moment, Ku Xiaoling's lips had turned black, her eyes tightly shut. Her body convulsed continuously, foam drooled from her mouth, and her heartbeat gradually slowed. Li Dalong quickly caught Ku Xiaoling in his arms and examined her condition. He felt her life force rapidly fading, her pulse weakening and continuing to decline. Immediately, he used the last reserves of his immortal energy to stabilize her heartbeat. He guided his immortal energy into Ku Xiaoling's body for inspection. Her heart meridian had been overtaken by a dark energy, slowly corroding her body and meridians. At that moment, Li Dalong was unaware that a small black insect with multiple mouthparts was still embedded in her calf, injecting venom into her body. Once the toxin was fully injected, the insect immediately died, released its grip, and fell into the ocean. Chapter 242. Ku Xiaoling is poisoned. Li Dalong guessed that Ku Xiaoling had been poisoned upon observing the condition inside her body. With a thought, he retrieved a detoxification pill from his system space, a reward from daily check-ins, and placed it into Ku Xiaoling's mouth, for she had already lost the ability to swallow on her own. Li Dalong pried open Ku Xiaoling's mouth with his tongue and placed the detox pill into her mouth. Then, with a press of his immortal energy, he sent it down her throat into the stomach and used his xianli to help her refine and absorb the pill, easing the assault of the poison. However, this only temporarily suppressed the poison. This place was still unsafe. Those people might come back unexpectedly, which would be troublesome. Li Dalong hurriedly called on Xiuxian, carrying Ku Xiaoling as they flew rapidly toward the Blue Sea City. Fortunately, they were not far from the city. When they began to feel fatigued, they had already returned to the city. Upon entering, Li Dalong carried Ku Xiaoling and rushed toward the Yulian. Back at the courtyard of the inn, Li Dalong immediately arranged top-grade immortal stones into a spirit-gathering formation inside the room, then told Xiuxian to sit in meditation quickly to recover her xianli. As for himself, he simultaneously refined xianli from the formation, guarded Ku Xiaoling's heart meridian with his xianli, and guided the refinement and absorption of the detox pill, all while using xianli. At this moment, he was multitasking in 3 ways, and his face grew increasingly pale. Xiuxian followed Li Dalong's instructions and concentrated on cultivation to restore her xianli. She understood that this was a moment when she must obey his command. For now, the safety of all 3 rested on her shoulders. She had to recover her strength in the shortest possible time. Of course, she could also ask the Yunxia Sect and her father for help. There was also a Yunxia Sect office and businesses on the Sun Moon Island, but at this moment, before her powers were restored, it wasn't time yet to seek aid, and she needed to consult Li Dalong first and decide accordingly. At this moment, Li Dalong was preoccupied with nothing else. He had neither the time nor the energy to think of other things. His full attention was devoted to suppressing and removing the poison in Ku Xiaoling. He had to both absorb and refine Xianling's retreat while protecting Ku Xiaoling's heart meridian and helping her detoxify. Much of the xianli he refined was consumed within Ku Xiaoling's body, so his xianli recovered very slowly. At the same time, his spiritual awareness was continuously depleting without any chance to replenish. Through his efforts, the detox pill was fully refined, and Ku Xiaoling's physical condition finally stabilized. In other words, a delicate balance had formed between the poison's damage and the combined xianli of Li Dalong and Ku Xiaoling's own residual xianli. Neither side was able to overwhelm the other. At this point, Li Dalong felt slightly relieved. Carefully maintaining this equilibrium, he began to accelerate the engine of his cultivation technique to speed up his physical recovery. Benefiting from the spirit-gathering array formed by high-quality immortal stones arranged by Li Dalong, the Xinling Qi within the courtyard was dense, so Xiuxian recovered much faster than usual. When Li Dalong had stabilized the poison inside Ku Xiaoling's body, Xiuxian had already completely restored her xianli, which had been nearly drained. Then, without disturbing Li Dalong, she quietly sat nearby, guarding the 2 of them. 5 hours later, Li Dalong had restored 80% of his xianli. At this point, he was able to allocate some of his attention elsewhere, continuing to refine Xianling's Qi to recover his cultivation while still maintaining Ku Xiaoling's heart meridian and guiding her own xianli to remove the poison. However, this poison was abnormally cunning. No matter how hard Li Dalong tried, he couldn't expel the poison from the body. Worse, when Li Dalong increased the input of xianli, even in her unconscious state, Ku Xiaoling showed signs of excruciating pain. Li Dalong dared not forcefully remove the poison anymore. He turned his gaze to Xiuxian, who had silently remained nearby to guard them. his face full of guilt. Wuxia, it seems we're in trouble this time. I can't detoxify for Xiaoling, and I don't even know what kind of poison this is. Do you know anyone in the immortal realm who specializes in poison removal? Li Dalong asked Yi Wuxia. Big brother Dalong, I don't know much about poisons either. If it really can't be detoxified easily, I can ask my father for help. He can send Uncle Yang from the pill hall. Uncle Yang is a great master capable of concocting supreme pills. I believe he'll be able to help Xiaoling. Yi Wuxia thought for a while, and this was the only solution she could think of. Wuxia, thank you. Then please ask your father for assistance. I'm worried that if we delay longer, Xiaoling won't be able to withstand it. Li Dalong gratefully said to Yi Wuxia. He had no choice but to grasp any hope that emerged. Even though he did not wish to bother Yi Wuxia's father, he had no other options. With Yunxia Sect strength, there was certainly no way to remove the poison either. They could only hope that the master alchemist from the Wuxiang Sect could find a way. Yi Wuxia immediately took out the jade talisman for communication with her father, activating it with Shanli to send a request for a conversation. Soon the talisman connected. Xiao Wuxia, where have you run off to this time? Why don't you return soon? Came the anxious voice from the talisman, before she had even opened her mouth. After being away for so long without sending any messages home, Yi Wuxia's parents, Yi Xingqian and Yu Huafuan, began to worry about their beloved daughter. As soon as Yi Xingqian received the message from Yi Wuxia, he couldn't wait to speak. Father, your daughter has been bullied. She almost didn't get to see you and mother again. Hearing her father's voice, Yi Wuxia, who had remained strong until now, felt her nose sting, and tears rolled down her cheeks as she choked out these words. On the other side, Yi Xingqian's heart tightened when he heard his daughter sobbing. Upon learning his daughter had nearly been killed, he anxiously raised his voice in concern. Who dares do this? Sweetheart, are you safe now? Where are you? I'm safe now. I've already returned to the Yulai Inn in the Blue Sea city of Sun Moon Island. However, Xiaoling has been poisoned. Father, can you please ask Uncle Yang to come take a look at her? The poison inside her is strange. Li Dalong cannot even identify it. Yi Wuxia told her father about her situation and location, and begged him to send Master Yang Qingyang, the pill hall leader, to detoxify Xiaoling. Upon hearing Yi Wuxia was safe and had already returned to the Yulai Inn in the Sun Moon City, Yi Xingqian finally felt relieved. After briefly considering her request, he agreed. Not only would he dispatch Yang Qingyang, but he would also send a team to investigate who dared to ambush his beloved daughter. Sweetheart, you must stay inside the inn. Don't go out at all. I will send people over to protect you immediately, and Uncle Yang will arrive soon. Yi Xingqian calmly informed Yi Wuxia after carefully considering the situation. Okay, we will wait inside the inn. Father, please hurry. Xiaoling is about to lose consciousness, Yi Wuxia replied to her father. Alright, I will first send a protection team from the office in the Blue Sea City to your location, and the group from the sect will be led by Uncle Yang. Yi Xingqian explained to Yi Wuxia. Okay, understood. Yi Wuxia replied. Once the conversation was nearly complete, Yi Xingqian ended the communication with Yi Wuxia. Chapter 243, the pill hall leader arrives. Come, send for Elder Yang, and also call Meng Gang over, Yi Xingqian ordered outwardly. At once, master. The disciples on guard duty outside responded. Then two of them rushed off to notify the two men summoned by the Dengdu. Soon, Meng Gang arrived first. Upon entering the grand hall, he bowed respectfully to Yi Xingqian and said, Master, Meng Gang is here to follow your orders. Yuxia was ambushed and attacked near the Sun Moon Island in Bihai City, but fortunately, she was lucky and now is safe. You take some people to investigate and find out who dares to lay hands on Yuxia with such audacity. I am giving you full authority to mobilize people. I want you to locate him and eliminate him along with the force behind him. Do you understand? Yi Xingqian said coldly. Understood, sir. I will eliminate all those who dare to reach out, Meng Gang loudly replied. Then go. Yi Xingqian waved his hand, signaling Meng Gang to leave. Understood. Meng Gang bowed respectfully to Yi Xingqian, then left the hall and began assembling people to investigate Yi Xingqian's attempted murder at Sun Moon Island. After a while, Yang Qingyang also arrived at the hall. Seeing Yi Xingqian's gloomy expression upon entering, Yang Qingyang asked with slight confusion, Master, why did you summon me? I had a batch of pills that weren't finished yet, which forced me to discard an entire batch. Yuxia was attacked. A friend of hers accompanying her was poisoned, and they are at a loss about what to do. She asked me to invite you to go there and help detoxify her friend. She said the poison is extremely severe. Detox pills were ineffective. I thought you would find this intriguing, so I accepted on your behalf. Yi Xingqian briefly explained the situation to Yang Qingyang. Oh, poison so potent that detox pills are ineffective? That sounds interesting. I'm in. Yang Qingyang showed interest in this potent toxin and readily agreed. Good. Then go now. Yuxia mentioned that her friend might not last long if we delay. Please hurry up and don't make her feel worse, Yi Xingqian said to Yang Qingyang. Alright then. I'll head out right away, Yang Qingyang replied. In that case, bring Yuxia back with you too. It's too dangerous for a young girl constantly running around outside, Yi Xingqian said. Don't worry. I'll surely bring her back to you, Yang Qingyang responded with a smile. After speaking, Yang Qingyang turned around, left the hall, returned to the pill hall to make the necessary arrangements there, and then set off towards Sun Moon Island with several disciples. Of course, someone like him wouldn't need to rely on sword riding to travel. First, he used a transmission array to reach the nearest city, then flew on his sword to a small coastal town. He directly contacted Zhang Yu, the leader of the Zhengqi Sect, asking for a sea vessel to go to Sun Moon Island. Zhang Yu immediately arranged a ship for Yang Qingyang. Yang Xingyang held the prestigious position of leader of the Pill Hall at the Boundless Immortal Sect, and besides, he himself was a great master of alchemy, enjoying a noble status in the immortal realm, one no lower than the leader of a second-tier faction like Zhang Yu. Thus, Zhang Yu treated Yang Xingyang with utmost courtesy. Moreover, the ship arranged for Yang Xingyang wasn't one of the usual passenger or cargo ships, but rather a much more luxurious one, with twice the speed of regular sea vessels and far more secure and refined. On the third day, Yang Xingyang arrived at Beihai City on Sun Moon Island. The sect steward in charge of the Beihai City branch of the Boundless Immortal Sect had already been waiting at the dock for Yang Xingyang's arrival. Being able to meet such a prominent figure of the sect was an honor and opportunity for such a branch officer. Without such a rare opportunity, he wouldn't have even gotten a chance to see Yang Xingyang in person. When xiuxian had issued orders to the steward in Beihai City, commanding him to immediately mobilize people to protect Xiuxian at the Yulai Inn, the steward, whose name was Wang Jintao, broke into cold sweat and nearly fainted upon hearing that the Zhengqi's eldest daughter had nearly been harmed in Beihai City. He felt extremely frightened, for if anything had happened to her, he couldn't even imagine what consequences he would have faced. He immediately mobilized all cultivators of xiuxian level within Beihai City and sent them to the Yulai Inn to protect Xiuxian. Inside the inn, he occupied the courtyards next to the courtyard where Xiuxian and her companions were staying, rented several rooms inside the inn for additional people, and stationed some guards outside the inn as well. Only after completing all these preparations did he personally go forward to greet Xiuxian in the courtyard she was staying. Xiuxian received the steward from the sect quite politely, and also mentioned that she would commend their arrangements to her father once she returned, which left Steward Wang satisfied. Then he threw himself into directing the sentries with renewed enthusiasm. In the few days before Yang Xingyang's arrival, Steward Wang guarded Xiuxian and her group wholeheartedly. Finally, the sect's high-ranking official had arrived, and Steward Wang respectfully and carefully accompanied Yang Xingyang towards the courtyard where Xiuxian resided. "Uncle Yang, you're finally here. Please help my little sister Xiaoling as soon as possible." Upon seeing Yang Xingyang, Xiuxian urgently requested him to detoxify Xiaoling before he could even say a word. These past few days, she had watched Li Dalong struggle tirelessly to protect Xiaoling's heart pulse, and seeing Xiaoling's face filled with the aura of death, while she herself could do nothing, she felt immense inner torment. Therefore, as soon as she saw Yang Xingyang arrive, she couldn't wait to beg him for help. It also showed how close and familiar she was with Yang Xingyang to act so recklessly. "Alright, where is she? Uncle Yang will go have a look right away." Yang Xingyang replied with a smile, not minding Yuxia's lack of proper manners at all. He had specially come all this way just to detoxify her friend. A few days of travel on a boat was nothing to him, a cultivator at the Deluo Jinxian level, and certainly wouldn't cause any fatigue. In the room, Dalong is using Shen Li to protect her heart pulse. Xiuxian hurriedly led Yang Xingyang toward the room. "Dalong, Uncle Yang is here. Quickly, let Uncle Yang examine Xiaoling." As soon as Xiuxian entered the room, she hurriedly told Li Dalong, "Uncle Yang, this is my friend. Please help her quickly." Xiuxian turned to Yang Xingyang and pleaded. From the moment Yang Xingyang stepped into the room, his divine consciousness had already probed into Xiaoling's body. Since there were only two people in the room, it was obvious who had been poisoned. He hadn't even waited for Xiuxian to introduce her before he began examining Xiaoling. Just from looking at Xiaoling's face and exposed skin, he could tell the poisoning was severe and quite unusual. After probing inside her body with his divine consciousness, he became even more certain this wasn't ordinary poison. This kind of toxin was unfamiliar even to him, making it impossible to determine immediately what it was. After hearing Xiuxian's introduction, Li Dalong spoke. "Senior, please forgive me. I'm currently using Shen Li to support my beloved's heart pulse, so I cannot properly greet you. Please excuse my rudeness. I humbly ask for your help. This poison is extremely stubborn, possessing an almost sentient quality. I have failed to remove it entirely. Even detoxification pills have only slightly eased the effects with little real impact." As he continued channeling Shen Li into Xiaoling, he couldn't rise to greet Yang Xingyang, so he apologized while briefly describing Xiaoling's symptoms of poisoning. Chapter 244, Detoxification. Yang Xingyang nodded slightly at Li Dalong without answering him. Instead, he used his immortal power to examine Xiaoling's body from a distance. As his immortal power entered Xiaoling's body, everything inside became crystal clear to him. Even this kind of poison was something he had never encountered before. He focused intently, inspecting it piece by piece. His expression kept changing. Sometimes his brows knitted tightly, sometimes they relaxed. At times, he increased the flow of his immortal power, and other times he paused or resumed it slowly. Occasionally, he would stop completely to analyze carefully, using his immortal power to extract a small clump of the black poison from the meridians. Initially, the black toxin was almost impossible to capture. Even with Yang Xingyang's level as a great immortal sage, it was quite challenging to trap it, let alone someone like Li Dalong, who was merely a fledgling golden immortal cultivator. After managing to trap a tiny blob of the dark toxin, Yang Xingyang began to analyze it carefully, simultaneously thinking about what kind of method and what kind of immortal herbs would be required to neutralize it. This was the first time since becoming a Grand Master of Dundal, alchemy, that he had been so serious in studying a poison and formulating an antidotal strategy. Soon he immersed himself entirely in devising alchemical formulas, completely forgetting his surroundings. Time passed gradually. After 2 hours, Yang Xingyang finally emerged from deep contemplation. He casually placed a cauldron beside him and began taking out one immortal herb after another from his storage ring, starting the refining process. As each herb was thrown into the cauldron, a fragrant aroma began to fill the entire room. An hour later, after a series of dazzling hand seals, a thick medicinal fragrance filled the air. Waving his hand, he opened the cauldron and retrieved a jade vial. Placing his palm over the cauldron, he released several pills that flew into the air before being swiftly collected into the bottle. There, give her this pill to take, and help her refine and absorb it, Yang said to Li Dalong. Li Dalong accepted the pill, fed it to Xiuxian, and used his immortal energy to assist her in metabolizing the medicinal power. The medicine entered her meridians and gave a cool sensation to her severely damaged channels. The blackness on her meridians seemed a little lighter, although the effect was not significant. It was somewhat better than the detoxifying pill she had taken previously. From the moment Yang had fed his specially crafted antidotal pill to Xiuxian, his divine consciousness had been observing her from within. When he saw the pill failed to make a noticeable improvement, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, creasing his forehead. That shouldn't be right. According to herbal theory, this formula should have worked. This kind of poison, chilling, corrosive, yet somehow possessing spiritual awareness, should have been effectively countered with yang-based immortal herbs, carefully combined with supplementary ingredients. So why didn't it work? Was his entire approach wrong? After analyzing the poison again, he concluded that theoretically, there was nothing wrong. So where exactly was the problem? He meticulously examined his alchemical formula once more, replacing 3 herbs and adding 5 new ones. After another thorough check, he opened the cauldron and began refining the second batch of detox pills. This time the refining process took longer. After 3 hours, the second batch of detoxifying pills was completed. Storing them in a jade vial, Yang handed one pill to Li Dalong again, instructing him to feed it to Xiuxian. Li Dalong placed the pill into Xiuxian's mouth and again used his immortal energy to assist in absorbing the medicinal effect. Yang, with his divine awareness, observed the effects of this second pill. Compared to the first batch, it was slightly better, but still failed to meet expectations. At this point, Yang felt that the situation was becoming serious. This poison was definitely not ordinary. Whoever had come before was surely no ordinary foe. Instantly, using his divine awareness through a jade talisman, he transmitted a message to Xiuxian, explaining the toxicity and difficulty of detoxification. He warned that those investigating the bandits should watch out for poisoning attempts. Xiuxian also sensed the underlying problem from these limited details. Immediately, he issued a new command to Meng Gang, instructing his men to be alert and cautious of poison attacks, and at the same time, he reminded Meng Gang personally to prepare defenses against those who specialized in poisons. Since this toxin couldn't have been obtained by ordinary people, it gave them a direction to pursue in their investigation. After 2 detoxification attempts and further detailed analysis of the toxin, Yang was now convinced it was an ancient, rare poison. He must return to the sect's library to look through records, hoping to find relevant references. If he could identify the poison, it would become manageable. After leaving behind a pill to protect Xiuxian's heart, he told Wuxiao that he needed to return to the sect to search for more information. The fact that a powerful figure like him, at the great immortal sage level, openly admitted his lack of knowledge and sought resources showed his noble character. When Wuxiao heard that even Yang didn't recognize the poison, her worry deepened further. It was at this moment that Li Dalong genuinely started to panic. He feared that if they couldn't find an antidote, Xiuxian might end up perishing. Inwardly, he could only hope the system would once again work a miracle, granting him a powerful detox pill or a miraculous herb to save her. Although Xiuxian's life force had been temporarily stabilized, it was unclear how long this condition could last. Hopefully, Yang could return to the Wenxia Immortal sect and uncover some clues to find an antidote. Ultimately, it now relied entirely on Yang, a powerful great immortal sage, to work a miracle. Li Dalong hated those who had attacked Xiuxian with all his heart. If he ever found them, he would surely annihilate them without mercy. To prevent Xiuxian's life from further decline and to stop the poison from spreading, someone constantly had to use immortal energy to protect her heart and circulate power through her meridians to sustain her life. Yang had left behind several pills from the last batch of detoxification pills he crafted. Li Dalong could only hope these would last until Yang returned. At this time, Wuxiao couldn't offer any help either. Seeing Xiuxian unconscious, her face darkened by the toxin, and witnessing Li Dalong's exhausted appearance filled with grit and determination, she felt immense sorrow. This sense of helplessness and pain transformed into burning anger inside her heart. She immediately sent a message to Xiuxian, asking her father to help track down the culprits. After receiving the assignment from sect leader Xiuxian, Meng Gang led a group of men to Rhythm Island to investigate. He first checked the location where Li Dalong and the others had been attacked, but the scene had already been cleaned thoroughly, leaving no traces behind. Rhythm Island was a prosperous island. Such a large group of people wouldn't have left no signs. Also, from Wuxiao's report that shadowy men had followed them for several days, Meng Gang deduced that these people must have appeared outside the Yulai Inn and nearby streets. This group needed to eat, drink, and rest, so there must be a hideout. Meng Gang and his men returned to Blue Sea City and dispersed his subordinates to conduct investigations across the city. Meng Gang personally inspected the streets outside the Yulai Inn and its surrounding neighborhoods, questioning shopkeepers whose stores could provide a view of the Yulai Inn. However, as several days had already passed, Their investigation through possible clue locations around the area yielded nothing. Chapter 245, Surface. Meng Gang felt extremely frustrated. There had been no progress whatsoever, and he wouldn't have a good answer when the sect leader inevitably asked about it later. It seems I'll have to find Ling Su and see if I can purchase related intelligence. Ling Su was an underground organization specialized in selling information, with networks spanning the immortal realm and surrounding star regions. Boasting no information was beyond their grasp. Ordinary people generally couldn't find Ling Su, but Meng Gang was an exception. Thinking of this, he acted immediately. Soon, Meng Gang arrived at a small tavern located in a narrow street. After entering, he signaled to the innkeeper standing behind the counter. The innkeeper merely nodded, and Meng Gang proceeded directly to the back hall. After seating himself at a table spaced widely apart from others, a waiter came over and asked what he wanted to order. After casually ordering a few side dishes and a pot of spiritual wine, Meng Gang began to wait for the innkeeper's message. Not long after, the innkeeper arrived at the back hall and sat down in front of Meng Gang. "Boss, I need your help with something." Meng Gang directly cut to the point. "Please speak, Master Meng. As long as I can offer help, I will definitely do my best," the innkeeper replied. Meng Gang told the innkeeper everything about the incident at the Sun and Moon Island, and inquired whether it was possible to track down the group of shadowy men who had attacked Li Dalong's party. After listening, the innkeeper frowned and thought, "This matter is a bit tricky. Those attackers obviously made an effort to conceal their trail. Judging from the signs of battle on the Sun and Moon Island, they clearly didn't want anyone to find out." Hearing that, Meng Gang felt disappointed but didn't give up yet. He asked again, "Is it possible to discover their identity or background then?" The innkeeper paused for a moment and answered, "We can provide you with their intelligence, but it will take 2 days. However, the price won't be cheap." After saying this, he motioned a hand sign indicating the cost across his chest. "Money isn't an issue. Then I'll come back in 2 days. This is a deposit." Upon hearing that the innkeeper could deliver the information in 2 days, Meng Gang was overjoyed. He placed a storage ring on the edge of the bowl and then left the tavern. The innkeeper looked at the storage ring beside the bowl, a smile spreading across his face. Then with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the storage ring into his palm and called a waiter over to clean the table. After leaving the Ling Su contact point, Meng Gang didn't stop his investigation. He continued sending out his men to search for clues. Over these days of investigation, even with the men he personally brought along and the resources from the Unqi Immortal Sect stationed on the Sun and Moon Island, they had failed to find even a trace of the clue. From the analysis of these details, Meng Gang deduced that his opponent was extremely meticulous, either an experienced criminal or someone well prepared. Were they specifically targeting the young mistress, or was her group just unlucky to be picked as easy prey? At the moment, Meng Gang still had no answer in his heart and could only wait for news from Ling Su to see if they could provide usable intelligence. In the blink of 2 days, as expected, they still found nothing. Early the next morning, Meng Gang went directly to Ling Su's tavern. At this hour, the tavern was completely empty. Seeing Meng Gang arrive, the innkeeper approached warmly and asked, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Meng Gang nodded to the innkeeper. "Just bring me your signature dishes and a pot of spiritual wine." "All right, waiter, bring the food." The innkeeper shouted loudly toward the kitchen. Meng Gang strode directly into the back hall, chose a table near the window, and sat down. The waiter had already brought over 2 cold dishes and a pot of spiritual wine and placed them on the table. Meng Gang casually picked up his chopsticks, took a few bites of the cold dishes, and had a sip of spiritual wine. Calmly, the innkeeper walked over, sat opposite Meng Gang, and gently placed a jade slip on the table, smiling at Meng Gang. Meng Gang took another sip of spiritual wine, glanced at the jade slip, then looked at the innkeeper. The innkeeper just smiled, watching Meng Gang. Meng Gang took out a storage ring he had prepared in advance and pushed it across the table. The innkeeper picked it up, extended his spiritual awareness into the ring to check its contents, celestial stones, then nodded in satisfaction. After that, he pushed the jade slip over to Meng Gang. Meng Gang accepted the jade slip and then rose from his seat, leaving the small tavern. Upon returning to the residence arranged by the Unqi Immortal Sect's branch office, Meng Gang hurriedly plunged his spiritual awareness into the jade slip to review the intelligence provided by Ling Su. No wonder Ling Su was known for their powerful information network. From Shadowy Man and everyone involved, all the details were crystal clear. It turned out that Shadowy Man's name was Han Chu. Officially, he was a former disciple of the Five Venoms Sect, but in reality, he was an overseer official stationed on the Sun and Moon Island on behalf of the Five Venoms Sect, with cultivation at the mid-stage golden immortal level. He specialized in summoning beasts and controlling poisons. 8 people had taken part in the attack that day, among whom 2 were disciples of the Five Venoms Sect. The rest were mercenaries he had gathered. He specifically specialized in robbing cultivators going out to sea and plundering their resources. Countless cultivators had died under his hands. He gathered these mercenaries and relied on intelligence from the Five Venoms Sect to organize and lead raids or personally attack cultivators at sea. Because every time intelligence was carefully prepared to ensure precision, he had hardly ever failed. However, this time he suffered a major setback at the hands of Li Dalong and his companions, losing several men and, more importantly, the only successfully cultivated ancient and rare poison insect he had obtained by chance. He gained absolutely nothing from the encounter. Right after they withdrew, upon releasing the poison insect and sensing its death through spiritual consciousness, he quickly returned with his men, only to find that Li Dalong had already left with the 2 girls back to Blue Sea City, leaving him with nothing. Their usual base of operations wasn't even within Blue Sea City, but rather on a small island more than 400 li away. This island was nearly impossible to locate without a map, and even if someone happened to find it, unless they entered deeper inland, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. Their true hideout was located within a cave on the island, having 3 exits. One was on the island itself, a small opening only wide enough for one person to squeeze sideways through, hidden behind trees, making it undetectable unless approached closely. The other 2 entrances were underwater, extending from both sides of the island into the seaside reefs, their openings submerged in seawater year-round. They usually entered and exited through these underwater tunnels. Thus, they had never been discovered before. Yet, Ling Su had given Meng Gang detailed intelligence and maps, with all 3 cave entrances clearly marked. From this alone, one could easily see the terrifying capabilities of Ling Su in information gathering. There were also highly detailed files regarding several outposts of the 5 Venom Sect on Sun and Moon Island, including locations and personnel details in Blue Sea City, numbers of individuals, cultivation levels, and more. Meng Gang thought that even the 5 Venom Sect itself probably couldn't provide such precise data. Truly worth spending 50,000 high-grade celestial stones. Since the 5 Venom Sect was involved, Meng Gang couldn't take independent action anymore. He needed to report his findings to sect leader Xiuxian and allow the sect leader to decide the next course of action. Thinking this, Meng Gang took out a communication jade talisman and contacted sect leader Xiuxian, reporting the gathered intelligence directly to the sect leader. Chapter 246, The 5 Poisoned Sect. Upon receiving Meng Gang's report that the ambush against Wuxia was conducted by the 5 Poisoned Sect, Xiuxian became furious. He immediately ordered Meng Gang to take full action without restraint, eliminating all the 5 Poisoned Sect's forces on the Ryu Island. No one must be allowed to escape, and if anyone did, Meng Gang would be held personally responsible. After receiving the sect leader's command, Meng Gang immediately requested reinforcements from the Zhongmin Battle Hall, mobilizing all Zhongmin personnel on the Ryu Island and placing the entire island under surveillance, monitoring all members of the 5 Poisoned Sect. The moment the Zhongmin reinforcements arrived, they would strike. This time, he would carry out the sect leader's order to eliminate every last member of the 5 Poisoned Sect on the Ryu Island. During the mobilization, he received strong support from the Xiuxian Sect. Transport ships were deployed to ferry the warriors from the Unqi Immortal Sect's battle hall to the Ryu Island. Immediately after disembarking, the warriors sealed off all the docks on the island. The remaining personnel quickly reported to Meng Gang. Seeing that the reinforcements had arrived, Meng Gang immediately initiated the long-prepared operation, assigning each team under the leadership of a senior disciple to their designated targets to wipe out the 5 Poisoned Sect. He remained stationed in Baihai City, where he had already obtained detailed intelligence on the 5 Poisoned Sect. Each team was assigned with strength at least 1 cultivation level higher than their targets, and was also numerically superior. Within half a day, all the 5 Poisoned Sect strongholds and allied factions were completely eradicated. Every person was killed. By the time the 5 Poisoned Sect received the distress signals from its outposts on the Ryu Island, it was already too late. The Unqi Immortal Sect had utterly destroyed them. The shadowy man, Han Shu, was captured alive by a senior disciple of the Unqi Immortal Sect who had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation, which was specifically ordered by Meng Gang. The power of the number 1 force in the immortal world was not merely boastful. It had been built upon the blood of its enemies that had enabled the Unqi Immortal Sect to become so mighty. Realizing the situation had become irreversible, the 5 Poisoned Sect knew that even sending reinforcements would be no match for the Unqi Immortal Sect. Now they weren't just concerned about revenge, but feared that the Unqi Immortal Sect might launch a full-scale war against them. After receiving reports from each team, Meng Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could now report back to the sect leader. Moreover, he needed to ask the sect leader if there were any further orders, and at the same time interrogate Han Chu for the antidote to the ancient rare poison. Quick, tell me what poison you used that day, and where is the antidote pill? Meng Gang personally began questioning the freshly delivered Han Chu. But Han Chu truly deserved his reputation as a ruthless killer from the 5 Poisoned Sect. He hadn't expected to have misjudged his target and provoked such a formidable power, gaining nothing while even allowing their hostage to escape. Knowing he wouldn't survive today, he remained silent and refused to answer Meng Gang's interrogation. No matter how Meng Gang tortured him, Han Chu would not utter a word. Facing such a hardened individual, Meng Gang had no choice but to resort to his last resort, soul-searching. But the soul-searching technique only offered one chance and couldn't guarantee obtaining the desired information. Once used, the target would either die or become mentally disabled. Since nothing related to Ku Xiaoling's poisoning was found in Han Chu's storage ring, Meng Gang had no other choice but to risk it. After finishing the interrogation, Meng Gang stared at Han Chu with cold, icy eyes. Han Chu knew this was his final moment. Though terror filled his eyes, he still gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Meng Gang gathered his power and prepared to place his hand on Han Chu's head. Han Chu began to violently twist his neck, trying to avoid the soul search. But all was in vain. Meng Gang tightly gripped Han Chu's head and initiated the soul-searching technique. As the soul-searching energy entered Han Chu's skull, Han Chu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Meng Gang began extracting Han Chu's memories, searching for information about the 5 Poisoned Sect and the legendary poison. There was indeed much information on the 5 Poisoned Sect. As the highest-ranking official of the 5 Poisoned Sect on the Ryu Island, Han Chu knew many secrets. Meng Gang learned from his memories that the Five Poisons sect harbored great ambitions, secretly gathering power to control the entire sea area along the Ryu Island, infiltrating the great forces on the mainland, with its ultimate goal being to rise as a top-tier sect. It was no surprise that the Five Poisons sect harbored great ambitions. To develop required resources, but now the immortal world's main resources had already been divided among various factions. If they openly disrupted the current balance of power, it would alert the three major powers in the immortal world, leading to their intervention. Therefore, the strategy of the Five Poisons sect was to dispatch disciples organized into hunting squads, backed by intelligence from the sect itself, to ambush and kill lone cultivators or small factions to plunder resources for the sect's growth. They had never expected to make such a grave mistake, to target the plump sheep as the daughter of the Unqi Immortal Sect. Failing the Jiexia, instead completely exposed the Five Poisons sect's plans. However, there was very little information regarding the ancient rare poison. From Han Chu's memories, it was revealed that the poison was obtained from a deserted island deep within the Forgotten Sea. Moreover, only one poisonous insect cultivated with this ancient rare poison had succeeded. There was also no memory about the antidote pill. It was possible that this part of the memory had been lost during the soul search. It was known, however, that this poison possessed a certain level of spiritual nature and belonged to the Yin cold attribute. The place where it was originally obtained was extremely cold and filled with Yin energy. But after Han Chu cultivated and transformed it using the poisonous insect, the Yin cold attribute had been significantly weakened. This was at least a small gain. Now that the nature of the poison was identified, the direction for developing the antidote became clear, saving a great deal of time and effort. After extracting all memories from Han Chu's soul, Meng Gang released his Shan Leap, immortal energy, and shattered Han Chu's spirit. Han Chu kicked his legs once and died a violent death, bringing an end to his evil life. Meng Gang immediately reported the obtained information to sect leader Yi Qinxing through a communication jade talisman. He also informed Yi Wuxia and Yang Xingyang about the Yin cold attribute of the ancient rare poison. After returning to the Zhengqi main sect from Ryu Island, Yang Xingyang immediately threw himself into searching the library. Unqi Immortal Sect had stood for countless years, and the library contained jade slips as numerous as the population of a small city. Inside, the space was immense. Just the medical-related jade slips numbered in the tens of millions, accumulated by the elders over generations, including Ganfeng, pill formulas, Yaodan, medical compendiums, cultivation experiences, and more. Luckily, Yang Xingyang had cultivation at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, with an extremely powerful soul, and his xiuxian, spiritual consciousness, could expand to scan over 1,000 jade slips simultaneously, making his search exceptionally fast. For several consecutive days, he found no useful information at all. Just as he was deeply immersed in his research, Meng Gang's message arrived. Upon learning that the poison possessed spiritual nature and was of the Yin cold attribute, he suddenly saw the light. This explained why the antidote he previously refined had been ineffective. The toxin had hidden its own Yin cold nature, misguiding his judgment and resulting in errors in the medicinal formulas. Thus, the refined antidote had no effect. Yang Xingyang immediately sat cross-legged and began to carefully refine the antidote formula. He continuously added or removed immortal herbs, constantly re-evaluating and reconsidering them. Chapter 247. Removing the poison from xiuxian. After a day and night of analysis, having discarded over 100 formulas, finally 3 potential formulas were selected and further refined according to the circumstances. After exiting the Hall of Records, Yang Xingyang returned to his own alchemy room and started creating the pills according to the chosen formulas. This time, working in his own familiar alchemy room was much more convenient and efficient. After 5 consecutive days of non-stop work, 1 batch of pills was made for each of the 3 formulas. Each batch produced 9 pills, all of which were of the highest grade immortal class. After finishing the pills, he packed them away and immediately took a transmission array to the Ryu Dao, Isle of Sun and Moon. Upon his arrival, he found that the disciples of the Five Poisons Sect had already been completely eliminated, and the Unqi Immortal Sect had taken over all the strongholds and assets of the Five Poisons Sect, earning the sect an enormous profit. He went to the Yulai Inn and took one of the antidote pills he had made from the most promising formula, handing it to Li Dalong to feed to Ku Xiaoling and help her assimilate it. He extended his spiritual awareness into Ku Xiaoling's body and carefully observed the effects of the medicine. This antidote was clearly more effective than the last 2 he had used. The medicinal power, assisted by Li Dalong's immortal energy, dissolved quickly and, guided by his energy, flowed into her meridians. The black poison in her meridians melted away like snow touching a red-hot branding iron, and the black hue of her internal energy started to fade and lighten. After about a cup of tea's time, the blackness on her face had greatly diminished, and her breathing became calmer and stronger. Once the antidote was completely absorbed, part of the poison within her body was eliminated. However, much of it remained, and as soon as the medicinal effect faded, the toxins began to darken again. Observing this development, Yang Xingyang's heart, which had been slightly relieved, sank once more. He furrowed his brows and pondered deeply about the nature of this difficult poison, which seemed capable of regenerating itself. If the poison could not be completely eradicated in one go, after some time it would spread throughout her body again, ultimately leading to fatal poisoning. This formula could remove the poison, but its effect was still too weak, which meant that the direction was correct, but not strong enough. So how could he enhance the medicinal properties and increase the effectiveness of the detoxification? Yang Xingyang immersed himself in thought and devised a new formulation, replacing Qingyang grass with a 500-year-old Ling Ji mushroom from dragon's blood, substituting spiritual spring jade dew for ordinary spiritual water, replacing the 100-year-old xiuxian fruit with a 500-year-old ziyan fruit, and adding a 100-year-old bailian flower and 300-year-old huaning vine roots. Then, he used 100-year-old feng kuei flower juice to balance the properties. After thoroughly refining this new formula in his mind, Yang Qingyang felt confident that the antidote pills made from this new formula could finally eliminate this extremely rare and potent poison. He moved to the adjacent room, retrieved his personal cauldron, and began making the new antidote pills. As for the spiritual herbs needed, being the head of the Unqi Sect's medicine division and a supreme being of the De Luo Jinxian level, the large storage ring he wore held more than enough rare herbs. His supplies were more abundant than what one might find in the small treasure vaults of many sects. Once he began working, Yang Qingyang focused intensely. Soon, a batch of pills was completed, again yielding 9 pills, 7 high-grade, and 2 mid-grade antidote pills. After storing the pills in jade vials, he packed up the cauldron and returned to the room where xiuxian was being treated. He poured one of the high-grade antidote pills into his palm and handed it to Li Dalong to feed to xiuxian. Then, he observed the effect of the pill. This time, as soon as the medicinal power entered her meridians, it was clearly more effective than before. The poison began breaking down visibly, and the blackness on her face vanished entirely, revealing her pale complexion. Her internal energy gradually returned to its normal hue, but the poison deeply embedded in her heart meridian and brain resisted the medicinal effects, remaining stubbornly entrenched. Seeing that the majority of the poison had been removed, Yang Qingyang decided to intervene directly. His formidable immortal energy was many times stronger than Li Dalong's. As a grand master of alchemy, his years of working with medicinal herbs and pills had infused his immortal energy with rich medicinal properties. His high cultivation level enabled him to assist xiuxian's own energy in hunting down and expelling the remaining poison. Eventually, he managed to push the residual poison from her heart meridian and brain into the meridians of her left hand and forced it out through her middle finger. With a poochie sound, the skin of her middle finger suddenly burst open, shooting a stream of black liquid from the meridian onto the ground. A strong, foul stench filled the entire room, and the corrosive poison ate a large hole into the solid, metal-reinforced stone floor. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Qingyang dispersed the stench and wiped the remaining poison off the ground, restoring the room's air to clarity. Once the poison was completely expelled, xiuxian's own immortal energy resumed its natural circulation, and she was no longer in mortal danger. However, she remained unconscious. After enduring the assault of such a rare and deadly poison, her body was still very weak. As long as she was allowed time to recover, she would be fine. This time, she had narrowly escaped death thanks entirely to the assistance of a cultivator as powerful as Yang Qingyang. It was only at this moment that Li Dalong finally felt his anxious heart settle. After rising to perform a deep bow of gratitude to Yang Qingyang, he fed one pill to xiuxian and then took a pill himself before sitting beside her to meditate and recover his depleted immortal energy. After carefully examining xiuxian one more time, Yang Qingyang stepped out of the room with Yunxia. "Uncle Yang, thank you so much." Yunxia sincerely expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. "You silly girl, why are you thanking me like this? Now that your friend is out of danger, she only needs proper rest and care to recover fully. Your father said when I return to the sect, I must take you back with me. Do you have anything else you need to handle here? If not, we can leave right away." Yang Qingyang replied to Yunxia. With Dalong and Xiaoling in their current state, how could I leave? I don't want to go back now. I'll return only after they have fully recovered. Yunxia, suddenly hearing the instruction, immediately became anxious. She truly did not wish to leave Li Dalong and xiuxian at a time like this. This is your father's personal order. This time, you were lucky to escape unharmed, but your parents were greatly worried because of you. That's why he asked me to take you back. This cannot be refused or bargained. You must follow your father's instructions exactly, or else Uncle Yang won't be able to explain to your father, Yang Qingyang said solemnly. But, Yunxia tried to interject. No buts. I may compromise on other matters, but when it comes to your safety, this must be obeyed unconditionally. Yang Qingyang interrupted Yunxia, speaking with firm authority. In that case, I will go say goodbye to Dalong first, and then ask the disciple in charge of Baihai City to send someone here to protect Dalong and Xiaoling. Yunxia said to Yang Qingyang. All right, go ahead and make the arrangements. As for Baihai City, I will personally ensure someone is sent here to the inn to protect the two of them. After hearing Yunxia's agreement, Yang Qingyang readily took charge of arranging the guards for the two. Chapter 248, Returning Safely. After speaking with Yunxia, he used divine consciousness to send a voice transmission to the Baihai City sect leader, instructing them to send someone to guard Li Dalong and the others. The sect leader in Baihai City, upon hearing that the Hall Master Yang himself had issued the order, immediately agreed and dispatched 4 experts at the Tai Golden Immortal level to provide protection. Yang Qingyang was pleased with the sect leader's strong execution capability and publicly commended him, additionally rewarding him with a top-grade healing pill. This delighted the sect leader immensely. Possessing a high-grade healing pill essentially meant having an extra life. Yunxia entered the room and, looking apologetically at Li Dalong, said, Dalong, father and mother have summoned me to return immediately. I've already spoken to Uncle Yang, and he's arranged for the sect leader here to send someone to protect you and Xiaoling. You two should rest here first until Xiaoling recovers, then you can return. I will be leaving with Uncle Yang shortly. Dalong, I really don't want to leave you. Don't worry, Xiaoling is safe now, so rest assured. I will take good care of her. You've been through a lot during this time too. You should go back and recuperate yourself. Li Dalong replied smilingly to Yunxia. Then I will come visit you later. Dalong, you should also recover quickly. You've been so tired these days, Yunxia said, reluctant to part. Alright, you should go now. Don't keep Uncle Yang waiting, Li Dalong told her. Okay Dalong, I'm off then, Yunxia said to Li Dalong. As she reached the door, she looked back one last time before turning to leave. Uncle Yang, I'm all ready. We can leave now, Yunxia said upon exiting Li Dalong's room. Very well, then let's go, Yang Qingyang replied. He then unleashed his immortal energy, enveloping Yunxia, and flew towards the dock. Watching Yunxia leave, Li Dalong began to meditate. He had continuously supplied immortal energy to Ku Xiaoling to maintain her vital signs, and had been emotionally burdened during this period, leaving him truly exhausted, especially under extreme conditions. While simultaneously refining immortal spiritual energy to replenish his own depleted energy, he also had to protect Ku Xiaoling's life force. He even had to use his immortal energy to guide her in absorbing the antidote's effects, performing multiple tasks simultaneously under immense pressure. Pushing his immortal energy to its limit had widened his meridians, making them more resilient, increased his speed in refining spiritual energy, and made his energy conversion more efficient. This came as a pleasant surprise to him, an unexpected reward from enduring this difficult period. He took another pill and resumed cultivation to replenish his completely drained immortal energy. As for the mental exhaustion, that wouldn't recover quite so quickly. He decided to address that later after Ku Xiaoling woke up. If worst came to worst, he could always get some good sleep then. Thus, he remained by Ku Xiaoling's side, cultivating while watching over her unconscious form. A day later, Ku Xiaoling finally awoke. In a faint, halting voice, she murmured, Dalong Gu. Where am I? What happened? Oh, Xiaoling, you're awake. You're okay now. You were poisoned, but the poison has been removed. You're just very weak now. You need to rest for a few days. Li Dalong happily comforted her upon seeing Ku Xiaoling awaken. Dalong Gu, I'm troubling you again. Ku Xiaoling's strength slowly returned. She could now circulate her own immortal energy, further aided by the pills Li Dalong gave her, and her body was gradually recovering. So, the two remained in the room recovering. In the meantime, Li Dalong replaced the Jiping Shansha in the spirit gathering formation once. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Li Dalong's body had fully recovered, and Ku Xiaoling had made great progress, being able to walk around the courtyard outside the room. Li Dalong planned to return to Yunxia Sect once her body recovered enough to wield immortal energy. During this time, Yunxia had communicated with him using a spiritual communication jade tablet. Due to this incident, Yunxia had been confined to the Wuxiang Sect's base by Yi Xingqian and wasn't allowed to leave easily. Li Dalong told her to enter secluded cultivation, and later, she could return to Yunxia Sect, where the three of them could enter the transformation cultivation tower together. After Ku Xiaoling had almost fully recovered, Li Dalong hired a private cabin and returned to the continent together with her. This return was much faster. Li Dalong chose to travel via teleportation formations, allowing them to quickly reach Yunxia Sect. After returning to Yunxia Sect, he informed Kameli about the poisoning and injuries Ku Xiaoling had suffered. Kameli was heartbroken, but comforted by the fact that Ku Xiaoling was now safely back and without permanent aftereffects, merely requiring a period of rest. After returning Ku Xiaoling to her residence, Li Dalong left a large stock of various system reward pills, along with rare immortal herbs he had collected previously. What he left her were mostly high-grade pills, including several top-grade ones. These pills would definitely cause a frenzy if put on the market. If auctioned, they could surely fetch astronomical prices. With these pills, Ku Xiaoling only needed time to recover her strength. Back at the sect, there were servant girls to take care of her, so Li Dalong felt at ease. He still needed to Dajin time to cultivate. If he had been stronger, Ku Xiaoling wouldn't have been secretly harmed. In the end, lack of strength was the root problem. Xiaoling, just rest and recover. The pills and immortal herbs I've given you are all top quality. Use them freely. If you run out, I still have more. Also, some of the pills that increase cultivation should be given to your mother. Li Dalong smiled reassuringly as he handed Ku Xiaoling a storage ring containing dozens of bottles of high-grade healing pills and spirit-enhancing pills, along with 5 bottles each of top-grade healing and spirit-enhancing pills. Big brother Dalong, you should keep these for yourself. Ku Xiaoling declined. Take them, give some to your mother. She's occupied with sect affairs and has far less time for her own cultivation. These pills can help her a bit, and it would be better coming from you, Li Dalong explained. Ku Xiaoling accepted them after hearing his reasoning. Thank you, big brother Dalong. Then I'll return to my own cultivation. If you need anything, just come find me, or send one of the servants. Once you're feeling better, come to my courtyard to cultivate, Li Dalong told her. Okay, I understand. Then you should go back now, Ku Xiaoling replied, watching him leave with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Li Dalong nodded to Ku Xiaoling and turned, leaving her residence and returning to his own small courtyard. Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong were still cultivating inside the transformation cultivation tower. Upon returning to his room, weary from the journey, Li Dalong sat down at his table and took out some enlightenment tea, preparing to relax with a cup. As soon as he took out the tea, ding-dong, check-in. The familiar system voice sounded, and after a moment of hesitation, he responded. Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Tai Su sword art. From the name alone, He could tell it was a powerful sword technique. It had been a while since the system had given a good reward. He decided to look into this sword art first. Chapter 249. The Tai Su sword method is complete. With a stir in his mind, a jade slip appeared in his hand. He immersed his consciousness into the slip, scanning through the introduction of the Tai Su sword method. The Tai Su sword method was said to be the supreme sword technique of a powerful sect from the mysterious ancient times. However, this sword art imposed extremely high requirements upon its cultivators. It demanded exceptional talent and profound comprehension, being an incredibly potent martial technique that cultivated both internal and external prowess. The techniques of the Tai Su sword method were versatile and immensely powerful. It consisted of 4 forms: crescent severance, windbreaker, water severance, and emptiness. The first form, crescent severance, gathered and compressed the cultivator's immortal energy into the sword itself, launching a powerful arc of sword energy toward the enemy at an extraordinary speed, inflicting devastating damage. It focused on area attacks, ideal for battling multiple opponents at once. The second form, windbreaker, utilized compressed sword energy to slice through air itself. Its strength lay in sheer speed, making it nearly impossible to defend against, striking the enemy before they could react. The third form, water severance, went a step further, where windbreaker triumphed with speed. Water severance shredded the enemy with even greater swiftness. The fourth form, emptiness, allowed the cultivator to enter a state of emptiness, temporarily becoming immune to all attacks. It was an ultimate technique combining offense and defense. Especially during combat ambushes, imagine your enemy completely ignoring all your attacks, immune to everything you throw at them, only to dash forward and deliver a fatal blow right in your face. Tell me, wouldn't you be terrified? How would you even counter that? After finishing the introduction of the Tai Su sword method, Li Dalong inwardly muttered, abnormal. If he succeeded in cultivating it, his combat power would ascend to another level entirely, making it even easier to challenge opponents far beyond his realm. Especially if he mastered the fourth form, it would become his ultimate trump card, a technique that could turn the tide at critical moments. As for the extremely high requirements regarding talent and comprehension mentioned in the prologue, Li Dalong had no real concerns there. With his own remarkable talent and insight, along with powerhouses like the Enlightenment Tea and the Enlightenment Divine Tree at his disposal, he firmly believed he could succeed. He first drank a cup of Enlightenment Tea, then began studying the Tai Su sword method intently. Before long, he was deeply immersed in understanding and feeling the intricacies of the sword method. What mattered most in the Tai Su sword method was comprehension. As for the flow of immortal energy through meridians described in the technique, that was of secondary importance. For cultivators at his level, most of their meridians were already unblocked. There were no minor block channels left, merely differences in the paths through which energy traveled. The essence lay in truly grasping the profound mysteries and subtleties within the sword technique, and attaining a deep understanding of heavenly Tao and the Tao of the sword. In particular, the fourth move, emptiness, involved spatial laws and heavenly Tao itself. Without profound insight into sword and heavenly principles, one could never understand the application of the laws, failing to integrate them and achieving the formless emptiness. Without sufficient talent and comprehension, no amount of effort would bring results. But once mastered, combat power would surge rapidly. Thus, Li Dalong sat at the table and began cultivating the Tai Su sword method. As the effects of the Enlightenment Tea wore off, he drank another cup, continuing this cycle, rapidly depleting his supply of Enlightenment Tea, though with each cup, his comprehension and insight into the Tai Su sword method deepened. When he finished yet another cup and was about to pour more tea, he discovered he had already run out of the prepared tea. Carelessly discarding the teapot, he withdrew his consciousness into the Xuanhuan pearl and directly plucked a leaf from the Enlightenment Tea tree, tossing it into his mouth to chew. This intensified the effects, allowing even deeper understanding of the Tai Su sword method. Suddenly one day, Li Dalong went completely still, like a statue, ceasing chewing and all movement. No one knew how long passed before his entire body seemed to vanish from the room. If someone had walked in, they would have seen him seated at the table, but their divine consciousness would have failed to perceive him. Some profound, unfathomable mystery had begun enveloping him. This mysterious aura began spreading from the room throughout the entire courtyard, influencing the surrounding area, extending gradually throughout the Yunxia Sect. At that moment, disciples enveloped by this ineffable, mystical sensation suddenly found themselves understanding training problems they had previously found impossible to grasp. Concepts and techniques that had once confused them were suddenly clear, and lingering doubts were resolved effortlessly. Especially the disciples and elders who were in retreat, they suddenly discovered their mental cultivation and understanding of heavenly Tao had risen dramatically. At first, no one immediately realized what was happening, assuming it was simply a spontaneous stroke of enlightenment. However, as more and more disciples gained these benefits, Kameli and the elders quickly figured it out. The Yunxia Sect had been favored by heavenly Tao, receiving an enormous opportunity for advancement. Instantly, the sect issued an order for all disciples to begin cultivating immediately. Once everyone came to the same realization, no matter where they were or what they were doing, everyone immediately sat down to cultivate. Very soon, the immortal energy above Yunxia Sect grew denser, and the mysterious atmosphere intensified. Disciples who had been stuck at bottlenecks or nearing breakthroughs began to ascend in rapid succession. Their breakthroughs stimulated the surrounding immortal energy, making it even more vibrant and dense, further accelerating their cultivation progress. If outsiders could see the Yunxia Sect at this moment, they would surely say it surpassed even the most famous cultivation paradises of the immortal realm. Immortal mist drifted in the air. The spiritual energy was so thick it nearly condensed into liquid, and the aura of the Tao grew profound. Even the medicinal herbs and spiritual plants nearby appeared visibly transformed. Meanwhile, Li Dalong remained completely unaware of these developments, still immersed in his enlightenment. In truth, he had already mastered the first 3 forms successfully. He spent the most time and effort on the 4th form, and received the greatest reward. Just as he neared completion of the 4th form, heavenly and earthly omens were stirred, bestowing a massive opportunity upon the entire Yunxia Sect. Everyone who had been bathed in this wondrous state today would find their future cultivation path significantly smoother, with their ultimate potential greatly elevated. Those closest to Li Dalong were especially affected, receiving the greatest benefits. As Li Dalong's comprehension of heavenly Tao deepened, so too did his understanding of emptiness, along with his insight into spatial laws. If someone had been inside the room at this moment, they would have seen Li Dalong slowly fading from sight, seeming both present and absent at once. He clearly sat there, yet could not be perceived. If you threw a punch at him, though he appeared seated before you, your fist would pass straight through his body as though striking nothing at all, feeling absolutely no resistance. This was the true power of emptiness. Thus, Li Dalong successfully completed the Tai Su sword method. When he finally opened his eyes, that mysterious, wondrous aura inside the room began to withdraw into his body. Soon after, the same mysterious energy within the courtyard melted away as snow beneath the sun. Then, across the entire Yunxia Sect, the immortal energy hanging in the skies slowly dissipated. Yet, from this rare opportunity, the underground immortal veins beneath the sect had significantly improved. Though the immortal energy thinned, it remained far denser than it had been before. Chapter 250. The 5 Venoms Sect gets taught a lesson. The disciples of Yunxia Sect gradually emerged from their cultivation states, and finally realized how tremendous this opportunity truly was, something beyond imagination. Kameli shot a grateful glance toward the courtyard where Li Dalong resided. Thinking about her beloved woman, she smiled with satisfaction. Her daughter's taste was just as good as her own. Then, she issued a strict order to everyone. No one was allowed to leak today's events to the outside world. Anyone who broke this rule would be expelled from the sect and hunted down until dead. Meanwhile, Li Dalong remained completely unaware of everything happening outside. Still, he felt immense joy, having successfully completed the 4th and final form of the Tai Su sword technique in one go. However, when he thought about how much Wu Dao Ti, he had consumed, he winced at the loss. Oh no. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he wondered, had he perhaps stripped all the leaves from the Wu Dao tree? His mind quickly entered the Xuanhuan bead. Grass. The Wu Dao tree really was almost completely stripped bare. Only the central main branch at the top still had a dozen or so leaves left. If every last leaf were gone, then the Wu Dao tree itself would be doomed. Luckily, a dozen or so leaves remained. Still, no telling how long it would take for the tree to recover, and until then, there would be no more Wu Dao Ti. Thankfully, he had managed to successfully cultivate the 4th move of the Tai Su sword technique, Xiu, nothingness, just in time. Otherwise, if the Wu Dao tree were completely destroyed, he'd probably cry to death. Sweeping his spiritual sense through his dantian and meridians, he saw that the completion of the Tai Su sword technique had further strengthened his body. His physical might had taken another leap forward, proving once again that this sword manual truly was peerless, cultivating both inner and outer strength. If he ever met someone like the Yin Shadow Man again, he was now fully confident that a single sword strike would be enough to kill them. This was the sheer power of the Tai Su sword technique. Glancing at the time, he realized that more than 20 days had already passed since he began cultivating the Tai Su sword technique up until its completion. Li Dalong lamented having spent so much time on it. If disciples from ancient sects learned that Li Dalong had mastered all 4 forms of the Tai Su sword technique in just over 20 days, they would have surely tried to strangle him. Most cultivators spent decades without even mastering the first move, while he considered 20 days too long. However, with Li Dalong's immortal spirit body and the constant supply of Wu Dao Ti, especially later consuming the leaves directly from the Wu Dao tree, no one in the past or present could ever compare to his extravagant usage or availability of Wu Dao Ti. It was all due to rare and fortunate circumstances. Without such an opportunity, such luck could not have been possible. Truly, he was a one-of-a-kind case, completely deserving of the title unparalleled in the past and future. Now the only thing lacking was his cultivation level. Cultivation required diligence and the accumulation of time, so Li Dalong wasted no time. He immediately went into the cultivation room and entered the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda to begin training. Thanks to the amplification effect of the Xuanhuan pagoda, his cultivation speed exceeded that of others by more than 5 times. This was his greatest advantage. Xiuxian had also benefited from the celestial and earthly phenomena triggered by Li Dalong. She still had the Wu Dao Ti Li Dalong had gifted her, and when that mysterious and wondrous phenomenon enveloped her dwelling, she had been sitting by the window absent-mindedly watching the exotic flowers and rare grasses outside. This strange, enlightening sensation awakened a sudden inspiration within her, and she quickly entered her cultivation chamber, sat down, brewed herself a cup of Wu Dao tea, and drank it. Under the influence of the celestial Dao becoming momentarily visible in the abundant Qi Xian Ling Qi, her mind and perception were rapidly deepening. Her understanding of the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of the Sword was skyrocketing, and her body was healing rapidly, surpassing even the effects of any immortal elixir. Her recovery was nearly visible to the naked eye. She soon entered a state of total oblivion to self and surroundings, her cultivation base growing swiftly. Back at the Yunxia Sect, after Xiuxian received Meng Gang's report about the Five Venoms Sect's ambitious plans, he immediately summoned Long Zhongyuan, the sect leader of Changfeng Sect, and Lei Zhenxiao, the sect leader of Yunxia Sect. He informed them of the Five Venoms grand scheme. If the Five Venoms Sect succeeded, the foundations of the three sects' status in the immortal realm would be shaken. This was a direct challenge to the three great sects, and they discussed how best to contain the Five Venoms' rise. Initially, the three sects considered forming a coalition army to deliver a devastating strike against the Five Venoms Sect and initiate an all-out extermination war. However, they worried this might cause panic among other sects and factions across the immortal realm, causing too much disruption. Thus, they abandoned the idea. Eventually, the three sects reached a mutual decision to use the Five Venoms' recent act of slaughtering cultivators and looting resources on the Sun and Moon Island as a pretext. Then, they launched a comprehensive crackdown, aiming to suppress the Five Venoms Sect. At the same time, they severed all the Five Venoms extensions outside their original sphere of influence, sending a clear warning: do not overstep your boundaries. Using a mix of soft and hard tactics, they sought to crush the Five Venoms' ambitions in their infancy and safeguard the three sects standing in the immortal realm. As the joint operations of the three sects unfolded, the Five Venoms Sect found themselves suddenly in flames everywhere. Initially, the Five Venoms still dispatched reinforcements from their main headquarters to fight back. At first, the three sects grew a little arrogant, believing that the Five Venoms would dare not escalate the conflict with more forces. But this miscalculation led to a severe beating. The three sects' disciples were caught off guard, many of them slain in great numbers. After the three sects discovered that the Five Venoms Sect still dared to resist, they became furious and immediately deployed a large number of experts to intensify their attacks. Soon, the Five Venoms' external forces and outposts were completely destroyed. Their core disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the immense strength accumulated over countless years was shattered into pieces, leaving generations of painstaking efforts utterly wasted. This war to solidify dominance placed enormous pressure and caused widespread panic across various factions in the immortal realm. Everyone now understood that these three colossal sects absolutely would not tolerate any attempt to replace them, whether through action or mere thought. Their determination to suppress had also become unmistakable. In an instant, the entire immortal realm appeared unusually peaceful. Even the adventurers competing for major resources had grown exceptionally courteous to one another. Struggles and conflicts ceased entirely, and peace and harmony prevailed throughout the immortal realm. Ever since the three great sects joined forces to suppress the Five Venoms Sect, the immortal realm entered a period of tranquility and development. Half a year later, after Xiaoling's body had completely recovered, she entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda for training. 1 year later, under persistent requests from Yi Wuxia, her father Yi Xingqian and mother Lady Yuehua finally agreed to allow Yi Wuxia to come to Yunxia Sect for cultivation. Yi Wuxia then entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda for training. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed, and everyone's cultivation levels had significantly improved. Yun Yao and her son Zhou Tianlong had both reached the early stage of Xian Immortal. Ku Xiaoling and Yi Wuxia had broken through to the late stage of Tian Immortal, and Li Dalong's cultivation had officially advanced to the late stage of Jin Immortal. Just as Li Dalong was consolidating his cultivation at the late stage of Jin Immortal, a sudden fluctuation arose from the communication jade tablet inside the system space, and the vibration was growing increasingly intense. Had something happened to Shuer? Why was she so desperate? The communication jade tablet inside the system space had only been set up for Zhou Shue's family. Even the communication jade talismans for contacting Yi Wuxia and Ku Xiaoling were still kept inside their storage rings. Yun Yao and her son were still cultivating within the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda. Whoever was sending the message must be Zhou Shui. With a thought, the communication jade tablet appeared in his hand. Activating it with immortal qi, he received a broken voice transmission from Zhou Shui, senior uncle. Help, please. Chapter 251, Zhou Shui's plea for help. Hearing Zhou Shui's cry for help, Li Dalong immediately became anxious. Shuer, where are you? What's happened? Master's senior apprentice, Flame Mountain, Lava Maze, save me. Her voice crackled through the jade communication plate intermittently, accompanied by the growls and roars of monstrous beasts. Shuer, hold on. Find a safe place to hide first. Your master's senior apprentice is coming to save you. Li Dalong shouted urgently. Before he had finished speaking, the signal from the communication jade was suddenly cut off, and the fluctuation from Zhou Shui's side vanished. Extremely anxious, Li Dalong immediately flashed out of the Tower of Creation and Cultivation. In haste, he took out a jade talisman and left a message to Ku Xiaoling and Yun Yao, telling them that Zhou Shui was in danger and he had gone to rescue her, advising them to remain at Yunxia Sect and not go out, just wait at home. He placed the jade talisman on the table and instantly vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he was already tens of miles outside the Yunxia Sect. With another flash, he disappeared from that spot. This time, Li Dalong chose to take the teleportation formation to the nearest city to Flame Mountain first, then fly the rest of the way by sword. He decided to rush straight to Huanyu City and take the teleportation formation there. Flame Mountain lay in the northwest of the Immortal Continent, with the entire Kunlun mountain range lying between it and the Yunxia Sect. If he flew by sword, the journey would take far too long, at least over a month. The fastest route was to first reach Xuanhu City, use the teleportation formation directly to Tomo City, which lay just outside Flame Mountain. From there, it was very close, and the journey by sword flight would take only an hour. That way, the entire trip from Yunxia Sect to outside Flame Mountain would take less than half a day. When Li Dalong arrived at Xuanhu City and reached the city's teleportation hall, he found a long line of people stretching out from the hall and into the street. He wondered why so many people were using the teleportation formation today. Wasn't business usually quite slow here? Puzzled, he hurriedly asked a young cultivator who stood ahead in the queue. Brother, do you know what's going on today? Why is there such a long line? Senior, you didn't know? It's because a mysterious underground world was discovered near Flame Mountain. Many people who entered obtained ancient immortal artifacts, pills, talismans, and even ancient cultivation inheritances. Now, everyone is rushing there. A mysterious underground world? When did this happen? Li Dalong politely asked. A cultivator came out from Flame Mountain a month ago, and suddenly his cultivation power increased dramatically. It said he obtained some ancient pills from that mysterious underground world. After taking them, his power surged, and he even broke through to the next cultivation stage. More people followed. Some came out with ancient immortal artifacts. Others obtained ancient cultivation inheritances, each with a sudden leap in power. As more and more people emerged, word spread, and now everyone is heading to Flame Mountain trying to get a share of the treasure, the young cultivator replied. Oh, so that's why? If there are this many people, how long would I have to wait in line? Li Dalong looked at the long queue, murmuring anxiously to himself. Senior, if you don't mind spending some xiuxian stones, you could pay for a private teleportation array. That way you can go directly without waiting here. It's just really expensive. People like us can't afford it, the young cultivator explained. A private VIP service? Li Dalong asked excitedly. Senior, what's VIP service? Oh, never mind. Thank you. Li Dalong smiled and walked away from the line toward the teleportation hall. In the short time since he had joined the line, another line had already formed behind him. There were at least 100 people lined up. One could tell how hot Flame Mountain had become. Because of this, he needed to hurry even faster. He was worried Zhou wouldn't last. Disregarding the glances from the cultivators who were waiting in line, he walked confidently toward the teleportation hall. Once inside, he approached the city guard who was on duty at the entrance and asked, I want to rent a private teleportation array. Where should I go? Coincidentally, today Zhao Wu was on duty. Seeing a senior cultivator whose cultivation level he couldn't discern asking about renting a private teleportation formation, he realized this must be a wealthy customer and immediately became enthusiastic. Senior, please follow me if you'd like to rent a private teleportation array. He quickly took the lead, guiding Li Dalong forward. Senior, how many people are going with you? We have several types of private teleportation packages. One-person solo formation, group formations for 5 or fewer people, 10 or fewer, and 20 or fewer people, Zhao Wu explained, doing his best to be accommodating. Just me. Then I'll take the one-person package, Li Dalong said, relieved to hear that there was a one-person option. Senior, the one-person solo teleportation formation costs 100 times more than the regular large-scale formation, Zhao Wu replied. Oh, xiuxian stones are not a problem. I just need speed, Li Dalong declared with heroic generosity. Right now he was in a rush, and besides, xian stones meant little to him. To rescue Zhou Shui, even if it cost a fortune in xian stones, it wouldn't matter. Senior, this way please. Is your destination that big city? Zhao Wu asked. Tomo City. Senior, the trip to Tomo City requires 500 high-grade xian stones. Li Dalong took out 500 high-grade xian stones from his storage ring and handed them to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu accepted the stones and turned to the cashier responsible for charging fees at the exclusive teleportation formation zone. This senior needs to go to Tomo City. He's arranged for a single-person private formation. He's leaving immediately. 500 high-grade xian stones. Payment, and you can go, the cashier said expressionlessly. These are the senior's xian stones. You may count them, Zhao Wu said as he habitually handed the stones over. The cashier swept his divine sense across the stones, checked them, found no issues, and handed a jade talisman to Zhao Wu. Take this and go to the first array on the left. Zhao Wu took the jade talisman, turned, and respectfully handed it to Li Dalong. Senior, please keep this talisman with you. Follow me. Li Dalong accepted the talisman, followed Zhao Wu into the left area of the teleportation hall, and walked toward the small teleportation formation at the far left. Zhao Wu stood outside the array and said respectfully, Senior, have a safe journey. With Zhao Wu guiding and handling everything so quickly, Li Dalong felt very satisfied with Zhao Wu's enthusiasm. Before activating the teleportation array, Li Dalong casually tossed a storage ring to Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu instinctively caught the storage ring thrown by Li Dalong. Before he even had a chance to thank him, a brilliant light rose from the teleportation array and Li Dalong vanished. Zhao Wu stared at the storage ring in his hand in disbelief. Today was just another day, and yet he had gained a storage ring. Don't underestimate how lightly Li Dalong treated the giving away of a storage ring. Ordinary cultivators found it extremely difficult to obtain one. Most low-tier cultivators still used storage bags or storage belts. These were bulky items that took up space and were much less convenient than a storage ring, with far less internal storage space. Chapter 252, Tomo City. This was an unclaimed storage ring, and Zhao Wu's spiritual sense easily entered it, immediately leaving him stunned. Inside the storage ring were 100 top-grade immortal stones, as well as several pill bottles made of jade. It was obvious they contained no ordinary pills and were quite extraordinary. Just the 100 top-grade immortal stones were enough to cover his salary for 2 years. As for the pills, he couldn't check them here anyway, so better to wait until he returned home after finishing his shift. He forcibly suppressed the urge to open the pill bottles and placed the storage ring into his robe. This senior is truly kind-hearted. Zhao Wu silently issued an inner, kind-hearted card to Li Dalong. Judging from the generous gift of 100 top-grade immortal stones, those pills must be exceptional indeed. What a lucky day. Simply helping someone by showing them the way had earned such a tremendous reward. Looks like he should do more good deeds. Good deeds must bring good fortune. From then on, Zhao Wu steadily walked the path of doing good, and his road broadened, eventually surpassing his natural limits and leading him to greater heights. After a brief moment of weightlessness on the one-person teleportation formation, Li Dalong soon arrived at the Grand Teleportation Hall of Tomo City. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, he had initially planned to head straight to Xuanhuan, Flame Mountain, but then thought better of it. He wanted to find out if he could buy a full map of Flame Mountain and also gather recent intelligence about the mysterious underground world. After asking a few questions about the general situation in Tomo City from the personnel stationed at the teleportation hall, Li Dalong decided not to go to the Wanbao Pavilion to gather information. Instead, he chose to seek out Lingxiu for intelligence. While maps could be purchased from Wanbao Pavilion without any problem, when it came to the most recent information about the underground world, Li Dalong believed the Lingxiu faction would offer intelligence that was more accurate, comprehensive, and timely. Soon, Li Dalong found a small tavern tucked away in a narrow alley. He sat down, and the shopkeeper immediately approached him. Li Dalong wasted no time and directly used spiritual transmission to request the purchase of the latest map of Flame Mountain and the newest intelligence on the underground world. The Lingxiu shopkeeper also didn't waste any time. After a moment's thought, he directly quoted a price of 10,000 top-grade immortal stones, guaranteeing the most complete, latest, and safest map and information available. Everything was fully marked, including all areas that had already been explored, and danger levels clearly indicated. Extremely dangerous zones were marked in bright red, while safer paths were marked in green. The route from Tomo City to Flame Mountain, extending all the way to the underground world, was clearly outlined in green lines. As long as one followed the green-marked route on the map, one could reach the underground world swiftly and safely. Li Dalong even saw the location of the lava maze marked on the map, but that particular area was shaded in vivid red. No wonder the information was so expensive. With this map, he could easily avoid many dangerous areas and significantly reduce risks. Paying 10,000 top-grade immortal stones was well worth it. It saved Li Dalong considerable trouble and time. With this map in hand, he could reach the lava maze within 2 days. After handing 10,000 top-grade immortal stones to the shopkeeper, Li Dalong turned and left the tavern. The shopkeeper looked at his storage ring now filled with another 10,000 immortal stones, his wide smile narrowing his eyes into thin lines. Leaving the Lingxiu tavern, Li Dalong exited the city directly and mounted his flying sword, rushing straight toward Flame Mountain. The glow of flying swords streaking across the sky lit up the entire expanse as countless cultivators traveled along the path from Tomo City to Flame Mountain. Following the flow of the crowd toward Flame Mountain, after entering the area, the high volume of cultivators made the path from Flame Mountain's entrance to the underground world's entrance feel like a main road. The originally dangerous creatures and terrain that occupied the region had all been subdued by these cultivators. The Yasho either became resources or had long fled deep into the recesses of Flame Mountain. On this journey, not only were there groups rushing into the mountain, but many were also coming out in groups. However, those exiting usually appeared disheveled, their armor damaged, and they all looked anxious and vigilant toward everyone they met on the way. Occasionally, deadly fights also erupted, and broken corpses could be seen along the roadside. Li Dalong simply chose not to see or hear anything happening around him and focused solely on pushing forward. After more than a day of continuous and tireless travel, he finally reached the entrance of the underground world. Here it was bustling like a marketplace, with people coming and going, and even stalls were set up along the way for business. Vendors hawked magical treasures, pills, and talismans, creating a lively and chaotic scene. Although so many had entered, the underground world was incredibly vast. Some claimed it was an alternate realm. According to explorers, the mapped region already far exceeded the scale of Flame Mountain itself. Glancing around briefly, Li Dalong didn't linger outside the cave entrance, but instead entered the underground world directly through a dark and gloomy opening. After entering the cave entrance, he felt a slight resistance on his body, as if passing through a thin membrane. Then, in an instant, his vision brightened, and a world entirely painted in red stretched out before his eyes. At the same time, a heat unlike that of Flame Mountain enveloped his entire body. Even with his cultivation, he could distinctly feel the heat entering his body and merging into his blood. Initially, he intended to expel the heat using his immortal energy, but soon it blended completely with his bloodstream, fusing seamlessly and becoming impossible to remove. Carefully sensing within, he discovered the heat posed no harm to him. Instead, it gave his blood a renewed sense of vigor, an unmistakable feeling of vitality. As the blood's vitality increased, it carried greater nourishment throughout his body, which, through this subtle enhancement, was being strengthened. This may well explain why cultivators who entered the underground world and survived showed enhanced power upon their return. Feeling no negative effects, Li Dalong ignored the sensation and, following the path marked on the map purchased from Lingxiu, rushed toward the lava maze at full speed. After entering the underground world, the space was surprisingly vast, and thus the cultivators were scattered. Along the way, he encountered other cultivators heading in the direction of the lava maze, though in small numbers. Although it was marked as a safe route, occasionally they still encountered attacks from Yaoshou living in this underground world. However, because of the heavy traffic of people going in and out, and the previous sweeps by numerous cultivators, no powerful Yaoshou remained, and all were easily slain by Li Dalong. Since entering the underground world, Li Dalong contacted Zhou Shui every half hour using a communication jade tablet, but received no reply. At this point, he had begun to feel anxious. He feared Zhou Shui might have already met with some accident, or else she should have responded by now. Nevertheless, he was determined to continue into the lava maze to search for Zhou Shui. Along the way, he occasionally met cultivators returning from the lava maze. Judging by their appearance, they looked battered and disheveled, and each one seemed highly alert. He wanted to ask about Zhou Shui's whereabouts, but as soon as these cultivators noticed Li Dalong approaching, they became wary and swiftly fled, leaving him feeling helpless and frustrated. Chapter 253, Lava Maze. While rushing forward with all his strength, he soon arrived at the edge of the lava maze. Now is the time to give a special introduction to the lava maze. The lava maze is a vast labyrinth formed by lava, composed of numerous active volcanoes, dormant volcanoes, erupting volcanoes, extinct volcanoes, and peaks, canyons, ravines, and caves formed after the lava cooled from eruptions. Flowing molten lava weaves through this landscape, forming a massive maze of fire. The area is filled with complex and maze-like terrain. This maze was naturally formed by flowing lava from the flame mountains, and its shape constantly changes, making it extremely difficult for people to find a safe passage. The extreme heat within the maze makes the rocks extremely brittle. A single misstep can trigger a collapse or a lava flow, trapping living beings and burning them alive. Moreover, some heat-resistant or heat-attracted demonic beasts inhabit the maze, some even naturally formed from the lava itself. But why is such a dangerous place still attracting so many cultivators who throw their lives away to enter? The answer lies in the unique environment, which gives birth to special medicinal herbs and minerals. The demonic beasts here are entirely treasures, and for cultivators cultivating yang attributes, this place is nothing short of a holy ground. Looking at this dangerous area where the heat waves are even visible in the air, the heat felt on his body was even more intense. The heat made his blood feel like it was about to boil, and even with Shan Li, the suppression was minimal. Li Dalong furrowed his eyebrows, but resolutely stepped inside. According to information from Ling Su, flight was impossible inside the lava maze. The entire area seemed to have an anti-air restriction. No human or beast could fly within this place. Ling Su's analysis was that this area had naturally formed an anti-air formation. Traveling on foot was the only way, and even the communication jade talismans experienced major interference. Added to this were the ever-changing flows of lava underground, which were the reasons this place was marked as a high-risk red zone. Indeed, among the cultivators entering this place, less than 20% were recorded as having successfully exited. High risks often bring high rewards. Most who did survive had gained what they desired from the lava maze, receiving unexpected gains in cultivation progress and wealth. Becoming rich overnight wasn't a dream here. Even with such a high death rate, it cannot scare the cultivators who defy the heavens. This is why so many cultivators still choose to venture inside. Once inside the lava maze, the information bought from Ling Su became useless. Even Ling Su didn't have an accurate map of the maze. Well, not that he didn't have one, but rather, they were useless, as the maze's terrain is alive and ever-changing. Therefore, Ling Su did not sell maps of the interior of the lava maze. A live volcano might suddenly become extinct, while an extinct volcano might erupt unexpectedly. A volcano could burst out of flat land or rivers of lava could suddenly pour from the mountains, creating new streams of molten rock. Such intense heat cannot be endured by cultivators below the xiuxian realm. Only cultivators at the xiuxian realm or above can withstand the conditions. Li Dalong kept his spiritual senses fully activated. He had to constantly observe the environmental changes around him, pay special attention to what was happening underground, and stay alert to possible attacks from other cultivators or demonic beasts inside the lava maze. After entering the lava maze, Li Dalong took out the communication jade tablet once again and tried to contact Zhou Shui. Finally, contact was established here, and the signal was coming through the jade tablet. His heart, filled with worry, finally relaxed. As long as he could make contact, it meant she was still alive. As long as she lived, all other difficulties could be resolved somehow. Shui, how are you doing now? Where are you? Li Dalong couldn't help but speed up his tone in asking. Senior, it's so good to finally reach you for help. I am trapped in a cave at the northeast corner of the lava maze. I'm injured and have run out of pills. At the entrance of the cave, there's a lava beast. I'm stuck inside and can't get out. Zhou Shui said weakly to Li Dalong. The lava beast is a massive monster living deep in the flame mountains, composed entirely of lava. Its burning body can cast powerful fire spells. The hardened lava body of the beast grants it tremendous vitality and defense, making its physical attacks extremely powerful. Luckily for Zhou Shui, the cave she had hidden in was relatively small and extended deeply into the mountains, so the lava beast couldn't enter and had to attack her using magical techniques instead, which allowed Zhou Shui to survive for this long. You just hold on a little longer. Senior will arrive soon. I've already entered the maze. You must keep going. Li Dalong quickly responded, trying to give Zhou Shui hope and encouragement to endure. All right, senior, please hurry. After saying that, Zhou Shui cut the connection herself. Li Dalong checked the map provided by Ling Su. Zhou Shui was at the northeast corner, exactly opposite to his current position. The distance was still quite far. He didn't know how she had managed to run so deep into the lava maze. Without thinking of anything else, Li Dalong feared Zhou Shui wouldn't hold on much longer. He channeled Qian Li into his legs and sprinted across the scorching rocks as quickly as possible. He pushed his speed to the limit. All demonic beasts he encountered, as long as they didn't attack him or hinder his path, he ignored completely. He didn't even glance at the medicinal herbs he saw, running past them without hesitation, afraid of wasting even a second. Yet the more anxious he became, the more trouble seemed to arise. As Li Dalong leaped over a dead volcano, preparing to cross a deep ravine, two flying swords suddenly shot from behind a large boulder nearby, aiming straight at him. The attackers had chosen their timing perfectly. At that very moment, Li Dalong was mid-leap across the ravine. Precisely the moment his old momentum had faded and new energy yet to build. The Star Spirit Shield instantly appeared in Li Dalong's left hand, while the Qinghong sword in his right slashed a sword beam toward one of the incoming swords. A surge of Shanli flowed into the Star Spirit Shield from his left hand. With a ding sound, one of the swords struck the center of the shield, producing a sharp clang. The force from the impact sent Li Dalong flying across the ravine, landing him on the opposite scorching rocks. So you're not dead yet. A surprised voice came from behind the large rock across the ravine. Then, two cultivators dressed in earth-yellow clothes and wearing masks jumped out from behind the boulder. If you know what's good for you, leave your storage ring behind and scram. One of the masked men, tall and imposing, shouted fiercely. Li Dalong, already enraged by the ambush, hadn't wanted trouble, but their audacity in attacking only angered him more. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he immediately identified the two as golden immortal late-stage cultivators, at the same level as himself. Even if they were 2 against 1, he held no fear. But his main priority now was saving Zhou Shui. He didn't want to waste time fighting them, so ignoring the tall masked man's words, he turned and continued running into the lava maze. The two men, seeing Li Dalong run off without a word, thought he was afraid of them. Coupled with his silence, it seemed like outright contempt. They exchanged glances, then immediately took off in pursuit of Li Dalong. Chapter 254, Ambushed. Li Dalong had originally thought that once he ran away, the two wouldn't follow him. Unexpectedly, not only did they not give up, but they clung to him like a sticky wad of gum impossible to shake off. Now, Li Dalong was truly enraged. These two were so disrespectful. If he didn't deal with them now, they would surely launch another sneak attack when he went to rescue Zhou Shui. He had to eliminate these two first before he could Gunshin Qiuzhou Zhou Shui. As he ran, he contemplated ways to get rid of them. Although both were at the late golden immortal stage, there was still a difference in strength. The taller masked man, judging from his performance during the pursuit, seemed somewhat stronger than the thinner, smaller masked man. Moreover, the distance between him and the smaller masked man had stretched to about 50 meters. Perhaps he could exploit this gap in distance to take out the slightly stronger one first, hoping for a one-strike kill. Today he'd test the newly mastered Tai Su sword technique. Let this tall masked man be the offering for the first successful use of the Tai Su sword art. As he ran, he locked his divine awareness onto the tall masked man, channeling immortal energy into the Qinghong sword and activating the second move of the Tai Su sword art, breaking the wind. Once he was ready, a ruthless expression flickered across Li Dalong's face. Suddenly, he came to a sharp stop, spins around, and softly shouted, breaking the wind. A compressed sword beam erupted from the Qinghong sword. Moving at an invisible speed to the naked eye, it sliced through the air like lightning, heading straight toward the front masked man. The two had never imagined that Li Dalong would suddenly strike back. Although they had remained cautious while chasing him, having run such a long distance, and with Li Dalong not making a move while fleeing for his life, they had relaxed their guard. When they finally noticed Li Dalong's sudden halt and spin around to unleash a strike, though they did try to raise a defense, it was done in a panic. Their swords hadn't fully charged with energy, yet when they barely lifted their blades in response. By then, Li Dalong's breaking the wind sword energy had already reached them. They felt a faint impact against their protective barrier, followed by a sudden chill. Then, in a bizarre instant, they suddenly felt their body shrinking, and they saw their own lower half of the body running forward on 2 legs. A shrill, piercing scream burst from their mouth, only to be cut off abruptly as darkness enveloped everything. Normally, under equal conditions, someone of the same late golden immortal realm would never be slain in a single blow. But the tall masked man had been too careless, focused only on chasing down and killing Li Dalong without imagining the possibility of being counterattacked. Coupled with the divine subtlety of Li Dalong's Tai Su sword art and the extreme speed of breaking the wind, Li Dalong had successfully landed a one-strike kill, marking the debut of his newly mastered sword art. The thin masked man behind was so shocked by the sudden turn of events that his body shivered violently. His senior brother, stronger than himself, had been cut in two by a single sword strike from the enemy. They had thought they were chasing an easy prey, only to find themselves facing the Yanhuang. Without even glancing at his brother's corpse, he turned and fled. Li Dalong, already furious at how the two had delayed his rescue of Zhou Shui, had already killed one. How could he possibly let the other escape? This time, the chase had reversed directions. The thin masked man ran, and Li Dalong gave chase. Before long, the distance between them had narrowed to just dozens of meters. Again, Li Dalong infused immortal energy into the Qinghong sword and executed another move from the Tai Su sword art, moon severing, slashing it toward the fleeing smaller masked man. The thin masked man sensed the oppressive sword energy from behind and, reluctantly, turned around to release a defensive sword beam. But this turning motion had essentially condemned him to the gates of hell, as Li Dalong quickly closed in. Realizing escape was no longer possible, the thin masked man, eyes filled with despair, prepared to fight Li Dalong to the death. The battle between Li Dalong and the smaller masked man intensified rapidly. Their clash raged like the molten lava inside a volcano, blazing and violent, whipping up a fierce storm of energy that shattered the surrounding brown rocks and sent scorching lava flying in all directions. After exchanging blows for the time it took to brew and drink a cup of tea, Li Dalong started to grow impatient. He had already wasted too much time here. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Gripping the Qinghong sword tightly, he slashed out sword beams like a sudden storm, sweeping furiously toward the small masked man. Each sword clash momentarily froze the surrounding air, stretching time itself. Yet the small masked man showed no signs of yielding. Wielding his long sword, he countered Li Dalong's assault with a strange yet fierce sword style. Their figures darted across the sky, fast as lightning. Every collision between them resembled a duel of immortal energies, each impact triggering violent explosions in the surrounding air. Amidst the fierce battle, the aura of both men continued to escalate. Their eyes burned with hatred and ruthlessness, each determined to end the other's life. The thin masked man knew he could no longer escape this battle. He decided to bet everything in a final desperate attempt to fight Li Dalong with all his strength. He channeled his immortal energy into his long sword and suddenly swung forward, unleashing a massive sword beam directly at Li Dalong. This sword beam descended like divine soldiers from the heavens, carrying a devastating force capable of destroying heaven and earth, causing the surrounding air to violently distort. Li Dalong felt the immense power of the sword beam and couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Without hesitation, he quickly infused his immortal energy into the Qinghong sword and activated the Tai Su sword art. With a swift motion, he executed the moon-severing technique, slashing it toward the thin masked man before him. This sword beam surged forth like a green dragon emerging from the sea, carrying sharp and ferocious power that instantly tore through the air's resistance. At this critical moment, the thin masked man once again felt the overwhelming strength of Li Dalong. Desperation and fear filled his heart, yet he knew he must give his all to stand even a sliver of a chance. Without delay, he decisively turned and slashed a defensive sword beam. This sword energy functioned like an unyielding shield, standing before him and blocking Li Dalong's attack. Yet behind this defensive sword beam, the thin masked man paid a heavy price. His body was wounded by the shockwave of Li Dalong's sword energy, and a mouthful of blood burst from his lips. In his eyes flickered a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow, but at this moment of life and death, he knew he was destined to die today. This only ignited the savage ferocity buried deep within him. Once more, a second sword flew out from his storage ring. Now controlling two swords simultaneously, he launched a fierce assault against Li Dalong. By now, sweat drenched his forehead, and his face had turned pale from both injury and excessive energy depletion. Meanwhile, Li Dalong fully understood the cruelty and mercilessness of this battle. He held nothing back anymore and launched his full-force attack. His figure moved like a ghostly specter through the air, each swing of his sword carrying immense and violent power. His sole goal was clear: to kill the thin masked man and end this battle as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Slaying 2. The thin masked man with the small frame knew he could not hold on much longer either. Gritting his teeth, he sent a flying sword hurtling toward Li Dalong. As the sword struck Li Dalong's star shield, the thin masked man suddenly detonated it. The sword's self-destruction produced a tremendous explosion and shockwave, blasting the star shield away. A sharp cracking sound of broken bones echoed as the immense force transmitted through the shield shattered Li Dalong's left hand into two pieces. Crying out in agony, his face turned pale from the pain. The thin masked man, because of the backlash from the sword's explosion, also suffered damage to his spiritual core and spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as tissue paper. Realizing things couldn't continue this way, Li Dalong braved the masked man's attacks and activated the fourth technique of the Tai Su sword art, nothingness. However, nothingness was extremely draining on one's immortal energy, so Li Dalong had been unwilling to use it until now, and this reluctance led to his own injury and a broken left hand. He lightly uttered, "Nothingness." Then, suddenly, Li Dalong vanished from the thin masked man's sight and reappeared directly in front of him. His attack clearly struck Li Dalong and pierced through his body, but it neither affected Li Dalong's movement nor caused any blood to spill. Before he could even process this eerie phenomenon, Li Dalong cut off his head with a single sword stroke. After using nothingness, a deep sense of weakness surged within Li Dalong's body. His fierce battle against a desperate opponent had taken a heavy toll. He took the storage ring and flying sword from the thin masked man's corpse, and then moved to the site where the tall masked man had been killed to clean up the battlefield. But the tall masked man had already been devoured completely by demonic beasts. All that remained on the ground were shattered clothes, bone fragments, and a pool of blood. Nothing else remained. Better to leave this place first and find somewhere to heal and restore his immortal energy. Li Dalong ran forward for another half hour or so, moving far away from the site of the battle, until he finally found a relatively hidden spot. He set up a formation, activated it, sat cross-legged on the ground, and took out a top-grade healing pill from his system space, tossing it into his mouth and beginning to absorb its medicinal power. With his unique constitution offering astonishing regenerative capabilities, coupled with the assistance of the high-grade healing pill, after an hour all of his minor injuries and his broken left hand had fully healed. He then set up a simple spirit gathering array, took another pill, and held 2 top-grade immortal stones in his hands to replenish his energy. After 2 hours, his immortal energy had fully recovered. He placed the leftover, partially absorbed immortal stones back into his system space, disassembled the spirit gathering and protective arrays, and continued sprinting forward. After a period of travel, Li Dalong drew closer to the lava cave where Xuanhuan was hiding. He began to slow down his pace and started absorbing energy from a top-grade immortal stone in his left hand to replenish the consumed immortal energy. He needed to adjust himself to peak condition to deal with the lava giant beast guarding the cave entrance. He didn't know exactly what Xuanhuan had done, but this beast was determined to hunt her down. Li Dalong contacted Xuanhuan again, informing her that he had arrived nearby and was preparing to attack the lava beast. He told her not to come out until after he had defeated it, at which point he would enter the cave to pick her up. As he approached, Li Dalong grew more cautious, slowly drawing nearer step by step. Finally, he saw the lava beast that had kept Xuanhuan trapped here for so long. It stood over 10 meters tall and was about 3 or 4 meters wide. Covered in reddish-brown molten skin, it stood guard outside the cave, periodically spitting out flames toward the entrance, or using its massive front claws to smash at the rocks of the cave. Thankfully, the local rock was extremely hard. Each blow from the lava beast only caused a small chunk to break off. This sturdiness was the reason Xuanhuan had been able to survive this long. This would be his first time fighting a lava beast. He had to be careful. Li Dalong chose to attack from long range. Wielding the Qinghong's sword in his hand, he slashed downward, releasing the heaven-severing sword toward the lava beast outside the cave. The moment Li Dalong moved, the lava beast noticed him. Feeling the killing intent, it let out a deafening roar and charged straight toward Li Dalong while intercepting the incoming sword energy. The heaven-severing sword struck the beast's body, throwing up a spray of sparks. It did no real damage at all, merely causing the creature to halt its charge for an instant. Li Dalong immediately turned and fled, increasing the distance between himself and the beast. Despite its enormous size, the lava beast wasn't slow. Though it appeared bulky, its speed of movement wasn't sluggish at all. Li Dalong had no choice but to run and dodge its attacks simultaneously. He knew clearly that if he couldn't effectively counter the lava beast's assault, he very well might end up dying here. Plus, Xuanhuan was still waiting for him to rescue her. He could not afford to make any mistakes. While running, Li Dalong continued thinking of strategies. He needed to find a way to eliminate the lava beast quickly. The lava beast excelled in its incredible defense and overwhelming offensive power. Its weakness lay in its sheer size. Although it was fast, it lacked the agility to keep up with Li Dalong. He also needed to find its vital weak points and focus his attacks there. In their previous exchanges, he had struck the beast multiple times, both on its body and head, but had failed to cause any serious damage, only superficial wounds. After carefully observing, Li Dalong concluded that he could only succeed by targeting its lower abdominal area. That area connected directly to its internal organs. Although the beast was fast, it wasn't as nimble as him. If he focused his attacks on that area, he should succeed. Perhaps even pierce straight into the lava beast's body and launch an internal assault from within. Once his plan was set, he swung the Qinghong's sword again and slashed toward the lava beast. This time, he changed his tactics. He no longer deliberately kept his distance from the beast, instead engaging in close, rapid combat with it. He no longer pursued heavy damage at the expense of his immortal energy. Instead, he circled around the lava beast in a hit-and-run style, using feinting attacks to distract it while looking for an opportunity to strike its weak lower abdominal area from behind. Man and beast clashed fiercely outside the cave, and within the cave, Xuanhuan sensed the change in the air. She knew it must be Li Dalong fighting the lava beast outside. Wanting to help, she prepared to rush out, but was stopped by Li Dalong. "Don't come out. Stay inside and take care of yourself." Li Dalong shouted loudly. "I'll deal with it soon enough. You won't be able to help me, only get in my way." The lava beast was no fool either. From Li Dalong's movements, it sensed his intent. A cold, chilling sensation creeping near its lower abdomen scared it into roaring furiously at Li Dalong. It began deliberately guarding its vulnerable areas. Whenever Li Dalong tried to circle behind it, the beast quickly turned away to block him, preventing Li Dalong from landing a successful strike several times. Thus, the two continued circling each other, launching attacks in a tight dance. Li Dalong realized this wouldn't work much longer. He couldn't find an opening in the lava beast's defense anymore. Chapter 256, Xuanhuan's Rescue. After such an intense battle, Li Dalong had gained a deeper understanding of the lava beast's defense and attack patterns. Thus, he decided to change his strategy once again. First launching a forceful assault to disrupt the beast's rhythm, and then seizing the opportunity to strike at its weakness. He activated the second move of the Tai Su sword technique, breaking the wind. Since the lava beast had such strong defense, he would use speed to counter its slowness, launching consecutive attacks on the same spot of its body repeatedly. He was determined to break through its defense. Given its large body, the beast also had a huge heart, and that was exactly where Li Dalong focused his breaking the wind attacks. The flying sword smashed repeatedly against its heart, scattering sparks and stone shards as the beast howled in pain. Yet every time the beast attempted to strike back, Li Dalong nimbly evaded. When dark red blood began to flow continuously from the wound on its chest, the creature finally became enraged. It opened its mouth, raised its head, and let out a thunderous roar toward the sky. Rising upright, it began to mutate. At that moment, Li Dalong seized the opportunity when the beast's vulnerable spot was exposed, its abdominal cavity, and while its body was immobile during transformation, he used the fourth move of the Tai Su sword technique, Void. Instantly appearing behind the lava beast, he thrust Qinghong's sword into the creature's lower abdomen, driving it deep into its body. Then, with Qinghong's sword itself and its sword energy running wild, it began wreaking havoc inside the lava beast's internal organs. As Qinghong pierced into the beast's body, a shriek that would bring even the bravest to tears burst from its open mouth. The beast's previously swelling body deflated like a punctured balloon. As Qinghong's sword and its sword energy rampaged through its internal organs, the beast writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. It crashed into the surrounding rocks, shattering them into flying debris. Streams of dark red molten lava sprayed wildly into the air, falling to the ground with hissing sounds and producing rising plumes of white smoke. Li Dalong carefully avoided the beast's scattered attacks and used his spiritual sense to control Qinghong's sword, continuing to pierce upward toward the beast's head. Soon, the sword destroyed all the organs in the abdominal cavity, but the lava beast's vitality was so immense that it still did not die. Qinghong continued to advance toward the heart. The massive organ was soon pierced and sliced in half, spilling a large amount of blood into the abdominal cavity. With the heart destroyed, the lava beast's resistance began to weaken. Its painful roars turned into low, guttural growls, and the sound gradually faded. After slicing off the heart completely, Qinghong continued driving into the creature's brain, quickly turning it into a mushy mess. The lava beast collapsed onto the ground without further struggle, its limbs twitching incessantly. Finally, it was completely dead. Li Dalong controlled Qinghong to exit through the open mouth of the dead lava beast, then sent a pulse of immortal energy to shake off the blood on the sword before it flew back into his hand. Only then did Li Dalong take a deep breath and finally relax. Wow, what a relief. He had finally slain this massive creature. Even if the method wasn't the most elegant, it was effective, and that was what mattered. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the corpse of the lava beast into his storage ring. Then he cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground to prevent the scent from attracting other beasts. He flickered into the cave to check on Zhou Shue's condition. "Shuer, it's over. The lava beast has been slain by me," Li Dalong said as he entered the cave, speaking to Zhou Shue ahead of time to deliver the good news that the danger had passed. "Master Elder, I'm here." Zhou Shue had just heard the silence outside and the cessation of the fighting. Still worried for Li Dalong, she had been about to go to the cave entrance to investigate when she heard his voice. Relief flooded her body, and suddenly she lost all strength, collapsing weakly to the ground, unable to move. Upon hearing Zhou Shue's faint voice followed immediately by a thud, Li Dalong feared something had happened and quickly rushed inside. When he saw Zhou Shue leaning against the cave wall and looking at him, he finally relaxed. Having gone through so much, it was a relief to find Zhou Shue safe. Seeing her long-awaited Master Elder before her, tears uncontrollably flowed down Zhou Shue's face as she cried, "Master Elder, I thought I would never see you again. There, it's all over. Take these 2 pills," Li Dalong said as he handed her a high-grade healing pill and another high-grade immortal energy recovery pill. "Eat them quickly and focus on healing and restoring your energy." Zhou Shue understood very well the consequences of being injured and losing immortal energy in this place. Without hesitation, she accepted the 2 pills and swallowed them, forcing her weary body into a cross-legged sitting position to begin cultivating the pill's effects. Li Dalong stood guard nearby while Zhou Shue meditated, all the while monitoring her healing with his spiritual sense to ensure there were no unexpected complications. At the same time, he took the opportunity to consume a pill himself to restore the immortal energy he had used up in battle. After a day and a night, Zhou Shue had completely refined the 2 pills. Most of her physical injuries had healed, and her immortal energy had also recovered to a large extent. She was finally no longer so weak. "Shuer, why did you come all the way into this place alone?" Seeing that Zhou Shue had mostly recovered, Li Dalong finally asked. "Master Elder, originally I came with senior and junior brothers and sisters from the sect. We were 10 in total, but after entering the lava maze, we kept encountering accidents and beast attacks. The other 9 brothers and sisters all perished. Eventually, only I remained. I was lucky to squeeze into this cave when I had nowhere else to run, which allowed me to save my own life." Zhou Shue briefly explained their situation to Li Dalong. "But why has this lava beast been guarding outside the cave, chasing and killing you non-stop?" Li Dalong asked in puzzlement. "Master Elder, here's what happened. I and 5 remaining senior brothers and sisters discovered a huge beast egg inside a massive lava cave. Then Li's senior brother collected the egg. We originally wanted to venture deeper into the cave to see if there were any other valuable stones or deposits. Unfortunately, this was the lava beast's nest. When the lava beast returned and found its egg missing, it followed our scent deep into the cave and attacked us. 2 brothers died instantly during the battle within the cave. The remaining 3 of us, I and 2 senior sisters, rushed out from the cave. We were chased relentlessly by the lava beast. One after another, the 2 senior sisters fell in battle. Finally, only I remained. I kept fleeing until I escaped to this place, barely managing to save my own life." Zhou Shue told Li Dalong about the entire incident with the lava beast. No wonder the lava beast refused to leave. it was because they had destroyed its offspring. However, this beast's vengeance was indeed intense, an utterly relentless and ruthless creature. In the end, it still died under Li Dalong's sword, and in a particularly pitiful manner. Alright, now that the danger is gone, after you fully recover your cultivation, we can make further plans, Li Dalong said to Zhou Shui. It would be dangerous to remain in this place without fully restoring one's condition. This was an undiscovered underground world, filled not only with hazardous environments and threats from Yao So, but also, more importantly, dangers from cultivators of the human race itself. Chapter 257. What incredible luck. In this underground world, the stakes are too high for people to reason with you or appeal to morality. They will kill you as quickly as possible to seize your resources. At present, no major powers have entered this underground realm en masse. An order has yet to be established. The chaos here is beyond what the immortal world could offer. Only those with great power, or those low-key and cautious, can survive. Zhou Shui was restoring her strength, while Li Dalong set up a defensive formation around her. Then he went to the cave entrance and arranged another formation to hide the entrance. After finishing, he prepared to explore deeper into the cave. Although the entrance appeared small, the cave extended quite deep. The area behind where Zhou Shui had reached had not yet been explored. Li Dalong had a feeling there must be something valuable inside. However, this area severely suppressed spiritual awareness, especially inside the cave. The rocks, solidified from lava, were extremely hard, so tough that even a lava beast's power couldn't crush them. Yet despite this hardness, the rock had no usable value. This brownish rock would definitely be considered top-grade construction material on the blue planet. However, in the immortal world, it was practically worthless. After walking further in, the cave passage gradually widened. Its height remained unchanged, but the floor sloped downward, and the temperature began to rise with the increasing depth. Li Dalong walked windingly for about an hour, occasionally passing small side caves. Some were too narrow for anyone to enter, while others were just wide enough for a person. Inside, everything was pitch black. Still, he continued along the main tunnel. By now, the passage had become very wide, about 10 meters across, with a height of at least 5 or 6 meters. The temperature had risen dramatically, and Li Dalong had already raised a protective barrier to shield himself from the intense heat. The rocks on both sides had changed from brown to a pale red, as if scorched by extreme temperatures. He poured a bottle of spirit water onto the cave wall. The spirit water immediately vaporized into mist and disappeared into the air. It must be because molten lava flowed nearby. Otherwise, the temperature wouldn't be this high. As he continued, he only saw the same kind of brown rock, with no other ores in sight. Despite the sweltering heat, he pressed forward. After about 15 minutes, he actually started sweating. It felt like being in a sauna back on the blue planet, his whole body drenched. Inside the cave, the temperature had become extremely high. The environment had turned into a glowing red world. Moreover, the immortal chi and that heat energy seeping into one's blood were unusually thick. Both the blood in his body and the immortal energy flowing through his meridians had accelerated naturally, giving him the feeling of cultivating. He suspected he was approaching the end of the cave. Perhaps then he would see what valuable treasures lay within. After passing through several bends, he finally came upon a blazing crimson world. There, a surging river of lava flowed. Yes, it was indeed flowing. A river of lava split the cave chamber in two. On the cave wall opposite the lava river were 4 or 5 slightly smaller cave openings, glowing bright red inside. Their depths unclear. The immortal chi here was far denser than outside. On the cave walls near the lava river, embedded in the stone, were many spirit stones. A sweep of his spiritual awareness revealed that even the most exposed, easily seen ones were at least mid-grade immortal stones, with rare top-grade stones mixed among them. Could there be an immortal stone vein here? Li Dalong took out a mid-grade immortal artifact sword, infused it with immortal energy, and slashed at the cave wall. Given his cultivation, his sword only managed to cut less than a meter deep into the rock. Chunks of stone flew as many spirit stones were dislodged. He waved his hand, collecting them into his grasp. In just one strike, he unearthed about 30 spirit stones in total, 2 top-grade, 10 high-grade, and 18 mid-grade. Judging from this result alone, this was an extremely rich immortal stone deposit. However, he wasn't particularly impressed by these spirit stones. In his pocket space and system space, he already had 2 spirit veins. If such wealth were revealed in the immortal world, it would send all cultivators into a frenzy. Just the presence of top-grade immortal stones alone would be enough to drive major powers to fiercely defend the place. If the surface alone had such rich spirit stone deposits, could there be even better treasures deeper inside? Unfortunately, the suppression of spiritual awareness was even stronger here. His powerful spiritual senses could only detect about 10 meters ahead. At this moment, he took out his Starlight Divine Shield and placed it before him. He swapped his flying sword for Qinghong's sword, then slowly moved toward the lava river. When his spiritual awareness scanned the lava river, fluctuations appeared in his perception. There was something different floating in the lava, rising and falling in the waves. Whatever could float in lava without being melted was certainly a treasure. Slowly approaching the edge of the lava river, Li Dalong spotted, amid the searing molten stream, numerous pieces of red jade with a unique red luster different from the lava. These were flame-blazed jade, rare minerals formed by the fusion of intense flames and immortal jade under very specific conditions. They were brightly red and emitted a strong aura of scorching heat. The flame-blazed jade possessed a miraculous function. It could absorb and store energy, and also help cultivators improve their cultivation. It was often used to refine cultivation aiding immortal artifacts. The formation of flame-blaze jade was extremely difficult, as it could only be born under harsh conditions. It was a transformation of immortal jade, formed only where ultra-high temperatures coexisted with thick immortal qi. There was quite a bit of flame-blaze jade here. Li Dalong extended a hand formed of immortal energy into the lava and grabbed a piece that had surfaced. As the energy hand plunged into the molten stream, the immortal energy was rapidly consumed, and even the spiritual consciousness Li Dalong had attached to it started to melt away. Fortunately, his movements were swift. He successfully retrieved the flame-blaze jade in time, but when he retracted the energy hand, he had already consumed 2/3 of his immortal energy and spiritual awareness. If he had been even slightly slower, everything would have melted away completely. Wow, this lava here is truly powerful. It could even melt spiritual consciousness. If a person fell into it, they would melt away too. No wonder spiritual awareness was so heavily suppressed here. Obtaining flame-blaze jade here was indeed no easy task. With such immense energy consumption, even Li Dalong's cultivation base couldn't sustain it for long. At that moment, a trace of purple caught Li Dalong's attention. A faint purple glimmered intermittently within the crimson lava. Each time, only a tiny bit surfaced, making it impossible to see its full shape. He quickly formed another hand of immortal energy, this time better prepared. This new hand was twice the size of the previous one. As the purple glimmer surfaced again, he seized it in one swift motion and pulled it back rapidly. Thanks to his thorough preparation, this time he successfully retrieved the purple object. Looking closely, what floated before him was a lump of purple flame stone the size of a fist. Purple flame stone was a deep violet-colored mineral, a top-grade material for refining immortal artifacts. This mineral possessed a miraculous power. When added to the refinement of immortal artifacts, it enhanced a cultivator's magical attack and defense capabilities. It could also be mixed with any other mineral during forging, increasing the success rate by a full 10%. Chapter 258, First Check-in, Minor Divine Ability. It can be paired with any or to increase success rate by 10%, without restrictions on type or rank. 10% success rate improvement is already monstrous. In other words, the higher the rank of immortal artifacts being forged, the more invaluable this 10% improvement becomes. That's why xuanhuan stones are so precious. This place is truly a treasure trove. Not only does it contain 2 kinds of rare ores, but also an extremely rich reserve of immortal stones. Xue'er's fortune is indeed remarkable. Regardless of anything else, we must reap the benefits first. The immortal stones don't matter much, but these 2 kinds of ores are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Missing this chance today means it might never come again. Li Dalong went all out, using his immortal energy to form a hand and start grabbing ores from the lava. He took everything he saw, whether Qihua jade or xuanhuan stone, regardless of size. Soon, all floating Qihua jades and xuanhuan stones were collected. A total of 35 Qihua jades were obtained. The largest was about 5 xiuxian in diameter, while the smallest was only the size of a fingernail. There were fewer xuanhuan stones, 18 in total. The largest was half a qi in diameter, while the smallest was about 10 centimeters. This alone was already a tremendous fortune. However, given Li Dalong's current cultivation, he couldn't reach the Qihua jades and xuanhuan stones deep within the lava. He had to wait until the lava flow brought them up before he could collect them. Still having some immortal energy left, Li Dalong retreated slightly and started excavating supreme immortal stones from the cave walls. Since supreme immortal stones were harder to obtain, he prioritized them. After collecting all the supreme immortal stones within surface reach and detectable via spiritual sense, he began using his flying sword to strike the cave walls to detect how rich the interior was in immortal stones. Very soon, he had created a cave in the wall 5 meters wide, 3 meters high, and about 10 meters deep. All unearthed immortal stones, regardless of grade, were collected into the Xuanhuan pearl. The composition ratio of the stones inside was roughly the same as outside. At this point, Li Dalong stopped digging deeper inside. He took a pill and began meditating to restore his immortal energy. While recovering, the lava river might bring more Qihua jades and xuanhuan stones to the surface, another opportunity for collection. After 2 hours, thanks to meditating within the immortal stone vein and pill assistance, he recovered fully to his peak state. Arriving back at the lava river, he grabbed a few Qihua jades and xuanhuan stones that had floated to the surface. This time, due to the short duration, he only collected 5 Qihua jades and 2 xuanhuan stones. Estimating the time, he believed Zhou Shue's cultivation should also be nearly complete. Li Dalong immediately returned to find Zhou Shue, intending to bring her over to collect immortal stones. Then both would wait by the lava river to harvest more Qihua jades and xuanhuan stones. The return journey was quick. When Li Dalong returned to where Zhou Shue had been cultivating, she was already done and waiting for him. Master's senior disciple, I've fully recovered already. Good. Then follow me. I found a treasure trove. Really? Master's senior disciple, what treasure did you find? There's a lava river inside the cave with rare ores inside. The cave walls likely contain an immortal stone vein and even supreme immortal stones. We can't miss this opportunity. We should collect some first. How great. Master's senior disciple, you truly are amazing at finding such a treasure. It's not that I'm amazing. It's your profound fortune. In fact, it was you who discovered this place. This time, their pace was quick. Li Dalong's departure to fetch Zhou Shue and their return to the lava river took less than 2 hours. Zhou Shue was stunned by the spectacular scene, but her cultivation was still weak. The energy consumption was enormous. Soon, The clothes under her immortal robe were completely soaked in sweat. She couldn't even recall the last time she'd sweated. It must have been since cultivating that she had stopped perspiring entirely. Fortunately, her outer immortal robe showed no effects. Otherwise, she would have been very embarrassed. Li Daolong scooped 2 Qihua jades that had floated up, then instructed Zhou Shui to dig for immortal stones along the cave walls. When she nearly collapsed from exhaustion, he told her to retreat to a safe place to meditate and recover. After recovery, she resumed digging. During these boring intervals, Li Daolong himself also repeatedly performed the same mining work. Through this cycle of exhausting and replenishing energy, their cultivation base rapidly grew. This alternative training method was especially effective for Zhou Shui. Under this kind of extreme training, Zhou Shui's cultivation advanced visibly. From the original breakthrough to the middle stage of xiuxian, in only a few days within this cave, her progress had significantly increased, reaching near the threshold between the middle and late stages of xiuxian. Moreover, their benefits far exceeded expectations. Zhou Shui and Li Daolong had already dug out more than 1,000 supreme immortal stones alone, not to mention numerous high and medium-grade immortal stones. The cave had already been dug out into a small plaza by the two. Moreover, the immortal stones inside were far from exhausted, with visible immortal stones embedded in the cave walls. The total number of Qihua jades and xuanhuan stones Li Daolong had fished out from the lava river had now reached 130 Qihua jades and 74 xuanhuan stones. Later, however, fewer and fewer ores surfaced, and in the past 3 days, not a single ore had floated up. It was likely that only the depths of the lava river still contained ores. Li Daolong realized they had stayed here for quite a long time. Apart from immortal stones, ores had also become extremely difficult to obtain. He started considering the idea of leaving. Although this place was a treasure trove where they could excavate immortal stones and rapidly improve their cultivation, it was also time to return. They had already been outside for an extended period, and he was worried that Xiaoling and Zhou Tianlong would be concerned. Additionally, this was an underground world. If word of this valuable location leaked out, hordes of cultivators would swarm in, and both of them would be crushed into dust. It was better to stop while ahead and make a decision after returning. Li Daolong gave Zhou Shui 20 Qihua jades and 10 xuanhuan stones to keep as reserves. Then, taking a reluctant Zhou Shui with him, he left the place. However, Li Daolong took an extra precaution. Before departing, he set up a concealment and attack formation at the location where Zhou Shui recovered her cultivation energy, hiding it completely. Ding dong, would you like to check in? As soon as he finished setting up the formation, Li Daolong heard the familiar system notification sound and immediately responded. Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Xiuxian hand. System, introduce the Xiuxian hand. Xiuxian hand, a minor divine ability. After cultivation, practitioners can summon the power of the stars and call forth a giant black hand from the void, which can be used for both attack and defense. It possesses powerful offensive capabilities, instilling fear in enemies during attacks, lowering their combat effectiveness, while also being able to grasp and bind opponents. Oh, it's actually a minor divine ability. This was the first time Li Daolong had heard of such a technique. It should be very powerful. He would need to cultivate it as soon as possible. While still in shock, Li Daolong had already completed the system check-in and obtained a basic understanding of the Xiuxian hand. Perhaps it was due to the unique environment here that granted a minor divine ability as a check-in reward. Looks like he should visit more special places in the future, collecting heavenly treasures and also receiving valuable rewards through check-ins. Chapter 259, What to Do with the Maze's Treasure Land. Putting aside his joyful mood, Li Daolong continued forward with Zhou Shui. In the middle part of the cave, he set up another concealment and offensive formation. Combined with the concealment formation at the cave entrance, he made the strongest defense possible, hoping to temporarily protect the secret of this place. Why was only one concealment formation placed at the entrance? Because the energy fluctuations of a concealment formation were minimal. Unless someone walked right up to it and touched the formation, it was difficult to detect. If an offensive or defensive formation were set up, the energy fluctuations would be strong and easily detected by cultivators. After completing the arrangements at the entrance, Li Daolong erased their traces and began to withdraw with Zhou Shui. The two moved cautiously on their way back, encountering several attacks from Yaso's, all of which were eliminated by Li Daolong. However, an accident occurred when they passed through the center of the lava maze. They encountered a pack of Underground World's unique flame wolves, numbering over 50. The pack was exceptionally cunning, attacking and retreating in a coordinated manner. The Flame Wolf King, at the late Golden Immortal stage, was assisted by several early Golden Immortal stage Flame Wolves. In the battle, Li Daolong was injured and Zhou Shui was severely wounded. Finally, Li Daolong unleashed the fourth move of the Tai Su sword technique, Emptiness, heavily injuring the Flame Wolf King, killing 3 early Golden Immortal Flame Wolves, creating an opening, and breaking through the encirclement with Zhou Shui, barely escaping. They were forced to hide and evade, spending half a month to recover from their wounds before exiting the lava maze. Along the way, they also encountered several groups of ill-intentioned cultivators, but upon seeing Zhou Shui's attire from the Unqi Immortal Sect and sensing the intense killing aura radiating from Li Daolong, they ultimately refrained from attacking and chose to flee instead. This further increased Li Daolong's urgency to return with Zhou Shui. Once his injuries fully healed and Zhou Shui recovered enough to move without hindrance, they headed toward the exit of the underground world. After leaving the lava maze, their journey became much smoother. By now, the number of cultivators in the underground world had increased significantly. The three top forces of the Immortal Realm, the Unqi Immortal Sect, Changfeng Sect, and Flaming Sun Sect, had officially dispatched disciples into the underground world in an organized manner. Because of their cultivation techniques, the Flaming Sun Sect was particularly interested in the lava maze. After leaving their healing location, Li Dalong and Zhou Shui encountered several groups of Flaming Sun Sect disciples. When these disciples saw the Unqi Immortal Sect attire on Zhou Shui, they treated the pair respectfully and informed them that the Unqi Immortal Sect had also sent people into the underground world, though not in this region. At this point, Zhou Shui's safety was no longer a major concern. However, due to the discovery of the treasure land, Li Dalong still wanted to take Zhou Shui out of the underground world first and return to Yunxia Sect to discuss matters with Kameli. Li Dalong had his own considerations. Originally, he hadn't been very concerned about Yunxia Sect. He only wanted to quietly cultivate there to improve himself. Later, after developing a relationship with Xiuxian, he started paying a bit more attention to the sect. Now that he had placed Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong mother and son at Yunxia Sect, he felt even more connected. This time, after discovering such a treasure together with Zhou Shui, he wanted to give Yunxia Sect a boost, helping it benefit from the alliance with Unqi Immortal Sect and further deepen the connection between the two sects, in essence, helping Yunxia Sect take shelter under a powerful banner. Therefore, he planned to first inform Kameli about this treasure within the lava maze and let her approach the Unqi Immortal Sect for a potential joint development. At the same time, with this contribution, it would help consolidate Zhou Shui's position within the Unqi Immortal Sect. It was a plan that achieved multiple goals with one action, thus, discussing it carefully was necessary. Upon learning that her sect had officially entered the underground world, Zhou Shui listened to Li Dalong's suggestion and decided to go to Yunxia Sect first before returning to her sect to report to her master about the treasure inside the lava maze, while also visiting her mother and younger brother. Now, the path from the lava maze to the underground world's exit had become quite safe. The Yaoshuos had been cleared out, and cultivators moving back and forth along the way were continuous. Even the path from Huashan, Flame Mountain, to Tuimo City was now safe as well. With the formal involvement of the three major forces, no one foolish would dare cause trouble in this area. They quickly returned to Yunxia Sect via teleportation formation. Arriving at the courtyard, they summoned the four people currently cultivating inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. When the four met Zhou Shui, they were extremely happy, especially Yun Yao, who became tearful upon seeing Zhou Shui, unwilling to let go of her hands. "Shui, you're back. I was so worried." Yun Yao, filled with emotion, gripped her daughter's hands tightly. "Mother, I'm all right now, all thanks to Senior Shui's timely arrival. Otherwise, I might not have made it back." Zhou Shui, seeing her mother, broke down in tears, finally allowing the weight of the past days to spill over. "Thank goodness you're safe. Thank goodness." Yun Yao looked at her daughter with Xingqiang, tears flowing uncontrollably as she comforted Zhou Shui. Meanwhile, Li Dalong was speaking with Yu Wuxia and Ku Xiaoling. He first briefly explained the situation of rescuing Zhou Shui. Then he turned serious and informed the two young women about the xiuxian stone mine and the underground lava river they had discovered in the lava maze beneath Flame Mountain. "Wuxia, this time I went with Zhou Shui and found such a rich xiuxian mine. Even more precious were the flaming jade and purple flame stones in the lava river. I want to ask the sect leader to approach your sect for cooperation, appropriately sharing some of the benefits with Yunxia Sect to help them develop. What do you think of this idea?" Li Dalong asked Yu Wuxia. Ku Xiaoling, hearing that Li Dalong was offering such a huge benefit to Yunxia Sect, felt extremely grateful and sweet inside. She looked at Li Dalong with deep affection, her eyes nearly overflowing with love. Yu Wuxia was shocked upon hearing the news. Dalong's fortune was indeed immense. This time he had acquired another precious treasure land. She was confident she could persuade her father to share this treasure with Yunxia Sect, though how much benefit Yunxia Sect would actually receive was beyond her control. "Dalong, I think your idea is correct. The benefit is just too great for Yunxia Sect to handle alone. However, this resource needs to be controlled by our Unqi Immortal Sect to be properly protected. The distribution of benefits in the middle must be negotiated by sect leader Ku with my sect. As for how much will actually be allocated, that's hard to say. Still, I'll try my best to speak to my father about it." Yu Wuxia answered after a brief pause. "Good. This issue really needs you to intervene, or even if sect leader Ku approaches them directly, it won't yield good results. Also, the 9 senior disciples who went with Schwerer this time all perished, and Schwerer will have to explain everything to the sect. I hope you can talk to your father beforehand. Let him know it's already a miracle that Schwerer survived, and that she discovered such a precious resource," Li Dalong said to Yu Wuxia. "Yes, I will mention it to my father. Schwerer has indeed made a great contribution to the sect. Regarding the disciples who perished during the mission, such occurrences are normal during cultivation trials. Schwerer won't face harsh punishment, as there are sect rules regarding such matters. There's no need to worry," Yu Wuxia replied with a smile, visibly satisfied with Zhou Shui's performance this time. Chapter 260, Negotiating Cooperation with the Boundless Immortal Sect. "Alright, it's settled then. Wuxia, you take Schwerer back to the sect to handle this matter. Xiaoling, we'll go see your mother and tell her the news, make her happy, and then let her make the final decision," Li Dalong said to the two women. "Schwerer, you'll go back to the sect with Madame Wuxia. I've told her everything about your situation, and she will help you. Also, once you return, report everything that happened during this period to your master without omitting anything. After that, go into seclusion for a while to heal your wounds and process the gains from your adventure in the underground world." Li Dalong further instructed Zhou Shui. "Yes, Master's Elder. Zhou Shui promptly nodded upon hearing Li Dalong's instructions. Mother, these are the immortal stones we obtained this time. Take them for use. Zhou Shui handed a storage ring to Yunyao. Earlier, Yunyao had already learned that Zhou Shui had struck it rich with Li Dalong in the lava maze. Therefore, she didn't decline the storage ring Zhou Shui offered and accepted it. After sweeping the ring with her divine consciousness and seeing the immortal stones inside, she was stunned. She truly hadn't expected so many immortal stones inside the ring, and even Jifeng immortal stones too. This was the first time she had ever seen such a rare kind. Master's elder, mother, I will return to the sect now. Zhou Shui also knew that this wasn't the time for sentimental attachments. She must rush back to the sect and report in a timely manner. Good. Time is pressing, we'll all go our separate ways. Wuxia, you take Shuer back first. Once this matter is settled, you can return to cultivate. Li Dalong earnestly told Yi Wuxia. Big brother Long, Xiaoling, we'll leave first then. You should discuss the matter with sect leader Ke quickly. Xiao Shui, let's go. After saying that, Yi Wuxia took Zhou Shui and hurriedly left Li Dalong's courtyard. Li Dalong watched Yi Wuxia and Zhou Shui leave before heading to meet Kumeli with Ke Xiaoling. Sect leader, this time when I went into the newly discovered underground world within the Flame Mountains to save Zhou Shui, I discovered a treasure land in the lava maze. It contained a very rich immortal stone mine. The lowest quality stone produced, there was middle-grade immortal stone, and there was also a considerable amount of Jifeng immortal stones. Most importantly, there are flame crystals and purple flame stones in the lava river, and they are produced in large quantities. This discovery was made together by Zhou Shui and me. However, considering the current chaotic situation in the underground world and the immense interest involved, it would be impossible for our Yunxia Sect alone to guard this place, and once word leaks, we'll become the target of everyone's envy. Therefore, after much deliberation, I suggest you seek cooperation with the Boundless Immortal Sect. Even if we get a smaller share of the profits, such a precious opportunity will elevate the development of Yunxia Sect to a higher level. Sect leader, this is my suggestion. However, the final decision lies with you. Li Dalong explained the discovery and his suggestions to Kumeli. Kumeli was shocked by the news Li Dalong brought. She hadn't expected that he had found such an enormous resource site and rare minerals in just one trip, which even made the immortal stone mine seem insignificant in comparison. Immortal stones, even Jiping ones, could still be acquired somehow, but flame crystals and purple flame stones were rarely ever obtainable. Even if someone found them, they wouldn't sell or trade them. They were barely enough for their own sections. How could such precious items ever end up on the market? Thus, after weighing repeatedly, cooperating with the Boundless Immortal Sect seemed the most prudent approach. Moreover, Zhou Shui from the Boundless Immortal Sect was one of the discoverers. They would surely know about this anyway. It would be better if Yunxia made the first move to offer a smaller share, at least securing some residual benefits. Another advantage of cooperating with the Boundless Immortal Sect in developing the Lava Maze treasure land would be immensely beneficial for Yunxia Sect's overall development. Such intangible improvements and resources were what Kumeli valued the most. With the protection of the Boundless Immortal Sect, Yunxia's future development would proceed more smoothly. Good. I will immediately depart to the Boundless Immortal Sect to pay a visit to Sect Leader Yi. Even if we receive only a tiny share of the benefits, it is still acceptable. It's just that doing this puts you, elderly, at a disadvantage. As the discoverer who brought such huge benefits to the sect, yet the sect cannot reward you adequately. I feel very guilty about this. I hope elderly can understand and won't hold resentment against the sect. Going forward, we will support you as much as possible, Kumeli said to Li Dalong with a guilty expression. Sect leader speaks too humbly. If I were to dwell on such matters, I wouldn't have brought this news back to the sect at all. Better still, go quickly and discuss the cooperation with the Boundless Immortal Sect. Before Wuxia's return, I already talked to her, and she will speak to sect leader Yi beforehand. Therefore, I'm sure your negotiation will be successful, Li Dalong replied to Kumeli. Thank you, elderly. Then I will immediately set off to the Boundless Immortal Sect to visit sect leader Yi. Kumeli said to Li Dalong. Xiaolinger, go find a few elders and prepare the personnel arrangements in advance. Once I finish discussing terms with sect leader Yi of the Boundless Immortal Sect, I will immediately lead people to the underground world to coordinate with them. Kumeli said to Ke Xiaoling, wishing sect leader every success. Li Dalong said with a respectful bow. Yes, mother. I will immediately go find the duty elders to arrange everything. Ke Xiaoling respectfully replied. Li Dalong and Ke Xiaoling exited the sect's main hall, and Ke Xiaoling went to find several elders to arrange for the future deployment of disciples to the underground world to cooperate with the Boundless Immortal Sect. Once Kumeli finished finalizing the cooperation plan with the Boundless Immortal Sect, the personnel could immediately depart. The sooner they acted, the better. Although Li Dalong had placed a formation to conceal the discovery, he feared someone might uncover it early and bring trouble. Li Dalong's mission had been completed, and from this point forward, he would no longer interfere with what followed. He returned to his courtyard and entered the Transformation Cultivation Tower to continue cultivating. Before entering the Transformation Cultivation Tower, Li Dalong had a conversation with Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong. This joint operation by Yunxia Sect and the Boundless Immortal Sect was relatively safe, so Li Dalong encouraged Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong to participate. It was not only a way to contribute to the sect, but also a chance for them to gain valuable experience. Simply cultivating hard was not enough. They needed proper trials and practice. Especially the cultivation of real combat experience and the accumulation of worldly knowledge would make it easier and deeper to comprehend the Tao, allowing them to progress further in the future. Yin Yao and Zhou Tianlong listened to Li Dalong's suggestion and actively approached Xiuxian, signing up to participate in the sect's operation. Li Dalong, on the other hand, retreated into isolation inside the transformation cultivation tower, preparing to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. This rescue mission in the underground world and the gains from the lava maze had been quite substantial. His cultivation advancement was even more effective than his time training within the transformation cultivation tower. He felt that his current cultivation was still too low. He needed to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage as soon as possible. Only at the Tai Golden Immortal level would he possess some status in the immortal realm. Those below that stage were no more than ants. Chapter 261. Xiuxian's decision. Wuxia brought Zhou Shui back to the Zhengqi Sect and immediately headed to the sect's grand hall to find her father, Xiuxian. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall, Wuxia nodded at the guarding disciple and walked straight in, while Zhou Shui waited outside. After seeing Xiuxian, Wuxia ran up and called, "Father, you're back, Wuxia," Xiuxian said with a loving smile. In fact, he had sensed Wuxia's return the moment she arrived at the mountain gate of the Zhengqi Sect. "Father, I have a piece of extremely good news for you. You'll definitely be thrilled to hear it," Wuxia said affectionately. "Oh, then tell me what great news do you have?" Xiuxian replied with a smile. "All right, I'll go bring Xiuxian so she can tell you herself," said Wuxia. "It's that mysterious? Then go ahead and bring her in to tell me," Xiuxian responded. Wuxia ran to the entrance of the hall, called for Zhou Shui, and led her inside. "Greetings, sect leader." Zhou Shui followed Wuxia into the hall, stepped in front of Xiuxian, and bowed deeply. "Stand up. Wuxia earlier mentioned a great piece of news to tell me, and she said you'd be the one to tell it. Now tell me, what is this good news?" Xiuxian smiled gently at Zhou Shui. Reporting to sect leader, when the disciples, including myself, followed some senior disciples into the underground world for exploration, all the senior disciples were unfortunately killed in the lava maze, leaving only me to survive. While being pursued by a lava beast, I fled recklessly into a cave to escape. By that time, I was already severely wounded and couldn't contact the sect. I had no choice but to ask my master's uncle for help. My master's uncle entered the lava maze to rescue me and discovered a rich shenshikong within the depths of the cave. There is an especially vast deposit of top-quality shenshur. Even more importantly, there is a lava river inside the cave. This river produces two rare minerals, qian jade and xian stone, in substantial quantities. However, the terrain is quite special and heavily suppresses spiritual perception. The unique rocks interfere with the communication range of jade talismans. Moreover, this lava river is particularly unique, possessing strong corrosive effects on both immortal energy and spiritual perception. Therefore, cultivators below the golden immortal realm can't survive for long inside. As a result, collecting the qian jade and xian stone proves difficult. The ores can only be gathered when the river carries them to the surface during its flow. After discovering this massive ore vein, my master's uncle arranged concealment and offensive arrays both inside and at the entrance of the cave to temporarily hide this precious location. Then he brought me safely back. Reporting to the sect leader, my master's uncle currently serves as an honored elder guest at the Yunxia Sect. Lead along. This is the important information I returned to the sect to report. Please issue your orders, sect leader. Zhou Shui explained the entire situation in detail to Xiuxian. Upon hearing the news of a vast Zhengqi, Xiuxian was naturally pleased, as this meant another source of shenshur for the sect. However, it was only upon hearing about the discovery of qian jade and xian stone that Xiuxian truly became serious. Though the Zhengqi Sect was a massive sect, its reserves of these two rare minerals were extremely limited. Fewer than 100 pieces of each were stored. In such a vast sect with hundreds of thousands of disciples, such a limited supply was pitiful. Often, these resources remained merely reserves, never actually used. Thus, Xiuxian placed great importance on this valuable site. Also evident in the report was the involvement of the minor Yunxia Sect in the discovery of this place. Moreover, he had a favorable impression of the Yunxia Sect, as they had made major contributions during the campaign against the alien demonic forces. Plus, Wuxia was especially close with the sect leader's daughter. With Wuxia being involved, there was no way for the Zhengqi Sect to monopolize this resource. Otherwise, Wuxia would certainly be upset. You did well bringing such important news back to the sect. I will immediately arrange for someone to take control of this site. The sect will not forget your contributions. The sect will reward you appropriately. If you ever require any support from the sect in the future, we will give you full backing. Xiuxian highly praised and commended Zhou Shui's contribution to the sect and promised to reward her. Father, I have already discussed with the Yunxia Sect, Wuxia added. They expressed the hope to jointly develop this valuable site together with us, of course under our leadership, with Yunxia's role being supportive. This discovery was mainly thanks to the Yunxia Sect's honored elder guest. Father, would you consider allowing the Yunxia Sect to participate in developing this site together? This request can be accepted, but the distribution of benefits still needs to be discussed with their sect leader. We can't give them too much. If they accept our terms, they may participate. But if they demand too much, then we must exclude them. Xiuxian, after a moment of contemplation, thought carefully before responding to Wuxia. Thank you. Father, I think they won't ask for too much either. The Yunxia Sect leader should be arriving shortly, after all time is pressing. We must send people there quickly to secure the site, Wuxia said to her father. I'll send someone right away. Someone come. What is your command, sect leader? A disciple on duty outside entered the hall and bowed respectfully to Xiuxian. Go notify Elder Hu Tianyi to come here, Xiuxian instructed. Yes, sect leader. The disciple respectfully replied, then exited the hall to inform Elder Hu Tianyi. Soon, Elder Hu Tianyi hurriedly arrived at the grand hall and, after entering, performed a respectful bow. Greetings, sect leader. Elder Hu, I summoned you because there is a very important matter that must be handled immediately. It must not fail under any circumstances, Xiuxian said solemnly to Hu Tianyi. Sect leader, please rest assured, I will guarantee the mission's success. Though puzzled by Xiuxian's serious expression and unsure of the task, Hu Tianyi still gave his assurance, confident that the Zhengqi Sect's power and prestige in the immortal realm could handle any challenge. This time, during Zhou Shui's cultivation journey, together with a Yunxia Sect elder, she discovered a precious resource site in the underground world's lava maze. It contains a rich Xinshe mine and rare deposits of xiuxian jade and xian stone. I want you to head there immediately and guard this site. Remember, no one, under any circumstances, is allowed near this mine. If anyone ignores the warning and tries to forcefully intrude, you know what to do. Xiuxian stared at Hu Tianyi with a sharp gaze. Understood, sect leader. I will depart at once and ensure no one trespasses. If anyone dares to force their way in, my flying sword will send them straight to the afterlife, Hu Tianyi pledged. Zhou Shui, give the map of the site to Elder Hu. Xiuxian ordered Zhou Shui. Yes, sect leader. Zhou Shui respectfully handed a jade slip containing the map of the precious site within the underground lava maze, along with an array-controlled jade token set up by her master's uncle, to Elder Hu. Chapter 262. Entering the underground world. That little girl is not bad. Elder Hu accepted the jade slip and jade talisman from Zhou Shui and gave her a compliment. Master, there's no time to lose. I'll take my leave first, Hu Tianyi said, bowing to Xiuxian. You go ahead and handle it. Xiuxian replied with a wave of his hand. Hu Tianyi turned and exited the main hall of the sect to gather people and prepare for departure to Flame Mountain. Zhou Shui, that's all for today. You may leave now, Xiuxian said to her. Yes, sect leader. I'll take my leave. Zhou Shui bowed to Xiuxian before turning and leaving the main hall of the sect to look for her master. Father, since there's nothing more for me to do, I'll go see mother first, Xiuxian said to her father upon seeing that matters had concluded. Go quickly and see your mother. She's been missing you terribly. Xiuxian waved Xiuxian off, urging her to go find her mother. Recently, Lady Yuehua's temper had worsened, and Xiuxian had already suffered her wrath more than a dozen times. Then I'll be off. Xiuxian immediately set out to find her mother after saying so. This girl, instead of diligently cultivating here in the sect, keeps running off outside. She went to train at Yunxia Sect, such a small minor sect. It's purely for fun. How can a place like that compare to our sect? Xiuxian arrived at her mother's quarters where Lady Yuehua was watering her precious immortal orchids. I'm back, Xiuxian called cheerfully. You finally remembered to come back. You have the best cultivation conditions right at home, but you insist on training at a tiny place. This time, you're not leaving again. Lady Yuehua grumbled at her daughter for being away so long. Who says it's not good there? This time I brought back great news. Long and Zhou Shui got really lucky. This time they discovered another resource-rich area. So, I immediately persuaded Long to bring the rewards back to the sect, Xiuxian proudly told her mother. You bringing back good news? I'll be happy if you don't cause any trouble. Lady Yuehua shot Xiuxian a sidelong glance. It's true. The resource-rich area discovered by Long and Zhou Shui contains not only a rich deposit of spirit stones, but also rare xiuxian jade and xian stone. I heard the reserves are quite substantial, Xiuxian explained to her mother. Such good fortune? Lady Yuehua asked half-doubtfully. Yes, just now. Father even praised me, Xiuxian proudly added. You did quite well this time. Don't always think about playing around. Cultivate diligently and don't keep worrying your father. Lady Yuehua praised briefly before shifting back into scolding mode. All right, I got it. Oh wait, I just remembered I forgot to tell father something. I need to go talk to him right away. Realizing her mother was about to start another lecture, Xiuxian quickly made up a weak excuse and left the room in a flash before Lady Yuehua could say anything, disappearing from sight in a blink. Watching her daughter's antics, Lady Yuehua sighed helplessly before turning her attention back to the care of her beloved orchids. After leaving the main hall, Elder Hu Tianyi quickly assembled 12 elite disciples who had reached the Tai Jingxian cultivation stage, 50 Jinxian level disciples, along with himself, a Deluo Jinxian level leader. This formation was extremely powerful. If unleashed in war, it could completely destroy a minor faction. Upon arriving at Tomo City through the teleportation formation, their immense aura pressed heavily upon the occupants of the teleportation hall, who dared not even breathe loudly. Everyone was baffled. Why had Wuji Xianzong suddenly dispatched such a formidable force to Tomo City? Many began speculating. The clever ones suspected that something big had happened within the underground world of Flame Mountain. Otherwise, Wuji Xianzong wouldn't have sent even a Deluo Jinxian level elder. And the weakest among them was still at the Jingxian level, with over a dozen Taisian masters. It was overwhelming. Without stopping, Elder Hu led the group out of the teleportation hall and headed directly out of the city. Once outside, they immediately soared toward Flame Mountain atop their spirit swords. Before long, they reached the entrance to the underground world. The Wuji Xianzong disciples already stationed there were temporarily conscripted into his ranks, and within a short while, the group swelled to over 100 people. On the way to the lava maze, 2 more teams of disciples were conscripted, bringing the total to 146. However, the highest cultivation level among these conscripts was only the later Jingxian stage. and there were fewer than 15 such individuals. The rest were at the Tianxian and Xiuxian stages. Following the map provided by Zhou Shui, elder who led from the front. So far, none of the younger disciples knew the nature of their mission. Xiuxian had deliberately ordered Hu to maintain secrecy, preventing information leaks. Along the way, Hu casually eliminated a few scattered demonic beasts. Soon, they reached their destination. Not far from the cave entrance marked on the map, several disciples of the Yunxia Sect were searching for something. Elder Hu raised his hand slightly backward, and immediately from the group behind stepped forward a disciple named xuanhuan, who had reached the Zhengqi cultivation stage. Go Ugang, Shirgan them. Shirgan make those disciples of Yunxia Sect leave. Hu Tianyi issued an order to xuanhuan, instructing him to expel the Yunxia Sect people. Yes, sir. Zhang Gang, you take charge. Within a 5-mile radius from here, no one outside Wuji Xianzong is allowed to appear. Hu Tianyi gave another order to Zhang Gang. Yes, sir. After receiving the command, Zhang Gang immediately organized the group of over 100 people. 10 elite disciples at the Zhengqian level were appointed as squad leaders, each leading 13 disciples to patrol assigned areas. The remaining disciples stayed close to the elders. Zhou Ruanfa approached the Yunxia Sect disciples and said, Junior cultivator brothers, our Wuji Xianzong is conducting business here. You all should leave quickly to avoid any misunderstanding. Actually, the moment the Wuji Xianzong disciples emerged, those Yunxia Sect disciples had sensed something ominous. Among them, one disciple possessed a special innate ability known as the Celestial Eye, which allowed him to perceive formations and seals far more keenly than ordinary cultivators. As long as a formation or seal fell within his visual or spiritual sensing range, he could see it. However, his current cultivation level was low, so the range and strength of formations or seals he could perceive were heavily limited. Those too far away or too advanced for his cultivation stage were completely undetectable to him. Earlier, when they were nearby, his instincts had sensed a formation nearby. However, Li Dalong's cultivation level and formation mastery were far superior, and the concealment formation he laid was imperceptible to this disciple. Still unwilling to give up, the disciple's intuition told him that there was a major secret hidden here, so he led his fellow disciples around the area, hoping to locate the concealed formation or seal. But he hadn't expected that just as he felt they were getting closer to uncovering it, so many Wuji Xianzong cultivators suddenly showed up. Chapter 263, Developing the Lava Maze Treasure Land. What frustrated him even more was that, at a critical moment, he was expelled by the Infinite Sect. Although the Flame Sun Sect was also regarded as one of the top 3 elite powers in the immortal realm, compared to the Infinite Sect, the true dominant force, it still fell short in many aspects. After being scolded by Zhou Ruanfa, though he felt unwilling inside, he couldn't show it. He could only smile and say, "We'll leave immediately." Then, feeling humiliated, he led his people away from this area under the watching eyes of the Infinite Sect members. After they left, Zhang Gang ordered the area to be completely sealed off. Hu Tianyi came to the concealment formation set up by Li Dalong. He took out the jade token given by Zhou Shui, infused it with immortal energy to activate it, and shut down the formation. A small cave entrance appeared before them. After instructing Zhang Gang to guard the entrance, he led several disciples into the cave to verify the details of the treasure land that Zhou Shui had described. Because this was the first time entering the cave, Elder Hu didn't let his guard down despite his high cultivation level. He advanced cautiously, using the jade token to disable the formations set by Li Dalong, until they reached the lava river. Even with his vast experience, Hu was stunned. Especially the floating flaming jade and purple flame stones drifting up and down in the lava river made his mouth water. After confirming the situation here, he withdrew with his disciples back to the cave entrance. He then took out a special communication jade token connected directly to sect leader Xiuxian and reported the true situation to Xiuxian. When Xiuxian received confirmation from Elder Hu Tianyi, he was in the middle of hosting Madame Komeli, the sect leader of the Yunxia Sect, in the Infinite Sect's main hall. Upon hearing this good news, his heart blossomed with joy. In a much better mood, he treated Madame Ko more politely. After discussion between the two, it was decided that the development of the site would be led by the Infinite Sect, whose responsibility it would be to ensure safety. The personnel involved in the development would come from both the Infinite Sect and the Yunxia Sect, though 70% of those mining the Shan stone ores would be from the Yunxia Sect. As for the flaming jades and purple flame stones in the lava river, they would be handled solely by the Infinite Sect. Even if Yunxia wanted to send disciples here, they lacked the appropriate ones. In terms of profit sharing, Yunxia would receive 10% of the Shan stone yield, while the Infinite Sect would take 90%. As for the distribution of flaming jades and purple flame stones, Yunxia would receive only 2%, with the remainder going entirely to the Infinite Sect. Though the data appeared to give Yunxia a very small share, Madame Ku was satisfied with the agreement. Through this cooperation, she could send a clear message to the outside world that the Yunxia Sect and the Infinite Sect were closely aligned. This intangible benefit was what she truly valued. After the two sides reached the cooperation agreement, Madame Ku bid farewell to Xiuxian and hurried back to the Yunxia Sect. In order to facilitate future collaboration, Xiuxian also assigned a sect elder responsible for coordination and liaison to accompany Madame Ku back to the Yunxia Sect. Once Ku Xiaoling returned to the Yunxia Sect, she immediately arranged for personnel to go together with the Infinite Sect's liaison to the lava maze. Once the mining disciples from the Infinite Sect and Yunxia Sect arrived, development officially commenced. Hu Tianyi was placed in overall charge, overseeing the mining activities within the lava maze, while the remaining guards focused solely on their defensive duties. Such a high-profile joint development operation attracted the attention of all powers in the immortal realm. It became widely known that the Infinite Sect and the Yunxia Sect had made a major discovery deep underground. All sorts of factions dispatched spies to investigate, but unfortunately, those who knew remained tight-lipped. As for the disciples directly involved, locked within the sect caves, there was no opportunity to leak any information. As a result, no faction yet knew the full truth. Because of this secrecy, many wild rumors and guesses began to spread. Thus, both various sects and unaffiliated cultivators poured into the underground world, marking the first large-scale entry of immortal cultivators into this realm for exploration and development. In a short time, the underground world became extremely bustling. The Yaoshou, regardless of their strength, were slaughtered whenever discovered by cultivators, becoming resources for their cultivation. Meanwhile, reports from other regions of the underground world began to emerge, saying that other factions had discovered precious mineral resources or shinstone veins. There were also cultivators who collected 10,000-year-old immortal medicinal herbs. However, once the news leaked, conflicts broke out, leading to deadly struggles. Eventually, the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb disappeared, whether destroyed in the chaos or hidden away by someone, no one knew. With the discovery of increasingly precious medicinal herbs and rare minerals, the underground world gradually fell into chaos. It became almost routine for cultivators to kill each other every day. Eventually, due to the extreme disorder and the massive loss of disciples from major sects, widespread outrage brewed. A few mid-tier sects took the lead in appealing to the Immortal Alliance to mediate and restore order in the underground world. This proposal eventually reached Xiuxian's hands. In recent times, the chaos in the underground world had also caused considerable losses to the Infinite Sect's disciples. Although no one dared to cause trouble inside the lava maze, in other regions, disciple-initiated actions were resulting in daily casualties. Taking this opportunity, Xiuxian proposed through the Immortal Alliance to organize a joint law enforcement team formed by various powers to restore order in the underground world. After 2 months of the Clear Sky operation, the joint law enforcement team finally re-established order in the underground world, though the cost had been great. Over 336 law enforcement members had been killed or wounded during the operation. The results were remarkable as well. Over 3,000 lawbreakers who had refused to obey orders were eliminated, and over 10,000 were captured and sentenced to become mine slaves. Of course, the gains were also substantial. 3 large resource sites, 8 medium-sized resource sites, and more than 100 small ones were secured by the Alliance. However, Xiuxian awarded all the small resource sites to the meritorious team members, earning himself a huge wave of goodwill. After 6 months of mining, the sandstone ores were almost completely exhausted, as were the flaming jades and purple flame stones. Although more still existed deeper within the lava river, normal extraction had become impossible. Only those pieces carried up by the lava could be retrieved. Even so, the Infinite Sect gained an enormous profit. Though the Yunxia Sect received a much smaller share, the wealth it gained was beyond anything they had dared to imagine before, and it was obtained very securely. In these 6 months, with the expansion of influence, the Yunxia Sect had experienced another significant leap forward in both the number and quality of newly recruited disciples. Moreover, after more than half a year of cooperation with the Infinite Sect, many female disciples from Yunxia had formed cultivation partnerships with Infinite Sect disciples, further strengthening the relationship between the two sects. These inter-sect marriages also significantly elevated Yunxia Sect's status within the immortal realm. However, none of these developments had the slightest impact on Li Dalong, who was still cultivating peacefully inside the Transformation Cultivation Pagoda, striving toward the Tai Golden Immortal stage. At this point, he had no issues in any aspect other than Shanli accumulation. As long as his Shanli was sufficient, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage would be a natural progression. Chapter 264. The Appearance of Demonic Creatures. As Li Dalong was fully immersed in cultivation, the underground world gradually returned to normal, and cultivators from all over were gathering abundant resources there. Yet a new crisis was approaching. One day, a group of low-level unaffiliated cultivators, a standard 10-member team, was resting on a small hill deep in the underground world. The team leader had reached the early Golden Immortal stage, the deputy leader was at mid-Tian Immortal stage, and the rest were at the Xian Immortal stage. Suddenly, the ground collapsed beneath them. One of the members fell into a deep, seemingly bottomless dark pit along with the collapsing soil. Facing the unknown darkness, the Golden Immortal team leader eventually decided to go down personally to rescue his teammate. However, after he descended, there was no word at all, no sound, no signal, like he had never gone down at all. The remaining team members waited anxiously for a long time, but received no news. Everyone started to feel uneasy. Unable to contain his worry any longer, the deputy leader went down next to look for the leader and the fallen teammate. He had barely descended for 2 breaths when they heard the deputy let out a terrifying scream filled with fear, after which there was total silence again. This shocked the remaining 7 members on the hill. Their strongest members, the team leader and the deputy, had vanished mysteriously. Worse still, that sudden scream left the others in a panic. After a brief discussion, they dared not stay any longer and decided to flee immediately. They turned and ran for their lives. It turned out their decision was very wise. Half a quarter of an hour after they escaped, black mist started rising from the abyss below. The mist spread rapidly, polluting and corrupting the unique plants in the underground world. These plants mutated into demonic plants, which became aggressively hostile. Beasts that passed by were attacked and injured by these corrupted plants. Some died from the poison, while others were soon transformed into demonic beasts themselves. The three who had fallen into the abyss earlier were now completely changed. Their bodies turned jet black, their eyes were bloodshot and glowed red from time to time. All traces of consciousness were gone. Only a bloodthirsty instinct remained. Their fingernails had grown into sharp claws, and their teeth had mutated, longer, bigger, and gleaming darkly. Their bodies had become insensitive to pain, hardened, and significantly stronger in physical defense. The only possible downside was that their movements had become sluggish, lacking in agility. After emerging from the dark pit, the three demonic creatures staggered outward. The corrupted plants seemed to recognize them as kindred spirits and did not attack. As the black mist continued to spread, more and more areas were infected. Even beasts that tried to flee were quickly overwhelmed, corrupted, and transformed into demonic creatures. Then, the corrupted beasts became mindless killing machines, attacking any living creature nearby. More terrifyingly, those injured by the attacks were soon infected and transformed as well. The spread was incredibly fast. Some cultivators encountered these corrupted creatures for the first time. Some were scratched or wounded and infected. Those with higher cultivation could temporarily suppress the toxin, but the weaker ones quickly turned into demons and began attacking their companions. As more and more cultivators became corrupted, people began to realize something was terribly wrong. After disciples of certain sects were infected, the survivors reported this anomaly to their sect, prompting the attention of all major powers. They sent down senior elders and officials, as well as experts in formation techniques, to investigate and attempt to isolate the area using sealing formations. But none of it worked. In fact, many of them were also lost. Fortunately, the black mist ceased expanding once it reached a radius of 200 miles, and the corrupted creatures no longer ventured beyond the mist. It seemed as though an invisible force confined them, preventing them from leaving the black mist area, and finally, a temporary stability was achieved. It was only then that the cultivators breathed a slight sigh of relief. If the spread had continued unchecked, the entire underground world would soon have been overtaken by these demons, and the immortal realm would lose a newly gained treasure trove of resources. For smaller sects and unaffiliated cultivators, this place represented a crucial opportunity for survival and growth. However, the major powers remained deeply concerned. The corruption region was like a time bomb, waiting to explode at any moment. The creatures reproduced and spread too quickly, with a terrifying dominance of corruption. Anyone or anything that came into contact with the mist, beings, plants, beasts, were all turned into demons, and the land itself within the area became poisoned and devoid of spiritual energy. Once the existing balance was broken, the entire underground world would be lost. What made things worse was that nobody knew what caused this catastrophe or where it originated. Until they figured out the truth behind it and located the source, none of the major powers could rest easy. Unless they completely abandoned the underground world, sealed it away forever, and returned to the immortal realm. But that was unthinkable. The underground world was far too rich in resources and vast in territory to be abandoned so easily. Eventually, the matter escalated all the way to the Immortal Alliance. Xiuxian, as the sect leader of the largest sect in the immortal realm, naturally became the main speaker within the Immortal Alliance. Including Xiuxian, the three top leaders from the most powerful sects, Xuanhuan, sect leader of Changfeng Sect, and Lei Zhenxiao, sect leader of Yunxia Sect, had all come in person. Zhang Yu, leader of Ziyun Sect, Dugu Yunshang, master of Hanbing Valley, Ling Xiao, hall leader of Fian Hall, Nangong Chuyang, leader of Tianji Palace, Yu Qingzi, leader of Lingfu Sect, Lu Dahua, leader of Lingshou Sect, and Xian Xingzhenren, leader of Huiying Cave. All 7 leaders of mid-tier powers had come in person, along with several leaders from smaller factions. Everyone gathered in the Grand Hall of Wenxia Sect to discuss the issue of the corrupted area in the underground world. Based on experience battling the demonic creatures over this period, cultivators with cultivation at or above the Tian Immortal level were unaffected by the black mist. However, the dense black fog impaired visibility for cultivators entering it, although it did not interfere with the use of their spiritual senses. Another critical effect was the discovery that there was now no spiritual energy present within the mist-covered area. Within this region, cultivators could only rely on their own immortal energy and pills to replenish consumption during battle. The main current task remained to send powerful experts into the central region of the corrupted area to find and eliminate its source. Only then could the issue of the corrupted region be truly resolved. Inside the Grand Hall of Wenxia Sect, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Leaders of various factions gathered together, discussing how to deal with the corrupted region in the underground world. Everyone, we already know the corrupted region spreads and expands at an alarming rate. It poses a major threat to the underground world, a treasure trove of resources for us. Xiuxian spoke first, his eyes filled with deep concern. We must find the source of these demonic creatures if we are to completely resolve this issue. Long Zongyan continued, his voice firm and strong. That's certainly true, but the biggest challenge we face now is figuring out how to enter the central area of the corrupted zone, Lei Zhenxiao said after a moment's thought. Chapter 265, The Alliance Meeting. The leaders of various factions began discussing. Someone suggested forming a powerful team to directly enter the central area of the Bohua region. while others recommended using sensu or magical artifacts for long-range attacks. However, all these proposals were rejected one by one, because the monster's strength and defense were extremely formidable, and ordinary attacks could not cause any damage to them. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps we could try using some special shinsu or magical artifacts to detect the source of the monsters. When everyone heard this, they all looked toward Zhang Yu. He continued, could any sect's elder master perform a divination? Or is the divination technique from the Zhengqi Palace effective? Also, we could gather special effect Qin Shi to locate the origin of the monsters. Everyone turned their gazes toward Nangong Chuyang, the head of the Zhengqi Palace. Pointed out by Zhang Yu, Nangong Chuyang glanced around somewhat embarrassedly before speaking. When this special area was only halfway expanded within the Moar region, I personally performed a divination, but saw nothing at all. Instead, I was counterattacked and injured, taking about 10 days to recover. As for our sect's elder master, he has been in seclusion for many years now and won't come out unless the sect is facing life or death. I'm afraid this time will be no exception, which might disappoint everyone. After hearing Nangong Chuyang's explanation, everyone fell into deep thought. Since this path wasn't feasible at the moment, they started racking their brains trying to see whether any Shanshid could suppress this black mist. After a long while, no one could think of anything effective. It seemed the only remaining way was to use brute force, sending powerful cultivators into the Vohar region for on-site investigation. Xiuxian, seeing that no one had better suggestions or methods, solemnly said, it seems we have no choice but to send disciples into the Vohar region for an on-site investigation. Then, how many people should be sent, and what cultivation level is required? Let's hear everyone's opinion. Looking at the previous combat experience against monsters in the known Moar region, I believe that one must be at least at the Xiuxian cultivation level to ensure safety inside, and we should supply the disciples undertaking this investigation mission with large quantities of pills. Ling Xiao, the leader of the Flying Swallow sect, stood up and said, we should consider the possible challenges inside as even more severe. I suggest it would be safer to send mainly elders at the Da Luo Jinshan level. Xianqing, the sect leader of the Fire Cloud Cave, said slowly. Master Xianqing makes sense. We cannot afford to underestimate the danger inside and cause losses to those we send in for investigation. Yu Qingzi, the leader of the Talisman sect, also voiced support for Xianqing's opinion. In the end, the majority voted in favor of Xianqing's suggestion. Seeing that everyone's opinion mostly agreed with Xianqing's proposal, Xiuxian decided that elders at the Da Luo Jinshan cultivation level would enter the Mohar region to investigate the source. Now, how many people do we need to send? And please tell me how many elders at the Da Luo Jinshan level each sect can contribute. Xiuxian first looked around at everyone present before speaking. There were considerations of interest involved, and since the sect's strengths varied, the numbers of Da Jinshan level elders they could provide also differed. As for the smaller factions, they were not expected to contribute much. The main focus was on the 3 top-tier powers and the 7 mid-tier sects. After several rounds of discussion, a personnel plan was finally reached. Each of the 3 top-tier factions would contribute 4 elders at the Ba Luo Jinshan level, totaling 12. Each of the 7 mid-tier factions would contribute 2 elders at the Ba Luo Jinshan level, totaling 14. Those that couldn't contribute personnel would each support the mission with 30,000 high-grade immortal stones worth of pills, and also dispatch teams of celestial immortals and golden immortals, each sect contributing 100 people to guard the outskirts of the Bois region. In reality, the main burden of the perimeter guarding tasks would still fall on several large sects. Xiuxian finalized the plan. The 26 elite cultivators at the Da Luo Jinshan level would be divided into 2 teams, each containing 13 members. Separated by 10 li, they would advance simultaneously toward the center of the Bois region. A 10 li distance was just a single breath for cultivators at the Ba Luo Jinshan level. Dividing into 2 teams mainly ensured safety, as even if the front team encountered danger, the rear team could promptly provide support. The mission's risks were minimized to ensure its timely and successful completion. The basic plan was now finalized. What remained was to mobilize the personnel and allocate resources from each sect before dispatching the teams. The detailed operation would be led by Elder Shi Zhengtong from the Boundless Immortal Sect, who would command from the rear with the second team. The leader of the vanguard team would be Elder Ho Feng from the Wind Sect, responsible for leading the advance and scouting ahead. Ultimately, it was decided that 2 days later, the investigation of the Vohar region would officially begin to uncover the source of the black mist. As everyone became busy preparing, the 2 days passed quickly. 1 day prior, both teams had already assembled completely at the Boundless Immortal Sect. However, mobilizing the pills would take time, as no one knew exactly how long they would remain inside the Bar region this time. They had to prepare enough pills. For this mission, each Dalajinshan level elder would be equipped with 1 bottle of healing pills, containing 9 pills per bottle. Additionally, 10 bottles of Golden Sun Spirit Gathering pills, each also containing 9 pills, would be provided for replenishing Shenli. Some received Purple Mansion Spirit Gathering pills instead, in the same quantity. It was impossible to gather such a massive amount of pills all at once, making full standardization unachievable. Therefore, other pills with similar effects would be used as substitutes. Each elder would also receive 1 bottle of 9 Dragon Spirit Concentration pills for Sinsure replenishment, with 12 pills per bottle. Once preparations were complete, all participants would gather at the Boundless Immortal Sect to use the teleportation formation to reach Tomo City, then fly on swords to the Flame Mountains, and enter the underground world to begin the investigation of the Bohua region. After both teams arrived at the edge of the Bohua region, they would proceed into the area according to plan, one team leading, the other following closely, formally starting the investigation. As the group entered the Bohua region, they immediately felt a wave of cold, oppressive energy rushing toward them. The previously bright underground world was now obscured by thick black mist, and the surroundings became dark and gloomy, rendering their eyesight useless. Be careful. Activate your Xiuxian to observe the surroundings and maintain distance, Elder Shijingtong warned. Everyone immediately grew alert, knowing that this mission would not be easy. Before long, they encountered their first group of Bohua cultivators. These cultivators had completely lost their senses and had become nothing more than killing beasts. Watch out. These creatures are not weak, Elder Hofeng shouted. Elder Hofeng had already sensed something unusual. After entering the blurred zone, he discovered that these Bohua cultivators were extremely powerful. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from them, their strength was comparable to cultivators at the Xiuxian level. Moreover, the thick black mist within the Bohua region enhanced their attacking power. It was highly likely that this black mist could accelerate their evolution, boosting their power rapidly in a short period of time. This theory could not yet be fully confirmed. They would know more after advancing deeper. Instantly, everyone focused their minds and prepared for battle. A skirmish broke out immediately. Chapter 266, Investigating the Source of the Demonic Creatures. The battle ended quickly. After all, the cultivation gap was huge. Hofeng's team was composed entirely of elders at the Deluo Xiuxian level, and they completely overwhelmed the Tai Xiuxian level demonic creatures. Even with the enhancement of the black demonic mist, it was of no use. Following this, they encountered several more waves, or occasional wandering demonic creatures, all of which were easily killed. Hofeng also, through several battles against these creatures here, fully confirmed his initial suspicions. These demonic creatures had evolved during this period. This intelligence was very important. It seemed the Mengju and others had made the right judgment. If they allowed these demonic creatures to continue developing unchecked, no one knew how far they would evolve. If these evolved creatures burst out from the underworld, then the immortal world would suffer. In the following days, they encountered various dangers and difficulties. They fought against demonic plants, variously shaped, with strange attack methods, which caused them a great deal of trouble. The demonic beasts and creatures they encountered were extremely fierce and posed a major threat to them. Sometimes, while walking normally, suddenly a vine would shoot out from underground and attack them. At times, it was truly impossible to defend against. Therefore, they all moved with protective barriers activated, but as a result, their consumption of immortal energy surged. This constant need to take pills to recover their cultivation power became a persistent problem for them. Their daily progress slowed dramatically, advancing less than 50 li per day. After arriving here, Hofeng discovered that the area slightly affected soul perception. The range of soul sensing became shorter, approximately 1 meter shorter than when they had just entered. One wouldn't notice unless paying close attention. Moreover, the strength of the demonic creatures here was stronger than those outside. Continuing forward approximately another 100 li, feeling they were nearing the core of the corrupted zone, Hofeng detected a few wandering demonic creatures through his soul sensing. As soon as those creatures smelled the scent of the lifeblood of more than 10 people, they rushed toward them. At this moment, a slight sense of danger entered Hofeng's mind through his soul perception. He couldn't help but become cautious. Everyone be careful. These demonic creatures are powerful. Coordinate in groups of several to fight each one. End the battle quickly. Since they relied entirely on pills to replenish energy here, Hofeng ordered them to work together in teams, ending the battle with the creatures as quickly as possible, while also ensuring nobody got injured. If anyone was wounded and became corrupted, the consequences would be catastrophic. In the blink of an eye, several corrupted cultivators appeared before them. These creatures, when alive, must have reached at least the late stage of Tai Xiuxian or the initial stage of Deluo Xiuxian. Judging from the aura they emitted, their strength was at least equivalent to the early stage of Deluo Xiuxian, and 2 among them had already reached the middle stage of Deluo Xiuxian, matching Elder Ho's strength. Fortunately, everyone in the group was at the Deluo Xiuxian cultivation level, including 5 at the middle stage of Deluo Xiuxian. Just now, after Ho's warning, no one was concerned about pride or face, and everyone formed trios to deal with each creature. The battle erupted violently. The main issue was that these creatures were without sensation. Physical injuries did not affect them. As long as they could still move, they would continue fighting fearlessly. Unless their heads were cut off or their hearts destroyed, they were like indestructible cockroaches, continuing their assault relentlessly. Fortunately, the odds were in their favor, being outnumbered as they were. Although the battle was difficult, it ended relatively quickly. The decision made by the sect leaders was indeed wise. If cultivators at the Tai Xiuxian level had entered here and encountered these demonic creatures equal in strength to Deluo Xiuxian, they would have been utterly annihilated. At this point, everyone realized the creatures at the central zone would be even stronger. Everyone gathered their spirits and prepared to face the upcoming challenges. Carefully, the group advanced a little further. The density of demonic creatures here was much higher, and the number of attacks increased accordingly. The demonic plants were also extremely powerful. The most difficult was a vine-like corrupted creature with strength already reaching the late stage of Deluo Xiuxian. Its fierce attack nearly wounded one of the members, but fortunately his defensive immortal artifact had great protective power, so he narrowly avoided injury. Its many branches placed all 13 cultivators in its range of attack. At the beginning, it was so overwhelming that they couldn't even fight back. Later, it was only after one member used a fire-based cultivation technique that they managed to suppress it. In the end, it was Ho Feng who used his treasured supreme talisman, the Blazing Inferno Talisman, that finally destroyed it. Since fire overcomes wood, due to its corrupted state, ordinary fireballs and flames were useless against it, leaving only minor burn marks on its branches and trunk. While they were fighting, more demonic creatures drawn by their rich scent of blood rushed over. The 13 cultivators covered and coordinated with each other, fighting fiercely against the encroaching demons. At this time, the rear group, upon noticing the anomaly, also rushed over to provide assistance under the leadership of Elder Xiuxian. The two groups united and engaged the demonic creatures in a life-or-death battle. As the number of slain creatures increased, the battlefield expanded significantly. At this time, the battle was not far from the initial black pit. Whether it was due to the aftershocks of the fighting or the tremors caused by spell explosions affecting the pit remained unknown. However, more concentrated demonic mist began seeping out from within the pit. These dark clouds drifted toward the battleground of the investigation team, greatly enhancing the power of the demonic creatures currently fighting against Xiuxian and Ho Feng, nearly causing Xiuxian to be injured. Seeing this, Xiuxian realized that if this continued, they would all eventually be worn down and killed here. While fighting, he discussed with Ho Feng the idea of continuing the battle while gradually moving inward, toward the core area, in search of the source. Based on this situation, they deduced that they must now be near the origin of the corrupted zone. The two then issued orders to their respective squads. The front team was to provide cover, holding off the demons surrounding them. The rear team was to push forward for investigation into the origin of the corruption. After adjusting their strategy, the front team's pressure increased sharply, and the resistance faced by the rear team also grew significantly. At this moment, the rate of immortal energy consumption suddenly increased dramatically. As the spearhead of their advance, Xiuxian bore the greatest pressure and used far more energy than other team members, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Their efforts finally paid off. His spiritual awareness caught sight of a dark, gaping pit opening. Why had he noticed it immediately? Because it was simply too obvious. Enormous amounts of thick black mist surged violently from underground. Finally found, though he longed to go down inside and investigate, after some thought, he decided to withdraw and return properly. Now, at least, they had located the true origin of the problem. The unknown dangers of descending into it were simply too great. It was better to first report the intelligence obtained here to the various sect leaders and masters. As for how to handle things afterward, that was better left to the sect leaders and masters to manage. Having thought this through, Xiuxian issued the order to his team to retreat, and together they began to fight their way outward while covering each other. He also immediately sent word of the retreat to Ho Feng. The two teams then merged into a single group, moving back with one half in front and one behind. Chapter 267, An Unexpected Incident on the Return Journey. Fierce battles broke out again on the way back. But fortunately, since they were retracing their original path, the area had already been cleared of Vawa plants once, so only a few scattered ones appeared and did not cause much trouble. However, those Vawa cultivators and Vawa beasts were attracted by the strong aura of vitality from their bodies, cutting off the path of retreat. With no choice, they had to completely eliminate the creatures before they could withdraw safely. Thus, they fought while retreating. The journey was relatively smooth. After all, the combined squad now numbered 26 golden immortal Deluo cultivators, a formidable force even by immortal world standards. They had successfully withdrawn approximately 150 li and estimated they were nearly out of the Bohua zone, when the mood of everyone noticeably lightened. Some familiar team members started chatting and joking around, and based on previous experience, none of the Mu they had encountered possessed strong power, making the fights appear effortless and relaxed. By now, their vigilance had gradually diminished. Any Wu detected by their spiritual sense were casually killed off by the members leading the way. Although the team members at the back still maintained the protective barrier, their alertness had visibly dropped. When they were about 40 li away from the edge of the Bohua zone, an unexpected incident occurred. A golden immortal member from the Talisman Sect named Fei Jiwei was leading ahead when his spiritual sense detected a Bohua beast. Since nothing unusual was sensed, he casually flicked his flying sword, sending a sword beam slicing forward. According to previous experiences, the Bohua beast should have been effortlessly cut in half. This time, however, the sword stroke missed. Suddenly, from beneath his feet, a massive tentacle burst forth from the ground, wrapping tightly around him. Before he could react, 2 rows of giant suction cups on the tentacle latched onto his xiuxian shield. Each suction cup emitted a powerful sucking force, and in an instant, the glow of the shield dimmed and became as thin as cicada wings. Then the tentacle tightened its grip, squeezing the shield. As Fei Jiwei finally attempted to channel xiuxian into the shield to reinforce it, it was already too late to restore it, and with a sharp crack, the shield shattered. The black tentacle quickly wrapped his entire body tightly, the suction cups adhering to him, even attaching to his face. By the time he tried to use his sword to sever the tentacle, it was already far too late. Moreover, when his sword struck the black tentacle, it simply bounced off. What an incredible defense. The tentacle was soft and had a force diffusing property, causing his sword attacks to be ineffective. After the suction cups latched onto his body, a suction force emanated from them, and his xiuxian began flowing into the tentacle like water through an open sluice gate. Even though he was a golden immortal Deluo, Fei Jiwei clearly felt his xiuxian rapidly draining. In particular, the The suction cup that had latched onto his mouth exerted an especially strong pulling force, drawing Shenli from his mouth at several times the rate of the others. He began panicking, attacking the beast's spiritual sense with his spiritual awareness, but it had no effect. His attempts to strike the tentacle with his sword or sheer muscular strength proved ineffective as well. After a few breaths of struggle, he started feeling real fear. Though it sounds like a long story, it actually only lasted a few brief breaths. At this moment, several other leading team members also noticed the abnormality in his area. As they rushed over to help, suddenly several strange tentacles burst from the ground, attacking the other members. Faced with such a powerful beast's assault, the few of them had no time to rescue him, having to fully concentrate on resisting the beast's attack. Still, they didn't completely abandon him. They quickly sent out distress signals to Shi Zhengtong and Hou Feng, who were following behind. When Shi Zhengtong arrived with backup, Fei Jiwei had already been split open on his face by the black tentacle. If one could see clearly at this moment, his face, once pierced by the black tentacle, was already charred black. With the toxin infiltrating his body, his resistance was rapidly weakening, and his shan leaf and vital energy were being drained in great quantities by the Moa beast's tentacles. Fei Jiwei began to feel hopeless. He knew he had been infected by the Moa beast and could potentially become one of them. While trying to resist the tentacle's feng siphoning of his shan li and vitality, he was also channeling shan li to suppress the toxins spreading through his body. At this time, Shi Zhengtong and the others began attacking the Moa beast with flying swords and spells. Under their combined assault, 3 of the large tentacles were cut off in succession. But the tentacle tightly wrapped around Fei Jiwei was difficult to strike directly, so they ordered everyone to focus their attacks on the beast's core body. However, the more fiercely they attacked, the more violently and aggressively the beast sucked at Fei Jiwei Shen Li and blood essence. It needed Fei Jiwei Shen Li and blood essence to compensate for the damage inflicted upon its core body. Shi Zhengtong quickly organized others to focus attacks on the Moa beast's core body. Under the assault of so many golden immortal Deluo experts, the Moa beast lasted less than 2 minutes before its core body was blown into pieces. Even though its main body had been destroyed, the tentacles did not immediately lose their strength and continued to tightly cling onto Fei Jiwei's body. From the wounds where severed tentacles had been, a large amount of shan li and blood essence still flowed out. After struggling for a quarter of an hour, the tentacles finally lost their vitality and were pulled off his body by the group. At this point, Fei Jiwei was extremely weak, his entire body blackened. Only his consciousness remained clear, and with his last reserves of shan li and spiritual awareness, he barely managed to protect his heart and mind from being tainted by the toxins. His senior fellow disciple, Gui Jiechi, looked at him with deep worry and could only use shan li to lift a healing pill and a blood-replenishing diao into Fei Jiwei's mouth. At this time, no one dared to touch his body directly. In fact, no one even dared approach him closely, fearing he might suddenly lash out. The 2 team leaders, Shi Zhengtong and Hou Feng, exchanged glances and then communicated through spiritual sense. Brother Hou, Fei Jiwei is in such a state now, we probably cannot keep him, Shi Zhengtong said gravely to Hou Feng. His poisoning is too deep, and he has also lost too much shan li and blood essence. That he can still suppress the toxins inside is fortunate. If we take him back and he loses control, becoming completely bourgeois, the consequences could be disastrous. I also believe he cannot be taken out. Hou Feng's view aligned perfectly with Shi Zhengtong's. He must be dealt with before he fully bourgeois, but his senior Shishong is present. And we also need to consider how to explain this to his sect later, and who should carry it out. Shi Zhengtong raised several practical issues. For a moment, the 2 could not easily make a decision. Finally, Hou Feng broke the silence. I think we should be honest with his senior Shishong, Gui Jiechi, and let him decide. However, we must absolutely prevent Fei Jiwei from leaving the Moa zone, Hou Feng stated. All right, we'll explain the situation clearly to Gui Jiechi and let him make the decision, Shi Zhengtong agreed. Chapter 268, Bearing the Pain to Let Go. The 2 of them called Gui Jiechi aside, and Shi Zhengtong said to him, Brother Gui, you've seen your junior disciple's current condition. His body is too weak, his poisoning too severe. There's a high chance he'll become demonized. What do you think we should do? One thing is certain. Fei Jiwei cannot leave the demonic region until he fully recovers. Upon hearing Shi Zhengtong's words, Gui Jiechi felt a deep sense of sorrow welling inside him. He understood what they meant, but as a sect disciple, how could they so easily abandon someone at the golden immortal realm? Moreover, as senior and junior martial brothers of the same sect, it was heartbreaking to stand by and watch his junior brother die. Sai, I think. Brother Fei should be alright. Can we give him one last chance? Gui Jiechi said painfully, his face filled with grief. A junior martial brother, and how many golden immortal experts did the Lingfu sect even have? Especially considering their focus was on talismans, cultivating to the golden immortal level was far rarer than in other sects. But what Shi Zhengtong and Hou Feng said was true. They couldn't let their emotions endanger the rest of the immortal realm. Moreover, they weren't just acting as individuals. They represented their sects and the immortal alliance itself. He had to carefully consider the consequences, yet to decide the life or death of his own junior martial brother. His heart was trembling. He simply couldn't bring himself to make such a decision. Judging from his junior brother's condition, it was likely he wouldn't last much longer. Better to become demonized than to remain alive like this. Perhaps it would be better to leave the final decision to Shi Zhengtong and the others. After carefully weighing the options, Gui Jiechi finally made up his mind. Senior Shi, please let the alliance make the final call. Fei Jr. is suffering greatly now, Gui Zhengqi said with deep pain in his voice before silently turning and walking away. After hearing Gui Zhengqi's decision, Zhengtong and Hou Feng exchanged a few silent spiritual messages before walking toward Fei Jue. At this point, it had to be Zhengtong who acted. As the representative of the boundless Immortal Sect here and the overall commander of the Immortal Alliance for this mission, it was his unavoidable duty to see Fei Jue off with a peaceful passing. Hou Feng had everyone else leave, leaving Fei Jue alone, still desperately suppressing the poison within his body. He didn't yet know that his fate had already been decided. Having walked nearly the entire path of eternal life, Zhengtong looked at him with a complicated expression. Yet the situation had already determined the outcome. At the very least, let him pass peacefully. Quietly gathering his immortal energy in his palm, Zhengtong suddenly struck Fei Jue before he even noticed. The energy-coalesced palm smashed onto Fei Jue's head like lightning. Like a watermelon bursting open, his head exploded into pieces while his cross-legged body remained in the same seated position. Then Zhengtong released a flame that engulfed Fei Jue's body, reducing him to ashes. The entire team felt Shenzhong de Xinxing at that moment. They had set out together, yet during the return journey, right when they were about to leave safely, a single moment of negligence had cost the life of a golden immortal expert. After dealing with Fei Jue's body, Zhengtong and Hou Feng led the team away. Everyone became more cautious now, preferring to move slower as long as it ensured safety. From there, the group successfully exited the demonic zone without further incident. Upon exiting, Zhengtong contacted the sect leader Xiuxian first, giving a brief report on the events inside. Xiuxian instructed him to return to the sect with his team before making a full report to the sect and faction leaders of the alliance. After receiving Zhengtong's report, Xiuxian sent messages to the leaders of several mid to large-scale powers within the Immortal Alliance, summoning them to the boundless Immortal Sect for a meeting. When Yuqi, the sect leader of Unqi Sect, arrived, Xiuxian informed him of Fei Jue's situation. Yuqi remained silent for a while before speaking. Leader Yi, it's just that Jue's luck ran out. This incident is not Elder Shi's fault. I'm glad you understand, said Xiuxian. Your sect's cultivation conditions are slightly worse than ours, boundless Immortal Sect. How about this? Send us 2 disciples, and I will arrange for 2 elders to personally oversee their training. That way, it can alleviate some pressure from your Unqi Sect. Thank you, Leader Yi, Yuqi replied gratefully. Once I return, I will arrange for the disciples immediately. Judging from Xiuxian's arrangements, Yuqi was indeed very grateful. Since the Unqi Sect specialized in talisman making and was relatively weaker in combat, especially lacking in high-level combat power, having 2 talented disciples trained by the boundless Immortal Sect was a great advantage. At the same time, this incident demonstrated the boundless Immortal Sect's support for Unqi Sect, which significantly reduced the pressure on the latter following the loss of a golden immortal elder. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiuxian had Zhengtong and Hou Feng summoned into the main hall. Upon entering the sect's main hall, Zhengtong and Hou Feng bowed and said, "Salutations to the sect leader, esteemed leaders of all sects. Zhonglao, please report the details of this investigation to the various sect leaders," Xiuxian said to Zhengtong and Hou Feng. First, Zhengtong gave a detailed account of everything that had happened since they entered the demonic region, from locating the exit of the black demonic mist to the demonic creatures they encountered along the way. He particularly emphasized that all the demonic beings within the area covered by the black mist were growing stronger. If no action was taken soon, those ever-strengthening demons would become a huge threat in the future. He also urged the assembled sect leaders and masters that as long as the demonic plants, creatures, and demonic beasts inside the mist-covered demonic region remained uneliminated, it would be impossible to determine the situation within the Black Pit. He suggested that a complete purge of all demonic beings inside the demonic region must come first. Only after they were entirely eradicated could further exploration of the Black Pit proceed, or alternatively, the Black Pit itself should be directly sealed off. Hou Feng then added details of his own experiences forging the way forward and made the same suggestion as Jingtong to the assembled sect leaders and masters. Based on his first-hand knowledge, the power of the demonic beings inside the Black Mist area was increasing too rapidly. If left unchecked, the troubles for the immortal realm would become endless. In the future, the number of dead cultivators would keep growing, and with every death, the demonic beings would multiply and grow even stronger. Yi Xingqian and the other sect leaders had already recognized this vicious cycle problem. What now faced them was the question of how to eliminate such a large number and strength of demonic beings. Cultivators with low cultivation levels would not only be ineffective inside the region, but instead become a source of new demonic forces for the enemy. Therefore, the number of people suitable for the cleansing mission was limited. Another issue was the allocation of personnel to carry out the mission. This became the central point of contention among the sects. Everyone understood that entering the region was almost certain death. More importantly, cultivators couldn't absorb ambient immortal chi from the air inside to replenish their consumption. They had to rely entirely on pills they carried themselves to replenish their energy. Chapter 269, The Purging Mission in the Demonized Zone. Another critical issue regarding supplies troubled all factions. This was a massive war that required the consumption of enormous resources. It was a bottomless pit of consumption, one that no single faction could sustain for long. In the absence of any clear positions from the various factions, Yi Qingqing put forward a proposal. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a while, and we still haven't reached a proper solution. So, I will present a plan for everyone's discussion, Yi Qinxing said, standing up after observing the lack of helpful suggestions. Everyone previously failed to reach an agreement on the issue of dispatching personnel and supplying pills and sandstone. Such massive consumption is beyond what any one or two factions can shoulder alone. Therefore, I propose that the Immortal Alliance take charge of the operation, listing the extermination of demonized creatures in the zone as a commissioned task, and releasing the mission throughout the immortal world. Anyone willing to accept the mission can receive it from the Immortal Alliance, and each person will be given a jade tablet. Points will be awarded based on the power level of each demonized creature killed. Those accumulating points can exchange them at the Immortal Alliance for cultivation resources, techniques, shansheet, fulu, and so on. Moreover, interkilling among cultivators must be strictly forbidden inside the demonized zone. If anyone is found harming other cultivators there, the Alliance will pursue and eliminate them. As for the resources needed for exchanging points, techniques, artifacts, fulu, sandstone, pills, xiao, and so on, should be jointly supplied by the various sects and factions. In this way, each sect will only be responsible for supplying resources, not manpower, relieving yourselves of pressure. Let's all discuss. How do you find this proposal? As soon as Yi Qinxing introduced this proposal, the room exploded in reaction. Everyone began whispering with one another, discussing whether this idea was feasible. The smaller sects were quite supportive of the proposal. After all, their power was weak to begin with, and they had few cultivators at the Golden Immortal level or above. Moreover, to minimize losses, only cultivators above the Tai Golden Immortal stage would be suitable to enter the zone. Besides those guarding the sect, those in retreat, or those on missions, how many could actually be spared for such a task? If the Alliance issued a mission but the sects failed to send anyone, they wouldn't have a way to explain. Since this proposal only required the contribution of resources, the smaller sects naturally supported it enthusiastically. The three top-ranking powers were also happy to see this outcome. They weren't short on resources. What they valued most was their disciples, the foundation of their strength. As long as people were safe, everything else would follow. Now they just needed to offer some unused resources, and there would be others doing the task for them. Why wouldn't they support this? So, this proposal quickly gained consensus among all parties. Next came the task of distributing the responsibility of supplying the required resources. In the end, the three top factions bore the majority, while mid-level factions contributed about 30% of the supply of techniques, xiao, sandstone, and pills. Each minor faction symbolically provided 30 million high-grade sandstone worth of resources, or resources of equivalent value. Each could offset the obligation using its own specialty products, with the highest market value being applied. Now no one had any objections. As the three top powers in the immortal world, they each supplied a batch of dusty, rarely used techniques from their libraries, and heaps of sandstone, pills, and medicines that had been stockpiled in storage. Those very techniques, left unused and gathering dust in the top sects, became highly sought-after treasures once released into the immortal world. As the saying goes, man dies for wealth, just as birds die for food. This would definitely attract great enthusiasm from minor sects, and especially from wandering cultivators. In order to obtain those precious techniques, many cultivators would dare to enter the demonized zone and strive hard to eliminate demonized creatures. However, to prevent those who lacked sufficient power yet risked everything from entering and getting themselves killed, measures must be taken. They needed to set a cultivation level limit for mission takers. They also needed to seal off the demonized zone to prevent unapproved entry. Good. Then we'll finalize this proposal. Everyone is expected to deliver your assigned resources to the Alliance within 5 days. Master Yuqing, since your sect specializes in talismans and jade tablets, please handle the manufacturing of the mission tablets for us. How does that sound? After noticing everyone seemed satisfied, Yi Qinxing concluded the plan and turned to Master Yuqing, head of the Talisman Sect, to discuss tablet production. Upon hearing Yi Qinxing's question, Master Yuqing stood up, made a respectful bow, and said, "Rest assured, Sect Leader Yi. The Talisman Sect will fully commit to completing this mission as soon as possible. As for sealing off the demonized zone, each of the present factions will contribute 50 people, and the remaining personnel needed will be covered equally among our 3 sections. How about that?" Yi Qinxing continued. Agreed. Agreed. Sect Leader Yi, we agree. All the attending representatives voiced their approval of Yi Qinxing's suggestions. Great. Thank you all for your trust and support. If there are no further objections, please return and act quickly. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Yi Qinxing bowed politely to the group and spoke. Sect Leader Yi, we'll take our leave. Goodbye. Sect Leader Yi, we'll take our leave. Goodbye. Everyone understood the urgency of the moment. After the discussions ended and Yi Qinxing began to send off the guests, they offered their farewells to Yi Qinxing and then turned to leave the grand hall of the Unqi Sect, rushing back to prepare for the upcoming actions. Once all the attending sect leaders and sect masters had departed, Yi Qinxing summoned the elders of the External Affairs Hall and instructed them to announce the Immortal Alliance's mission plan throughout the entire immortal world. The message needed to reach every cultivator, ensuring that everyone clearly understood that the Immortal Alliance was about to release a mission open to the entire immortal world, one that offered highly valuable rewards. Upon receiving the order from the sect leader, the Elder of External Affairs immediately issued the Alliance's announcement to all powers across the immortal world. The message was released in every city, town, and marketplace. In a short time, most of the immortal world's cultivators had learned of this news. 3 days later, as the reward materials gradually arrived, The list of exchangeable resources caused great excitement among the cultivators. They rushed to various branch offices of the Immortal Alliance to register and accept the mission. The teleportation formation in Tomo City lit up day and night without a moment's pause. The path from Tomo City to the entrance of the underground world near the Fire Mountains had completely transformed into an official route of the Immortal World, now guarded by patrol teams arranged by the Immortal Alliance to ensure everyone's safety and eliminate any danger. The underground demonized zone had become the center of attention in the Immortal World. Cultivators now met and discussed only the mission, accepting the task, and entering the underground demonized zone to kill demonized creatures and exchange points for resources. Even the young female disciples of the Yunxia Sect were talking about slaying demonized creatures and exchanging resources for cultivation techniques and various shenshi. However, the Yunxia Sect itself had only a few golden immortals among its elders, so they could only admire the opportunity from afar. Everyone knew that going to kill the demonized creatures would bring enormous rewards, but they all overlooked the dangers involved. If it were really that easy, why would the Immortal Alliance and various sects offer such rich resources to encourage cultivators to hunt the demonized creatures? Chapter 270. Entering the Demonic Zone. However, among cultivators, there has never been a lack of passion. Cultivation itself is a struggle against fate for immortality, and cultivators have never feared danger or challenges. After playfully cuddling with her mother, Yi Wuxia slipped out of the sect again. After spending the whole day with Li Dalong, they entered the Xiaohua cultivation tower together to train. Li Dalong had also seen the danger from the emergence of monsters in the underground world and realized that he needed to improve his cultivation faster. He shared an analysis of the current situation in the Immortal Realm with the others. Although the Immortal Realm was powerful, there were many external forces coveting it. After listening to Li Dalong's analysis, Xiuxian, Yunyao, and Zhou Tianlong all felt a strong sense of crisis and re-entered the Xiaohua cultivation tower to accelerate their cultivation progress. Before they knew it, 2 months had passed. Their time training inside the Xiaohua cultivation tower equated to a full year of cultivation outside. Li Dalong had been at the late Golden Immortal stage for quite some time, but he remained stuck without being able to break through. In theory, his breakthrough should merely be a matter of time. Once his immortal energy was fully accumulated, he should be able to break through. However, no matter how he refined immortal spiritual energy into immortal power, he couldn't sense any signs of a breakthrough. It seemed that simply cultivating hard was no longer enough to progress. He needed to venture out and gain practical experience. Indeed, if steady progress could be achieved through mere cultivation alone, then everyone could just stay within their sects and cultivate, which would make high-level experts as common as dogs and great Luo immortals as numerous as commoners. Realizing that his cultivation wasn't producing significant results, Li Dalong ended his retreat in the Xiaohua cultivation tower. First, he checked the current situation in the immortal realm at the Cultivation Sect, then returned to his courtyard, quietly drank a cup of monkey wine, and organized his thoughts. He contemplated where it would be best to go for training next. From the information he had obtained from the Cultivation Sect, the most talked about location currently was the demonic zone in the underground world. About 3 months after the Immortal Realm Alliance issued the mission, numerous cultivators flooded into the demonic zone, killing demons and earning points to exchange for cultivation resources. A portion of the demons in the demonic zone had already been eliminated. More than half of the demonized plants and beasts had been cleared. However, with so many cultivators entering the demonic zone, a large number had also perished. Especially cultivators at the Golden Immortal stage suffered very high casualty rates. These fallen cultivators were transformed into demons, replenishing the population of monsters in the area. As a result, the number of demons eliminated did not meet the Immortal Realm Alliance's expectations. The Immortal Realm Alliance was considering raising the cultivation requirements for accepting demon hunting missions to prevent the worsening of the current awkward situation and reduce the burden on various sects for resource supply. After pondering for a long time, Li Dalong decided to go to the demonic zone to hunt demons and search for the opportunity for a breakthrough. With his decision made, he finished his cup of monkey wine, left a jade message slip on the table for the others, and directly left the courtyard, flying toward the underground world inside the Flaming Mountains. After leaving Cultivation Sect, Li Dalong chose this time to fly on his sword. Although it would be slower compared to using the nearest teleportation formation to reach Tomo City, it wouldn't be more than a few days slower. This time, he wasn't in a hurry. It was like flying on his sword to relax. 3 days later, Li Dalong arrived at the edge of the Flaming Mountains. Although the environment was still harsh, the area was bustling with people coming and going. In such a harsh place, not far from the entrance to the underground world, a sizable market had already formed. One could only admire the keen economic sense of cultivators and their strong will to survive, unafraid of danger and harsh conditions, building a full-fledged market from nothing. Li Dalong was quite interested and entered the market, strolling through it. From its defensive formations to all kinds of shops, pill refining, artifact forging, talisman making, restaurants, general stores, inns, everything was present. This market had become a perfect place for cultivators to rest and replenish supplies before entering or after returning from the underground world. Many treasures and materials from the underground, including monster parts, were traded and sold here. Cultivators would come here to buy medicinal pills and talismans, repair their immortal artifacts, and then return to the underground world to earn more resources for cultivation. Thus, business was thriving. After walking around the market, Li Dalong went to a tavern to gather information about the demonic zone and entered one of the restaurants. The tavern was packed with cultivators gathered around, discussing their adventures and battle experiences in the underground world. Li Dalong found a corner seat, ordered a few spiritual dishes and a pot of spiritual wine, and quietly listened to their conversation. Have you guys heard? Recently, a new kind of demon has appeared in the underground world. They say these demons are extremely powerful, and many cultivators have fallen to them. One cultivator whispered mysteriously. Oh, really? What exactly do these new demons look like? Another cultivator asked curiously. I'm not exactly sure about their appearance either, but I heard they can release an extremely corrosive venom that kills on contact. Moreover, they're skilled in concealment techniques, making them almost impossible to guard against, the cultivator explained. Upon hearing this, Li Dalong raised his eyebrows slightly, silently memorizing the characteristics of these new demons. It seemed this journey into the underground world would be quite challenging. Just then, 3 ragged cultivators entered the tavern. They looked extremely tired, clearly having just returned from the underground world. Everyone paused their conversation momentarily, glancing at them before resuming their talks. People like them appeared here every day. After ordering some wine and dishes, the 3 drank a few cups and, while listening to the bustling conversations around them, began boasting about their own thrilling stories and heroic exploits. Soon, the trio joined in the mutual bragging. Fellow cultivators, we just returned from the demonic zone. This time, we were terribly unlucky. Deep inside the zone, we encountered a group of high-level demons, whose aura was absolutely terrifying. One of the older cultivators spoke first. A flicker of lingering fear briefly crossed his face, showing that he had indeed experienced life and death situations. It was an intense battle. My companions and I fought fiercely against those demons for several hours. Those demons possessed overwhelming power. Every attack almost cost us our lives. As a result, 4 members of our team were lost. The older cultivator continued, his voice filled with deep fatigue and sorrow. How did you finally manage to escape? A young cultivator couldn't help but ask. In the end, thankfully, I had brought a formation disc with me. Using the advantage of the terrain, I set up a formation. Those demons were not good at dealing with formations and were trapped for a while. Seizing that opportunity, we barely managed to escape, the older cultivator explained. Chapter 271, Learning about the Corrupted Zone Intelligence. Upon hearing their words, everyone else couldn't help but sigh in admiration, comforting them by saying that it was fortunate they had such good luck and were still able to escape with 3 survivors. Many teams who entered the corrupted zone were completely wiped out, and those who perished became new demons. That was the real tragedy. Although the corrupted zone was extremely dangerous, the rewards for surviving it were great. Not only could one earn a large amount of merit points by defeating demons within, but also collect the storage rings and shanqi of fallen cultivators, which became prizes for the survivors. At present, only cultivators of no less than the Golden Immortal realm could qualify to enter the corrupted zone. Therefore, every person's worth was substantial. Even the possessions and shanqi of wandering cultivators were valuable. As a result, despite the many cultivators who died within the corrupted zone, there were still even more cultivators who wanted to enter to gain merit points. Li Dalong listened quietly nearby, and his understanding of the corrupted zone deepened. He began to think about the challenges he would soon face and the countermeasures he should prepare. By the way, have you heard about the new type of demon that has recently appeared in the corrupted zone? Another cultivator suddenly asked. You mean those demons with several giant tentacles, like an octopus? Someone immediately responded. I heard that these demons are extremely powerful. Many cultivators have been killed by them. Exactly, that's the one, another cultivator added. I heard that not only are their physical bodies strong, they're also good at absorbing the Shan Li and life energy from cultivators. They're also skilled in concealment techniques, making them almost impossible to guard against. It said that an initial victim was a cultivator of the great Golden Immortal realm who died by its tentacles. Hearing this, the others showed expressions of concern. The appearance of these new demons certainly added more danger to expeditions within the corrupted zone. Li Dalong also felt an internal alertness. The characteristics of this new demon reminded him of those demon leaders he had encountered previously. It seemed that he would have to be even more cautious during this trip into the underground world. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere gradually became lively as everyone shared their exploration experiences and the dangers they had faced. Before anyone noticed, the sky had already grown dark. Lanterns were lit inside the tavern, illuminating every corner. People began to settle their bills and leave, preparing to return to their own dwellings to rest. Li Dalong stood up as well, ready to leave the tavern. He had already made his decision and found his determination to head for the corrupted zone. He knew this expedition would be a journey filled with challenges and opportunities. After leaving the tavern, Li Dalong flew towards the entrance to the underground world within the Flame Mountain. His figure gradually disappeared into the night. Entering the underground world, he headed directly for the corrupted zone. After several months of development, the path from the entrance to the corrupted zone remained heavily traveled, even late at night. However, cultivators generally cared little whether it was day or night. During the night, their eyesight remained unaffected, as did their spiritual senses. Besides, the underground world always had light levels similar to an overcast day from the outside world. Li Dalong walked towards the corrupted zone along with the crowd. Everyone else traveled in small groups. Some teams had 1 or 2 dozen people, while others had only 3 to 5. Only Li Dalong walked completely alone, which caused others traveling along the same path to cast a few extra glances his way. When they saw that he was merely at the Golden Immortal realm, they revealed expressions of disdain. considering him an ignorant young fool who had no idea how dangerous things could be and whose journey into the corrupted zone was practically a suicide mission. Quickly losing interest in someone they viewed as already dead, they stopped paying attention. Li Dalong, however, didn't care in the least about other people's eyes or opinions, continuing forward on his own. Soon he arrived at the checkpoint set up by the Immortal Realm Alliance at the border of the corrupted zone. At the checkpoint, Li Dalong applied for a jade token and accepted the mission of slaying demons in the corrupted zone. After finishing the procedures, he presented the jade token at the checkpoint. After detection and registration by the formation, Li Dalong officially entered the corrupted zone. Upon stepping inside, the black demonic mist completely blocked visibility. He had studied beforehand, so he already understood these phenomena and was neither surprised nor panicked. He expanded his spiritual sense completely and started moving toward the center according to the map provided by the Immortal Realm Alliance. Although he had no concerns regarding the environment here, he was cautious enough to cast a Shanli protective barrier covering his entire body. The Star God shield appeared in his left hand, and Xinghong's sword started circling around his body, prepared for instant attack. Cautiously scanning the surroundings, he advanced. After walking about 5 li, the first demon appeared in his spiritual sense. Judging from its size, this was a demon transformed from a fallen cultivator. Without waiting for it to approach, Li Dalong sent Xinghong flying forward. It circled around the demon's head before cleanly severing it from the body. Thick black blood spewed skyward like a geyser. Li Dalong condensed his Shanli into a palm strike and smashed it onto the demon's body, instantly shattering it into pieces. 10 merit points were immediately added to his jade token. For killing a demon at the Golden Immortal cultivation stage, one could obtain between 10 to 90 merit points. For a great Golden Immortal level demon, the reward ranged from 200 to 800 points. As for a transcendent Golden Immortal level demon, the points awarded could range from 10,000 to 90,000. When exchanged at the Immortal Realm Alliance for Shan stones, 10 merit points were equivalent to 1 top-grade Shan stone. Just by slaying a single Golden Immortal level demon, one could exchange for a top-grade Shan stone, not to mention the various cultivation techniques that could not even be traded for Shan stones normally. Because of how valuable these points were, it had sparked a growing craze among cultivators to enter the corrupted zone to hunt demons. In the face of massive benefits, life and death became trivial matters, vividly reflecting the harsh reality that people would risk death for wealth. After continuously slaying several Golden Immortal level demons, ranging from early to late Golden Immortal stages, Li Dalong also gained a bit of experience. The stronger a demon's power, the brighter the light spot appeared in his spiritual sense. Conversely, weaker ones showed dimmer light spots. Using this knowledge, he skillfully avoided a demon whose light spot was larger and brighter, then used his swift and agile movements to shake off the demon's pursuit. Luckily, these corrupted cultivators had slower reflexes and reduced speed, making them relatively easy to deal with, as long as he faced only one at a time. However, if surrounded by several, or even a group, the situation would turn extremely dire. These demons, having lost their senses of pain and fear, were fearless in battle and showed no hesitation in charging recklessly forward. Ordinary injuries were useless against them. Only by decapitating or completely destroying their bodies could one truly kill them. However, if one were struck by their bodies, they would be contaminated by the toxins they carried. If one could not suppress the corruption in time, one would soon transform into one of them. Cautiously advancing while scanning the surroundings, Li Dalong would retreat a distance, and then proceed laterally whenever his spiritual sense detected multiple large light spots nearby. A wise man avoids dangerous places. He would not recklessly challenge enemies that were too powerful. Within half a day, his merit points reached a total of 302, from slaying dozens of demons. Some only gave a few points. Chapter 272, Tai Golden Immortal, the Vu. When his Shanli was reduced by 30%, he would take a spirit replenishing pill and continue walking while refining the pill to restore his Shanli. When his sensor was consumed by 40%, he would stop to find a relatively safe place to recover his strength, always maintaining his optimal condition. Even with such caution, unexpected situations would still arise. While walking through a valley, suddenly from the soil atop the hillside burst forth a Vu about the size of an ordinary Vu, much more agile compared to the Vu he had previously encountered. Judging from its behavior, it still retained a certain level of spirituality. Small in size and hidden within the corrupted soil, no wonder Li Dalong's sentry had failed to detect it. Luckily, Li Dalong was inherently cautious. His Shanli protective barrier was always activated, his left hand held a shield, and his right hand gripped a sword, ever ready for both defense and attack. The moment it burst from the earth, Li Dalong's sentry had already detected it. Instinctively, he redirected the Starlight Divine Shield to face the direction from which the Mu attacked, and swung his sword, sending forth a slash directly toward the Vu's head. This large Wu actually dodged Li Dalong's sword chi with agility, causing the slash to miss and vanish into the black mist. Its mouth opened, revealing two abnormally developed and sharp fangs, which lunged toward Li Dalong to bite. Li Dalong channeled Shanli into the Starlight Divine Shield with his left hand. The shield expanded instantly, its surface covered with a thin membrane of Shanli. The canine Mu's fangs bit directly into the Starlight Divine Shield and were stopped by the thin Shanli membrane. After a moment, the Shanli membrane was pierced, and the fangs struck the shield's surface, creating a piercing sound. Fortunately, the defensive power of the Starlight Divine Shield was remarkable. The sharp fangs left only a few white scratches on its surface. A tremendous force was transmitted through his left arm into Li Dalong's body, shaking his internal organs. Nonetheless, Li Dalong channeled his Xianli to disperse the impact while swinging his Qinghong sword toward the bo's neck with his right hand. Everything happened too fast. This slash did not use any magical techniques, purely relying on brute physical strength. Because the canine Wu had sunk its teeth into the Starlight Divine Shield and suffered backlash from the shield's energy, its body momentarily hesitated. Li Dalong's combat instincts were strong and his reaction quick. The moment the Mu's bite missed, he already swung his sword in retaliation. The Qinghong sword accurately struck the canine Mu's neck. Ding! A shower of sparks flew. The sword failed to cut through its defense, but the Wu was still sent flying by the force from the strike. Damn it! How is its defense so strong? Li Dalong silently cursed. Although he hadn't used any techniques or magic, relying solely on the Qinghong sword's sharpness and his own physical strength, this strike was powerful. That it only made sparks fly from the Mu's neck and didn't even sever a few strands of fur enraged him. Clearly, ordinary methods wouldn't work against it. Li Dalong rapidly increased the distance between himself and the canine Bu. At the same time, he recalled the Qinghong sword into his system space and gathered Qianli in his right hand, striking toward the canine Bu. As expected, the Mu charged toward Li Dalong again and was struck head-on by the palm. With a loud "pa!" the small body of the canine Wu was slapped dozens of meters away by Li Dalong's palm. Immediately after landing the hit, Li Dalong didn't pursue. Instead, he quickly retreated again, increasing the distance between himself and the Mu once more. He activated the blocking heaven hand, forming a giant black Xianli hand in the thick mist, which grabbed toward the Wu. When Li Dalong summoned the blocking heaven hand, and the Xianli giant hand formed in the air, the canine Mu seemed to sense the threat it posed. It abruptly halted its charge toward Li Dalong, turned around, and attempted to flee. An escape? This canine Wu was completely different from those he had encountered before. Even according to the intelligence he had obtained from other cultivators, such who didn't exist. Previously, everyone had said that Wu fearlessly attacked cultivators whenever they smelled their spiritual blood, showing no fear or hesitation. Now he had encountered a Bu that avoided and attempted to flee, a very unexpected development for Li Dalong. Nevertheless, without hesitation, Li Dalong controlled the Xianli giant hand to change direction, continuing to seize the Bu. Li Dalong locked onto it with his censure. No matter how it evaded, the giant hand never ceased its pursuit. At the same time, Li Dalong himself ran after it as well. However, since the canine Wu was small and very nimble, Li Dalong's several attempts to grab it were evaded. Li Dalong summoned the Qinghong sword once again and controlled it with censure to cut off the Mu's escape path from the front, forcing it to change direction. At the same time, holding the Starlight Divine Shield in hand, he charged from another direction. With three directions converging, he began to surround the Mu from all sides. Seeing no way to escape, the canine Mu turned around and accelerated toward Li Dalong. After dashing forward a few steps, if visible, its entire body emitted a black glow. A strange energy covered its surface, forming a protective barrier. Though small in size, its momentum and speed were not to be underestimated. Li Dalong hadn't expected it to charge toward him directly, but he didn't care either, merely increasing the infusion speed of Xianli into the Starlight Divine Shield. Both sides collided while accelerating toward each other. The canine Wu slammed into the front of the Starlight Divine Shield, producing a loud pang. A violent vibration shot through Li Dalong's left hand, followed by a sharp pain, as the Starlight Divine Shield was pushed back from the impact and slammed into his body. Li Dalong was sent flying backward until crashing into a mountainside, stopping only after creating a large crater in the corrupted rock. The canine Wu also flew backward from the impact, though it seemed less affected. This sudden impact had affected Li Dalong's censure, causing the Xianli giant hand formed by the blocking heaven hand technique to dissipate into the air as scattered Xianli. Taking advantage of Li Dalong still being trapped inside the crater, the canine Wu charged toward him again, fangs bared, attempting to deliver a deadly bite. Seeing this, Li Dalong did not hastily try to fly out of the crater. Instead, he activated his sentry and immediately repositioned the Starlight Divine Shield in front of his body. He circulated Xianli again, resummoning the blocking heaven hand to seize the canine Bu. This time, the canine Mu charged quickly, and with the close distance, it soon collided once more with Li Dalong's Starlight Divine Shield. A loud explosion rang out as a massive shockwave erupted from the impact between the Mu and shield, stirring the surrounding black Wu, which expanded outward like waves of dark mist. Li Dalong seized this opportunity to control the blocking heaven hand to grab the canine Mu and successfully captured it. After being caught by the blocking heaven hand, the canine Mu opened its mouth, roaring toward the sky. Of course, Li Dalong couldn't hear any sound it made, but he knew that it was definitely howling furiously at the sky. Chapter 273, Injured Again. Grasping the principle of not letting go, Li Dalong increased the power of his divine sense, clenched his fingers tightly, and attempted to crush it. The large demon creature was also quite powerful. Li Dalong's first attempt failed to take effect. He only heard the crackling sound of bones being squeezed, but hadn't inflicted any actual damage. The creature kept twisting its body frantically, trying to break free. Seeing that the first attempt had failed, Li Dalong increased the power of his sky-covering hand again, simultaneously controlling the Qinghong sword and thrusting it into the gaping mouth of the dog-shaped demon. Distracted by the interference of the Qinghong sword, the dog-shaped demon's resistance against the sky-covering hand was weakened. Finally, the hand technique proved effective. With a loud pop, the demon creature was crushed into dust. Li Daolong's merit points on his jade tablet increased by 200. It turned out this was a demonic creature of the Taibai Golden Immortal realm. No wonder it had been so difficult to deal with. He hoped that this kind of demon was a one-of-a-kind. If other Taibai Golden Immortal level demons retained similar remnants of spiritual awareness, it would be dangerous. To be cautious, Li Daolong promptly retreated more than a mile and chose to operate within the area populated by demons of the Golden Immortal level. He hoped to accumulate experience through battle and gain the chance to break through. He continued searching for demons within the corrupted area. Occasionally, he encountered other cultivators, usually in teams. Since he was alone, Li Daolong actively avoided them. After half a month of battling demons, Li Daolong felt that he had come one step closer to breaking through his bottleneck. After killing a corrupted vine-like plant demon, Li Daolong once again felt the urge to challenge a demon of the Taibai Golden Immortal level. Acting immediately upon thought, he changed his direction at once and headed toward the inner circle. He extended his divine sense fully in all directions, scanning carefully to avoid another ambush like last time. After walking about 4 miles forward, he encountered several demons of the Golden Immortal level on the way, all of which he easily killed. Estimating this region to be where Taibai Golden Immortal level demons roamed, Li Daolong dared not proceed further inward. If he accidentally entered the regions of demons of late Taibai Golden Immortal or even Great Luo Golden Immortal stages, he would simply be walking to his death. He changed his direction again and began searching for demons. The number of light spots in his divine sense significantly decreased. Occasionally, he met demons of late Golden Immortal stage. As he cleared them out along the way, his merit points grew rapidly. At this point, his total points had already reached 2806. He found a slightly flat place to recover his expended immortal energy and divine sense. After a xuanhuan of time, he had fully restored himself to peak condition. Li Daolong stood up, ready to continue his search for demons to refine his combat abilities. Ding dong, would you like to check in? Hearing the familiar system prompt tone, Li Daolong responded immediately. Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the master for receiving the Chongqing Daojing, the Tao Scripture of Immortality. System, introduce the Chongqing Daojing. The Chongqing Daojing is a divine-grade cultivation method from a mysterious world. Through its cultivation, practitioners can refine energy, refine spirit, refine form, and master cosmic laws, ultimately achieving a state of eternal life and immortality. The Chongqing Daojing has 5 layers. The first layer, condense spirit and refine energy. Practitioners guide energy and immortal power to circulate within their meridians, reaching a state of unity between body and mind. The second layer, transform yin and yang energy. Cultivators control the yin and yang energy within their bodies, harmonizing the internal yin and yang forces to achieve balance, thus strengthening vitality and spiritual awareness. The third layer, refine spirit and form body. Through cultivation, practitioners condense their inner spiritual awareness into an illusory form, achieving an extraordinary state where the physical body never ages. The fourth layer, the path of heaven communication. Advanced cultivators who reach this level understand the Tao of heaven and earth, comprehend universal laws, and attain the state of coexisting eternally with heaven and earth, wielding natural forces and even influencing the cosmic fortune. The fifth layer, immortality. Cultivators who succeed in cultivation reach the stage of ageless immortality, their physical forms unscathed by time, words manifesting into law, capable of venturing deep into the river of time, unaffected by temporal erosion, able to arrive at any node within the river of time. So powerful. This is incredible. Li Daolong was stunned by the unexpected reward from the system. This Tao scripture was more valuable than any reward he had ever received. If such a technique were to appear in the immortal realm, the entire realm would erupt in bloodshed. The hidden ancient experts would rush out from seclusion to compete for it. Although this cultivation method was powerful, it wouldn't be easy to successfully master it. The first 2 layers were relatively easy, but after the third, it would not be simple to advance. There must be restrictions on talent, comprehension, and resources required for cultivation. Quickly calming down from his excitement, Li Daolong suppressed the urge to immediately examine the jade tablet containing the cultivation method. He stood up and resumed his search for demons. Perhaps fortune had come. Just after the system had rewarded him with a divine-level cultivation method, he had barely walked several miles forward when a particularly bright light spot appeared within his divine sense. Carefully advancing toward the light spot, Li Daolong soon entered the attack range. His divine sense identified the target. It was indeed the dog-shaped demonic creature again. Judging from its aura, this creature possessed the same strength as the one he had previously killed at the Taibai Golden Immortal realm. Li Daolong still didn't dare to be careless. After preparing himself, he cautiously crept forward, ready to launch a sudden, unexpected attack. However, before engaging in battle, he needed to take proper precautions. Only with adequate defense could one survive countless dangers. Li Daolong checked the status of his immortal energy shield and the Starry Sky Divine Shield. The Starry Sky Divine Shield was also activated by immortal energy, and the Qinghong sword was charged and ready to strike. When he approached a suitable distance, Li Daolong lightly shouted, "Sword of Heaven's Severance," and slashed the fully charged Qinghong sword at the dog-shaped demon. A brilliant sword beam flashed like lightning, instantly appearing at the demon's neck. Unfortunately, the creature's defense was too strong. the Sword of Heaven's severance merely pierced its defense, leaving only a very small wound on its neck. Although the damage caused was minimal, it successfully pushed the creature back, momentarily halting its body. Li Dalong seized the opportunity and executed the sky-covering hand technique. The giant palm formed of immortal energy immediately grabbed the dog-shaped demon. As the energy tightened, the creature was bound tightly in the palm. At this moment, the dog-shaped demon regained its senses and began to struggle desperately. However, Li Dalong already had experience dealing with this type of demon. His divine sense controlled the sky-covering hand's palm, tightly gripping the creature without loosening. Then, he started tightening his grip. The dog-shaped demon struggled intensely, but after a stalemate lasting a quarter of an incense stick's time, it was finally crushed by Li Dalong's palm. This time, killing another demon of Tai by golden immortal strength was much easier than the first. Li Dalong stopped briefly to recover his expended divine sense and immortal energy. In this place, maintaining peak condition at all times was essential for dealing with demons of a higher realm than his own. After an hour, Li Dalong set off again. He had walked for less than an hour when two exceptionally bright light spots appeared within his divine sense. Chapter 274, Leaving the Demonized Zone. Li Dalong immediately retreated backward a significant distance before turning outward and continuing his withdrawal, carefully avoiding the two demons, each at least at the mid-sage golden immortal level. Time passed as he steadily withdrew, occasionally engaging and killing weaker demons, while deliberately avoiding those at or above the early sage golden immortal stage. When he had killed 30 demons of the early sage golden immortal level, he felt a slight loosening of his current cultivation bottleneck. Just as he was trying to grasp this sensation, a ripple of spiritual energy came from the communication jade talisman inside his storage ring. Reacting instantly, he summoned the talisman into his hand with his spiritual consciousness. After injecting divine energy into the talisman and activating it, the voice of Xiuxian came through. Big Dragon Brother, Sister Wuxia, and I have just finished our retreat. Are you still in the underground world? Xiuxian's voice came through the communication talisman with evident excitement. Littling, you've both finished your retreat already. I'm currently training inside the demonized zone of the underground world. Big Dragon Brother, I want to come too. No, this place is far too dangerous for you two. Big Dragon Brother, I miss you. It's been such a long time since we last saw you. In that case, my training here is about done. I'll return soon. Great. Sister Wuxia and I will wait for you at home. All right. With that, Li Dalong severed the communication and put the talisman back into his storage ring. After ending the communication, Li Dalong's mood instantly lightened. As he was about to leave the demonized zone, however, he suddenly sensed an unusual change in the surrounding aura. A flickering light appeared in his spiritual perception. He sensed a dark mist rapidly approaching from nearby. Taken aback, he realized this was certainly no ordinary demon and hastily retreated. With a swish sound, the mist had already caught up, transforming into a tentacle lined with barbed hooks, lashing out toward him. Li Dalong secretly channeled his divine energy and struck it with a palm strike. The tentacle snapped cleanly in two, yet the mist demon itself remained unharmed and, in fact, became even more violent. Knowing this mist demon possessed extraordinary strength and was difficult to deal with, Li Dalong could only keep retreating, attempting to draw it away. But the mist followed like a shadow. No matter how he dodged, it always quickly caught up. After being persistently pursued by the mist demon, Li Dalong struggled to shake it off. Just as he pondered how to escape, he suddenly spotted a large rock not far ahead. Seeing an opportunity, he accelerated, intentionally luring the mist toward it. Calculating the distance precisely, Li Dalong turned sharply at the last moment and flew away from one side of the boulder. With a bang, the mist struck the stone and a long fissure split open with a boom. Li Dalong took advantage of this to put some distance between himself and the mist, temporarily escaping its pursuit. He continued retreating with full effort while carefully monitoring the changes in surrounding energy and searching for a route that could lead to the outer zone. As long as he remained within the demonized area, stronger demons might still appear at any moment. Just when he was nearly out of the demonized zone, a sudden dark shadow appeared ahead, blocking his escape path. Li Dalong focused and saw it was indeed the same dark mist, somehow having moved ahead and blocking his exit. Realizing the danger, Li Dalong knew he had to find a way to defeat this mist demon quickly or he would never be able to escape. He gathered his divine energy, grasped the azure rainbow sword, and launched fierce attacks with sky-severing sword and moon-severing. The mist demon briefly recoiled after sustaining heavy damage but quickly recovered, rushing back toward Li Dalong with even greater violence. Li Dalong discovered that sky-severing sword was almost ineffective. Though the sword energy sliced through the mist, it instantly regenerated after the sword aura disappeared. However, moon-severing, with its area effect capability, was somewhat more effective. After the sword aura passed, the regeneration of the mist was delayed. Furthermore, during the regeneration period, the mist did not launch any attacks. Yet whenever the mist regenerated, sharp tentacles would lash out immediately, sometimes even 3 at once. After a quarter of an hour of rapid attacks, Li Dalong suddenly noticed a small section slightly to the left of the center of the mist that was emitting a thin glow, a possible weak spot. Without hesitation, he immediately executed the second form of the void sword technique, breaking wind, shooting rays of sword light rapidly and precisely into that glowing patch dozens of times. Following dozens of pop sounds, the thin glowing aura surprisingly blocked every single strike from Li Dalong. though it had visibly become thinner. Seeing the lack of results, Li Dalong quickly created distance between himself and the mist demon. Perhaps enraged by Li Dalong's intense and rapid attacks, 3 barbed tentacles suddenly shot out from the mist, launching fierce attacks toward him. Li Dalong dodged left and right, doing his best to evade the tentacles' attacks, occasionally counterattacking with sword chi. After several consecutive slashes from moon severing, one of the mist demon's tentacles was finally severed. As the severed tentacle hit the ground, a hissing sound could be heard from the point of contact. Suffering a serious wound and losing a tentacle, the dark mist's aura became even more violent and chaotic, constantly shifting and undulating in the air like a human being who had lost emotional control. Locking onto the glowing spot inside the mist with his spiritual perception, Li Dalong quickly executed the third form of the void sword technique, breaking water, and launched a rapid attack at a faster speed. The thin glowing barrier surrounding the core of the black mist was torn open with a large gash. The mist emitted a wong sound, its form violently shaking as though gravely injured. At this moment, the fluctuations coming from the mist became extremely unstable. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Li Dalong rode his sword upward, swiftly darting over the top of the mist demon, while simultaneously unleashing a downward slash, heaven-severing sword, sending a sharp sword aura slicing from above. Just as he was about to escape the mist demon's range, a shrill, piercing wail erupted from within the dark fog. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave burst forth from the mist, rapidly spreading in all directions. Li Dalong hurriedly activated the Starlight Divine Shield with his Shanli, placing it behind him as a defense, but he was just a bit too late. He felt a tremendous impact jolt through his entire body as the energy wave sent him flying. The Starlight Divine Shield was also blown away by the violent shockwave, landing far off in the distance. Li Dalong crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire body ached, as though his bones were shattered. After Minshang recovering his senses, he discovered the dark mist had completely vanished from his spiritual perception. At the same time, he realized he was only a few steps away from the edge of the demonized zone. Li Dalong lay on the ground gasping for breath like a drained man, chew a healing pill from his system space and swallowing it. He then circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the pill's healing effects. After a while, as his body recovered slightly, he immediately struggled to rise to his feet and staggered out of the demonized zone. Only Wenxia Immortal began flowing back into his body, naturally being absorbed and refined by his meridians. And when his eyes regained clarity to see the surrounding flowers and grass, did he truly believe he had escaped certain death? Chapter 275 Return. Who would have thought he'd run into such a powerful monster just before leaving? Looks like today's luck is terrible. During the short time he was reflecting on this, his body had already recovered somewhat. He scanned the surrounding area with his spiritual awareness, gritted his teeth, and kept walking forward for about 5 miles. He chose a relatively safe location and retrieved a formation plate that hadn't been used for a long time from his system space. After placing several high-grade immortal stones inside, he injected immortal energy to activate it. Li Dalong used the formation plate to conceal himself, then took another spirit recovery pill. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began refining healing pills and spirit recovery pills again to restore his strength. This was the most dangerous time. Even a cultivation expert at the Earth Immortal stage could easily kill him. So the most important thing now was to heal and recover his strength. Fortunately, he still had the formation plate he brought from the cultivation world. Although it didn't provide much defensive capability, it could conceal his presence effectively. It was sufficient for temporary healing, and most importantly, it could be powered by immortal stones, requiring only a small amount of immortal energy to activate. Soon, Li Dalong became deeply immersed in healing and recovery, while Xiuxian and Yi Wuxia anxiously waited for Li Dalong's return in Yunxia Sect's courtyard. Based on the timeline, if Li Dalong had chosen to use the teleportation formation to return, he should have arrived already. Why was there still no sign of him? And now they couldn't even get in contact. He must be up to something. In reality, Li Dalong's injuries were worse than initially thought. He originally believed the explosion's shockwave only caused minor external injuries, with not too serious internal damage. In truth, his internal injuries were much more severe. Healing pills could only temporarily stabilize his condition from worsening. After a full day and night of treatment, Li Dalong gave up on continuing to heal here. At this point, he could still use a small portion of his immortal energy to control his sword for travel. It was better to return to Yunxia Sect to recover fully, but the thought of using immortal energy in battle was out of the question, for once he fought, his already severely damaged meridians would risk complete destruction. Riding his sword, Li Dalong hurried to the Immortal Alliance's underground branch office, planning to check if there were better healing pills there for exchange. Over these past few months, he had accumulated a total of 13,051 points by killing corrupted creatures in the Mowa area. If better healing pills existed, they would significantly shorten his recovery time. Soon, he encountered a patrol disciple from the Immortal Alliance. The patrolling disciple simply glanced at him and knew immediately that he was yet another desperate cultivator barely escaping the Mowa area, and thus did not bother interrogating him. Li Dalong saw the Immortal Alliance's patrol team as well, finally feeling slightly safer. Along their patrol route was relatively safe. He smoothly arrived at the Immortal Alliance underground office and immediately took out his communication jade token to contact Xiuxian. He informed her that he previously couldn't communicate because of inconvenience, but had now safely reached the Immortal Alliance's underground office and was preparing to return. After ending the communication, He went straight to the points exchange station and started browsing. On display were various types of techniques, pills, immortal artifacts, armors, formations, talismans, medicinal herbs, and rare minerals, indicating clearly how serious the Immortal Alliance was about this operation. He wasn't interested in anything else and went directly to the medicinal pill category to look for healing pills. Unqi, ta jiao da le yizhong mingwei, jinwu xuanhuan, de danyao, xiao 6000 jifun, gongxiao, doi xiuxian jura de nui waisong, do yo shanju lao xiao. Unqi ta jiao da le yizhong mingwei, Golden Crow Revival Pill, required 6000 points. Effect: highly effective for both internal and external injuries of cultivators. Continuing to scroll down to check for better healing pills, he noticed another kind called 9 Transformation Revival Pill, refined over 123 years by the most prestigious alchemist in the immortal realm, Li Xuandanxing, yielding only 9 pills. Each pill required 12,000 points to exchange, and only one was available in the entire exchange list. Effect: a legendary divine pill capable of quickly healing all types of internal and external injuries. One of the most precious healing pills in the immortal realm. That's it. He had just enough points. There was no need to keep scrolling down because the deeper one goes, the better the items are, and naturally, the higher the points required. With only over 13,000 points total, he could only afford this 9 Transformation Revival Pill. After selecting, he quickly placed his jade card on the exchanging immortal artifact, and 12,000 points were successfully deducted. Soon after, the pill was transported through a dedicated transmission passage, which he swiftly collected and stored into his system space. The immortal civilization was indeed powerful, with everything processed automatically, without human involvement throughout. It ensured cultivators' personal privacy and enhanced safety. He still had 1,051 points remaining, which wasn't worth exchanging for anything else. Li Dalong immediately left the Immortal Alliance underground office, following the stream of cultivators leaving the underground world. Having arrived here, he was mostly safe now. Li Dalong returned smoothly to Tomo City, took the teleportation formation to the nearest city, and flew back to Yunxia Sect on his sword. After entering Yunxia Sect's airspace, the stone in Li Dalong's heart finally settled. He was completely safe now. Yi Wuxia and xiuxian, upon learning of Li Dalong's return, immediately came out of the courtyard to welcome him back home. Now both women considered his courtyard their own home. Dalong go. From a distance, the two women waved and called out excitedly the moment they saw Li Dalong. He sped up his flight and soon arrived before them. Each took one of his arms, one on each side, and xiuxian gently rested her head against his shoulder. Why did you take so long this time? Dalong, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel so weak? Yi Wuxia tightly hugged his arm, being the first to sense something unusual with him, and anxiously asked, "It's nothing serious. I just got slightly injured on the way back. I'll be fine after a few days of seclusion." Li Dalong smiled at Yi Wuxia. Just having returned, he had no intention of telling them the full extent of his injuries, not wanting to cause them worry. "Dalong go, how serious is your injury? You should hurry up and recover. I have a pill from my mother," xiuxian said upon hearing about his injury and also sensed his weakened state. "I have a top-grade healing pill from my father too," Yi Wuxia added, recalling the exceptional healing pill her father had given her, which she now took out from her storage ring and placed into Li Dalong's hand, urging him to go heal immediately. "There's no need. I've already exchanged points at the Immortal Alliance's underground office for a 9 Transformation Revival Pill. This is more than enough." Seeing how much they cared for him, Li Dalong replied happily. "Okay, go heal quickly. We'll catch up after you recover." Yi Wuxia led Li Dalong toward the courtyard. "Fine, I'll start my recovery immediately. I'll stay with you too once I'm healed." Seeing the expressions on Yi Wuxia and xiuxian's faces, Li Dalong knew they would only become more anxious if he didn't go heal. After kissing each gently on the forehead, Li Dalong entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower to begin his recovery. Chapter 276 Preparing for Breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged inside his private cultivation chamber, Li Dalong meditated for a while, organizing and calming his emotions and breath. He retrieved the 9 Rebirth Spring Renewal Pill from the system space. After opening the bottle, he saw a jade-green pill the size of a longan fruit inside the milky white jade bottle. Not even a trace of medicinal fragrance could be detected. Under natural light, flowing light shimmered across the pill's surface where the patterns resembled an innate formation, locking away the fragrance while naturally absorbing ambient immortal qi to nourish the pill. After examining the pill, Li Dalong put it into his mouth and swallowed it. He activated the primordial cosmic method to refine the 9 Rebirth Spring Renewal Pill. As the technique circulated, immortal energy carried the pill's medicinal power throughout his body. Wherever the medicinal power flowed, a cool sensation followed. His damaged meridians and internal organs began to heal under the pill's powerful effects. Truly, it was a miraculous pill for healing wounds. The pain and burning sensations caused by internal injuries and damaged meridians gradually faded under the pill's refreshing energy. Li Dalong continued circulating the technique, one cycle after another, refining the pill's power. He became completely immersed in the healing process. However, since his internal organs and meridians were heavily damaged, the recovery wouldn't be quick. But under the combined effects of the Inyanshinkun Great Array and the Cosmic Cultivation Pagoda, healing was over 10 times more effective than it would be outside. Under such powerful healing, Li Dalong's injuries recovered rapidly. Especially his meridians, repaired by the 9 Rebirth Spring Renewal Pill after being damaged. They became not only restored but also more durable and wider than before. He had suffered misfortune, yet it brought unexpected fortune. His meridians were strengthened and expanded. Time passed quickly while Li Delong devoted himself entirely to healing. A month passed, and his injuries were about 70 to 80% recovered. With the medicinal effects of the 9 Rebirth Spring Renewal Pill not yet exhausted, he continued refining its power to heal. During this time, Wuxia and Xiuxian didn't enter cultivation seclusion. Instead, they stayed in the courtyard, cultivating while waiting for Li Delong to recover. Half a month later, Li Delong was completely healed. Although only nearly 2 months had passed in the outside world, inside the cosmic cultivation pagoda, due to the Yunxia Great Array's influence, over a year had already passed. Now fully recovered and having spent a year cultivating and refining energy, he felt that he was nearing the bottleneck for his breakthrough into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Therefore, he didn't rush out of seclusion. Wanting to seize this moment when the bottleneck was beginning to loosen, he resolved to push forward relentlessly toward the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Continuing to circulate the primordial cosmic method, Li Delong once again immersed himself in cultivation, striving for breakthrough. Inside the cosmic cultivation pagoda, another 10 months passed. The bottleneck to the Tai Golden Immortal stage finally completely loosened, meaning he would soon face the tribulation of ascension for that level. Li Delong emerged from the cosmic cultivation pagoda and hastily told the 2 young women he needed to leave briefly to undergo the tribulation. He instructed them not to worry and to remain at home safely. Without waiting for them to reply, he disappeared from the courtyard and flew toward the Kunlun Mountains. Soon, he found a relatively low mountain peak. After a quick survey of the area, he confirmed no dangerous beasts or other threats were nearby. He selected a flat area and rapidly set up a defensive formation. Sitting cross-legged inside it, he resumed circulating the technique, absorbing and refining immortal chi in preparation for the tribulation. Over an hour and a half later, dark clouds suddenly rolled across the sky, completely darkening the heavens. Lightning danced and flickered through the clouds. Moments later, a bolt of heavenly thunder roared down. Instantly, the defensive formation activated. The lightning bolt struck the barrier, erupting into a several-meter-high burst of electric flames. Though the defensive formation blocked the heavenly thunder, the shockwaves shattered trees and rocks atop the mountain, turning them into dust. Li Delong circulated immortal energy to control the formation, absorbing the thunder's energy. After the first bolt failed to break the defensive formation, as if unwilling to accept defeat, the heavenly force began to gather more power. Shortly after, several more bolts of thunder, as thick as a person's arm, rained down from the distance. These arm-thick bolts of thunder bombarded the defensive formation continuously for over 3 hours. The formation barely held off all the strikes as its energy neared depletion. At this point, the formation was in a critical condition. The protective shield had dimmed and developed visible cracks across its surface. If not for Li Delong constantly channeling immortal energy to replenish the array, the formation would have already shattered. After successfully blocking 6 bolts of thunder of similar strength, the sky unleashed a countless number of arm-thick thunderbolts once again. This time, the formation could no longer withstand the overwhelming bombardment. The foundation of the formation was blasted apart, and the protective shield was completely shattered and dispersed. The heavenly thunder, mixed with the residual energy waves from the shattered defensive formation, exploded instantly. The shockwaves blew apart trees and rocks on the mountaintop, scattering debris into the air before it all vanished over the cliffside. Li Delong summoned the Starlight Divine Shield and raised it above his head. Suddenly, from the sky, another bolt of heavenly thunder descended, this one as thick as an arm. This thunderbolt was even thicker and more powerful than the previous ones, several times stronger. With a deafening crash, the thunderbolt struck the Starlight Divine Shield, sparking a burst of lightning sparks. It had blocked the strike, but the shield trembled violently under the impact. Li Delong's spiritual sense also suffered a slight backlash, becoming slightly shaken. After one calamity bolt was resisted and vanished, another even stronger bolt silently descended. At this moment, the Starlight Divine Shield was still hovering above his head, still reeling from the previous thunderstrike. However, Li Delong feared it might not withstand this new, more powerful strike. He infused his Shen Li into the Azure Rainbow Sword and raised it, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light straight into the thunderbolt. It was as if to challenge the heavens themselves. Heavenly Tao be damned. I shall cleave through it with my sword. At that moment, Li Delong's expression was solemn and dignified, perfectly embodying the defiant spirit of a cultivator who defied heaven in pursuit of immortality, pushing his heart and mind to an even higher realm. Although the sword energy Li Delong unleashed was strong, against the immense thunderbolt, it could only weaken part of its force. The thunder then struck the Starlight Divine Shield once again, causing its glow to instantly dim. Li Delong knew the Starlight Divine Shield had reached its limit and would be unable to withstand the next thunderbolt. He withdrew the shield and prepared to face the next thunder strike with his bare body. When another enhanced thunderbolt surged toward him, the heavenly lightning arrived in an instant. His robes turned to ashes in a flash, and dark, scorched marks appeared across his skin. The thunderbolt was simply too powerful, shattering the protective barrier around Li Delong. As the protective barrier shattered, the remaining force of the lightning strike hit his protective Shen armor directly, causing Li Delong to spit out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward violently. While still airborne, Li Delong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his eyes flashing with cold resolve. He raised his hand, swallowing one Jifeng healing pill and a spiritual energy restoring pill. A rich medicinal force surged into his body, continuously nourishing his wounds. At that moment, he felt warmth spread through his entire body, light and pleasant, as if soaking in warm water, bringing great comfort. Chapter 277. Achieving the Tai Golden Immortal Stage. The previously charred and cracked skin, damaged by the heavenly lightning, had now completely recovered, appearing even darker and smoother than before. After circulating immortal energy throughout his body and confirming that no injuries remained, a solemn expression appeared on his face. That heavenly lightning was truly too powerful. Fortunately, the thunderbolts hadn't struck consecutively, giving him time to recover. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have survived this Jia. Seeing that one more arm-thick bolt of lightning continued rolling menacingly in the sky, he did not immediately rush forward to destroy it. At this moment, his heart was heavy, for he sensed that this bolt should be the final strike of the heavenly tribulation for the Tai Golden Immortal Stage. The countless previous arm-thick lightning strikes were merely the prelude. The true deadly attack should be the final thumb-thick lightning bolt. Li Dalong hurriedly took out a defensive formation disc from his storage ring, quickly placed more than a dozen top-grade immortal stones onto it, then threw it onto the ground and activated it with his spiritual sense. Before the heavenly lightning descended, a transparent protective barrier had already enclosed him. Just as the defensive formation was fully activated, he saw the thumb-thick lightning bolt rolling toward him. He swung Xuanhuan sword once again, slicing through the lightning, hoping to weaken its attack. Naturally, he didn't dare to hope that it could be destroyed completely. For deep in his heart, he clearly knew his own strength. Even though his power had greatly increased, he was still probably no match for this lightning bolt. As the thumb-thick lightning approached and finally struck the protective barrier formed by the formation plate, it instantly exploded, transforming into countless arm-thick lightning bolts that bombarded toward Li Dalong. These arm-thick bolts of lightning were much thicker and several times more powerful than the previous ones. In the split second, Li Dalong had no time to think further about how to handle the last tribulation lightning. After being weakened by both the sword energy from Xuanhuan's sword and the protective barrier, the lightning's might was significantly reduced, though still vastly stronger than the earlier bolts. Now only the shield formed by the remaining immortal energy and his defensive immortal armor stood as the final two lines of defense, with his own body being the last resort to endure the blow. Once the lightning struck through the barrier formed by the formation plate and slammed into the secondary shield, anyone observing from outside would see Li Dalong completely wrapped in a blinding cocoon of white lightning, resembling a lightning cocoon. A jolt passed through Li Dalong's heart, and a mouthful of blood rushed toward his throat. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly swallowed the blood down. The protective shield shattered again, allowing the lightning to crash onto the defensive immortal armor. At this moment, the electricity surged through the armor directly into Li Dalong's body, coursing wildly through his insides. A numb yet excruciating sensation filled Li Dalong's body, making him feel as if he were worse than dead. One breath, one day, or perhaps 1 year. Amidst the pain, Li Dalong desperately clung to consciousness until the pain slowly began to subside, then transformed into a comforting warmth, like sinking into a soothing hot spring after extreme exhaustion. A blissful sensation, nearly causing him to moan in satisfaction, filled his mind. His spiritual sense began to evolve, growing even stronger. His meridians also became wider and more resilient as the lightning surged and repaired inside his body. Power, immense power. This illusion made him feel as though he could conquer anything. Tai Golden Immortal. The tribulation was successful. The heavenly lightning in the sky vanished first, followed swiftly by the thick tribulation clouds, as the sky returned to its clear and cloudless state. Li Dalong remained motionless, carefully absorbing the experience of passing the tribulation. Several hours later, he stretched his body, raised his hand to clean the chaotic battlefield caused by the lightning, and erased all traces of his presence. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from atop the mountain, soon reappearing at his small courtyard within Yunxia Sect. The two women, sensing his aura, immediately ran from the courtyard toward the gate. Just as Li Dalong entered the courtyard gate, he was practically thrown into their arms. Li Dalong instinctively embraced the two women. Taken aback by how suddenly he appeared, they hadn't realized his presence until they had already collided into his chest, then found themselves caught in his arms. Startled, they instinctively drew their flying swords, ready to attack. However, overwhelmed by the aura radiating from Li Dalong, they immediately sheathed their swords into their storage rings and quietly allowed themselves to remain in his embrace. They snuggled tightly against him as the three stood silently embraced at the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, being held closely against the full-bodied figures of the two women, feeling their occasional subtle movements, and breathing in the alluring fragrance of their bodies, Li Dalong felt his heart racing. His nasal cavity grew hot, as though 2 ants were crawling out of his nostrils. For Li Dalong, a man who had remained a lifelong virgin across both his mortal and immortal lifetimes, this was sheer torture. When his nosebleed finally dripped onto the two women's heads, they came to their senses. Lifting their heads to look at Li Dalong, they both flushed red. Then they simultaneously spat and pinched the soft flesh on his waist, twisting it hard. A cold breath was inhaled sharply through Li Dalong's mouth, causing the aroused part to immediately return to normal, while the rapid secretion of hormones instantly stopped. Humph, let's go inside. Yi Wuxiao loosened her arms around Li Dalong and pulled Xiuxian toward the house. Li Dalong's heart stirred. Immortal energy rippled gently, and the 2 red streaks hanging from his nostrils instantly vanished, his handsome face returning to normal. He lifted his leg and followed the two women into the house, waving his hand to activate the formation array in the courtyard. When he arrived indoors, the two women had also regained their composure. Big Brother Long, did you successfully break through? Xiuxian asked first, while Wuxia also looked on eagerly for his reply. I successfully broke through, Li Dalong replied lightly, with a slightly smug expression on his face. That's wonderful. Hearing Li Dalong's confirmation, Wuxia happily jumped up, then leapt forward and gave Li Dalong a fierce kiss on the head. Oh, taken aback, Li Dalong was momentarily stunned by Wuxia's sudden attack. Seeing Wuxia's bold kiss, Xiaoling blushed, though a similar urge was quietly stirring inside her. However, she remained more reserved, simply watching the two with a smile. After kissing Li Dalong, Wuxia was about to pull away, when Li Dalong suddenly grabbed her and pressed his lips firmly against her red little mouth. Ooh, Wuxia caught sight of Xiaoling with the corner of her eye, her face instantly turning bright red. She tried to push Li Dalong away with her hands, but was held tightly in place, unable to move. In truth, she didn't really want to struggle, but it was just too awkward with Xiaoling standing nearby. A long time passed, how long exactly, no one knew, before the three finally calmed down. Li Dalong brought out immortal tea, and the three of them snuggled together, drinking tea and pouring out their feelings from the time they had been apart. However, for cultivators, it's normal to not see one's cultivation partner for hundreds, even thousands of years, as a single retreat into closed-door cultivation could last centuries. But they were still young, deeply in love, and the past few months apart felt like an eternity to them. They had missed each other dearly. Chapter 278, Li Dalong proposes marriage. Dalong, I really wish to stay with you forever, Wuxia said lovingly, looking at Li Dalong. Only Wuxia dared to express her feelings for Li Dalong so openly and without restraint. Li Dalong was deeply moved by Wuxia's affection. He glanced at Xiaoling, whose eyes were also filled with understanding and love as she looked at him. Li Dalong now knew exactly what he needed to do. Now that he had reached the Tai Jingxian cultivation level, he finally had some influence in the immortal world. Given more time, Tai Jingxian would be just the beginning, not his final destination. It was time to go to the Unqi Immortal Sect and propose to sect leader Yi. With this decision made, his heart eased, and his spiritual state improved slightly, his thoughts more at peace. Once he had made up his mind, Li Dalong turned to Wuxia and said, Wuxia, I'm planning to visit the Unqi Immortal Sect to ask your father for your hand, so we can marry sooner and never be apart again. Dalong, you're truly wonderful. Wuxia was extremely delighted that Li Dalong had finally decided to go and propose to her father. Xiaoling, after I visit the Unqi Sect, I'll also go to your mother's place to propose to you. Would that be alright with you? Li Dalong said apologetically to Xiaoling. I'll follow your lead. Xiaoling nodded without hesitation. She knew that Li Dalong had known Wuxia first, so she had no objection to him proposing to Wuxia before her, readily agreeing to his plan. Dalong, I'll go home first and talk to mother about it. Then you can come later, okay? Wuxia was worried that her father might make things difficult for Li Dalong, so she wanted to plead with her mother first, hoping her mother would speak to the sect leader first. Alright, it's putting you in a difficult position, Li Dalong nodded in agreement. He gently stroked Wuxia's head and gave her a tight hug. Then I'll head back now, and you come over tomorrow, Wuxia said, pressing her face against Li Dalong's chest. Wait, don't rush off just yet. I recently received a new cultivation technique, and I'll pass it to both of you before you leave. Li Dalong suddenly remembered the Changxing Daojing he had received as a system reward and decided to pass it to both girls for cultivation. The effects of this cultivation technique and the ultimate level it could reach were incomparable even to the most advanced techniques in the immortal world. Thank you, Dalong. Thank you, brother Dalong. The two girls expressed their gratitude. Fools, there's no need for thanks between us, Li Dalong said with a smile. You two just relax your minds while I pass the technique to you. This time, Li Dalong didn't inscribe the cultivation method onto a jade slip. Instead, he directly used his divine consciousness to transfer the knowledge to them. Changxing Daojing was of great importance, and he had no intention of passing it on to Yun Yao and Zhou Shui, even. Soon, the transmission was complete. After briefly reviewing the technique, Wuxia felt even more love for Li Dalong. As a native of the immortal world, she clearly understood how powerful and precious this cultivation technique was. It could be said that many cultivators, upon acquiring such a technique, would only keep it to themselves and wouldn't even reveal a single word to their own cultivation partners. If the outside world were to discover it, it would certainly cause chaos across the immortal realm, even bloodshed. This cultivation technique is just for you two to cultivate quietly. Don't reveal even a single detail about it to anyone else before we grow strong enough, or it could lead to our eternal destruction. Li Dalong solemnly warned the two girls after finishing the transmission. I understand. The two girls also responded seriously. Dalong, I should head back now. Just promise me you'll come tomorrow. Wuxia, seeing that everything was settled, was ready to return to the Unqi Immortal Sect, hoping to get her mother's support first, so that her father wouldn't make things difficult for Li Dalong when he arrived. Alright, then I won't accompany you. Go ahead first. I'll visit your father early tomorrow morning, Li Dalong said. Xiaoling, little sister, I'll see you later. I'll come back in a few days, Wuxia said to Xiaoling as she prepared to leave. Farewell, elder sister Wuxia. After seeing Wuxia off to the courtyard gate, she rode her sword back to the Unqi Immortal Sect, leaving Cloudy Mist Sect behind. After seeing Wuxia off, Li Dalong and Xiaoling returned indoors, hugging each other quietly, enjoying the warmth of their private moment. Li Dalong was pondering over what gifts he should bring when he went to propose to the Unqi Sect leader tomorrow. Actually, among the two spirit veins obtained long ago with Xiuxian in the Nameless Valley, he had already placed the larger one inside the Xuanhuan pearl. The smaller, lower-grade spirit vein was meant to be the betrothal gift. This spirit vein had been discovered together with Xiuxian and Zhou Shui back then, making it a very appropriate proposal gift, and in the immortal world, such a gift would be truly unparalleled. As for the betrothal gift for Xiuxian, giving a spirit vein wasn't an option. It might be too much for Cultivation sect to safely protect, even if it were given. He still had some xianbing fruits, and more importantly, he even possessed an entire xianbing fruit tree. Therefore, the dowry he planned to offer Xiuxian would consist of a lower-grade xuanhuan, spirit vein, 3 xianbing fruits, and a collection of immortal herbs. Back then, during his several expeditions in the Nameless Valley, he had gathered an enormous quantity of immortal herbs, which he had already transplanted into the Xuanhuan pearl. In addition, he would prepare 50,000 Jifeng Shanshi, top-grade immortal stones. Such a dowry would be unmatched by anyone else. Of course, given Li Dalong's deep affection for Xiuxian, he would willingly offer even more if needed. Now the Xuanhuan pearl had been cultivated to a highly developed state. With the presence of spirit veins and the various resources collected afterward, a complete little world had formed within it. A small world brimming with rich spiritual qi. Compared to what he prepared for Xiuxian, the dowry for Xiuxian would seem somewhat less impressive, though almost equal in every other aspect, except for the absence of a spirit vein. It was simply because the value of a spirit vein was so immense that her dowry appeared comparatively inferior. Yet, compared to any other sect or faction in the immortal world, this dowry was still absolutely no less impressive. His plan was to include 5 xianbing fruits, 50,000 top-grade immortal stones, and a large quantity of immortal herbs. If this dowry were made public, it would surely provoke jealousy and competition from many powerful factions. The value of the 5 xianbing fruits alone was enormous. Even without accounting for the top-grade immortal stones and immortal herbs, the herbs that Li Dalong provided were no simple matter. Most of them were thousands of years old, and some even 10,000 years old. Just the xianbing fruits alone would spark intense struggles among many powerful factions for control. A single xianbing fruit could extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years, making its value immeasurable to elders from major factions who were nearing the end of their lifespans. After all, Li Dalong was offering 8 of them. No one fears death more than anyone else, not even immortals. Cultivation itself is all about seeking immortality, yet even immortals face the end of their lifespans. Without stepping forward onto that supreme Tao path, without achieving coexistence with heaven itself and true eternal life, every immortal will eventually perish one day. The more powerful one becomes, the more fearful of death they tend to be. Although cultivators do not fear death in battle, they greatly dread dying simply from exhausting their natural lifespan. Hence, anything that extends life, be it immortal fruits, pills, immortal artifacts, or divine treasures, would provoke fierce competition, and even ruthless means would be employed to obtain them. With such a dowry, the Cloudy Mist Sect's development would certainly take another great leap forward. In fact, if Li Dalong were to reveal such a dowry, even if he offered only the xianbing fruits, countless factions would be willing to marry off their sect leaders or clan patriarch's heir-daughter to him without hesitation. Chapter 279. The Trouble Brought by the Marriage Proposal News. After sorting everything out in his mind, Li Dalong closed his eyes, relaxed, and happily enjoyed the warm moments alone with Xiuxian. At this moment, Xiuxian wasn't thinking too much. She was simply indulging in the tenderness of their time together. She hadn't expected to weigh so heavily in Li Dalong's heart, nor to receive such a generous dowry. Neither spoke through the night. The two held each other and spent a night that was peaceful, yet not entirely calm. Meanwhile, after returning to the Zhengqi Sect, Xiuxian went directly to find her mother, Lady Xuanhuan. "Mother, I'm back." As soon as Xiuxian saw Lady Xuanhuan, she ran up playfully and hugged her mother's arm, acting affectionately. "You still remember you have a mother," Lady Xuanhuan said, pretending to be angry. "Mom, of course I miss you. I just played outside for a little while." Xiuxian replied with a grin while stretching out her hand and gesturing with her fingertip. "You little rascal. Tell me, did you cause trouble again?" Seeing Xiuxian acting this way today, Lady Xuanhuan asked knowingly. From her daughter's behavior, she knew the girl definitely wanted to ask her for something. After raising her all these years, she could tell what kind of mischief her daughter was up to before she even acted it out. "No, I didn't. There's nothing really," Xiuxian replied bashfully. "If you won't tell me, then I'm leaving. I'll go see your father." Lady Xuanhuan pretended to turn and walk away, seeing her daughter hesitating. "No. Well, there is something. But it's not what you're thinking. I didn't do anything bad." Xiuxian quickly grabbed her mother's hand as she saw Lady Xuanhuan preparing to leave. "Then what is it? Go ahead and say it." Lady Xuanhuan teased as she saw her daughter being so hesitant. "Dalong will come tomorrow." "What does he want? Speak up already," Lady Xuanhuan interrupted, sensing from Xiuxian's hesitation that it involved Li Dalong. "He's coming tomorrow to propose to father." Xiuxian, urged by her mother, finally blurted out the news about Li Dalong's marriage proposal. "What? A marriage proposal? You?" The words hit Lady Xuanhuan like a thunderclap, momentarily paralyzing her mind. When had her daughter grown up so suddenly that someone was coming to ask for her hand? The words echoed through her mind. Proposal, proposal, proposal. That little girl of hers had really grown up. Someone had come to ask for her hand in marriage. Her darling daughter was old enough to get married. Sigh. How fast time had flown. Unaware of her daughter's anxious, nervous waiting, Lady Yuehua kept thinking to herself, how had her daughter grown up so suddenly? How could she be ready to get married already? It took a while before she snapped out of her thoughts. Looking into her daughter's face, filled with expectation, she sighed inwardly. Yes, she must be getting old indeed. She used to be just a little girl herself, and now her own daughter was about to marry. She had no objections to Yi Wuxia being with Li Dalong. After all, her daughter loved him, and according to her investigations, Li Dalong wasn't a bad match. His talent was excellent and his character commendable. As for being someone who ascended from the lower realms, she had no issues with that either. As the daughter of the sect leader of the Zhengqi Sect, there was no need for her daughter to sacrifice her happiness in some political marriage. This was exactly the confidence the Zhengqi Sect had. The main concern lay with her husband. He had resentment in his heart because Li Dalong suddenly showed up and stole his beloved daughter. After all, their beloved daughter, whom they had raised with love and care for so many years, was suddenly all grown up and preparing to leave them. It felt just like a child having his favorite toy snatched away. The sense of loss overwhelmed him and made it difficult to adjust. It wasn't that he looked down on Li Dalong entirely. He was simply against their union. Since her daughter had turned to her for help, she had to at least talk to her husband and try to adjust his mindset so he wouldn't be too hard on Li Dalong the next day. For her daughter's happiness, she should make sure to prepare a more generous dowry so that Yi Wuxia could live well in the future. It would be best if they could even continue living inside the sect grounds. My little treasure has finally grown up. How quickly someone has come to propose. Lady Yuehua sighed with deep emotion. Yes, mother's the best. Hearing her mother's approval, Yi Wuxia burst into a delighted smile, gave Lady Yuehua a kiss on the cheek, then cheerfully hopped away, as if fearing her mother might change her mind. Looking at Yi Wuxia's happy figure, Lady Yuehua shook her head smilingly, yet a faint bitterness appeared on her face as she glanced at the room, reminiscing about the days of happiness when the three of them were together as a family. Once Yi Wuxia got married, only she and her husband would remain at home during ordinary times. But she had made a promise to her daughter, and she needed to fulfill it. She couldn't make her daughter unhappy. Thinking thus, she sent a spiritual transmission to Yi Qinxing, who was currently handling sect affairs inside the sect hall. Husband, our precious daughter is back. Come back for a moment. I have something to tell you. Back already? That little girl. Why did she come to see me first? Did she cause trouble again outside? What do you mean? Our daughter comes to see me first, and you have complaints already? Have you been eyeing that seductive fox outside? Are you tired of me now? Do you think I'm old and ugly? Lady Yuehua had already been in a bad mood since Yi Wuxia hinted someone would come to propose. Now Yi Qinxing's words instantly ignited her temper, and she fired back at him like a rapid barrage of bullets. No, absolutely not. All right, I'll come back right away to see our beloved daughter. Yi Qinxing's head swelled like it had inflated 100-fold under Lady Yuehua's verbal bombardment. He quickly agreed to return home immediately, using their daughter as a distraction to shift the target of her anger. Yi Qinxing hastily put his sect affairs aside and rushed back home. Wife, where's our beloved daughter? Did she get into trouble? As soon as Yi Qinxing saw Lady Yuehua, he asked preemptively, you still remember to come back? Only you're worried about the girl? You actually remember you have a daughter? Lady Yuehua snapped at Yi Qinxing. Today's mood wasn't good, and now she had Yi Qinxing to vent her frustrations on. Honey, tell me what's wrong. Where's our daughter? Yi Qinxing, sensing his wife's terrible mood, tried immediately to shift the topic. She came back. Our beloved daughter has grown up. Someone is coming to propose. Lady Yuehua said gloomily to Yi Qinxing. What? Propose? Who's proposing? Who dares to propose to her? Yi Qinxing was stunned by his wife's words. A thunderclap of shock rang in his head. Someone is coming to propose. Their precious daughter had someone asking for her hand. He couldn't even process the sudden news. It felt as if he had lost something very important, leaving a hollow emptiness in his heart. Our daughter has really grown up. How did this happen so quickly? She's already ready for marriage. Yi Qinxing looked at his wife with an expression of deep melancholy. Slowly sitting at the table, his mood fell deeply, his Taoist cultivation heart almost shaken by sorrow. Chapter 280, Coming to Propose Marriage. That's right. Our daughter is getting married. She has really grown up. You see, she even found her own beloved. He's already coming to propose marriage, Madame Yuehua said to Yi Qinxing with a complex expression. The couple had been completely overwhelmed by the news delivered by Yi Wuxia earlier that day. Our beloved daughter came back and begged me to talk to you. She wants me to tell you not to give Li Dalong a hard time tomorrow when he comes to propose, Madame Yuehua continued. Let's see if he dares. Yi Qinxing responded unhappily upon hearing the news from his wife. As long as our daughter is happy, that's all that matters. If you make her cry tomorrow, you'll have me to answer to. You've investigated Li Dalong for years now, and frankly, I think he's not bad. Most importantly, he's who our beloved daughter likes, Madame Yuehua retorted angrily at Yi Qinxing's outburst. Just some young upstart who ascended from the lower realms. How can he possibly match our precious daughter? Yi Qinxing quickly argued. Have you forgotten that you were once a reckless young man yourself? Or have you forgotten the hardships I went through when I insisted on sticking with you back then? Have you become the sect leader now and think I'm not good enough for you anymore? Madame Yuehua launched another scolding attack at Yi Qinxing. Back then, when Yi Qinxing was still a young nobody, he met Yuehua, the legitimate daughter of a prominent family. They fell in love and, after overcoming fierce opposition from Yuehua's family, finally got married with her strong determination. Through the years, they climbed their way together to where they are today. Yuehua clearly understood and personally experienced all the pressures and bitterness involved. She didn't want Yi Wuxia to endure the same unnecessary suffering. Thus, she felt deeply annoyed and angry at Yi Xingqian's dismissive attitude toward Li Dalong. In reality, Yi Xingqian didn't have any real dislike toward Li Dalong himself. He just naturally felt reluctant to accept a complete stranger suddenly taking his beloved daughter away from him. All right, I won't say anything more. I'll listen to you. Yi Xingqian quickly gave in when he saw his wife getting angry. Now that's more like it. When Li Dalong comes tomorrow, don't be overly hard on him. We can't make our beloved daughter feel awkward, Madame Yuehua continued reminding her husband. After agreeing on the matter, the couple continued chatting a little while longer. Yi Xingqian gradually leaned closer to his wife, affectionately putting an arm around her. By dawn, Li Dalong gently released his arm from Xiuxianling's embrace and said, "You wait here. I'll go see Wuxia first." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Xiuxianling replied obediently, nodding her head. Those simple words carried more meaning than 1,000 sentences. Li Dalong kissed Xiuxianling gently on the forehead before rising to leave, heading straight toward the boundless sect. Arriving at the sect's main gate, Li Dalong bowed to the guarding disciple and announced, "Disciple, this is Li Dalong, elder of the Cultivation Sect. I wish to see sect leader Yi." The gatekeeping disciples had already received instructions from Madame Yuehua earlier. Upon hearing Li Dalong's name, they hurriedly returned his bow and said, "Our sect leader happens to be available today. Please follow me, elderly." They led Li Dalong courteously toward the sect's main hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, the gatekeeper instructed Li Dalong to wait at the door while he entered the hall alone to inform Yi Xingqian. "Sect leader, Elder Li Dalong from the Cultivation Sect wishes to see you." The gatekeeper respectfully reported after bowing. "Bring him in," Yi Xingqian replied expressionlessly. "Yes, sect leader." The gatekeeper bowed respectfully and exited the hall, then told Li Dalong who had been waiting nearby. "Elderly, the sect leader has invited you in. I won't accompany you further, please proceed inside." "Thank you, Junior." Li Dalong politely expressed his gratitude to the gatekeeper. Heart pounding with anxiety, Li Dalong stepped into the grand hall of the boundless sect, preparing to meet his future father-in-law. Inside the hall sat a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes, meditating with his eyes closed. He emitted no discernible aura, clearly far superior in cultivation to Li Dalong. Undoubtedly sect leader Yi Xingqian. Junior Li Dalong greets, sect leader Yi. Li Dalong greeted respectfully with a bow when he approached Yi Xingqian. "Stand up." Yi Xingqian slightly opened his eyes and said after glancing at Li Dalong. "Thank you, sect leader." Li Dalong responded as he rose. "What business do you have with me today?" Yi Xingqian looked at Li Dalong and asked. Junior has admired and cherished Yi Wuxia for a long time. After getting to know each other, I come today to propose marriage and humbly seek your permission, hoping you will grant my wish to marry Wuxia. Li Dalong, seeing the question, directly stated his intention for visiting today. "Oh, you've come to ask for my permission to marry my daughter." Yi Xingqian stared at Li Dalong, his eyes briefly revealing a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected Li Dalong to get straight to the point so quickly. "Yes, I have cherished Wuxia dearly, and I hope to gain your approval," Li Dalong said while maintaining eye contact with Yi Xingqian, his heart filled with anxious uncertainty. "Do you know what status my daughter holds?" Yi Xingqian looked at Li Dalong, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. "I know. Miss Wuxia is your beloved daughter, noble and dignified." Li Dalong nodded as he replied. "Do you know what my daughter's future will be like?" Yi Xingqian gazed at Li Dalong slowly. "I don't know, but I do know that I will give her the happiness she desires." Li Dalong shook his head and replied. "My daughter's future will be that of a great existence. She will possess endless life and boundless possibilities." Yi Xingqian stared at Li Dalong, his eyes flickering with a mocking gleam. "And you? You're just an ordinary man who ascended from the lower realms. Can you truly give her happiness?" Li Dalong remained silent for a moment before saying, "I know there's a huge gap between me and Miss Wuxia, but I truly like her, and I really hope to be with her." "Is your affection genuine?" Yi Xingqian fixed his gaze on Li Dalong and asked seriously. "Of course it is genuine," Li Dalong firmly replied. "Very well, I'll give you a chance." Yi Xingqian looked at Li Dalong, a glint in his eyes. "In the future, will you be able to support Wuxia's cultivation resources? Answer this question carefully. If you truly possess the ability to support her cultivation in the future, I will agree to your marriage." "Of course I can. I guarantee it." Upon hearing Yi Xingqian ask this question, Li Dalong understood it was a father's love for his daughter. If the requirement were anything else, he might not meet it. But as for cultivation resources, with his system, it was no problem at all. Moreover, his current wealth was already incredibly vast. Thus, he answered with great confidence. "Oh, you boast without even hesitating." Yi Xingqian had originally felt a bit of goodwill toward Li Dalong, but upon hearing his immediate agreement, his opinion of Li Dalong instantly dropped to the bottom. Chapter 281 Proposing Marriage. A guest elder from a minor sector in Halbuyo hesitated to guarantee the cultivation resources for his beloved daughter. Li Dalong sensed the change in attitude from Yi Xingqian through the subtle changes in his expression and realized the contempt he now showed. Without saying a word, he directly brought out the prepared dowry, an item he had readied the night before, a storage ring. He used Zhenli to control the storage ring, sending it gently toward Yi Xingqian while respectfully saying, "Master Yi, this is a small gift I prepared for Wuxia." "Oh, you even prepared a gift for Wuxia? Then let me see what you've brought," Yi Wuxia said. Seeing how seriously Dalong had presented the storage ring, she thought, a mere young fellow who just ascended from the lower realms. What kind of quality items could he possibly offer? She carelessly picked up the storage ring and sent her divine consciousness inside. As her consciousness scanned through the contents, her thoughts suddenly froze. Her mouth fell open in shock. One small gift. This is what you call a modest gift? This was something a young fellow who had only recently ascended could afford. It was simply shocking. Absolutely stunning. You actually call this a small gift? A xianmai, a complete xianmai, xianbing fruit. And not just one, but 3 of them. These were xianbing fruits. Even the boundless Xiong didn't have many. The last time they had one was when her beloved daughter brought it back. Yes, that was when she obtained it from this very young man. Never had she imagined he would be so generous, giving 3 in one go. And then there were the mountains of shan herbs, all over 1,000 years old, some even 10,000 years old. In a corner, there were even Jiping Shan stones, 50,000 of them. Just who exactly was this young man? And how could his possessions be so rich? Xiuxian was shocked beyond belief by Dalong's generous dowry. At this moment, all of his previous contempt had vanished. To be able to produce so many valuable items and resources at that, and be willing to offer them. Without exaggeration, with just the items in this ring, one could quickly establish a sect. A xianmai alone could be the site of a sect's headquarters. Many great sects in the Shan realm didn't even possess one. The xianbing fruits could attract sect elders, and the Jiping Shan stones and Shan herbs could be directly used for recruitment and development. Confronted with this, Xiuxian's attitude toward Li Dalong completely shifted. He began to favor him and now looked at him with much softer eyes. Our daughter has always been independent since childhood. We rarely interfere with her decisions. Since the two of you truly care for each other, all we wish is for her happiness. I hope you will continue to cherish and protect her. If she were to suffer any injustice at your hands, you know the consequences. At this point, Xiuxian's gaze turned sharp again, piercing into Dalong's eyes. This junior and Wuxia love each other deeply, and I assure you I will never betray her. Li Dalong replied solemnly after bowing again to Xiuxian. Good. I remember your words today. I hope you can live up to them. Xiuxian stared seriously at Li Dalong. This junior stands by his words. I will never go back on my word. Senior, please rest assured. Li Dalong replied respectfully. Good. Wait here for a moment. Come with me and meet Wuxia's mother. Xiuxian said to Dalong. As you command, Senior, Dalong answered. Xiuxian didn't say more. He closed his eyes and communicated through divine consciousness with his wife, summarizing the encounter with Dalong and their interview just now. Wife, I've met that young fellow and had a short talk. He seems acceptable. Shall I bring him over for you to see? Seems acceptable? Didn't you originally think he was unbearable? Where would I find him unbearable? I just didn't want our beloved daughter to endure hardship before. TSK. Suddenly you care about our beloved daughter? Spill it. What are you hiding? In nothing. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Then why have you suddenly changed your mind? Well, since our beloved daughter loves him, perhaps we should let them decide for themselves. Also, the dowry he presented today was genuinely sincere. That's what I thought. Bring him over. I want to see this young man you now approve of. All right, I'll bring him right over. After finishing this divine communication with his wife, Xiuxian opened his eyes. Seeing Li Dalong patiently standing nearby, waiting quietly, he couldn't help nodding approvingly, a bit pleased in mood. Xiuxian rose to his full height and said to Dalong, come. Yes. Dalong answered respectfully, and as Xiuxian passed by him, he followed closely behind. The two walked one after another, with Xiuxian leading the way back toward their courtyard residence. All disciples they passed along the way stopped on the roadside to bow respectfully to Xiuxian before continuing on after they had passed. They all looked at Li Dalong with curious eyes. What was the identity of this young man walking behind the sect leader? Everyone started to guess. Li Dalong, however, paid no attention to those curious glances and calmly walked behind as before. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard residence of the sect leader, and Xiuxian led Li Dalong directly inside. When they reached the reception hall, Lady Yuehua stood up from the right seat in front of the hall, smiling warmly at the two entering. Yi Wuxia stood at Lady Yuehua's right side, smiling as she looked at them. My husband has returned. Lady Yuehua greeted Xiuxian with a smile. Yi Wuxia obediently called out, Father. Xiuxian gave a slight nod without saying a word, then strode directly to the left seat at the front and sat down. He gestured toward Li Dalong and said, You may sit too. Li Dalong bowed respectfully toward Lady Yuehua and said, This junior, Li Dalong, greets senior. Rise, and take your seat. Lady Yuehua slightly lifted her hand and said, I already know why you came today. Since Wuxia is here, I won't speak many words. However, Wuxia, Xiaolong, you must understand that marriage is a major life matter, and it must not be treated carelessly. A lifetime is long. To be together with someone means finding a person truly worthy of trust and reliance. Your father and I also hope that you will both be happy. Since Wuxia chose you, neither she nor I will object. I only hope you will treat Wuxia well in the future and never betray her. Lady Yuehua spoke toward Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia. I understand, mother. Yi Wuxia looked at Li Dalong briefly, nodded, and said, I trust my own feelings. I believe Li Dalong is a man worthy of my lifelong trust. Senior, please be at ease. I truly love Wuxia, and I will take good care of her. Li Dalong sincerely said to Lady Yuehua. Wuxia, you must know that marriage is not only the matter of two people but also of two families. Lady Yuehua looked at Yi Wuxia and said, You must think it through clearly. Chapter 282, Meeting the Mother-in-Law. I understand, mother. Yi Wuxia nodded as she spoke. I've already made up my mind. I just want to be with Dalong for this life. Good. Then go back and think about it for now. I still have something to say to Xiaolong. Madame Yuehua said, looking at Yi Wuxia. Yes, mother, father, I'll return first. Yi Wuxia nodded. Dalong, I'll go back to my room now. Come find me later. All right, Li Dalong replied briefly. The three of them watched Yi Wuxiao walk out of the room. After Yi Wuxiao left, Madame Yuehua turned to Li Dalong and asked, Xiaolong, after you ascended, did your family still have anyone else up here? I was raised by my master from a young age. After my master passed away, I had only one junior apprentice brother, although he's having some issues right now. There's also my niece, Zhou Shui, who came up with me when I ascended. She was brought into the sect by Wuxia. A few years ago, my younger brother's wife and nephew, Zhou Tianlong, also ascended and are now cultivating at Yunxia Sect with the younger generation. Li Dalong respectfully offered a brief explanation about his background to Madame and Yi Wuxia. Oh, then why don't you bring them all over some time to meet everyone? We'll be one big family after all, and it'd be better not to remain strangers. I've met that girl Zhou Shui before. She's a very good child, Madame Yuehua said with a smile. Thus far, she was mostly satisfied with Li Dalong. Just now, Wuxia's father also mentioned to me that the betrothal gifts you brought were too generous. Don't sacrifice your own cultivation resources just for the sake of Zhengqi. That would be putting the cart before the horse. We don't care how many gifts you give, as long as you and Wuxia live well together, Madame Yuehua said sincerely to Li Dalong. Thank you for your concern, senior. But I'm actually quite lucky. I'm not short on cultivation resources. Actually, a portion of these resources was obtained together with Wuxia during our first cultivation mission, and was meant for her, Li Dalong answered with a nod. Now it was mostly Madame Yuehua who was chatting casually with Li Dalong. Yi Qinxing simply sat quietly watching them, occasionally lifting his teacup to sip the immortal tea. Xiaolong, after you and Wuxia get married, where do you plan to live? Have you made any arrangements beforehand? Madame Yuehua asked what was most important to her. Wuxia and I have already discussed it. We will live at Yunxia Sect, Li Dalong answered respectfully. The cultivation conditions there are too poor. That would hinder your cultivation. Conditions here are much better. Then I'll ask Wuxia's father to arrange a nice courtyard for you too, which would be better for your practice. Madame Yuehua was immediately worried when she heard their plan to live at Yunxia Sect instead of Wuxia Pavilion. Wouldn't that mean she'd rarely see her beloved daughter? She tried hard to convince them to stay at Unqi Immortal Sect. Don't worry, senior. Wuxia and I won't lack cultivation resources. Besides, conditions there aren't bad either. Please don't worry, Li Dalong assured her. Alright, since he's so sure, don't push them anymore. If you miss your daughter, just invite them back to visit. It's fine if they live outside. Yi Qinxing interjected before Madame Yuehua could continue. He knew just from the dowry that Li Dalong had brought, an immortal vein, that this young man had substantial resources, and the young man had casually brought out 50,000 xiuxian immortal stones. Therefore, he had no concerns about their cultivation resources. Plus, he definitely must have arctic ice fruits. He remembered that during Wuxia's last return, she had given him several such fruits. Most likely those were ones obtained during that mission. And now he had once again brought out 3. And all those immortal medicinal herbs. As large as Unqi Immortal Sect was, it wouldn't be easy for the sect to gather so many mature herbs in one go. This young man had immense fortune and destiny. It seemed pretty good for Wuxia to be with him. Alright, I think we've said about enough. You may go back now. Come with your family members later, so we can discuss the wedding date. Seeing things had reached this point, Yi Qinxing waved his hand, preparing to dismiss Li Dalong. Madame Yuehua originally wanted to continue chatting with Li Dalong and get to know more about him. But since she saw Yi Qinxing had already asked him to leave, she said nothing more. Although she was usually more domineering at home toward Yi Qinxing, she still held great respect for him in public. Upon hearing Yi Qinxing's words, Li Dalong quickly stood up, bowed to both of them and said, Junior takes his leave now. Go on. Yi Qinxing waved his hand slightly. Li Dalong turned and left. When he reached the doorway, he paused momentarily. Originally, he wanted to go see Yi Wuxia, but thinking about it, he realized it might not be appropriate to stay any longer at Unqi Immortal Sect, so he decided to go back first. After leaving Unqi Immortal Sect, Li Dalong took out a communication jade talisman, contacted Yi Wuxia, and updated her on the situation before returning to Yunxia Sect. As soon as he returned to Yunxia Sect, Xiuxian stepped out of the courtyard to greet him. How did it go, Dalong Go? Did Lord Yi give you a hard time? Xiuxian asked with concern. No, everything went smoothly. I didn't expect it to be this easy, Li Dalong replied with a smile to Xiuxian. That's good. Then things between you and Wuqian Go are settled. Wuqian will soon have her wish granted. Xiuxian smiled. Xiaoling, I'd like to propose to your mother today. Are you coming with me? Li Dalong asked Xiuxian. I think I'll pass. You should go alone, Xiuxian said, her heart filling with joy at Li Dalong's words. Alright, then you just wait here for my good news. Li Dalong gently patted Xiuxian's back. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiuxian nodded shyly. Then I'll go ahead first, Li Dalong said and turned to leave the courtyard, heading toward Yunxia Sect's main hall. Arriving at the entrance of the sect's grand hall, he knew this was where sect leader Kumeli normally handled official duties. Greetings, Zhonglok. The disciple on duty respectfully bowed and saluted upon seeing Li Dalong approach. No need for formalities. Go inform the sect leader that Li Dalong requests an audience, Li Dalong politely said to the on-duty disciple. Yes, Zhonglok. The disciple bowed and went inside to report. After receiving Kumeli's approval, the disciple came back and told Li Dalong. Master Li, the sect leader invites you in. Please follow me. No, I can go in by myself, Li Dalong replied, and walked into the grand hall. Greetings, sect leader. Upon seeing Kumeli seated on the sect leader's throne handling sect affairs, Li Dalong raised his hands in respect and said, What brings you here today, Master Li? Kumeli was puzzled by his sudden visit. This was the first time since joining Yunxia Sect that Li Dalong had actively sought her out. Chapter 283 Proposing to the Sect Leader. Leader, today Big Dragon has come for Xiaoling. I and Xiaoling have gotten to know each other and fallen in love. I hope Leader can bless our relationship, Li Dalong said respectfully, bowing toward Kameli before beginning to speak. Oh, Kameli was instantly stunned by Li Dalong's words. Leader, I truly love Xiaoling and wish to be with her forever. This is the betrothal gift I have prepared. Please accept it and grant us your blessing. Li Dalong spoke respectfully toward Kameli as he gently pushed the storage ring he had carefully prepared earlier forward with his Shan force. Without thinking, Kameli took the storage ring, looking silently at Li Dalong. At this moment, her heart was churning with emotions. So many years had passed. Her daughter was ready to get married already. She wondered how he was doing now. If he were to know that their daughter is about to marry, would he also be happy? It had been so hard living alone with her daughter all these years. Yet now her daughter had grown up and the sect was also developing quite well. Whether she would ever see him again remained uncertain. But the thought of her daughter starting her own family now made Kameli feel unexpectedly hollow inside, with a strange uneasiness. Li Dalong stood silently, watching Kameli lost in thought, and patiently waited. Coming back to her senses, Kameli examined the storage ring Li Dalong had given her. She sent her divine consciousness into the ring and immediately was shocked, especially when she saw the ice essence fruits inside. Although she had never personally seen one before, her extensive knowledge enabled her to recognize immediately the famous ice essence fruit, at least 5 of them. She was genuinely stunned. A single ice essence fruit alone would spark violent fighting among cultivators across the world, and Li Dalong had used 5 as a betrothal gift. Also contained within were 50,000 Jipingshan stones, plus a massive quantity of spiritual herbs. This was truly an impressive collection. The Unqi Sect's total stock of Jipingshan stones did not reach 50,000. Unlike the upper and middle quality stones, Jipingshan stones are extremely scarce, yet widely applicable. As for those spiritual herbs, there was an enormous quantity stacked inside. The sect didn't even have a single herb with 10,000 years of cultivation, and even those with 1,000 years of cultivation numbered no more than 10. The fact that Li Dalong possessed such immense resources and had generously offered so much for the betrothal gift proved his sincerity and could greatly aid in the sect's development. She had worried earlier that her daughter might follow her footsteps in life due to their close relationship. However, he clearly had deep spiritual connections and considerable wealth. How had he amassed such a staggering amount of cultivation resources in such a short time after ascending? Looking at Li Dalong with slight sadness, Kameli said, "All right, since the two of you truly love each other, as her mother I have no reason to object. She grew up without a father, knowing the harshness life could bring. You are familiar with our sect's situation as well. My hope is that you always treat Xiaoling well and never betray her." Actually, Kameli was very satisfied with Li Dalong. Ever since Xiaoling brought him back to the sect, he had resolved many difficult and dangerous problems, pushing the sect into a period of rapid growth. Much of this was thanks to Li Dalong's efforts as an elder. Additionally, his natural talents and aptitude for cultivation were extraordinary. His current cultivation level already surpassed hers, and his future prospects appeared incredibly bright. Therefore, she was more than happy to see her daughter walk this path alongside him. As for the other matter regarding Xiuxian, the daughter of the Wujixian sect leader, she didn't feel particularly worried. In terms of background and origins, Xiaoling's true heritage was arguably even nobler, though that would never be publicly revealed. Young man, I will definitely not betray Xiaoling. Upon hearing Kameli's agreement to his marriage to Xiaoling, Li Dalong bowed respectfully to her before answering. At this moment, he humbled himself, addressing himself as a junior. All right, I've agreed to your matters. The rest is up to you too. As long as you are happy, I, as a mother, could not be more pleased. Kameli smiled as she spoke to Li Dalong. Young man, I will now take my leave. Li Dalong once again respectfully bowed to Kameli and said, "You may go." Kameli said. Li Dalong left the sect's main hall and returned to the courtyard. Xiaoling was still waiting for him in the room. Seeing Li Dalong's return, she anxiously asked, "Big brother Dalong, everything went okay, right? Mother didn't give you a hard time." "Everything went great. Your mother agreed to our marriage," Li Dalong responded, smiling at Xiaoling. "That's amazing." Xiaoling joyfully smiled. "Big brother Dalong, I can finally be with you now." Looking at Xiaoling's radiant face, Li Dalong was overwhelmed by her intense love, feeling a happiness he could not describe in words. This nearly 1,000-year-old bachelor was finally getting married. Xiaoling walked over and gently leaned into him, her cheek resting on his chest, enjoying their tender moment together. After a short while of intimate embrace, Li Dalong and Xiaoling entered the Tower of Creation once again to continue their cultivation. Yunyao and her son Zhou Tianlong were still in secluded cultivation. Li Dalong had originally planned to bring all 3 of them, Yunyao and her 2 sons, to meet Yiwuxia's parents as soon as possible to formally finalize the marriage with Yiwuxia. But now, he could only wait until they completed their retreat before handling this major matter. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Li Dalong sensed that Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong had successively ended their retreats. He also ceased his cultivation, reflecting on the achievements of these past few months. After reaching the Tai Jingxian realm, his cultivation speed had naturally slowed down significantly, as this realm required a far greater accumulation of Shan force compared to the Jingxian realm. Although his progress had naturally slowed, in comparison to other cultivators, he was still advancing at an extremely fast pace. The Tower of Creation's several-fold Chan spiritual energy conversion efficiency, combined with the Yinyang Kunshin Grand Formation's 10-fold time acceleration, were key advantages that propelled his rapid cultivation growth. He shook his head, still feeling that his progress was too slow. Then, shaking off the urgent desire to elevate his cultivation, he tidied up his mood and left the Tower of Creation. Arriving at the meeting hall, he used his divine consciousness to summon Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong, who were currently carrying out sect tasks within the sect. Receiving Li Dalong's mental transmission, the two immediately dropped their current tasks and quickly returned. They both knew that unless it was something important, Li Dalong would not have summoned them back. Senior Shibo, you've ended your retreat? Zhou Tianlong arrived first, respectfully greeting Li Dalong with a bow before asking. Tianlong, your current cultivation progress is quite good. Any problems? Li Dalong swept his divine consciousness over Zhou Tianlong, observing that his cultivation had improved quite well, and then asked. Upon hearing Li Dalong ask about his cultivation, Zhou Tianlong took the opportunity to ask him about the difficulties he encountered during his training. Li Dalong patiently answered each question one by one. While answering Zhou Tianlong's questions, Yunyao, Zhou Tianlong's mother, also arrived. After greeting Li Dalong, she sat aside quietly, attentively listening to Li Dalong's explanations to Zhou Tianlong, and occasionally interjecting with her own cultivation issues to consult with Li Dalong. Chapter 284 Negotiating the Marriage. Many accumulated issues the two had were easily resolved by Li Dalong. Upon hearing his answers, they suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Their cultivation for the upcoming period would also become much smoother, and they believed their cultivation realms would make significant progress. After answering their cultivation-related questions, Li Dalong turned to Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong and said, Junior sister, my cultivation has broken through to the Tai Jingxian realm. Recently, I went to the Wuji Xianzong and formally proposed to Wuxia's parents. Her parents also wish to meet both of you so we can discuss the wedding arrangements for Wuxia and me. Here, aside from you few, I have no other close relatives, so I'm afraid this matter will require your help, junior sister. Upon hearing that Li Dalong had already proposed to Yi Wuxia's parents, Yunyao was extremely delighted that this senior brother was finally settling down. Senior brother, congratulations. The two of you are truly destined to be together. Let's handle the wedding arrangements promptly. We'd all be very happy if you could settle down soon. Congratulations, senior master. Zhou Tianlong laughed joyfully upon hearing the news. Normally a bit intimidated by his senior master, today he couldn't help teasing him lightheartedly. I originally wanted to invite all of you along earlier, but since you two were both in seclusion cultivating, I waited until now. Now that you've both ended your seclusion, I called you here so we can go together to visit Wuxia's parents at Wuji Xianzong. Li Dalong explained to Yunyao. Senior brother, when shall we go? Should we inform senior sister Wuxia first and go pay our respects earlier, finalizing the marriage plans as soon as possible? Happy but wanting things to proceed quickly, Yunyao wanted to secure her senior brother's wedding as soon as possible. If the child's father were still around, he'd surely be extremely happy knowing this news too. That's fine. I'll contact Wuxia right now. If it's convenient for them, we can head over today, Li Dalong said, taking out a communication jade talisman from his storage space to communicate with Yi Wuxia. Dalong, have you ended your retreat already? Before Li Dalong even spoke, Yi Wuxia's voice came first through the jade talisman. I just ended my retreat today. Coincidentally, junior sister Yunyao and her son have both come out of seclusion. I'm planning to take them along to meet your parents, Li Dalong replied. Okay, come quickly then. I'm so bored at home, Yi Wuxia complained. All right, then we'll arrive tomorrow. You should inform your parents beforehand, Li Dalong said to her. All right, I'll tell mother immediately. She'll surely be very happy, Yi Wuxia replied. Good, see you tomorrow. All right, tomorrow then. After ending the conversation with Yi Wuxia, Li Dalong retrieved another communication jade plaque from his system space and contacted Zhou Shui. Coincidentally, Zhou Shui was currently within the sect, not on a mission outside. Li Dalong informed her that the next day he would be bringing her mother and younger brother to Wuji Xianzong to meet Yi Wuxia's parents, and invited her to accompany them. Extremely excited about the news, Zhou Shui replied that she would arrive at the sect's mountain gate early the next morning to wait for them. After finishing the conversation with Zhou Shui, Li Dalong turned back to Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong and said, Wuxia and I have arranged everything. We'll go tomorrow to Wuji Xianzong to visit her parents. Since you have no other plans today, go rest first and contemplate the issues I explained earlier. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Yes, senior brother. Yes, senior master. After replying, the two left the meeting hall and returned to their rooms to contemplate the answers Li Dalong had provided. The next morning, Li Dalong exited his room and went to the meeting hall to wait for Yunyao and her son. Zhou Shui and her son arrived shortly after, and Li Dalong led the two out of Yunxia Sect, heading toward Wuji Xianzong. After 2 hours of travel, the three of them arrived at the mountain gate of Wuji Xianzong, where Yi Wuxia and Zhou Shui were already waiting. Spotting the three approaching, they hurried forward to greet them. Yi Wuxia first greeted Yunyao, and then joyfully stepped forward to grab Li Dalong's arm, saying, You're finally here. Li Dalong smiled and replied, I'm here, aren't I? We left very early this morning. After Yi Wuxia and Yunyao completed their greetings, Zhou Shui stepped forward to salute her senior master and her mother, and then affectionately took her mother's hand, walking alongside Li Dalong, Yi Wuxia, toward Yi Wuxia's home. Meanwhile, at Yi Wuxia's home, Yi Xingqian and Lady Yuhua were already waiting for their arrival. Father, mother, we're back. As soon as she entered the house, Yi Wuxia joyfully announced, Oh, everyone has arrived. Yi Xingqian stood up from the front hall and looked at the group entering. Lady Yuhua also rose from her chair to greet them. Uncle, this is the monkey wine I've brought. Please give it a taste. Li Daolong approached and respectfully offered the monkey wine after bowing to Yi Xingqian and Lady Yuhua. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Yunyao stepped forward to bow. Grandfather, grandmother, greetings. Following their mother, Zhou Shui and Zhou Tianlong also stepped forward to greet the elders. Good, good. Please, all of you sit down. Yi Xingqian joyfully accepted the monkey wine from Li Daolong, looking at everyone as he spoke. After everyone sat down, Yi Xingqian looked at Li Daolong and said, I've heard from Wu Xia about your situation. I fully approve of your relationship. I'm confident in trusting Wu Xia's future to you. Thank you, uncle. Li Daolong said gratefully. You don't need to thank me. This is all because of your own efforts. Today we're family meeting family, so there's no need to be so formal, Yi Xingqian said to Li Daolong. However, your marriage is a major matter. We should still discuss it carefully. Yi Xingqian went straight to the point. Father, we'll listen to your arrangements, Yi Wuxia said to Yi Xingqian. Very well. I think the 8th of next month would be a good day, Yi Xingqian said, looking at everyone. The timing should be perfect. What do you think? Whatever father decides, Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia said together. Good. Then that's settled, Yi Xingqian said to the group. Now we'll move on to the wedding preparations. We'll handle our side of the arrangements. You'll have to trouble Yunyao for your side. Lady Yuhua smiled to Li Daolong and Yunyao. No objections from our side. We appreciate your efforts, uncle and aunt, Li Daolong replied. Seeing your brother finding such a wonderful sister-in-law is something I should help with, not a burden. I'll definitely make sure everything goes smoothly, Yunyao said to Lady Yuhua. Excellent. Then there's no problem. Come, let's all have a drink. Both Yi Xingqian and Lady Yuhua said together, leading the group toward the banquet table that had been prepared earlier. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, discussed wedding details for a while longer, the guests chatted together briefly before departing. On the way back to Yunxia Sect, Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong were extremely excited. They knew their senior master was about to marry their senior mistress, a great joyous occasion. Li Daolong had always shown extraordinary kindness to the Zhou family. It could be said that without Li Daolong's protection, there would be no Zhou family as it was today. Now Li Daolong was finally establishing his own household, and both secretly wished happiness and harmony for their senior master and his bride. Chapter 285, The Wedding of One Dragon and Two Phoenixes. After returning to Yunxia Sect, Li Daolong awakened Xiuxian, who had been in seclusion, and told her about the wedding date he had discussed with Yi Wuxia's parents. Although Xiaoling felt disappointed, this had been a prearranged plan. First marrying Yi Wuxia, then 3 months later marrying Xiaoling. Therefore, she was also excited, as her wedding day with Daolong was approaching. In the following days, Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia busied themselves with their own affairs. They needed to prepare for the upcoming wedding. Despite their hectic schedules, their hearts were filled with joy and anticipation. Half a month before the wedding, Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia returned together to the Zhengqi Sect to discuss the details of the ceremony with Yi Wuxia's parents. They discussed the wedding procedure, attire, guest list, and more, carefully deliberating each detail. In the days leading up to the wedding, the entire Zhengqi Sect was brimming with festive atmosphere. Everyone, whether disciples of the sect or guests who had come to celebrate, was preparing for the grand occasion, all feeling honored to witness this event. Finally, the wedding day arrived. That day, the square of the Zhengqi Sect was bustling with people. The masters, sect leaders, and high-ranking elders from various sects and regions in the immortal realm all attended. Dressed in their finest festival attire, joyous laughter and chatter filled the entire square. As Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia entered the square, a warm wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Hand in hand, they walked toward the tall stage erected earlier, facing the guests with smiles of happiness on their faces. Amid this joyful atmosphere, they held a grand wedding ceremony. Guests raised their cups to offer blessings, and they returned the toasts in gratitude. Everyone in the square immersed themselves in this celebratory mood, as if the whole world were rejoicing for them. After the wedding, Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia returned to Yunxia Sect. Thus, ended the bachelor life of Li Daolong across 2 lifetimes, and he finally built a real family. This also made him feel more connected to this world. Before, he had always felt like an outsider, but from the moment he married Yi Wuxia, he realized he was becoming more and more like a native of this world. His mindset naturally took another significant step forward, and his Dao heart became even stronger. Meanwhile, the love story between him and Yi Wuxia spread throughout the entire cultivation world, becoming a popular topic during tea-time conversations. Their tale became one of admiration, and many regarded Li Daolong's union with the prestigious sect leader's daughter as a legendary feat, an underdog's triumphant rise. Of course, if people were to learn now that 3 months later he would marry the sect leader's daughter of Yunxia Sect, it would be even more shocking. When 2 months later news spread in the immortal realm that the husband of the Zhengqi Sect leader's daughter would soon wed the sect leader's daughter from Yunxia Sect, all the unmarried cultivators would be envious enough to consider jumping into the endless sea. In the first month after their marriage, Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia spent every day together. Xiaoling returned to her home, helping her mother manage Yunxia Sect affairs. When the second month of their marriage began, Yunxia Sect too started getting busy preparing for Li Daolong and Xiaoling's wedding. Invitation letters were sent to friendly sects, inviting them and other friends to attend the ceremony. Madame Ku even built a new, much larger courtyard near Li Daolong's current residence, where the 3 of them would live together. Amidst this busy time, Li Daolong didn't take charge of anything. Everything was arranged by Madame Ku and Yunyao. As time passed, the wedding day of Li Dalong and Xiuxian drew closer. The entire Yunxia Sect was filled with joy and anticipation, with everyone making final preparations for this grand event. On the day before the wedding, the Grand Hall of Yunxia Sect had already been decorated anew. Red lanterns, red curtains, and red flowers adorned everything, giving off a festive and vibrant vibe. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the peaks of Yunxia Sect in golden brilliance. Standing by the window of their new home, Li Dalong and Xiuxian gazed at the scenery outside, hearts filled with anticipation and happiness. Long Gij, tomorrow we will finally be married, Xiuxian said to Li Dalong, and I feel so happy. I feel the same, Li Dalong replied, holding Xiaoling's hand. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. They smiled at each other, their hearts filled with hope and expectation for the future. On the wedding day itself, the entire Yunxia Sect and all the invited guests gathered in the main hall, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The number of sect masters and leaders attending Li Dalong and Xiaoling's wedding was much smaller compared to the previous one with Wuxia. Most of those attending were leaders of smaller factions, while some mid-tier sects had only sent elders to represent them. Li Dalong, dressed in red wedding attire, stood on the wedding platform, looking at the crowd below, feeling infinite happiness and contentment in his heart. Xiaoling, wearing a colorful shi, was surrounded by the crowd, her face beaming with joy. At the moment she stepped toward the wedding platform, enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. The wedding was perfectly completed amid blessings and cheers. After the ceremony, people gradually left the hall and returned to their residences. Li Dalong and Xiaoling returned to their newlywed home, beginning their new life together. One dragon and two phoenixes, envied by all. The days after marriage were as sweet as honey. Li Dalong, an old bachelor for nearly 1,000 years, now suddenly had two beloved women, and was clearly savoring the bliss, busily tending to his family affairs. Finally, Wuxia proposed a retreat into seclusion. Her transformation from maiden to wife, with the harmony of yin and yang, brought a significant enhancement to her comprehension of the Tao and her cultivation. After switching to the Longevity Tao Sutra and combining it with the prior cultivation effects within the Causality Cultivation Pagoda, her cultivation progress was undoubtedly the fastest within the sect, leaving the second place far behind. Tenfold time amplification and fivefold Qing sheet conversion efficiency were impressive even to Yi Qinxing, though he asked no further questions. After months spent immersed in the warmth of love, Li Dalong had indeed not focused much on cultivation. Seeing Yi Wuxia's decision to enter seclusion for cultivation, Li Dalong discussed it with Xiaoling, and the three of them entered the Causality Cultivation Pagoda together for intensive cultivation. Time flies in the cultivation world. 2 years passed, but within the Causality Cultivation Pagoda, the three had already spent 20 years. The three had successfully cultivated the second layer of the Longevity Tao Sutra, but still couldn't find a clue to enter the third. Li Dalong swept his spiritual consciousness across the interior of the pagoda. Both women were still in seclusion, and his younger sister Yunyao was also cultivating. Zhou Tianlong was not in the Causality Cultivation Pagoda. He should have gone out for an adventure. As Li Dalong could not sense the threshold of the third layer of the Longevity Tao Sutra, he began considering going outside to embark on a journey, hoping to gain insight through worldly experiences. Chapter 286 Meeting Old Friends. He didn't disturb the two women's cultivation and left alone after concluding his retreat. He went to the Outer Affairs Hall of Yunxia Sect to review recent intelligence and get updated on the situation in the immortal world. In the past 2 years, there had been major changes in the immortal world. One of the key events was the Mohuar region in the underground world. Under the stimulus of high bounties, cultivators had nearly cleared all the Mohuar creatures from the contaminated areas. The source of the Mohuar creatures was also discovered. The black pit constantly emitting darkwa mist was originally a passage connecting to an outer battlefield. It had been secretly excavated by demons as a simple channel leading to the immortal world. After years of deliberate searching on the outer battlefield, the demons had obtained the coordinates of the immortal world. They painstakingly used spatial power to establish this rudimentary channel. They had originally planned to use the underground world as a less conspicuous location to build a bridgehead. After occupying the underground world, they intended to expand into the immortal world, but Meisheng Da, it was discovered so quickly. However, the immortal world currently had no effective way to completely solve the channel issue. At present, the Immortal World Alliance had dispatched several Grand Formation Masters. They surrounded the Black Pit with arrays and stationed dozens of Deluo Jin Xian-level experts near the pit. As soon as any demon creatures emerged, they were swiftly killed. This approach could not solve the problem fundamentally and tied up a large number of Deluo Jin Xian experts. To completely seal the channel and block the Black Pit, it was necessary to find the source on the outer battlefield, completely eliminate the demons there, or go over and destroy the passage to solve the problem of demon invasions through this channel. The Immortal World Alliance issued another task targeting high-level combatants. Any cultivator qualified to enter the outer battlefield could take this mission. Whether searching for channel clues or finding the channel source, all would earn generous rewards. High rewards were offered for killing demons and extraterrestrial Mo entities. As a result, more and more people headed to the outer battlefield. Seeing mentions of the outer battlefield, Li Dalong recalled the first time he was stranded there. He remembered that enthusiastic senior-junior duo, as well as the cautious sect leader Zhao, who always wanted to develop and expand his sect. Now he didn't know how they were doing. He should go visit them and provide some resource support. With these thoughts, Li Dalong made up his mind. He decided to first go to Xiuxian Sect near Xuanhuan Mountain to visit Zhao Dong and Lin Ying, the senior-junior duo, then proceed to the outer battlefield for training to seek sensations for the third layer of Changxing Daojing cultivation. Li Daolong left the outer affairs hall and returned home. After leaving a message jade token on the table, he departed from Yunxia Sect, flying toward Xiuxian Sect near Xuanhuan Mountain. Actually, Yunxia Sect wasn't far from Xiuxian Sect, he just hadn't visited before. Now his cultivation base had significantly improved, and he could say he had established himself in the immortal world, having his own small family. The memories of the outer battlefield stirred long-forgotten recollections. Before heading to the outer battlefield this time, he would visit his old friends and offer them some help. Before long, he arrived at the mountain gate of Xiuxian Sect. The small gate entrance had 2 guard disciples standing there, whose cultivation levels were only at the xiuxian stage. The gate was quiet and empty, except for the 2 guards. Li Daolong approached the 2 guards and respectfully greeted them, saying, "Esteemed cultivators, Li Daolong of Yunxia Sect is here to pay respects to sect leader Zhao." The 2 guards sensed the overwhelming pressure coming from Li Daolong. They realized that the cultivation level of this elder before them was much higher than theirs, so they immediately politely responded with a respectful bow, saying, "Senior, please wait a moment while we report to the sect leader." "Thank you, fellow cultivators," Li Daolong politely responded. One of the guards hurriedly picked up a communication jade token to report to sect leader Zhao Feihu. Soon after, Zhao Feihu was seen approaching with Zhao Dong and Lin Ying. Zhao Feihu came up to Li Daolong and bowed respectfully, saying, "Welcome, Senior Li, to Xiuxian Sect. It's been many years since we last met, but your cultivation has greatly advanced. Truly commendable." Li Daolong returned the bow and said, "Sect leader Zhao has also advanced in cultivation and become even stronger than before. How are Senior Zhao Dong and fellow Lin Ying?" "Salutations, Senior." Zhao Dong and Lin Ying stepped forward to greet Li Daolong. Once their senior, now the difference in power was even greater. The pressure emanating from Li Daolong made them no longer feel as relaxed as they had before. "Senior Li, please come in." Zhao Feihu felt sentimental after meeting Li Daolong again. When he first met Li Daolong, the latter was just a promising young man whose cultivation was far below his own. Now, Li Daolong's cultivation had reached almost the same level as his. Zhao Feihu was deeply moved by how much Li Daolong had improved over hundreds of years, while his own cultivation had remained stagnant. It seemed unlikely he would advance to a higher level in this lifetime. "Senior Zhao, please." Responding to Zhao Feihu's reflection, Li Daolong also politely replied. Zhao Feihu led Li Daolong into the reception hall of Xiuxian Sect. After inviting Li Daolong to sit, he said, "Since Senior Li ascended to the immortal world, you've never come to visit our sect. Although Xiuxian Sect is small, we can surely offer you a place to stay." "Thank you, sect leader. However, I felt it would be impolite to visit you so soon after arriving in the immortal world and not wanting to cause you any inconvenience. Later, I was too busy cultivating and only today had the time to finally come and pay my respects. I hope you will forgive my late visit." Li Daolong finished his words with a respectful bow towards Zhao Feihu. "Of course I don't blame you, Senior Li. In the future, you should visit more often," Zhao Feihu politely replied. "You must have encountered many amazing opportunities in recent years, which helped your cultivation progress so rapidly." Zhao Feihu, feeling surprised at Li Daolong's rapid advancement, asked casually. "Just fortunate." Li Daolong modestly replied. "Sect leader, Senior Zhao Dong, I have mainly come today to express my gratitude for your assistance during our time in the outer battlefield. Please accept this humble gift as a token of my appreciation." After saying this, Li Daolong handed Zhao Feihu a prepared storage ring. "Senior Li, you once saved both my son and my beloved disciple. Your help pales in comparison, so it's truly undeserving of any reward." Zhao Feihu waved his hands, politely refusing Li Daolong's offer. "There's no need to be modest, sect leader. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Moreover, there is a valuable cultivation technique inside the ring, intended for Senior Zhao Dong. I noticed that his cultivation progress has been slow, so I specially prepared a high-quality technique for him. I hope it may provide him some help." Li Daolong smiled as he said this. "A cultivation technique? Far too precious. Feihu definitely cannot accept it. It feels like a burden." Zhao Feihu knew well beforehand of Li Daolong's immense potential. Long ago, he wished to recruit Li Daolong into Xiuxian Sect, but was unsuccessful, so his previous attitude toward Li Daolong couldn't exactly be described as warm nor cold. But Zhao Dong's gratitude toward Li Daolong never changed, which was the reason why Li Daolong came today to visit them. "Come on, Zhao Dong. Take it and work hard in your cultivation." Seeing that Zhao Feihu refused again, Li Daolong directly placed the storage ring into Zhao Dong's hands. Chapter 287. Before re-entering the Yoming's secret realm again. Senior. Zhao Dong was momentarily caught off guard by Li Daolong's sudden action. "These are trivial matters. There's no need to mention them again," Li Daolong said. Zhao Feihu, seeing that Li Daolong was genuinely sincere and having already passed the storage ring to Zhao Dong, did not insist on further refusal. "Then thank you, fellow Taoist," Zhao Feihu politely said. "This time I am preparing to enter the battlefield beyond the domain for cultivation. Before entering the battlefield, I came by way of courtesy to visit you old friends. Well, since I have seen you all now, I won't disturb your affairs any longer. I bid farewell to the sect leader, Zhao Dong, and Lin Ying. Everyone can come to Yunxia Sect to find me in the future," Li Daolong said to the 3. Now having met them all, after some reminiscing, he prepared to leave for the battlefield beyond the domain. "Is fellow Taoist leaving already?" We haven't been able to properly entertain you. Zhao Feihu said in surprise at Li Dalong's hasty arrival and departure, quickly apologizing to Li Dalong. He thought Li Dalong might believe they had treated him poorly. Sect leader, Zhao Dong, truly sorry, but I am in a rush to get to the battlefield beyond the domain, and hope you'll excuse me, Li Dalong said. If fellow Daoist has pressing matters, then we won't detain you further. We'll see you off, Zhao Feihu said. Thank you, Li Dalong replied, then rose to his feet and walked toward them. Zhao Feihu, along with Zhao Dong and Lin Ying, also rose and led Li Dalong out of the main hall. The three accompanied Li Dalong all the way to the sect's mountain gate, where Li Dalong cupped his fists in a farewell bow. Please stay here. I take my leave. Zhao Feihu and the other two also bowed farewell to Li Dalong. Li Dalong mounted his sword and flew into the distance beneath their watching gazes. As Li Dalong disappeared from sight, Zhao Dong's divine sense delved into the storage ring given by Li Dalong, and he was immediately stunned by its contents. Inside the ring were no less than 500,000 high-grade immortal stones, 5,000 Jifeng immortal stones, and a pile. Yes, a pile of 1,000-year-old immortal herbs. There was also an ancient jade slip, undoubtedly the cultivation technique Li Dalong had mentioned. Although he had not yet viewed the cultivation method, judging from the age of the jade slip and the faint flickering light upon its surface, this slip was no ordinary item. Zhao Feihu and Lin Ying were astonished by Zhao Dong's shocked cry and dazed expression. Lin Ying snatched the storage ring from Zhao Dong's hand and directed her divine sense into it. Instantly, she too was stunned by the treasures within and cried out in the same astonishment as Zhao Dong. After a moment, she handed the ring to Zhao Feihu and said, Master, look at the things in the ring, so much. Senior Li is really rich. Zhao Feihu, shocked by the reactions of the two younger disciples, quickly took the storage ring and began inspecting its contents. Zhao Feihu was equally stunned by Li Dalong's incredible generosity. He had never imagined such extravagant generosity. Forget the 500,000 high-grade immortal stones. Xuanhuan Sect didn't even possess 5,000 Jifeng immortal stones. Such high-grade immortal stones were usually monopolized by the major powers, while smaller sects like theirs could only occasionally exchange for small amounts at exorbitant prices. Not to mention all those 1,000-year-old immortal herbs. Those alone would allow them to invite master alchemists to produce a large quantity of pills, which would boost the sect's development significantly. And then there was that jade slip, the cultivation technique he said he had gifted to Zhao Dong. Judging from the generosity of the gifts, the technique must be extremely valuable. Later, he must remind the boy never to reveal it publicly, or they might not even be able to keep it safe. He had never expected that Li Dalong not only saved his son and favored disciple once, but that his gratitude for bringing him back to the immortal realm base and providing an identity plaque back then would result in such an immense return. Looks like his son indeed had keen eyes. The future belonged to the younger generation, and resources should be concentrated on cultivating him. Thinking of this, Zhao Feihu felt deeply satisfied, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his gaze as he looked at his son, Zhao Dong. Remember Senior Li's kindness and learn from him whenever you can. Never let that cultivation method leak out. Cultivate it diligently. Zhao Feihu earnestly instructed Zhao Dong. Judging from the gifts left behind by Li Dalong, maintaining a good relationship with him was not only an opportunity for father and son, but also for Xuanhuan Sect. After leaving Xuanhuan Sect, Li Dalong went directly to the Immortal Alliance's office in Huanxia City, where there was a teleportation formation that led to the battlefield beyond the domain. Now he didn't have to worry about lacking an identity jade plaque. The one he had previously acquired in the battlefield beyond the domain could no longer be used, along with the remaining points that had now gone to waste. Now Yunxia Sect had the qualification to freely enter and exit the battlefield beyond the domain, although there was a quota limit, which was also part of Yunxia Sect's duty. Each year, the sect had to send a set number of cultivators, as determined by the Immortal Alliance, to fight the demons beyond the domain and the Yao Mo. It was also an important source of resources for Yunxia Sect. Although each year some elders and disciples perished on the battlefield beyond the domain, those who returned from the battlefield, whether in terms of combat effectiveness or cultivation level, experienced significant improvements and obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Li Dalong took out his identity jade plaque and completed the registration formalities here, paid the teleportation formation fees, and then boarded the teleportation formation once again to arrive at the battlefield beyond the domain, commonly known as the Ying Secret Realm. This time, arriving at the Ying Secret Realm was different from the last time. Last time, he was like an illegal immigrant, while this time, he entered legally with a visa. Moreover, as soon as he arrived, he directly entered the main base of the Immortal Alliance in the Ying Secret Realm. Hundreds of years had passed, and as Li Dalong stepped into the Ying Secret Realm, a chilling aura of slaughter rushed toward him. Although he was now within the main city of the Immortal Alliance's base, this battlefield had been soaked in endless bloodshed and death for countless years, filled with the lingering aura of deceased humans, sky demons, Yao races, and Yao Shog. Yet it was also a place for cultivators to improve themselves and temper their willpower. It was a city protected by a massive defensive formation. Inside, he saw cultivators from various sections. Those who arrived at this battlefield moved quickly and were always busy either cultivating alone, forming teams for exploration, or fighting fiercely against sky demons and Yao Mo. It was still the same old routine. He would first go to a tavern to gather rumors. Upon arriving in a new place, it was always important to first learn about local intelligence. Of course, he could also go to the treasure pavilion or the Lingshu shop to purchase intelligence about this battlefield. Li Dalong first came to the tavern, ordered a few signature dishes and a small jar of spirit wine, and began sipping leisurely. Listening to the patrons around him recounting their various experiences in the Yunxia secret realm, he felt as if he himself was thrown into those thrilling battles. 2 tables away from him, near the window, for cultivators who had been drinking happily began to boast about their exploits after becoming a bit tipsy. Do you all know what? I recently encountered a terrifying sky demon in the Yunxia secret realm, said a middle-aged cultivator after taking a sip of wine, speaking mysteriously. A hint of pride appeared on his face, clearly implying that he had overcome the demon to be here enjoying his drink and conversation today. Chapter 288 Zhengqi. Li Daolong couldn't help but move closer, his curiosity piqued. He wanted to know just how powerful this Tianma was to have caused even a flicker of fear in the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to be enjoying the attention from the crowd and continued. That Tianma was incredibly powerful, stronger than any I'd encountered before. It emitted a terrifying aura of dark energy that chilled one to the bone. I fought it fiercely for an entire day before finally capturing it, and even then, I nearly suffered serious injuries. A chorus of astonished gasps filled the room, clearly indicating how impressed everyone was by his story. Li Daolong himself was equally astonished. He could sense that the cultivator wasn't exaggerating. The battle must have been extremely perilous. Considering the cultivator's cultivation stage was at least late Tai Golden Immortal level, and he still nearly got gravely injured, that Tianma must have been extremely formidable. What happened after that? Li Daolong couldn't help but interrupt with a question. The middle-aged cultivator gave a slight smile, apparently pleased with Li Daolong's response. Afterwards, I received an unexpected reward. When I captured the Tianma, I discovered it was female. Then, well, you know, haha, it nearly drained me dry. Li Daolong had been listening carefully until the sudden twist at the end, which caught him completely off guard. Seeing the man's sly and lecherous grin reminded him of his own recent escape from a 1,000-year-old bachelor's plight. He could hardly fail to understand the insinuation. Yet although the man appeared smug and lewd in his laughter, a faint trace of genuine fear and relief flickered in his eyes. It was evident that while he might have taken advantage of that Tianma, he must have also suffered considerable hardship from it. The onlookers saw the unspoken story in his eyes and burst into laughter accordingly. Before long, a few more cultivators walked in, took seats, called for the waiter to bring alcohol and dishes, and began chatting after placing their orders. Big bro cool, today we nearly died near base 78. We don't know if it was bad luck or what, but suddenly we ran into a 3-headed beast from the Yao Year and barely escaped with our lives. One of the cultivators remarked. A 3-headed Yao Year beast? How powerful is it? Another asked. Very strong and vicious. All of us joined forces and gave our all just to barely hold it down. But from its poisoned fangs and claws, our friend Fei Ho died poisoned. We never expected he'd end up this way. What happened after that? How did you deal with it? The situation was extremely dire. We tried every technique we had, but couldn't kill it. Just as we were about to collapse, a senior cultivator happened to fly by from above. He struck with his palm, slammed straight into its head with a prong sound, instantly smashing 2 of its heads to pieces. Do you know which senior saved you all? No, he moved too fast. He must have been far more powerful than us. All we saw was someone flying by sword. Then he slapped the beast with his palm, instantly smashing 2 of its heads. The beast died on the spot. You guys sure are lucky. And that senior really is great for helping you casually. Yeah, it's a shame none of us managed to get a good look. I suppose the senior must have considered our cultivation too lowly to even acknowledge. What a pity. We didn't even get a chance to say thank you. This cultivator sighed in disappointment. Just then, the waiter brought their alcohol and dishes, and the group began to eat and drink joyfully, quickly pushing their previous sorrow aside. Li Daolong was sitting alone drinking and listening to their stories, occasionally adding a few remarks to join in on the fun. Although most of the conversations were mundane chit-chats and exaggerated tales of bravery, they weren't entirely useless. At least, he had now formed a basic understanding of the recent situation in Yao Year, information about Tianma, demons, and Yao So, which wasn't available either from Wanbao Pavilion or the Lingshu intelligence sources. After he was full and satisfied, and having gathered nearly all he needed, he decided it would be better to go purchase a more comprehensive report from Lingshu. Anyway, he wasn't short on money. After leaving the restaurant, Li Daolong went straight to Lingshu's hideout within Beijing and spent a significant amount of shanshu to purchase a detailed map and intelligence report. Such a transaction would have been utterly unaffordable for ordinary cultivators. Only someone like Li Daolong, a wealthy elite, could afford it, making the person in charge of this Lingshu station beam with joy. This month's quota was already solid. Any extra sales afterward were pure profit. Once he had purchased the map and information, he went to Wanbao Pavilion and bought a large batch of talismans. Now that he had ample shanshu, he purchased only high-grade talismans, covering all kinds of elemental attributes. The shop clerk was so excited he treated Li Daolong like a money god. With his powerful spiritual sense, Li Daolong could activate and control large quantities of talismans simultaneously. After having used them a few times, he had grown quite fond of unleashing waves of talismans. Convenient, labor-saving, and surprisingly effective. Even low-level talismans, when used in great numbers, could produce formidable explosive power when activated together. "Shower, take me to see the flying swords," Li Daolong said to the waiter. Hearing that the money god still had demands, the waiter was so happy his mouth seemed to stretch all the way to his ears. He quickly replied, "Senior, please follow me this way. These are the finest flying swords in our shop." He led Li Daolong to the section displaying the flying swords and began introducing them. Senior, this sword is called Liahua, Blazing Fire, a fire attribute flying sword. It was personally forged by one of our pavilion's weapon forging elders. It enhances fire attribute cultivation techniques with a power amplification of up to 20%, an extremely rare and valuable sword. It costs 200,000 top-grade Zhengqi. This sword was of decent quality, but it didn't suit Li Dalong's preferences, so he remained silent. Noticing Li Dalong's silence, the waiter quickly continued to the next one. Senior, this sword is called xiuxian. It's also a high-grade flying sword suitable for users of fire attribute techniques, priced at 250,000 top-grade Zhengqi. This sword is called Zifu. It is a high-grade neutral element sword suitable for most cultivators, priced at 300,000 top-grade Zhengqi. The waiter looked at Li Dalong, who remained quiet. He then proceeded to the fourth sword. The sword called Zifu was broad and thick, measuring 1 qi and 4 xuan in length, 8 xuan wide, and 1 xuan thick. It wasn't Li Dalong's preferred style. Senior, this is the finest flying sword in our store. Its name is Qixiao. It was personally forged by the famous Grand Weapon Master Li Ji, a renowned swordsage in the Immortal Sword School. It is light and nimble, thin as a cicada's wing. The main material is red crystal, giving it a vivid crimson appearance. When used, it flies through the air like a red thread across the sky. That is why it is called Qixiao. It costs 600,000 top-grade Zhengqi. Li Dalong glanced at it, shook his head, and asked, "Is there anything better?" Senior, this Qixiao is the absolute finest sword in our store. It is practically the treasure that safeguards the shop. If Senior wishes to find a sword to fully satisfy you, perhaps commissioning a custom-made weapon from a Grand Weapon Master is the way to go. However, you will need to provide all the required materials yourself and find a Grand Master willing to craft it. Rest assured, the price you pay will certainly not be low. Chapter 289, the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion Auction, I. Senior, another option is to go to an auction if you have time. You might find a satisfying flying sword, or even an ancient divine treasure sword. Oh, there's going to be an auction held here. Li Dalong showed interest upon hearing about the auction and asked curiously, "Senior, you've asked the right person. As a matter of fact, our 10,000 Treasure Pavilion is going to hold a grand auction in 3 days at this very base. It's a major event prepared over the past 30 years, and among the auction items are several top-grade flying swords. This auction will be hosted by our headquarters, and it's the first large-scale auction to be held at the Immortal Realm base. It's said that there will even be a mysterious ancient treasure appearing this time. Senior, if you have time, you should go take a look. You might just find what you're looking for. If not, you can just consider it as watching a spectacle." After listening to the shop assistant's explanation, Li Dalong found the words reasonable and decided to go take a look in 3 days' time. Thus, he spoke, "You're absolutely right. I'll wait and see the auction in 3 days. Senior, if you wish to participate, since your spending here today has already exceeded 100,000 immortal stones, we can give you a second-class jade invitation token to enter the event. Please keep it. In 3 days, you can come directly to the auction hall of our pavilion." "That's great. I'll attend this grand auction in 3 days." Li Dalong accepted the jade token from the assistant politely. "We look forward to welcoming you, Senior," the shop assistant respectfully replied. Once Li Dalong determined there was nothing else he needed to buy, he left the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Upon exiting, he came to the best tavern in the base, Xiuxian Inn. "Senior, welcome. Will you be staying for a long time or a short visit?" The innkeeper hurriedly approached, greeted him respectfully, and asked. "For 3 days," Li Dalong simply replied. "Senior, we have independent courtyard suites and premium rooms. Which would you prefer?" The innkeeper, having noticed that Li Dalong was clearly a wealthy individual, only recommended the 2 best options available. Li Dalong thought he'd only be staying 3 days before leaving to hunt and kill demons after the auction. "Just give me a premium room." "Of course, Senior. A premium room costs 100 upper-grade immortal stones per day, totaling 300 upper-grade immortal stones for 3 days, the innkeeper replied happily. Just the commission from this 3-day stay would earn him several upper-grade immortal stones. This month's performance would definitely be quite impressive. Li Dalong handed the 300 upper-grade immortal stones to the innkeeper, who then led him toward the backyard of the inn. The premium room was significantly more luxurious compared to the standard rooms. It was fully equipped with private cultivation chamber, reception hall, bedroom, and other essential living facilities. Moreover, there was a basic spirit gathering formation within the cultivation chamber, so the 100 upper-grade immortal stones was indeed worth every penny. As for the standard rooms, they were merely simple bedrooms, and naturally much cheaper, only costing a few middle-grade immortal stones. As for the large dormitory-style rooms where many shared one space, they cost merely 2 lower-grade immortal stones for a day's stay, and came with basic food provision, essentially a public welfare service. After showing Li Dalong into the room, the innkeeper left, and shortly after returned with a platter of seasonal spirit fruits, indicating the inn's attentive service. Li Dalong settled comfortably at Xiuxian Inn. When he felt bored, he would wander around the base. This base was unusually large, as previously mentioned, and flying was strictly prohibited within the base area. Travel between city gates was mainly accomplished through shuttle vehicles or short-range teleportation arrays. Thus, the days were spent getting familiar with the base's interior environment. Time passed swiftly like a white horse through a gap, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning, Li Dalong checked out of Xiuxian Inn and made his way to the auction hall of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Indeed, there were many people attending the auction today. Even more spectators gathered outside the venue. Due to the high level of this auction, the entry requirements were also strict, and many were unable to enter due to failing to meet the qualifications. Moreover, the auction had already been advertised 6 months in advance. Even from the immortal realm, numerous factions and people had come to participate, hoping to purchase something of interest. Li Dalong saw 8 cultivators from the 10,000 treasure pavilion guarding the auction entrance, checking jade tokens of the attendees. The lowest among them was at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. One of the supervisor's cultivation levels he couldn't even detect, likely at least a De Luo Golden Immortal expert. Li Dalong held the jade token in his hand and followed the flow of people moving forward. After checking his jade token, the on-duty cultivator at the gate respectfully handed him over to an assistant inside, responsible for receiving and guiding guests. The guiding assistant led Li Dalong through a quiet side passage and took him directly to a private box on the 2nd floor. The treatment wasn't bad. It seemed that the innkeeper had given him the best jade token within his authority in order to leave a good impression. Having a small private room was good. At least he wouldn't have to endure the noisy crowd sitting row by row downstairs. Moreover, the room offered good privacy. This private box was enclosed on 3 sides, with only a window about half the size of a wall facing the auction platform downstairs, providing a clear view of the entire auction stage and more than a quarter of the hall below. On the small table in the room, there was already some fine spiritual tea and seasonal spirit fruits. At this time, the auction had not yet begun, and guests were still entering the venue. On the auction platform, 3 cultivation female cultivators were performing celestial dances unique to the immortal realm. Their performances stirred the hearts of the early arriving cultivators, making them feel ecstatic and enraptured. Even Li Dalong's spirit had been slightly affected, his body even showing some reaction. So he quickly gathered his mind, activated his cultivation technique, and rapidly calmed his excited state. Listening to the idle chatter of cultivators in the hall downstairs and flipping through today's auction item list. This auction featured 1 or 2 scrolls of cultivation techniques, sword techniques, finger techniques, and fist techniques, with sword techniques being the most, no less than 5 in total. Divine treasures included various weapons such as flying swords and spears, with flying swords being the most numerous, totaling 6. Pills, immortal herbs, and rare minerals were also listed. Basically, everything a cultivator might need was present. Naturally, these items were all rare treasures normally unseen in the market. The climax of the auction would be a mysterious ancient treasure. However, its exact nature had not been disclosed. It would only be announced by the auctioneer at the very end. Many of the major forces that had come today likely did so specifically for this mysterious ancient treasure. Of course, those major factions must have known something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled here. No wonder it was the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's grand auction after 30 years of preparation. Whether in terms of quantity, variety, or quality of items, this event was rarely seen in the immortal realm. Li Dalong wasn't particularly interested in other items. His main focus remained on obtaining a good flying sword or defensive equipment. From the list, he set his eyes on a flying sword called Xuanhuan, Chasing Soul, and an immortal armor named Zhenqi, Mountain Subduing. According to the descriptions, both were better than the Qinghong sword and the armor he currently used. His luck seemed decent. He would try to obtain these 2 items if the opportunity arose. Li Dalong thus set his sights on acquiring the Xuanhuan sword and the Zhenqi armor. Just as Li Dalong was flipping through the auction catalog, the auction finally entered the formal bidding stage. Chapter 290. The Treasury Pavilion Auction, 2. All the fairy dancers at the auction withdrew. Then, an elderly man walked onto the auction stage with calm steps. His cultivation level was difficult to fathom. He stopped at the auction table and looked around the venue, scanning the crowd downstairs as well as the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. After bowing respectfully to the audience, he began speaking. Today, the Treasury Pavilion is greatly honored to have invited all seniors and cultivation friends to attend this exquisite auction xiuxian prepared by our pavilion over the course of 30 years. We thank all of you for gracing us with your presence. On behalf of the Treasury Pavilion, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all seniors and friends here today. My name is Xiuxian, and I am the auctioneer of the Treasury Pavilion. I will be hosting this auction. To save everyone's time, I won't go over the auction rules again. In order to facilitate transactions among all the seniors and friends here, and to make it convenient for everyone to exchange precious treasures that are difficult to obtain or trade under normal circumstances, we've added a special segment to today's auction. Before the auction ends, if any of you have treasures to sell, you can hand them to our staff. After appraisal, qualified items can be added into the auction schedule in the order they're received, and the service fee will be at a 50% discount. Finally, I wish all of you great success and that all your wishes come true. Now let's begin. At this moment, a beautiful fairy approached carrying a golden tray in her hand, on which was placed a jade vial. She stood beside Xiuxian. This is the first item up for auction today, the 7-string pill. This pill can slightly enhance the innate talent of cultivators below the Tai Golden Immortal stage. The lower one's innate talent, the greater the improvement, ranging from a minimum of 1% to a maximum of 5%. This is personally crafted by the Grandmaster Alchemist of our pavilion, and this is the only one in existence. The starting bid is 10 top-grade Zhengqi. For those of you present who wish to purchase this for your juniors, improving their innate talent before they reach the Tai Golden Immortal stage would significantly accelerate their cultivation progress. This is truly a once-in-10,000 years opportunity. Let the bidding begin. As soon as Xiuxian finished explaining the effects of the 7-string pill, the auction hall erupted. A pill capable of improving innate talent had never been seen before, making this the first time such a pill had appeared. Previously, at best there were some rare treasures which could slightly enhance one's innate talent, but those were already extremely rare. Even if one could obtain such treasures, they would not be put on the market. These would be kept for personal use, or used internally by a family or sect. Inside the treasury pavilion, this item had been decided on after a heated internal debate. For this auction, which had been prepared for 30 years, the pavilion wanted a successful start, and was willing to go all in. The name of this pill was listed in the catalog, but its effect wasn't detailed. The pavilion likely feared that if the effects were revealed beforehand, various factions or powerful loaners might try to negotiate a private transaction, which would be hard for the treasury pavilion to handle. Hence the secrecy. Since the 7-string pill had only recently been successfully created and no one knew its true effects, it was able to be kept for the auction. 50,000 top-grade xiuxian. Good. Bidder number 168 has offered 50,000 top-grade xiuxian. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Xiuxian, upon hearing the first bid, felt a rising excitement in his heart. I'll offer 80,000. Before Xiuxian could continue calling, someone immediately raised the bid by 30,000, pushing the price up to 80,000 top-grade xiuxian directly. Excellent. Bidder number 271 has offered 80,000 top-grade xiuxian. Is there anyone with a higher bid? Buy it for your junior and cultivate the next generation of elites. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiuxian loudly proclaimed after another bid came in. 150,000. A voice from the main floor shouted excitedly. Great. Fellow cultivator number 853 has bid 150,000 top-grade xiuxian. Xiuxian announced loudly. 200,000. No sooner had Xiuxian finished speaking than a lazy voice made another offer. The elderly cultivator who had bid 150,000 top-grade xiuxian looked instantly disheartened when he heard the new price. He had planned to scare off competing bidders by raising the price from 80,000 straight to 150,000, hoping to grab a bargain for his beloved grandson. That plan now fell through. 150,000 xiuxian was already a number that would drain all the family's available cash and required the selling of some assets to raise. Reaching 200,000 would be more than his family could handle. After a brief pause, seeing no further bids, Xiuxian loudly announced. Bidder number 78 has offered 200,000 top-grade xiuxian. Is there anyone higher? Seize this last chance, improve innate talent. Just one step ahead, and you'll always be ahead. After finishing, he paused for about 10 seconds before starting the countdown. 200,000, first call. Still no bid. This 7-string pill could offer at least a 1%, at most a 5%, improvement to innate talent. 200,000, second call. Is there anyone willing to bid? 210,000. Just as Xiuxian was about to announce the third call, another voice rang out. Great. Bidder number 238 has offered 210,000. 250,000. The lazy voice sounded again. 280,000. Bidder 238 raised the price once more. 300,000. Bidder 78 lazily called again. Neither gave Xiuxian a chance to speak, continuing to raise bids non-stop. Xiuxian felt his blood boiling with excitement. After waiting a moment and seeing that 238 didn't bid again, he finally shouted. First call at 300,000. Seeing no further bids, after about 10 seconds of pause, he announced. Second call at 300,000. 310,000. Bidder 238 placed another bid. But this time, it was obvious from the tone that the bidder was clearly emotionally charged. 400,000. Bidder 78 immediately jumped the price to 400,000 top-grade xiuxian. He seemed determined to win this 7-string pill. Everyone could tell from his tone that his determination was unshakable. First call at 400,000. Xiuxian shouted excitedly. Second call at 400,000. Third call at 400,000. Sold. Congratulations to bidder number 78 for securing the 7-string pill. Our staff will personally deliver the pill to you later. We thank number 78 for your generous participation. Thank you. Xiuxian expressed his gratitude to bidder 78. In this moment, cultivation level didn't matter. There was simply an auctioneer and a customer. The next item is the second auction lot. It's a cultivation technique retrieved from an ancient ruin, Kaitian Fenghenju. This is an upper-grade cultivation manual. Due to confidentiality reasons, we guarantee the privacy of the cultivator who acquires this manual. We won't go into detailed descriptions, but suffice to say this manual is extremely powerful. It has been authenticated by our senior appraisal master, and if proven fake, we promise to compensate. The starting bid is 200,000 top-grade xiuxian. Let the bidding begin. The competition for this manual was equally fierce. Eventually, after more than half a xiuxian of bidding, it was finally sold at a high price of 630,000 top-grade xiuxian, claimed by a cultivator family inside a private room on the second floor. Lot after lot was auctioned, some drawing little interest, and some even sold at the starting price. Li Dalong had been watching the earlier auctions with mere curiosity, marveling at just how wealthy so many of these cultivators were. During the competition, tempers flared, and at times, items were bought at prices several times higher than their market value. Chapter 291. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion Auction 3. I wonder if those people who paid so much above the market price will regret it when they return home. Honestly, I don't know why they insist on competing for pride's sake, wasting so much money. These are no small amount of Jiping Shanshu, top-grade, immortal stones. Halfway through the auction, Li Dalong's desired soul-seeking sword finally appeared. The following item for auction is a top-grade flying sword called Xuanhuan, soul-seeking. It was carefully crafted over 50 years by Master Moy, a grand artisan of the immortal realm. Originally intended to create something beyond immortal artifacts, it ultimately failed in that ambition, but its quality remains as a top-tier immortal artifact. If you can find a master surpassing a grand immortal artisan to refine it again, there's a possibility that this sword might evolve into something beyond immortal artifacts. Enough said, this sword is an unparalleled top-grade flying sword, and it has great potential to become a weapon surpassing immortal artifacts. For all you esteemed cultivators seeking unmatched attacking power, please place your bids promptly. Enough said, opportunity knocks but once, don't miss out. The starting price is 1 million top-grade immortal stones. Xiuxian energetically exaggerated the virtues of this immortal sword, encouraging enthusiastic bidding. Li Dalong gritted his teeth in annoyance. You said you wouldn't ramble, yet you're full of nonsense. Worse, you keep encouraging others to bid, significantly raising the pressure on him. This glowing introduction increased Xuanhuan's appeal to many present. Hardly had Xiuxian finished speaking when someone started the bidding. 1 million. Great. Bidder number 875 has offered 1 million. Esteemed fellow cultivator, you really have a good eye. Such a fantastic sword indeed deserves to be taken home. Xiuxian announced the first bid while complimenting bidder 875. 1.1 million. 1.12 million. 1.3 million. Before Xiuxian could call out the current price, 3 people had successively raised their offers, pushing the amount to 1.3 million top-grade immortal stones. And this was only the beginning. Many others hadn't even bid yet. Clearly, Xiuxian's introductory remarks had worked wonders. No wonder he was such a renowned auction master at the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Seeing this, Li Dalong realized it was now impossible to obtain Xuanhuan at a bargain price. It seemed he would have to compete against other cultivators present, testing whose reserves of immortal stones were greater. Now wasn't the time to make his move yet. He decided to wait and observe just how many bidders were vying for Xuanhuan. Meanwhile, the price kept soaring. 1.51 million. 1.55 million. While Li Dalong was briefly distracted, the price quickly escalated to 1.55 million top-grade immortal stones through competitive bidding. Yet after this price appeared, the earlier bidders remained silent. Obviously, this figure had already exceeded their means, leaving them nothing but to sigh helplessly while looking at the sword. Clearly, the real battle had not even begun. This was just warming up. 1.6 million. Someone who hadn't bid before added another 50,000. 1.61 million. Another bidder who had chased the earlier price Ajal of 10,000 more. 1.7 million. Not giving Xiuxian a chance to interject, this bidder raised the price further to 1.7 million. Upon hearing this price, the one who had bid 1.61 million slammed his chair angrily, then slumped down like a deflated balloon, clearly surrendering. 1.7 million. Thanks to fellow cultivator number 43 for the bid. Is there anyone offering more than 1.7 million? Who will eventually own the Xuanhuan sword? Please bid enthusiastically. Seizing the moment, Xiuxian threw some more fuel into the somewhat cooling bidding contest. 1.8 million. A new bid appeared. 1.8 million. Cultivator number 121. Your eye is truly sharp. Thank you for the bid. Xiuxian shouted joyfully. 2 million. It was time for Li Dalong to act. He directly pushed the price to 2 million, maintaining a casual demeanor. Faced with this sudden competitor, the previous bidders began reconsidering the potential gains and losses. This newcomer jumped the price by 200,000 immediately, evidently a wealthy person. Nobody knew which faction he belonged to. 2 million. Bidder number 166 offers 2 million. 2 million. Any higher bids? Bidder number 166 really does have a sharp eye. By choosing Xuanhuan, acquiring this sword will surely double one's combat power. Xiuxian roared loudly. Sharp eye my ass. Was such excessive praise really necessary just to push the price up? Li Dalong silently cursed inwardly. 2.01 million. Another bid came in. 2.02 million. 2.05 million. 3 more bidders quickly followed suit. Great. Bidder number 121 has offered 2.05 million. For 2.05 million, this Xuanhuan sword can be taken home, truly worth every stone. Is there any other fellow cultivator willing to bid? Xiuxian shouted excitedly, his face turning slightly red with enthusiasm. Although this amount of money meant nothing to him, he truly enjoyed the process of driving up the price far beyond its normal value. 2.5 million. Li Dalong offered a number that was not only high, but also quite eccentric. The moment this price came out, the auction hall burst into laughter. No one expected bidder number 166 to raise the bid by 450,000 at once and come up with such a unique number. Unbelievable. When you've got money, you really are unstoppable. Such wealth is so wrenching. If I had this much money, would I still need to come to the Yoming secret realm to hunt demons and earn money? Sigh. It's truly depressing how some people are just born luckier. Many cultivators murmured in their hearts. Oh, 2.5 million. Bidder number 166 offers 2.5 million. Any higher bids? Xiuxian smiled at this amusing number and shouted as part of his routine. Never had he expected this Xuanhuan sword to reach such a fantastic price. Li Dalong's bid was indeed a bit too high, mainly because each time he raised the price, the increment was just too huge. Whether to follow or not was a dilemma. No one knew his bottom line, and they were afraid he might be a stooge. If they raised again and he didn't follow, they would end up looking foolish with the number 250. Several cultivators who originally wanted to keep bidding started to hesitate. Seeing that no one responded, Xiuxian called out, 2.5 million for the first time. Is there any fellow cultivator still willing to bid? Such a rare opportunity. A flying sword created by Grand Artisan Moy, which could potentially evolve into something greater. Don't miss this chance, or it will slip away forever. 2.5 million for the first time. 2.5 million for the second time. Great. Fellow cultivator number 166 is about to secure his desired sword. Let us congratulate him in advance. Encouraged by Shimin Chushua's passionate urging, another new cultivator stepped forward with a bid. 2.52 million. He raised it by 20,000. 2.62 million. Without waiting for the auctioneer to speak, Li Dalong raised it another 100,000 directly, pushing the Xuanhuan sword's price up to 1.62 million more. Now everyone clearly saw that Li Dalong was the real determined bidder, starting bids of 100,000 each time. Who could possibly handle such a rate? These were top-grade immortal stones, not the low-grade ones. Forget it, I'm out. I'm at a madman today. 2.62 million. First call. After waiting for a full minute with no further bids, Shimin Chushue began announcing the calls according to protocol. Chapter 292, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion Auction 4. After waiting for several dozen seconds, no one else placed a bid. 262,000, second time. Is there any cultivator willing to place a higher bid? Shimin Shui asked loudly again. 262,000, third time. Does anyone else wish to bid? Seeing that no one else raised their bid, Shimin Shui formally announced. The auction hammer comes down. Congratulations, Cultivator 166. The soul-seizing sword is yours. Congratulations. Hearing the announcement of winning the bid, Li Dalong finally exhaled in relief. No matter what, he had finally obtained it. The auction continued with other items. Several hours passed. There were indeed many items up for auction today, and they were quite abundant. Therefore, this auction was turning out to be an unusually long one. However, for cultivators, participating in such an auction didn't involve fatigue, nor did they require food or drink. Thus, the auction continued uninterrupted. The sun began to set outside as night approached. At this point, a high-grade flying sword had been temporarily added into the lineup by a cultivator, and Li Dalong thought it would suit xiuxian quite well. After all, she only had an average-quality flying sword in her possession. He planned to bid on it as a gift for xiuxian. As for Xiuxian, there was no need to worry. Being the direct daughter of the head sect, the largest sect in the immortal realm, she certainly wouldn't be lacking in flying swords. The next item is a high-grade flying sword, the xuanhuan sword, temporarily consigned for auction by a cultivator. It is an excellent sword especially suited for female cultivators. The xuanhuan sword is light, effortless to wield, elegant, and nimble, perfect as a gift for a cultivation partner. Imagine the joy of your partner when you present this sword to her. Alright, enough talk. Starting bid. 500,000 top-grade immortal stones. Shimin Shui briefly introduced the xuanhuan sword, and the bidding war began. 501,000, 520,000, 550,000, 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. As soon as Shimin Shui finished speaking, shouts of bids echoed throughout the hall, quickly pushing the price from 500,000 up to 1 million immortal stones. At the 1 million mark, a new wave of bidders emerged, while those less wealthy were gradually eliminated. New competitors also entered the fray. 1,020,000, 1,050,000, 1,100,000. 3 bidders consecutively raised the bid further, reaching 1,100,000. A brief pause followed, as no one offered another bid. Seizing the opportunity, Shimin Shui shouted loudly. 1,100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This sword is the perfect gift for your cultivation partner. The perfect tool for winning over a cultivation partner. Don't miss this chance. Once it's gone, it's gone. Possessing this sword means gaining your destined partner. You're the cheap one, old man. What nonsense. Those hoping to win the sword inwardly cursed at Shimin Shui, feeling he truly had a way of squeezing their lifeblood out of them. 1,300,000. Li Dalong raised the bid by 200,000 from 1,100,000. Good. 1,300,000. Cultivator 166 has offered 1,300,000. Is there anyone who will bid higher than 1,300,000? Shimin Shui shouted. After waiting a short while, someone countered. 1,310,000. 1,400,000. Li Dalong effortlessly raised the price by 100,000. Excellent. 1,400,000. Is there a higher offer than 1,400,000? This sword is a must-have for your cultivation partner. Bid now before it slips away to Cultivator 166. 1,401,000. The guy raised his bid by another 10,000 immortal stones. 1,500,000. Li Dalong calmly raised the bid to 1,500,000. 1,510,000. 1,600,000. Whoever had placed the previous bids hesitated. Regardless of whether it was a 10,000 raise, Li Dalong simply rounded the number up, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation in his tone. This calmness applied tremendous psychological pressure. Weighing the situation carefully, the opponent finally decided to withdraw. After nearly a minute passed without another bid, Shimin Shui felt a slight sense of disappointment. Why wouldn't anyone bid higher? 1,600,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The xuanhuan sword is a high-grade flying sword, a rare find particularly suitable for female cultivators. It's the ideal gift for your partner and the perfect helper for escaping loneliness. Indeed, with the xuanhuan sword in hand, you will gain your destined partner. Is there anyone else bidding? 1,600,000. First time. If it's a treasure, take action decisively. 1,600,000. Second time. Any more bids? 1,600,000. Third time. After a pause, no additional bids came forward. Shimin Shui announced regretfully. Congratulations to Cultivator 166. You are the proud new owner of the xuanhuan sword. Upon hearing the confirmation of the successful bid for the xuanhuan sword, Li Dalong smirked lightly, picked up his spirit tea from the table, and took a sip. Since the armor he had wanted hadn't yet been auctioned, he ceased to pay attention to the remaining items he didn't intend to purchase. Thus, the auction proceeded in an orderly manner, with a vibrant and enthusiastic atmosphere inside the venue. Many cultivators successfully obtained the items they desired. Some who had acquired their targeted treasures immediately left the auction hall after receiving them, while naturally, there were also those who had been eyeing the same targets, leaving shortly afterward. However, whether or not one succeeded in obtaining the item depended entirely on personal capability. Li Dalong had already noticed 3 such incidents occurring in the main hall downstairs, and so he thought to himself that since he had exposed so much immortal stone wealth today and successfully obtained 2 precious items, it was likely that someone might now have their eyes on him. He would have to be extra cautious once the auction ended. Another hour and a half passed. Finally, the Zhengqi Immortal armor appeared on the auction stage. This item up for auction is a high-grade piece of Zhenjia. As all esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators here already know, high-grade Zhenjia is more precious and rare. The starting bid is 1 million top-grade immortal stones. Bidding begins now. Shimin Shui, unusually swift, started the auction. Zhenjia were difficult to refine, and very few master artisans specialized in crafting them. This was because Zhenjia required more complex techniques, more materials, and were far more challenging to produce. Therefore, most master artisans preferred to craft weapons instead of defensive equipment. As soon as the Zhengqi Immortal armor was introduced, many cultivators showed interest. It was clear that obtaining it today would not be easy. 1.2 million, came the voice from one of the private boxes on the 3rd floor. This made things even more difficult. If someone from the 3rd floor was interested, then the Zhenjia was definitely not going to be cheap. 1.5 million, came the same floor again. 1.6 million, a female voice from another private room on the 3rd floor responded. 1.61 million, 1.65 million, 1.7 million, 1.88 million. The bidding escalated quickly. Li Dalong stared in disbelief at these extravagant bidders. These guys were really loaded. Of course, others probably thought the same of him when they saw his bold spending. 2 million. Li Dalong finally placed his bid. Excellent. 2 million. Someone has offered 2 million. Any higher bids? 2,100,000. 2,110,000. 2,120,000. Not everyone dared raise so boldly. 3 bidders in succession added only 10,000 immortal stones each. 2,300,000. Li Dalong raised his bid again, this time by a solid 180,000, pushing the price to 2,300,000. Chapter 293. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion Auction v. I am Ouyang Zhihua from the Spirit Beast Sect. Fellow cultivator, would you do me a favor and let this immortal armor go to me? I'll pay 235,000. Ouyang Zhihua from the Spirit Beast Sect announced his identity, hoping those competing would show some consideration and withdraw voluntarily. You from the Spirit Beast Sect are violating the rules. This is a warning. If it happens again, your sect will be forever barred from entering the auction hall of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Shimin Shui immediately reprimanded Ouyang Zhihua for breaking the rules and attempting to exert pressure through his sect's influence. Li Dalong snorted contemptuously at Ouyang Zhihua's warning. He didn't care which sect anyone belonged to. 240,000. Seeing that no one else spoke up, Li Dalong raised the price to 240,000. Ouyang Zhihua was furious that Li Dalong hadn't given him any face. He was about to erupt on the spot, but when the words reached his lips, he recalled the auctioneer's warning and swallowed his anger, thinking he would deal with Li Dalong once they were outside the auction hall. 240,000. Is there anyone offering higher than 240,000? Seeing no further bids, Shimin Shui loudly called out. He knew after this disruption by the Spirit Beast Sect, the price had essentially reached its peak. 240,000, first call. Any higher bids? Although he knew the price had practically topped out, he still needed to make the announcement, hoping someone would raise the bid. To his disappointment, despite intentionally waiting an extra 10 to 20 seconds, no one offered a higher bid. 240,000, second call. Any final bids? 240,000, third call. Alright, congratulations to fellow cultivator from stall 166. The Yunxia Immortal armor now belongs to you. Congratulations. Shimin Shui announced loudly. Alright, today's goals had been surpassed, and there was nothing else left. Li Dalong had no further interest even in the final treasure auctioned. Thus, he went to the steward in charge of auction item exchanges, where he exchanged the spirit stones and 3 pieces of equipment. After completing the transaction, Li Dalong left the auction hall of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion directly. However, less than 2 minutes after he had left, several elite disciples from the Spirit Beast Sect appeared at the spot where Li Dalong had just stood. After a quick examination, they immediately followed him out. Li Dalong directly boarded the short-distance teleportation formation provided by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, returning to the city gate where he first arrived. Since the disciples from the Spirit Beast Sect couldn't track him, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had anticipated the risk of clients being ambushed upon their departure. Therefore, every departing customer could use the teleportation formations within the pavilion. These formations were networked with those inside the base. This ensured that no one would know exactly which location a cultivator had teleported to after leaving the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, unless all teleportation halls were under surveillance. After leaving the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Li Dalong immediately teleported to the city gate and then boarded another teleportation array in the hall, heading directly to base number 65. This was Li Dalong's first time visiting a small base located within the battlefield on the Outer Territories, also known as the Yungjing or Yuming Secret Realm. The entire base was protected by a barrier. Compared to the main base, this place was far smaller, having only a few simple streets. There was an inn combined with a tea house providing accommodation and food, as well as a general store that collected various materials and sold pills and talismans. A forging workshop, which was a branch shop established by the Huiyun Cave, mainly sold and repaired immortal artifacts. Additionally, there was a medicine shop selling various pills and simultaneously buying medicinal herbs and monster materials. There was also a large complex building housing a branch of the Immortal Alliance's administrative office. That was about all. There were also a few small courtyards which served as temporary headquarters for various sects here. After taking a tour around the small base, Li Dalong registered at the gate and left the base, entering the wild for his second hunting expedition. Once beyond the gate, one could fly by riding a sword. Li Dalong quickly selected a direction and flew toward it. Soon, he was away from the crowds. He found a relatively safe spot and set up a concealment formation. He still needed to refine the newly acquired soul-stealing sword and Zhengqi Immortal armor here to enhance both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping firewood. These items would surely improve his overall fighting capability and survival odds. Activating the formation and sitting cross-legged in preparation, he first took out the soul-stealing sword and began the refinement process. His divine consciousness was strong, making the refinement much easier. In less than 2 hours, he completed the refinement of the soul-stealing sword. Now, he felt a sort of blood-connected connection to the sword. When used, it responded instantly to his thoughts, as smooth as could be without any lag. After playing around with the soul-stealing sword for a while, he then brought out the Zhengqi Immortal armor to begin refining it. Being a top-grade immortal artifact, despite its relatively large size, the Zhengqi Immortal armor was much easier to refine. Over an hour later, he finished refining it. A connection was established between his spirit and the armor, and with a thought, the Zhengqi Immortal armor was drawn into his body. Immortal armor was different from a flying sword. Normally, the armor could be stored inside the body, and when needed, with a simple mental command, it would automatically cover the body's surface, protecting the entire body. It could be worn directly against the skin or over immortal robes as external armor, so it was extremely convenient. Now that both the flying sword and the protective immortal armor had been refined, Li Dalong's overall combat power and survival capability had greatly improved. His confidence was much stronger. This time was very different from his first arrival here, when he had been anxious and uncertain. Back then, everything had been dark and unknown, his cultivation base was low, and both his offensive and defensive abilities had been weak. Compared to then, his current cultivation base was worlds apart, with equipment and techniques also vastly superior. Added to that were the intelligence and maps purchased from Ling Su, which further increased his safety. Li Dalong couldn't help but feel emotional about this. Although both immortal artifacts had been successfully refined, Li Dalong still practiced with the flying sword and immortal armor to adjust to them. After making all the preparations, Li Dalong dismantled the concealment formation and was ready to head toward the Haifeng Valley, over 2,000 li away from base number 65. According to information provided by Ling Su, no Yaosu or Yaomo in that area exceeded the strength of a Taiji Xiuxian expert at the late stage, making it quite suitable for him. Even if he couldn't defeat a Taiji Xiuxian level Yaosu or Yaomo, he could still survive the encounter. However, for places where deities or demons with the Luo Jingxian cultivation existed, he still dared not go. He wasn't arrogant enough to look for divine beasts or Yaomo with the Luo Jingxian power and get himself killed. Once a Yaoshou reached the Luo Jingxian realm, it would be called a divine beast. At this level, it could already take human form, and as long as they didn't reveal their true bodies, they were no different from human cultivators. They could speak, use immortal artifacts, magical treasures, and the like. Although only one level separated the Luo Jingxian and Taiji Jingxian, their actual power was vastly different. A Taiji Jingxian expert wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from a Luo Jingxian opponent. In fact, a Luo Jingxian being could easily kill a group of Taiji Jingxian beings with one slap. Shaking off these scattered thoughts, Li Dalong expanded his divine consciousness to serve as a lookout while flying toward the Haifeng Valley. Chapter 294, Blackwind Valley. On his way to Blackwind Valley, Li Dalong remained highly vigilant, carefully watching his surroundings. Although this area was relatively safe, there were still many Yaosu and Yaomo lurking about. He didn't want to fall into danger due to carelessness. After flying for a short while, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from ahead. His heart tightened. He knew there must be a formidable Yaoshou or Yaowo active in front. Instantly, he expanded his spiritual awareness to cover a range of several dozen li ahead and discovered a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal level Yaosu within a valley not far ahead. This Yaosu had scales shimmering with metallic luster, walked on 4 limbs, possessed a long thick tail, and had a sharp horn on its head. It was gnawing on the corpse of another Yaosu it had hunted, seemingly unaware of Li Dalong's presence. Li Dalong felt secretly pleased. Although the Yaoshou was strong, with the soul-seeking sword and the Yunxia Immortal armor at his disposal, he was fully capable of facing it. Immediately, he suppressed his aura and carefully approached the valley, making every effort to remain silent. When he was only a few hundred meters from the valley, a sudden black shadow burst forth from the side and launched a surprise attack on him. Startled, he hastily swung the soul-seeking sword, its blade flashing with light, successfully repelling the attacker. Looking carefully, he saw it was an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal level Yaomo, surrounded entirely in black mist, its face indistinguishable. It had concealed itself nearby earlier, undetected even by his spiritual sense. Li Dalong was furious. Never had he imagined being ambushed by a Yaomo of early-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Immediately, he channeled his immortal energy, summoned the Yunxia Immortal armor to protect his entire body, and infused the soul-seeking sword with spiritual power. Then, unleashing the Heavenly John technique, he slashed the sword of heaven forward in a brilliant arc, carrying with it an unstoppable momentum aimed directly at the Yaomo. The sword light from Li Dalong was fast, but the Yaomo was even faster. The black mist quickly split into two halves, letting the sword light pass through harmlessly, then swiftly merged back together and resumed its attack on Li Dalong. At this moment, Li Dalong could not dodge in time. The Yaomo reached him and unleashed a tremendous force upon him. However, most of the impact was absorbed by the Yunxia Immortal armor. The remaining force was then neutralized by his automatically activated protective spiritual barrier. Thus, Li Dalong suffered no harm. The Yaomo appeared surprised at Li Dalong's strength, being pushed back repeatedly from the backlash of Yunxia's protective energy. Only now could Li Dalong clearly see its form. It was a shadow Yaomo. No wonder his spiritual sense hadn't detected it earlier. He had been ambushed. This shadow Yaomo could transform its entire body into thick black mist. In this state, it was formless and insubstantial, making conventional attacks ineffective against it. Moreover, its speed in the mist form was astonishingly fast, enabling it to swiftly infiltrate and close in on its targets. Once the black mist touched a living being, it could absorb its life force. The more it absorbed, the thicker the mist became, increasing its attack strength and accelerating its drain on the target's life. Its preference was dark and eerie places, lying in wait in the form of mist, ready to absorb the life force of passing creatures to enhance its power. The effective way to deal with it was through cultivation methods of extreme yang energy, and now that he knew what kind of Yaomo it was, things became manageable. Li Dalong ceased wasting spiritual energy attacking the shadow Yaomo directly. Instead, he retrieved several flame dragon talismans from his storage ring. Against a shadow Yaomo of early-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, 5 talismans should suffice. Li Dalong returned 3 of them to his storage. He was conserving talismans, as they were high-grade Xing Fulu and not inexpensive. Dividing his spiritual sense and immortal energy into several streams, he infused them into the talismans, activating their power. At the same time, his spiritual sense locked onto the shadow Yaomo, and he directed the flame dragon talismans to fly toward it. Upon leaving Li Dalong's hands, the talismans transformed into 5 small fire dragons, absorbing the spiritual essence from the surrounding air as they flew. By the time they grew to about 1 zhang in length, all 5 fire dragons had plunged into the black mist. As soon as the mist touched the dragons, it vaporized and burned away. From within the black mist came cries of pain and popping sounds like something burning. The black mist visibly shrank rapidly. Seeing all 5 fire dragons completely engulfed in the black mist, Li Dalong activated his mind and issued one command: explode. At the same moment, he rapidly retreated backward, summoning the Star God shield instantly before him to protect his entire body. With the word explode, all 5 fire dragons detonated simultaneously. A tremendous explosion roared out, and a massive fireball rose from the front. Scorching energy radiated outward, tearing through a radius of nearly a mile. After the explosion, the black mist created by the shadow Yaomo had vanished without a trace. Having dealt with the shadow Yaomo, Li Dalong immediately extended his spiritual sense once again over the Yaoshou in the valley. He discovered that the silver-scale rhinoceros beast had apparently become aware of his presence and was now charging straight at him. His intense battle earlier with the shadow Yaomo had indeed alerted it. It abandoned the prey it had been eating and charged straight at the human who had disturbed its meal. Thankfully, he had decisively eliminated the shadow just now. Otherwise, being caught between a Yaomo and a Yaoshou would have been extremely dangerous. Li Dalong didn't dare to be careless. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, activated the Yunxia Immortal armor to shield his entire body, and swung the soul-seeking sword. A powerful sword beam rushed toward the charging beast. The 2 mighty forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. Li Dalong's sword energy merely halted the silver-scale rhinoceros beast mid-charge, leaving a white mark on its head, without causing any actual damage. This clearly showed how absurdly strong the defense of this late-stage Tai Golden Immortal level silver-scale rhinoceros beast was. At this moment, Li Dalong was less than 50 meters away from it. Although the previous sword strike hadn't harmed the silver-scale rhinoceros beast, as a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal level local tyrant, being struck right on the forehead definitely enraged it. It dug its 4 limbs into the ground, squatted low, and started gathering demonic energy into the horn on its head. Then, a purple lightning bolt shot out from the tip of its horn. Li Dalong barely saw a purple energy ball form at the tip of the horn before a lightning bolt shot straight toward him. His mind screamed at him to dodge, but his body simply couldn't react in time. How could he possibly evade real lightning? The purple bolt struck Li Dalong's body in an instant. Although he was fully equipped with the Yunxia Immortal armor, a protective energy barrier, and even holding the Star God shield, the shield was rendered useless. Still in his hand, it had no time to activate any defense at all. The purple lightning struck the energy shield of the Zhengqi Immortal armor first, triggering a blinding burst of white light. Li Dalong's body was forcibly launched into the air and sent flying backward. Then came an indescribable sensation, a numbness, a swelling pain, a bone-deep agony. His entire body's hair was instantly burned away, turning to ash. Chapter 295, Battling the Silver-Scaled Rhinoceros Horn Beast. Then the Zhengqi Immortal armor, having suffered a serious blow, automatically retracted into his body, and the protective barrier formed from his immortal chi was broken through. Purple lightning directly struck his body, instantly spreading the stench of charred flesh and burnt hair mixed with the smell of roasted meat. He crashed to the ground with a bang, kicking up dust over a foot high. After being struck hard and thrown forcefully, a mouthful of blood surged from his chest, but Li Dalong forcibly swallowed it back, refusing to spit it out. Holy crap! An Xian beast at the later stage of Tai Bai Golden Immortal is actually this powerful? He regretted not avoiding it earlier. Now that the fight had begun, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to go all out and fight until the end. Its thick skin and powerful physique made its defense extremely strong. Damn it, its magical techniques were also amazing. It could even use lightning attacks, lightning that was not only damaging but also difficult to avoid, causing physical and spiritual numbness. The effect was tremendous. It seemed he had to come up with a strategy to deal with it. As the saying goes, in martial arts, speed conquers all. The same principle applied here. Victory could only be achieved through speed. He activated the Tai Su sword art. Li Dalong began circulating his immortal chi along the pathways dictated by the Tai Su sword art. Today, he would test the third move of the Tai Su sword art, Duan Shui, cut the water. Li Dalong took a deep breath and tightly gripped the xuanhuan sword in his hand. Facing the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast before him, he knew he was about to engage in the toughest battle of his life. The silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast was the ruler of the deepest region of Haifeng Valley. Its strength alone was enough to send chills down the spine of any Tai Bai Golden Immortal expert at the late stage of cultivation. Fighting it alone at his current level, early stage Tai Bai Golden Immortal, was an extremely dangerous endeavor. He couldn't afford the slightest carelessness. There were two weak points on the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast. One was the patch of lighter-colored scales beneath its neck, and striking there could directly shatter its heart. The other was its excrement passage, something Li Dalong had previously exploited to defeat other powerful beasts. But hitting those spots wasn't easy. The neck region would be difficult to strike, especially since the beast was quadrupedal. Attacking from below could provide a slightly better angle, but it remained a challenging target to hit precisely. As for the excrement area, it was blocked by a thick, stubby tail. Unless he severed the tail at its base first, it would be impossible to attack from behind with a sword or weapon to rip apart the creature's internal organs. Killing the beast through other areas would be nearly impossible. No, it would be extremely difficult. Not only would it take an exceptionally long time to wear it down while waiting for an opportunity, but it would also be easy to face a deadly reversal. Like earlier, if it launched another couple of lightning strikes, Li Dalong might as well prepare to meet his demise. He couldn't think too much about it now. He could only look for openings in the heat of battle. The first move, Duan Shui, became a rainbow arc slashing toward the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast. Feeling the imminent danger, the beast quickly sidestepped, then charged at Li Dalong. Seeing the beast evade the attack, Li Dalong redirected the sword's light with his spiritual sense to pursue it. With a bang, the blade struck the beast's belly. Although the attack connected, the damage was minimal. The sword had only sliced through the outer skin, drawing a small amount of blood before clotting automatically. Li Dalong stared in disbelief. He had landed a direct hit, yet caused so little damage. This realization sent chills down his spine. Hitting the vulnerable point under its neck was now even more unlikely. Li Dalong decided to attempt severing the tail first. He changed his target and began focusing his attacks on the root of the beast's stubby tail. While engaging the creature head-on to draw its attention, he manipulated the xuanhuan sword with his spiritual awareness to strike at the tail from behind. After half an hour of fierce combat, the root of the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast's tail was sliced up and bleeding badly, greatly enraging it. It roared continuously in fury. At the same time, Li Dalong had also been hit several times and was now a battered mess, several ribs broken. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. Facing such a powerful beast, 2 minor cultivation levels above him, with immense defensive and offensive abilities, this was a real test of his capabilities. Thankfully, the assistance from the Star God Shield still provided a solid layer of defense. Although injured, the damage wasn't critical, and his combat ability remained largely unaffected. Otherwise, Li Dalong would have already considered fleeing for his life. There was another hidden trump card left. He still had the fourth move of the Tai Su sword art, Xiuwu, Void. Once he severed the beast's tail and exposed its weakness, he could use Xiuwu to deliver a final, killing blow. He remained patient, waiting and choosing the perfect moment. Just as the opportunity seemed close to cutting off the beast's tail, the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast suddenly backed away, and malevolent energy began to gather at its horn. Not good. It was preparing to unleash that deadly lightning attack again. By now, it was already too late to interrupt it by launching a counterattack. Who would have thought this beast would be so cunning? While fighting Li Dalong, it had secretly begun charging its horn with demonic energy. By the time it voluntarily backed away, the energy was nearly fully gathered. Li Dalong quickly poured his immortal Qifeng Ly into the Star God Shield, positioning it in front of his body while simultaneously reinforcing his protective barrier. Just as the silver-scaled rhinoceros horned beast was about to fire the purple lightning ball from its horn tip, Li Dalong suddenly recalled the physics knowledge he had learned back on the blue planet. Could he possibly conduct the lightning into the ground? Acting on the thought, he made a bold decision, his mind stirring as he pulled out a low-grade immortal artifact, the Xiantai spear, rewarded by the system from his storage ring. The entire Xiantai spear was forged from Xiantai metal. Without thinking further, he wedged the rear end of the spear into the star god shield and stabbed the spear tip into the ground, positioning the star god shield in front of him to block the incoming purple lightning from the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast. The moment Li Dalong drove the spear's tip into the earth, a blinding bolt of lightning instantly struck the shield. Contact with the protective barrier erupted into a burst of white light. The protective barrier shattered, and the entire star god shield became covered in crackling arcs of lightning, emitting loud popping and sizzling noises. Then the purple lightning followed the conductive Xiantai spear down into the ground. However, the energy of the beast's lightning attack was too strong. The low-grade immortal artifact, the Xiantai spear, began to melt. Meanwhile, the lightning on the star god's shield weakened, as most of it had already been directed into the earth. One breath, maybe two, but in any case quickly, the low-grade immortal artifact, the Xiantai spear, was completely melted away, with only some residual lightning remaining gathered on the surface of the star god shield. At this point, it no longer posed a real threat to Li Dalong. With a sudden surge of immortal chi injected into the star god shield, he dispelled the remnants of the lightning sent by the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast. He hadn't expected his spontaneous idea to actually work so effectively. Looks like studying really paid off. Chapter 296. First Blood, Late-Stage Tai Jingxian Beast. Li Dalong's flashy maneuver shocked the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast, which had been eagerly waiting to finish him off. It stood there in disbelief. Actually, this kind of thing could work? Taking advantage of its hesitation, Li Dalong controlled the xuanhuan sword, circled behind the beast, and slashed again at its short tail. Even a creature with extraordinary defense couldn't withstand continuous attacks on the same spot. With a flash of sword light, one of its tails separated from its body and fell to the ground. The pain of losing its tail made the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast shriek in agony. Its eyes instantly turned red as it blindly charged straight at Li Dalong, aiming its sharp horn directly at his chest. At this moment, Li Dalong also became ruthless, ready to end the fight in a single decisive move. Now that the beast's tail had been severed, its most vulnerable area had been exposed. Already injured, he couldn't afford to prolong the fight. Lingering too long inside the Yian secret realm would definitely attract unseen enemies lurking in the shadows. Thus, he activated the fourth form of the Tai Su sword technique, Void, and charged straight at the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast. The horn struck Li Dalong's abdomen first, but thanks to Void, it caused him no harm whatsoever, as if he no longer existed in this plane of existence. Li Dalong then surged with immortal energy, propelling his body over the top of the beast. As he flew behind it, he injected immortal energy into the xuanhuan sword and swung, inserting it directly into the beast's most vulnerable area. As the sword pierced in, the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast let out a sharp cry. Its body automatically clenched the intruding object tightly while dashing forward, attempting to escape Li Dalong's attack. But this was precisely the move Li Dalong had planned all along. He wasn't going to let it escape. With his divine consciousness controlling the xuanhuan sword, he forcefully drove it deeper inside. The sword quickly entered the beast's body. Such an intense pain made the beast shriek repeatedly, and in its agony, it wildly charged forward. At this time, the effect of Void was about to expire. Li Dalong, maintaining his control over the xuanhuan sword, rampaged wildly within the beast's body, wreaking havoc. Then he himself quickly retreated in the opposite direction. At the same time, sensing his approaching weakness, he rapidly set up a concealment formation. Activating it, he dashed inside just as the weakness overwhelmed him. A wave of exhaustion spread through his body. He collapsed onto the ground, his strength completely drained. He didn't even have time to retrieve the xuanhuan sword, which remained embedded inside the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast, continuously releasing sword chi to keep damaging its life force. Meanwhile, the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast sustained unprecedented damage. Pain drove it into madness. It felt the relentless assault inside its body but could do nothing to stop it. Death's terror filled its simple mind, causing it to desire nothing but to kill everything it encountered. In its mad dash forward, anything it encountered, beast or demon, was killed. Already a regional overlord in this area at the late stage of Tai Jingxian, its power surged dramatically as it went mad. With destruction in its eyes and no concern for defense, its offensive power and killing capability skyrocketed. Wherever it passed, no living creature remained. It carved a path of death trailing behind it. As time passed, the beast bled more and more, its life force draining rapidly. Its speed dropped significantly. It started panting heavily, and its consciousness began to blur. Still running aimlessly under the impulse of pain, its high-pitched shriek did not cease. By now, distance had increased between them, and the xuanhuan sword's immortal energy had been completely consumed. The sword grew quiet and stopped releasing sword chi. Finally, when the silver-scaled rhinoceros horned beast collapsed from sheer exhaustion, its huge body hit the ground with a thunderous boom. This fierce and powerful local overlord now only let out sounds of unwilling breaths, its limbs twitching continuously. As soon as the weakness struck him, Li Dalong hurriedly swallowed a pill that restored immortal energy, beginning the process of absorbing and recovering. Void was extremely powerful, but he dared not use it easily because each use came with a period of physical exhaustion, an extremely vulnerable time when his defense plummeted and his combat effectiveness dropped to zero. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never activate Void. Today, however, was unavoidable. The also was simply too powerful, its combat ability strong, and above all, its defense was abnormally strong. Without seizing this opportunity to land a fatal blow, he would have only been able to flee. Blindly fleeing within the Youming Vijing was also dangerous. Often, one couldn't shake off their pursuers and might encounter new dangers instead. Li Dalong knew his current situation was extremely perilous. Fortunately, the hastily deployed concealment formation provided an important advantage. At the same time, the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast's rampage had spread a strong scent of blood ahead, drawing all nearby beasts and demons toward that direction. Li Dalong was relatively safe for now, and this window provided the perfect time for recovery. An hour later, he had recovered somewhat and finally regained a minimal ability to defend himself. Only then did he feel a bit relieved. Never mind everything else for now. He needed to restore more of his strength before taking further action. Another 2 hours passed, and finally, Li Dalong's body had returned to normal. At this moment, he truly felt as though his life once again belonged to him. He dissolved the concealment formation and flew forward in the direction the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast had taken. He used his divine consciousness to sense the spiritual mark within the xuanhuan sword, following its trail. Soon, he saw the corpses of demons and beasts lining the path, some already devoured, some left untouched but crushed beyond recognition. These mangled remains spoke clearly of the silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast's immense power and brutality. Li Dalong collected some of the more valuable beast materials and stored them into his spatial ring. Before long, he came upon the massive body of the fallen silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast lying ahead. His spiritual sense stirred, and the xuanhuan sword flew out from within the corpse. After a surge of immortal energy cleansed and restored the sword, he placed it back into his spatial ring. The silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast, after all, was a late-stage Tai Jingxian beast. Even in death, it exuded a powerful pressure so great that weaker beasts and demons, sensing its lingering aura, dared not approach, leaving its corpse undisturbed. Its rare and valuable horn was something Li Dalong would never miss. He took out a mid-grade flying sword and began digging it out. Next came the beast's hide, a perfect material for crafting defensive artifacts. He carefully skinned it and stored it away. The meat of a Tai Jingxian stage beast was not only a delicacy, but also a premium cultivation material. It could strengthen a cultivator's blood and replenish Li. Especially for cultivators below the Jingxian level, this was a rare treasure. He could take it back for the disciples of Yunxia Sect to consume. This one silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast could provide thousands of jin of edible meat. Unfortunately, its blood had all been lost, which would have been excellent for Dinyao refinement. After gathering all useful materials, Li Dalong quickly departed. This area had seen the deaths of many beasts and demons, and the bloodstains would inevitably attract numerous predators. If he stayed any longer, another chaotic battle was unavoidable. Worried about the possible presence of even more and stronger beasts, he couldn't afford any unexpected danger. It wouldn't be worth the risk. Chapter 297, Pursued by the Petty. After Li Dalong left, he adjusted his direction and continued toward the Black Wind Valley. Having slain the powerful silver-scaled rhinoceros horn beast, a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, Li Dalong had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength and had become even more confident. However, caution was still necessary. Carefulness never caused great mistakes, while careless people wouldn't survive long in this world. He didn't ride his sword through the air but chose to walk instead, cautiously scouting the surroundings with his divine consciousness while holding the Star God's shield ready to defend against any ambush. Li Dalong was out in the wild undergoing training outside the 65th minor base, while inside the main base of the Immortal Alliance. Ouyang Zhihua from the beast-taming sect was becoming increasingly furious. After seeing Li Dalong leave the auction hall, he immediately dispatched several of his disciples to tail him, intending to find an opportunity to ambush and kill Li Dalong to vent his anger and also seize whatever treasures Li had obtained in the auction. He had not expected Li Dalong to move so quickly and decisively, causing the beast-taming sect's disciples to lose track. Upon receiving the report from the followers, Ouyang Zhihua flew into a rage, scolded the disciples harshly, and then activated the sect's resources to locate Li Dalong. Whether it was good or bad fortune, who knows? But he indeed managed to obtain information about Li Dalong heading to base number 65. Thus, he led 6 of his subordinates to base number 65, but when he arrived, Li Dalong had already been gone for nearly a day. Still, he wasn't ready to give up. Using the beast-taming sect's unique ability to form close bonds with beasts, he released numerous hummingbird-type beasts bred by the sect. These humming beast creatures were low-level Yao beasts, lacking in offensive capability, but incredibly fast. A single brood could number into the thousands. As long as they caught a scent of their target's aura, they could accurately locate it within a radius of 1,000 miles and inform the tamer via their special connection. Possessing such a powerful tracking tool, Ouyang Zhihua was full of confidence in his pursuit. He was not afraid of losing someone in the wilderness. After releasing the swarm of humming beasts, he then started wandering around the minor base with his henchmen. Ouyang Zhihua was the legitimate grandson of an intersect elder who managed the sect's pill hall. Raised indulgently since childhood, he had always been arrogant and domineering within the beast-taming sect. Even those powerful individuals in the sect would often look the other way out of respect for his grandfather, nurturing in him a personality that couldn't bear the slightest slight. That's why he had become furious when Li Dalong dared to challenge him at the auction despite his announcement of his sect affiliation, and hence the reason for this hunting trip. Those who are destined to die will inevitably meet their end. While Li Dalong continued walking toward Black Wind Valley, he was spotted by one of the scouting humming beasts. Li Dalong also noticed this hummingbird within his divine consciousness, but sensed its weakness and lack of threat, so he simply ignored it and continued forward. The little hummingbird immediately informed Ouyang Zhihua about the target's presence and transmitted the entire flight path back through the special link. Ouyang Zhihua, who had been waiting with his cronies in boredom, suddenly received news that one of the humming beasts had located the target and was immediately galvanized. Through a unique communication method, he issued return commands to the other humming beasts still searching outside and gave the humming beast that had spotted Li Dalong the order to continue following. Then he and the 6 loyalists began chasing in the direction the hummingbird indicated. Li Dalong remained completely unaware that someone had gone to such lengths just because of their competition at the auction hall. Li Dalong continued his journey with occasional pauses, engaging in battles against various beasts and demon creatures. Yet something felt strange. He kept sensing the weak little bird within his consciousness. Still, he hadn't suspected anything. The bird vanished only after being attacked and killed by another beast while he destroyed 3 monsters and a demon. Li Dalong paid no attention to it and continued onward toward Black Wind Valley. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zhihua and his gang had already approached Li Dalong's location when suddenly they lost their connection with the humming beast, knowing the creature must have died. However, he didn't care and simply released a few more humming beasts to continue scouting ahead. Because when conducting reconnaissance in the wild, these weak humming beasts did have high mortality rates anyway. Soon the humming beasts located Li Dalong again, and they sped toward him at full speed. Yet what they hadn't expected was that Li Dalong was an abnormal powerhouse whose combat strength far surpassed his actual cultivation level. Among this group of 7, Ouyang Zhihua was at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, along with 2 cronies also at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and among the remaining were 1 at the middle stage and 3 at the late stage of Golden Immortal. All were elite disciples from the beast-taming sect, all henchmen who had been following Ouyang Zhihua for a long time. Since his grandfather was a sect elder in charge of the Pill Hall and could provide more elixirs than others, they had no choice but to loyally follow him all along. Of course, Ouyang Zhihua's Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, built primarily through the use of pills, did not grant him much greater combat power than that of an ordinary Golden Immortal. His main fighting strength relied on that single subordinate at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while the 4 others at the Golden Immortal level were merely targets, easy prey for Li Dalong. Li Dalong still didn't realize an impending conflict was about to occur. He just felt a slight uneasiness in his spirit, which made him even more cautious. He stopped immediately and casually set up a concealment and defensive formation, then entered it to replenish his immortal energy, preparing to adjust his body to the optimal condition. It was precisely this habit of being careful that had helped him. When he had nearly fully restored his consumed immortal energy, 7 human figures appeared within his divine consciousness. Because he had deployed a formation, and the humming beasts released by Ouyang Zhihua had been successively killed by Yao beasts and demons, Ouyang had no idea that Li Dalong had not only set up a concealment formation, but also reinforced it with defense. While grumbling and cursing his way forward in search of Li Dalong, he instructed his loyal subordinates that once they captured him, they must seize all his possessions and extract his cultivation techniques through interrogation. After he was no longer useful, they would torture him slowly, abuse him, and finally feed him to the Yao beasts. Never did they imagine that they were already not far from Li Dalong's formation, and Li could hear every word clearly. Daring to target me, and even chasing me all the way here. You've come to the wrong place today. None of you will be leaving. Li Dalong made a firm decision in his heart. Thus, he concealed his aura, held the Star God shield in hand, summoned the soul-chasing sword in his right hand, and activated his immortal energy protective aura. At this moment, the group had still not discovered Li Dalong's hidden formation and were approaching closer and closer. Li Dalong infused his immortal energy into both the Star God shield and soul-chasing sword, activating the first move of the Tai Su sword art, Moon Severing, a skill that had area attack properties, and he was fully prepared for a sudden ambush. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zhihua and his gang still hadn't noticed Li Dalong's formation. They were now extremely close, no more than 20 meters away. Chapter 298, Those Who Come to Die. Li Dalong's divine consciousness locked onto the leading Ouyang Zhihua and another devoted follower beside him, a Tai Golden Immortal at the early cultivation stage. Why had Li Dalong immediately targeted Ouyang Zhihua? Among the 7 people, the other 6 clearly looked up to him. From their fawning expressions, it was obvious who was the master and who were the servants. Since you dared to chase me and take my life, then I shall take yours first. Li Dalong understood the logic of striking first. Besides, with his fondness for dogs, if someone wanted his life, he certainly would strike first. Fixing his gaze on the people ahead, he unleashed the moon-severing sword move. With unstoppable momentum, the sword strike sliced towards them from within the array formation. Ouyang Zhihua and the others hadn't yet sensed the danger. At that moment, he was still cursing and swearing at Li Dalong. The 2 closest and most loyal followers were still spewing harsh words trying to soothe their angry master. Then, Li Dalong's sword chi suddenly struck. A series of screams erupted. Some hurriedly pulled out their flying swords to defend, others desperately dodged to either side, and some summoned defensive Zhenqi. clearly nothing more than a ragtag crowd. When the sword light reached them, it was already too late for any action. The sword light directly struck those in front. However, Ouyang Zhihua's body was suddenly surrounded by a glowing orb moments before the sword hit. His life was saved as the decisive strike was blocked. Apparently, the sword strike brimming with deadly intent from Li Dalong had triggered a jade talisman given to him by his grandfather, automatically blocking the certain fatal blow. The other followers weren't so fortunate. None of them wore protective shenshi that could activate automatically for self-defense. With the sword flash, the Tai Golden Immortal at the early stage standing beside Ouyang Zhihua took a direct hit from Li Dalong's moon-severing technique, cut straight through the waist. Another Tai Golden Immortal follower, lagging 2 steps behind, had slightly more reaction time. He blocked with his sword, which got severed by Li Dalong's strike, but at least he survived. As for those Golden Immortal level followers, aside from one standing farther outside the range of moon severing who remained unharmed, the rest were cleaved clean in half, killed instantly. They only had time to emit half a scream before falling silent. When Ouyang Zhihua saw that the group was either dead or injured in an instant, his face turned deathly pale. Don't think that his usual arrogance and brutal ruthlessness in killing made him fearless when facing his own death. He was nothing but a coward. Trembling with fear, he immediately turned to flee, frantically shouting to the 2 surviving underlings, "F fast, stop him." At the same time, he released his flying sword, fleeing without hesitation towards base number 65. After the master fled, the remaining Tai Golden Immortal follower and the Golden Immortal follower reluctantly launched an attack on Li Dalong. Facing such attacks, Li Dalong felt absolutely no pressure. He unleashed the moon-severing sword move again at the 2. The 2 attacks were easily neutralized, and with the momentum continuing, Li Dalong cut down the Golden Immortal level follower. Now the surviving Tai Golden Immortal follower, once again blessed with fortune, had already lost all will to fight against such an enemy. Just like the others, he turned and fled, speeding off on his flying sword. "So you think you can escape now that you came all this way? Not so easily." Li Dalong slashed at him with wind breaking, and in a flash, a clean slit split across the fleeing follower's back. A sharp cry rang out, and the fleeing body was cleaved in half midair, falling lifelessly off the flying sword. Li Dalong waved his hand, collecting the storage rings and flying swords of the fallen, then rode his sword in pursuit of the escaping Ouyang Zhihua. By then, Ouyang Zhihua had disappeared from sight, but Li Dalong wasn't in a rush. He knew there was no way he could escape that quickly. Riding his sword in the direction of the fleeing enemy, he shifted from prey to predator. An hour later, Ouyang Zhihua, still fleeing for his life, appeared within Li Dalong's divine sense. Li Dalong accelerated his pursuit. Ouyang Zhihua originally thought Li Dalong had lost his trail, only to discover he had caught up far faster than expected. Scared into a cold sweat, he kept flying desperately while taking out another jade talisman given by his grandfather and crushing it, urgently begging for his grandfather's help. Inside the Spiritual Beast Sect's pill hall, Elder Ouyang Zhenxiang, who had been handling official business, suddenly received the distress signal from his grandson. Pulling out the jade talisman linked to Ouyang Zhihua, he checked the location indicator and found it pointed to the battlefield in the borderlands. He immediately became anxious, worried he himself wouldn't reach there in time, and hastily used the sect's jade communication device to issue an urgent mission to nearby sect disciples in the borderland battlefield, ordering the nearest ones to rush to the scene for rescue. At the same time, he abandoned his administrative duties and quickly set out himself towards the battlefield in the borderlands. Unaware that that fool Ouyang Zhihua had already sent a distress signal, Li Dalong accelerated towards his enemy, firmly determined to catch up and kill him today. Thus, with one chasing and the other fleeing, they continued this pursuit for another quarter of an hour, and soon Ouyang Zhihua had already entered Li Dalong's attack range. Without hesitation, Li Dalong controlled the soul-chasing sword and launched the heaven-cutting sword chi straight toward Ouyang Zhihua. Ouyang Zhihua sensed the danger. Seeing the sword light slashing toward him, he summoned his flying sword and struck back at the sword chi, hoping to neutralize the threat by counterattacking. But Li Dalong's cultivation was genuine, refined through life and death trials. His combat power was incomparable to Ouyang Zhihua, whose cultivation had been boosted by pills and who severely lacked actual combat experience. The soul-chasing sword chi directly struck Ouyang Zhihua's high-grade flying sword, sending it flying away while continuing to rush toward him. Seeing his flying sword barely slowed down Li Dalong's sword chi, only slightly weakening it, Ouyang Zhihua was so frightened his soul seemed to fly from his body. Without caring to retrieve his favorite high-grade flying sword, he frantically fled forward while taking out another flying sword from his storage ring, injecting immortal chi into it, and releasing a wave of sword chi. His attack was predictably crushed by Li Dalong's sword chi, though this time it further weakened the incoming attack, significantly reducing its threat. A defensive shield he had prepared in advance blocked the now weakened sword chi. Realizing escape was impossible, Ouyang Zhihua resolved to painfully sacrifice his spirit beast, hoping it could restrain Li Dalong long enough to allow him to escape. He mentally contacted the spirit beast pouch, releasing his three-eyed devil ape. This beast had been captured as a young ape by his grandfather, then carefully nurtured until it reached the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This was the very source of his usual arrogance. Seeing how powerful Li Dalong was, he had been reluctant to risk harm to the three-eyed devil ape and had not summoned it until now. With escape impossible, he finally released it, hoping it could save his life. He didn't even consider combining forces with the three-eyed devil ape to kill Li Dalong. He only thought about running for his life. Don't be deceived by his usual brutality. Deep inside, he was actually terribly afraid of death. Chapter 290, Fortune runs out. His 6 underlings, including 2 high-level experts at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal, were easily slain by Li Dalong. At this point, he was utterly terrified. As soon as the three-eyed demon ape exited the beast pouch, Ouyang Zhihua issued it the command to kill Li Dalong, then immediately threw his flying sword at Li Dalong before turning and fleeing forward. Li Dalong had just forced Ouyang Zhihua to a stop and was preparing to attack him again when suddenly a demon ape appeared between them. He immediately realized it was the Ringshu Zong cultivator's spirit beast. It seemed this fellow must have been pushed to desperation to release his own spirit beast to avert disaster. Want to run away? Not so easily. You dare chase and hunt me just for some small matter. Then I must eliminate this danger to prevent future betrayal. As the saying goes, failing to kill a snake when you get the chance only brings harm to yourself. Seeing the three-eyed demon ape snarling and charging toward him, Li Dalong directly executed the second technique of the Tai Su sword manual, breaking the wind, slashing straight toward it. Among tamed spirit beasts, the three-eyed demon ape ranked at the top of the hierarchy. Not only was it extremely fast and responsive, but its strength was also extraordinary. Fierce and brutal by nature, this particular ape was even more savage. It was possible that Ouyang Zhihua had secretly fed it numerous cultivators. Among tamed spirit beasts, the three-eyed demon ape ranked at the top of the hierarchy. Not only was it extremely fast and responsive, but its strength was also extraordinary. Fierce and brutal by nature, this particular ape was even more savage. It was possible that Ouyang Zhihua had secretly fed it numerous cultivators. Having received Ouyang Zhihua's order, the ape revealed its savage nature. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly as it lunged directly toward Li Dalong. Fast as it was, Li Dalong's breaking the wind was even faster. Soon after, his sword beam struck the beast's side. Originally aiming for the heart, Li Dalong missed slightly as the beast twisted its body at the crucial moment, evading the deadly blow but receiving a gash along its flank. The burning pain instantly sent it into a frenzy. It pushed off with its legs and launched itself toward Li Dalong again, its gleaming claws aiming downward at his head while it opened its foul-smelling mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Unfazed, Li Dalong unleashed the Zhantian sword, cutting straight at the charging three-eyed demon ape. The distance was too short, there was no time for the ape to dodge. Forced to block the blow with both arms, it barely managed to intercept Li Dalong's heaven-severing sword. With a slashing sound, one of the ape's arms was severed entirely. The power of the Jiping Shenjin Zhuhuan Jian was far beyond what an ape arm could withstand. A piercing scream escaped from its mouth as it was sent flying backward by the tremendous force of the impact, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Seriously wounded, a flicker of fear flashed in the demon ape's fierce eyes. Facing Li Dalong's overwhelming power, it was already wavering, but could not defy its master's command. Fear emerged in its simple mind as it took a few steps back in terror. Inhaling deeply through its mouth, its belly visibly expanded. Then, it launched a demonic art attack. Thick toxic mist spewed from its mouth, accompanied by a violent sonic attack. This was its ultimate attack, Furious Roar. The expelled toxic mist could cause extreme poisoning within its range, rapidly weakening the enemy and draining their combat capability, while the accompanying sonic attack could temporarily deafen the enemy and disturb their soul, rendering them unable to resist. However, its luck was extremely poor. Li Dalong possessed an exceptionally powerful soul. His spiritual consciousness was much stronger than others at the same cultivation stage. Noticing the beast's inhalation before its attack, he had already predicted the possible sonic wave and had prepared accordingly. As soon as the first wisp of toxic mist left the ape's mouth, Li Dalong immediately slapped his palm toward the beast, sending a gust of wind in its direction, and himself quickly retreated backward, perfectly evading the demon ape's attack. However, thick and highly toxic black mist gathered around the three-eyed demon ape, forming a protective barrier. But what use was self-protection? Li Dalong flew directly past it, swooping from its side, and continued his chase after the fleeing Ouyang Zhihua. In those few moments during the exchange, Ouyang Zhihua had already escaped from Li Dalong's line of sight. At first, the demon ape felt relieved when Li Dalong flew past it, but soon its mind was overwhelmed by soul-binding laws that compelled it to quickly chase after Li Dalong. Although at the same cultivation level, its running speed was significantly slower than Li Dalong's sword flight. As the distance grew wider, it angrily roared in frustration. Eventually, it was forced to resort to its last technique, Beast Transformation, Ferocity Release. This move doubled both its attack power and speed, but only lasted for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Furthermore, it came with a significant drawback. After the time limit, it would enter a state of weakness. Normally, it wouldn't use such a method in this kind of situation, but its loyalty to its master left it with no choice. It had to catch up to fulfill its master's command. Now, the three-eyed demon ape's speed could truly be described as lightning fast. Previously on the verge of losing sight of Li Dalong, it now gradually closed the gap between them. Li Dalong also sensed the three-eyed demon ape's unusual state through his spiritual consciousness, and suddenly noticed its aura surging dramatically, while its chasing speed had doubled. He immediately realized the demon ape had activated its innate ability, greatly enhancing both its attack power and speed. Li Dalong didn't dare to be careless. Without hesitation, he flicked his hand backward and released a slash of sword chi. The three-eyed demon ape nimbly dodged the sword chi. Seeing his attack missed, Li Dalong guessed that this innate ability of the demon ape must have its limitations. Since it hadn't caught up yet, he decided to ignore it for now and compete in speed instead, stalling for time to observe the demon ape's reaction. After dodging Li Dalong's attack, the three-eyed demon ape wanted to chase and entangle him. However, it never expected that Li Dalong had already figured out the key point of its beast transformation, ferocity release, the time limit of the ability. Just when it thought it was about to succeed, suddenly the enemy ahead accelerated again, increasing the distance once more. The demon ape roared in frustration, but could do nothing. It rapidly circulated its demonic energy again, further increasing speed to close the gap with Li Dalong. As long as there was no immediate threat, Li Dalong kept charging forward relentlessly. Thus, man and beast entered a long-distance pursuit. Li Dalong led the three-eyed demon ape in hot pursuit of Ouyang Zhihua. Soon, Li Dalong detected the fleeing Ouyang Zhihua within his spiritual consciousness. The three-eyed demon ape also sensed its master just ahead and anxiously let out loud roars to warn its master. Ouyang Zhihua originally thought Li Dalong had been held back by the demon ape, never expecting to be caught up so quickly again, with the demon ape proving nearly useless. A deep sense of despair surged in his heart. He frantically poured Qianli into his flying sword and fled at maximum speed. Amidst his desperation, Ouyang Zhihua reappeared in Li Dalong's sight. At that moment, Li Dalong sensed the three-eyed demon ape's aura rapidly weakening, along with the diminishing threat. Chapter 300, No One Can Save You. As suspected, there was indeed a side effect. The speed of the three-eyed demon ape began to drop rapidly. Li Dalong immediately shifted direction, attacking toward the three-eyed demon ape. There was no rush to kill the fool ahead before dealing with it. The three-eyed demon ape hoped Li Dalong would forget its existence once it entered its weakened state. But its wish failed. The first target Li Dalong wanted to eliminate was precisely it. He intended to kill it first to prevent any unexpected danger. To Li Dalong, the weakened three-eyed demon ape was as easy as slicing vegetables. In the desperate gaze of the demon ape, Li Dalong swung the heaven-cutting sword, beheading it cleanly. Li Dalong promptly collected the corpse into his storage ring. Upon the three-eyed demon ape's death, Ouyang Zhihua sensed it instantly, already pushing his speed to its maximum limit, disregarding the harm to his foundation, and pouring more Qianli to escape even faster. After putting away the demon ape's corpse, Li Dalong immediately flew his sword toward Ouyang Zhihua in pursuit. Seeing that Ouyang Zhihua accelerated further in his escape, Li Dalong also increased his speed to its peak, rapidly closing the distance between them. It was Ouyang Zhihua's doom. In his desperate escape, he suddenly encountered a rocky shell demon tortoise ahead, an enormous beast as big as a hill, giving Ouyang no chance to dodge. Ouyang, focused only on escaping with his life, hadn't noticed the demon tortoise before, nor had Li Dalong's spiritual sense detected it. This rocky shell demon tortoise had just been awakened from hibernation by the commotion of their battle. It had been sleeping peacefully here for hundreds of years, with trees and vegetation covering its back. Seeing a monstrous beast the size of a hill blocking his path, Ouyang Zhihua's heart filled with panic. There was an enemy chasing behind and a monster ahead, leaving no choice but to press forward recklessly. When the tortoise's rage at being disturbed was directed toward Ouyang Zhihua, his good fortune ended at once. The rocky shell demon tortoise opened its large mouth wide and spewed a stream of scorching white flame. Ouyang placed his defensive shield in front and raised a protective barrier around himself, unleashing a palm strike toward the tortoise's flame. The gust from his palm merely opened a small gap in the flame before he charged through it with his shield. However, he underestimated the power of the rocky shell demon tortoise's flame. By the time he burst through the flame, both his shield and Qianli barrier were gone, his Daoist robe reduced to rags, and all defensive formations on it destroyed. His body was also severely scorched by this special flame. Already drained from his desperate escape and cultivation depletion, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Ouyang Zhihua struggled weakly forward, clutching a talisman in his hand. Li Dalong had kept his eyes fixed on him ever since he emerged from the fiery attack of the rocky shell demon tortoise, giving him no opportunity at all. His soul-pursuing sword bypassed the tortoise and cut straight toward Ouyang Zhihua. "Villain, dare you!" A loud shout echoed, and clang, a flying sword zipped from the horizon, deflecting Li Dalong's killing strike. At that moment, a streak of light dashed in from afar, and within the streak appeared a figure. This person wore a yellow robe and had a handsome face. He was Xiuxian, an inner sect disciple of the Spirit Beast Sect. As an inner sect disciple and having reached the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation, Xiuxian had been hunting beasts nearby when he received urgent orders from Elder Ouyang Zhenxiang, prompting him to rush over. Arriving at the crucial moment, he had just spotted a sword beam streaking toward Ouyang Zhihua. Realizing his fellow sect member was facing a formidable enemy, he hurriedly sped forward and blocked Li Dalong's fatal sword strike in advance. Seeing Ouyang Zhihua already in an extremely weakened state, Xiuxian knew he was in grave danger. Without hesitation, he quickly activated his magical energy, controlling his sword to slash toward Li Dalong. At the same time, he summoned a protective immortal artifact to shield Ouyang. Seeing another enemy approaching, Li Dalong felt a jolt in his heart. However, he did not retreat, and instead raised his sword to meet the attack. Two immense forces collided midair, producing an earth-shaking explosion. Li Dalong felt as if his body was about to be shattered, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. He found Shiryu's assault extremely fierce and dangerously threatening. At this moment, there was still the Rocky Shell Demon Tortoise standing between Li Dalong and Ouyang Zhihua. The Rocky Shell Demon Tortoise, faced with two adversaries, felt completely surrounded, sensing that the newly arrived one posed a greater threat. Thus, it set its target on both Ouyang Zhihua and Shiryu, releasing another blast of scorching flame. Shiryu, who was a true Tai Golden Immortal at the mid-stage, was far stronger than a fake like Ouyang Zhihua. With a single palm strike, he sent the flames back, reversing the tortoise's attack. Realizing its magic was ineffective, the massive demon tortoise lunged at the two figures, its enormous mouth opening wide to reveal sharp teeth. Shiryu did not dare to delay, and quickly dodged the Rocky Shell Demon Tortoise's attack along with Ouyang Zhihua. Li Dalong seized the opportunity when Shiryu was preoccupied with the Demon Tortoise. He positioned the soul-pursuing sword in front of his body to draw the attention of Shiryu and Ouyang Zhihua, while secretly summoning the Azure Rainbow Sword. The third move of the Tai Su sword technique, cutting the water, was silently unleashed toward Ouyang Zhihua. The Azure Rainbow Sword flashed past. Shiryu's main focus was held by the Demon Tortoise, while a portion of his attention remained on Li Dalong, but he had never expected Li Dalong to be so cunning, leaving the soul-pursuing sword clearly visible and motionless in a place where Shiryu could easily see it. Deviously, Li Dalong pulled out another sword and slashed toward Ouyang Zhihua. He had never imagined that Li Dalong's spiritual sense could be this powerful, capable of manipulating two swords simultaneously. By the time Shiryu noticed, it was already too late to stop. Ouyang Zhihua had seen the sword approaching, but his defenses were like an eggshell, thin and fragile. Upon contact with the Azure Rainbow Sword, they shattered instantly. A head, already charred and grotesque from the flames, shot high into the sky. At this moment, regret filled his heart with unbearable intensity. If only he had swallowed his pride back then and refrained from chasing and killing Li Dalong, he would not have died like this. With endless remorse, he fell into endless darkness. Shiryu watched helplessly as the grandson personally entrusted to him by Elder Ouyang was beheaded before his very eyes. His eyes immediately turned blood red. How could he face Elder Ouyang upon his return? Only by cutting off Li Dalong's head as an offering for the dead Ouyang Zhihua could he possibly atone for his sin. At this moment, he no longer cared about the Rocky Shell Demon Tortoise and tried to circle around to chase and kill Li Dalong. Li Dalong was equally determined to eliminate this disciple from the Spirit Beast sect who had come rushing in for support. If he didn't kill him now, he would only bring future trouble. Silencing him permanently was absolutely necessary. Coincidentally, Li Dalong used the Rocky Shell Demon Tortoise to flank Shiryu from both sides. It was Shiryu's misfortune. The Demon Tortoise targeted him relentlessly. In no time, Shiryu was caught between the dual assaults, overwhelmed and battered. Furious, he cursed loudly. Villain, just wait until I catch you. When that day comes, I'll make you beg for death, but won't let you have it. Chapter 301. Kill another cultivator from the Spirit Beast sect again. Just try catching me first. Li Dalong scoffed at his opponent's threats with disdain, but his hands moved with increasing ferocity. To avoid provoking the rock-armored devil turtle, Li Dalong increased the distance between them and only used thrusts and slashes with his flying sword to attack Shiryu. At this point, he and the rock-armored devil turtle had become partners, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. Shiryu's heart was filled with frustration and bitter hatred toward both Li Dalong and the turtle. The rock-armored devil turtle recklessly targeted him without care, while Li Dalong would intensify his attacks whenever Shiryu attempted to retaliate against the turtle, preventing Shiryu from fully concentrating on fighting the beast. Gradually, Shiryu's body bore more and more wounds, his injuries worsening and his xiuxian consumption increasing dramatically. With no other options left, he decided to retreat first and worry about explaining himself to Elder Ouyang after he had saved his own life. You might wonder why he didn't summon his spirit beast, but the truth is, he didn't have one. Not every disciple of the Spirit Beast sect possessed a spirit beast. For disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, finding a suitable spirit beast wasn't easy either. Often it was like searching for a romantic partner, neither high enough nor low enough, and thus many missed the opportunity. Moreover, in battles like this, a spirit beast of too low a rank would be of no help at all. Just as he was turning his eyes about, seeking an opportunity to flee, Li Dalong sensed his intention to escape. While accelerating his attacks to disrupt Shiryu's rhythm of offense and defense, Li Dalong slowly changed his position, moving toward the opposite side of the rock-armored devil turtle, preparing to trap Shiryu between himself and the turtle. If Shiryu wanted to escape, he could only flee to either the left or right side, which would make pursuit much easier for Li Dalong, who had resolved to capture him. Shiryu also realized Li Dalong's intention, yet being attacked by both man and beast at once left him temporarily unable to escape. Seeing his xiuxian nearing exhaustion, he took the chance during a lull in the battle to swallow a soul-replenishing pill. Clenching his teeth, he decided to take a hit from the rock-armored devil turtle's fire and charge forward. By this point in the battle, the rock-armored devil turtle's attacks were also weakening. The color of its flame was now red, no longer the extremely high-temperature white flames, and the size of the flame had diminished. Shiryu no longer dodged the turtle's fiery breath. Instead, secretly strengthening the power of his protective xiuxian shield, he allowed himself to be directly struck by the flames. But he had prepared for this, so despite the protective shield being burned through, his robe destroyed, and his skin scorched, it was still far better than being continuously suppressed and drained in battle. His sudden lack of evasion caught Li Dalong off guard, causing his preemptive attack based on the expectation of dodging to miss, giving Yu a chance to escape. Seeing that he had avoided Li Dalong's attack, Yu immediately broke free from the pincer attack and rode his flying sword to escape toward the left. The rock-armored devil turtle, seeing its enemy flee, let out a roar and gave chase, but its speed was far behind Yu's sword flight, and it could only roar helplessly a few times before stopping. Li Dalong, upon seeing Yu escape, immediately rode his flying sword in pursuit, while also pulling out the Qinghong sword to replace the Xuanhuan sword he had been using for flight. Li Dalong focused his mind and executed the second move of the Tai Su sword manual, breaking the wind, striking toward Yu. When the sword edge approached, his spiritual sense felt the threat of death, prompting an urgent dodge. This naturally slowed down his escape speed, which Li Dalong quickly exploited to close the distance between them. After several attacks, the distance between them had decreased to the point where Yu faced a serious threat. Forced to turn around, he entered direct combat with Li Dalong. Though he was a small cultivation stage higher than Li Dalong, his combat strength was slightly inferior. Combined with injuries suffered from being flanked by both Li Dalong and the rock-armored devil turtle, while Li Dalong himself remained undamaged, only slightly drained of Xianli. In a comprehensive comparison, Yu was clearly at a disadvantage. His only hope now was for other disciples from his sect, or perhaps Elder Ouyang himself to come to his aid. If no reinforcements arrived, he knew that today would probably end in great danger for himself. Li Dalong had also realized the possibility of reinforcements from the Spirit Beast sect, so he wanted to finish off this enemy as soon as possible. Prolonging the fight would only be disadvantageous to him. It seemed he had no choice but to risk using the fourth technique again. Once he made this decision, Li Dalong began his preparations. First, he used the first move of the Tai Su sword manual, Slicing the Moon, to drain Xiuxian Li. Slicing the Moon acted as an area attack, creating fresh wounds on Yu now and then. Then, when he found the moment Yu was slowest, he unleashed the fourth move of the Tai Su sword manual, Emptiness, suddenly closing in on Yu and cleaving straight toward his neck with Xuanhuan's sword. After such a long period of combat exhaustion and repeated injuries, Yu's strength had greatly declined, and the massive consumption of Xianli had also weakened his Xianli shield considerably. The extremely sharp and powerful Jian effortlessly pierced through his Xianli shield, and then, under Yu's widened eyes filled with shock, fear, and bugan, it severed his head. In his final moments, he must have regretted deeply why he listened to that damned Elder Ouyang and came to rescue his good-for-nothing grandson. Yet life only comes once. There is not even a moment for regret. A mid-stage Tai Jingxian expert had thus perished on the desolate plains of the Yiming secret realm. Li Dalong quickly collected his opponent's storage ring and flying sword and fled rapidly in a chosen direction. He needed to get as far away from this area as possible before the aftereffects of emptiness kicked in. He had to set up defensive and concealment formations in advance, hide inside, recover his strength, and wait for the aftereffects to subside. Soon, Li Dalong found a suitable temporary hiding spot. He quickly set up the formation and entered it to begin recovering his strength. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zhenxiong sensed the death of his grandson Ouyang Zhihua and instantly lost his composure. The pain was unbearable. He could barely breathe. This was his most beloved grandson. Who was that damned killer? How dare he kill his most beloved grandson? He would definitely find that murderer, tear him into pieces, extract his soul, and burn it in hellish demonic fire for 10,000 years. No, it must be torture for 100,000 years. With red, bloodshot eyes, cursing the killer, he rushed toward the Ying secret realm while issuing urgent orders to his disciples to spare no effort in tracking down the culprit. Once Ouyang Zhenxiong's disciples learned that the elder's most cherished grandson had been killed, they all sprang into action. At a time like this, if they showed any slack and the elder found out, they would definitely suffer for the rest of their lives. As for Li Dalong, after killing Ouyang Zhihua and Yu, he didn't carry the slightest psychological burden. His top priority now was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. First, he ate a soul-replenishing pill, then took out 2 Jiping Shan stones and held them in his hands. While refining the pill, he simultaneously absorbed energy from the Jiping Shan stones to restore his power, patiently waiting for the aftereffects of emptiness to fade. Chapter 302, Battle Within the Black Wind Valley, Part 1. Thus, Li Dalong spent 3 hours fully refining his energy, and his power was restored to its peak. Immediately, he dismantled the formation, adjusted his direction, and continued walking toward Black Wind Valley. An hour earlier, Ouyang Zhenxiong had already found the place where Ouyang Zhihua perished. Yet the aura here was chaotic and the scene was a complete mess. The body of his beloved grandson had already been devoured entirely by demonic beasts, leaving only a dark, black blood stain upon the ground that spoke of the atrocity that had occurred. Enraged beyond reason, he unleashed his rage with a palm strike that obliterated everything within a radius of several miles. As he searched for clues, any demon beasts or demonic cultivators he encountered were all killed without mercy. It was under these circumstances that the unfortunate rock-armored demon turtle was slain, leaving not even a trace of its remains. At the late stage of Great Golden Immortal, Ouyang Zhenxiong was invincible in this area. As his furious aura spread, demonic beasts and evil cultivators within hundreds of miles fled desperately elsewhere, nearly triggering a minor beast migration. Meanwhile, Li Dalong's recovery location was over 1,000 miles away, so Ouyang Zhenxiong's actions had absolutely no effect on him. Even after Li fully recovered and left, he remained unaware of what happened afterward. Still following his original plan, Li Dalong proceeded to Black Wind Valley to hunt demonic beasts and enhance his power, while Ouyang Zhenxiong searched furiously everywhere for the killer. Yet all the people Ouyang Zhihua had brought along were already killed by Li Dalong. Even Shiyu, who arrived late as the only rescuer and had actually seen Li Dalong, was also beheaded by him. Hence, all Ouyang's efforts were in vain. At the moment, the only hope lay in the fact that Ouyang Zhihua's storage ring and flying sword remained unfound. If the killer had taken them, then Ouyang Zhenxiong could potentially track the killer down using the spiritual imprint on the immortal artifact he had personally gifted to his grandson. Unfortunately for Ouyang, after Li Dalong took the storage rings and flying swords, he did not take the time to examine them. Instead, he directly tossed them into the Xuanhuan bead. The Xuanhuan bead contained its own small world, although not yet a complete one, and anything inside it could not be sensed unless by a supreme expert. Thus, Ouyang Zhenxiong's hopes of sensing a trail from the killer using, selling, or exchanging items belonging to Ouyang Zhihua turned out to be in vain. As for Li Dalong, his path was much easier. While traveling forward, he constantly battled against demon beasts and evil cultivators. From time to time, he paused to assimilate the experience gained from the fights and refine Zhengqi, top-grade, immortal stones for cultivation. Sometimes he even stayed in a place for a month to cultivate, accumulating many rare immortal herbs and materials from demonic beasts. Like a leisurely excursion, he made his way toward Black Wind Valley. Inside Black Wind Valley, the terrain was perilous and steep, with towering peaks standing all around. A thick, suffocating demonic aura permeated the air, as if attempting to devour one's very soul. Occasionally, strong winds blew violently, thus explaining the valley's name, Black Wind Valley. The valley was home to many strange plants, medicinal herbs, and certain rare demon beasts and evil cultivators that thrived on dark energy. It was also considered a sacred ground for the demons. Upon entering the valley, Li Dalong immediately sensed its unique aura. He took a deep breath, noticing although the demonic energy here was thick, it barely affected the celestial power within his body. Black Wind Valley was extremely vast, like a giant basin, elongated in shape, stretching hundreds of miles east to west and 200 to 300 miles north to south. The dark attribute demonic beasts and evil cultivators here were numerous, yet strangely, none of them possessed strength exceeding the Grand Unity Immortal Sage stage. It seemed that as soon as any being transcended that level, they would automatically leave the area, which was quite mysterious. It was an ideal place for Li Dalong to undergo trials and cultivate his strength, and he planned to remain here for a while to improve his cultivation. However, being his usual cautious self, he wanted to leave himself some escape routes. Setting up a few defensive formations had recently come to his mind as a brilliant idea. By placing formations in suitable spots ahead of time, when danger arose, he could retreat into the formation. Whether for defense or to trap and kill enemies, such formations might just save his life at a critical moment. He first set up a formation at the valley entrance. This formation was of high specifications, possessing both offensive and defensive properties, as well as a concealment ability. It was a contingency plan he prepared for himself, taking almost a whole day to complete. Over these years, not only had his cultivation improved, but his proficiency in formations had grown as well. This formation alone could contain and kill an immortal cultivator at the late stage of Grand Unity Immortal Sage. As for Great Golden Immortal level opponents, he lacked the confidence. After all, advancing to the Great Golden Immortal stage meant entering an entirely different realm, another level of existence entirely. After completing the formation, he began exploring the valley, occasionally engaging in battles with various demon beasts and demonic cultivators. These creatures were not weak by any means, but Li Dalong, relying on his superior strength and the immense power of the Tai Su sword technique, quickly slaughtered them one by one. As he fought more and more demon beasts and cultivators, gradually, he began noticing certain patterns. Some demon beasts and cultivators appeared only at specific times and locations, while others never showed up at all. Especially during nighttime, both demon beasts and evil cultivators became particularly active, their attack power and regeneration ability at least 50% stronger than during the day. He started paying attention to these patterns and tried using them to his advantage, hunting stronger demon beasts and cultivators to increase the pressure on himself. It was once again a night, around 3 in the morning. At this time, the demonic aura within the valley surged violently due to the raging winds, marking the peak of its power. On a steep cliff within Black Wind Valley, Li Dalong spotted a powerful 3-headed Wolong, demon wolf. This 3-headed Wolong was one of the top demon beasts in Black Wind Valley, possessing strength at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Li Dalong had been observing it for nearly a month already and had discovered that this 3-headed Wolong appeared on this cliff for a certain period every day. Tonight, he intended to challenge this 3-headed Wolong of the late Tai Golden Immortal stage, and more specifically, a Wolong whose power had increased by 50% at night, to test his progress over this period. However, he didn't act recklessly. Not far beneath the cliff, he secretly set up a formation as a refuge. Once the formation was in place, he hid nearby, waiting for the 3-headed Hunk's arrival. Soon, the demon wolf appeared as expected. It seemed to sense something amiss, looking warily around while continuously sniffing the air. But Li Dalong concealed himself extremely well, and with the strong wind tonight, it failed to detect him. Seeing no signs of other living beings nearby, the 3-headed Wolong still felt slightly suspicious, but eventually lowered its guard. It began pacing about on the cliff, occasionally letting out low, deep growls. Chapter 303, Battle within the Black Wind Valley 2. Li Dalong concealed his presence and quietly approached the cliff's edge. When he reached the bottom, the three-headed wolf appeared above him. Sensing the perfect timing, Li Dalong launched his attack. He leaped from his hiding spot, activating the Supreme Void Sword technique to its peak, and slashed directly at the three-headed wolf. Li Dalong's sharp sword chi alarmed the three-headed wolf. It reacted swiftly and dodged sideways, but Li Dalong was faster. After missing with the first strike, he immediately followed with another move, Crescent Slash, sweeping his sword sideways. This strike landed precisely on one of the three-headed wolf's hind legs. The three-headed wolf howled in pain, a deep 1-inch cut tearing into its leg, leaving a long gash. Furious, it lunged toward Li Dalong, but after striking the beast, Li Dalong quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back. By the time the wolf reached him, Li Dalong had already returned to his original position. Seeing its attack ineffective, one of the wolf's heads opened its large mouth and released a stream of Qi, even darker than the valley's evil aura, directly at Li Dalong. Li Dalong instantly recognized the danger. He shot out a palm strike, channeling Shenli, and sending a gust of wind mixed with the valley's fierce breeze toward the dark Qi. At the same time, he rapidly stepped backward, narrowly dodging the Qi's attack. Enraged by yet another failed strike, the three wolf heads simultaneously let out furious howls that seemed to awaken the entire valley. When the three-headed wolf positioned itself upwind, two of the heads opened their slimy, drooling mouths, revealing sharp teeth as they launched a coordinated attack. One wolf mouth spat out the same black Qi, while another released a black wind blade, both hurtling rapidly toward Li Dalong. This time, Li Dalong did not retreat. He raised the Starlight Divine Shield in front of him, covering his entire body, and at the same time unleashed the second move of the Supreme Void Sword technique, Chasing Wind. A brilliant sword chi surged straight toward the massive central wolf head. The Qi and wind blade unleashed by the three-headed wolf slammed into the Starlight Divine Shield. They shattered the Shenli barrier surrounding it, sizzling and corroding the shield's surface. The impact of the wind blade on the shield shook Li Dalong's very spirit. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique to steady his body, which was pushed backward by the force, and to calm his disturbed mind. At the same time, the sword chi he had fired sliced through the air and accurately struck the center wolf head, piercing through one of its eyes and causing the three-headed wolf to shriek in unbearable pain. Blinded in one eye, the beast became even more furious. It lunged at Li Dalong with all four limbs. Li Dalong hastily stepped back, widening the distance between them and causing the wolf's furious attack to miss completely. Realizing its attack had missed again, the three-headed wolf shifted tactics. The head that exhaled black Qi began releasing it widely, covering the surrounding area. The head capable of shooting wind blades started using them aggressively against Li Dalong, cleverly forcing him toward the Qi-filled region. Meanwhile, the third head, skilled in close-range biting, opened its mouth wide, waiting for the right moment to sever Li Dalong's throat. The tactical shift from the three-headed wolf created significant trouble for Li Dalong. He couldn't risk coming into contact with the Qi, and the wind blades it shot were no simple attacks to endure. After several encounters, Li Dalong was repeatedly hit by the wind blades, leaving open cuts across his arms, legs, and abdomen. Most alarming was the long wound across his stomach, nearly slicing him open. If this continued, he wouldn't survive. Fighting a three-headed wolf whose power had increased by half was indeed very difficult. Now the wolf's attack speed at night was significantly faster than in the daytime. It had always been a Yao beast adept at speed. It seemed he had to change his strategy, match its speed with greater speed. With that thought, he acted immediately, executing the third move of the Supreme Void Sword technique, Cutting the Flow. Compared to Crescent Slash, Cutting the Flow had greater speed and stronger offensive power, though it consumed much more Shenli. He launched a new wave of attacks against the three-headed wolf, continuously striking at its weak points. Every blow landed precisely on target. The rapid successive uses of Cutting the Flow, combined with overwhelming offensive power and incredible speed, left the three-headed wolf without a single chance to counterattack. The wolf spewed out Qi and wind blades randomly, but Li Dalong deftly evaded them all. Soon after, the three-headed wolf let out its final breath and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Only then did Li Dalong exhale in relief. Indeed, the three-eyed wolf at night was much harder to deal with. Today he had almost died here. By now, it was almost daybreak. He collected the three-headed wolf's corpse into his storage ring, descended down the cliff, and entered a prearranged formation below to rest and heal his wounds. He took out a medicinal pill for healing wounds and, with one hand gripping a top-grade Shan stone, began refining the pill's power to heal while replenishing his consumed Shan force. Only someone with powerful Sensura like him could simultaneously heal wounds and absorb and refine Shan's spiritual energy. His cultivation and healing proceeded without interfering with each other. Thanks to the amazing effect of the healing pill, Li Dalong was completely healed after 2 days. He replenished the formation with more Shan stones and resumed exploring the valley. Luckily, whether it was Yao beasts or Yao demons here, they were mostly solitary creatures. So far, he hadn't encountered even 2 together, let alone a group. When he was walking through a small ravine deep in the valley, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura hidden within this tiny valley, as though some mighty being was sleeping there. He had originally intended to retreat, but after thinking for a moment, he continued forward cautiously, afraid of awakening this sleeping existence. The small ravine appeared desolate, with no trace of life sensed at all. Only a cold, sinister energy filled the air. Just as he was beginning to feel puzzled, a powerful sentient aura suddenly surged from underground, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Li Dalong's heart jolted. This was a familiar yet long-forgotten aura that now appeared once more within his soul. He was very familiar with this kind of aura. Unexpectedly, he had encountered the aura of the extra-mundane heaven devils again. Immediately, he became alert, scanning the ground frantically with his eyes, but he saw nothing unusual. The entity was still underground, not appearing yet. As soon as he moved, the aura also moved accordingly, always covering him. He realized he had likely already been locked onto by this powerful sentry aura. It was already too late to think about escaping. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, and a giant black xuanhuan shot out from underground, grabbing directly toward Li Dalong. Li Dalong was greatly alarmed. He activated the Supreme Void Sword technique to its peak, and immediately slashed forward at the black xuanhuan using the move Cutting Water. Simultaneously, his body rapidly dodged sideways to evade the xuanhuan's claw strike. However, the black xuanhuan's defensive power was extremely strong. Although the Supreme Void Sword technique was formidable, and Cutting Water was fast, he still couldn't sever it. The sword light struck the xuanhuan, producing a piercing screech, leaving only a white mark on its surface. A chill ran through Li Dalong's heart. He knew he must quickly think of another way to escape. Chapter 304. If you can't win, run. Even with his own strength combined with the power of the soul-chasing sword, he couldn't break through the defense of this extraterrestrial devil, meaning he had no chance of victory in battle. In an instant, he fell into confusion. The soul-chasing sword and the Tai Su sword technique were currently his strongest attacks, but now that they couldn't pierce the devil's defenses, he couldn't fight on. He could only defend passively. If he didn't come up with a solution, he would eventually die. It seemed he had no choice but to think of ways to escape with his life. Since sword techniques were ineffective, and sorcery wasn't his strength, he decided to try attacking with talismans. Sometimes, fire-based spells were particularly effective against evil creatures. However, this extraterrestrial devil was hiding underground and wouldn't come out, making it difficult for the talismans to hit. To attack it, he would have to lure it out. How to lure it out was also a problem. Since it was hiding underground, he should fly into the sky and see whether it would emerge. If the devil wanted to keep attacking Li Dalong without being able to strike him, it would have to come out from underground. If it didn't come out, then he could escape safely, a win-win scenario. Li Dalong didn't hesitate further. His mind shifted focus, and with one leap, he soared upward, flying toward the upper part of the valley, rising rapidly. When he flew upward, a strong fluctuation of aura came from underground, and the soil on the ground began to shake and bulge upwards. While flying higher, Li Dalong kept watching below with both his spiritual senses and his eyes. The ground started cracking and deforming, clearly indicating that the extraterrestrial devil was coming out. Li Dalong prepared for defense. The Zhengqi Immortal armor appeared on his body in an instant. His immortal power shield activated, and the star god shield appeared in his hand. The mighty aura grew stronger along with the rising earth, and a massive extraterrestrial devil climbed out from beneath. Four black, devilish arms, gleaming with a sinister cold light, waved in the air. The black body stood taller than the nearby hills. Its small head had two large, blood-red eyes that gave it a very strange appearance. Li Dalong hurriedly propelled himself even higher into the sky, increasing the distance between him and the extraterrestrial devil. Quietly appearing in his right hand was a stack of flame dragon talismans. This time, Li Dalong was really determined. About half of the flame dragon talismans stored in his storage ring, around 20 of them, were now in his possession. He believed that the explosion of 20 flame dragon talismans at once would surely give this extraterrestrial devil quite a shock. Once the 20 flame dragon talismans appeared in his hand, Li Dalong's spiritual awareness started connecting with each talisman while, simultaneously, his immortal power quietly flowed through his right hand into the talismans, activating them. As soon as the extraterrestrial devil surfaced and saw Li Dalong flying in the sky, two of its black devilish hands stretched out to grab him. At that moment, Li Dalong had already activated the flame dragon talismans. Seeing the attack coming, he immediately threw all of the talismans directly at the extraterrestrial devil. As the talismans left Li Dalong's hand, they instantly transformed into small fiery dragons. They then absorbed energy from the surroundings, growing stronger and bigger. Rapidly flying toward the extraterrestrial devil, they expanded and radiated intense heat. Their color changed from red to white. Halfway to their target, under the guidance of Li Dalong's spiritual awareness, the 20 fire dragons started merging, combining 20 into one. The newly formed dragon became enormous, carrying the slight essence and intimidation of a real dragon. At first, the extraterrestrial devil didn't take the emergence of the fiery dragon seriously, believing it to be of little power. However, when the fiery dragon started fusing, the devil tried to interfere with and disrupt the process. When the devilish hand struck toward the fiery dragon, the merging had already completed, and the fiery dragon launched its counterattack at the devil. When the black hands of the extraterrestrial devil collided with the fiery dragon struck as if it were solid, blasting the extraterrestrial devil backward repeatedly, only stopping after being thrown tens of meters away. Meanwhile, a portion of the fiery dragon's body had been blasted open by the impact, its flames scattering back into the sky as dispersed energy. While undulating forward, the fiery dragon regenerated its body. A closer look would reveal that the massive body had slightly decreased in size compared to before. When the fiery dragon launched its attack on the extraterrestrial devil's main body, Li Dalong concentrated his spirit, guiding the fiery dragon to self-destruct. The fiery dragon exploded on the devil's body in a huge ball of fire, instantly creating a mushroom cloud. The white flames engulfed the extraterrestrial devil. From within came ear-piercing shrieks, indicating clearly that the creature was undergoing painful torment. The massive body exploded into the air, crashing into a nearby hill with a deafening roar. Dust filled the air as the extraterrestrial devil sank into the hillside. Immediately after triggering the flame dragon talismans, Li Daolong rushed forward without even turning his head, pouring all his immortal power into escaping the small valley as quickly as possible. By the time the extraterrestrial devil angrily clawed its way out from the hillside, the sky was filled only with lingering smoke and devilish energy. Li Daolong's presence was nowhere to be found, which enraged the extraterrestrial devil into a roaring fury. After helplessly venting its fury, the extraterrestrial devil slowly retreated back underground, leaving behind only smoke and dust throughout the valley, a large hole in the mountainside, and a chilling, gloomy aura within the valley. Li Daolong flew away on his sword, escaping from that small valley. After confirming that the extraterrestrial devil hadn't chased after him, he landed back on the ground. He dared not keep flying in the air, as doing so would easily make him a target. It was relatively safer to stay on the ground. Ding dong, would you like to check in? While Li Daolong carefully advanced with his spiritual senses fully expanded, he suddenly heard the familiar system notification sound. He immediately responded. Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a spatial shift talisman. A spatial shift talisman? What a great item. Just from the name, I can tell it's a life-saving tool in critical moments. I wonder how effective it is. System, introduce the spatial shift talisman. Spatial shift talisman, a special talisman. It can break through spatial barriers without any restrictions. Once activated with immortal power, the user can teleport to any designated location within a range of 1,000 miles, or teleport randomly. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Daolong inhaled sharply. A special talisman indeed, truly impressive. The key point was that it worked without any restrictions and could teleport for thousands of miles. That was truly amazing. It was definitely a trump card for saving one's life. Even if trapped within a formation or any secret domain, escape would still be possible. With this spatial shift talisman, many deadly places could now be explored fearlessly. Having such a talisman in hand gave him a solid sense of security. Instantly, Li Daolong felt the valley filled with dark, devilish energy had become more familiar and even pleasant, a precious land indeed. It had been a while since he last received a good reward. This system was actually pretty good after all. After carefully examining the spatial shift talisman in his hand for a while, he carefully stored it back into the system space. Joyfully, Li Daolong continued to move forward, his steps now much lighter and brisker than before. Chapter 305, Discovering a Small Secret Realm. Unconsciously advancing for over 10 li while searching, Li Daolong suddenly found himself surrounded by thick, rolling black mist. This mist seemed almost alive, constantly surging and twisting. It exuded a strange, ominous aura, as if capable of devouring all light and vitality. Li Daolong felt a flicker of confusion. He only now realized he had walked several li without encountering any signs of life. The surrounding area was eerily silent, barren, no trace of any living creatures, not even plants, which appeared to have withered and died. Moreover, this black mist seemed strangely unusual. It appeared capable of blocking spiritual perception. He tried scanning his surroundings using spiritual awareness, but his range was restricted, unable to penetrate the dense fog. A chill ran through him. He knew this was no ordinary mist. It was clear he had entered a special area, and such regions were often fraught with grave danger. He began to tread forward cautiously, fearing an encounter with some unknown peril. Suddenly, a deep, low roar echoed from within the black mist, and an overwhelming sense of impending danger enveloped him. His hair stood on end as a dark shadow shot toward him from the fog ahead. It was only when the shadow came within less than 5 meters that his spiritual perception registered its presence. A gigantic xuanhuan demon tiger, its eyes glowing crimson, its fangs sharp and exuding a heavy stench of decay. Li Daolong was startled, but his body instantly erupted with immense power. The star spirit shield rapidly formed before him as he maximally activated the Tai Su sword technique. Swinging his sword, Zhang transformed into a sharp blade of sword chi that slashed toward the xuanhuan demon tiger. Roaring in response, the demon tiger shifted slightly to evade Li Daolong's attack. Then it leapt forward, claws slashing toward him. Li Daolong hastily stepped back, swinging his sword once again at the beast. But the demon tiger was extremely fast, darting right in front of Li Daolong in an instant. Its sharp claws raked through his protective immortal energy, shattering the protective barrier entirely. A deep gash was left upon the Zhengqi Immortal armor, and pain shot through Li Daolong's chest, his internal energy surging chaotically. His heart sank. He had encountered a formidable demonic beast. Capturing it alive was now nearly impossible. Abandoning all restraint, he summoned the xuanhuan sword to meet the threat. In midair, the two figures collided instantly, unleashing a shocking burst of energy that radiated outward. Under the surging airflow, the surrounding forest was leveled at the waist. This was only the shockwave. A direct collision would likely result in mutual destruction. Though the xuanhuan demon tiger possessed immense power, it had limited intelligence, making it difficult to match the spiritual perception of Li Daolong. Furthermore, the Tai Su sword technique was renowned for its strong offensive capabilities and speed, an advantage within its power tier. Despite appearances, he had few peers at the same cultivation level, which was why he dared to confront the beast directly. Yet within this environment, the advantage of his spiritual perception was completely nullified, severely reducing Li Dalong's combat effectiveness. As a result, he was constantly restrained during the battle, suffering heavy suppression. On multiple occasions, he wasn't just struck by the demon tiger's claws, but also hit by its massive, whip-like tail, flung away repeatedly. Twice, he had even been bitten by the tiger's enormous maw. After being bitten twice in succession, the Zhengqi Immortal armor, now critically damaged, withdrew into his body to repair itself. Already injured, and now suffering another severe blow due to lowered defense, this was the most difficult battle Li Dalong had faced since entering the Heifeng Valley, one that had brought him to the brink of life and death. If things continued like this, he might very well perish here. Li Dalong contemplated how to break out of this unfavorable situation. An opportunity finally arrived. After a fierce lunge, the Baihuan demon tiger hesitated slightly. An opening. Li Dalong's eyes narrowed. His body instantly accelerated, dashing around the right side of the beast. As he moved, he maximally activated the Tai Su sword technique and unleashed Pofeng, slashing his sword downward onto the tiger's back. The Baihuan demon tiger sensed the sword chi approaching from behind and tried to turn to defend, but it was already too late. The swift blade pierced right through its body, splattering blood everywhere. The beast let out a piteous cry and crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. Li Dalong landed swiftly behind it and immediately launched another attack. With another slash to its back, this time slightly off target, missing the previous wound, he caused the tiger to cry out in agony once more. Before the beast could react, he quickly circled around it and slashed once again, aiming directly for its head. At that very moment, however, a feeling of dread surged through Li Dalong's heart, and suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the Baihuan demon tiger's body. Shocked, Li Dalong tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The energy fluctuation instantly spread outward, forming a massive energy field that enveloped the entire area. Li Dalong felt his body being thrown backward by an immense force, while the space around him began to distort and warp. His heart sank in alarm. What was happening? He tried to struggle, but his body was tightly bound, completely immobilized. As the energy continued to intensify, the surrounding space became increasingly distorted, as if it were about to tear apart. Overcome with anxiety, Li Dalong finally realized that he had been dragged into a spatial rupture caused by the Baihuan demon tiger's explosion, though he had no idea where he would be sent. He began to concentrate, circulating the immortal energy within his body, attempting to break free from the binding. When he discovered it was ineffective, he quickly channeled as much energy as possible into his immortal energy shield. Time passed slowly, and Li Dalong grew increasingly restless. He didn't know how long this state would last, or what kind of environment he would enter. If he remained trapped here indefinitely, he might face serious danger. Just as he started feeling despair, suddenly his body felt light. The binding had vanished. The concern in his heart eased slightly as he finally landed on solid ground. The environment here was incredibly beautiful, filled with rich and pure spiritual energy. His pores opened wide, naturally absorbing the surrounding immortal energy that seemed to rush into his body on its own. Instantly, he expanded his spiritual awareness and discovered that the area it covered was a secret realm surrounded by thick spiritual energy. Various unusual plants and creatures existed here, as if it were a small world independent from the outside world. He realized he had likely discovered a hidden pocket dimension. If this was an undiscovered secret realm, untouched by others before, he had truly struck gold. He should explore first. With such dense spiritual energy here, he should be able to find some rare and valuable treasures. While he began to investigate the area, he started transferring unfamiliar exotic plants and small creatures into the Qianquan bead, enriching the bead's ecosystem. He even transported quite a bit of soil from this secret realm into the bead, piling it up into a massive earthen mountain inside. Chapter 306, The Small Secret Realm. Li Dalong flew into the sky and quickly noticed a spatial barrier above, from which he deduced that this secret realm wasn't very large. He observed that the place had mountains and rivers, grasslands, dense forests, and valleys. The synth terrain didn't seem much different from the immortal realm, and so far, no powerful beasts or humans had been detected. He descended to a few meters above the ground and began slowly flying forward, searching for spiritual treasures and rare medicinal plants. He had flown less than 2 li when, at a bend in the stream where the water swirled, he spotted a vibrant, Xiuxian lotus, blooming gloriously. The Xiuxian lotus is a rare and precious immortal herb. For cultivators, it's an extraordinary treasure with unique effects, difficult to encounter even throughout the entire immortal realm. When placed entirely inside a cultivation chamber, the lotus possesses miraculous effects, including purifying the mind, relieving stress, and slightly enhancing spiritual perception. It helps relieve the pressure and fatigue accumulated from long periods of closed-door cultivation, allowing cultivators to relax and recover amidst their rigorous cultivation schedules. If worn or consumed regularly by immortals, it can cleanse the heart of distracting thoughts and desires, increase concentration, make cultivation purer and deeper, and reduce the chances of heart demons infiltrating. If consumed directly, it has the effect of healing internal injuries and boosting one's cultivation level. This lotus grows in places filled with abundant heavenly Tao resonance and immortal liqi, possessing immense vitality and healing energy. For cultivators, if they suffer internal injuries during battle, consuming the xiuxian lotus can rapidly heal the damage and enhance vitality. Furthermore, the strong energy contained within the lotus helps cultivators better refine and absorb immortal Qi. What incredible luck! However, whether from knowledge acquired in his previous life or experience since arriving in this world, he knew one thing for sure. Wherever there is a rare spiritual treasure, there is always a guardian beast or other danger lurking nearby. Better to make preparations first, heal, restore energy, and collect the lotus when Shan Li is at full capacity. The usual method, first set up a defensive formation, heal and recover Shan Li, and then move in to collect the xiuxian lotus. After finalizing the plan, Li Dalong first set up the defensive formation, entered it, and activated the formation array. He took a high-grade healing pill, held 2 Jiping Shanshri in his hands, and began refining the healing pill and absorbing Shan Li. Meanwhile, he kept his spiritual sense focused on the xiuxian lotus, vigilant for any possibility of another cultivator or beast trying to intercept it. 3 hours later, Li Dalong concluded his cultivation session, returned the unused Jiping Shanshri back to his spatial ring, and stood up. After tidying his defense, he noticed that the Yunxia Immortal armor was still damaged and hadn't been repaired yet. So he pulled out the armor, wrapped it in Shan Li, and began nourishing and repairing it using his Shan Li. 2 days passed. Under Li Dalong's full effort, the Yunxia Immortal armor was fully restored. All preparations were now complete. Focusing his mind, the Yunxia Immortal armor instantly spread over his entire body. The Shan Li protective barrier activated and wrapped his entire form. The Stellar God shield appeared in his left hand and, once activated, emitted a protective shield. Now at his strongest state of defense, Li Dalong exited the formation, flew toward the stream, set his sights on the xiuxian lotus, and prepared to harvest it. He hadn't even flown close yet when he smelled the lotus's unique faint fragrance, instantly feeling mentally refreshed and more alert. When he was about 10 meters from the xiuxian lotus, Li Dalong halted in midair. Shan Li Ning'erchunga, Yizhi Dasha, Chaozhe Bi, Qingxin Lin Daqir. When his Shan Li hand came within a meter of the xiuxian lotus, suddenly an angry emotion and a powerful ominous aura emanated from below the pond. Simultaneously, the surface of the water began to churn violently. A thin jet of water shot up from beneath. Although the water jet appeared small, Li Dalong could sense extreme danger radiating from it. The power behind this attack was undoubtedly comparable to that of a late Tai Golden Immortal cultivator. Clearly, the beast beneath the water must be at least of the late Tai Golden Immortal level. The Shan Li hand disintegrated instantly under the water jet's strike and dispersed into Xinling Dri Qi within the air. Instantly, Li Dalong quickly retreated dozens of meters backward, drew the Xuanhuan sword into his right hand, and fixed his eyes on the waters near the xiuxian lotus, waiting for the beast to surface. The violently swirling waters tossed the xiuxian lotus violently, its petals nearly flattening against the surface, making Li Dalong worry the lotus might get damaged, an occurrence that would severely diminish its value. Watching the swaying lotus stem rise and fall with the turbulent waters made Li Dalong's heart do the same. Soon, a 3-meter-long fish emerged from the water. Its entire body was golden yellow, its scales hard and shiny. Its head was large, filled with knife-like sharp teeth, and its eyes were blood red with vertically shaped pupils. It was a Xiuxian Li, and not just any one. This one was at the peak of the late Tai Golden Immortal stage, nearly breaking through into the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, this was a Xiuxian Li that had mutated from exposure to the aura of a true dragon. No wonder it was so powerful. It must have been guarding the xiuxian lotus as it matured, and after consuming the lotus seeds, it would be able to transform into a dragon-like Jiao. Li Dalong had come to harvest the xiuxian lotus, which the Xiuxian Li had guarded for thousands of years. This act threatened to destroy its path to evolution. No wonder it was so furious. The Xiuxian Li was a kind of mutated beast, even stronger than ordinary beasts. After being influenced by the aura of a true dragon, its body had become as hard as jade, its temperament extremely cunning and ruthless, and its speed was astonishingly fast. This kind of beast, imbued with the aura of a true dragon, was also considered a top delicacy to cultivators. Not only was its meat delicious, but it could also strengthen a cultivator's physical body, especially for those cultivating supreme physical bodies or following the path of physical power cultivation. It was an excellent supplement. However, many years ago, creatures like this had only been myths. Unexpectedly, today, not only did he encounter such a legendary beast as the Xiuxian Li, but he had also found a rare treasure like the xiuxian lotus. And this particular Xiuxian Li was only a step away from evolving into a saintly beast. It was truly a supreme treasure. But at his current cultivation level, Li Dalong wasn't sure if he could handle it. Wanting to kill this Xiuxian Li, he felt uncertain. Still, he was ready to risk everything. He could not give up on the Xiuxian Li, but even more so, he couldn't abandon the xiuxian lotus. Having made his decision, Li Dalong quickly focused and prepared to deal with the Xiuxian Li. However, the beast was now standing right next to the xiuxian lotus, and he was worried the fight might damage the lotus. He needed to find a way to lure the beast away, and in the process, perhaps find an opportunity to grab the xiuxian lotus first. Facing the powerful Xiuxian Li, Li Dalong decided to use the Tai Su sword art against it. As he executed the second move, breaking the wind, a sharp sword beam shot forth like lightning toward the furious Xiuxian Li glaring at him. The Xiuxian Li instantly became enraged. This despicable, cowardly human dared not only to attempt to take the Bu Qingxin lotus, which belonged to the mighty Jinli Sr., but instead of fleeing in fear upon the beast's appearance, he had the audacity to attack him directly. Today, he would turn this fool into nothing but excrement. Chapter 307. Battling the Earth Spirit Golden Carp. A jet of water shot from the fish's mouth, lined with sharp teeth, instantly shattering Li Dalong's sword qi. It still had enough force left to continue attacking Li Dalong, but after being weakened by his sword qi, it wasn't powerful enough to hit him. Li easily dodged it. This showed clearly that its attacking power was slightly stronger than Li Dalong's. Li Dalong's strength was enough to challenge experts at the late Tai Golden Immortal stage. Any ordinary early-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivator encountering this Earth Spirit Golden Carp would run away immediately upon seeing it. Otherwise, they'd soon end up as nothing more than the carp's waste. Although Li Dalong's previous sword strike hadn't injured the Earth Spirit Golden Carp, it successfully enraged it. Seeing how strong the Earth Spirit Golden Carp's attack was, Li Dalong didn't hesitate. He immediately retreated more than 100 meters backward, increasing the distance between them once again. The Golden Carp, seeing Li Dalong retreat, assumed he was trying to escape, thinking to itself, "This damn human dares to strike me, old Golden Carp, and now wants to run?" It was too late. With a flick of its tail, it soared toward Li Dalong in pursuit. Li Dalong had been worried about how to lure the Earth Spirit Golden Carp away from the Jade Green Pure Lotus, but now that the carp had followed him on its own, he was secretly delighted. Therefore, he retreated another 20 or 30 meters, although he dared not pull back too much at once, fearing the carp might retreat back into the pond. As he retreated again, by now the Earth Spirit Golden Carp had already flown high into the sky, already dozens of meters away from the Jade Green Pure Lotus. This was the moment Li Dalong had been waiting for. Sky-sundering first strike. Li Dalong unleashed this dominant technique he had cultivated for hundreds of years. A green sword qi slashed across the sky, heading straight toward the Earth Spirit Golden Carp. The Earth Spirit Golden Carp hadn't expected Li Dalong to attack it even while fleeing. The sword qi from the sky-sundering first strike landed heavily on its body, slicing off a section of its beautiful fin. The pain combined with the humiliation of being harmed by a weaker opponent enraged it even further. Its golden tail unfurled, as if time and distance had no meaning. In an instant, it had suddenly appeared at Li Dalong's side before he even realized it. Bang! Came a sharp, explosive sound. Struck directly by the thick fish tail, Li Dalong was sent flying backward, stars bursting in his vision. His Shan Force protective barrier shattered instantly. The impact hit the Zhengqi Immortal armor, shattering the armor's protective spirit barrier. It felt as if a mountain had crashed into him, sending his internal organs reeling. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground with the last of his momentum, leaving a large crater in the hard earth. Spitting out the remaining blood, he quickly circulated his Shan Force and flew into the air once more, placing the Star God shield in front of him to defend against another attack from the Earth Spirit Golden Carp. Luckily, the Earth Spirit Golden Carp didn't attack immediately, giving Li Dalong a brief chance to catch his breath. Immediately, he reinforced his Shan Force barrier, channeling Shan Force into the Zhengqi Immortal armor to restore its protective aura. After doing this, he retrieved a supreme-grade healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, quickly refining it to heal his wounds. Li Dalong now was extremely cautious. He hadn't expected the Earth Spirit Golden Carp to possess teleportation ability. It nearly killed him. His strongest attacks were still somewhat lacking against this mutated Earth Spirit Golden Carp. Looks like he would have to fall back on the old method again, using talismans to bomb it continuously, but first he had to lure it further away. This was the Wunai choice Li Dalong had to make. He was almost becoming a professional talisman bomber. Whenever he faced an opponent much stronger than himself, he could only use this method to resolve the problem. Of course, he also needed to collect even more powerful talismans in the future for self-defense. However, throughout the immortal realm, not many dared to use talismans so extravagantly. Only someone like Li Dalong, who had no shortage of Shen stones, could afford such a luxury. Talismans were difficult to craft. Ordinary people could only afford to buy a few for self-defense. Unlike Li, who could casually spend dozens at a time. Even the smallest number was in the tens. That was Shen stones he was throwing away. But for Li Dalong, any Shen stones spent on transforming into combat power and strengthening his own abilities was worthwhile. Originally, he had planned to prepare a defensive formation, but judging from the Earth Spirit Golden Carp's power, it might not even be able to hold it off. After deciding on a plan, Li Dalong used the injury inflicted by the Earth Spirit Golden Carp as a chance to flee further away from the Jade Green Pure Lotus. While running, he observed the carp's reaction with his divine sense. Luckily, it was following him. As soon as Li moved, the Earth Spirit Golden Carp reacted and quickly gave chase. At this moment, Li Dalong's fleeing speed was extremely fast. In the few breaths it took the Earth Spirit Golden Carp to pursue him, he had already moved dozens of li away from the Jade Green Pure Lotus. At this distance, even the Yinyu talismans wouldn't harm the Jade Green Pure Lotus. Coincidentally, the Earth Spirit Golden Carp used the same teleportation skill once more, appearing in front of Li Dalong's fleeing path. But Li Dalong had already prepared for this. When the carp repeated its trick, he stopped abruptly, halting his forward movement completely. The Shan Force surged Feng Ly into the Star God shield, greatly thickening the Shan Force barrier surrounding it. Li Dalong was now prepared, but this time the Earth Spirit Golden Carp was even more determined to kill him in one blow and transform him into energy for its own advancement. The thick fishtail smashed toward him again. As soon as the tail struck, the golden carp's mouth, lined with sharp teeth, chased after the flying Li Dalong, attempting to bite him. Li Dalong was first hit by the Earth Spirit Golden Carp's tail on the Star God shield. The Xuanhuan's protective barrier on the shield barely lasted for less than a second before shattering. With a loud bang, the Star God shield violently recoiled backward, shrinking back to its original size and flying sideways, landing with a crash dozens of meters away, sending up a cloud of dust. Li Dalong himself was like a fired cannonball, instantly blasted away. Affected by the backlash of the attack force from the Star God shield, Li Dalong's blood surged wildly within him, his mind filled with a buzzing like 1,000 bees. Still unbalanced and tumbling through the air from the impact, Li Dalong was again targeted by the Earth Spirit Golden Carp's gaping maw. Clenching his teeth against his body's discomfort, Li Dalong controlled his soul-seeking sword's main body to slash toward the Earth Spirit Golden Carp. At the same time, he summoned the green rainbow sword from his storage ring, gripping it tightly in his hand. His divine sense guided the soul-seeking sword to strike the Earth Spirit Golden Carp with all its might. Although it sounds lengthy, in reality, the whole complex series of actions was completed in an instant. Fortunately, the soul-seeking sword was indeed a supreme Greyshan artifact. This time, it finally left a deep wound on the body of the Earth Spirit Golden Carp. Thick blue blood oozed from the gash as a strange, piercing shriek emerged from the Golden Carp's mouth. This was the first time Li Dalong had heard the Earth Spirit Golden Carp make a sound. The shriek caused intense turbulence in his mind and carried a soul-attacking effect. Li Dalong now had a new understanding of the Earth Spirit Golden Carp's abilities. It seemed he not only had to be careful of its teleportation skills, but also remain vigilant against its soul attacks. Chapter 308. Obtaining the xiuxian Lotus. What exactly was this small hidden realm connected to the Black Wind Valley, filled with demonic energy? It aroused both strong interest and deep confusion in Li Dalong. One place was filled with thick, demonic energy, yet this small hidden realm was filled with pure immortal light. Two completely opposite extremes that were strangely linked, especially since the entrance was located within the Black Wind Valley. Moreover, upon entering here, he had discovered the xiuxian Lotus and the Dishan Jinli, creatures that were merely legends even in the immortal realm. Shaking away the distracting thoughts, Li Dalong focused entirely on countering the attacks from the Dishan Jinli. At the same time, while the beast was injured, he retrieved the Celestial Star Shield. After a quick inspection, he confirmed that the Celestial Star Shield was undamaged, although its spiritual energy barrier had been shattered and it had been blasted away by the powerful attack. After injecting immortal energy into it once again, he positioned the shield in front of him defensively. At the same time, he swallowed a pill to replenish his consumed energy. Seeing that it couldn't bite Li Dalong, the Dishan Jinli opened its giant mouth and fired another stream of water rapidly towards him. Li Dalong didn't dare to take the attack head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Fortunately, there was still some distance between them, giving him just enough reaction time to narrowly evade the attack. The water stream flew several miles before hitting a mountain, leaving a tiny hole whose depth was unknown. At the same time, the soul-chasing sword struck the Dishan Jinli once again, leaving another long wound on its body. The two wounds enraged the beast. Some time had already passed. The Dishan Jinli vanished from sight again, and Li Dalong quickly flew upward. He was betting that the beast's attack path wouldn't be from above. Meanwhile, a stack of flame dragon talismans appeared in his hands. His spiritual sense immediately linked with the talismans as he infused immortal energy into them, activating them. Just as he ascended a few meters, the Dishan Jinli reappeared at the spot to his left where he had just been. By inertia, the beast still believed Li Dalong was there and swung its golden tail forward, but this time it struck nothing. As soon as Li Dalong sensed the Dishan Jinli reappear, he accelerated upwards and threw over 20 flame dragon talismans straight at it. Then, he darted horizontally in the direction of the xiuxian Lotus at his maximum speed, intending to grab it before the Dishan Jinli was blown apart by the talismans. Even if the Jinli survived the explosion, he would still manage to get the xiuxian Lotus. As for escaping, he would deal with that after obtaining it. Back with the Dishan Jinli, it hadn't yet realized what happened when its tail struck nothing. Although it was a beast with awakened spiritual intelligence, its thought process and reaction speed were still far behind a cultivator's. Where did that damned immortal go all of a sudden? As it scanned around with its bulging fish eyes for Li Dalong, a chilling sense of danger suddenly flooded into its mind. Faced with the danger instinctively, its first reaction was to flee. But it was already too close. Li Dalong had released the flame dragon talismans from about 10 meters directly above it and immediately activated them. They rapidly absorbed surrounding immortal energy as they transformed into blazing fire dragons surging forth. Moreover, a faint dragonway emanated from the fire dragons, further slowing the Jinli's movements. The 20-odd talismans became a group of fire dragons that collided directly with the Dishan Jinli. Then a massive fireball rose into the air, transforming into a huge mushroom cloud ascending skyward. A visible shockwave burst outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, trees and plants were first charred and carbonized, then scattered into the wind. In a radius of 20 miles centered on the Dishan Jinli, everything was reduced to scorched land. Though not yet dead, the Jinli was in a terrible state. Several of its beautiful fins had been blown off, leaving behind a bald body. Nearly all its scales were gone, exposing its charred flesh. Around it floated the smell of roasted fish mingled with the stench of burnt flesh. It lay there on the charred ground, its gills helplessly flapping as it struggled to absorb immortal link sheet. Clearly badly wounded, it could no longer remain airborne. Only after Li Dalong used every single flame dragon talisman he had, over 20 in one go, did he manage to inflict such serious injuries upon it, revealing the terrifying strength and resilience of this beast. Even severely wounded, the Zhengqi felt the moment Li Dalong plucked the xiuxian lotus from the pond. It anxiously tried to fly over to stop him, but its severe injuries left it helpless and frustrated. Damn that human for not following the code of martial virtue, using so many talismans all at once. If it had known, it should have simply let the human take the xiuxian lotus. Now, just when it was about to evolve into a saint beast, it was to die here. It could not accept this fate. While the Dishan Zhengqi lay on the charred ground in frustration, Li Dalong had already carefully harvested the entire xiuxian lotus plant and immediately stored it inside his system space. Only by placing it there could he feel at ease, as no one but him could detect or access it. Although he was still dozens of miles away from the explosion's epicenter, the shockwave and energy storm from the blast still reached this far. However, their power was no longer enough to threaten him. After the explosion, his spiritual sense quickly extended toward the epicenter to check the condition of the Dishan Zhengqi. If it were unharmed, he would immediately flee. As it turned out, the Dishan Zhengqi still had a presence, but its aura had grown far weaker compared to before the explosion. Still cautious by nature, he didn't dare to approach too closely. Channeling his immortal energy, he unleashed the Dengtian, Zhantian Yijian technique once again, sending a slash of dazzling sword chi like a rainbow toward the beast. The Zhengqi had originally planned to wait until Li Dalong came closer before self-destructing to take him down together. It never expected this cunning and cowardly immortal to keep such a distance and attack from afar with sword chi. Desperately trying to defend itself, the Zhengqi spat out a thin stream of water. However, the jet only traveled less than 10 meters before fading into a thin line and falling onto the scorching ground where it instantly vaporized. It knew now that it would truly die here. Without its demonic energy to protect it, and having lost nearly all of its scales, its body was sliced in half by Li Dalong's devastating sword chi, ending its life completely. What a stroke of luck. Such a powerful Dishan Zhengqi had been slain so easily by Li Dalong. It was mostly because Li Dalong was overly cautious and wealthy, treating talismans not as precious tools but as bombs, enabling such a strong opponent to be blown into critical condition. Now, the once 3-meter-long Dishan Zhengqi had turned into 2 blackened, charred chunks. Its golden scales were almost entirely gone, its body torn open and scorched across large areas. However, the flesh inside remained intact. At least a few hundred gene of edible meat remained. When he returned, it would be more than enough for a few people to feast on, and he could even share some with his 2 future mothers-in-law and the sect leader, as a gesture of respect. Chapter 309. The Mystery of the Secret Realm. After confirming the death of the Disha Golden Carp, Li Dalong flew over and collected the entire corpse, including its internal organs, into his storage ring. He would sort them out later. The blue essence blood of the Disha Golden Carp was also a valuable material for pill refining. After tidying up the battlefield, Li Dalong located the defensive formation he had previously set up and entered it to heal his injuries before proceeding. The Yanlong talisman was already used up. Although he still had several other talismans in his storage ring, the Qixao Immortal Lightning Talisman was powerful but limited in quantity. Only 5 remained. The Xiuxian Spirit Water Talisman had around 30 copies left, but the use of such attribute talismans was restricted, and in most cases their effects didn't meet expectations. He would need to be careful in the upcoming exploration. If he encountered another powerful beast, he would have to retreat and avoid direct confrontation. Li Dalong took out a healing pill and a spirit-replenishing pill and swallowed them, then began to refine the pills to heal his injuries and replenish his immortal energy. Time flew quickly during recovery. After a day and a half, his injuries were fully healed. Supreme-grade healing pills possessed immense medicinal power without any side effects, and this was also Li Dalong's secret trump card. He was the only one in the immortal world who had such pills. Most of his daily system sign-in rewards were pills, so he had never lacked for them. When cultivating alone in the wilds, tools and pills were essential for improving survival. The supreme pills could heal injuries quickly and reduce risk and time consumption, so he never hesitated to use them whenever available. Once completely healed with full spiritual power restored, he set off again to explore the small secret realm, searching for the exit and looking for heavenly treasures. After the dangerous battle against the Disha Golden Carp, he became even more cautious. If there was one Disha Golden Carp, there could be other powerful beasts. Since his current strength wasn't sufficient to act recklessly, it was better to play safe. Li Dalong concealed his aura to prevent detection by beasts stronger than himself, thus minimizing the chance of being discovered prematurely. He crossed the stream where he had previously harvested the xiuxian lotus. No other valuable immortal medicinal resources were found in this area. It made sense, too. This region's spiritual energy was only enough to nourish one xiuxian lotus. Continuing forward, he slowly advanced while scanning carefully. After walking tens of li, Li Dalong suddenly felt a breeze, a real breeze. He hadn't noticed before. After so much time inside this realm and exploring many areas, this was the first time he felt the presence of natural wind. But here he clearly sensed it. Moreover, the breeze kept blowing in only one direction. Strictly speaking, the spiritual energy here was flowing in a single direction, as if being sucked away. Yes, being drawn away. This was strange. Since he was already here, he decided to investigate thoroughly. as something unusual might be discovered. So Li Dalong followed the flow of the spiritual energy, advancing carefully. After walking 10 or so li, he gradually felt a sucking force coming from ahead, drawing away the spiritual energy. Even stranger was that during this entire journey, no valuable treasures or beasts were found, only ordinary animals. Logically speaking, with such dense spiritual energy in this place, even ordinary animals should have evolved into Yaoso. But these creatures remained mundane beasts, not evolving normally into Yaoso. He couldn't figure out the reason. Feeling the oddity here, Li Dalong thought it wise to find an exit as soon as possible and leave this place. This superficially peaceful atmosphere brought a sense of fear to him. As he advanced further, the suction became stronger. Trees and plants on the ground leaned forward in unison. There was no loose soil or gravel on the surface. Presumably, they had already been sucked away. Seeing this, he began to question the safety ahead. The unknown was the most terrifying, and so he felt some hesitation, fearing curiosity might bring disaster. Yet his intuition told him that the key to escaping this place lay directly ahead. Despite his inner struggle, he continued forward step by step. Upon arriving here, he needed to channel immortal energy into his legs just to stabilize his body and resist the powerful suction. The terrain beneath his feet also changed drastically. Where previously sparse trees and vegetation were visible, not even a blade of grass was left. The ground had become smooth and glossy. Huge rock mountains of various strange shapes, all connected together in solid stone. The ground soil and pebbles had been sucked away, leaving behind only these interconnected rocky slabs. A strong sense deep inside told him the truth was just ahead. He took out the star shield, activated his immortal energy protective barrier, and fully equipped the Zhengqi Immortal armor before continuing forward. The sky ahead was no longer a clear sapphire blue. There were dark clouds gathering above, within which flashes of lightning occasionally crackled. The heavens themselves seemed to sink lower and become more oppressive. A sense of oppression filled the air. When Li Dalong used his divine consciousness to scout ahead, he discovered that hundreds of miles away, spatial cracks had appeared. The immortal energy in this area, including the trees and soil, was being sucked into the spatial cracks. No wonder there were no heavenly treasures or Yaoso in this region. The presence of spatial cracks was the reason. Moreover, the fact that a spatial crack had appeared in this small secret realm meant that the immortal energy here was continuously being sucked away, just like a deflating ball constantly losing air. Once all the air was gone, the ball would be useless. By the same logic, once the immortal energy within the secret realm was completely drained, the realm itself would die. No matter whether it was immortal herbs or Yaoso inside, none could escape death. Even worse, once all the immortal energy was lost, the spatial barrier would lose its energy supply. The space here would completely collapse, and the secret realm would be torn apart by spatial storms, turning into cosmic dust. Now that a spatial crack had appeared here, if he could determine the direction it led to, he could leave this place with minimal cost. Li Dalong guessed that the weakest part of this space should be the former passageway connecting the secret realm to the outside world. Without maintenance over a long period of time, it must have gradually collapsed, causing the spatial crack. Outside the spatial crack, it should be the Black Wind Valley, as Li Dalong speculated. After advancing more than 200 miles, Li Dalong's speculation was confirmed. The dark clouds hovering around the spatial crack were indeed the black demonic energy from the Black Wind Valley. Through the spatial crack, he could even see the thick, surging demonic energy on the other side. What he hadn't expected was that the immortal energy within this secret realm, for some unknown reason, had become a source of replenishment for demonic energy in the Black Wind Valley after passing through the spatial crack. Perhaps it was just a strange wonder of nature. Li Dalong no longer dwelled on the mystery. He wasn't here to study the transformation from immortal energy to demonic energy. He was still in a perilous situation. Who knew when this secret realm would collapse? He certainly had no intention of turning into cosmic dust along with this realm. Chapter 310. Return to Black Wind Valley. He had to leave this place first. Choosing the largest spatial rift, Li Dalong quickly reached the rift under its suction force. Hesitating for a moment, he resolutely released the immortal energy from his legs and threw himself headlong into the rift, heading toward Black Wind Valley. A terrifying spatial force tore and compressed his immortal energy shield. The shield visibly thinned and faded rapidly. Scared, Li Dalong hurriedly poured all his strength into reinforcing the shield, trying to withstand the immense consumption caused by the spatial force. Though the passage through the rift was short, it felt like a long time. When his immortal energy was nearly 80% depleted, suddenly, he felt his body relax and the pressure of all-around tearing and crushing vanished. His body plummeted from high above. He quickly summoned the soul-chasing sword, stabilizing himself mid-air. Everything in front of him was pitch black. The dense and surging demonic aura around told him he had returned to Black Wind Valley. Immediately, he expanded his spiritual sense to scan and sense the surroundings, ready for any danger. Luckily, his fortune was really great. He was truly someone blessed by the system. There were no Yaoso or Yaomua around strong enough to threaten him. Li Dalong exhaled in relief, swiftly descending to the ground. He selected a location to set up a defensive and concealment formation before entering the formation to restore his immortal energy. The energy consumption when passing through the spatial channel had been immense. Even with his strength, he nearly exhausted all his immortal energy. Any cultivator of the same level would likely have perished inside the spatial rift. It had been extremely perilous, but luckily, the passage hadn't lasted too long. There were many Yaosog and Yaomua in Black Wind Valley. He needed to restore his strength quickly to ensure self-protection. First, he swallowed a soul-replenishing pill, then took out a top-grade immortal stone and began hurriedly restoring his energy. The immortal ink sheet inside the top-grade immortal stone was extremely rich, flowing into his withered dantian and meridians like water released from a dam. Meanwhile, the medicinal energy from the soul-replenishing pill was also absorbed into his meridians as immortal energy. With these three methods working together, his immortal energy recovered rapidly, yet it still took him 4 full hours to fully restore. After exiting that nearly destroyed minor secret realm, Li Dalong had intended to return home. It had already been quite some time since he had come out. His 2 lovely wives were waiting at home, and they should be nearing the end of their cultivation retreats as well. After several brushes with death and trials, he felt his cultivation level was nearly reaching the middle stage of Ta-E Golden Immortal, only requiring more immortal energy accumulation. Once he had enough, advancing to the middle stage of Ta-E Golden Immortal would be effortless. Now fully restored, it was time to head home. Li Dalong deactivated the defensive formation, then began searching for several other defensive formations he had previously set up, planning to reclaim the formation materials for reuse next time. 2 days later, he retrieved all the formations he had placed inside Black Wind Valley, except the last one at the valley's entrance. He would collect it when he exited. The past 2 days hadn't gone entirely smoothly. He encountered attacks from several Yaosheng and Yaowo, but the strongest among them was merely at the middle stage of Ta-E Golden Immortal, an easy target for him to kill. He collected the Yaoso remains into a storage ring as materials. This trip could truly be called a fruitful one, gathering not only rare herbs unique to Black Wind Valley, but also various Yaosheng materials and meat. The most precious treasures were the jade lotus heart and the earth-slaughtering golden carp flesh and essence he had unexpectedly discovered in the small secret realm. When he returned, he would enjoy these with his 2 wives, helping enhance their physical bodies, and give some to the elders from both sides to flatter his mothers-in-law. Thinking happily about his plans after returning, suddenly he was struck by a tremendous force. Li Dalong shot upward like a cannonball, feeling a sharp, tearing pain from the inside out. The agony caused him to instantly lose consciousness. Then with a loud pung, he crashed onto the ground. The jolt and the pain from the impact brought his consciousness back to his body. He had been ambushed. That was the first thought on regaining awareness. Enduring the intense pain, he immediately erected a protective shield and activated the protective barrier from the Mountain Yadru immortal armor. He deployed his spiritual sense fully to search for his attacker, but he still hadn't found the assailant. Was it a Yaosho, Yaomo, an extraterrestrial demon, or a fellow cultivator? Strange enough, after attacking, the assailant had vanished, leaving no trace detectable by his spiritual sense. All around him were only thick demonic auras, along with the trees and rocks. There was no sign of any living presence. That was the most dangerous type of enemy. Unknown, unseen, and with unknown power. Li Dalong's heart suddenly filled with panic. For the first time, he genuinely felt fear, the fear of his life being gravely threatened. He expanded his spiritual sense completely to search for the enemy, while gripping the soul-chasing sword and star shield in each hand, fully prepared for both defense and counterattack. Silently waiting for the enemy to appear again, time ticked away second by second. The hidden enemy never showed up. Under prolonged silence and pressure, Li Dalong's heart began to grow restless. Continuing to wait like this wouldn't work. It was as if testing the endurance of both sides. Moreover, the injury from the previous attack hadn't healed yet. Now he could only rely on circulating his immortal energy to heal, but the effect was poor. While Li Dalong grew increasingly anxious, he realized this wasn't a viable strategy. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He pulled out a top-grade healing pill from his storage ring, preparing to guide it into his mouth using his spiritual sense. Just then, energy fluctuations appeared at his left rear. So you've finally come out. Li Dalong quickly sucked the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. At the same time, he swiftly adjusted the star shield toward his left rear to protect himself. His immortal energy stirred. The soul-chasing sword spun, unleashing a sword beam toward the source of the energy fluctuation at his left rear. At this moment, he couldn't afford hesitation. Any unusual activity demanded an immediate strike. There could be no slackening or delay, for in a battle for survival, everything was decided within milliseconds. Li Dalong reacted quickly, but his terrifying opponent reacted even faster. Just as his sword beam shot out, the enemy had already launched another attack. A tremendous impact passed through the star shield, and Li Dalong was once again launched into the air like a fired cannonball. The spiritual barrier on the star shield was shattered. A shrill, piercing sound came from the shield, like a hard claw scraping across its surface, creating a trail of sparks. Only after Li Dalong was blasted away did his sword beam finally strike the terrifying enemy. But as the sharp sword energy hit, it emitted a dull pung sound. Nothing more followed. Clearly, the sword energy had failed to cause any damage. At that moment, Li Dalong's spiritual sense finally caught sight of the enemy's appearance. It was a pitch-black humanoid Yelmo, small in stature, barely reaching 4 feet 6 inches tall. Don't underestimate its small frame. This enemy was mighty indeed. With just 2 attacks, it had sent Li Dalong flying like a ping-pong ball, seriously injuring him. Chapter 311. Between Life and Death. The key problem was that if it didn't attack, you couldn't even detect it. Even spiritual consciousness couldn't locate it. The creature's concealment skills were truly extraordinary. Facing this dark creature, Li Dalong didn't have an effective way to deal with it. Moreover, from the moment it suddenly launched its attack to the point where he discovered it, and then hit him, its speed was extremely fast, so fast that Li Dalong barely had time to defend against it. After analyzing the situation, he sadly realized he had absolutely no advantage over it, and could only think of ways to escape. Fortunately, the exit of the Black Wind Valley wasn't far anymore, and he had set up a powerful formation there combining both offense and defense. However, from here to the defensive formation still required some distance. Even at full speed, he needed several more minutes to reach it. Those few minutes could have easily resulted in him being killed hundreds of times. While cautiously defending against the demon's attacks, he thought carefully about what he could use to counterattack. Right now, his flying swords were nearly ineffective against it. As for talismans, in this kind of environment, only the Xiuxian Immortal Lightning Talisman possessed a genuine effect. It carried pure yang energy, exactly the type needed to counter this demon. However, he only had 5 such talismans, and he didn't know if that would be enough. He decided to test it first with one. If he could escape into the defensive formation and hold the creature off for a while, he might have a chance to flee entirely. His final escape card was the teleportation talisman awarded by the system, but activating it required some time, so he would only dare to use it once he reached the defensive formation. Quickly pulling out one Xiuxian Immortal Lightning Talisman from his storage ring, Li Dalong locked his spiritual sense onto the demon that was preparing to attack him again, and hurled the activated talisman straight at the tiny demon. After leaving his hand, the talisman burned rapidly, transforming into a dense cluster of small lightning balls. It expanded quickly, and, when it reached the size of a basketball, accurately struck the demon as it lunged forward. Upon impact, the lightning ball released a loud buzzing sound of crackling electricity, along with a strong, stinging, burnt odor. A shrill roar escaped from the demon's mouth, and the force of the lightning knocked it backward mid-charge. Effective. The Xiuxian Immortal Lightning Talisman truly worked. If not now, then when? Li Dalong activated the remaining 4 talismans at once, and threw them all toward the demon still caught in the aftershocks of the previous lightning strike. Then, he sped rapidly toward the valley exit. The 4 talismans' lightning bolts, each as thick as a bull's mouth, fused together, forming another basketball-sized lightning orb that exploded precisely on the small demon. An even more piercing and mournful scream erupted. Its thin body was blown backward, and an even stronger stench of burning spread outward. Taking this rare opportunity, Li Dalong rushed desperately toward the valley exit. As he neared the defensive formation, suddenly a massive force struck his back again. His Shan Leap, immortal energy, shield shattered like a paper lantern, and the magical aura on his Zhengqi, immortal armor, was also broken through. Li Dalong spat out a mouthful of old blood, which atomized into a blood mist, and his body was sent flying backward like a ball once again. He crashed heavily onto the ground not far from the edge of the formation, and slid to a stop just less than a meter from the formation boundary. Without even looking back, Li Dalong quickly reinforced his shattered protective barrier and activated his Starlight Divine Shield, placing it defensively behind him as he charged into the formation with all his might. It turned out the demon, after being struck twice by the Xiuxian Immortal Lightning Talismans, was only injured, not critically. However, those 2 lightning strikes had enraged it completely. Despite the pain, it aimed another attack at the fleeing Li Dalong and succeeded in landing another critical blow. It raised its hand again, preparing the finishing blow, but unexpectedly, Li Dalong blocked with his shield and continued running without regard for anything else. That deadly blow landed on the Starlight Divine Shield, the immense impact worsening Li Dalong's injuries, but also propelling him successfully into the defensive formation. Once inside the formation, Li Dalong finally exhaled deeply, hoping the defensive array would resist the demon's attacks. Meanwhile, the demon, having struck Li Dalong twice in succession and readying another strike, suddenly noticed the enemy had vanished. The sudden disappearance startled it briefly, and instinctively, it lashed out in the direction Li Dalong disappeared. The powerful strike collided with an invisible defensive barrier that had suddenly appeared, causing it to realize there was a defensive formation there after all. Enraged, the demon turned its attack toward the defensive array. Immediately upon impact, the formation activated its counterattack. A jet of sword energy shot forth from within, and the sudden appearance of so many sword rays startled the demon. It hastily flew backward and upward to dodge the formation's retaliation. Inside the formation, Li Dalong had already prepared to use that single, precious teleportation talisman. However, seeing the defensive array hold off the demon's attack, he paused before activating the talisman. After all, the valuable teleportation talisman shouldn't be used lightly. It was best saved for the most critical moment. Li Dalong quickly took a top-grade healing pill and began cultivating to heal his injuries. At a time like this, preserving even a bit of strength could increase his chances of survival. Now inside the defensive formation, the demon couldn't reach him temporarily, while he could coordinate with the formation to attack the demon. He controlled the xuanhuan sword and slashed toward the demon that was dodging the counterattacks of the defensive formation outside. The demon, already wounded by the Xiuxian Immortal Lightning Talisman, had weakened defenses. At this moment, Li Dalong didn't need to defend. With this advantage, he managed to pierce the demon twice with his sword. However, the wounds were shallow and didn't cause significant damage. Yet, now that the tide of battle had turned, the demon grew furious, continuously increasing the intensity of its attacks on the defensive array. Although the defensive formation was quite strong, under the demon's relentless assault, the formation's core immortal stones consumed energy rapidly. Several top-grade immortal stones were already becoming pale in color, and after a few more strikes, they would be completely depleted. He needed to replace them with fresh top-grade immortal stones in time. Li Dalong seized the demon's attack intervals and gradually replaced the exhausted immortal stones in the formation base, temporarily maintaining the current balance. The demon, however, was determined to kill Li Dalong at all costs. While desperately attacking the formation, it simultaneously dodged both Li Dalong's sword energy and the formation's counterattacks, darting up and down frantically. After Li Dalong replaced the second batch of top-grade immortal stones, the stubborn demon was already covered in wounds. As it became increasingly exhausted, it was struck repeatedly by both Li Dalong and the defensive formation's retaliatory sword energy. Although none of the hits were fatal, as more wounds accumulated, each new strike on existing injuries, while not lethal, inflicted intolerable pain. Its attack frequency and evasion speed had decreased by at least 30% compared to the beginning. This gave Li Dalong hope for escape. He planned to abandon this defensive formation once the demon's stamina was further depleted and flee to the nearest minor base, Base 65. As for the idea of killing this demon, that seemed utterly unrealistic. If it were truly in danger of dying, the demon would undoubtedly retreat quickly. With his current strength, Li Dalong couldn't deliver a killing blow. Chapter 312, Escape from Death. Even if he used the fourth move of the Tai Su sword technique, Emptiness, Li Dalong still couldn't kill it. And if he used that move, he'd enter a weakened state, which would spell certain death. He had no choice but to wait for a chance to escape when the monster had expended too much energy. As he continued irritating and harassing it with the Xuanhuan sword, he thought carefully about his escape plan. The demon, utterly enraged by Li Dalong's cowardly tactics, was now determined to devour him. It kept attacking the defensive formation, occasionally roaring furiously. As its attack frequency slowed again, Li Dalong suddenly produced a small stack of Yin Spirit water talismans. When the demon moved away from the defensive array to dodge the counterattacking sword energy, Li Dalong immediately launched the stack of Yin Spirit water talismans. After flying out of the defensive formation, the talismans quickly transformed into a dark green water ball, rapidly expanding and darkening. By the time it had grown to the size of a water vat and approached the tiny demon, it carried a terrifying pressure that instantly alarmed it. Just having dodged a wave of sword energy, the demon detected the flying black water ball too late. The pressure emanating from it sent chills down its spine, and it quickly retreated, attempting to evade the water ball's path. Yet under Li Dalong's spiritual sense, the black water ball locked onto the demon and continued its pursuit. Several evasive maneuvers failed to shake off the water ball, and as the attack approached, the demon struck out at the black sphere with its claw. Since dodging was no longer possible, it attempted to withstand it directly with brute force. At the exact moment the water ball was about to collide with the demon, Li Dalong pulled back the Xuanhuan sword and immediately flew toward Base Camp 65 at full speed, leaving the defensive array behind without bothering to retract it. Meanwhile, the collision between the water ball and the demon's claw triggered a massive explosion. The impact of these two powerful energies spread outward in waves from the demon as the epicenter, destroying everything in their path. Even the defensive formation Li Dalong had deployed was instantly shattered by the shockwave. The tiny demon was hurled through the air by the explosion, spewing several mouthfuls of blood from its tooth-filled maw, crying out in pain. Its body was badly burned by the corrosive black water, oozing wounds appearing on its skin and emitting trails of black smoke. What enraged it most was that the human responsible had now completely disappeared from its perception. He had escaped. Although the explosion had injured it, the damage wasn't serious. Despite the pain, the demon gave chase in the direction Li Dalong had fled, soon picking up his scent. Following the fading trail, it chased with relentless fury. Though a few minutes behind Li Dalong already, as the latter pushed himself to his limit, the demon still failed to sense him again. But today's encounter infuriated it so much that it recklessly pursued Li Dalong beyond the Haifeng Valley without hesitation, tracking his scent straight toward Base Camp 65. Now Li Dalong was flying toward Base Camp 65 with no regard for the toll it took on his immortal energy. After flying nonstop for an hour, he started encountering scattered cultivators along the way. His strength had dropped significantly, so he dared not greet them, carefully avoiding them and continuing his escape. Behind him, the wounded demon continued its relentless pursuit. After 2 more hours of this high-speed chase, even Li Dalong began to feel the strain. As he considered slowing down to catch his breath, chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy suddenly approached from behind, signaling the arrival of several fleeing cultivators rushing in his direction. They passed him and flew ahead. The panic on their faces clearly showed they had just encountered something terrible, most likely being hunted. Li Dalong was still somewhat puzzled. Could it be that others were having a bad day too? Then 2 more badly wounded cultivators came flying from behind. At first, he thought he could just watch the spectacle unfold, when suddenly his spiritual sense detected the familiar presence of that same demon that had caused him to flee in shame. It was then that he understood. Those fleeing cultivators ahead were being pursued by the same demon. He had never imagined the demon would chase him all the way out of Haifeng Valley. If he could sense the demon, it was certain that the demon could sense him too. Doom was near. He had to run. Immediately, he popped a top-grade spirit-replenishing pill into his mouth and clutched a piece of Zhengqi Immortal Jade, furiously absorbing spiritual energy to refill his nearly depleted reserves. Without regard for resource expenditure, he resumed his desperate high-speed flight toward Base Camp 65. The closer he got, the more cultivators appeared on the path. Each time he encountered cultivators, he shouted warnings for them to run immediately. Some cowardly ones, upon seeing other cultivators frantically fleeing, plus Li Dalong's alert, ran off without even asking the reason. At first, only one or two followed him, but soon the group grew larger. A spectacular and chaotic scene unfolded in the Yunxia. Groups of cultivators were frantically fleeing toward Base Camp 65, as if a terrifying demon was chasing them. Indeed, there was a demon in pursuit, though none had seen it yet. The ones in front, including Li Dalong, had already suffered losses and were now running for their lives. Some cultivators sneered at Li Dalong's warning, mistaking him for a madman. A few even prepared to attack him, but Li Dalong ran too fast for them to act. Unaware of the danger, they continued flying toward their destination at a leisurely pace. Soon, they regretted their carelessness, but by then it was too late. The enraged demon, already furious with Li Dalong for escaping, encountered new human obstacles along the way, perfect targets for releasing its pin-up rage. The demon's sudden and unpredictable attacks made these cultivators wish for a second chance at life. Unfortunately, there are no second chances in the immortal world. They left behind only screams of agony before becoming food to replenish the demon's strength. After devouring a few cultivators, the demon's energy recovered significantly. It even sensed that consuming more cultivators might allow it to advance soon, which filled it with excitement. Its pursuit became faster than ever. Although those who ignored Li Dalong's warning had perished under mysterious circumstances, their deaths bought Li Dalong valuable time. Even a demon as powerful as this one needed time to kill and consume. Each second of delay meant an extra second of life for Li Dalong. As more and more people joined the escape, even the uninformed were dragged into the chaos. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Dalong felt less tense. If the demon caught up, the sheer number of people could at least offer some deterrent. While replenishing his nearly depleted immortal energy, he slightly reduced his speed and positioned himself in the middle of the fleeing crowd. Even if the demon caught up, it would first have to scatter those behind him before reaching Li Dalong. It wasn't that he was selfish, his immortal energy was simply nearly exhausted. Chapter 3:13, The Guardian Intervenes. At this moment, with so many people fleeing in panic, the chaos quickly spread throughout the Yongbijing, and many began to inquire frantically about what had happened. Eventually, the cultivators who had first fled back to the number 65 small base revealed what they had encountered, a terrifying demon attack. The alarming news of a powerful demon appearing nearby soon reached the ears of the Xiuxian Alliance guardians stationed at the number 65 base. This was an unacceptable threat to the safety of the cultivators from the celestial realm. Therefore, two early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal experts urgently headed toward the location where the incident occurred. To calm everyone's panic and stabilize the chaotic situation, the two Deluo Golden Immortal guardians did not conceal their auras as they flew outside the base. At their speed, they soon appeared above the fleeing crowd. However, they didn't stop. They flew against the current, rushing forward to eliminate the audacious demon that dared to chase people near the base. When the auras of the two Deluo Golden Immortal experts appeared, although everyone was pressured by the intentional release of their terrifying auras, Li Dalong finally felt his heart settle down. He had truly escaped death. The other fleeing cultivators also stopped, and the tense expressions on their faces returned to normal. Li Dalong left the fleeing crowd, walked to a clean spot on the outskirts, and sat cross-legged on the ground without caring about his image, rapidly recovering his Shen Li. As for the demon, after devouring a few more cultivators here and there, it suddenly sensed two terrifying and dangerous presences ahead. The cunning creature immediately abandoned the few meals it had intended to devour and turned around to flee toward the Black Wind Valley. Now it was the demon's turn to run for its life. Yet, the two Deluo Golden Immortal experts had already spotted it. Would they let the culprit behind today's chaos escape so easily? Once the target was found, the two accelerated their pursuit. Soon, the demon came into view. Before the two experts arrived, their weapons arrived first. One of the guardians summoned his flying sword. The sword transformed into a streak of radiant light, shooting straight toward the escaping demon. Feeling the approaching danger, the demon began dodging left and right in a frantic attempt to evade the flying sword's attack. However, once locked by the spiritual sense of a Deluo Golden Immortal expert, there was no way it could escape. Just as the sword was about to strike, the demon turned abruptly and swiped its claw at the flying sword. But although it was much stronger than Li Dalong, against a Deluo Golden Immortal level expert, it was still like an ant facing a titan. This was a strike filled with the guardian's fury. There was no way the demon could deflect it. Before its claw could even make contact with the sword, the claw was shattered by the sword's aura and turned into dust. A piercing scream of pain burst from the demon's mouth. Before the scream could last a second, the sword pierced straight through its chest, then circled back from behind and severed its small head in one clean stroke. The scream ended abruptly. The two Deluo Golden Immortal level guardians then extended their spiritual senses as far as possible, scanning for any other high-level demons or beasts. Finding none, they didn't even glance at the demon's corpse before returning to the small base. When Li Dalong and others saw the two Deluo Golden Immortal guardians returning, their hearts finally relaxed completely. After ending his meditation, Li Dalong stood up, summoned his sword, and slowly flew toward the number 65 small base. Although many people were there, it still lacked a sense of security when recovering Shen Li in the wild. It would be better to return to the small base first. Although some cultivators, seeing the danger gone, once again headed out into the wild to hunt demons, others chose to return to the base. After the two Deluo Golden Immortal level guardians had acted, the road should now be safe. Besides, there were still many people traveling together. Li Dalong returned to the small base with the rest of the crowd. He did not stay long. he immediately took the transmission formation back to the main Shanjit base. It was much safer inside the main base. He chose an upper room at the Xiuxian Inn, told the waiter not to disturb him, and began to close himself off for cultivation and recovery. 3 days later, his injuries had healed and his Shanli had been restored. However, he did not exit his retreat immediately. The intense battle and high-speed, continuous flight that consumed Shanli had exhausted him greatly and posed a lot of danger. But this experience also stimulated his potential, pushing forward the long-awaited insight that had nearly brought him to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He could feel that he was about to break through to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Here at the Xiuxian Inn, safety was guaranteed. Taking advantage of this moment of imminent breakthrough, he prepared to ascend. He sorted through the spirit-replenishing pills and xiuxian stored in his storage ring and system space, gathering the required supplies in one place. After swallowing one spirit-replenishing pill, he held one xiuxian in each hand and began to accelerate the circulation of the Chongqing Dao Jing, refining the energy from the pill and Shanshu into Shanli and channeling it into his dantian and meridians. As Shanli continuously flowed in and was compressed, with every cycle, his dantian expanded, his meridians broadened, and became stronger and more resilient. As the Shanli in his dantian and meridians was compressed to the extreme, the bottleneck finally began to loosen. Li Dalong immersed himself in this continuous process of absorption and compression. Unconsciously, he had already reached the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. When his dantian once again felt spacious and the Shanli within his meridians no longer felt crowded, he knew the breakthrough had succeeded. Li Dalong also awoke from his cultivation retreat, sensing that he had truly broken through to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He felt particularly delighted inside. It had been a tough journey, but now his power had increased once again, giving him more confidence. Happily experiencing the sensations brought by his new cultivation level, he threw away the now useless Shan stone that had turned into an ordinary stone in his hands, and picked up 2 new Shan stones to begin consolidating his new foundation, filling the expanded space in his dantian and meridians. A day later, his cultivation at the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal was fully stabilized. Li Dalong concluded his retreat and walked out of his room. After finding a local tavern, he ordered some spirit wine, listened to the gossip of the customers, and used this as an important way to collect local information. After spending a relaxed morning at the tavern, Li Dalong returned to Xiuxian Inn, settled the accommodation fees, and immediately used the teleportation formation to return to the celestial realm. It had been quite some time since he left, and finally, he was back. Standing in front of the courtyard gate of Yunxia Sect, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. This time out, he had gained much. Most importantly, his cultivation had smoothly broken through a minor realm. Putting aside his identity as the future son-in-law of the leader of the greatest power in the celestial realm, his personal strength alone was already quite impressive. He could now be considered to be in the upper middle tier among most cultivators. Moreover, his actual combat power was among the top ranks below the Deluo Golden Immortal level. If he ever encountered that demon again, he would no longer be forced into a passive, defensive position. At the very least, he could easily choose to retreat. Lifting his leg, he stepped into the courtyard. At this time, the 2 women were still in retreat, while his sister-in-law Yunyao and Zhou Tianlong had already gone out for cultivation practice. Sitting in the living room, he poured himself some spirit tea and sipped it leisurely. After going through several life and death trials in a row, it was time to relax a little. After finishing his spirit tea, he took out his cherished monkey wine. The monkey wine stored inside his storage ring had become more fragrant and mellow with time. Sitting all by himself, he simply enjoyed this rare moment of peace and leisure. Chapter 314. Both women break through simultaneously. The next day arrived, and Li Dalong suddenly felt an anomaly within the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. He sensed something unusual from the 2 women inside. His spiritual awareness penetrated the Xuanhuan cultivation tower, revealing the situation within its cultivation chamber. It turned out that both women were practically at the same moment breaking through the bottleneck into the Golden Immortal stage. Without delay, Li Dalong immediately appeared in the cultivation chamber where the Xuanhuan cultivation tower was placed. He waved his hand, summoning a pile of supreme immortal stones, and began setting up a spirit gathering formation using these supreme immortal stones to supply immortal spiritual energy to the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. This was also done to prevent the enormous consumption of spiritual energy required during their bottleneck breakthrough from causing abnormalities in the Yunxia Sect. Once the 2 women's bottlenecks loosened, he would then take them outside to face the heavenly tribulation. If, during their bottleneck breakthrough, the immortal spiritual energy inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower could not meet their consumption, it would not only affect the efficiency of their breakthrough, but also draw in the surrounding immortal spiritual energy around the Yunxia Sect, causing disturbances and attracting attention. After Li Dalong spared no expense in deploying supreme immortal stones to construct the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy outside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower became so dense it was almost on the verge of condensing into liquid. This setup excellently supported the 2 women's efforts in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks. Overall, the 2 women had advanced in cultivation at an extremely fast rate. The outside world had passed only a few months, but for the 2 women cultivating inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower, more than 10 months had already elapsed. With the Xuanhuan cultivation tower enhancing their cultivation efficiency 5-fold, their power had rapidly grown. They had just recently entered the late Tian Immortal stage, Yet now we're already nearing the breakthrough into the early golden immortal stage. But now, they were at the critical moment of absorbing immortal spiritual energy to break through their bottleneck. This made it more suitable for them to remain inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. However, when true breakthrough occurred, a different suitable location would be needed. After a brief moment of thought, Li Dalong decided to let Xiuxian break through at the back mountains of the Yunxia Sect. He himself would take Xiuxian somewhere else for her tribulation crossing. Naturally, the equipment necessary for the two women's tribulations would not be lacking, whether it was defensive shields, immortal armor, formation discs, flying swords, medicinal pills, or immortal stones, all of supreme quality, had been provided by Li Dalong. Li Dalong had no concerns regarding their tribulation crossings. The two women had solid foundations, complete equipment, and as long as they didn't face a 99 lightning tribulation, there was no need for worry. 1 day passed, and 10 days had already passed inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. Xiuxian was the first to break through her bottleneck. Immediately sensing the imminent arrival of heavenly tribulation, she ceased cultivation and stopped absorbing spiritual energy. Stepping out of the Xuanhuan cultivation tower, Li Dalong wordlessly wrapped his immortal energy around Xiuxian and flew straight toward the back mountains of the Yunxia Sect. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to notify his mother-in-law, Kameli. Mother, Xiao Ling is about to face tribulation. I've already brought her to the back mountains. Please notify the sect to be on alert, preventing any unwelcome guests from attacking. Kameli had been attending to sect affairs when she suddenly received a message from her son-in-law, Li Dalong. Immediately putting aside the matters at hand, her face broke into a delighted expression. Tribulation? So soon? Xiaoling's cultivation has advanced fast enough to enter tribulation already? Our Yunxia Sect is about to produce another golden immortal. Though slightly puzzled, she did not hesitate, immediately informing the sect of the news and ordering defensive preparations. At this moment, in the back mountains of Yunxia Sect, Xiaoling sat cross-legged in an open area, and overhead, dark clouds filled the sky. A vortex resembling a funnel had formed, filled with lightning flashing intermittently. Countless tribulation lightning bolts gathered within the vortex, cascading downward like a waterfall, each more powerful than the last. While such tribulation lightning meant little to Li Dalong personally, it posed a great threat to any golden immortal cultivator. Right now, Xiaoling had just set up her defensive formation when the first tribulation lightning bolt struck. A golden lightning bolt slashed down. Xiaoling pointed her flying sword at the descending lightning, which soared upward to meet it, precisely cutting through the lightning bolt. The lightning exploded into a burst of light before vanishing into the air. However, the immense energy of the lightning blast sent the flying sword flying backward. Quickly, Xiaoling used her spiritual awareness to recall her sword back to the formation. The first lightning bolt had thus been successfully dispersed, but the tribulation allowed no breathing space for Xiaoling. The second lightning bolt came immediately after, striking the protective shield above her head. With a thunderous boom, Xiaoling shivered as a trail of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Though the shield had taken the impact, the power of the heavenly tribulation still managed to injure her. Xiaoling, from a distance, Li Dalong, keeping watch, and Kameli, who had arrived shortly after, both cried out in concern. They were over 10 miles away but still intently monitoring Xiaoling's tribulation progress. When the heavenly tribulation truly descended, their anxiety was real. The tribulation clouds above Xiaoling's head thickened further. Lightning bolt after lightning bolt rained down, crashing into the protective shield and producing booming sounds one after another. Although Xiaoling seemed fine on the surface, her pale face and trembling body revealed that each lightning tribulation bolt was causing her immense pain. The heavenly tribulation was the wrath of heaven itself, its power peerless and absolutely beyond human resistance. Boom, boom, boom. One tribulation lightning bolt after another struck down, crashing onto the protective shield with earth-shaking force. The shield's light flickered violently, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Although the shield blocked each tribulation bolt, the strain on Xiaoling was enormous. Fortunately, there were no immediate signs of rupture. Yet, as the tribulation lightning's intensity grew stronger and its attacks more frequent, soon Xiaoling's protective shield was shattered by a powerful bolt. After absorbing several more strikes, even the defensive formation she had set up was destroyed. Time passed slowly. At last, the ominous clouds above Xiaoling's head began showing signs of dispersing. With an ear-splitting explosion, the final tribulation lightning bolt descended. Xiaoling, summoning the last of her immortal energy, sent her flying sword forth to intercept it. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, the sword was obliterated under the force of the final lightning bolt, erupting in a deafening explosion. Then, the tribulation lightning directly struck Xiaoling's forehead, instantly forming a cocoon of lightning radiance that enveloped her entirely. At that moment, the entire area surrounding her tribulation site was flooded with dazzling white lightning light. Li Dalong and Kameli stared at each other anxiously. This was the first time they had ever witnessed a tribulation like this, and both were filled with concern. They didn't know whether Xiaoling would survive this final tribulation lightning. Even stranger, the tribulation clouds were dispersing, yet the radiance of lightning surrounding Xiaoling showed no sign of fading. However, her aura remained, which was why Li Dalong and Kameli, though worried, did not act in desperation. Time dragged forward. Slowly, Xiaoling's aura within the lightning glow began to strengthen. Both Li Dalong and Kameli's faces lit up with joy. Judging from the growing power in her aura, Xiaoling had not only survived unscathed, but had also gained enormous benefits. It seemed as though she were undergoing a purification process under the tribulation lightning, an extremely rare phenomenon. Only those with deep karmic fortune and favored by heaven's Tao could receive such a divine blessing. Chapter 3:15. The two phoenixes undergo tribulation. Half an hour later, the lightning began to slowly weaken, and the tribulation clouds in the sky completely dispersed, revealing the blue sky. Xiaoling's figure also emerged from the lightning. As the last ray of lightning vanished, she flew toward the two of them. Though she appeared slightly disheveled, her spirit was remarkably high, her breath calm and long, much stronger than before the tribulation. She hadn't yet fully mastered the Shanli of her newly advanced golden immortal cultivation stage, so her aura was somewhat sharp and outwardly manifest. But once she returned and stabilized her cultivation, her aura would naturally retract inward. Mother, big brother Long, I did it, Xiaoling joyfully said to the two of them, her face glowing. Thank goodness. You're safe. Her mother looked up to the sky, giving thanks to the heavenly Tao, then turned to Xiaoling with deep concern. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Li Daolong stepped forward, hugging Xiaoling tightly and whispering joyfully in her ear. Let's go back first. Wuxia is about to face tribulation too, and I should return to check on her. Xiaoling, you should go back and consolidate your cultivation as well. Since Wuxia was also about to undergo tribulation, Li Daolong, while protecting Xiaoling through her tribulation, was still deeply worried about Wuxia. Moreover, now that Xiaoling had just successfully undergone her tribulation, she needed to consolidate her power as soon as possible. The moment right after tribulation was the best opportunity, and she couldn't afford to miss it. Alright, let's go back immediately. Kameli also knew this wasn't the time to delay. She took flight first. Li Daolong carried Xiaoling and quickly flew back to the backyard. After returning to the courtyard, Li Daolong used his spiritual sense to check Wuxia's progress on breaking through her bottleneck. Fortunately, she had not yet fully broken through. Perhaps it was because she had spent less time training inside the causality cultivation pagoda than Xiaoling, and thus required more time to break through. He motioned to Xiaoling to enter the causality cultivation pagoda to consolidate her powers, and she didn't waste any words. She too understood the importance of acting quickly at this moment. Quickly entering her exclusive cultivation room within the pagoda, she began absorbing immortal qi to stabilize her powers. Li Daolong patiently observed Wuxia's progress as she worked on breaking her bottleneck. 2 hours later, Wuxia finally broke through completely, and sensed that tribulation was about to descend upon her. Wuxia immediately stopped absorbing immortal qi, ended her meditation, and in an instant appeared outside the causality cultivation pagoda. Li Daolong spoke up. Don't say anything yet. I'll take you to the back mountain to undergo the tribulation. With a swirl of Shenli, he carried Wuxia quickly flying toward the back mountain, an area originally the Yunxia Sect's designated tribulation ground. If both Xiaoling and Wuxia underwent tribulation around the same time, he would have allowed Xiaoling to undergo hers in the back mountain, while taking Wuxia elsewhere. It was impossible for both to undergo tribulation in the same area. If they were too close together during their tribulations, the heavenly tribulations would mutate, and it would be almost impossible for both to survive the double assault. Since Xiaoling had already finished her tribulation, there was no longer a need to take Wuxia elsewhere for hers. In any case, staying within the Yunxia Sect was much safer than venturing outside. Li Daolong took Wuxia to the exact place where Xiaoling had undergone her tribulation. More than 2 hours had passed, and the immortal qi and residual lightning energy from the previous tribulation had mostly returned to normal. After quickly helping Wuxia set up a defensive formation, Li Daolong gave her an encouraging hug before swiftly retreating out of her tribulation area. At that moment, the tribulation clouds had already gathered in the sky, churning violently with lightning flashing across them. Wuxia activated her Shenli protective shield, already wearing her immortal armor, and raised her defensive shield in hand, fully prepared for the tribulation. Her heavenly lightning differed slightly from Xiaoling's. Xiaoling's lightning fell quickly, while hers came slower, continuously accumulating and rotating in the sky. When the entire sky turned pitch black, an arm-thick tribulation lightning bolt, accompanied by deafening thunder, roared downward. Wuxia swung her flying sword, sending 2 consecutive sword beams toward the descending lightning. The first lightning strike was severed by her 2 sword beams. Similarly, the second, third, and fourth lightning strikes were also dispelled by sword beams. However, the fourth required 4 sword beams to finally be destroyed near her head. The fifth strike was only weakened by a sword beam before being blocked by her shield. Compared to Xiaoling's tribulation, Wuxia's was slightly easier. Her foundation and cultivation had been more profound, so she handled it with greater ease. Still, only by the 35th and 36th lightning strikes did she suffer serious injury. Her flying sword, shield, and even her immortal armor were destroyed under the last 2 strikes. Then, the 36th lightning bolt shattered her protective armor and sent her flying. After being struck, Wuxia felt her internal organs shift under the electric shock. She spat a mouthful of blood but immediately circulated her Shenli to resist the lightning invading her body, beginning a fierce battle against the tribulation energy inside her. She first tried to expel the tribulation lightning from her body using her Shenli, but soon realized her Shenli held no advantage against the lightning, instead being gradually suppressed and consumed by it. Panicked and unsure what to do, she suddenly had an idea after a few breaths of being attacked by the lightning. She quickly began circulating her cultivation technique and started refining the tribulation lightning within her body. Unexpectedly, the previously unruly tribulation lightning was successfully refined by her, although at first only in small bits at a time. But each time she refined a portion of the lightning, Xiuxian Li became more condensed, and within Xiuxian Li emerged a faint trace of tribulation lightning essence. It was precisely this trace of tribulation lightning that significantly increased her efficiency in refining the lightning, thus entering a virtuous cycle. While refining the lightning, her internal and external injuries sustained from the lightning strikes healed rapidly. When Xiuxian finally refined all the tribulation lightning within her, not only had all her injuries fully recovered, but her cultivation had also officially entered the early golden immortal stage, and very stably at that. The tribulation clouds high above in the 9 heavens had also quietly dispersed, and the suffocating heavenly pressure had vanished without a trace. Li Dalong flew toward Xiuxian and arrived beside her, silently waiting for her to awaken. Xiuxian sensed Li Dalong's arrival, but did not stop her meditation immediately. Instead, she continued circulating her technique, absorbing and consolidating the benefits gained from refining the tribulation lightning. At the same time, she deeply contemplated the insights gained during her tribulation. After she felt she had fully absorbed the gains from the tribulation, Xiuxian ceased her meditation and awoke. Seeing Li Dalong before her, she gave him a sweet smile. "Dalong, I did it." She rose and rushed into Li Dalong's arms. He tightly embraced her, lovingly stroking her head. "I knew you could make it through, my wife." Li Dalong softly whispered into Xiuxian's ear with deep emotion. "Husband." Overcome with emotion from Li Dalong's words, Xiuxian pressed her body tightly against his chest. The two held each other in a warm embrace, forgetting time and space, as if they would remain that way forever, until the end of the world. Chapter 316. Between Husband and Wife. It was unknown how much time had passed when Xiuxian first awakened from the warmth and comfort. Because of the Zhengqi, the immortal armor on her body had been damaged, and feeling the cool breeze, she realized her exposed state. She quickly freed herself from Li Dalong's arms and looked down at herself. After letting out a soft, she blushed furiously. Xiuxian swiftly took a spare robe from her storage ring and put it on. Li Dalong laughed heartily. Despite now being a married woman, Xiuxian remained incredibly shy, especially since this was the place where she had just undergone her tribulation. Fortunately, this location was at the back mountain of Yunxia Sect, a specially designated area for tribulations, guarded by Yunxia Sect disciples, preventing outsiders from entering. Any accidental exposure wouldn't be seen by others. "Wife, let's go back," Li Dalong said, still chuckling, to Xiuxian. "Okay." Xiuxian nodded shyly with a rosy face. Li Dalong immediately scooped Xiuxian into his arms, startling her with a small shriek before flying straight back to their courtyard. He casually activated the formation array in the courtyard and performed a cleansing technique, washing the two of them clean before carrying Xiuxian into the bedroom amidst her embarrassed protests. When Xiuxian emerged from the bedroom blushing, and Li Dalong looking relaxed and refreshed, xiuxian had also completely solidified her cultivation at the early golden immortal level inside the transformation cultivation pagoda. After completely absorbing her insights from the tribulation and her understanding of the heavenly Tao, she stepped out from the transformation cultivation pagoda. Seeing Xiuxian, who now had a radiant complexion and exuded a mature charm, and Li Dalong, who appeared rejuvenated, xiuxian greeted them happily. "Sister Wuxia, you were faster again. You've already solidified your cultivation after just undergoing the tribulation. Just lucky. Your cultivation has also stabilized," Wuxia replied. The two women then ignored Li Dalong and enthusiastically began sharing with each other their experiences of undergoing the tribulation, followed by casual domestic conversations. Li Dalong listened nearby, clearly bored and showing signs of drowsiness. Indeed, he really felt sleepy. It was rare for Li Dalong to feel this way. The experiences in the Yinluo secret realm, combined with returning home not long ago, watching both his wives undergo their tribulations one after another, and his passionate reunion with Wuxia left him exhausted. While the two ladies indulged in happy domestic conversations, he sneaked away to go to the bedroom for a deep sleep. This nap lasted for 3 entire days, leaving the two women full of concern when they saw him. xiuxian, in particular, gazed at Li Dalong, who was sleeping soundly, lovingly stroking his familiar face, her eyes filled with affection. She simply sat there watching him all day long, even ignoring Wuxia's call when she came looking for her. Although Wuxia had stabilized her cultivation during the tribulation, she still needed to retreat into seclusion to absorb and process the insights and understandings she gained from the tribulation and the heavenly laws. xiuxian lovingly gazed at Li Dalong, gently leaning close beside him, eventually falling asleep unknowingly. When Li Dalong finally woke up and saw xiuxian sleeping beside him, happiness filled his heart. He gently ran his hand over her hair and kissed her forehead softly. Unfortunately, the kiss woke xiuxian. She opened her eyes and saw her husband staring at her, letting out a soft before nuzzling closer into his arms. Li Dalong, rested from his 3-day slumber and now full of energy, couldn't help himself. The emotions between the two quickly intensified, overflowing with love and happiness. Then, The next day, once the two were properly dressed, they prepared to visit Li Dalong's mother, Kameli. Li Dalong also intended to bring her some earth-slaughtering golden carp meat as a treat, which would also benefit her cultivation. Arriving at the Yunxia Sect's main hall where discussions were being held, they saw Kameli and the others. Mother, Xiuxian joyfully called out, pulling Li Dalong's hand as they approached Kumeili. You've arrived. Little Ling, have you stabilized your cultivation? Kumeili, with a kind smile on her face, looked at the couple before her and then waved her hand, instructing the elders and disciples handling affairs to return. Yes, mother, my cultivation is stabilized, and I am fine now. Xiuxian replied with a smile. Mother-in-law, this is the earth-slaughtering golden carp meat I brought back from the Yunluo secret realm. It would also benefit your cultivation. Li Dalong smiled. What? Earth-slaughtering golden carp meat? Kumeili and others showed astonishment on their faces. She had only heard about it before and had never actually seen it. Mother-in-law, once you taste it, you will know. Li Dalong said smiling. Kumeili didn't refuse, taking the storage ring from Li Dalong's hand. She swept her divine sense through it, seeing the earth-slaughtering golden carp meat inside, and perceiving the faint dragon essence seeping out from the meat. Instantly, her eyes lit up, revealing a delighted expression. Good, truly good, exceptional. She repeated the word good 3 times, her face beaming with delight. Indeed, this earth-slaughtering golden carp meat was extraordinary. It made her feel warm all over, and her inner energy became much purer. This earth-slaughtering golden carp meat is truly remarkable. Where did you two obtain it from? Kumeili asked curiously. It was something I obtained during my trials in the Yunluo secret realm. I happened to slay it inside a collapsing minor secret realm, Li Dalong replied with a smile. Such a top-grade spiritual treasure being found in the Yunluo secret realm wasn't something ordinary cultivators could hope to get. Kumeili could imagine how dangerous it must have been when Li Dalong hunted down the earth-slaughtering golden carp. She felt very pleased that her future son-in-law was willing to give such a precious gift. Her daughter Xiaoling had truly made the right choice. Ever since Li Dalong joined the Yunxia Sect, both the sect's development and Xiaoling's cultivation progress had accelerated dramatically. In these past years, Yunxia Sect had practically evolved from obscurity into a small, yet respected sect within the immortal realm. Its numbers of disciples and elders had multiplied several times over. Xiaoling herself already reached the golden immortal level. It all seemed like a dream come true. Looking at Li Dalong, she felt satisfied, deeply, thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, mothers-in-law typically look at their sons-in-law with increasing affection. As for the jade-purifying heart lotus, due to its limited quantity, Li Dalong hadn't offered it to Kumeili, nor would it be appropriate to take it out now. With his own cultivation advancement, Li Dalong could gradually open access to the transformation cultivation pagoda for her at an appropriate time. After all, compared to the outside world, the pagoda offered an accumulated 15-fold cultivation speed, a very attractive advantage that could greatly benefit her. Given how she constantly handled sect affairs, actual cultivation time was always limited for Kumeili. With the assistance of the transformation cultivation pagoda, he believed her cultivation could experience a huge leap without affecting the sect's development. Alternatively, without revealing the existence of the transformation cultivation pagoda, he could personally set up a yin-yang heaven-earth grand formation for her. Even with only a 10-fold time acceleration, it would offer great help. Comparing the two options, between a formation and the transformation cultivation pagoda, the formation would be more acceptable. Yes, to treat everyone equally, he could also set up a yin-yang heaven-earth grand formation for his father-in-law. As for the formation charts required for the formations, it would be better for him to control them personally. Chapter 317, A Grand Gift for the Mother-in-Law. While Li Dalong was pondering these issues, Xiaoling and her mother had already started chatting about family matters and everyday life. There was another question on Kumeili's mind. She asked Xiaoling whether she was pregnant, which caused Xiaoling to blush furiously and left her unsure how to respond. Though cultivators have extremely long lives, ranging from hundreds to thousands of years, and their lifespans increase exponentially with their cultivation levels, they also invest immense amounts of time into their cultivation. Don't be fooled into thinking their progress is easy. Despite appearances, even a few years of secluded cultivation can result in a major breakthrough. However, for those cultivators with lower innate talent and limited access to resources, improving cultivation levels solely through absorbing spiritual energy from the 10D, heavens and earth, requires extensive time spent in retreat cultivation. The remaining time must be used to hunt Yao Sob, spiritual beasts, search for rare treasures, or exchange resources, leaving very little opportunity for relaxation. In essence, cultivators are either in the middle of cultivation or on their way to cultivate again. If they do not work hard, their progress stagnates. Compounding this difficulty is the fact that pregnancy is even more challenging for cultivators. Their chances of conception are significantly lower than ordinary humans, even less than a mere fraction of 1% of a regular person's fertility rate. Thus, Kumeili was very concerned about whether or not they had conceived. As cultivation levels rise, the chance of pregnancy drops even further. Perhaps this is just the will of heaven. If cultivators could reproduce as easily as mortals, then the immortal realms would have already faced overpopulation. Part of the reason Xiaoling felt embarrassed was due to shyness, but the other reason was simply because she hadn't spent much time with Li Dalong since their marriage. Even in the month after their wedding, she had shared Li Dalong's company with Yunxia. Later, they both entered seclusion for cultivation, and then Li Dalong went on a cultivation journey for several months before returning. So naturally, her belly had yet to show any sign of pregnancy, and when her mother asked the question, Xiaoling didn't know how to respond. But Kumeili, as an experienced mother, could immediately tell the situation from Xiaoling's expression. Back in the days when she was newlywed, those years with her husband were just like this. It was just their good fortune that Xiaoling was conceived within 2 years. After that, She tried desperately for another child without success until her husband's clan came for him, after which they separated. Then Kumeli began offering her professional advice to Xiaoling, causing the latter's head to drop even lower in shyness. Of course, Kumeli conveyed this information using Sinshri Chanyin, telepathic communication. She couldn't possibly say these things in front of Li Dalong. Li Dalong, on his part, had already tuned out of the mother-daughter conversation, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. He still wasn't quite comfortable interacting with this attractive mother-in-law. When it came to the chatty discussions between women, he really didn't know how to join in. After an hour, the mother-daughter session of guidance and chatting finally ended. As Xiaoling was about to bid farewell to her mother, Li Dalong spoke to Kumeli. Mother-in-law, due to your responsibilities to the sect, you've been practicing far less than usual. I've noticed that your cultivation progress has slowed lately. I once obtained an auxiliary formation for cultivation, but I must emphasize that it should not be disclosed publicly, or else it might attract unwanted attention from the wicked and greedy. Choose a secret location, and I shall set it up for you. When Xiaoling heard this, she realized Li Dalong was going to deploy the Yinyang Kuandun formation for her mother. Delighted, she asked, Big Dragon Brother, are you really going to set up that formation for mother? Li Dalong nodded and said, exactly. Now our strength is no longer too weak, so we can do this for mother. However, our strength is not yet great enough, so the formation must be kept absolutely secret. Otherwise, we could all face great trouble. Yes, mother, the power of Big Dragon Brothers formation is formidable, so utmost secrecy is required. After confirmation from Li Dalong, Xiaoling happily emphasized this to her mother again. Kumeli had been deeply moved by their serious expressions. Hearing her precious daughter reiterate it, she started to take the matter of the formation seriously as well. If they were being this cautious and deliberate, then this formation must be of critical importance. All right, I understand. Then let's set it up in my retreat secret chamber. There's already a protective formation outside, and only I can access it. Kumeli thought for a while before saying to Li Dalong, good, I'll set it up right away. After thinking it through, Li Dalong felt the retreat chamber was indeed the safest option. It was originally her place of cultivation, already protected by a defensive formation. In addition, there were disciples on patrol outside, next to the sect's treasure vault. This was the safest place. After deciding the setup location, Kumeli led the couple to her quarters, disabled the outer defensive formation, and brought Li Dalong and Xiaoling to her secret retreat room, then opened it. Li Dalong stepped into the secret room to deploy the Yinyang Kuandun formation, while Xiaoling stayed outside to accompany her mother. An hour later, Li Dalong completed the setup of the Yinyang Kuandun formation. He handed the control jade talisman of the formation to Kumeli, along with the spatial incantation required to operate it. This way, when not in use, the formation could be turned off to conserve spiritual stones. Thoughtfully, he also passed over a storage ring filled with supreme-grade spiritual stones. Inside were several tens of thousands of these rare stones. When Kumeli received these items, she used her divine sense to examine the jade talisman and then the supreme spiritual stones in the storage ring. She was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Heavens above! Such an amazing formation and so many supreme spiritual stones. She was utterly stunned by her son-in-law's endless resources and techniques. This Yinyang Kuandun formation could speed up the flow of time within by tenfold, thereby saving 10 times the cultivation time. Now it made sense why Xiaoling's cultivation had progressed so rapidly. No wonder they emphasized strict secrecy. Should this leak out, someone might destroy the Yunxia Sect just to seize this formation. Mother-in-law, when activating the formation, use supreme spiritual stones. The effect is better and more stable, and you won't need to replace them as often. As for the supreme stones, just let me know when you run out, and I'll supply more. Li Dalong specially explained, fearing Kumeli might hesitate to use the precious stones. Good, good, good. Kumeli excitedly repeated 3 times, her affection for this remarkable son-in-law growing even stronger. He had not only solved her cultivation problem, but also her spiritual stone issue. From this, it was clear his stockpile of spiritual stones must be enormous. She couldn't imagine where he'd obtained them all. Never mind that. As long as it was good for Xiaoling, the more resources he had, the better for her daughter. Herself and the sect would naturally benefit as well. After testing the Yinyang Kuandun formation for a while, Kumeli exited and shut it down, then reactivated the protective formation of her secret retreat room before feeling secure. Once the 3 of them returned to the reception hall, Li Dalong and Xiaoling bid farewell to Kumeli. However, Kumeli was already excited by the newly installed formation, her heart itching to re-enter and try its cultivation effects. Chapter 318, A Grand Gift for the Sect Leader, My Father-in-Law. After sending the 2 away, Kumeli gave a few instructions to the disciples waiting outside before eagerly entering the secret room to begin her closed-door cultivation, anticipating the effects of the Yinyang Qianquan formation. Hand in hand, they returned to their home. Li Dalong said to Xiaoling, once Wuxia comes out from her retreat, I'll accompany her back to the Zhengqi Immortal Sect. I'll set up a Yinyang Qianquan formation for her and her husband too. You can wait for me at home, or go with mother to help with sect affairs. Arrange as you see fit. Xiaoling nodded. She leaned closer into Li Dalong, who inhaled the fragrance from her body and pulled her tighter into his arms. Her warm breath sent waves of longing through him. Since Wuxia hadn't yet exited her retreat, and there was nothing else pressing to do, now seemed the perfect time to engage in matters befitting a married couple. Xiaoling had just received a lesson on family matters from her mother and was also hoping to conceive soon. Battling her inner shyness, she cast aside concerns about it being daytime and let Li Dalong have his way. In no time, the courtyard was brimming with romantic warmth. The next morning, the couple lay in bed chatting when Li Dalong's spiritual senses detected that Yunxia had ended her cultivation session and come out of retreat. After getting up with Xiuxian, they went to meet Yunxia. The moment Yunxia saw Li Dalong, she cast him a look filled with longing. This made Li Dalong chuckle mischievously. Barely holding back the urge to pick Yunxia up in his arms, he told her about his plans. Wuxia, today I'll accompany you back to the Unqi Immortal Sect. Now that my cultivation has advanced to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, I want to set up a xuanhuan formation for your father too, as a sign of respect to both elders. How does that sound? Upon hearing that Li Dalong wanted to set up a xuanhuan formation for her father, Yunxia instantly cast aside her earlier longing feelings. Overjoyed as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Dalong. You're truly wonderful." With that, she leaned in and kissed him. I also hunted a earth-slaughtering golden carp in the Yoming Vijing, Yoming Mijing, which we can present to your parents as a gift, Li Dalong added. Then let's go. Because of her retreat, Yunxia hadn't visited home for quite a while and had just been thinking about when she could go back to see her parents. Li Dalong's suggestion to deliver a gift perfectly matched her wishes, and she quickly urged him to go. All right, let's go now. Xiaoling, you wait at home. We're off, Li Dalong replied, turning to Xiaoling. Okay, I'll wait here for you, Xiaoling said with a smile. Little sister Xiaoling, then we're off first. Yunxia also said goodbye to Xiaoling, then followed Li Dalong as they flew out of the courtyard. They traveled swiftly, soon returning to the Unqi Immortal Sect. Along the way, Yunxia had already sent a message to her mother, so upon arrival, they were immediately escorted back to the family mansion by attending maids. Seeing the two, Madame Xuanhuan gave a delighted nod. After paying respects to her, Yunxia was immediately pulled into her mother's arms. The two mother and daughter had so much to say to each other, while Li Dalong sat to one side, sipping immortal tea brought by the attendants and watching the pair converse intimately. As Li Dalong grew slightly bored, xiuxian, having been notified by his wife, hurried back from the main sect hall. Seeing her father's arrival, Yunxia immediately rose from her mother's side and, together with Li Dalong, paid respects to xiuxian. With a broad smile, xiuxian looked at the couple, especially his daughter. But then he suddenly noticed something startling. She had actually broken through and entered the golden immortal realm. So soon after, he was greatly surprised. He examined his daughter from head to toe, then turned his gaze toward Li Dalong and found that the young man had also advanced to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. For a moment, it felt like he was hallucinating. He shook his head, as if his brain were no longer sharp enough. He asked in astonishment, "Darling, did you have some kind of rare fortune? How did your cultivations advance so quickly?" "Father, we didn't have any rare fortunes. We cultivated this on our own," Yunxia proudly replied. Xiuxian studied them again and confirmed that their auras were both solid and stable, definitely not like those who had suddenly taken some rare pill or treasure. Nothing seemed unusual about them, which only deepened his confusion. As one of the most powerful figures in the immortal realm and de facto leader of the Immortal Alliance, Xiuxian practically knew everything there was to know in existence. Yet until now, he had never personally seen anyone progress from the late Xian Immortal stage to the Golden Immortal stage so quickly, nor had he seen anyone like Li Dalong, who had risen from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the middle stage in such a short time. This defied all conventional logic, and he couldn't figure out what cultivation method could possibly allow such rapid advancement without damaging their foundation. When Li Dalong saw the perplexed look on his father-in-law's face, he immediately understood the source of his confusion. Li Dalong took out a storage ring and respectfully handed it over, saying, "This is the flesh of an earth-slaughtering golden carp that I brought back from the Yuming secret realm. Today I especially came to give a bit to you and mother-in-law." What? Earth-slaughtering golden carp meat? As the sect leader of the Unqi Immortal Sect, Xiuxian had never personally seen an earth-slaughtering golden carp, though he was familiar with the creature. Hearing that Li Dalong actually possessed such flesh genuinely shocked him. "Father-in-law, it's true. I came across it by chance while cultivating in the Yuming secret realm, and after defeating it, I brought it back. You and mother-in-law should taste it," Li Dalong smiled. Half in doubt and half in belief, Xiuxian accepted the storage ring from Li Dalong, sending his spiritual sense into it. He looked at the ring's contents and saw a large piece of earth-slaughtering golden carp flesh, exuding a faint dragon whey. Instantly, his eyes lit up and he wore a delighted expression. It was real. This was an exceptional treasure. He couldn't help smiling happily. Previously, he had a small bit of resentment toward Li Dalong, but now it had completely vanished. After he and his wife consumed this earth-slaughtering golden carp flesh, their physical bodies would become even more refined and reach a higher level. Their cultivation would also receive a significant boost. At his current stage, even a slight increase in power was extremely difficult. He was overjoyed to receive such a gift. This wasn't all, though. Li Dalong gave Yunxia a meaningful glance. Upon receiving the signal, Yunxia turned to the maids standing at the door and ordered them to go outside and guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from coming in. Though Yunxia was already married, these maids had served Madame Xuanhuan since childhood and were well aware of Yunxia's importance in the eyes of the sect leader and Madame Xuanhuan. After receiving Yunxia's command, the maids glanced at Madame Xuanhuan, who gave them a wave of her hand. The maids bowed respectfully and retreated to the courtyard's exterior, where they stood guard, preventing anyone from approaching. Seeing that the maids had left, Yunxia looked toward her father. Yi Xingqian waved his hand, forming a seal, and instantly erected a barrier that isolated the entire room. Knowing his daughter as he did, Yi Xingqian could tell from her unusual behavior that something important was about to be said. Chapter 319, A Grand Gift for the Parents-in-Law. Yi Xingqian immediately sealed off the entire room to prevent the following words from Yi Wuxia from being overheard. Li Dalong, seeing the preparations were complete, solemnly spoke, "Father and mother-in-law, this matter is extremely important, so we must ensure secrecy. Please forgive me for these precautions." After finishing his words, he bowed deeply toward the elder couple. "All right, just tell us what it is. There's no need to worry about leaking secrets in here," Yi Xingqian replied, his expression solemn. Li Dalong spoke with great seriousness. "Here's the matter. I once came upon a jade slip containing a complete array formation. It enables the flow of time within the array to reach 10 times that outside. That's also the reason why my cultivation and wuxias have improved so rapidly." "What? 10 times the speed of time flow?" Yi Xingqian was utterly stunned by what Li Dalong revealed. Wuji Xinzong, an immortal sect that had existed in the immortal realm for countless years, didn't even have formations or immortal artifacts capable of altering time's speed. At most, there were naturally occurring formations or artifacts similar to the creation cultivation tower, which enhanced cultivation efficiency. With this formation, he could greatly improve his cultivation progress. Normally, due to managing sect affairs and matters with the Immortal Alliance, his cultivation time was much less than others, which significantly hindered his progress. Yet, as the sect leader, he couldn't entirely neglect his duties for secluded cultivation. He had been deeply conflicted over whether to cultivate a new sect leader and step down. With this formation that accelerated time flow, his dilemma was instantly resolved. His gaze toward Li Dalong now turned fervent. Seeing the burning gaze from his father-in-law, Li Dalong understood what he was thinking. He didn't waste any more words and instead asked, "Father-in-law, where do you think we should place this array formation? Should we set one for each of you and your wife, or build a large-scale formation?" Yi Xingqian hesitated briefly before replying. "Better to create one for each of us. As for the location, let's set them in our personal cultivation rooms. It's more secure there. No one can enter without our permission." "All right, I'll go set them up now," Li Dalong agreed with a nod. Since the location was already chosen, there was no reason to delay further. He guessed the parents-in-law were eager to witness the marvel of this formation. Especially Yi Xingqian, the father-in-law, who was so excited he wished to enter the array immediately to experience the tenfold time flow during cultivation. Leading Li Dalong to Yi Xingqian's private cultivation room first, Li Dalong entered alone to begin constructing the Inyang Kuan Grand Formation. Outside, Yi Xingqian, Lady Yuehua, and Yi Wuxia waited anxiously. Today, Yi Xingqian felt unusually restless, pacing back and forth impatiently, far from his usual calm demeanor. Lady Yuehua remained composed, chatting casually with Yi Wuxia while gently inquiring about her pregnancy, whether there had been any movement in her belly. It was the longest hour of Yi Xingqian's life until Li Dalong finally emerged from the cultivation room. The three of them looked at him expectantly. Without hesitation, Li Dalong handed Yi Xingqian a jade control talisman and another jade slip containing instructions for activation and maintenance of the array. As soon as Yi Xingqian accepted them, he eagerly examined the contents. Soon, his face glowing with delight, he rushed into the cultivation room to activate the Inyang Kuan formation and experience the tenfold time flow within. Lady Yuehua glanced a little awkwardly at Li Dalong before opening her mouth to speak, but Li Dalong beat her to it. "Mother-in-law, allow me to prepare the formation for you first." Good. Follow me." Lady Yuehua led Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia toward her own private cultivation room. The couple normally cultivated separately in their individual chambers. Immortal cultivators strongly disliked disturbances during practice. With differing cultivation levels, they each had their own cultivation rooms, spaced tens of meters apart. Each chamber contained spirit-gathering arrays, defensive arrays, soundproofing, and mental intrusion isolation arrays. Once inside, Li Dalong resumed constructing the Inyang Kuan formation. Mother and daughter resumed their private female conversations, with Yi Wuxia receiving maternal guidance on pregnancy and motherhood. This made the usually carefree Yi Wuxia turn red-faced. The quiet conversation between the two women passed over an hour before Li Dalong finished setting up the Inyang Kuan formation. Then he handed Lady Yuehua both a jade control talisman and another jade slip. Once explaining the entire Inyang Kuan formation to her clearly, he returned to the main hall. Lady Yuehua was less eager about immediate cultivation experiences, so she chose to remain and chat with the couple while waiting for Yi Xingqian to emerge. They didn't have to wait long before Yi Xingqian joyfully exited his cultivation chamber. After comparing the time within and outside, he confirmed the Inyang Kuan formation genuinely provided 10 times the normal time flow. After confirming the authenticity of the formation, Yi Xingqian initially considered promoting it for use within the sect, but later decided to follow Li Dalong's suggestion and keep it strictly secret. Under no circumstances could it be revealed. If this formation were ever leaked, unless made public to the entire immortal realm, even a powerful sect like Wuji Xianzong would face the wrath of all cultivators across the immortal realm. The entire sect could be reduced to ashes. At that thought, he began to genuinely value his son-in-law, whom he had previously viewed with some disfavor. He truly couldn't figure out where this young man, who had ascended from the lower realms with no notable background, had obtained so many incredible treasures. It seemed his fortune and destiny were indeed profound. This was the first time Yi Xingqian seriously acknowledged Li Dalong, realizing his precious daughter had not chosen poorly. Cultivation was, after all, an act of defying heaven. Those with deep blessings and fortunate destiny could go further. Looking at this young man now, Xiuxian found him far more likable, as he mused inwardly. Li Daolong saw that his purpose for coming today had been fulfilled. Seeing the eager expression on father-in-law Xiuxian's face, he knew better than to disturb him while he was so engrossed in the newly acquired Inyang Kuan formation. He signaled Wuxia to bid farewell to her parents. Originally, Lady Yuehua had wanted the couple to stay for a while longer, but seeing their firm determination to return, she no longer insisted. Instead, she reminded them to visit more often, watching them depart with reluctant eyes. Although Xiuxian also wanted Wuxia to stay a while longer, at the moment his mind was mostly occupied with that Inyang Kuan formation, so he did not show much. After all, it wasn't too far away, and cultivators had plenty of time. Moreover, they had their own important matters to attend to at home, so returning early wasn't a bad idea. After seeing the couple off, Xiuxian instructed an attendant outside the door that he would be entering seclusion, gave a brief greeting to his wife, and hurriedly entered his cultivation room to begin secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Lady Yuehua entered her cultivation room for the first time to experience the tenfold accelerated time flow for cultivation. After departing from Wuji Xianzong, Li Daolong and Yi Wuxia directly returned to their own home at Yunxia Sect. Chapter 320, Discovering the Ruins. When Li Daolong returned home, he met xiuxian, who had just come back from handling official matters at her sect in place of her mother. After Li Daolong prepared a medicinal meal from the earthsap golden carp, the three of them enjoyed a delicious feast. Then, they entered the Tower of Creation for closed-door cultivation and absorption. It was perfect timing since all three had recently advanced and could continue their cultivation undisturbed. They agreed to cultivate together in seclusion, and whoever finished first could proceed to handle personal matters, travel, or undergo training. After all, everyone had different aptitudes and cultivation efficiencies. For now, their main goal was to increase their cultivation levels, especially for the two girls who were only at the early golden immortal stage and thus considered low-level cultivators in the immortal realm. The three began their secluded cultivation, and more than a year had passed in the immortal realm. Nothing particularly major happened during that time, but by the second year, chaos erupted within the Yoming secret realm. The disturbance even shook the immortal realm itself. A cultivator from a minor sect within the Yoming secret realm, while hunting Al-Shug, accidentally discovered an ancient ruin. After a simple investigation, he realized it was an ancient sect's former stronghold, and quite a large one. It had originally been hidden by formations. However, after eons of erosion, the energy of the sect's concealment formation had depleted, and the barrier had become unstable, allowing him to stumble upon and enter the ruins. Although the outer defense formations of this ancient sect were on the verge of collapse, the inner formations had not weakened significantly. His cultivation was only at the early golden immortal stage, so he managed to break very few of the formations. Several times, he nearly got counterattacked by the formations and was almost left trapped inside. However, he managed to loot a considerable amount of immortal stones, ranging from low grade to top grade, from rooms where he managed to break through the barriers. Moreover, he acquired several swords and armor. Though their grades had degraded, they were still slightly superior to upper grade immortal artifacts. Clearly, the original levels of these immortal artifacts must have been even higher. Once he had broken through all the formations he could, he sensibly refrained from going deeper into the ruins, as the inner dangers were too great. But his luck ran out. After exiting the ruins, he immediately encountered extraplanar beings. Trying to monopolize the discovery and kill him to cover it up, the extraplanar beings attacked. He barely managed to resist using the newly acquired sword and defensive immortal armor, fleeing back to his base. Eventually, he succumbed to severe injuries. Before dying, he reported the discovery of the ruins to his sect's leader. The sect leader was only at the early Tai golden immortal stage. After careful consideration, he reported the discovery to the Immortal Alliance. He knew his sect lacked the power to confront the extraplanar beings or fully explore the ruins. By reporting the information to the Immortal Alliance, at the very least, they could earn alliance merit points and perhaps receive a share of the rewards from any future excavation. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Immortal Alliance quickly dispatched guardians stationed at the nearest minor bases to verify the authenticity of the report. However, when several guardians of the Immortal Alliance, each at the late Tai golden immortal stage, went to confirm the report, they were ambushed by the well-prepared extraplanar beings. Only one guardian, severely wounded, escaped back alive. The rest were slain on the spot. Though several guardians were lost, the report of the ancient ruins becoming accessible was now confirmed. Faced with such a massive discovery, the Immortal Alliance acted swiftly. They quickly assembled cultivators from several nearby bases whose cultivation levels had reached late Tai golden immortal or higher, to urgently head toward the ruins. The force consisted of 23 individuals, guardians of the Deluo golden immortal rank, elders from various sects, and leaders of smaller factions, as well as more than 300 cultivators of the late Tai golden immortal stage. Under the command of an executive officer of the Immortal Alliance at the late Deluo golden immortal stage, they rushed to the ruins to launch an assault against the extraplanar beings. Information about the extraplanar beings was nearly non-existent. Coupled with the emergency deployment, the team of more than 300 entered the ruins entrance only to engage in a fierce battle against the extraplanar beings. The Immortal Alliance had several dozen fewer troops than the extraplanar beings. Fortunately, they had 2 more Deluo golden immortal level experts. Thus, a brutal battle erupted at the entrance of the ruins. 4 days and nights straight, Both sides fought with bloodshot eyes. 18 Deluo Golden Immortal experts and 218 late Tai Golden Immortal cultivators of the Immortal Alliance were killed in battle, and the Deluo Golden Immortal executive officer was severely wounded. All the survivors sustained injuries. The extraplanar beings, equivalent to the late Tai Golden Immortal level, suffered more than 300 deaths, with only a few surviving. But among the Deluo Golden Immortal ranks, the extraplanar beings had more survivors than the Immortal Alliance. Ultimately, the Immortal Alliance was forced to retreat in a devastating defeat. However, the extraplanar beings were too weakened to pursue. When the surviving forces returned to the base, the Immortal Realm was thrown into uproar. Anger ignited among all cultivators, with widespread calls for revenge. Whether for revenge or the treasures inside the ruins, vengeance had to be exacted. Especially the sects of the fallen cultivators would not abandon the cause. Thus, an even larger-scale battle erupted. What began as a conflict involving thousands escalated into a war with over 10,000 participants. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but the great formations surrounding the ruins were completely shattered due to the large-scale battle outside, exposing the entire ruins. This drove both sides into an even greater frenzy, as many cultivators had already obtained powerful inheritances, immortal artifacts, and talismans from within the ruins during the battle. Even some extraplanar beings had acquired a large number of treasures from inside. Neither side was willing to relinquish control over the ruins. This was a stronghold of an unknown super sect from ancient times, and even the techniques and immortal artifacts found on the outer fringes alone had already driven them wild, let alone the treasures stored in the sect's treasure vault, alchemy hall, artifact forging hall, and medicinal garden deep inside. Starting from the second year of Li Dalong's closed-door cultivation, the war raged on for 2 full years. In the end, the Immortal Alliance emerged victorious, firmly seizing control of the ruins. Given the great sacrifices made by numerous sects during this 2-year-long battle, the Immortal Alliance eventually decided to open access to the entire ruins to all cultivators in the Immortal Realm. However, entry required a high number of merit points, up to 5,000 points per entry, and strict rules were enforced to prohibit mutual slaughter within the ruins. Though the cost of entry was steep, the potential rewards were also substantial. The Immortal Alliance and several sects that had contributed the most sacrifices were allocated priority zones as compensation for their losses. This marked the beginning of a great era of treasure hunting within the ruins across the Immortal Realm. The outer defensive formations of the ruins had already failed, but the inner palace arrays and various xiuxian that had evolved naturally inside remained numerous. As more and more treasure seekers entered the ruins and perished, fewer people dared to venture inside. After all, compared to their lives, those treasures weren't worth much. Even the Immortal Alliance and a few major sects each lost several Deluo Golden Immortal experts before they managed to unlock several key areas, though they never disclosed what treasures they had acquired. After that, no large-scale expeditions were organized again to send disciples deep into the ruins for treasure hunting. Chapter 321. Xiuxian in the Youming Mijing. More than 2 years had passed. As the structures and formations within the ancient ruins were broken, the danger level had greatly decreased. Consequently, the Immortal Alliance had gradually relaxed restrictions on the site, allowing many cultivators to enter once again in search of overlooked treasures. This vast ancient site had once been a major sect's headquarters. The spiritual qi remained dense, and the ruins scattered across the land provided perfect hiding spots for demonic beasts and evil spirits. The once sealed ruins had quickly transformed into a paradise for adventurers and treasure hunters. However, the restrictions on entering the Youming Mijing remained unchanged. Over these years, many disciples from the Yunxia Sect had formed teams to enter the ruins for beast hunting and treasure seeking. Li Dalong and his 2 companions had entered closed-door cultivation 5 years ago. In reality, they had spent 75 years cultivating within the Cauldron Cultivation Pagoda. Xiuxian had awakened from cultivation, her cultivation level now very close to mid-Golden Immortal. After decades of isolated cultivation, she now felt her progress beginning to slow. Therefore, she ended her retreat and returned to the courtyard. After paying respects to her mother, she helped with various sect affairs. A month later, several younger female disciples who had grown up with her, xuanhuan and xinyu, came to invite her to join them for a trial within the Mijing ruins. Considering that her husband and elder sister Wuxia were still in retreat, and that her own cultivation had seemingly reached a bottleneck, she felt it was time to go out and strengthen her foundation through experience. Thus, she accepted her junior sister's invitation. Xuanhuan and xinyu were already at the late Mystic Immortal level, while the other juniors were only at the early Mystic Immortal stage. After informing her mother, Xiuxian joined the group of 7 juniors on their journey to the Youming Mijing ruins. Since Xiuxian had not participated in trials for many years, she felt unusually excited, especially with her current cultivation level nearing mid-Golden Immortal, which gave her a sense of confidence. The group cheerfully entered the Youming Mijing. This was Xiuxian's first time here, so everything in the main base felt especially fresh to her. Xuanhuan and xinyu had already joined elders from the sect for several trials in the Youming Mijing, while the other juniors, like Xiuxian, were visiting for the first time and were equally full of curiosity. The group of young women first toured the main base of the Immortal Alliance. Xiuxian, with her considerable wealth, bought many unusual items. Especially inspired by Li Dalong, she purchased a large number of talismans. After finishing their shopping at the main base, the group followed Xuanhuan and xinyu to the ancient ruins for their trial. Along the way, they cut down demonic beasts and advanced steadily. 2 days later, they finally arrived at their destination, the ruins. It was a massive expanse of ruin, reportedly covering several hundred miles, with crumbling walls and clearly long abandoned. This is the ancient ruin? Xiuxian looked at the desolate scene before her and asked in surprise. This is it. It's said to be the ruins of a once powerful sect, but later something happened, and the entire sect was destroyed and then sealed away, Xinyu explained. Xuanhuan reminded everyone, spread out a bit, and be careful of sneak attacks by beasts. After all, she and Xinyu had been here a few times already. The group began searching for treasures among the ruins. However, there was almost nothing valuable left, mostly broken fabak and ingcheat, nothing worth much anymore. Anything valuable had long been taken by cultivators who came before. Watch out! Suddenly, Xuanhuan shouted and quickly pulled Xiaoling aside. Xiaoling saw only a black shadow flash past, nearly striking her body. What was that thing? Xiaoling asked, still shaken. It's a soul-devouring beast, a demon beast that survives by consuming cultivators' souls. It's extremely fierce, Xinyu said gravely. Xiaoling and the others didn't expect to encounter such a beast here and became much more cautious. As they weaved through the ruins, the group searched for treasures while staying alert for beast attacks. Watch out! Suddenly, another shadow lunged at them. But this time Xinyu reacted quickly, pulling Xiaoling aside just in time. Xiaoling felt a chill rush past her, narrowly avoiding danger. Her actual combat experience was still relatively weak, while Xinyu and Xuanhuan had more experience from previous visits. It seems these soul-devouring beasts are surrounding us, Xuanhuan observed. The group began to notice that the soul-devouring beasts appeared to be intentionally provoking them, continuously harassing their group. These soul-devouring beasts are too cunning, Xiaoling said angrily. The constant attacks had left them nervous and tense, and they had already nearly been hit several times. We should leave here first, Xinyu suggested. It was just too dangerous here. Carelessness could lead to a fatal sneak attack. Agreed. Xiaoling concurred, mainly because the soul-devouring beasts moved too fast for them to lock onto and counter effectively. Continuing like this would keep them at a disadvantage. But the moment they turned to flee, dozens of black shadows surged from all directions, swiftly encircling the group. Not good, we're surrounded. Xuanhuan shouted as she summoned a defensive shield, preparing to face the soul-devouring beasts. Xiaoling and the others quickly followed suit, summoning their own defensive immortal artifacts to prepare for battle against the demonic beasts. Just as the group finished readying their defenses, the battle began in earnest. Their flying swords carved dazzling trails through the air as they clashed fiercely with the soul-devouring beasts. Xiaoling moved extremely nimbly, dodging attacks from several soul-devouring beasts. Her equipment was top-notch. Her defensive immortal armor, shield, and Shanli protection barrier were all present. In her hand was a high-grade immortal sword. Not long after the battle began, she had already slain several soul-devouring beasts. However, there were simply too many of the beasts. They kept surging in from all directions. Moreover, the younger female disciples at the early Mystic Immortal stage possessed only low-grade defensive artifacts and had far less combat experience than Xiaoling. Several of them had already been wounded, and the relentless attacks from the soul-devouring beasts placed increasing pressure on the group. This can't go on. We must break through the encirclement, Xiaoling shouted as she summoned another defensive immortal artifact, enveloping the group in a protective dome. But the soul-devouring beasts were too numerous. They kept crashing into the defensive artifact, making the protective barrier waver dangerously. I'll lead the way, follow me. Xiaoling shouted loudly to the others as she focused her mind, pulling out a stack of talismans. Channeling her Shanli, she hurled the talismans toward the densely packed, soul-devouring beasts. The talismans she chose were the flame dragon talismans commonly used by Li Dalong. In one sweeping motion, she flung 7 or 8 of them at once. Immediately after releasing the talismans, she led the group in a quick retreat to avoid being caught in their residual effects. Faced with the simultaneous explosion of 7 or 8 flame dragon talismans, the soul-devouring beasts were engulfed by a raging torrent of flames, instantly consuming 5 or 6 of the beasts. A chorus of loud, piercing shrieks erupted from the inferno. A foul, nauseating stench of burning flesh filled the area, causing the young women to retch repeatedly. Chapter 322. Xiaoling's training in the Yoming realm. Seeing how effective the flame dragon talismans were, Xiaoling tossed several more toward different directions. The soul-devouring beasts had already suffered once before, and upon seeing Xiaoling release another flame dragon talisman, quickly retreated. This time, the talismans weren't as effective as before. Only a few soul-devouring beasts were burned to death, and 2 talismans missed entirely. Still, the attack with the flame dragon talismans managed to rip open a gap in the beast's encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoling immediately led her junior sisters like a bolt of lightning slicing through the void, using her sword Qi to carve a path, and charging through with a trail of fallen beasts. The others, seeing this, also activated their Shanli and rushed forward following behind Xiaoling. Before long, the group carved a bloody path outward and escaped the encirclement. Let's go quickly, Xiaoling shouted, simultaneously summoning her flying sword and leading the others away swiftly. All of them continued channeling Shanli into their swords, flying rapidly through the air, quickly leaving those soul-devouring beasts far behind. We finally got away from those things, Xinyu sighed with relief. That previous battle had been far too intense. They had nearly not made it out. Yes, we should leave this area first, Xiaoling said, her tone revealing lingering fear. What was supposed to be an exciting adventure and treasure hunting expedition had turned unexpectedly dangerous when they were confronted by a pack of soul-devouring beasts almost immediately. Fortunately, they had been lucky enough to escape quickly. Had they reacted just slightly slower, they wouldn't have survived. The group continued flying for half a watch after the battle, now quite far from the ruins and no longer sensing any soul-devouring beasts behind them. Xiuxian finally called for a stop. We should rest here for a moment. Several of the junior sisters should treat their wounds first, Xiuxian told Xinyu. All right, senior. Everyone, let's land here and rest for a while, Xinyu relayed to the juniors. They chose a flat patch of ground and landed. Xiuxian, being thoughtful, also pulled out a defensive formation disc and carefully set up a protective barrier. Inside the protective formation, the girls each took out healing pills and Li replenishing pills, consuming them before starting to recover and replenish their Shen Li. Half a day later, Xiuxian had already completely restored her Shen Li, while most of the other juniors who were more severely injured had already recovered fully, save for two. Shen Junior sister, come with me to scout the surroundings. We need to find a place suitable for us to go next. Chui Junior sister, please stay behind and protect everyone here, Xiuxian instructed. Yes, senior, Chui warmly nodded. Xiuxian and Xunyu left the defensive formation, mounted their swords, and flew into the air. Cross-referencing with the map stored within the jade slip, they attempted to determine their current location. They hadn't paid attention to direction when they broke free from the soul-devouring beast's encirclement. Under such an emergency situation, getting away was priority, with no time to think about where exactly to escape. After comparing the surrounding terrain, they found themselves near a range of mountains roughly more than 300 li from the ruins. According to known information, Miling Mountain Range, as it was called, was fairly suitable for younger cultivators with lower cultivation. There weren't too many high-level beasts, and there had been no recorded appearances of demons in the area. Since conditions at the ruins had now become complicated, they decided to head for Miling. After discussing briefly with Xinyu, Xiuxian returned to the ground and waited for the final two juniors to finish healing. By the time evening arrived, even the two remaining junior sisters had fully recovered. Still, since night had fallen, Xinyu and the others suggested resting there for the night and entering Miling the following morning. After everyone agreed unanimously, they began to sit in meditation to cultivate, waiting for the next day to arrive. The night passed quietly, and as the sun rose the next morning, the group gradually awoke from cultivation. After tidying themselves up, Xiuxian packed away the formation disc. Xiuxian led the way ahead, as hers was the highest cultivation among the group. She also had the best equipment and a stronger Shinshri than the others, thus taking the initiative to scout ahead. They carefully avoided any strong qi from powerful beasts when they could, and if unavoidable, would deal with them together. If they encountered beasts living in groups, they would quickly detour far away. Thus, traveling forward while hunting beasts, they made their way onward. Perhaps because few people came through this area often, their harvests were fairly decent, collecting many spirit herbs along the way. Naturally, Xiuxian now considered these herbs unworthy of her taking, but her junior sisters were visibly excited. Since they had limited sources of obtaining resources, relying only on the monthly allowances given by their sect, which was decent but not enough for them to easily replace their Shan equipment. By tagging along on this journey, even if Xiuxian didn't take anything, the rest of them would each be able to claim more than a fair share of Shan stones in the end. With high spirits, and being mostly young women, they chattered happily as they traveled. Anyone listening would have thought they were merely going on a picnic outing, with no indication that they were currently inside a dangerous location such as the Yoming realm. One day later, they officially entered the Miling territory. This range of mountains was filled with towering ancient trees and swirling mists. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows, making one feel as though they were surrounded by a chilling, murderous aura. Xiuxian signaled for everyone to stop and take a short break. By now, they had all become accustomed to Xiuxian's composure and decisiveness. Whenever they encountered a powerful beast, she was always the first to make a judgment, whether to avoid it or strike decisively. After arranging for the group to rest, she went ahead to scout the interior of the forest. Her figure flitted lightly through the trees like an intangible wisp of smoke. After scouting a few miles forward without detecting any particularly strong beastly auras, she returned to the temporary resting place to reunite with her junior sisters. Same as always, avoid strong enemies and strike weak ones. That day, while the group was advancing, Xiuxian suddenly stopped, her brows tightly furrowed. Not far ahead, a fierce and violent aura faintly appeared, causing her heart to tighten. This beast's strength was certainly beyond her cultivation level. Immediately, she waved her hand to signal everyone to halt. Senior, what's wrong? The youngest of the junior disciples, a girl named Lin Wanner, curiously peeked out to ask. There's a beast ahead. Its aura is no ordinary one. It's stronger than me. Everyone, be cautious, Xiuxian whispered softly, simultaneously tightening her grip on the sword in her hand. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly grew alert. In the days they had followed Xiuxian, they had already learned how to protect themselves in dangerous situations. As Xiuxian hesitated over whether to lead the group to bypass this area from another direction or to gang up together and surround the beast, the violent aura became increasingly intense. Clearly, the beast had detected them. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a giant beast burst forth from the forest. It was a massive bear, its entire body covered in fur that gleamed like metal, its eyes blood red, charging at them ferociously. It had clearly been attracted by their scent, and now came charging toward them with claws bared and teeth gnashing. Chapter 323. Ku Xiaoling's Trials in the Yongming Secret Realm 2. Scatter! Ku Xiaoling shouted loudly, her figure swiftly moving to the side like the wind, dodging the bear's frontal attack. Upon hearing Ku Xiaoling's warning, Shen Yu and the others instinctively split apart to both sides and quickly formed a circle, surrounding the giant bear. After dodging the bear's frontal attack, Ku Xiaoling manipulated her sword through spiritual sense and slashed towards the beast. Her sword light was sharp and fierce, instantly engaging the bear in a fierce clash. The others also didn't dare to be negligent. They rapidly cast their respective spells and controlled their swords to join the attack. Though young, Lin Wanner was quite brave and clever. Seizing the opportunity, she circled behind the bear to launch a surprise attack. Swinging her sword, she released a sharp blade of sword qi which struck the bear's back. Unfortunately, the bear's hide was too tough. Her cultivation at the early xiuxian stage couldn't penetrate its defense. Still, the sword qi had hurt the beast, causing it to bellow in pain and swivel around, swiping its paw toward Lin Wanner. Just as the claw was about to strike her small body, a beam of sword light intercepted it in time. Ku Xiaoling had stepped in at the crucial moment, blocking the bear's attack. Be careful, Wanner, Ku Xiaoling warned while fiercely battling the beast. This monster has thick skin and strong flesh. Ordinary attacks can't do much. We must find its weakness. Among everyone present, only she, Senior Apprentice Sister Cui, and Senior Apprentice Sister Shun possessed the power to pierce through the bear's defense. Ever since the battle began, the only wounds on the beast had been inflicted by these three. However, they could only scratch its fur and flesh, posing no significant threat. This couldn't continue any longer. If they failed to find its weak spot, someone would certainly die today. After intense combat, they finally noticed the bear's vulnerability. There was a unique patch of white fur in the shape of a heart on its chest. Each time sword qi or a blade approached that area, the bear would prioritize defending or evading that particular attack. There it is. Ku Xiaoling's eyes lit up as she immediately directed the group to focus their firepower on the heart-shaped white patch. Everyone, go all out. Concentrate your attacks. Wanner, you and the others aim for its eyes to distract it. At her command, all unleashed their strongest techniques. A chaotic storm of spells and swirling sword qi filled the air as two concentrated barrages targeted the bear. However, the feared event finally occurred. A junior apprentice named Li Yi, under several of the bear's attacks, reacted half a beat too slowly and was struck on the shoulder by the beast's paw. Half her body, including her neck, was crushed instantly. She couldn't even scream before collapsing to the ground as a broken corpse. The horrifying sight stunned several xiuxian juniors into paralysis. Before Ku Xiaoling and Shun Yu could shout warnings, another junior apprentice was struck, hit in the chest, and instantly sent flying. A huge gaping hole was torn open in her chest. She died instantly. Two consecutive deaths drove Ku Xiaoling and the other slightly stronger cultivators to the edge, their eyes turning blood red. The xiuxian juniors finally regained themselves after suffering twice. They began dodging the bear's attacks while still keeping up with weak sword distractions. Meanwhile, Ku Xiaoling and her three stronger companions increased their assault, striving to occupy and wound the bear. Ku Xiaoling used spiritual voice transmission to instruct the remaining juniors to increase the distance from the bear, expanding the encirclement, while secretly holding a few flame dragon talismans in her hands. Preparing to activate the talismans to attack and confuse the bear, she waited for the perfect opportunity to strike the bear's chest weakness with her sword. Once the junior apprentices had cleared sufficient distance, she activated one flame dragon talisman. It transformed into a fire dragon rushing at the bear. Although the giant bear was a powerful beast, it still retained the innate fear animals have of fire. Instinctively, it tried to evade the fire dragon's attack. While it was busy defending and dodging the first dragon, Ku Xiaoling released another flame dragon talisman, and a second fire dragon surged forth, launching a pincer attack. At this moment, under the combined attacks from the fire dragons and the swords, the bear finally revealed a gap in its defense. Seizing this rare opportunity, Ku Xiaoling directed her flying sword toward the heart-shaped white patch on the bear's chest. The bear let out an earth-shaking scream. Its whole body trembled. Then, the heart-shaped patch of fur exploded open, and a dazzling ray of light burst forth from the wound. Ku Xiaoling's sword, charged with sword qi, pierced through the bear's hide instantly, embedding itself into its chest. But despite the sword entering, it only penetrated less than 3 inches before the bear's shocking defense halted further progress. Ku Xiaoling knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If she couldn't deliver a critical blow now, she might never get another such opportunity. Gritting her teeth in determination, she poured all her spiritual awareness into her sword, desperately attacking inward while unleashing sword qi to clear the path forward. When Shen Yu and the others saw that Senior Apprentice Sister's attack had succeeded, they immediately intensified their attacks, increasing both strength and frequency to restrain the giant bear and divert its attention. As Ku Xiaoling's face turned pale and she staggered unsteadily, her flying sword finally pierced through the bear's chest and entered its body. Sword qi quickly followed, rushing inside to begin destroying its internal organs. An even louder cry of pain burst from the bear's mouth as it began to go berserk. Without hesitation, Ku Xiaoling abandoned the sword still embedded in the bear's body. Struggling with exhaustion, she shouted to the younger apprentices, "Quickly retreat." At the same time, she swiftly flew backward and activated several flame dragon talismans she had been holding in her hand, hurling them toward the bear. After being wounded by Ku Xiaoling, the bear had locked its blood-red eyes onto her and charged forward. but it had not expected this woman to be so dishonorable. Not only had she shamelessly inflicted a grave wound, letting sword chi rampage inside its chest, but while fleeing she still found time to throw several talismans. Truly despicable. The bear's pursuit was blocked by several scorching fire dragons, forcing it to tangle with them instead. Yet, as the sword chi within continued wreaking destruction inside its body, the bear's strength weakened rapidly, and both its attack power and speed dropped sharply. Its fur-covered body was burned into a scaly mess by the fire dragons, and wails of pain, enraged roars, and thunderous growls echoed continuously. Seeing the bear's resistance weakening, Xiuxian took the chance to direct everyone to begin long-range sword attacks on the beast. An hour later, this late-stage golden immortal bear, filled with humiliation, finally collapsed onto the ground and became the spoils of these cultivators. After confirming the bear's death, Xiuxian signaled to Xunyu to collect the beast's body and sorrowfully arrange the remains of the two fallen juniors, preparing to return them to the sect for burial. Then she led the others swiftly away from this blood-soaked area to avoid attracting more beasts due to the intense battle and overwhelming scent of blood. Throughout the journey, everyone's moods were low. They had set out with 8 people originally. When they met this bear, 2 had already perished. Not long ago, they had been laughing together, spending every day side by side as sisters. Now, they were separated by life and death forever. The blow to them was immense. Chapter 324. Xiuxian is ambushed. After moving far away from the area of the previous battle, Xiuxian immediately signaled everyone to stop. At this moment, she also felt extremely exhausted. Her spiritual consciousness had been drained to its limit, and she needed to recover her strength. This was precisely the time they were most vulnerable and most at risk. Quickly using her formation disc, Xiuxian set up a defensive formation and beckoned everyone to enter it for rest and recovery. Except for a junior apprentice sister whose injuries were relatively light and remained on watch, the others began taking healing pills and spirit replenishing pills to mend their wounds and restore their Xinli, spiritual power. After arranging everything, Xiuxian took out a high-grade healing pill and a high-grade spirit replenishing pill, swallowed them, and began circulating her energy to assimilate the effects of the pills. In over 100 years, this was the first time she had experienced such intense combat. Especially during the final strike against the giant bear, she had pushed her spiritual consciousness to its breaking point trying to penetrate the beast's defense. All the way after escaping the battlefield, she had endured splitting headaches with sheer willpower. Her spiritual power was also nearly drained. If they had failed to kill the bear, it might very well have wiped them all out. After 1 hour, under the effect of the Jifeng healing and spirit replenishing pills, her wounds were no longer a concern and part of her Xinli had returned. She finally felt capable of defending herself. Restoring spiritual consciousness wasn't as fast, but after an hour of cultivation, the splitting pain in her head had lessened greatly, no longer unbearably painful. For 2 full days, the group remained hidden within the formation, healing and regaining Xinli. Xiuxian herself had mostly restored her Xinli, though her spiritual consciousness had not yet fully recovered. Spiritual consciousness recovery required time, and there were no exceptional pills for its replenishment. After relieving the junior apprentice sister keeping watch and telling her to rest, Xiuxian personally took over the watch. 2 days later, everyone's strength had mostly recovered. After enduring the life-and-death battle against the giant bear and losing 2 junior sisters, the group's spirits remained decent, though they had clearly been scarred psychologically. After discussion, they decided to end their training expedition and return to Yunxia Sect. Xiuxian retracted the formation disc, leading again at the front, while xuanhuan brought up the rear. This time, they proceeded with much greater caution. But sometimes no amount of caution could prevent bad luck. As they passed by a mountain stream, 2 junior sisters noticed the clear water and called to their companions to wash their hands. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from upstream. Followed by 2 cries pierced the air. The 2 junior apprentices, who were crouching down to wash, were snatched away by the shadow and vanished like lightning into the forest upstream. Then, the cries ended abruptly, leaving only a trembling silence behind, as if nothing had happened. Xiuxian immediately shouted, "Quickly, come over here." The stunned trio immediately rushed to her side. Xiuxian quickly threw the formation disc to the ground and shot out a magical seal. A defensive barrier formed instantly. Xuanhuan, Xinyu, and Lu Xian quickly ran into the defensive barrier, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Just now, unknown enemies had taken away Lin Wanner and another junior sister. They had originally set out as a group of 8, but now only 4 remained, unharmed but still in an unknown danger. Without even seeing their attackers' faces, Wanner and the other junior sister were taken, and the unseen enemy and its threat filled their hearts with fear. Although the barrier was hastily formed, they did not know the enemy's strength or whether the barrier would be sufficient. But the enemy was cunning. As the minutes passed, no sound came after the 2 disappeared. Even the usual chirps of insects and birds in the forest fell silent. An eerie silence blanketed the surroundings, interrupted only occasionally by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Facing this terrifying atmosphere, oppression and fear filled the faces of these women. Especially Lu Xian, the junior apprentice sister with the weakest cultivation. Her pale face and trembling body betrayed the fear in her heart. After 2 difficult hours in a tense stalemate, just as Xiuxian was debating whether to charge out or keep waiting, a dark shadow shot forward and struck the defensive barrier in an instant. A loud bang echoed, startling the 4 inside. Fortunately, the barrier held. The shadow paused momentarily after being blocked. Ku Xiaoling got a clear look. It was a pitch-black magic wand. Embedded on it was a dark soul stone that emitted a sinister and eerie glow. Obviously, this was a magical artifact belonging to a cultivator of the evil sect. Well, today was indeed troublesome. Though the first attack had been blocked, the barrier formed by the formation disc was not as strong as a full-fledged formation and consumed much spirit stones in the process. If the enemy continued attacking like this, the energy within the formation disc would soon be exhausted. The key issue was that her spiritual consciousness had still not located where this enemy was hiding. She could only roughly determine his approximate direction based on the previous trajectory of the flying magic wand. However, cultivators of the evil sect often used various tricks, and it was possible the direction from which the wand had flown was not the enemy's actual hiding place. Ku Xiaoling signaled the others to stay alert, while she herself began a full-scale search for the attacker. Just as she focused intensely on the direction where the wand had vanished, it came flying again from her left side, slamming into the defensive barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier was struck inward, temporarily deformed, and then returned to its original shape, though its glow had become noticeably dimmer. Each defense consumed xianshu within the formation disc. Fortunately, the disc was loaded with yiping xianshu, which lasted longer and worked more effectively. This was why Li Dalong and his wife could afford to treat these yiping xianshu so casually. This situation had now become more troublesome. The unseen enemy could conceal both body and aura. However, since he hadn't revealed himself while attacking, his cultivation level probably wasn't higher than hers. If it were, he wouldn't have resorted to stealth attacks. Ku Xiaoling felt slightly more confident and less anxious. When the wand launched its third attack, Ku Xiaoling caught a fleeting trace of his spiritual aura. With a flick of her right hand, a sharp sword qi slashed toward the incoming wand. Several meters away from the barrier, the sword qi successfully intercepted the wand. A massive explosion sounded upon impact, and the wand was deflected, flying over the top of the shield. Presumably, the attacker controlling the wand had suffered spiritual backlash from the collision between sword qi and wand, which allowed Ku Xiaoling to detect his aura. Instantly, her heart stirred. Her flying sword, charged with anger toward the attacker, streaked like lightning toward where the enemy was hiding. A loud metallic crash echoed through the forest, and the attacker emerged from the dense foliage. Before them stood a tall, slender old man dressed in black robes. His face bore a sharp, sinister look, with long hair falling to his shoulders, and his eyes glimmered with purple light. Chapter 325 Nangong, the Old Immortal. The attacker who suddenly appeared wore a black robe, embroidered with a red dragon pattern, giving off a mysterious and majestic aura. His exposed hands were pitch black, no longer resembling hands at all. Claws would be a more appropriate description. They were bony, completely lacking in flesh, and his long nails reflected a dark, glossy luster, seemingly brimming with powerful dark energy. In his right hand was the magic staff he had used to attack Ku Xiaoling and the others. Forged from black gold, the staff was embedded with a pitch-black soul stone, radiating a sinister, gloomy glow. At the moment, he was staring at them with a chilling gaze. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Ku Xiaoling shouted fiercely. Jie, pretty girl, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you're useful to me. The old man in black laughed mockingly before coldly saying, We are from Yunxia Sect. You coward who dares not reveal your name. How dare you attack us? Release my junior sisters at once. Ku Xiaoling spat angrily. Now she was deeply worried about the two junior sisters who had been captured. Good. I'll reunite you all soon enough. Jie. The old man in the black robe laughed arrogantly. This old fellow was a hidden heretic sect elder, who publicly called himself Nangong the Old Immortal, but was in truth a ruthless devil. The cultivation technique practiced by Nangong the Old Immortal was called Ninyou Ghost Dao, Ninyou, the 9 underworld realms. This was a malevolent dark art capable of controlling ghosts and souls, inflicting permanent mental damage upon enemies. When fully mastered, it could summon the power of Ninyou to trap enemies within, subjecting them to eternal torment. Nangong the Old Immortal possessed 2 ultimate skills. The first was the Hellfire Flame, which released a ball of hellfire that burned everything alive, devouring enemy souls to nourish his own. The second was the Ninyou Devil Claw, a technique derived from the Ninyou Ghost Dao. By channeling demonic energy, it created a claw-shaped demonic force. It moved at an incredible speed, capable of bypassing higher-tier defenses and inflicting devastating damage. This was the very move that had captured Lin Wanner and the other girl. From his energy fluctuations and his attitude toward them, Ku Xiaoling determined his cultivation level was probably at the middle to late Golden Immortal stage. If he were truly at the late Golden Immortal level, he wouldn't have proceeded with such caution. Also, the defensive formation wouldn't have held for this long. This formation's ultimate defensive capacity couldn't surpass that of a late Golden Immortal. However, to defeat him and rescue junior sister Wanna, the 4 of them alone stood no chance. They had no choice but to seek help from her husband. Thus, she secretly pulled out the communication jade talisman and contacted Li Dalong. Li Dalong was currently deep in retreat and cultivation inside the transformation cultivation pagoda. He had reached the middle stage of Great Unity Golden Immortal, advancing toward the late stage, a level where progress could not be expected in just a few years. In the immortal world, the normal cultivation speed usually required several hundred to even 1,000 years to see significant progress. Considering the combined efficiency of the Yinyang Qiankuan Grand Formation and the Transformation Cultivation Pagoda, his cultivation gains within less than a century had remained limited. Suddenly, his communication jade talisman inside his storage ring emitted urgent vibrations. He immediately retrieved it and infused divine energy to activate it. Ku Xiaoling's voice came through instantly. Dalong brother, come quickly and rescue us. We're at the edge of the Mei Ridge in the Yingyang secret realm. I'm coming right away. Upon hearing Ku Xiaoling's plea for help, Li Dalong responded immediately stepping out of the transformation cultivation pagoda. He rushed into the courtyard, not even having time to say a word to his mother-in-law, Kameli, before ascending into the sky and flying rapidly toward the nearest major city. Quickly using immortal stones to replenish his energy reserves, he arrived at the main immortal world base for the Yingyang secret realm. Then, leaving the base quickly and flying toward Mei Ridge. Meanwhile, Ku Xiaoling had secretly sent for Li Dalong's help. Protected by the defensive formation, Nangong the Old Immortal had not detected that Ku Xiaoling had already sent out a distress signal. Seeing that Ku Xiaoling and the others would not surrender, Nangong the Old Immortal waved his hand. A ball of black demon flame flew toward their defensive formation. Ku Xiaoling and the others stared fearfully at the drifting black flame. Ku Xiaoling, xuanhuan, and Xunyu quickly unleashed sword chi to strike the incoming flame. The three sword beams sliced through the flame, passing straight through it and vanishing ahead. However, after being split apart, the demon flame reassembled itself, sticking onto the protective barrier and beginning to burn it. To their horror, the black flame rapidly consumed the barrier's spiritual energy. The Zhengqi Immortal stones at the base of the formation array began to rapidly fade, clearly losing their spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Ku Xiaoling quickly replaced the nearly spent Zhengqi Immortal stones at the array base. Jejia, I'd like to see how many immortal stones you have left. Nangong the Old Immortal cackled in satisfaction. This flame was called Hellfire Flame, capable of burning everything alive. It was highly effective against formations, not only burning through barriers, but also rapidly draining their energy, while absorbing a small portion of that consumed energy to strengthen itself. Once stuck by the Youming Moyan, Hellfire Flame, it was nearly impossible to escape death. Junior sisters, we can't let him keep burning like this. We'll all attack his physical body with our swords. After realizing their previous sword chi had no effect on the black demonic flame, Ku Xiaoling quickly changed strategies and directly targeted Nangong the Old Immortal. Her hope was to disrupt his control over the flame. Upon hearing Ku Xiaoling's command, the three of them immediately stopped controlling the formation and launched their swords at Nangong the Old Immortal. However, due to their cultivation levels being fairly close, Nangong the Old Immortal casually knocked away their swords using his high-grade Qinqi, immortal artifact, the Shadow Demon Staff. Meanwhile, Ku Xiaoling kept a close eye on the formation array. This defensive formation was crucial to surviving until Li Dalong's arrival, and she couldn't afford any carelessness. Seeing their attacks, Nangong the Old Immortal grew furious and immediately retaliated. He activated his demonic energy, and the Shadow Demon Staff transformed into a black shadow, crashing toward the protective barrier. The barrier, already weakened from being burned by the black demonic flame, trembled violently upon impact, nearly shattering. The frightened women paled in horror, realizing that if Nangong continued attacking like this, they wouldn't last until her husband arrived. Ku Xiaoling quickly took out a storage ring filled with Ifing Shansha, top-grade immortal stones, and handed it to the weakest junior sister, instructing her to replace the formation's exhausted stones as needed. Then she herself took up her sword and joined xuanhuan and Xunyu in attacking Nangong the Old Immortal. With Ku Xiaoling joining the fight, Nangong had no time to continue attacking the protective barrier. Ku Xiaoling led the assault while xuanhuan and Xunyu supported her, completely tying Nangong the Old Immortal down. Now it was simply a test of endurance, who could last longer. Among the three women, only Ku Xiaoling could occasionally inflict some damage on Nangong, while Xunyu and xuanhuan's attack power and speed weren't much help. Still, Nangong was enraged. Trapped within the defensive formation, these women were not only forcing him to endure their attacks, but also proving impossible for him to deal with directly. Chapter 326, Slaying Old Immortal Nangong. Old Immortal Nangong was originally an elder of a minor sect, quite talented. However, his sect lacked sufficient cultivation resources, so his progress in cultivation had always been very slow. After he got the chance to enter the Youming secret realm, his cultivation advanced rapidly. By a fortunate coincidence, he discovered the temporary cave residence of a deceased cultivator from the demonic path, where he obtained a demonic cultivation technique that could counter the Nanyo Gadao, Nanyo Ghost Path. Eventually unable to resist the temptation, he switched to cultivating the Nanyo Ghost Path. However, after changing his cultivation method, he was no longer allowed to enter the celestial base for supplies. Moreover, cultivators entering the Youming secret realm were all powerful and traveled in groups. Being alone, it was difficult for him to launch a successful ambush. This caused his cultivation speed to decline, which was the reason for his frustration. The only way for him to make progress was to hunt demonic beasts and devils in the wild, absorbing their soul energy to enhance his cultivation, which resulted in very slow advancement. Today, he had just encountered Ku Xiaoling and a few others whose cultivation levels were not high. Therefore, he planned to ambush them and capture all of them. However, Ku Xiaoling happened to be carrying a formation plate, and it was a high-grade one, which caused his plan to fall short of expectations. He was forced to personally confront them head-on. The beginning of battle wasn't going well, and the fight had now become a stalemate. One side wanted to capture, the other wanted to survive. Both were doing their utmost to kill each other. The battle among the few was fierce and intense. Meanwhile, Li Dalong was speeding toward them in great anxiety, afraid that something might happen to Xiuxian. Especially after entering the wilds, he completely abandoned his usually cautious and careful demeanor, unleashing his Zhengqian middle stage aura to fly at maximum speed on his sword. To maintain a balance of Shan Leaf, immortal energy, consumption, he not only held a supreme-grade spirit-replenishing pill in his mouth, but also tightly gripped a supreme Yunxia Celestial Stone in one hand, continuously absorbing and refining it to replenish consumed energy. He was fully prepared for battle with the enemy. When Xiuxian and the others had expended more than 80% of their Shan Leaf, their attack power became weaker and their speed of assault also slowed down. Noticing the change in the three, old immortal Nangong saw hope of capturing them alive. With these women, his cultivation would certainly advance by at least one level. Gahaha, let's see how long you can keep this up. Just gai quietly, become my nourishment. Old immortal Nangong laughed loudly with self-satisfaction. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold snort rang in his ears, and old immortal Nangong was instantly chilled with alarm. Without even asking the reason, he immediately flashed in the direction of Xiuxian and her group. Xiuxian and the others felt surprised joy beyond expectation. Looking at the spot where old immortal Nangong once stood, they now saw the person they had longed for deeply, and couldn't help shedding tears of happiness. At that moment, old immortal Nangong also looked at where he had previously stood and saw a handsome young man standing there, staring at him with sharp eyes. He felt immense caution toward this man who had appeared beside him without even a trace of presence. His eyes shifted quickly, and he planned to take advantage of the man conversing with the women to secretly flee. If I were you, I'd stay still, the man said coldly. The coldness in the man's voice froze old immortal Nangong in place. He dared not move recklessly, though he certainly would not sit idle. Secretly, he began to gather demonic energy. As his Sunshur, spiritual awareness, stirred, the phantom cloak instantly draped over his body. Made from the fur of a 1,000-year-old phantom fox, this cloak had phantom magic attached to it. When worn, it made old immortal Nangong's form become intangible and unpredictable, one of his secret escape tactics. Li Dalong then communicated with Xiuxian using Sunshur, spiritual awareness, though his focus on old immortal Nangong never wavered. Just as Nangong cloaked himself and began to fade from sight, Li Dalong struck. A single slash of the heaven-sundering sword, radiating brilliant swordlight, cleaved directly toward old immortal Nangong. The moment Li Dalong launched his strike, old immortal Nangong felt an immense chill. This was a coldness that pierced into his very soul. Nangong was greatly alarmed, and although he wished to dodge, he knew it was already too late, so he could only withstand the attack head-on. Evil shadow defense, he shouted, and black mist surrounded him, forming into a massive demonic shadow. That was his ultimate life-saving skill. The sword light struck the demonic shadow, producing a deafening explosion. Old immortal Nangong felt a tremendous force penetrate through the shadow and violently slam into him, sending him flying backward to crash heavily into a tree. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face immediately turned pale, his eyes flashing with panic. He had never imagined that this suddenly appearing man would possess such tremendous power. A single strike had already left him like this. Who exactly are you? Struggling to stand up, old immortal Nangong stared coldly at Li Dalong, his voice heavy as he asked, word by word. He desperately wanted to know this man's identity. Why had he appeared here all of a sudden, and why was his power so formidable? You have no qualification to know who I am. Li Dalong stared at him coldly, slowly raising the xuanhuan sword in his hand. A dazzling blade of swordlight slashed out once again. Old immortal Nangong immediately realized things were dire. He simply wasn't this man's match. He instantly activated his secret escape technique, preparing to bite his tongue and spit out a mouthful of essence blood to trigger the technique and flee, but it was already too late. Just as he bit his tongue, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as though something icy had brushed across him. Or maybe he had felt nothing at all, only the pain of his bitten tongue. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not spit out the mouthful of essence blood. Anxiously, he tried again, but still no blood came forth. He felt extremely confused. What was happening today? Why couldn't he even spit out a mouthful of essence blood? Then, he felt his thoughts freeze, before falling into infinite darkness. A fallen cultivator who had aspired to become a mighty expert was thus killed within this gloomy forest. A devil cultivator near the late-stage Zhengqian, slain by a single slash of Li Dalong's sword. With old immortal Nangong's death, the devil flames that had been burning upon the protective barrier lost their root and quickly dissipated into the heavens and earth. No longer under Nangong's threat, Xiuxian deactivated the defense formation and retracted the formation plate. Meeting Li Dalong, Xinyu and the others stepped forward to thank him. As for Xiuxian, ignoring her junior sister standing nearby, she rushed straight into Li Dalong's arms, tightly hugging his waist and sobbing quietly. Don't let her strong demeanor during her fight with Nangong fool you. Now that Li Dalong had arrived, she suddenly felt utterly fragile. Only within the warmth of her husband's embrace did she feel safe. Today, she had thought they were all destined to die. Fortunately, her husband had arrived just in time. Thinking back, she still felt a lingering fear. Li Dalong embraced her, gently patting her back with his right hand to comfort her. After a while, once Xiuxian had released the tension she'd been holding inside, she suddenly remembered. Though the attacker had been slain, her junior sister Wanyu and the others who had been captured by him had yet to be found. Brother Dalong, quickly help find junior sister Wanyu and the others. The two of them were taken by him, Xiuxian anxiously said after regaining her senses. Chapter 327, The Crisis of Yunxia Sect. All right, I'll go look for them immediately, said Li Dalong. Upon hearing that 2 more junior apprentices had been captured, he first examined the body of Elder Xiangnan and checked and cleaned his storage ring and other items, finding no space containment artifacts capable of holding humans. He also didn't find the bodies of the 2 junior apprentices inside the storage ring. Then they must have been hidden nearby. Li Dalong flew above the woods, expanded his spiritual consciousness, and began searching the surroundings. Not long after, he detected something abnormal about 200 miles away in a mountain hollow. His spiritual sense detected a small area that felt slightly dissonant with the environment. It must have been concealed with some kind of formation or talisman. You all wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon, Li Dalong told Xiuxian. He quickly flew to that mountain hollow, and sure enough, it was hidden by a formation. After examining it closely, he gradually extended his spiritual awareness into the formation. It wasn't very strong, and he soon cracked it. Inside the formation lay 2 girls. But now, they were barely breathing, clearly in grave condition. They must be the juniors mentioned by Xiaoling, disciple Wanner. Li Dalong carefully lifted the 2 girls with his immortal energy and quickly flew back. Xiaoling and several junior apprentices saw Li Dalong return with the 2 apprentices. But from their condition, they knew it was grim, and they hurriedly gathered around, asking anxiously, "What's wrong with them? Are they all right?" Xiaoling asked. "Wanner," cried Xinyu anxiously. Senior apprentice. 1 junior apprentice also came forward calling. "They are in grave danger, apparently harmed by some kind of dark sorcery. While returning, I checked them, and their spiritual souls are very weak. They might not last much longer," Li Dalong solemnly informed them. Xiaoling stepped forward and held Lin Wanner's icy hand, channeling her immortal energy into her meridians to inspect her condition. As she gradually infused her energy, her mood became increasingly heavy, and her face grew darker and grimmer. Seeing their senior apprentice's worsening expression, the faces of the 3 juniors also turned pale. They all realized the 2 juniors might not survive this. Li Dalong was helpless when it came to soul damage. In fact, remedies for spiritual soul damage were extremely rare throughout the immortal world. Such medicines were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even some large sects possessing such medicines found them hard to obtain unless they involved relationships or were traded for. With Yunxia Sect's current strength, it was impossible to acquire these kinds of elixirs. Right now, the only thing Li Dalong could do was continuously infuse them with immortal energy to keep them alive. Even with constant energy infusion, once their spiritual souls dispersed, their lives would end. In the grief of their seniors and juniors, Lin Wanner and the other girls stopped breathing. So from the original 8 people who set out together for cultivation training, 4 were now lost. If Li Dalong hadn't arrived in time, all 8 would have perished. Seeking immortality through cultivation, how many people truly attain eternal life? Li Dalong couldn't help but ponder this heavy question. Fighting fate, one's background, talent, cultivation resources, and all sorts of dangers meant that fewer than 1 in 10 could actually progress far in the cultivation path. Looking at the lifeless bodies of these 2 once blooming young girls, Li Dalong couldn't help but feel the pain. The path of cultivation is full of trials. One must remain humble. Those with insufficient cultivation power should avoid risky places and focus instead on improving their strength. Luckily, he currently didn't lack cultivation resources. And with the support of the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Formation and the Cosmic Cultivation Pagoda, plus most importantly the system he possessed, as long as he cultivated quietly and discreetly, he was confident that he would rise to the pinnacle of the immortal world and stand at the top of the pyramid. He should also limit the appearance of his 2 wives in the future. If they must go out, thorough safety measures must be prepared. Fortunately, he arrived just in time this time, but next time? Or the time after? He wouldn't always be this lucky. Let's go. We should return first, Li Dalong gently said to the group. Disciple Cui, Disciple Shun, carry Disciples Lin and the others. We're going home. Xiaoling nodded and told them. Yes, Senior. Disciple Cui and Disciple Shun replied. Junior sister, we'll take you home, softly spoke Disciple Shun and the other girl as they moved to Lin Wanner's side, arranging their clothes gently before speaking. Carefully tidying up the bodies, they stored them into the storage rings. Once finished, they stood and nodded to Xiaoling and Li Dalong. Li Dalong escorted them all flying toward the nearest small base. Soon, they returned to the nearest small base, number 171, without staying, directly entering the teleportation formation back to the main base. Then, without delay, they took another teleportation formation back to the immortal realm and rushed back to Yunxia Sect. Li Dalong directly took Xiaoling back to his home, leaving the rest of the arrangements to disciples Cui and Shun to handle. The once joyful cultivation journey had ended in heavy casualties, which dealt a significant blow to Xiaoling, especially during the battle against Elder Nangong. Since their cultivation levels were slightly inferior, they were overwhelmed and pressed down by him alone. While they could only hide behind a defensive formation, barely holding on, it was truly frustrating. This ignited a strong desire in Xiaoling to rapidly improve her cultivation. After spending a few affectionate days with Li Dalong and calming her emotions, she secluded herself again for intense training. After Xiaoling entered seclusion, Li Dalong used his spiritual sense to check Yi Wuxia's cultivation status. He noticed she was progressing quickly and continuously training, so he refrained from disturbing her. After relaxing for a few days at ease, he also prepared to enter the Cosmic Cultivation Pagoda for seclusion. Kumeli, the sect leader of Yunxia Sect, had been in seclusion since receiving the Yingyang Heaven and Earth formation arranged by Li Dalong. During these years, sect affairs had been handled by several elders. Her cultivation progress had been rapid in recent years. For cultivators, a rapid improvement in cultivation was an irresistible temptation. With 10 times accelerated cultivation time, naturally, she would not waste such an opportunity. Only by becoming stronger could she have the chance to search for him. Yunxia Sect had been temporarily handed over to several elders by Kumeli. With Ku Xiaoling and Li Dalong both in seclusion, the sect's development began slowing down. Since Ku Xiaoling married Li Dalong, Yunxia Sect had become closely allied with the infinite immortal Zhengqi, so overall development was still on an upward trend. However, in the past 1 or 2 years, conflicts between disciples and other factions during external cultivation trips and while managing sect affairs had gradually increased. Now, Yunxia Sect had grown into a small force of several thousand members. The sect now had dozens of elders, though as a newly risen faction, its highest cultivation level was only Li Dalong, a middle-stage immortal of Tai Golden Immortal rank, who was also an elder that didn't involve himself in sect affairs. Other elders only reached the late-stage Golden Immortal at maximum. At this moment, inside the sect's grand hall, several influential elders were holding a tense meeting. Chapter 328, Troubles at the Yunxia Sect. The atmosphere inside the main hall was extremely oppressive, with several people seated in silence. After a long period of silence, Elder Lan Yuqing, the senior in charge of the transmission hall, finally spoke. We should inform the sect leader to end her retreat. This matter is too significant. It must be decided by the sect leader herself. I agree with Elder Lan. We should let the sect leader make the final decision, said Elder Ma Lian, head of the heroic hall. Then we shall notify the sect leader, said Elder Yang Lanqi of the pill hall. All right, then I shall personally go to inform her, said Elder Lan Yuqing. With that, she rose from her seat and left the sect's main hall, heading to the private residence where sect leader Kumeli was in retreat. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was stopped by the disciples guarding the place. I am Elder Lan Yuqing. I have an urgent matter to report to the sect leader. Please send her a message, Lan Yuqing politely told the guarding disciples, explaining the purpose of her visit. Please wait a moment, Elder Lan. I will immediately inform the sect leader, said a leading disciple on duty, respectfully bowing to Lan Yuqing. He took out a special jade talisman designated by the sect leader for urgent communication and sent her a signal. Kumeli was currently cultivating within the Yingyang Heaven and Earth array. After decades of training inside the formation, her cultivation was now approaching a bottleneck, on the verge of breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Suddenly, she noticed a surge of spiritual energy from the emergency communication jade talisman she had left with instructions to be used only for critical sect matters before entering her retreat. Now that the talisman had been activated, something major must have happened within the sect. Kumeli immediately ceased her cultivation, deactivated the Yingyang Heaven and Earth array, and walked out from the secluded chamber. Upon reaching the entrance, she saw Elder Lan Yuqing anxiously waiting outside. Her heart sank instinctively. What could have happened to make the usually composed Elder Lan so visibly worried? However, she did not show her concern on her face as she walked to the entrance. As soon as Elder Lan Yuqing saw the sect leader emerge, she hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Sect leader, I have urgent matters to report. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Lan. We shall speak shortly. Let us return to the main hall first, Kumeli said calmly, slightly raising her hand toward Lan Yuqing. Yes, sect leader, Lan Yuqing replied, and seeing Kumeli's calm expression, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as she followed the sect leader back to the main hall. When Kumeli arrived at the entrance of the sect's main hall, the elders who had been anxiously waiting inside stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings to all elders. Please rise, you have all worked hard. Kumeli smiled warmly as she addressed them. After stepping into the hall and taking her seat as sect leader, she glanced at them and said, Please sit down. Thank you, sect leader. They bowed once more before sitting. Once everyone was seated, Kumeli spoke. I was awakened because something major has occurred within our sect. They exchanged glances before Elder Ma Lian, the head of the heroic hall, spoke. Sect leader, we truly regret disturbing your retreat, but this matter is too serious for us to decide on our own, which is why we had to disturb your cultivation. Kumeli turned to Ma Lian and said, There is no such thing as disturbing me when our sect faces a major issue. Please tell me the details. Sect leader, the matter is this. 1 month ago, a group of 20 disciples was sent to the outlying islands of the Forgotten Sea to search for medicinal herbs. By chance, one of the disciples discovered an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling on an unnamed island. At the time, the disciples did not pay much attention to it, as it was merely an isolated cave dwelling on a remote island, and they left no cover for it. When several disciples entered the cave dwelling, they were first trapped by residual formations within the place. Fortunately, there were disciples among them with a basic understanding of formations. Also, since the formation was ancient, decayed, and drained of energy, it wasn't too difficult to break free. After rescuing those trapped inside, they brought out several top-grade Zhengqi. Though they had undergone the passage of an unknown amount of time, their ranks were still preserved as top-grade Zhengqi. It is not difficult to imagine how powerful these artifacts must have originally been. More importantly, this was only at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Overjoyed, the disciples prepared to enter again to seek more treasures, when their presence was discovered by a disciple from a local faction known as the Dinghai Pavilion. Upon summoning his fellow sect members, they surrounded and attempted to massacre our disciples. Originally, They planned to kill them all to eliminate witnesses. Fortunately, a disciple named Meng Rongrong narrowly escaped. She was chased and hunted for over half a month by Dinghai Pavilion disciples before finally managing to flee back to our sect. Out of the 20 disciples, only she survived with injuries. The remaining 19 were all ruthlessly killed by the Dinghai Pavilion. We have gathered here to discuss 3 main issues. Elder Lan Yuqing continued. First, the grievous loss of 19 disciples. Second, this ancient cave dwelling. Third, the great distance to these remote islands, which requires a decision from our sect leader. After summarizing the situation, she looked at Kameli, waiting for her decision. Upon hearing the news, Kameli's first thought was that the people from Dinghai Pavilion deserved to die. They must be eliminated. As Yunxia Sect had grown stronger, her mindset had quietly changed. The decisiveness and ruthlessness required of a sect leader had gradually matured within her. She was no longer as restrained and patient as before. Her second thought concerned the immense value of this ancient cave dwelling. Should she go after it? Given the vast distance involved, and the fact that Dinghai Pavilion was the local power, it might be difficult. An alternative was to release the news of the cave dwelling to the outside world, disrupting Dinghai Pavilion's attempt to monopolize it, and then strike against them. In doing so, she could avenge her disciples without letting Dinghai Pavilion gain strength from the treasures. No matter what, the blood debt of the 19 disciples must be repaid. However, current intelligence on Dinghai Pavilion remained unclear, and Yunxia Sect's high-level combat strength was still insufficient to confront them directly. It appeared they would have to seek outside assistance. But who could they turn to? Over the years, Yunxia Sect had built a few allied sects, but all of them were roughly equal in power. Minor factions whose elite cultivators were even fewer than Yunxia's own. Even if they could offer some aid, the benefits would be minimal while the costs too high, which would not be in Yunxia Sect's best interest. The only remaining option was to seek help from the Zhengqi Sect. They would have to offer most of the spoils in exchange, allowing Yunxia Sect to tag along and at least gain a share, while still fulfilling their revenge. The last and least desirable option was to publicly reveal the cave dwelling's location to the immortal realm, stir chaos in the waters, and then use the confusion to strike a heavy blow against Dinghai Pavilion. Kameli quickly considered and compared these strategies in her mind. Ultimately, she decided that seeking aid from Zhengqi Sect was most beneficial to Yunxia, and for this, it would require the involvement of Li Dalong, the shared son-in-law of both her and Zhengqi Sect's sect leader. Moreover, only someone like him would be capable of both confronting Dinghai Pavilion and exploring the ancient cave dwelling. At the moment, Yunxia Sect had no other strong figures available, and Li Dalong possessed the highest cultivation level. There was no choice but to rely on him. Chapter 329. The mother-in-law summons him out of seclusion. Kameli finished planning the general strategy and had also considered the main personnel involved in its execution. She turned to the elders and said, I understand the situation now. Since the Dinghai Pavilion dared to kill our disciples, we must seek retribution with blood. Considering our current state, the elders and elite disciples in our sect are still at relatively low cultivation levels and cannot overpower Dinghai Pavilion. Moreover, since it's located far from us, the unpredictability of waging war over such a long distance, combined with the immense stakes from the ancient cave mansion, may lead to a full-scale war with Dinghai Pavilion. This would be entirely disadvantageous for us. My plan is to request assistance from the Unqi Immortal Sect, offering them the majority of the benefits from the ancient cave mansion. We will rely on Unqi Immortal Sect's overwhelming strength to take revenge and secure our own share of those ancient treasures. If the rewards within that ancient cave mansion are significant enough, even a small portion would be sufficient for us. Too much would only overwhelm our resources. Now listen to my instructions. I will have Elderly contact Unqi Immortal Sect. Elder Ma will be responsible for organizing the team going to the outlying island, temporarily consisting of 500 people whose cultivation levels must not be lower than the middle stage of xiuxian. Elder Ma, this responsibility of personnel selection and organization rests with you. Elder Yang, you will be responsible for supplying the medicinal pills and other resources needed for these 500 people. You are given 5 days to complete preparations. Elder Duanmu, you will handle the weapon replenishment for the team members going into battle. After Elder Ma finishes organizing the personnel, he will provide you with the equipment list. You will have 7 days to complete your task. The remaining elders will handle the daily affairs of our sect and maintain stability, particularly offering full cooperation to Elder Ma during personnel transfers. Understood, sect leader. After seeing the sect leader settle all matters decisively, all the elders rose and bowed to Kameli. Kameli's prestige and authority in Yunxia Sect meant that her decisions were never questioned, and the elders and disciples always executed them effectively. The only remaining matter now was to wait for Li Dalong to finish contacting Unqi Immortal Sect, and then make further decisions accordingly. But she still needed to first arrange and deal with the tasks here properly. As soon as they received the message from Unqi Immortal Sect, immediate action would commence. The immediate task now was to summon Li Dalong and clearly explain everything to him. Kameli took out a communication jade talisman and sent Li Dalong a message. Li Dalong had only just entered the Xuanhuan cultivation tower for a retreat and had been in seclusion for only a few days when he received a message from his mother-in-law, Kameli. He activated the talisman and interrupted his retreat to return to the sect's main hall. Mother-in-law, you summoned me. Li Dalong arrived at the main hall, paid his respects to Kameli, and asked, Big Dragon, I apologize for interrupting your retreat, but I have an important matter for you. Kameli said with a warm smile. Mother-in-law, what has happened? Li Dalong immediately sensed that being called out of seclusion must mean something critical had occurred in the sect. This is it. Recently, something major has happened in our sect, and we need you to visit Unqi Immortal Sect. I want you to discuss with sect leader Yi about this ancient cave mansion that has appeared on the outlying island. Then, bringing our Yunxia Sect members with you, you will still lead the team. First, we cannot allow Dinghai Pavilion to benefit from the ancient cave mansion, and secondly, we must make Dinghai Pavilion pay the price and repay the lives of my 19 disciples. Kameli fully explained the matter's origins and consequences to Li Dalong, and the role he would play in leading the team to the outer island to fight for the ancient cave mansion's benefits and retaliate against Dinghai Pavilion. After listening to his mother-in-law Kameli's plan, Li Dalong frowned. Although he strongly supported retaliation and agreed that seeking help from Unqi Immortal Sect was currently the best option, he felt reluctant about personally leading the group to seek revenge and claim those cave mansion benefits, as it went against his current plan to remain low profile and cultivate quietly. But since there truly wasn't anyone more capable in Yunxia Sect, and considering that his mother-in-law had already requested it, he found it difficult to refuse. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and accepted the task. After bidding farewell to his mother-in-law Kameli in the main hall of the sect, he headed straight to Unqi Immortal Sect. Since this concerned the development of the ancient cave mansion, currently seized by Dinghai Pavilion, timing was critical. They had to get there before Dinghai Pavilion could complete their own preparations. Soon, he arrived at Unqi Immortal Sect and headed directly toward the sect's main hall to meet his father-in-law, xiuxian. Xiuxian, after benefiting from the accelerated cultivation time within the Yin-Yang Heaven-Earth array, resisted the temptation of prolonged cultivation and emerged from retreat to deal with official matters of the sect. That day, while he was handling official duties, he heard Li Dalong call, "Father-in-law, what are you doing here?" He felt quite surprised at Li Dalong's sudden arrival. He glanced toward the door, but saw no sign of his beloved daughter, and looked at Li Dalong questioningly. "Father-in-law, Wuxia didn't come with me today. I returned with urgent official business to discuss with you." Li Dalong knew his father-in-law was looking for Yi Wuxia, and offered an explanation immediately. "Oh, what urgent matter?" Xiuxian asked. "This time, I've come on behalf of sect leader Ku of Yunxia Sect to discuss important matters with you. The disciples of Yunxia Sect have recently discovered an ancient cave mansion on a transformed island in the Forgotten Sea, an exceptionally large one. The Shansheet treasures taken from the entrance were all of the highest quality." Li Dalong paused here and stopped speaking, waiting for Xiuxian's reaction. Xiuxian began to grow interested upon hearing this. Although Unqi Immortal Sect was already a major power, it had a large number of disciples requiring vast resources. Thus, they still maintained a strong interest in newly discovered ancient cave mansions. If they could obtain some ancient inheritances or forgotten techniques from such a place, it would greatly enrich Unqi Immortal Sect's cultivation methods and magical techniques repository. It would also replenish the sect's treasure vaults, provide practical training opportunities for the disciples, and further expand Unqi Immortal Sect's influence within the immortal realm. This was clearly a multi-beneficial opportunity, and he naturally wouldn't want to miss out, especially since Yunxia Sect was now regarded as a friendly sect. Nodding slightly, he said, "That sounds good. Please continue." Seeing Xiuxian's interest, Li Dalong continued. However, after Yunxia Sect's disciples discovered this ancient cave mansion, the local force on the outlying island, Dinghai Pavilion, unexpectedly encountered them. Yunxia Sect's disciples were pursued and killed by Dinghai Pavilion, and the ancient cave mansion was seized. Eventually, only one disciple managed to escape and return with this information. The purpose of Yunxia Sect is to share this information with Unqi Immortal Sect, requesting cooperation in exploring and developing this ancient cave mansion, but Unqi Immortal Sect must also help Yunxia Sect strike back against Dinghai Pavilion to avenge the 19 disciples they lost. As for the distribution of benefits from the ancient cave mansion, Yunxia Sect is willing to follow Unqi Immortal Sect's arrangements entirely. "Father-in-law, these are sect leader Ku's intentions. What do you think?" Li Dalong proceeded to provide Xiuxian with a relatively detailed explanation regarding sect leader Ku Mei's cooperation proposal and the general situation. Chapter 330. Preparing for action. After hearing Li Dalong's words, Xiuxian didn't respond immediately. Instead, he began thinking carefully in his mind, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the nearby table. The chief shown by Yunxia Sect was substantial, and they had been especially mindful of his position. Particularly in the matter of profit distribution, where they had allowed Wuji Xianzong to take the lead, was something that truly satisfied him. As for Yunxia Sect wanting to use Wuji Xianzong's hands to retaliate against Dinghai Pavilion, such a local force on an island wasn't even worth his attention. Sending over an extra team would be sufficient. However, since this matter involved an ancient expert, there might be some inheritance involved, so it would be necessary to dispatch someone more prudent. Who should he send then? Wuji Xianzong was an enormous sect, and not many people within it had left a strong enough impression for Xiuxian to remember their names. After careful consideration, he finally decided to send a senior elder to take charge, expel all the other forces, and develop the ancient cave dwelling together with Yunxia Sect. As for Dinghai Pavilion, if they knew what was good for them and promptly withdrew after his people arrived, then all he needed to do was help Yunxia Sect take revenge. But if they refused to yield and continued to occupy the cave dwelling, then he would wipe them out. Which elder should go then? Forget it. He might as well send Elder Xiang Zhongxiang. With late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation, he had enough strength to suppress any conflict. He should also bring 10 elite disciples with outstanding talents, so that if there was indeed an inheritance, they could basically secure it. As for the other personnel, he could let Elder Xiang arrange them himself. After thinking everything through clearly, Xiuxian nodded at Li Dalong and said, "What Kudanlin suggested has been basically agreed to by Wuji Xianzong. However, the people from Yunxia Sect must follow instructions, or else don't blame our sect for driving them all out. Don't worry, father-in-law. This time, I will personally lead the personnel from Yunxia Sect over there, and I'll make sure to keep them in line." Seeing that Xiuxian had agreed to the cooperation plan, Li Dalong hurriedly replied, "Oh, you'll lead the team? Will your cultivation be sufficient? You must pay attention. Although there aren't any particularly strong forces in the outlying sea islands, the Sea of Oblivion isn't just a name. There are many things there even I wouldn't dare to claim freedom of movement." Upon hearing Li Dalong would be leading the group, Yi Wuxiao expressed concern. It seemed that just sending Elder Xiang Zhongxiang wouldn't be quite enough. To ensure the boy's safety, he needed to dispatch another elder to pay special attention to him and be ready to pull him out in critical moments. Thinking this through, Yi Xingqian reviewed the list of elders without current missions in the sect and selected an elder named Zhang Xueyou. This elder had mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, was bold and meticulous, and had a rather patient character, perfect as a bodyguard, able to remain hidden in the shadows. If anything happened to him, his precious daughter would be heartbroken, so assigning a secret guardian was the safer choice. After finalizing his plan, Yi Xingqian said to Li Dalong, "That's settled then. Go back and prepare. Meet at Shikang City in the outlying sea islands in 2 days. Your people will lead the way to the ancient cave dwelling. All right, I'll go back now and inform Ardamun to prepare." Having received confirmation, Li Dalong bowed respectfully to Yi Xingqian and departed. After leaving the grand hall of Wuji Xianzong, Li Dalong wasted no time in greeting his mother-in-law, Lady Yuehua, and returned directly to Yunxia Sect. He only had 2 days until the meeting with Wuji Xianzong's people in Shikang City on the outlying sea islands. It was a tight schedule. Very soon, Li Dalong returned to Yunxia Sect and reported to Kumeili everything that had been decided with his father-in-law Yi Xingqian. Kumeili was delighted. She had already anticipated that if Li Dalong handled this matter, it would be almost certain to succeed. Besides, considering the Qingyi they had shown, she also believed Yi Zhongzhu of Wuji Xianzong wouldn't let her lose out. She guessed correctly. Wuji Xianzong really wouldn't let Yunxia Sect suffer a loss, and even worried about Li Dalong's safety, going so far as to assign a Great Luo Golden Immortal mid-stage expert as a hidden guardian to ensure his security. As long as Li Dalong himself didn't do anything reckless, his journey should be mostly secure. After hearing Li Dalong's report, Kumeili immediately issued orders to accelerate the gathering of sect members due to the limited time. She urged Elder Ma to organize the team promptly and join Li Dalong. Since Wuji Xianzong required everything to be done even faster, the entire plan had to be moved forward. As for missing pills and equipment, those would have to be delivered to the outlying sea islands once they were eventually gathered. As for Li Dalong, there wasn't much for him to prepare. All the necessary items were already stored in his storage ring and system space. With nothing more to do here, he went home to wait for notice from the Dongma. Just as he returned to the courtyard and was about to head to the parlor for a cup of spirit tea, Ding dong, Shifu Chandao. Hearing the familiar system notification tone, Li Dalong responded immediately. Sign in. Successfully signed in. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Heaven Severing Finger. System, introduce the Heaven Severing Finger. The Heaven Severing Finger is a finger technique originating from the upper realms. It integrates the power of heaven and earth and can sever the connection between them, possessing formidable offensive and control abilities. When this finger technique is cultivated to minor mastery, one can sever the power of heaven and earth and utilize it for oneself, resulting in boundless Wei. When fully mastered, a single finger strike can change the colors of heaven and earth, unmatched in Wei. That powerful? This would be perfect to cultivate. It could serve as another formidable offensive finger technique. He already had sword techniques for long-range attacks, and now with this finger technique for close combat, he'd be completing his shortcomings. While listening to the system's explanation, he entered the parlor, took out tea utensils from his storage ring, and brewed himself a cup of enlightenment tea. Learning this new finger technique would work best with enlightenment tea, making the process more efficient. After drinking the cup of enlightenment tea, he directed his divine consciousness into the jade slip of the Heaven Severing Finger. The cultivation methods, energy flow pathways, all became clearly imprinted in his mind. It felt as if he'd practiced it for years, from the initial clumsy attempts, to skillfully circulating immortal energy, to performing the Heaven Severing Finger completely for the first time, to eventually using it skillfully. It was as if a movie was playing in his mind. Then, it deeply rooted itself in his consciousness, in his meridians, and in his muscle memory. By the time the effects of the enlightenment tea faded, he had already achieved minor mastery of the Heaven Severing Finger. This was the advantage of having a cheat code. To achieve full mastery of the Heaven Severing Finger, however, required the accumulation of practical experience and profound insights, all of which he'd have to work on through personal practice. Li Dalong carefully reflected on the entire process of cultivating the Heaven Severing Finger and the changes after its mastery. Just as he was about to go to the back mountains to test the Heaven Severing Finger's will, his mother-in-law Kumeili sent a mental transmission. The personnel bound for the outlying sea islands had already assembled and were ready to depart. Upon receiving the notice, Li Dalong immediately headed for the sect's main hall, where he saw the 500 disciples already gathered outside. These 500 people were all the manpower he would take to Zhengqi City on the outlying sea islands for this mission. Chapter 331. The Revenge of Yunxia Sect. When Kumeili saw Li Dalong approaching, before he could even speak, she said, "Elderly, these are all the disciples you are taking this time. Exactly 500. I hope you lead them out and bring them back safely. We will wait for you here at home." At once, sect leader, Li Dalong solemnly bowed to Kumeili and responded loudly. "The remaining supplies will be sent directly to you, so don't worry about them." "Well then, it's time to set off," Xiuxian said to Li Dalong. Li Dalong nodded, then after exchanging a few words with Elder Ma, gave the order to depart, leading the group forward toward the nearest Xuanhuan city, flying through the skies. To reduce trouble along the way, since Zhengqi City had a large teleportation formation, this time he decided to use it directly from Xuanhuan City. Although it would cost some immortal stones, it saved time and avoided potential dangers on the road, something Li Dalong greatly preferred. The Yunxia Sect always had more female disciples than male, and of the 500 departing this time, nearly 400 were women. Immortal cultivators generally possessed outstanding appearances, so having more than 400 beautiful young female disciples inevitably attracted a lot of attention. For Li Dalong, who wanted to avoid trouble, using the teleportation formation was the most efficient. Even along the way from Xuanhuan City, they attracted a group of lecherous individuals following them with ulterior motives. After safely arriving in Zhengqi City, the disciples stationed nearby the teleportation hall by Unqi Immortal Sect immediately noticed them, bringing Li Dalong before Elder Zhengqian. "Elderly, we've been waiting for you. Do you need time to rest, or shall we depart immediately?" Knowing that Li Dalong was the sect leader's highly accomplished son-in-law, though his cultivation was much higher than Li Dalong's, he still spoke politely. "Elder Xiang, we don't need to rest. Let's set out right away." Li Dalong replied respectfully with a slight bow after acknowledging this elder, whose cultivation he couldn't even discern. Respect is earned through strength. Although others treated him politely out of deference to his father-in-law, Li Dalong himself must not seem ungrateful or arrogant. Seeing how humble Li Dalong was, Zhengqian gained even more respect for him. "Very well, go ahead and bring your people to follow us," Zhengqian said to Li Dalong. "Certainly, Elder Xiang. Here is the map of the cave dwelling." Now that they were already here, Li Dalong handed over a prepared map engraved on a jade slip. "All right." Zhengqian accepted the jade slip, quickly scanning it with his spiritual sense, fully grasping the specific route and destination. The combined forces of both sects exceeded 1,000 people. Such a massive mobilization quickly spread across the immortal realm. As one of the top powers in the immortal realm, Unqi Immortal Sect's every action was scrutinized by other factions. Such an open and grand display naturally stirred up widespread concern, and all kinds of intelligence started flying about. Yet no one could determine Unqi Immortal Sect's true purpose or mission, and so spies from various sides began converging on Zhengqi City. However, after this mixed force left the city, it completely disappeared from sight, since nobody dared to openly tail Unqi Immortal Sect members outside the city walls. Thus, Elder Zhengqian and Li Dalong led their united force swiftly toward the ancient cave dwelling. Along the way, no matter whose forces they encountered, all were detained. Confronted with so many powerful cultivators and such a formidable formation, no fool dared resist. They all quietly surrendered and were escorted forward with the group. After a day of travel, they approached the vicinity of the ancient cave dwelling, encountering the sentries of Zhengqi Pavilion at a distance of about 150 li from the cave's entrance. Without a word, they immediately captured Zhengqi Pavilion's sentries. With Unqi Immortal Sect's experts handling the situation, Zhengqi Pavilion's guards were captured without even a sound. After interrogation, it was revealed that Zhengqi Pavilion had made slow progress lately, encountering fierce resistance and only managing to penetrate less than 2 li into the cave dwelling, suffering over 30 casualties in the process. It was said that several medicinal herbs of more than 50,000 years old and several immortal artifacts had been obtained from the cave's outskirts. Upon hearing that even at the outer areas they had found medicinal herbs of 50,000 years old, Elder Zhengqian's eyes lit up. It looked like the harvest this time would be bountiful. Glancing toward an attendant standing beside him, he ordered the attendant to issue instructions to a small team. Immediately, they began to set up outer sentries here, prohibiting anyone from entering this area. The elite disciple leading the team was stationed here, having a cultivation level of late Tai Golden Immortal, while the rest were all at the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Their main deterrent lay in the Unqi Immortal Sect uniforms they wore, which were their biggest trump card. After finishing the questioning, the few captured Zhengqi Pavilion members were casually handed over to the Yunxia Sect disciples. Elder Ma accepted the prisoners and had them taken away to the rear, after which some screams rang out. Since they were now useless, Elder Ma casually executed them. Thereafter, the group ceased hiding their movements and immediately slaughtered all the Zhengqi Pavilion members they encountered along the way without exception. After seizing this ancient cave dwelling, Zhengqi Pavilion immediately dispatched all available personnel, except those assigned to guard the sect's base and the lower cultivation disciples. They were still unaware that they were about to face a massive strike from Unqi Immortal Sect. The outer guarding disciples were completely overwhelmed by the members of Unqi Immortal Sect, failing entirely in their role as sentries. Once the perimeter was completely cleared, the Zhengqi Pavilion leader Zhang Fengxiang and others who were still inside the cave breaking through formations and searching for treasures had not yet noticed. After Zhengqiang led Li Dalong and several leaders of Unqi Immortal Sect to the entrance of the cave dwelling, He gave a wave of his hand, signaling a 100-member team led by a senior disciple at the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage to enter the cave dwelling and eliminate the Dinghai Pavilion members. Zhang Fengxiang of Dinghai Pavilion was alerted by the screams of the disciples at the cave entrance, and only then did he notice the influx of many unfamiliar presences and the rapid deaths of his disciples. Zhang Fengxiang immediately stopped breaking through the formation he was working on, quickly gathering several elders and rushing toward the entrance of the cave dwelling, hoping to slay the enemies inside. However, even though he was at the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage himself, when he encountered the Unqi Immortal Sect's senior disciple, who was also at the same level, he was completely overpowered. Not only did he fail to kill the enemy, but the several elders accompanying him were swiftly wiped out in just a few moves. His elders and disciples were almost one-sidedly slaughtered. Realizing that if he didn't escape soon, he would be trapped here too, he took the opportunity when struck by his opponent's palm strike and immediately fled toward the outside of the cave dwelling. But he didn't think it through. There was no way the Unqi Immortal Sect members who dared to pursue them into the cave would leave the entrance unguarded. Even more unexpectedly, the power level of those guarding the entrance left him utterly hopeless. When someone was seen escaping from the cave dwelling, Xiang Zhongxiang casually grabbed with one hand, seizing Zhang Fengxiang by the neck and lifting him up. As Zhang Fengxiang was gripped around the neck, his strength seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving him completely helpless and unable to resist. Chapter 332: The Demise of the Dinghai Pavilion. As Zhang Fengxiang felt panic rising, a palm suddenly struck the top of his head. With a surge of tremendous immortal energy flooding in from above, his heart was filled with fear and sorrow. A mighty Deluo Xiuxian cultivator, the pavilion master of the Dinghai Pavilion, who once commanded wind and rain over the offshore island, was now being seized like a stray dog and even subjected to soul-searching. How regretful. If only he had stayed hidden on his small island and refrained from participating in the matter of the cave mansion, everything could have been avoided. Unfortunately, there is no pill of regret in either the mortal world or the immortal realm. It was already too late. As the expression of pain grew stronger on his face, sweat streamed down his clothes. His whole body began to tremble violently. His eyeballs bulged, gradually losing their luster, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Under Elder Xiang's soul search technique, his brain suffered serious damage and soon turned into an idiot. A cold-blooded top expert meeting such a miserable fate. After obtaining what he wanted, Elder Xiang casually tossed the now mentally incapacitated pavilion master onto the ground like trash. Li Dalong waved a hand, and two disciples from Yunxia Sect immediately stepped forward and dragged Zhang Fengxiang away. The final use of the Dinghai Pavilion's master would be as a sacrificial offering for the spirits of those 19 fallen disciples from Yunxia Sect. Half a day ago, he had been a domineering leader on the offshore island, yet now he immediately became a sacrifice. Such is the sorrow of being on the losing side. With Zhang Fengxiang's defeat and death, the disciples of Dinghai Pavilion were completely unable to create any resistance before the formidable forces of the Unqi Immortal Sect and were quickly wiped out. Witnessing this, the crowd from Yunxia Sect became revoked, filled with excitement. Although the revenge wasn't personally taken, there was still immense satisfaction in seeing their enemies eliminated. No matter the method, as long as the vengeance was fulfilled, it sufficed. In addition to gaining intelligence about the treasures inside the cave mansion that the Dinghai Pavilion previously had already located, Elder Xiang also recovered all the previous treasures discovered by the pavilion, which were stored in the space ring of Master Zhang Fengxiang, greatly satisfying him. As for the remaining personnel at the Dinghai Pavilion's base, at Li Dalong's behest conveyed via divine transmission, Elder Xiang gestured to one of his underling attendants. This attendant, named Lei Chuanji, quickly trotted over with a flattering smile. Elder, do you have any orders? You lead a group along with Elder Li to the Dinghai Pavilion's base and assist him in eliminating those nuisances, Elder Xiang instructed, being very diplomatic. Elder Li, does this arrangement suit you? He smiled toward Li Dalong while speaking. Grateful for Elder Li's efforts, and thank you for Assistant Lei's trouble as well. Li Dalong politely expressed gratitude to Elder Xiang Zhongxiang with a respectful bow and then bowed again toward Lei Chuanji. Elder Li flatters me. We are family, no need to be so courteous. Shall we set off now? Lei Chuanji also knew well how to deal with superiors. Aware of Li Dalong's identity, he showed great courtesy and sought Li Dalong's confirmation first. Elder Xiang, I'll go with Assistant Lei and return shortly. I leave the matters here in your capable hands. Li Dalong again politely said to Xiang Zhongxiang. Afterward, he turned and left with Lei Chuanji to organize the personnel and head for the Dinghai Pavilion's base. Out of the total 500 members, 50 remained at the current location under Elder Xiang's command, while Li Dalong led Elder Ma and the remaining 450 Yunxia Sect disciples to retaliate against the Dinghai Pavilion. Lei Chuanji took along 100 disciples of the Unqi Immortal Sect at the late Tai Xiuxian level of cultivation, plus 3 elders at the early Daluo Xiuxian level to assist Li Dalong in clearing the obstacles of Dinghai Pavilion and preventing reinforcements from the pavilion's allies. This kind of force alone was enough to terrify the powers on the offshore islands. Lei Chuanji groveled in an especially servile manner by fully taking on the main assault mission, while Li Dalong only needed to encircle the perimeter with the Yunxia Sect disciples, mopping up the escaping minor enemies. Along the way, the disciples of both Unqi Immortal Sect and Yunxia Sect were bursting with fighting spirit, brimming with killing intent. The Yunxia disciples were determined to avenge their fallen brothers and utterly destroy the Dinghai Pavilion. To the members of the Unqi Immortal Sect, it was simply another mission assigned by the sect. As for the identity of their targets, they had no qualms whatsoever. After several hours of travel, they arrived near the base of the Dinghai Pavilion. It was a solitary island in the middle of the vast ocean, its surroundings filled with deep blue seawater, lush greenery covering the island, a place of serene peace. But soon, it would become a battlefield and reduced to ruins. Everyone, be careful. There may be an ambush here, Li Dalong warned, simultaneously scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and detecting some hidden presences. Just as he finished speaking, the entire island was rapidly engulfed by a thick black protective barrier. At the same time, a piercing sound slashed through the air as several powerful sword beams, like falling meteors across the sky, shot toward them. Watch out, Li Dalong roared, his xuanhuan sword instantly transforming into a swirling shield of sword light to protect himself as he swiftly sidestepped to one side. To Lei Chuanji, such an aggressive ambush from the island was regarded as an outright insult. Although those sword beams could indeed pose a real threat to him, Lei Chuanji himself didn't care much about such threats at all. His cultivation had already approached the middle stage of the Luo Jin Xian. Whoever dared to attack the people of Unqi Immortal Sect without hesitation would be annihilated, even without Magistrate Li's intervention. With a wave of his hand, the disciples he brought quickly divided into several teams and surrounded the entire island. Then the elders attacked the Dinghai Pavilion's defensive formation together. Each of the four unleashed their abilities. Lei Chuanji used a traditional flying sword. A slash of sword light transformed into a long iron chain shimmering with lightning and struck the top of the protective barrier. A tremor shook the area as an earth-shaking explosion filled the air. The black protective barrier covering the Dinghai Pavilion visibly weakened. The attack power of a Luo Jin Xian level expert was truly formidable. Seeing Lei Chuanji strike first, the other three elders hurriedly followed suit, each displaying their own techniques. One elder gathered immortal energy and struck downward with his palm, causing a violent fluctuation in the surrounding immortal Unqi energy. In the sky above the Dinghai Pavilion, a massive energy hand quickly formed and came crashing down on the barrier like a real, tangible force. Another earth-shaking tremor. The black protective shield sank rapidly, rebounded a few times, and then returned to normal, but inside the formation, screams of pain filled the air. The elders and disciples of the Dinghai Pavilion, who were maintaining the formation, were already severely wounded. A few more attacks like that, and even if the formation didn't break, those maintaining it would be worked to death. Seeing the first two elders achieve success, the remaining two elders were unwilling to fall behind, and immediately attacked the protective barrier with a spear and sword simultaneously. With the previous attack from the Luo Jin Xian level expert weakening the barrier, now under the added pressure of the two elders attacking together, the defensive formation could no longer hold. With a loud explosion, it shattered into energy fragments, dispersing into the air above the island. Now, the entire island was fully exposed to the enemy's gaze. The terrified disciples of the Dinghai Pavilion either scattered in panic or clutched their weapons tightly, staring outward with eyes filled with hatred. Chapter 333, Rooting Out the Evil. The disciples of Dinghai Pavilion never expected that their defensive formation would be breached so easily. The cowardly ones had already begun flying toward the open sea, hoping to escape with their lives. At the same time, some fearless disciples launched attacks against the invaders. The deafening cries of battle rose from all directions as Dinghai Pavilion's disciples surged forth, launching fierce attacks against disciples from Unqi Immortal Sect and Yunxia Sect. The first opponents the Dinghai Pavilion disciples faced were the dozens of Tai Golden Immortal late-stage experts from Unqi Immortal Sect. Lei Chuanji and several other Luo Golden Immortal level experts, after eliminating a few experts from Dinghai Pavilion, hovered above the island observing the battle. They had no intention to engage further. Only Lei Chuanji focused his main consciousness on Li Dalong, preventing any unexpected dangers from happening to him. Faced with attacks from so many late-stage Tai Golden Immortal experts, the disciples of Dinghai Pavilion were completely overwhelmed and subjected to one-sided slaughter. Within a few breaths, every disciple of Dinghai Pavilion at the Tai Golden Immortal stage was slaughtered. As for the remaining disciples of Golden Immortal rank and below, they did not engage further, but simply surrounded the entire island, leaving Yunxia Sect's disciples to handle them. For a time, the two sides clashed violently, with the sounds of fierce battle shaking heaven and earth. Though Yunxia Sect's disciples fought freely under the protection of Unqi Immortal Sect's powerful disciples, the Dinghai Pavilion disciples fought desperately and without fear of death. Kill them all. Seeing Dinghai Pavilion disciples putting up fierce resistance, Li Dalong roared angrily, his figure transforming into a whirlwind-like blade of sword light. Wherever he went, a trail of blood blossoms followed. His xuanhuan sword in hand became a dazzling array of sword flashes. With each swing of his blade, another Dinghai Pavilion disciple fell. Like a war god, he galloped across the battlefield, unstoppable. Master Ma also displayed great power, a single palm strike killing a disciple of Dinghai Pavilion with internal organs crushed beyond recovery. Particularly, Master Ma and several senior Yunxia Sect attendants were extremely ruthless and merciless in their attacks. Meanwhile, the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal level disciples of Unqi Immortal Sect would immediately intervene when any of Yunxia Sect's disciples came into danger, removing the threats. This sort of nanny-style protection during combat caused Yunxia Sect disciples' combat effectiveness to surge. Unconcerned about injury or death, they charged forward with immense momentum, dealing heavy losses to the Dinghai Pavilion disciples. This battle was extremely brutal, with great sacrifices on both sides. Although the disciples of Dinghai Pavilion fought desperately, defeat was already certain, and they were reduced to being cannon fodder for Yunxia Sect's training. Though numerous, what remained were disciples below the rank of Golden Immortal, many of whom were new, low-level recruits, greatly inferior in strength. Under the fierce assault of Yunxia Sect, they gradually became overpowered and eventually were completely surrounded and annihilated. Slaughter. Kill. Kill. Yunxia Sect's disciples, avenging old grudges and experiencing the first taste of such a decisive and exhilarating victory, were all extremely excited. Li Daolong held the xuanhuan sword tightly in his hand and finally killed the last disciple of Dinghai Pavilion. His body was drenched in blood, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Without the powerful support of Unqi Immortal Sect, in the same situation, it would have been Yunxia Sect being slaughtered. The fate of the carelessly dealt with Dinghai Pavilion leader would have been his own. Strength was the fundamental principle. One harsh reality after another told him that only continual and sustained strength was the key to survival. When the battle ended, the entire Dinghai Pavilion compound had become a pile of ruins. Yunxia Sect's disciples had also suffered great losses. Despite the help from Unqi Immortal Sect's disciples, there were still unavoidable casualties, over 200 injured and more than 30 killed. However, they eventually succeeded in completely wiping out Dinghai Pavilion. We've taken revenge. Master Ma panted heavily, blood smeared all over his body. For many disciples of Yunxia Sect, this battle had been extremely bloody, yet it let them taste the joy of victory. So far, Li Daolong and Yunxia Sect's primary objectives had been more than accomplished. Master Lei, I'll need you to kindly lead some people to help investigate Dinghai Pavilion's compound and check for any hidden experts. We will guard the perimeter first to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, Li Daolong said, clasping his hands together in a bow as he spoke to Elder Xiang. After hearing Li Daolong's words, Lei Chuanji's eyes lit up, and he then responded respectfully with appreciation. Elder Li is too polite. Such a small matter doesn't warrant such a big commotion. But just to be safe, perhaps we should check it through thoroughly first. He knew that Li Daolong was giving him and the participating disciples an opportunity to gain benefits. Surely there would be many valuable treasures in the premises of a sect base. Li Daolong's allowing them to go first was clearly an expression of gratitude. However, Lei Chuanji understood the principle of giving an inch and taking a mile in human relationships. Having lived a long life and being shrewd and experienced in such matters, he certainly understood the unspoken etiquette of social courtesy. Thus, he took the lead and flew downward toward Dinghai Pavilion's base, which had been nearly reduced to ruins. While descending, he transmitted instructions through divine consciousness to the other attendants and disciples, advising them to take only an appropriate amount, leaving some behind for Yunxia Sect. Everyone understood perfectly. They were extremely satisfied with this mission, as the risks were minimal and the gains were plentiful. The disciples of Yunxia Sect were especially thrilled. Under the leadership of elders, more than 400 of them had eradicated an entire sect, an incredible honor that would be bragged about for centuries. Though they were not the main attacking force, they were significant participants and the ones who completed the final cleanup. Not only had they avenged their fallen seniors and juniors, but they also gained a vast treasure trove of cultivation resources. Their rewards back at the sect would surely be generous. Once they returned, no one would dare casually kill a Yunxia Sect disciple again. That was precisely what they valued most. A newfound confidence had taken deep root in their hearts. Soon, Lei Chuanji and the disciples from Unqi Immortal Sect flew back from the ruins of Dinghai Pavilion's base. After giving a nod of gratitude to Li Daolong, he received a wave of Li Daolong's hand, following which Elder Ma led the disciples flying down to the ruins to start cleaning up and collecting loot. After several hours, the looting was completed. Elder Ma flew over, made a report to Li Daolong, and then handed him 2 storage rings. One was given directly to Li Daolong himself. The other had been prepared on Li Daolong's orders, containing carefully selected valuable items meant for Elder Xiang Zhongxiang of Unqi Immortal Sect. After all, Elder Xiang had privately ordered assistance for the operation to completely eliminate Dinghai Pavilion. Whether publicly or personally, Li Daolong felt he deserved a share. After finishing cleaning the area, Li Daolong carelessly released a fire spell toward the ruins below, completely obliterating everything. Watching the thick flames rising beneath, Li Daolong remained entirely calm. Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, his mind had fully matured into that of a true cultivator, although at times he still occasionally felt a faint sorrow for heaven and compassion for people. Li Daolong and Lei Chuanji led their people back to the ancient cave dwelling to rejoin Elder Xiang. Chapter 334, Under Attack. Everyone returned to the location of the ancient cave mansion, where Elder Xiang had already led a group inside. A disciple guarding the entrance approached them to greet. After a brief exchange with Li Daolong and Lei Chuanji regarding the current situation, they decided to leave 30 people to reinforce the security at the entrance while the rest entered the cave mansion. They found Elder Xiang, who was commanding the dismantling of arrays. Senior Elder Xiang, thank you. Li Daolong happily expressed his gratitude upon seeing Elder Xiang Zhongxiang. A small favor, no need to be so formal. Elder Xiang politely responded, showing no arrogance that would be expected from a cultivator of his level, a de luo jinxian. Li Daolong then handed over a storage ring he had prepared in advance, and said, Senior Elder Xiang, a small token of appreciation for your assistance. Please accept it. Elder Xiang Zhongxiang did not decline, and accepted it naturally with a smile. Say, Elderly, you are too courteous. Senior Elder Xiang, what is the current situation? Without continuing the topic further, Li Dalong changed the subject and asked. We are making quite good progress right now, though the arrays here, although ancient, are still very strong. It seems that our rewards will be quite significant. Hearing Li Dalong's inquiry, Elder Xiang responded with a smile. With a successful return, this mission was certainly going to bring great merits. They were moving much faster in breaking through the arrays compared to Dinghai Pavilion. After all, Dinghai Pavilion's strength was far inferior to that of Wuji Xinzong. Still, Elder Xiang felt they were progressing too slowly. Given the immense value of this location, the longer they delayed, the more envy and greed it would provoke. It was safest to secure everything as soon as possible. Everyone understood the old saying. Only when things are safely stowed away can one feel at ease. He was personally supervising the operations and occasionally even joining in personally. The rewards had been significant indeed. They had already obtained over 10 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, including 2 that were 30,000 years old. As for the immortal treasures, Wuji Xinzong didn't pay much attention to these. The sect had its own grand masters in forging weapons. Only artifacts at the level of divine treasures would interest them. Common immortal artifacts were not particularly valued, except for their worth and shansure. In contrast, the spirit herbs over 10,000 years old were the true treasures. Such herbs were extremely hard to find, and naturally, the more the better. A sect of Wuji Xinzong's magnitude consumed vast amounts of Dangyao annually. Although they had their own spirit herb gardens, the quantities of such ancient herbs were minimal, many reserved strictly for emergency stockpiles. Finding herbs aged several 10,000 years at the periphery of the cave mansion suggested the inner chambers might hold even older ones. If they could locate the herb garden here, perhaps there would be some surpassing 100,000 years. If there were such 100,000-year-old spirit herbs, he would go to any lengths to obtain one. These rare treasures were the only hope to heal his junior fellow disciples' wounds. Spirit herbs surpassing 100,000 years old were perhaps no longer classified as mere xiao. They seemed to have advanced to another level entirely, exhibiting both medicinal effects and other extraordinary magical properties that couldn't be assessed by ordinary standards of the immortal realm. He still had no clue on how to prepare a healing elixir for Zhou Yong. Even with Yi Wuxia's help within Wuji Xinzong, they couldn't find a suitable Danyao. Later, through Yi Wuxia, he consulted the head of his sect's Pildan. Only then was he presented with a possible solution. Spirit herbs surpassing 100,000 years of age, essentially divine-grade herbs. Thus, Li Dalong's hope now rested entirely upon these divine herbs. It was already extremely difficult to find herbs surpassing 10,000 years, let alone those of 100,000. With no progress thus far, hearing of this possibility today filled his heart with immediate excitement. Unable to calm down at all, he had to get one of these divine herbs to revive his junior fellow disciple. Li Dalong's expertise in arrays was quite good. To expedite the progress here, he joined in personally to dismantle the arrays. In truth, this cave mansion seemed truly made up of countless Dao Shag arrays, like an endless series. After the outermost array concealing the entrance shattered, numerous arrays remained inside the cave mansion. However, with each array dismantled, there were rewards, spirit herbs, immortal artifacts, rare ores, materials, or cultivation techniques. As for Biao, due to the passage of time, the pills inside the bottles had mostly turned to dust, leaving only empty pill bottles behind. Yet, there were also dangers here. If an array wasn't correctly dismantled and instead triggered, many cultivators had been fatally struck down by the array's defenses. Members from both Wuji Xinzong and Yunxia Sect had met such fates. This forced them to act cautiously, carefully dismantling the arrays one by one. Elder Xiang Zhongxiang also tried brute force dismantling. Initially, he did attempt breaking a few arrays by force, but ultimately gave up this method that seemed fast but was actually difficult to execute effectively. Primarily, while attacking an array as a formidable middle stage de Luo Jinxian, he suffered internal injuries from the array's counterattack. That experience taught him to diligently dismantle the arrays carefully as they advanced further inside. Of course, everyone involved in dismantling arrays also reaped benefits. Constantly unraveling various different formations, including linked arrays and nested arrays. Their expertise in arrays improved rapidly. Some major arrays even contained Yaoshou. These Yaoshou were extremely powerful, and only elders and directors of the de Luo Jinxian level could subdue them. As time passed, they advanced about 20+ li into the cave mansion when suddenly a disciple of Wuji Xinzong, covered in blood, rushed inside and reported urgently to Elder Xiang Zhongxiang. Senior Elder, bad news. A large group of black-clad attackers has suddenly appeared outside, launching a surprise assault on us. The brothers currently guarding the entrance are locked in fierce battle and request your immediate assistance. Receiving such news unexpectedly, Elder Xiang Zhongxiang was greatly shocked. Who on earth had the guts to dare attack Wuji Xinzong? They truly must be tired of living. Brave indeed. Seems like some creatures who don't know the meaning of death. You few come with me to check outside. Elder Xiang angrily commanded, selecting several elders and directors of the de Luo Jinxian level to accompany him outside the cave mansion to eliminate the attackers. Meanwhile, he ordered everyone to stay alert and be ready to offer reinforcements at any moment. The news reached Li Dalong's side almost immediately as well. Upon hearing it, Li Dalong furrowed his brows, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Whoever dared attack Wuji Xinzong so openly clearly had the cave mansion as their target. Moreover, they clearly weren't afraid of Wuji Xinzong's retaliation. Then, who exactly were they? Were they an independent faction or a coalition of multiple forces? Judging from their black robes, it seemed they wanted the cave mansion, yet didn't wish to openly provoke Wuji Xianzong, most likely indicating a coalition of major sects acting together against Wuji Xianzong. Looks like things might get a bit troublesome this time. They had planned this attack with careful intent, while Wuji Xianzong was unprepared. He must inform both his father-in-law and the Yunxia Sect's mother-in-law as soon as possible, so that everyone could prepare in advance. Chapter 335, Spreading the News. As for the struggle over the cave mansion, with the current strength of the Cloud Veil Sect's disciples, stepping outside would be nothing more than walking to their deaths. It would be better to stay inside the cave mansion, break through more arrays as quickly as possible, and acquire more resources. After carefully analyzing and filtering his thoughts, he took out a message jade talisman and began contacting his father-in-law, Xiuxian. The most effective way was to directly inform him of the current situation. Luckily, the cave mansion contained its own space, and enemy interference couldn't reach here, so communication remained normal. Soon, Xiuxian answered the call from Li Dalong on the other side. Didn't you say you were at the outer island? What's happened? Xiuxian was handling sect matters when suddenly, he felt fluctuations coming from the communication jade talisman inside his storage ring. Taking it out, he saw it was the special jade he had specifically set aside for his daughter and Li Dalong to use. This was the first time Li Dalong had actively contacted him using the communication jade. Something must have gone wrong, and Xiuxian immediately thought of the mission to explore the ancient cave mansion on the outer island. Father-in-law, something's happened. The disciples we left outside guarding the cave mansion were suddenly attacked by a large group of black-clad assassins. Elder Xiang has already gone out with several other elders and deacons to handle it. The current situation is unclear. From my analysis, the enemy came prepared. They're after this cave mansion. Please send reinforcements as soon as possible. This cave mansion is larger than we anticipated. It contains countless arrays, and we've only advanced about 20 miles inside, yet have already collected over 100 immortality herbs older than 10,000 years. Based on our analysis, within the inner medicinal garden, we believe there may be herbs as old as 100,000 years. After describing the situation, Li Dalong emphasized the immortality herbs inside the cave mansion. What? Immortality herbs over 100,000 years old? Hearing this, Xiuxian was stunned. He fully understood the value of such herbs. No, not just herbs, but divine medicinal treasures. There was no way these could be allowed to fall into other people's hands. Fine, just stay inside the cave mansion. Be careful and protect yourself. If things look dire, retreat first. I'll send help immediately. Tell Elder Xiang that no matter what, he must hold on until reinforcements arrive. Xiuxian wasted no words and immediately informed Li Dalong of his arrangements, ordering Elder Xiang to lead the members of the Infinite Immortal Sect to hold the cave mansion until reinforcements arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiuxian issued orders to the disciples standing guard outside the main hall, urgently summoning the elders currently in the sect to gather in the main hall for discussions. At the same time, he carefully analyzed which forces in the immortal realm would dare to confront the Infinite Immortal Sect so brazenly. After thinking it over, he reached the same conclusion as Li Dalong. Most likely, the stakes were too high this time, so great that several major powers in the immortal realm had united to oppose the Infinite Immortal Sect. But they didn't want to completely burn all bridges yet, leaving room for maneuver. But before they realized the real possibility of herbs older than 100,000 years existing inside, Xiuxian decided to deploy several grand elders to strike them with a heavy blow, serving as a warning. He would also place the cave mansion under heavy protection until all its treasures were extracted. As the leader of one of the top forces in the immortal realm, Xiuxian was no benevolent figure. Once his plan was set, many lives were about to be lost. He then sent a spiritual voice transmission to the secluded grand elders in the back mountains of the sect, the grand elders who had been cultivating in retreat. This time, he had made a ruthless decision to deploy 3 grand elders of the quasi-sage level at once. These grand elders were seasoned experts, renowned figures who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. These grand elders represented the true depth of the Infinite Immortal Sect, the very foundation of their power, normally only summoned for matters of utmost importance. Deploying 3 at once clearly showed how much Xiuxian valued this cave mansion. These 3 grand elders were Situ Qingguang, Gu Chuan, and a female grand elder named Mo Qian, all quasi-sages with close to 100,000 years of experience in that realm. Afterward, he arranged for a group of elders at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, ranging from early to late stages, to accompany them, ensuring complete security. Since the enemy wanted to play rough, Xiuxian was ready to play hard. The immortal realm had enjoyed peace for far too long, and some had started getting restless. This opportunity would serve as a wake-up call. To drain their forces steadily, Xiuxian planned to have the 3 quasi-sage grand elders lie in wait, hidden. First, he'd send a wave of Deluo Golden Immortal level elders, mid to early stage, to engage the enemy, drawing out their late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal opponents. Only then would the Infinite Immortal Sect's late-stage elders intervene. As the enemy continued to reinforce, Xiuxian would deploy the 3 grand elders to strike decisively, annihilating them all in one fell swoop. That way, the enemy's backbone would suffer significant losses. Once a major portion of their middle-tier forces were eliminated, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly again for quite some time. Before long, the elders from the sect began arriving one after another, and the previously vast and empty hall grew lively. Upon entering, none of them spoke to each other. They simply greeted the sect leader Xiuxian and silently took their seats, patiently waiting for the sect leader to speak. Once all the elders had gathered, Xiuxian stood up and addressed everyone. A few days ago, we received news from Master Ku of the Cloudveil Sect about a collaboration opportunity. An ancient cave mansion was discovered on the outer island. At the time, the situation wasn't entirely clear, and the Cloudveil Sect itself had limited intelligence. I ordered Elder Xiang Zhengxiang to lead a team to investigate and handle this ancient cave mansion, but just now an unexpected incident occurred. Someone, upon learning of the cave mansion, disguised themselves as black-clad assassins and launched an attack against our disciples stationed outside. Elder Xiang Zhengxiang has already gone out with his team to engage them in battle. There's also a critical intelligence report. In this ancient cave mansion, we've discovered a large number of immortality herbs, and even more importantly, there may be divine medicinal herbs inside. At this point, Xiuxian paused and observed the elders' reactions below. As expected, the moment this information was revealed, the elders grew furious, angry at whoever dared to attack the infinite immortal sect, and determined to punish the culprits severely. When they heard the mention of divine medicinal herbs, their reactions intensified further. Some of the more impulsive elders had already spoken up from below. Master, then what are we waiting for? Let's dispatch people immediately and wipe out these rats. They must have grown tired of life to dare attack our sect's disciples. Yes, Master, send people now. Master, let me go? I won't return to the sect unless I leave all of them behind. Meanwhile, some elders simply watched the sect leader in silence without expressing their views. Xiuxian looked on in satisfaction at the elders' reactions. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. This time, it seems our infinite immortal sect has been too quiet for too long, causing some to forget the sharpness of our swords. After careful consideration, I've decided to use this opportunity to teach these rats beneath the surface a lesson they won't soon forget, Xiuxian said, his expression calm as he looked at the crowd. Preparations will be made to invite 3 of our supreme elders to come out of seclusion and personally oversee the situation. Additionally, we will dispatch 20 late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal level elders, 50 mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal elders, 200 early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal elders and deacons, as well as 1,000 disciples across various levels of the Tai Golden Immortal realm to provide reinforcement. Chapter 336, The Reinforcements Ambushed. Xiuxian continued laying out the next plan. This operation will be personally supervised by me here at the sect headquarters, while Elder Ouyang Feng leads the team to the outlying island. Everyone must obey Elder Ouyang Feng's field commands. The 3 supreme elders will remain on standby and won't act initially. In the initial stage, elders and disciples whose cultivation level is below the middle stage of Deluo Golden Immortal will engage the attackers, keeping them occupied. This will lure out the enemy's reserve forces. Once they appear, elders of the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal will intervene, forcing the enemy to keep sending reinforcements. Then the 3 supreme elders will strike and wipe them all out in one move. This is the preliminary plan. Does anyone have any suggestions to add? Or any better ideas? Considering the actual strength of Wuji Immortal Sect and the specific circumstances on the island, Xiuxian's plan was rather comprehensive. Therefore, after listening, the elders were in full agreement and offered no objections. Allowing the elders a moment to process and reflect, Xiuxian confirmed the plan once he saw that no one raised any further concerns. Good. Since everyone has no objections, proceed according to plan. Elder Ouyang Feng, you'll start mobilizing personnel and set out immediately. I will personally visit the 3 supreme elders to inform them. The remaining elders currently within the sect should focus on their duties. Security within and outside the sect needs to be strengthened recently. We should try our best to recall disciples who are scattered outside the sect. All disciples should be reminded not to go out for cultivation alone during this time, to prevent the enemy from becoming desperate and venting their anger on our disciples. Yes, sect leader. After Xiuxian finished assigning the tasks, the elders rose as one, bowed respectfully, and then left the sect's main hall. Thus, the vast machinery of Wuji Immortal Sect began rolling forward, unknowingly setting the stage for a war that would significantly impact the immortal realm. Meanwhile, Li Dalong was involuntarily drawn into the heart of the battlefield. At the entrance of the ancient cave dwelling, disciples from Wuji Immortal Sect were engaged in a desperate battle. Even elders at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, like Xiang Zhongxiang, were being surrounded and attacked by multiple enemies. This ambush had caught Wuji Immortal Sect off guard. With the attackers fully prepared and the sect caught unprepared, the disciples of Wuji Immortal Sect had suffered heavy losses. From a defensive perimeter stretching 150 li outside the cave dwelling, they were gradually pushed back to a defense line of less than 2 li from the entrance. All disciples from Yunxia Sect outside the cave dwelling had already perished. Wuji Immortal Sect had also suffered nearly 50 deaths, including both disciples and senior elders, suffering heavy losses. Even those disciples who had remained inside the cave dwelling were now gathered at the entrance, awaiting orders and ready to provide external support at any moment. As for the disciples from Yunxia Sect, under Li Dalong's leadership, were waiting at an open space within the cave dwelling's entrance, preparing at any moment to attempt a breakout. Though the chance of successfully escaping was extremely slim, there was still a glimmer of hope that a few could manage to survive. Going outside to support would only create more chaos, given their low cultivation levels. They would only add to the casualties and negatively impact the morale of the Wuji Immortal Sect disciples. Thus, Elder Xiang Zhongxiang instructed Li Dalong not to get involved in the ongoing battle and to escape on his own if the situation turned dire. Unexpectedly, not only were the enemies elite, but their numbers were also more than double of theirs. Fortunately, after actively withdrawing their defensive lines, their numerical advantage was somewhat neutralized, allowing them to hold the entrance firmly for now. However, these black-clad enemies had underestimated the combat capabilities of the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples. Now, the number of black-clad corpses littering the ground already exceeded the total number of fallen disciples from both Unqi Immortal Sect and Yunxia Sect combined. Yet what pained and angered Zhengqiang was that an elder at the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal had been killed after being surrounded by several black-clad Deluo Golden Immortals. It had been many years since Unqi Immortal Sect had suffered the loss of a Deluo Golden Immortal in direct combat. Though he was far more powerful than cultivators of the same stage, he was still unable to aid anyone else when facing 3 black-clad enemies at the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. As time passed, the battle became increasingly brutal. Batch after batch of Unqi Immortal Sect disciples stationed inside the cave dwelling were sent outside for defense, only to be subsequently killed or worn down in combat against the black-clad warriors. Watching the number of Unqi Immortal Sect disciples dwindling day by day, Li Dalong's heart grew heavier. Although he had already reported the situation to his father-in-law Xiuxian, the distance between here and Unqi Immortal Sect was quite far. More importantly, they had greatly underestimated the determination of the black-clad figures to exterminate them. With superior numbers, relentless attacks, and no concern for casualties, it remained uncertain whether they could hold out until the arrival of reinforcements. At the current intensity of the battle, it was likely they would be overwhelmed and the enemy would break into the cave dwelling before reinforcements arrived. Once the enemy breached the cave dwelling, the disciples from Yunxia Sect would suffer devastating losses, and even Li Dalong himself had no confidence in escaping. Unless he could find an opportunity to hide inside the Xuanhuan Pearl to evade danger, waiting until Unqi Immortal Sect reclaimed the cave dwelling before emerging again. But if the enemy discovered the Xuanhuan Pearl and took it away, he would be trapped inside forever. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not consider using the Xuanhuan Pearl. When only more than 30 Unqi Immortal Sect disciples remained, Li Dalong's heart sank to the depths. This battle had brought tremendous losses to Unqi Immortal Sect. So many elite disciples had perished here. These were all elite disciples at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. If they were placed in smaller sects outside, they would at least hold the rank of elder. Facing the relentless attacks and ruthless slaughters by the black-clad enemies was something no one had anticipated. Xiuxian hadn't expected these black-clad enemies to be this decisive either. Overall, events were still mostly in line with Xiuxian's plan, except for the only unaccounted variable. The losses on his own side had far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the first wave of reinforcements from Unqi Immortal Sect, led by Elder Ouyang Feng, was on their way to the outlying island. When this group of warriors, exuding a menacing aura, stepped out of the transmission formation, they quickly organized themselves and proceeded toward the outskirts of Shikang City. But unexpectedly, they were ambushed again. These enemies truly had great ambition. Not only had they launched attacks on the people inside the ancient cave dwelling, they had also developed a comprehensive plan to besiege the targets while intercepting the reinforcements sent by Unqi Immortal Sect. When Ouyang Feng's reinforcement team was still 10 li away from Shikang City, suddenly, they sensed a powerful energy surging from all directions, enveloping them. Ouyang Feng immediately became alert. The pressure from this energy was unprecedented. His first reaction was, "We are ambushed. Everyone, stay alert. We're under attack. A formation is being activated." Elder Ouyang Feng shouted. Instantly, he realized that these enemies were no ordinary foes. They had actually set up such a vast formation over this open sea to trap them. "Quick, attack with full strength. Don't let the formation complete." Elder Ouyang Feng roared. His long sword shot forth a dazzling ray of sword light, attacking the glowing sections of the formation. Other disciples also began unleashing their ultimate techniques, trying to destroy the formation. Chapter 337, Ambush and Counter-Encirclement. However, the formation arranged by these enemies was extremely powerful. Not only was it activated quickly, but it also possessed formidable defensive strength, capable of restraining and trapping opponents. Under the leadership of Elder Ouyang Feng, the disciples of Zhengqi Sect launched an immediate counterattack, yet they failed to prevent the activation of the formation or to break through its established structure. "This can't go on like this," Elder Ouyang Feng muttered inwardly. He had to come up with a plan quickly to break the deadlock. Since the formation couldn't be destroyed quickly, he had no choice but to rely on his formation experts. Coincidentally, he had brought along a group of disciples who specialized in formations to deal with the magical arrays inside the cave dwelling. He silently signaled to 2 of the more skilled formation experts among the group, instructing them to start analyzing and dismantling the enemy's formation. The 2 disciples stepped forward and infiltrated their spiritual awareness into the array to begin studying it. After a while, they exchanged a few words before coming forward with gloomy expressions. "Elder Ouyang," one of them said grimly, "we have never seen this formation before. It's quite complex. It seems to be a composite containment formation. Disassembling it will take time. It would be best if we could gather a few more formation masters to study it together. That would speed things up." Ouyang Feng's heart sank. They were already running out of time. They had been trapped inside this formation for nearly half a teacup's time. If they couldn't break free soon, it would affect the sect leader's overall plan. After scanning the environment and observing the enemy once more, he noticed something strange. These enemies hadn't launched a direct attack right away. They had merely trapped them within the formation. This puzzled Ouyang Feng greatly. As he was contemplating a countermeasure, one disciple suddenly shouted, "Elder, The enemy has begun their attack. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feng immediately raised his alertness. He saw that black-clothed figures were now pouring in from all directions. Their objective was clearly to completely annihilate the reinforcement squad from Zhengqi Sect. Everyone, prepare for battle. Ouyang Feng shouted. He knew they were now facing a life-or-death situation. The disciples of Zhengqi Sect immediately formed a battle array, ready to counterattack. However, the black-clothed enemy launched a sudden and overwhelming offensive. These black-clad enemies were not only powerful in cultivation, but also worked together seamlessly. Using the formation as their advantage, they moved freely and struck from unexpected angles in bizarre and unpredictable ways. They were like ghosts, vanishing and reappearing suddenly, making it extremely difficult to defend against them. Within a short time, Ouyang Feng identified more than 20 elites among the black-clothed enemies, all at the late Saint King stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. The disciples of Xiuxian resisted fiercely, but they were unable to withstand the black-clothed attackers' ferocious assault. Casualties began to occur shortly after the battle started, and they were quickly placed into a desperate situation. This can't go on like this. Ouyang Feng thought again. He needed to act quickly and find a way to break the deadlock. He decided that the formation had to be taken down first. Ouyang Feng personally led a team to form a protective ring around all the formation experts in the center and ordered them to concentrate fully on breaking the array. The formation experts understood this was a critical moment and gave their all, trying various methods to locate the array's energy nodes and weaknesses. After an hour, they finally identified several key points critical to breaking the formation. Elder Ouyang, one of the experts, explained. If you assign people to simultaneously attack these spots, and then have others continuously strike one of the critical nodes for 3 heartbeats without stopping, we should be able to break through the formation. Excellent. Ouyang Feng exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. He immediately promised rewards to the formation experts. You 10 will attack this point with your strongest strikes. You others will hit this spot with full force. You few attack there, you here. And you few will follow me to strike this point continuously for 3 heartbeats. Don't stop in between. Ouyang Feng quickly assigned all disciples to their attack positions according to the expert's instructions, preparing to break the array in one decisive move. Begin. With a single command from Ouyang Feng, the selected disciples unleashed their full power. As the first node was destroyed, the suppression from the formation on them significantly weakened. When the second key node was destroyed, the binding pressure that constantly threatened them diminished considerably. As the disciples destroyed the second node, the black-clothed enemies began showing signs of panic, realizing that the members of Zhengqi had found a way to dismantle their formation. In desperation, the black-clothed figures intensified their attacks, attempting to inflict as much damage as possible before the formation was completely broken. However, the destruction of the formation was now irreversible. Under Ouyang Feng's command, the last key node was destroyed. Instantly, the entrapment formation collapsed, and clarity returned to heaven and earth. This was the moment when Xiuxian launched a full-scale counterattack, now without the assistance of the formation and the suppression over Xiuxian members. The casualty rate among the black-clothed enemies skyrocketed, while the losses among Xiuxian personnel began to drop significantly. Although the black-clothed figures had calculated their moves against Xiuxian quite successfully, nearly predicting all the possible reactions Xiuxian would make, and their estimations were highly accurate, they had missed one key factor: Xiuxian's ruthlessness. While they plotted against Xiuxian was also plotting against them. This ambush had only targeted the first batch of reinforcements from Xiuxian. There were still large numbers of reinforcements behind, including 3 quasi-Saint Realm super experts serving as backup. The black-clothed figures had originally estimated that Xiuxian would send at most only 1 rescue team. They had planned to swallow that rescue team whole, then proceed to eliminate the group from the ancient cave dwelling as well, seizing all the treasures inside and delivering a heavy blow to Xiuxian. Half an hour after Elder Ouyang Feng began organizing the team to break the array, the second wave of reinforcements from Xiuxian arrived at the battlefield, while the black-clothed figures' backup forces were still in the process of being urgently summoned. Upon the arrival of the second group of reinforcements, Ouyang Feng immediately took over command. He directed this second wave to encircle the black-clothed figures, and at this moment, the total number of Xiuxian fighters had already surpassed the black-clothed enemies by more than 1/3. The battlefield expanded, and the battle turned even more brutal. Wails of pain rose in all directions, and the corpses of both sides fell like raindrops onto the sea surface, splashing waves that were quickly devoured by sea creatures. The black-clothed forces suffered severe losses under the coordinated pincer attacks from both teams of Xiuxian. When more than half of the black-clothed figures had been eliminated, they could no longer hold on and began attempting to break through the encirclement one after another. Ouyang Feng ordered a tighter siege and ruthless extermination against the escaping black-clad figures. Xiuxian's uncompromising, merciless approach ignited fierce desperation among some black-clad figures who had run out of escape routes. Upon realizing they could not flee, they initiated self-destructs. After the first self-destruction, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, leading to successive self-explosions that killed and injured many cultivators from both sides. Chapter 338: Surrounding and Ambushing the Enemy. Fall back from the left front, open a path. Ouyang Feng quickly ordered his disciples who were engaged in the encirclement. Continuing the encirclement would only lead to even greater losses. With no other choice, Ouyang Feng gave the order to open a gap in the siege. Seeing that the disciples of Unqi Immortal Sect had truly opened a way out, the black-robed men immediately saw hope for survival, and the number of self-destructs rapidly decreased. Of course, no one truly wants to die, especially cultivators who value their lives even more. They were, after all, even more selfish. Now that there was a way to escape, why would they still fight to the death? A large group of black-robed men began to abandon resistance and fled through the opening left by Unqi Immortal Sect. Pursue. Once all the black-robed men within the encirclement had been killed, Ouyang Feng issued the order to chase down the rest. He then sent a message using divine consciousness to Zhang Tianshu, the leader of the second reinforcement squad, instructing him to immediately lead half of the second group toward the ancient cave dwelling for support. After all, they had arrived last and had consumed less immortal energy, so it was more appropriate for them to proceed as reinforcements. After receiving Ouyang Feng's order, Elder Zhang Tianshu immediately selected several hundred disciples, quickly assembled them, and flew toward the ancient cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng led the main force to begin the pursuit and elimination of the black-robed men. There was no way he would easily let escape those who had not only dared to attack them, but also ambush them. He wanted to follow the trail and find their base to deal them a heavy blow. At this time, the three grand elders of Unqi Immortal Sect had also arrived above this sea area, hiding within the void without revealing even a trace of their aura. Though they hadn't personally joined the battle, they used divine consciousness to guide Ouyang Feng regarding the escape directions and conditions of the black-robed men. Zhang Wu, you lead your men and flank 10 miles to the left direction. You, Yang Wei, take your group 10 miles to the right and encircle them. The rest will come with me to clear the front directly. Ouyang Feng issued the pursuit command to all members of Unqi Immortal Sect. The disciples of Unqi Immortal Sect quickly spread out according to Ouyang Feng's command and advanced forward. Black-robed men who fled too slowly were struck down by sword chi or flying swords from behind. Their screams of agony made the escaping men run even faster. After a chase lasting for an entire hour, the battle finally came to an end. Except for a few black-robed men at the late Deluo Golden Immortal level who managed to escape, over 1,000 enemies involved in the ambush were completely wiped out. After tidying the battlefield and counting the remaining personnel, Ouyang Feng felt a deep pain in his heart. 6 elders of Unqi Immortal Sect at the late Deluo Golden Immortal level had fallen, over 20 at the middle Deluo Golden Immortal stage had died, and more than 80 elders and stewards at the early Deluo Golden Immortal level had also perished. Over 400 Tai Golden Immortal disciples had also been killed. The greatest losses among the elders and stewards of Unqi Immortal Sect occurred during the stage when the black-robed men began self-destructing. After reorganizing the forces, Ouyang Feng quickly led the group toward the ancient cave dwelling. Inside the ancient cave dwelling, Li Dalong and the disciples from Yunxia Sect had endured a long and torturous several hours. Just when many disciples had begun to feel hopeless, the reinforcements from Unqi Immortal Sect finally arrived. When Zhang Tianshu arrived with the first wave of reinforcements from Unqi Immortal Sect, it coincided with the most desperate moment for Xiang Zhongxiang and his men. The cave dwelling had already used up nearly all of its backup forces, leaving only around 30 people remaining. Once even these were annihilated, the ancient cave dwelling and all their previous gains would be seized by the black-robed men. That would have been a grave sin. At the very moment Xiang Zhongxiang was burning with anxiety, the reinforcements arrived. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianshu immediately launched an attack on the black-robed men. Retreat. The leader of the black-robed men saw that the Unqi Immortal Sect reinforcements had arrived. Knowing the battle was already lost, he immediately abandoned the attack on the cave dwelling and ordered his men to retreat in batches. Kill. Seeing the black-robed men retreating, Zhang Tianshu was furious. They had ambushed us earlier. Now they want to run? Is life that simple? Run after the battle? What about my sword? He quickly issued orders to the elders and disciples he had brought, commanding them to pursue and eliminate the enemy. He quickly issued orders to the elders and disciples he had brought, commanding them to pursue and eliminate the enemy. He quickly issued orders to the elders and disciples he had brought, commanding them to pursue and eliminate the enemy. Although Zhang Tianshu's forces launched a fierce attack on the black-robed men, due to their numerical disadvantage and the fact that the black-robed men were retreating in an organized manner, they didn't gain much advantage in pursuit. Maintain distance, keep following them. Zhang Tianshu certainly wasn't about to let them escape so easily. The two groups moved rapidly toward the open sea, one in front and one behind, while Xiang Zhongxiang and the people he had brought were practically all injured, unable to continue pursuit. Quickly, everyone, hurry inside the cave dwelling. Take your healing pills and recover your injuries. You lot go outside and take positions to guard and await the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements. After giving orders to the surviving disciples, Xiang Zhongxiang led the remaining people into the cave dwelling to heal and restore their immortal energy. At the same time, he ordered the more than 30 Hobet disciples. Hobei is left, as is since it means Hobei, or reserve disciples, who had yet to engage in battle to stand guard outside the cave dwelling. After quickly arranging things, he himself took out healing pills and spirit-replenishing pills and swallowed them, taking every opportunity to recover his strength. Li Dalong saw that nearly all these disciples were wounded. He quickly said to the disciples from Yunxia Sect, "Everyone, go help the senior brothers from Unqi Immortal Sect with their wounds and take care of them." Upon hearing Li Dalong's command, the disciples of Yunxia Sect rushed forward immediately to assist. As hundreds of female disciples approached, the strong smell of blood was quickly replaced by the fragrance from the female disciples. The grim and blood-stained atmosphere was also lightened by their presence. The pale faces of the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples now showed some color. Meanwhile, the male disciples were sent by Li Dalong to the outside of the cave dwelling to clean up the battlefield, neatly placing the corpses of the fallen Unqi Immortal Sect and Yunxia Sect disciples on the open ground outside the cave. Before the battlefield was completely cleared, the main force led by Ouyang Feng arrived. A disciple named Zhang Zhao, who was temporarily in charge, quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Elder Ouyang. Where are all the people? Why are there so few of you here?" Seeing that the battle around the cave dwelling had already ended, but noticing only a few people outside, Ouyang Feng asked in haste. Reporting to Elder, once Elder Zhang arrived, the black-robed men withdrew. Elder Zhang has already taken a group to follow them. Elder Xiang and the remaining disciples were all injured, with severe immortal energy depletion, rendering them unable to fight further. They are now recovering inside the cave dwelling. We are the last group of Hobite forces, currently maintaining guard and awaiting the arrival of the elders. Zhang Zhao briefly reported the situation here and also informed Ouyang Feng about Elder Zhang Tianshu's pursuit of the black-robed men and their direction. You've all worked hard. Starting now, you will assist these senior brothers in guarding the entrance of the cave dwelling. The rest is our responsibility. Ouyang Feng kindly said to Zhang Zhao. Zhang Wu, you stay here with 300 disciples for defense. Yang Wei, you take the rest and follow me to reinforce Elder Zhang Tianshu immediately. After listening to Zhang Zhao's brief report, Ouyang Feng quickly analyzed the current situation. Understood. Receiving Ouyang Feng's orders, the two quickly departed with their men to carry out the commands. Chapter 339, Reinforcements arrive. Except for the 300 left behind for defense, Ouyang Feng would lead the rest to provide support, hoping that Zhang Tianshu could hold off those black-clad men. He intended to leave none of them behind. At the ancient cave dwelling, a force of 300 was more than sufficient. 3 supreme elders had already arrived, so safety at the cave was no longer an issue. Now it was time to proceed fully with the sect leader's plan. The current top priority was to catch up with the retreating black-clad men and eliminate their fighting strength. Quickly pursue them. Yang Wei, divide the disciples into 2 groups. The first group, consisting of those at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, will advance at full speed. The second group will follow shortly after. Move quickly. Ouyang Feng knew that Zhang Tianshu's force was small, so they had to catch up as soon as possible. At once, all elders in attendance at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, advance ahead first. The rest of the disciples, follow me. Yang Wei immediately relayed Ouyang Feng's orders before accelerating forward in pursuit. After arriving here, Ouyang Feng contacted Zhang Tianshu through a communication jade talisman. At that moment, under Zhang Tianshu's tailing and harassment, the black-clad men had already fled thousands of miles away, deeply entering the sea of oblivion. Elder Zhang, how are you doing now? Ouyang Feng asked through the connected jade talisman. Elder Ouyang, we are currently tailing them while attacking, but these black-clad men are powerful. We can only harass them at this point. Please hurry. It would be better if you could request the supreme elders for assistance. We've now entered the depths of the sea of oblivion. The way those black-clad men behave without fear suggests they have even stronger backup, Zhang Tianshu said, his tense mood easing slightly as he reported the situation. They're withdrawing in an organized manner, not retreating in disorder. Several times, we were counterattacked by them. Fortunately, we didn't push recklessly forward, so our losses are not severe so far. All right, I understand. I'll immediately report your suggestion to the supreme elders for their decision. Ouyang Feng replied after a brief pause. He trusted Zhang Tianshu's judgment. After being ambushed and going through the chase, their losses were already great, and they still had to leave people behind for defense. It would be safest to ask 2 supreme elders to go there. Reporting, supreme elders. Elder Tianshu from the front has sent news. They have already pursued deep into the sea of oblivion. However, these attackers remain defiant. I would like to invite 2 supreme elders to go there for support. Ouyang Feng respectfully bowed to the 3 supreme elders hidden in the clouds above and sent his message telepathically. We understand. You may go ahead first, came a clear voice from within the clouds. Yes, disciple takes his leave. After receiving the supreme elder's response, Ouyang Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. With 2 supreme elders on the way, there shouldn't be any issues. After handling the affairs here, he quickly flew deep into the sea of oblivion to catch up with his team. After learning that Ouyang Feng was already on his way, Zhang Tianshu intensified his attacks on the black-clad men, hoping to slow their retreat. In this pursuit, both sides suffered casualties. Yet the deeper he chased, the more uneasy Zhang Tianshu felt. There was something abnormal about the situation. All the way flying forward, he saw no one else except the black-clad men ahead. Beneath them, the sea surface revealed only the occasional small deserted islet, with nothing but dark waters all around. While flying, he occasionally slashed out a few sword beams. Never mind, he thought. Hearing Elder Ouyang's words, 2 supreme elders were coming. These black-clad men wouldn't be able to create any serious trouble. As the disciples of Zhengqi Sect increased their attack intensity and frequency, the number of casualties among the black-clad men began to rise. The battle became increasingly fierce, and the pace of their retreat unavoidably slowed down. After a cup of tea's time, the leader of the black-clad men realized this could not continue. Though his men outnumbered and surpassed the Zhengqi Sect members in strength, they couldn't wipe them all out quickly either. Moreover, they still had another 1,000 miles to go to reach their destination, and he couldn't afford to let the pursuers realize their plan. Thus, he quietly ordered the black-clad men to quicken their retreat and avoid unnecessary entanglements with the Zhengqi Sect disciples. From then on, unless the attacks from the Zhengqi Sect were life-threatening, the black-clad men barely resisted, no longer engaging in prolonged combat. Seeing the black-clad men accelerating their retreat again, Zhang Tianshu pulled out his communication jade talisman and contacted Ouyang Feng. Elder Ouyang, the attackers have sped up again. Please hurry. We are having difficulty holding them down now. Zhang Tianshu anxiously shouted into the talisman. I understand. We'll be there shortly, Ouyang Feng replied. Hardly had Ouyang Feng ended the communication with Zhang Tianshu when Zhang suddenly detected a group of people behind him through his spiritual sense. His mood finally lifted slightly. Reinforcements had arrived. These were the first group of elders and attendants with Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation organized by Ouyang Feng, and they were meant to stabilize the battlefield situation. With the arrival of these high-level fighters, whether it was to stall or to attack the black-clad men, their side would not suffer major losses. Senior Zhang, we were ordered by Elder Ouyang to rush here for support. We are all under Senior Zhang's command, said Zhang Weihan, a leading elder, as he bowed respectfully to Zhang Tianshu. Glad you've arrived. Glad you've arrived. Elders and attendants. Divide into 4 teams, 2 on each side, and take turns attacking, but do not advance recklessly. Hold them in place and wait for Elder Ouyang and the others to arrive. Zhang Tianshu instructed the elders and attendants who had come for support. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To these elders, such a simple command required no additional explanation. They automatically split into 4 teams and launched attacks on the black-clad men. As the powerful figures from Zhengqi Sect, who had Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, began fighting, black-clad corpses rained down into the sea like drops of rain. The leader of the black-clad men had anticipated such a situation. He immediately enacted a strategy of cutting off losses, allowing the black-clad men to accelerate their escape. Meanwhile, the rear group of black-clad men simply stopped and began to fight head-on against the Zhengqi Sect. After issuing his orders, the black-clad leader took a deep look at the Zhengqi Sect disciples who were chasing after them. Then, turning his body, he flew to catch up with his retreating companions deep into the sea of oblivion. Zhang Tianshu noticed immediately the enemy had chosen to sever their tail to escape their pursuit. He quickly issued an order to dispatch 2 teams of elders and attendants totaling 50 people from among those with Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation to intercept the escaping group. A force of 50 Great Luo Golden Immortals was still rather impressive. They quickly surpassed the fleeing black-clad men and completely blocked their path. Immediately, the leader of the black-clad men dispatched his own group of Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivators. Sending others would be suicide. Only those of equal or higher cultivation level could stand a chance against such opponents. At the same time, he knew today's objective could not be achieved, so he decided to activate the contingency plan, request for assistance. Chapter 340, The War Against the Cloaked Men. Fortunately, they were not too far from their preset destination, and with a quick response, they could arrive shortly. The leader of the cloaked men suddenly sensed something and immediately took out a jade talisman from his storage ring, crushing it in his palm. This was a token they had agreed upon beforehand. Once this talisman was crushed, the corresponding one held by another person would also shatter simultaneously. Upon receiving the signal, the other party would immediately initiate the backup plan. After sending the signal, the leader of the cloaked men no longer attempted to escape. Instead, he concentrated on commanding his subordinates to engage in fierce battle with the disciples of Unqi Immortal Sect. Although the Great Luo Golden Immortal level experts from Unqi Immortal Sect possessed formidable cultivation, all the cloaked men began to adopt a defensive stance collectively and did not actively attack them. With so many forming a formation and a group of equally powerful cloaked men distracting them, the results he achieved were minimal. After approximately the time it took to finish a cup of tea, both sides fought intensely until finally, the reinforcements led by Elder Ouyang Feng arrived. After reaching the battlefield and observing the combat situation, Ouyang Feng immediately organized his forces to encircle the first group of cloaked men acting as rearguard and launched an all-out effort to eliminate them. However, after receiving their leader's orders, these cloaked men had also fully shifted into a defensive state. Only when completely unable to avoid a fatal strike would they abandon defense and launch a desperate counterattack, sometimes even dragging someone down with them in a suicidal manner. Under the life-or-death attacks of the cloaked men, the number of casualties among the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples gradually increased. Sometimes death came too suddenly to guard against. Everyone, be careful. These cloaked men seemed to have prepared for this. Elder Ouyang Feng shouted loudly, having realized that both the attacking techniques and the strength of the cloaked men were much stronger than those encountered previously. The disciples of Unqi Immortal Sect also noticed this, and they started being more cautious in responding to the cloaked men's attacks. However, no matter how powerful and cunning this isolated group of cloaked men proved to be, they were soon completely wiped out under the combined attacks from Ouyang Feng and Zhang Tianshu's forces. These were only the smaller fish. Those truly significant enemies remained ahead, currently held back by 50 elders at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. After leaving behind several dozen disciples to quickly clean up the battlefield, Ouyang Feng led the main force forward, moving to surround the remaining cloaked men. They joined the battle. Their war cries shook the heavens, and the battlefield atmosphere instantly intensified. Screams of agony, roars of rage, clashing of weapons, and explosions of spells and sword chi echoed throughout the sky. Even the dark sea below was struck by the residual waves of spells and sword energy, causing violent surging waves. The corpses of both sides continuously fell, staining the waters below crimson red. Nevertheless, the leader of the cloaked men still calmly commanded his subordinates in a desperate fight. As long as you lay down your weapons and seal your meridians, we will grant you safe passage. Seeing the situation was in their favor, but also realizing the heavy casualties caused by the intense resistance, Ouyang Feng decided to offer terms of surrender. However, these cloaked men completely ignored his words, showing absolutely no reaction. Since persuasion failed, they would have to continue fighting. Realizing this, Elder Ouyang Feng intensified the attacks under his command. The performance of these cloaked men triggered an inexplicable unease in him. He had a feeling that something major was about to happen. Could it be that they had reinforcements? The thought hit him suddenly, prompting a cold sweat. He couldn't wait any longer. They needed to eliminate them all first to avoid being attacked from both the current enemies and unknown threats. Although the two senior elders had already arrived on the battlefield, it was still not entirely safe. If the enemy had indeed prepared further countermeasures, the senior elders might not be able to help, and ultimately, the battle would still have to be fought by themselves. Zhang Elder, immediately order everyone to do whatever it takes to capture all the enemies. We might be facing another trap here. Ouyang Feng sent his message through spiritual sense to Zhang Tianshu. Elder Ouyang, you're absolutely right. It's highly possible the enemy is implementing a chain of traps. After Ouyang Feng's reminder, Zhang Tianshu realized where the source of his own unease lay. Awakened to the situation, he also immediately recognized the severity of the issue and quickly issued orders to his disciples to attack at all costs and with full effort. Ouyang Feng also gave the same order to the disciples he had brought along. Instantly, the battle escalated again. When the cloaked men noticed that the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples had begun fighting with everything they had, they realized that the final confrontation had started earlier than expected. Their enemies had already detected their intentions and had tightened their defenses even more. As long as no serious threat existed, they simply stayed hidden within their formation, not emerging and merely seeking to preserve their lives and delay time. The cloaked men's behavior further confirmed Elder Ouyang Feng's suspicions. Without concern for his pride, Ouyang Feng quickly pulled out a communication jade talisman and reported everything to sect leader Xiuxian. Patriarch, we might have underestimated the enemy's determination. Right now, we are deep in the Sea of Oblivion, engaging in battle with the cloaked men who attacked us. However, judging from several fights along the way, their objectives might be greater than expected. They might have specifically targeted our sect. There's a high possibility we could be surrounded and annihilated. These cloaked men seem to have deliberately lured us deep into the Sea of Oblivion. I'm worried that the three supreme elders who followed us here may not be able to handle the current situation. Patriarch, please send immediate reinforcements. Ouyang Feng reported the current situation to Xiuxian and began to request more personnel. I understand your current situation, Xiuxian said after hearing Ouyang Feng's report. His eyebrows furrowed as he began to wonder who exactly was behind all this. It seemed their previous analysis had significant gaps. The critical issue was that despite lacking intelligence over the past few days, the cloaked men had appeared as if from nowhere. Moreover, their retreat, or rather, the direction they had been luring them toward, was deeper into the Sea of Oblivion, not toward the bordering islands or the mainland. Could it be that this group of cloaked men did not belong to any power on the continent, but instead came from deep within the Sea of Oblivion? Xiuxian fell into deep thought. With the situation now at hand, if it had been a combined effort from forces on the mainland, his sect should have detected some clues by now. The worrying part was the complete absence of any traceable evidence. No matter who it was, however, it was clear that immediate reinforcements were necessary. This was no longer about competing for treasures within ancient ruins. This was now a strategic battle for the survival of the entire sect, potentially even a test of endurance against a powerful enemy. Realizing this, Xiuxian stopped hesitating. Come in. Xiuxian called out to the disciple on guard duty outside the hall. Master, your servant is here. The guarding disciple entered respectfully, bowed, and responded. Immediately summon the elders who are on watch duty. Yes, master. After receiving the order, the disciple promptly left the grand hall to inform the elders to come see Xiuxian. Soon after, several of the on-duty elders arrived together. Master, how may we serve you? Elderly Xiuxian, leading the group, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The situation at the bordering island has drastically changed. According to the message from Elder Ouyang Feng, these enemies might be completely different from what we originally analyzed. They're likely an entirely unknown force. Chapter 341. The black-clad figures are unknown enemies. Xiuxian continued. Right now, our people might have fallen into the enemy's trap. We need to send more personnel for immediate rescue. Senior Xiuxian, you must immediately hand over your guarding duties to someone else. Go and assemble 500 elders and elite disciples at the Golden Immortal Dao level and above, and 5,000 disciples at the Tai Golden Immortal middle stage or higher, and immediately proceed to the location for reinforcement. Xiuxian issued the command and handed a pre-prepared jade slip with coordinates to Xiuxian. At once, Xiuxian stepped forward, took the jade slip from Xiuxian, and loudly replied, I will also dispatch 5 supreme elders, but unless it is absolutely necessary, the supreme elders won't personally engage in battle. You should handle it accordingly. Xiuxian added a few more words. Yes. Several people replied in unison. Go. At once. Several elders quickly exited the main hall of the sect and went to assemble their forces. As for Yiqinxing, he once again went to the secluded mountain area where the supreme elders resided, requesting their assistance. Upon reaching the rear mountains, Yiqinxing could not help but sigh. Since assuming the position, only a few days had passed, and he had already come here twice to ask the supreme elders to come out. How truly unsuccessful his leadership as sect leader was. It also revealed that the Unqi Immortal Sect had become complacent after a long period of peace. As the strongest power in the immortal realm, they didn't even know who their enemy was. Telling anyone would make them a laughingstock. He shook his head, as if shaking off all his worries and bitterness. After locating several supreme elders' caves, he visited each one and explained the current situation. Without a word, these supreme elders headed directly to the foreign islet to defend. After arranging everything, Yiqinxing exhaled deeply. Now it was just a matter of waiting for news and seeing how this enemy would act next. For this mission, the Unqi Immortal Sect deployed the large aerial immortal artifact, the xiuxian flying shuttle, a large transport device. After reaching Shiking City via teleportation array, they boarded the xiuxian flying shuttle directly to rendezvous with Ouyang Feng. The supreme elders who had reached the quasi-sage level didn't need such means. At this cultivation stage, they could easily travel vast distances through spatial power. Therefore, these supreme elders arrived at the sky above the Forgotten Sea first and joined with the two who had arrived earlier. When 5 more supreme elders arrived, Ouyang Feng finally felt relieved. With a total of 7 supreme elders present, there wasn't much to be worried about. These quasi-sage level elders were mainly for precaution. They wouldn't engage in combat unless the enemy also used someone of quasi-sage strength, because their destructive power was enormous. If a large-scale war erupted at the sage level, it would cause devastating damage to the immortal realm. Generally, any battles above the quasi-sage level would take place in the void rather than directly in the immortal realm. Cultivators at the quasi-sage level or higher were regarded as living laws and were forbidden from actively attacking ordinary cultivators. Once this rule was violated, not only would the risk of mental disturbances increase, but they would also be hunted down by everyone else. But by this time, Yiqinxing had no choice but to deploy the supreme elders of the quasi-sage realm, displaying strength and preparing for the enemy's possible violation of the rules. After the supreme elders arrived, the black-clad reinforcements, most likely the originally ambushed force, also reached the battlefield. Faced with a vast sea of black-clad figures, Ouyang Feng felt his scalp crawling with unease. Retreat. Defensive formation. Ouyang Feng immediately roared out the command, intending to gather everyone into a formation for defense. At the same time, those black-clad figures who had been surrounded earlier started attacking desperately, attempting to stop Unqi Immortal Sect's people from regrouping. Due to these black-clad figures' interference, Ouyang Feng was only able to withdraw 2/3 of his forces. The remaining 1/3 remained trapped and could not retreat in time. Fortunately, all the elders and stewards who had reached the Deluo Golden Immortal level managed to pull back safely. After all the fighting, only about 30 people had survived, with over 10 already fallen in battle. These black-clad enemies quickly encircled the remaining Unqi Immortal Sect disciples, surrounding them like a crushing mountain. A scan with Ouyang Feng's spiritual sense sent his heart plummeting. At this moment, the number of enemies confronting them had already exceeded 5,000. Whether they could hold out until reinforcements arrived, he wasn't confident. Though there were as many as 7 supreme elders above watching, due to the cultivation rules, they could not strike first. They might already have been held in check by enemy sages anyway. So whether they would live or die now would depend entirely on their own efforts. Formed the Great Sky Dragon Formation. With Ouyang Feng's shout, the gathered disciples immediately formed the Great Sky Dragon Formation. This was a joint formation technique practiced by all members of the Unqi Immortal Sect, effective for both attack and defense, especially well suited for the current wide-open sea battlefield. Without relying on the defensive formation, facing thousands of concentrated attacks from the black-clad army, they would be wiped out instantly. Indeed, it was the foremost sect. Within just a few breaths, a massive Great Sky Dragon Formation was fully formed, effectively neutralizing the surging momentum of the black-clad enemies. The people within the formation no longer felt as oppressed or tense. They also knew that the sect would never abandon them. Reinforcements would surely come. As long as they could hold out until then, they had nothing to fear. The black-clad figures had originally intended to stop their formation, completely unprepared for how high the disciples' quality and combat awareness were in the Unqi Immortal Sect. Hundreds of people had completed the formation in only a few breaths. This caused the hearts of several black-clad leaders to sink, realizing that the upcoming battle would not be easy. However, their numbers were nearly 10 times that of the Unqi Immortal Sect. They were confident they could wipe out all the disciples here. Kill. At the order from the newly arrived black-clad leader, thousands of black-clad warriors launched a fierce attack on the disciples of the Unqi Immortal Sect surrounded within. All kinds of techniques, sword energies, palm winds, finger strikes, and wind blades rushed rapidly toward them. Full attack. Ouyang Feng also urgently issued the command. He did not simply rely on defense, but launched attacks from within the formation, using offense as defense. Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's command, the disciples of the Unqi Immortal Sect immediately unleashed their strongest attacks outward. Sword beams, giant palms of immortal energy, and enormous fists of spiritual power surged outwards. Various energies collided in the air, creating massive explosions, shockwaves, and scattered sword energies and palm winds everywhere, with many unblocked attacks directly striking the Great Sky Dragon formation. The disciples of the Unqi Immortal Sect were shaken internally by the immense impact and enemy forces' power, their minds and souls greatly rattled. Some disciples at the early Tai Golden Immortal stage were already spitting blood, clearly sustaining serious injuries. Likewise, the black-clad enemies didn't gain much advantage from these massive explosions. Without formation protection, at least dozens had died in this round of attacks. However, such losses meant nothing to the black-clad leaders. They did not even flinch. Chapter 342 The Arrangement of Zhengqi Sect. Kill. The leader of the black-clothed men issued the attack order again. Kill. Ouyang Feng refused to back down and issued the same attack command. The De Tianlong formation's defense was fully adequate, withstanding the first concentrated attack. The disciples grew even more confident in its protective capabilities. After Ouyang Feng issued the attack command, the disciples completely abandoned personal defense and launched full-force attacks. Although this time a few disciples of lower cultivation were seriously injured and couldn't attack, the overall offensive power exceeded the first concentrated barrage. Explosions erupted continuously. The black-clothed men's attack power also surpassed their first assault. The De Tianlong formation was struck precariously, with more disciples injured by the backlash. More than 30 disciples were knocked unconscious by the formation's recoil. Ouyang Feng's heart truly sank into despair. If there were just 2 more such attacks, they would be completely wiped out. Sect leader, where is the reinforcement? Hurry. If the reinforcement doesn't arrive soon, the mission entrusted by the sect leader cannot be completed. Just as Ouyang Feng prayed anxiously, a black line appeared at the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it reached them and tore an opening in the encirclement formed by the black-clothed men. Wherever the black line passed, the black-clothed men were turned into blood mist. A huge shuttlecraft came into Ouyang Feng's field of vision. Ouyang Feng nearly burst into joyful tears. They had finally arrived. Elderly xiuxian's reinforcement finally arrived. At this moment, he didn't issue an order to disembark, but instead used the shuttle's superior defense and extreme mobility, crushing the black-clothed men's formation, completely breaking apart their formation. The black-clothed men were scattered in panic, driven away by Li Xiuxian operating the shuttle, a myriad horses charging through their minds. Such unorthodox tactics enraged several black-clothed leaders to the point of spitting 3 mouthfuls of blood. After completely disrupting the enemy's formation, Li Xiuxian issued the command for disembarkation. Thousands of Zhengqi Sect disciples flew out from the shuttle and quickly formed battle arrays. At this time, although the black-clothed men wanted to retreat again, their scattered formation made it difficult to regroup immediately. With the arrival of the new reinforcement from Zhengqi Sect, the total numbers between the two sides became roughly equal. The black-clothed men had suffered losses from the shuttle strike and were slightly inferior. Kill, came the command from Li Xiuxian. Thus began what would become the largest and highest cultivation level battle in the immortal realm in recent times. The lowest cultivation level on both sides was at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while the highest present reached the late stage of Dalo Golden Immortal. The total number of participants exceeded 10,000. In the ensuing battle, the heavens and earth darkened, space barriers cracked open, and the unlucky souls nearby were randomly sliced apart by the space power. After Li Xiuxian's arrival, Ouyang Feng led his exhausted disciples to the rear. They were responsible for gathering the injured disciples and capturing those wounded black-clothed men. They hoped to find the enemy's hideout and uncover the identities of these people through interrogation. After capturing more than 10 seriously injured black-clothed men, the initial interrogation proved unfruitful. Only after using soul-searching methods were accurate intelligence obtained. It turned out these black-clothed men belonged to a powerful hidden faction deep within the Forgotten Sea called the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. This faction worshipped strength and cultivated an extreme path known as the way of self-disembowelment. Possessing extraordinary patience, they had secretly developed their forces for hundreds of thousands of years deep in the Forgotten Sea. They had long coveted the continent's vast lands, peaceful environment, and rich resources. Generation after generation sought to enter the continent and conquer it. To ensure a smooth infiltration and conquest, they used outlying islands to continually send people to infiltrate and study various knowledge on the continent, secretly infiltrating into major sects. This time, it was these infiltrators who accidentally uncovered the information about the ancient cave residents. They also discovered that the top-tier faction, Unqi Sect, intended to develop this cave. Considering that their hundreds of thousands years of preparations were mature, they formulated a plan to weaken the Unqi Sect. They never expected, however, that the Unqi Sect would be so cautious, far more cautious than they had anticipated. The Unqi Sect came in full force at the beginning, striking hard and dazing the enemy completely. Ouyang Feng was shocked upon extracting this information from the first black-clothed man's mind. He didn't believe it at first, but after discovering similar information from a dozen captured enemies, he realized the terrifying truth. The matter exceeded his imagination and had become extremely serious. A massive hidden force and an entire plan threatening to overturn the entire continent lay behind. And now, they had already been drawn into the storm that could shake the entire immortal realm. At this time, Li Dalong was still inside the ancient cave with the recovered elder Xiang Zhongxiang, deciphering the cave's arrays. Searching for treasures, always searching for treasures. The deeper they went, the higher the age of the immortal herbs harvested became. Now, they were already starting to encounter herbs around 50,000 years old, which excited both Li Dalong and Xiang Zhongxiang. A quick glance into the seemingly bottomless cave reinforced their belief that their earlier guesses were correct without a doubt. The spiritual energy of immortals here was also extremely rich. This cave, sealed for untold years, had trapped all its spiritual energy inside, without any dissipation. That was likely the reason why so many immortal herbs had been able to grow here. There must be a large spirit-gathering formation arranged within, or perhaps there was an immortal vein inside the cave. After Zhengqi reported these findings to sect leader Yi, analyzing the intelligence passed from Ouyang Feng, concluded that they should secure whatever benefits were here first. Additional manpower was dispatched in large numbers to rotate shifts breaking through the formations. As for any casualties incurred, they were insignificant compared to what had been gained. Because of Li Dalong's involvement and his personal participation, Cloud and Mist Sect received a considerable share. Naturally, however, it was impossible to hand over all of these precious herbs to the Cloud and Mist Sect. Most of their share was converted into immortal stones or other resources. Even giving just a small portion of the herbs older than 10,000 years was more than sufficient for Cloud and Mist. These valuable medicinal herbs, meant for enhancing the sect's foundation, were treasures that the sect could only preserve for now, as no one within the sect could currently utilize them. Li Dalong personally received several 50,000-year-old herbs, which Xiuxian pretended not to see. Of course, Li Dalong understood that Xiang had given him this courtesy, so during a break for rest and recovery, he gifted Xiang a few top-grade healing pills and supreme spirit-replenishing pills. Though Xiang held a high rank as an elder of the Unqi Immortal Sect, such pills were difficult for him to obtain. Meanwhile, Li Dalong and Zhengqi remained occupied breaking formations and collecting medicinal herbs, completely unaware of the massive changes taking place beyond the cave. They did not know that the outside world had gradually transformed into the core battlefield of a great war now engulfing the entire immortal realm. Li Dalong was now solely focused on obtaining immortal herbs older than 100,000 years and cared little about techniques, inheritances, or immortal artifacts. Chapter 343. The Chrysanthemum Sect appears. Following Li Dalong's suggestion, the Yunxia Sect decided not to send more disciples to this place. Within the ancient cave dwelling, only over 300 disciples remained involved in this operation, yet the surviving disciples experienced significant improvements in their cultivation and other aspects. Kameli was well aware of the situation here. Although she felt heartache over the loss of over 100 elite disciples, according to the intelligence, loot, and immortal herbs Li Dalong had sent back, the overall gains outweighed the losses. With these resources, they could train a new group of excellent disciples. Especially those 10,000-year-old immortal herbs would prove valuable once she and the elders advanced in cultivation. She was quite supportive of Li Dalong's suggestion, as the Yunxia Sect was small. Sending low-level disciples would not help at all, and if they pulled higher-level cultivators from elsewhere, it could negatively impact the sect's development. On the other side, the Xiuxian Sect placed great hopes on the immortal herbs within the ancient cave dwelling. Their rich harvest had drawn attention from the sect leadership. The supreme elders proactively offered suggestions to Yiqinxing and subsequently dispatched 5 quasi-sage supreme elders to oversee affairs at the ancient cave dwelling. After receiving Ouyang Feng's latest intelligence, Yiqinxing sensed an even more complex and severe situation. To ensure the security of the ancient cave dwelling, he sent another 5,000 cultivators to reinforce the defense. These 5,000 consisted of 500 elite disciples with golden immortal cultivation at the De Luo level, while the other 4,500 were at the Tai golden immortal stage. Already on the front line at the Sea of Oblivion, there were 12 supreme elders at the quasi-sage realm. Unknowingly, a grand battle destined to shake the immortal realm was silently taking shape. 2 additional reserve units of 10,000 each were prepared back at the sect headquarters, ready to march toward the Sea of Oblivion for reinforcement at any time. Mainly, the Zhengqi Sect now knew practically nothing about the Chrysanthemum Sect. This sudden foreign force was simply too mysterious. Their long period of concealment left everyone in the immortal continent completely clueless about them. Right now, Yiqinxing could only prepare for both defensive and counteroffensive strategies, prioritizing defense first and preparing for a potential counterstrike. Plans would be formulated once the situation became clearer. For now, their top priority was securing the immortal herbs within the ancient cave dwelling. The previous major battles had successfully driven off the covetous forces from that region. Furthermore, only the Zhengqi Sect and Yunxia Sect were involved. Meanwhile, the Yunxia Sect disciples were still working on breaking the formations within the cave dwelling. Because of this, secrecy was actually better maintained. Even now, the fact that the cave dwelling produced immortal herbs over 10,000 years old had not been leaked. The Chrysanthemum Sect only knew that the cave dwelling held some inheritance, but did not realize its true value. If they discovered it could produce herbs over 10,000 years old, perhaps even older than 10,000 years, they would surely deploy their full force in an all-out attack rather than simply aiming to weaken and damage the Zhengqi Sect. Considering this, Yiqinxing also hesitated to send too many more people here, fearing that they might provoke an early response. Despite their geographical advantage of residing on the islands for a long time, the Chrysanthemum Sect lacked strategic talent. Therefore, so far, their operations against the Zhengqi Sect had been petty, deploying too few forces. While maintaining the element of surprise, they hadn't caused serious damage to the Zhengqi Sect, and in fact suffered greater losses themselves. Their islanders' narrow-mindedness limited their strategic vision. Both tactically and strategically, they lagged far behind the sect leaders and sect masters of the immortal continent. Even if they had infiltrated the immortal continent with generations upon generations of agents, they still hadn't cultivated excellent strategic talent. Dragon begets dragon, phoenix begets phoenix, and a mouse's son burrows holes underground. Hereditary flaws couldn't be changed by mere imitation. Meanwhile, at the island where the mysterious black-clad men, members of the Chrysanthemum Sect, gathered, the region occupied by the Chrysanthemum Sect consisted of an island chain deep within the Sea of Oblivion. The climate there was hot, and the islands and nearby seas contained numerous active volcanoes, with frequent earthquakes. However, after later stealing some formation arts from the immortal continent, they laid out large formations that drastically reduced the frequency of earthquakes, significantly reducing such natural disasters and facilitating their development. At the largest island, the Wild Boar Island, the Chrysanthemum Sect's leader Juju Ouyao and his minister, along with various divine envoys, were in a heated argument over whether to initiate an all-out war. Though they were known as the Chrysanthemum Sect, in reality, the leader was only a symbolic figurehead. The true decision-maker was the minister, Xiuxian Erden. Sitting below and to the left of the leader's seat, Minister Xiuxian Erden swept his dark, triangular eyes over the squabbling crowd. Meanwhile, sitting on the throne, Juju Ouyao watched the commotion with a blank expression. Finally, Minister Xiuxian Erden grew impatient, slamming the tea table beside him with a loud bang. The noisy arguing was instantly silenced by the thunderous slap. At that moment, everyone sat up straight, eyes on the furious minister. Although the Pu Xiang, Grand Minister, held great power, he could not fully control those Zhengqi island governors, who practically controlled about 80% of the Chrysanthemum Sect's forces. All members of the Chrysanthemum Sect were born from the islanders, which created their narrow-minded, selfish, and cruel personalities. These powerful divine envoys practically each ruled one full island or half an island. Moreover, most of the sect disciples came from the people under their rule, so even he, the powerful Grand Minister, could only command disciples who hailed from his own island. And officially, he still had to obey the leader of the sect. They had argued over a simple issue the entire day, causing him to inwardly curse them for being short-sighted countless times. But if they refused to cooperate, sending only the disciples directly under his command to attack the Xiuxian sect would be no different than dashing an egg against a stone. Besides, once his loyal disciples were sacrificed, his position as Grand Minister would no longer belong to him. He might even be devoured entirely by those beneath him, leaving not even a trace. Only those divine envoys whose disciples were currently engaged in battle with the Xiuxian sect were truly anxious. You lot's disciples are fighting and dying a bloody battle against that damned Xiuxian sect, yet here you are endlessly arguing, allowing our people to spill their blood in vain. What exactly are your intentions? Have your consciences been eaten by dogs? Now the Sea of Oblivion grows more unstable by the day. Soon our homeland will be submerged beneath the sea. Yet instead of striving for progress, unity, or planning how to exterminate those wasteful land and resource-consuming bastards on the immortal continent, you bicker endlessly over trivial petty gains. Are you even still my Chrysanthemum Sect disciples? Do you still recognize our beloved Juju Ouyao as your sect leader? Do you even respect me as your Grand Minister? This is the very moment our Chrysanthemum Sect must achieve great feats, the moment we must expand the glory of our chrysanthemum across the entire continent. If anyone still dares hold us back, don't blame me, Xiuxian Erden, for showing no mercy. Chapter 344, Xiuxian Erden. As Xiuxian Erden, the servant chancellor, erupted in anger, the arguing among the crowd below immediately ceased, and no one dared provoke him any further. Though he was short in stature and had a despicable appearance, his heart was black and twisted. Anyone captured by him would experience firsthand how chrysanthemum cultivation was done. Just thinking about it caused every envoy present to tense up in the anal region and shudder involuntarily. On the upper platform, Juju Ouyao, the sect leader, witnessed the fearful expressions on the people below as the servant chancellor exploded in rage. A flash of viciousness briefly flickered through his eyes, though it quickly vanished unnoticed. Xiuxian Erden, the servant chancellor, was among the few intelligent individuals in the Chrysanthemum Sect and was also very ambitious. The original strategy devised by the Chrysanthemum Sect had been to dispatch women to the mainland to interbreed and improve their stature and overcome genetic deficiencies. The improved offspring would infiltrate the mainland to obtain cultivation techniques, gradually integrating into the local population and sects, living and learning among the people. Once control over certain individuals or factions was achieved, the gradual process of encroachment would begin, eventually leading to complete conquest. The native people of the mainland would become herb cultivators and miners, dedicating their lives to the glorious cause of the Chrysanthemum Sect. After securing the position of servant chancellor through various means, Xiuxian Erden discarded the strategies of past sect leaders, becoming increasingly aggressive. Additionally, he sensed the worsening situation within the Forgotten Sea. Volcanic activity and earthquakes were increasing. Even with the formations covertly learned from others, such magical barriers were no match for the immense changes brought about by nature. All these factors prompted him to abandon patience and initiate war against the mainland, seeking to take control of it through military means. Coincidentally, a disciple overheard rumors about an ancient cave residence, and after Xiuxian Erden learned of it, he used it as a pretext to officially declare war on the Unqi Immortal Sect. Unexpectedly, he overestimated his control over the sect and underestimated the degree of internal resistance against his plan. This directly led to sending out too few forces and formulating plans too timidly. Plans that were too weak to trap the Unqi Immortal Sect, and instead caused greater losses to his own side than the Unqi Immortal Sect. They didn't even manage to enter the gate of the ancient cave. After finishing his outburst, seeing that he had suppressed the defiant crowd, Wenxia Immortal began assigning tasks. Left Garrison Leader Zhu Yaotianwang. You will lead 1,000 assistants and 10,000 chrysanthemum warriors to reinforce the front. Right Garrison Leader Zhu Tianwang. You will command 2,000 assistants and 20,000 chrysanthemum warriors to remain on the island on standby for immediate reinforcement. Left Relong, Songxia Ku Dai Zi, Jingdian Yaoyao, Tianzhong Cc Lang, and Machuan Naiku, several divine envoys, shall accompany the left garrison leader to the battlefield. Additionally, I will personally go to the sacred Chrysanthemum Sutra to invite the Bagua masters out of seclusion. At least 20 Bagua masters will be summoned to deal with these fools from the mainland. Let our chrysanthemum sect's chrysanthemums bloom across the entire continent. Warriors, prepare your chrysanthemums. With Wenxia Immortal's passionate address, the military deployment of the Chrysanthemum Sect was completed, marking the official end of the sect's war conference. Those who received assignments immediately began preparations, none daring to delay again. Unit after unit of Chrysanthemum Sect disciples were mobilized and marched towards the embattled sea zones. At this time, the three senior elders Ouyang Feng, xiuxian, and Zhang Tianshu had already led the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples in fierce battle against the Chrysanthemum Sect's black-robed disciples for 2 full days and nights. The Unqi Immortal Sect held the advantage in numbers, and the Chrysanthemum Sect disciples had already suffered losses exceeding 50%, causing the highest-ranking commander present, xiuxian, unbearable anguish. Every fallen disciple sent sharp pangs through his heart. These disciples were all from his own family's direct bloodline. If they were all wiped out here, the island stronghold of his clan would inevitably be torn apart by the mainland fools. Thus, as the black-robed disciples' losses neared 60%, he began scanning for an opportunity and direction to break through. Hold on. Reinforcements sent by the servant chancellor are already on their way, xiuxian proclaimed, even if unsure of the reinforcements' actual arrival, just to give his men hope and boost their flagging morale. In truth, his assumption wasn't far off. Although the envoys among the higher-ups constantly sabotaged each other and drained one another's strength, Servant Chancellor Wenxia Immortal wouldn't allow them to be completely annihilated. He was definitely going to send reinforcements. If he allowed this vanguard force to be utterly destroyed, the invasion plan for the mainland would become a meaningless fantasy. Nobody would obey his commands anymore. Wenxia Immortal would surely face the risk of losing command altogether. Reinforcements would certainly arrive, but what xiuxian hadn't expected was that the Unqi Immortal Sect had also sent reinforcements. And both sides' reinforcements were already en route, preparing to arrive one after another. Whether they could be successfully rescued remained uncertain. The reinforcement dispatched by the Unqi Immortal Sect consisted of only 5,000 warriors, but among them were 500 powerful experts at the Deluo Xiuxian cultivation stage. The Chrysanthemum Sect sent as many as 11,000 disciples to the battlefield, of which 1,000 were assistants at the Deluo Xiuxian stage, along with 20 Bagua masters. Of course, these 20 Bagua masters were merely a symbolic presence for deterrence. The current conflict was a limited, low-intensity war, and neither side was willing to escalate it into a full-scale war involving Disheng-level power. The Chrysanthemum Sect's reinforcements arrived at the battlefield first, and as soon as they joined the fight, the momentum of battle instantly shifted. Kill them all. Zhu Yaotianwang, the left garrison leader, roared, licking his dry lips. Under the protection of the great Tianyu Yaoshan, we are saved. These damned reinforcements have finally arrived. Warriors kill. xiuxian shouted with bloodshot eyes. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements and the encirclement of the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples, the Chrysanthemum Sect followers, who had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, suddenly came back to life, launching fierce attacks against the Unqi Immortal Sect disciples. The battle immediately intensified. Shouts and screams echoed across the heavens and earth. Ouyang Feng and the others turned pale with shock, as an unexpectedly large number of enemy reinforcements had arrived. More than 10,000 troops had joined the battlefield, and the situation had quickly turned against them. Ouyang Feng and his forces were forced into a defensive posture. Great Heavenly Dragon Formation. Form ranks quickly. Ouyang Feng immediately ordered. Zhang Tianshu and Li Xiuxian quickly issued commands to their respective attendants. Centered around them, the disciples rapidly formed into the Great Heavenly Dragon Formation. Those who couldn't get close enough had to form smaller Heavenly Dragon formations individually to resist the Chrysanthemum Sect's attacks and improve their defense and chances of survival. Although Ouyang Feng and his team responded swiftly, the overwhelming spells and Shanxi attacks from the Chrysanthemum Sect were impossible to fully resist, and massive losses were unavoidable. The bodies of Unqi Immortal Sect disciples fell onto the sea surface like raindrops beneath the sudden and violent onslaught. The seawater, which had just begun to clear, turned red once again. Ferocious fish that had not yet been affected by the curse began to fight over the floating corpses on the water's surface. Chapter 345, The Great Battle. The heavy losses suffered by the Yunxia Sect disciples devastated Ouyang Feng, filling him with an unprecedented level of hatred and rage toward the Chrysanthemum cult. Thankfully, the commanders reacted quickly, forming the Great Heavenly Dragon Formation, which significantly reduced further casualties, bringing them a bit of relief. The crisis had not yet passed, and the brutal battle had just begun. However, xuanhuan didn't care about any of that and continued with his brutal tactic of overwhelming force. More than 10,000 attackers surrounded their enemies, encircling the Zhengqi Sect members. Those smaller great heavenly dragon formations, once isolated and fragmented, were completely crushed after the chrysanthemum cult suffered only minor losses. Helplessly watching so many of their disciples slaughtered by the chrysanthemum cult's Bahu, Ouyang Feng, and commanders like xiuxian felt their hearts tearing in agony. Meanwhile, their main formation was coming under even fiercer assault from the chrysanthemum cult. The Shanli consumption of the disciples maintaining the formation also sharply increased. Those disciples at the early Tai Golden Immortal stage were now pale-faced, and some had to step back and be replaced. Many flying swords and other weapons sent out from the formation had already been destroyed by the powerful attacks from the chrysanthemum cult. Disciples whose Shanxi were destroyed suffered retaliatory injuries. As time wore on, Ouyang Feng and his men found themselves in an increasingly perilous situation, with more and more casualties piling up. Never before had Ouyang Feng longed so intensely for the arrival of reinforcements. Meanwhile, xuanhuan felt that the main battle was largely decided. Too many troops actually hindered full engagement, affecting the overall offensive effectiveness. xuanhuan issued an order to divide the forces. Xiuxian, you will immediately lead your troops. I'm giving you another 1,000 men, and Madashika Kurudai will accompany and assist you. Head straight to the ancient cave palace and seize it for me. If you fail, don't bother coming back. You can commit seppuku yourself. Upon hearing he was again being sent to deal with this tough target, Xiuxian was already exhausted from multiple consecutive battles. His troops had reached their limits. Many were already injured, and at this stage, only a little over 2,000 remained operational. And yet, he was only reinforced with 1,000 more men. He felt completely unequipped for the task, silently cursing the left garrison commander, xuanhuan, and his ancestors for 18 generations. Garrison commander, please, look at our current exhaustion and Shanli depletion. Could I request a brief rest so we may recover our Shanli before setting off? Xiuxian asked cautiously. Imbecile, are you trying to die? Dare you bargain with me? If you won't go now, then do it right here by cutting open your stomach and rest forever. Do you understand? Xuanhuan flew into a rage at Xiuxian's plea. Madashika Kurudai, if Xiuxia wants to rest, you will take over this mission. If Xiuxia dares to disobey, kill him and bring me his head. Xuanhuan, dissatisfied with Xiuxian's attitude, transferred command of this combined force to Madashika Kurudai. Yes, Commander. Madashika Kurudai joyfully and loudly accepted the transfer of command authority. After receiving xuanhuan's orders, Madashika Kurudai immediately began organizing troops to move toward the island where the ancient cave palace lay, preparing to open a second front. Once the ancient cave palace was captured, he could benefit immensely. This was a lucrative mission. Xiuxia, that fool, had no idea about the riches within, voluntarily giving up such a golden opportunity. What a foolish man indeed. As Madashika Kurudai muttered curses under his breath about the idiot Xiuxia, he swiftly set off with more than 3,000 troops flying toward the island where the ancient cave palace was located. But his luck was incredibly bad. No more than 200 li away, they encountered the third reinforcement wave from the Zhengqi Sect rushing to the battlefield. The 5,000 reinforcements led by Elder Wang Taming collided head-on with Madashika Kurudai's 3,000-strong raid force over the vast open waters of the Forgotten Sea. Seeing thousands of black-robed men coming from the battlefield direction of Elder Ouyang Feng, Wang Taming felt a chill in his heart, fearing the worst, that something had happened to Elder Ouyang and the others. Although dread filled his heart with the worst possible scenarios, his hands did not hesitate for a second. Suyu, you take 1,000 and go left. Senior apprentice Sister Su Mei, you take another 1,000 and attack from the right. Surround them. Charge. Slaughter them all. Wang Taming gave the command for immediate attack. The Zhengqi disciples surged forward courageously. Especially fierce were the attacks from the 500 elite Great Golden Immortal disciples, instantly wiping out a large section of the chrysanthemum cult's scattered formation. Watching his elite force of over 2,000, who hadn't had time to rest after 2 major battles, being decimated by the overwhelming Great Golden Immortal level enemies, Xiuxian's eyes turned blood red with grief and rage. In contrast, Madashika Kurudai and the 1,000 troops under his command reacted much more swiftly, successfully avoiding the main attack zone and suffering relatively minor losses. Although facing a powerful enemy, Madashika Kurudai knew clearly that escape was not an option at this moment. If the enemy launched a pursuit attack, even more lives would be lost, or worse, they might be completely annihilated. The sight of their comrades' corpses also ignited the ferocity of the chrysanthemum cultists. They screamed wildly and launched fierce attacks on the Zhengqi Sect disciples. Some even carried out suicidal attacks without any defense, charging recklessly into battle until they were killed. This fearless, suicidal fighting style caught the Zhengqi Sect disciples completely off guard, and many of them were killed before they could react. Wang Taming became furious and cursed loudly at these black-robed enemies, while ordering his disciples to focus their attacks on those fearless attackers. At the same time, the suicidal attacks of the black-robed enemies also triggered the bloodlust among the Zhengqi disciples. Everyone abandoned caution, throwing all their strength into delivering their most powerful techniques without hesitation, even disregarding the damage sustained by their flying swords and shanxi. Sword beams, palm winds, and finger strikes combined into a dazzling radiant white light, enveloping the chrysanthemum cultists. Defend. Attack! Matashika Kurudai shouted hoarsely. Upon hearing Matashika Kurudai's command, the chrysanthemum cultists immediately activated their sleep shields and grouped tightly together. Upon hearing the order to attack, they simultaneously unleashed their most powerful strikes. The chrysanthemum cultist attacks collided head-on with the Xiuxian disciples' assault, producing a deafening explosion that echoed across the sea and sky, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Many on both sides were caught up in the blast waves and were instantly reduced to dust. Casualties mounted on both sides, and a faint crimson mist began to form over the ocean surface. Though it sounds long, it had actually only been half a quarter of an hour. Under multiple strikes from the Zhengqi Sect, the more than 3,000 chrysanthemum cultists were reduced to less than 1,000. Even Xiuxian himself was cornered and killed in the battle by two elite great golden immortal disciples from the Zhengqi Sect. Chapter 346, The Great Battle, Part 2. Matsushita Kadaizi had stayed in the middle and wasn't attacked by the Xiuxian, so he remained unharmed. The brutal battle had lasted only a quarter of an hour, yet so many chrysanthemum god sect disciples had already been killed. Out of the more than 900 remaining disciples, over 700 were his own men. As for Xiuxian, that useless man's 2,000 plus followers had been reduced to less than 200 survivors. What a useless fool. Matsushita Kadaizi still had the leisure to curse the now-dead Xiuxian. At this moment, Matsushita Kadaizi had already been terrified by the slaughter from the Xiuxian. His eyes flickered, and he began planning to flee. The Xiuxian's forces, originally numbering 5,000, had also suffered over 1,000 casualties. Though the loss ratio was still manageable, Wang Taming felt deeply pained. Seeing the number of black-clothed enemies reduced to only several hundred, Wang Taming decided to wipe them all out completely. At the same time, he saw through Matsushita Kadaizi's intention to escape. With a wave of his hand, over 400 elite disciples at the xiuxian realm rushed forward first. Before they arrived, sword auras had already surged ahead. Following them were disciples at the xiuxian level, ready to eliminate the enemies in one decisive strike. Originally, Matsushita Kadaizi had planned to leave a part of his forces behind to hold off the Xiuxian while he fled with the others. But before he could even execute his escape plan, the Xiuxian pressed forward across the entire line. He knew this was the final moment. Surrender was never an option in his mind. According to the Chrysanthemum God Sect's doctrine, even if one couldn't escape, a suicidal counterattack was mandatory. Otherwise, if they returned, the sect's enforcers would cut off their heads, never allowing their souls to be reborn. Their families would also be demoted to sect slaves, never to be pardoned in eternity. Over 900 Chrysanthemum God Sect disciples launched a final suicidal charge at the Xiuxian, but against the assault of over 400 xiuxian level experts, those 900 were like a grand fireworks display, disintegrating into bloody mist hanging above the battlefield. The only ones who survived the first wave of attack were dozens of Chrysanthemum God Sect's xiuxian level lieutenants, along with the severely wounded Matsushita Kadaizi. At this moment, blood gushed from his mouth. His breathing became erratic and unstable. He knew even if he could escape back, he wouldn't live. He had led over 3,000 men into battle, now reduced to only dozens of lieutenants remaining. Even if he went back, the Puxiang would still execute him. It would be better to die in battle here. The remaining dozen lieutenants exchanged glances, then nodded heavily. They scattered and charged into the cluster of Xiuxian disciples. No longer attempting defense, they channeled all their immortal energy into their movement techniques, pushing their speeds to the limits as they rushed forward. Wang Taming sensed something amiss and shouted loudly at his disciples, "Scatter! Focus your attacks!" The Xiuxian disciples quickly scattered outward while launching their strongest attacks simultaneously. Most of the lieutenants were annihilated mid-charge. However, 11 of them, bodies battered and bloodied, managed to plunge into the crowd of Xiuxian disciples. 11 massive explosions erupted, 11 mushroom clouds rose above the ocean, and 11 clouds of blood mist appeared on the sea surface. The 11 lieutenants' self-destruction not only took away hundreds of Xiuxian's xiuxian level disciples, but also 7 elite xiuxian level disciples who couldn't dodge in time. As for Matsushita Kadaizi, amid the enraged onslaught of the crowd, he too was reduced to blood mist, fulfilling his final dedication to the God Sect. Wang Taming's heart was truly bleeding. Looking at the large, empty gap in his formation and the floating corpses on the sea surface, he frowned deeply and whispered, "Suyu, stay here with 300 men to clean up the battlefield, then quickly go reinforce Elder Ouyang." "Yes, Elder," Suyu replied loudly. After receiving Wang Taming's order, Suyu immediately selected 300 men to begin cleaning the surrounding battlefield. Meanwhile, Wang Taming led the remaining more than 3,000 disciples at full speed toward the battlefield where Ouyang Feng was engaged. At this time, Ouyang Feng and his men were truly nearing the breaking point, with growing casualties. They were barely enduring under the fierce assault of over 8,000 enemies. The rescue signal had long been sent to sect leader Xiuxian, but the dispatched reinforcements had yet to arrive, probably encountering obstacles along the way. Otherwise, they should have arrived by now. And if the sect leader sent another batch of reinforcements, it would also be too late in time. Now they could only hope that Wang Taming's force could arrive in time. No matter what, Ouyang Feng would keep holding his ground. He never considered retreat. Surrounded by overwhelming enemies, and in the middle of an endless ocean, it would be difficult to escape pursuit anyway. They might as well keep fighting until the end. Especially the disciples at the initial stage of xiuxian were practically all fallen. The number of disciples at the middle stage of Tai Xian who had perished had reached an alarming proportion, with very few survivors remaining. At this moment, he had already become numb to the losses, no longer caring about the exact number of dead. His focus was solely on how to continue holding the line. Although their losses were immense, the Chrysanthemum God Sect was suffering as well. Even with their numerical advantage in surrounding the Wuji Xinzong disciples, their deaths still exceeded those of the Wuji Xinzong. By this point in the battle, out of more than 8,000 Chrysanthemum God Sect followers, only slightly more than 5,000 remained. Meanwhile, the Wuji Xinzong had only about 2,000 disciples left, but nearly all of them were injured, and their combat effectiveness was rapidly declining. Just when Ouyang Feng was feeling utterly exhausted, the more than 3,000 reinforcements led by Wang Taming arrived. Once again, their attack came before their arrival. A vast expanse of sword light, covering the heavens and earth, slashed toward the encircling Chrysanthemum God Sect disciples. Zhu Yaotian Huang, seeing the Wuji Xinzong reinforcements arrive once more, immediately dispatched a portion of his forces to intercept them, and a fierce battle erupted between them and Wang Taming's reinforcements. Ouyang Feng, seeing Wang Taming's reinforcements finally arrive, felt a great weight lift from his heart, but not entirely, because they could clearly see that the reinforcements were also injured, undoubtedly having already engaged in battle along the way. Although at this moment the numbers on both sides were roughly equal, it remained uncertain who held the overall advantage in combat strength. Ouyang Feng's group of disciples was already extremely fatigued, having exhausted too much immortal energy. Some could even no longer maintain their protective barriers. When Ouyang Feng noticed the enemy's numbers weakening around them and their attack intensity dropping, he shouted to the injured and those who could no longer fight. Those severely wounded should begin healing immediately. Those lightly injured should first take some time to treat their wounds. Those who can no longer fight should retreat to the center and take pills to replenish their immortal energy. Hurry! Ouyang Feng seized the opportunity to quickly arrange for those disciples who had reached their limits and suffered severe injuries to heal and restore their energy as quickly as possible. At the same time, he organized the still capable disciples to form a defensive line, while increasing their offensive pressure to pin down the Chrysanthemum God Sect followers, easing the pressure on Wang Taming's forces. Avenge our senior and junior brothers. Kill! Shouted Wang Taming. Kill! Facing the Chrysanthemum God Sect disciples rushing toward them, the Wuji Xinzong disciples roared with fury. Without hesitation, powerful attacks slashed forward relentlessly toward the enemy ahead. With both sides nearly equal in numbers, the outcome now depended on momentum and whose attacks were stronger. As the attacks clashed, numerous casualties from both sides fell lifelessly into the ocean. Chapter 347, The Battle 3. Wang Taming saw that Ouyang Feng had temporarily stabilized his situation, with only a small number of the black-clothed attackers focusing on them, so his anxious heart finally eased a little. He focused his main attention on the enemies rushing toward him. However, what he didn't know was that Go Xiuxian was much more cunning than the others. Moreover, Right Garrison Commander Go Xiuxian and he were biological brothers. Thus, as soon as he saw that Wang Taming had received reinforcements, he had already sent a distress message to his brother Go Xiuxian. The two myriads of reserve forces commanded by Go Xiuxian had already assembled and were on standby. Upon receiving his elder brother Go Xiuxian's plea for aid, Go Xiuxian didn't wait to request permission from Grand Minister Pu Xiangyulan, immediately leading his two myriads of chrysanthemum warriors straight to the battlefield. Since the two garrison commanders were biological brothers, the rescue proceeded quickly, advancing at full speed almost immediately. Meanwhile, the battle between Wang Taming and Go Xiuxian had reached a fever pitch. After receiving the message that his younger brother Go Xiuxian had set out with reinforcements, Go Xiuxian changed tactics. He no longer confronted the disciples of Yunxia Sect head-on, instead switching to a strategy of entanglement. Initially, Wang Taming was unable to adapt to this sudden change in the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult's fighting style, but Ouyang Feng on the opposite side quickly recognized it. From past experiences of battling the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult, he knew that they were up to something. Observing the battlefield carefully, he sensed that the cult was plotting something sinister. Currently, the numbers and battle conditions were roughly equal between both sides. However, their side was slightly at a disadvantage because of the large number of wounded and drained combatants, losing more fighters than the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult. Considering their brutal and cunning nature, if they had already chosen to switch to a holding strategy without being in a disadvantageous position, there must be some scheme involved. Something's wrong. Their reinforcements are coming. Thinking this, Ouyang Feng shuddered in alarm, cold sweat pouring down his body. Elder Wang, hurry. Prepare to retreat. The enemy has reinforcements approaching. Immediately, Ouyang Feng used soul transmission to inform Wang Taming of his deduction, advising immediate withdrawal. At the same time, he shouted loudly to the disciples who were healing and restoring their cultivation. End your recovery quickly. We're preparing to break through. Withdraw immediately to the ancient cave dwelling. Quickly. As soon as the disciples of Yunxia Sect heard the order from their elder, they stopped cultivating and stood up instantly. Quickly. Those still able to fight form a diamond-shaped formation. The severely wounded who haven't recovered, and those who haven't fully restored their Shinlit, should be positioned in the middle. Our target is the ancient cave dwelling. We're breaking through now. Gathering his strength, Ouyang Feng swiftly issued his breakthrough command. At the front, Ouyang Feng, Li Xiuxian, and Zhang Tianshu took the lead, expending all their might to launch a fierce assault against the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult's followers. When Wang Taming received Ouyang Feng's soul-transmitted warning, he too was shaken into cold sweat. If the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult had additional reinforcements, they would all be finished today. Fortunately, Elder Ouyang had discovered and warned them in time. Now that they were launching their breakout charge, he still needed to dispatch some forces for reinforcement. Senior Apprentice Sister Su, you lead some people to reinforce Elder Ouyang, and I'll hold the line here. Wang Timing sent a soul transmission to Su Mei. Once you link up with Elder Ouyang, escort them all to retreat toward the ancient cave dwelling. Yes, Elder. Without hesitation, Su Mei immediately led her team to charge in the direction where Ouyang Feng's group was engaged. Quickly, she shattered the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult's formation, waves of sword chi slashing toward the cult's members who had turned their backs on them. At the time, they were desperately attacking Ouyang Feng's group, never suspecting that their own left garrison commander had failed to block the enemies and had inexplicably lost his life. The breach was finally opened, and Ouyang Feng's group swiftly linked up with Su Mei's team. Su Mei's people immediately surrounded and protected Ouyang Feng's group. Then, they turned around and charged again toward Go Xiuxian, who was locked in combat with Wang Timing's side. As soon as Ouyang Feng's group started moving, Go Xiuxian knew that his scheme had been exposed. What he needed to do now was to hold down the Zhengqi Sect members until his brother arrived. Only then could he wipe them out entirely. If the enemy wanted to escape, he would certainly not let Wang Timing's team have their way. Roaring loudly, he shouted, "Brave warriors! Hold these enemies down. Our reinforcements will arrive momentarily. Whoever captures those female disciples will be rewarded with them." Upon hearing this, the Chrysanthemum warriors and assistants of the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult became wildly excited, like they had been injected with adrenaline. Morale soared explosively. Many Chrysanthemum party members began launching spontaneous small-scale collective charges. This sudden outburst caught Wang Timing's group off guard, costing them over 100 casualties instantly. Thankfully, at that moment, Su Mei arrived with Ouyang Feng's group, cutting down the Chrysanthemum warriors who were attacking Wang Timing's team. Those quick enough to react managed to escape in time. The two groups finally merged together, and by then, Go Xiuxian's Chrysanthemum Holy Cult forces had already lost their numerical advantage. Both sides were now even in numbers, making it impossible for the cult to form a full encirclement. In fact, Go Xiuxian dared not confront them head-on anymore and could only occupy one side of the battlefield, engaging the disciples of Yunxia Sect in entangling combat, attempting to delay their retreat. After Wang Timing and Ouyang Feng reunited, Wang Timing said to Ouyang Feng, "Elder Ouyang, you lead the retreat first. I will follow right behind. Hurry." Ouyang Feng hesitated slightly before nodding and saying, "Then I won't be polite. I will go first. All of you, be careful and make sure to keep up." After finishing his words, he turned to Li Xiuxian and Zhang Tianshu and said, "We're leaving. Su Mei, stay behind and assist Elder Wang." "Yes, Elder," Su Mei loudly replied. Without saying anything else, Ouyang Feng quickly led the wounded disciples in a retreat toward the ancient cave dwelling. He knew that their role on the battlefield was now minimal, and if they delayed any further, they would only become a burden. Su Mei stayed behind on her own after Ouyang Feng and his group withdrew, preventing the followers of the Chrysanthemum Holy Cult from bypassing Elder Wang Timing to chase and kill Ouyang Feng. Seeing Ouyang Feng's group retreat safely, Wang Timing exhaled in relief. As long as they had left first, it would be much easier for them to withdraw later. By now, Go Xiuxian, along with his 2 myriads of Chrysanthemum warriors, was less than half an hour away from the battlefield. Wang Timing and Su Mei continued fighting fiercely with Go Xiuxian's disciples for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, before Wang Timing finally said to Su Mei, "You lead a fighting retreat. I will arrange someone to cover our rear. Withdraw now." "Yes, Elder." Su Mei knew that obeying orders at this moment was the greatest support she could give Elder Wang. Without hesitation, she immediately led her team into a fighting retreat, moving gradually in the same direction as Ouyang Feng's group. After dispersing the enemies pursuing Su Mei, Wang Timing himself also began retreating. Go Xiuxian, naturally, had no intention of letting Wang Timing's group escape. Since he had already failed to stop the first group, he could not allow these to escape too. Otherwise, he would no longer deserve his title as left garrison commander. At this moment, he appeared nearly mad, roaring furiously, "Spare no cost. Block them at all costs. If anyone allows them to escape, I will make every one of you commit collective seppuku. Kill, kill." Chapter 348. The devastating defeat of the boundless Immortal Sect. The Chrysanthemum cultists were stunned by Go Xiuxian's words. Don't think he was joking. If they truly failed, he would indeed force these followers to commit seppuku. In their eyes, ordinary followers were merely expendables, just like pawns. Once lost, they could simply be replaced through new recruitment. That was the reality within the Chrysanthemum god cult's controlled regions. Thus, they desperately launched attacks on Wang Timing and his group. This relentless offensive indeed successfully pinned Wang Timing's group down, making it impossible for them to disengage from the battle with the cultists. At this moment, if Wang Timing had had the resolve to cut his losses, sacrificing part of his forces while retreating with the rest, perhaps some disciples could have escaped, preserving part of their fighting strength. But he lacked that decisiveness, missing the critical opportunity. Nearly 2,000 disciples serving as rearguard were trapped on this battlefield. When a vast swarm of black-cloaked figures came into view, Wang Timing knew this was the day they would all die. It was too late for regret. "Brothers, I'm sorry. Today I can't lead you back home. Then let these bastards witness how the disciples of the boundless Immortal Sect slay our enemies. Let them remember that hearing the name of our sect should fill them with fear and make them tremble. Kill." Wang Taming roared at the remaining disciples. Kill! Kill! Every disciple present knew this was to be their final battle of life. United in hatred for the enemy, their fighting spirit and morale soared higher and higher. As disciples of the largest faction in the immortal realm, they all had their pride and integrity. They wouldn't flinch or retreat in battle. What they possessed was a heroic resolve, prepared to meet death head-on. Faced with death, they resolved to fight to the end. Once Go Xiuxian and Go Xiuxian united, they immediately launched a fierce assault against Wang Taming's group. The disparity in numbers, compounded by the fact that Go Xiuxian's forces were fresh reinforcements, led to several coordinated fire attacks. In the end, Wang Taming and all the disciples of the boundless immortal sect were tragically reduced to a dense mist of blood, drifting above the sea of oblivion, before being scattered by a fierce sea breeze. Only the splashes caused by the fallen cultivators' flying swords, immortal artifacts, and high-grade storage rings falling into the sea narrated the tragedy of their owners. When the battle cries ceased, when the explosive sounds of spells and sword energies fell silent, when Wang Taming and the disciples' spiritual presences vanished completely, the last group retreating, Su Mei and others from the boundless immortal sect, knew that those revered elders and senior and junior brothers had already given their lives for the sect. Next, it would be their turn to avenge the fallen elders and brothers by exterminating those accursed chrysanthemum god cultists. Back at the boundless immortal sect, the disciples guarding the soul hall suddenly noticed several soul tablets within the hall shattering at once. Realizing the severity of the situation, they quickly reported the tragic news to the sect leader, Xiuxian. Upon receiving this message, Xiuxian's face darkened immediately. He realized they had completely underestimated the resolve of the chrysanthemum god cult. Whatever happened, they must dispatch aid now. But how many people should go? Sending too few, like this time, meant they might be encircled and destroyed by the enemy, while sending too many would affect the development of the sect itself. After a long contemplation, Xiuxian decided that this time more people should be sent. He could not afford the enemy further wasting their forces with piecemeal counterattacks. Come in. Summon Deng Jiu, Lu Weizhong, Li Yi, and Zhang Xiaolong. Xiuxian called to the disciple on guard outside. At once, sect leader, the guarding disciple came in, bowed respectfully, and responded. Then he exited the sect's grand hall with reverence to notify the four. Soon, Deng Jiu, Lu Weizhong, Li Yi, and Zhang Xiaolong successively arrived at the sect's grand hall, bowing respectfully to Xiuxian before standing to one side, waiting for his instructions. Before their arrival, the four had already heard the news of a large number of soul tablets breaking inside the soul hall. They understood the battle at the front line must have taken a turn for the worse, and being summoned today must relate to the frontline conflict. After observing the four closely, Xiuxian, wearing a heavy expression, finally spoke. You must already know the news of Elder Wang Taming and others perishing together on the battlefield. This time we underestimated the enemy's ruthlessness and fanaticism, resulting in the deaths of numerous elders and disciples. I have summoned you four today to strengthen our frontline forces and ensure the security near the ancient cave dwelling. Currently, Elder Ouyang Feng and others have fully retreated to defend the ancient cave dwelling. You four must immediately lead 10,000 elite disciples there to reinforce the position, following the command of Elder Ouyang Feng and elderly Xiuxian, and firmly hold the ancient cave dwelling, while simultaneously eliminating the enemy's fighting forces. At once, sect leader, the four answered in unison. Very well, go now? Lead your men and depart immediately. Xiuxian concluded, waving them away. At once, the four turned and strode out of the hall. After exiting the grand hall, the four briefly discussed the order of departure before hurrying off to organize and assemble their respective forces. Soon, Deng Jiu was the first to finish gathering his troops and immediately flew toward the ancient cave dwelling. The earlier they arrived, the less pressure the elders like Ouyang Feng would face, and the lower the risk of the ancient cave dwelling being captured by the enemy. Shortly afterward, Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Weizhong, and Li Yi each led their disciples out from the boundless immortal sect's base, heading toward the ancient cave dwelling in succession. The boundless immortal sect had now dispatched reinforcements. Meanwhile, after annihilating the disciples led by Wang Taming, Go Xiuxian and Go Xiuxian from the chrysanthemum god cult also turned their forces toward the ancient cave dwelling. Back at the chrysanthemum god cult's main island, Puxiang Nilanqidan was already preparing an even greater military campaign. At this moment, he had already summoned more than 20 divine envoys and assembled an army of 200,000, preparing for a full-scale invasion of Shikang City to take control of the entire haunted island region. A war that would shock the entire immortal realm was about to begin. Due to the chrysanthemum god cult's unique geographical position and its decades of secret preparations, not a single person in the immortal continent knew anything about them, and their main stronghold's location remained completely unknown. Therefore, Xiuxian was unaware of the chrysanthemum god cult's movements. Fortunately, he had already taken the correct step, dispatching an additional 40,000 disciples to reinforce the ancient cave dwelling. As a result, the total number of disciples gathered at the ancient cave dwelling from the boundless immortal sect, combined with the several hundred disciples from the Yunxia Sect, reached nearly 50,000. If they used the formation arrays already set up and adopted a defensive stance, they would be able to withstand an encirclement by 100,000 chrysanthemum god cultists. When the chrysanthemum god cult's 200,000 followers launched their invasion of the entire haunted island region under the personal command of Puxiang Nilanqidan. Although the haunted island region contained millions of cultivators, these cultivators were scattered across numerous islands. differing greatly in cultivation levels, and completely unorganized and disunited. Under the chrysanthemum god cult's organized assaults, they were either slaughtered or captured, forced into slavery as miners or agricultural laborers. Chapter 349. The Ambition of the Chrysanthemum Cult. Within just a few days, the Chrysanthemum Cult had conquered all the small islands surrounding the outlying sea islands. Except for a few lucky cultivators who managed to escape, the rest became nourishment for the rising power of the Chrysanthemum Cult. In a short time, large groups of controlled cultivators were escorted back to the main island by members of the Chrysanthemum Cult. A vast amount of cultivation resources were transported back, either stored in the treasure vaults or distributed among the followers of the Chrysanthemum Cult to enhance their cultivation. As more fortunate cultivators managed to flee, the news of the massacre carried out by the black-clad members of the Chrysanthemum Cult on the outer islands spread throughout the region of the outlying sea islands. Suddenly, the cultivators living on these islands were seized by fear and confusion, not knowing what to do. Everyone rushed to verify the authenticity of the news and discover the origins of these black-clad individuals. Some of the more fearful cultivators had already started to relocate back to the mainland to escape the possible massacre. With these relocations, as well as reports sent back by the offices of various sects stationed on the outlying sea islands, the shocking intelligence eventually reached the Unqi Celestial Sect. Xiuxian understood that the situation was indeed grave. The Chrysanthemum Cult harbored great ambitions, initiating the slaughter of the outlying islands, even while engaging in war against the Unqi Celestial Sect. Moreover, the Chrysanthemum Cult was significantly more powerful than previously analyzed. Judging from their ability to launch such large-scale warfare so methodically, its overall strength undoubtedly far surpassed that of the Unqi Celestial Sect. Also, considering their ruthless tactics of mercilessly slaughtering island inhabitants, it was imperative not to allow the Chrysanthemum Cult to grow further. Alliances must be formed. He had considered leveraging the Celestial Alliance to deal with the Chrysanthemum Cult, but currently many cultivators lacked a full understanding of this threat. Without direct experience of its harm, gaining the support needed from the Celestial Alliance to strike against the Chrysanthemum Cult was unlikely. People would only take notice when they had personally experienced the Chrysanthemum Cult's true nature and suffered from its attacks. Raising the matter now would be premature. For now, relying on the small alliance among the three major sects to resist the Chrysanthemum Cult would be the best option. Xiuxian personally sent messages to the masters of the Wenxia Sect and the Yangyangzhong, Xuanhuan, and Zhengqi. The next day, the three great sect leaders gathered in the Grand Hall of the Unqi Celestial Sect. Xuanhuan and Zhengqi were puzzled by Xiuxian's sudden invitation, but being seasoned old foxes, though deeply curious about the reason, they simply sipped their immortal tea in silence, waiting calmly for Xiuxian to speak first. Xiuxian muttered a silent curse under his breath, "Old foxes," and began speaking first. "Esteemed leaders, you both are already aware that my sect is currently at war with a mysterious force, the Chrysanthemum Cult, who suddenly emerged from the sea of oblivion. This Chrysanthemum Cult is extremely secretive. Despite many days of conflict, we have still failed to gather any useful intelligence about them. A few days ago, while continuing hostilities against my sect, they simultaneously launched a massacre across the small islands outside the region of the outlying sea islands. Only a few lucky cultivators escaped, while the rest were either killed or captured. Furthermore, the Chrysanthemum Cult is now advancing toward the core islands of the outlying sea island region. Their ambitions appear to be far greater than imagined. According to our estimates, the number of cult members participating in the massacres alone already exceeds 200,000, and those fighting against my sect number around 30,000. I've invited you both here today to discuss the urgent matter of how we should no longer ignore this mysterious force with such huge ambitions. If we allow them to defeat us one by one, the entire balance of the immortal realm will be in peril. Our three sects are currently the largest and strongest among all the sects in the immortal realm, and it is our responsibility to stabilize the region and take timely action to prevent threats to the peace and stability of the celestial world. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Xiuxian briefly introduced the newly emerged Chrysanthemum Cult and analyzed the current situation. Then he waited patiently for the response of the two other sect leaders. In truth, as masters of the top three sects, Xuanhuan and Zhengqi had already guessed Xiuxian's purpose in inviting them. However, as sect leaders, they had to consider the interests of their respective sections. While they acknowledged that Xiuxian's analysis held some truth, that the sudden appearance of the Chrysanthemum Cult could indeed pose a future threat, this danger still seemed distant for now. The three sects shared a common fate, and assisting the Unqi Celestial Sect against this cult was a possibility, but only if sufficient benefits were guaranteed. Both remained silent for a long time. Finally, the hot-tempered Zhengqi spoke first. "Master Yi, I've heard about this damned Chrysanthemum Cult as well. Judging from the scale and strength they've displayed, they truly pose a serious threat. And considering their cruel acts of massacre, we should take action to deliver justice for the innocent cultivators who have died. However, Master Yi, have you considered that the resources required for waging war against this damned Chrysanthemum Cult would be enormous? And how exactly do you plan to source these resources?" Zhengqi asked while looking at Xiuxian. Xuanhuan, the old strategist, after hearing Zhengqi raise one of the core issues, did not rush to speak. He simply sat quietly, watching Xiuxian, curious about his response. Xiuxian knew these two would not commit unless they saw tangible benefits. If he didn't show willingness to sacrifice something today, they would not declare their stance. After thinking for a moment, he said, Esteemed leaders, regarding this matter, here's my plan. My Infinite Celestial Sect will contribute a portion of the required resources should we go to war with the Chrysanthemum cult. Judging from the Chrysanthemum cult's current aggressive moves and their existing actions, they are supported by a large force behind the scenes. We must prepare for a large-scale mobilization. The Infinite Celestial Sect can supply a portion of the resources needed in the initial stage, but for the resources required later on, your two sects will have to provide them yourselves. As for the distribution of benefits afterward, among the three sects, my sect will only claim 30%, while the remaining 70% will be divided between your two sects based on your respective contributions. I wonder what you two think of this proposal. Xiuxian unveiled the carefully considered plan he had been pondering, leaving it for Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao to deliberate. Long Zongyuan, the old fox, focused particularly on the issue of post-war benefit distribution. He knew this battle might involve not only the three major sects, but potentially all the immortal realm in the future. But he would certainly pursue whatever advantages he could gain. Since this time the Chrysanthemum cult was targeting the Infinite Celestial Sect directly, and given his long-standing dissatisfaction with the Infinite Celestial Sect's dominance over the Windforce Sect, always longing for a day when he could surpass them and claim the position of the most powerful sect in the immortal realm, now was the perfect opportunity to weaken the Infinite Celestial Sect. This moment was a great chance to weaken the Infinite Celestial Sect, and seeing the Infinite Celestial Sect bleed was exactly what he wanted. His plan was to first have the Infinite Celestial Sect provide a certain amount of resources, then place them at the forefront while his Windforce Sect and the Yanzhong would provide strategic support from behind. This way, he could curb the expansion of the Chrysanthemum cult, weaken the Infinite Celestial Sect, and enjoy the post-war benefits as well. Chapter 350, The Three Sects United. Master Yi. In order to maintain peace in the immortal realm, our three sects must act in unison. Just now, both Master Lei and Master Yi spoke about this. Let me propose. My Windforce Sect fully supports Master Ye's call to action and has decided to mobilize 10,000 disciples to support Master Ye's operation. 5,000 disciples will immediately assemble to assist the Infinity Immortal Sect, and the remaining 5,000 will remain at the sect headquarters as reserves. Master Yi, what do you think of this arrangement? Long Zongyuan, the Windforce Sect leader, smiled as he said this to Yi Qinxing. Upon hearing Long Zongyuan's plan, Yi Qinxing understood that this was a veiled request for benefits. However, the fact that he had promised to deploy 5,000 disciples immediately showed his stance. As for the remaining 5,000 reinforcements, whether they would come would depend on whether the resources Yi Qinxing offered were satisfactory. At this moment, Yi Qinxing's thoughts were simple. As long as they sent troops, everything else could wait. As the situation evolved, there might even come a time when they couldn't afford not to send more reinforcements. Lei Zhenxiao, after seeing how quickly Long Zongyuan had declared his position, thought for a moment before speaking. Master Yi, since Master Long has sent 5,000 disciples over, my Sunfire Sect will also dispatch 5,000 disciples immediately to offer full support. But Master Yi, I do have one condition. Since the three sects have formed a united force, we should establish a tri-sect joint command to centralize command. What do you think, Master Yi? Master Lei, forming a tri-sect joint command isn't a problem. Since we're taking joint action, it makes sense to set up a unified command for this war against the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, Yi Qinxing replied. Excellent. And for the commander of this joint command, I suggest we appoint Master Yi as commander-in-chief. What do you think, Master Lei? Long Zongyuan immediately recommended Yi Qinxing for the role of commander-in-chief. Long Zongyuan, being a cunning strategist, knew that if Yi Qinxing held the top command, in order to preserve unity among the three sects, you would be forced to assign dangerous, high-casualty operations to the Infinity Immortal Sect itself, which would naturally put the Windforce Sect at an advantage. Well, I also agree that Master Yi should be our commander. Lei Zhenxiao instantly saw through Long Zongyuan's intention and quickly stepped forward in support of Yi Qinxing as well. Seeing both of them recommending him for the command, Yi Qinxing did not refuse. Regardless of whatever ulterior motives they might have had, there had to be one person ultimately in charge for the alliance to be effective. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a disorganized mob, ripe for slaughter. As for their secret agendas, there was little he could do about them now. The priority was to eliminate the threat posed by the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. As for the resources he was about to offer, his Immortal Sect had accumulated vast treasures over hundreds of thousands of years and had recently gained even more from ancient ruins. He truly didn't mind parting with them. As long as resources could be converted into strength, then they were worth expending. If they simply remained stored in warehouses and treasure vaults, they were nothing more than lifeless assets. After the three of them finalized the finer details, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao returned to their respective sect headquarters. Once they had left, Yi Qinxing immediately dispatched people to the sect's treasure vault to begin gathering and sending over the agreed-upon resources. Upon returning to their sects, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao quickly received reports that the Infinity Immortal Sect had sent their resources. Understanding this as a gesture of goodwill from Yi Qinxing, neither wished to push the advantage too far, and both sect leaders issued immediate orders to mobilize 5,000 disciples to meet with the Infinity Immortal Sect's forces. The joint forces of the three sects would then head to the Outcast Sea Islands for support. The Outcast Sea Island was already shrouded in war, though the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect had not yet launched its assault on the main islands. Even so, the situation there was difficult enough. The three sects decided to assemble at Xiuxian Town, a coastal port on the mainland facing the Outcast Sea Islands. At the moment, Qichong City, the largest city on the Outcast Sea Island, was crowded with cultivators from the islands, many of whom had evacuated from the smaller surrounding islands. Tension hung heavy in the air as crowds filled the city streets, causing massive disorder. Duels, murders, thefts, and frauds occurred daily. Though all should have been uniting against the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, no single powerful force on the island could dominate the situation. With the islanders' fragmented mindset, they remained scattered like sand. Many had pinned their hopes on the Immortal Alliance's intervention, but even the Immortal Alliance wasn't entirely under the control of the three sections. Their hopes had already faded. Thankfully, the news of the three sects alliance soon spread. Coupled with the large-scale movement of troops, the people's morale within Qichang City quickly stabilized. Compared to the earlier chaos, conditions had improved significantly. At the very least, street killings had stopped. For this joint operation, the Wenxia Sect and the Sunfire Sect each contributed 5,000 disciples, while the Infinity Immortal Sect alone dispatched 10,000, totaling 20,000 troops. Additionally, nearly 5,000 more were already stationed near the ancient cave ruins, bringing the Infinity Immortal Sect's frontline strength to an astonishing 15,000, along with the nearly 2,000 already lost in earlier engagements. This was already close to the limit of the Infinity Immortal Sect's available forces. Apart from retaining some essential hidden strengths, it was practically impossible to dispatch such a large-scale force again. This was also the reason why Yi Qingqing had compromised with the Wenxia Sect and the Sunfire Sect. This time, with Yi Qingqing personally leading the command, the Wenxia Sect and the Sunfire Sect each only sent their Grand Elders. The Grand Elder of the Wenxia Sect, Yuqi Xiuxian, and the Grand Elder of the Sunfire Sect, Lin Xijia. Regarding the command of the two sects' personnel, Yi Qingqing decided to let each sect's Grand Elder maintain control. However, to ensure centralized command and coordinated operations, he assigned 4 liaison officers to each sect to guarantee smooth cooperation during joint combat operations. Once all the forces had gathered, Yi Qingqing had no intention of passively waiting for the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect to attack the major islands in the outcast Sea Island region. He decided to launch a preemptive strike against the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect forces stationed on the outer islands. No one could tell what that servant-like neo-launcher Erden was plotting again. After capturing all the outer islands, he simply halted forces in place instead of advancing further toward the major islands. Instead, the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect intensified its assault on the ancient cave ruins. Ouyang Feng was overseeing the full-scale battle outside the ruins against the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. Meanwhile, Xiang Zhongxiang accelerated the pace of formation breaking within the ruins, hoping to complete the exploration of this ancient cave complex as soon as possible. During this period, Li Dalong had not stopped assisting with formation breaking at all. Many disciples of the Yunxia Sect were slain by ancient beasts inside the ruins, suffering another loss of dozens of disciples. Fortunately, under the title of being the sect leader's son-in-law, no one sent Li Dalong into the ruins to fight the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. Not even a single elder or disciple from the Yunxia Sect was redeployed. Xiang Zhongxiang still gave Li Dalong enough face. Now that Xiang Zhongxiang had sufficient manpower, many formations were forcibly destroyed, significantly increasing efficiency. Of course, some dangerous killing arrays inevitably caused casualties, but given the speed and benefits gained from breaking formations, these losses were acceptable. Chapter 351, The Great Battle with the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, Part 1. The highest grade of immortal herbs currently has reached an age of 80,000 years, and a few of them have even begun to develop spiritual awareness. If these herbs are allowed to continue growing, they might fully transform into legendary divine herbs. During this period, Li Dalong had been intensely deciphering arrays and had encountered a wide variety of ancient formation techniques, rapidly improving his proficiency in formations. He could only guess at the power level of whoever had set up so many formations inside this ancient cave dwelling. Basically, every building was its own formation, and every small courtyard was also a formation. Some formations were nested within larger ones, while several smaller ones together formed a greater formation. Some formations were harmless, but others combined illusions with deadly traps, and deadly traps with maze-like illusions. Li Dalong was receiving real-time updates about the ongoing battle from Elder Xiang Zhongxiang. Originally, Yi Qingqing wanted Li Dalong to evacuate immediately, but the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect was advancing rapidly, having already occupied most of the outer islands of the outlying sea, making retreat extremely unsafe. Therefore, staying within the ancient cave dwelling now was much safer, and they had no choice but to let him remain inside. Actually, Li Dalong had wanted to evacuate the Yunxia Sect disciples for quite some time already. No true gentleman stands beneath a collapsing wall. It was far safer to stay behind in Yunxia Sect. But now, battles raged every day inside the ancient cave dwelling, and judging from the increasing number of wounded disciples being brought in for treatment, the outside battle must have been incredibly fierce. Outside the cave dwelling, Xiuxian Sect had more than 40,000 combat-ready disciples, while nearly 10,000 remained inside. Currently, over 1,000 disciples were being sent back daily for healing, with several thousand having already perished. Several days of brutal fighting had reduced the number of Xiuxian disciples outside the cave to less than 30,000, meaning that in just a few short days, more than 10,000 had been lost. Ouyang Feng had already become desensitized to such massive casualties. His sole focus now was on defending the cave dwelling while lowering the casualty rate, and at the same time inflicting maximum damage on the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. He had received news that Changfeng Sect and Rongyang Sect had dispatched troops to form a joint force with his faction. 20,000 reinforcements had already been deployed to a town across from the outlying sea, personally commanded by the sect leader himself. Once the reinforcement led by the leader arrived, the pressure on him would ease considerably. As soon as the leader launched an attack, the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect's primary focus would shift to the 200,000 troops. Even if they were arrogant, they wouldn't ignore the combat power of 200,000 warriors. Xiuxian and the other 200,000 gathered at Xujiang town, where the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect spies embedded on the mainland had already discovered that the Wujixian sect leader was personally present there. Pu Xiang Niu Langshe Erden began setting his sights on Xiuxian, having devised a crazy plan. Adopting a frog leap tactic, bypassing the main islands of the outlying sea, they would launch a direct assault on the disciples of the three great sects in Xujiang town, officially initiating a war against the three major sects of the immortal realm. Though Niu Langshe Erden was extremely ambitious, cunning, and treacherous, he was still following the fundamental rules of the immortal realm for now, and had not yet deployed the quasi-saint level Bagu in the conflict. Up until now, both sides' quasi-saint level experts had already arrived near the battlefield, but none had intervened in the war between the two factions at the Deluo Jinxian level. Instead, they remained as deterrent forces, monitoring and keeping watch over each other. After Niu Langshe Erden analyzed the intelligence about the Tri-Sect alliance from Wujixian sect, he believed that the three sects were currently not united. The other two sects had joined the alliance merely for profit. Right now, Wujixian sect had already committed 200,000 elite forces to the battlefield, spread across two fronts. As long as this 200,000 strong force was destroyed, Wujixian sect would be on the verge of annihilation. Even though they still had hundreds of thousands of disciples remaining, this force of 200,000 constituted the true backbone of Wujixian. The rest were mostly disciples below the Tai Jin Xian cultivation level, posing no real threat. Moreover, both Changfeng sect and Rongyang sect only had 50,000 disciples each and would not fight desperately for Wujixian's sake. Once casualties rose, they would certainly abandon Wujixian and retreat. This was exactly why Niu Langshe Erden decided to bypass the main islands of the outlying sea and strike directly at the Tri-Sect allied forces. At the same time, he confidently believed that the cultivators on the outlying sea islands would dare not and would not come to the aid of the Tri-Sect forces in battle. Once the three sects were defeated, he would then turn back to handle the main islands of the outlying sea. With the momentum of a great victory, it would be easy to subdue them. Then, he would use these cultivators as cannon fodder to attack other factions on the mainland, causing cultivators from the immortal realm to consume each other and thus reducing the losses suffered by the holy followers of the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. It must be said that Niu Langshe Erden's frog leap tactic did indeed catch the Tri-Sect alliance completely off guard. Even Xiuxian hadn't anticipated that the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect would ignore the millions of cultivators on the main islands of the outlying sea and dare to launch a direct strike at the edge of the mainland. The first to suffer were the disciples of Changfeng sect. Changfeng and Rongyang sect had only joined the battle to fulfill alliance obligations and had no intention of risking their lives in serious combat. Therefore, when the three sects assembled, they did not station the Wujixian sect's 150,000 main forces together with the other two sections. The Changfeng sect's 50,000 disciples were stationed to the left of the camp. The Wujixian sect was in the center, and the Rongyang sect's 50,000 disciples were stationed to the right of the camp. The Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, however, approached from the left side, making Changfeng sect the first target of attack, and they faced an assault from 200,000 Chrysanthemum Divine Sect disciples all at once. Long Zhongyuan, that old and cunning fox, had never expected such an unexpected situation. Within less than half a teacup's time during the first wave of attack, the Changfeng sect had already lost nearly 10,000 disciples. This onslaught forced Changfeng sect's great elder to urgently beg Xiuxian for help. Upon seeing Changfeng sect disciples under attack, Xiuxian immediately dispatched several elders to scout the surroundings and determine the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect's intentions and force strength. Before the scouting elders returned, Xiuxian had already sent 2 divisions of 25,000 men each to attack the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect from both flanks, alleviating the pressure on Changfeng sect disciples. Just as the Wujixian sect's reinforcement force of 50,000 set out, a messenger from Changfeng sect's great elder, Weiqi Zhaojia, arrived requesting aid. After personally receiving 3 separate messengers from Changfeng sect, Xiuxian had already received battlefield reports from the scouting elders who had gone out earlier. At last, they had confirmed that the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect had sent a force of 200,000 to attack the 3 sects' encampment. Based on this intelligence, Xiuxian made his response. He notified the Rongyang sect's great elder, Lin Sijia, that the Rongyang sect's 50,000 disciples would serve as the general reserve force and remain in place on standby. The Wujixian sect's 150,000 forces advanced in full to reinforce Changfeng sect, engaging the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect in a decisive battle. Xiuxian knew that only by committing fully and launching a direct decisive battle would be most favorable for the fragile Tri-Sect alliance. If they fought in batches or separated their forces, it would give the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect the opportunity to destroy them one by one, and could potentially cause both Changfeng and Rongyang sects to retreat from setbacks. If Changfeng and Rongyang sects withdrew, the Wujixian sect would be left alone facing the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, plunging the Wujixian sect into an irreversible disaster. Therefore, Xiuxian's reinforcement of Changfeng sect was an all-out, full-strength effort. Chapter 352, The Great Battle Against the Chrysanthemum Cult, 2. Under the command of various leaders and elders, several grand heavenly dragon formations, each consisting of 5,000 cultivators, were formed to confront the chrysanthemum cult's massive army of 200,000. In an instant, Sujiang Town sky became filled with countless cultivators. Beams of swords and spells flashed and screamed across the air, while explosions thundered across the heavens. Shattered immortal artifacts, storage rings, bodies, and pieces of flesh rained down like a heavy storm. The sky was truly drenched in blood. Blood mist filled the heavens, turning the entire sky a ghastly shade. The stench of blood filled the entire region. The battle was extremely brutal. Both sides were suffering rapid losses. Compared to the other two factions, the Yunxia Immortal Sect suffered relatively fewer casualties. The Yunxia Immortal Sect had already drawn lessons from previous major battles. Forming the proper-sized Grand Heavenly Dragon formation on the battlefield had increased defense, reduced losses, and enhanced the killing effectiveness against the enemy's forces. Judging from the results just now, the formation of 5,000 cultivators was very suitable for use in such large-scale battles. When chrysanthemum cultists attacked Wujia's formation, each of them had to face attacks from several people at once, while most of their attacks were cancelled out by the formation itself. More importantly, any wounded Wujia disciples could timely retreat into the formation to rest and recover. Their positions were immediately taken over by fresh disciples, with no impact on the efficiency of the formation. In contrast, when chrysanthemum cultists got injured, they could only rely on themselves to persevere or take a quick healing pill. Otherwise, they had no chance to rest or heal until death. The chrysanthemum cult emphasizes fearlessness and the willingness to die. To the higher-ranking divine envoys and sect leader, ordinary cultists were disposable, mere pawns. They would not spend resources on healing the wounded. Unless lucky enough to survive until the end of the battle, the only option was self-cultivation recovery. On the other side, Longfeng Sect's pressure decreased significantly after the Yunxia Immortal Sect fully committed into attacking the chrysanthemum cult. Under Wujia's protection, they gradually diverted the chrysanthemum cultists' attacks from themselves onto Wujia disciples. Slowly, the Wujia formation shielded them in the center, giving them a rare chance to rest and heal. Xiuxian's support earned deep gratitude from the Longfeng Sect's Grand Elder, Yuqi Xiaojia. If the Wujia Immortal Sect had acted maliciously, their 50,000 troops would have easily been surrounded and destroyed. Also, this was their first confrontation with the chrysanthemum cult, and they underestimated them. They had thought they were far from the enemy, with several outer islands still between them, so they hadn't even set up sentry posts, leaving themselves vulnerable to a surprise attack. Moreover, this was the Longfeng Sect's first real battle against the chrysanthemum cult. The disciples were shocked by the enemy's fearless and suicidal fighting tactics. Once realizing they were doomed, chrysanthemum cultists often chose to self-destruct, dragging enemies to their deaths. Each chrysanthemum cultist explosion usually wiped out a large group of Longfeng Sect disciples, leading to most of their casualties. In no time, the morale of the Longfeng Sect had dropped to the edge of collapse. Thankfully, the Wujia Immortal Sect arrived just in time and used their formation to block the chrysanthemum cult's offensive. Niulong Chair of the chrysanthemum cult, seeing their advance blocked by Wujia's formation and unable to push forward, realized their surprise attack had failed. He quickly changed tactics, dividing his forces into two parts. He ordered Divine Envoy Tian Zongsaran to lead a detachment of 50,000 to bypass Wujia's formation and attack the Yunxia Sect in the rear. He personally led 90,000 troops as the main force, engaging the Wujia Immortal Sect in direct fierce combat, drawing the enemy's attention and firepower. He also ordered Divine Envoy Mo Chuan Naiku to attack Wujia's flanks with the remaining 50,000 troops. By this point, the battle had become increasingly intense. The chrysanthemum cult had already lost over 10,000. Longfeng Sect had suffered the heaviest losses, with only about 30,000 remaining, and more than half of them injured. In contrast, the Wujia Immortal Sect had the fewest losses, fewer than 5,000 men. The Longfeng Sect had lost nearly 20,000, but had only inflicted a few thousand casualties on the chrysanthemum cult. The Wujia Immortal Sect had inflicted over 10,000 losses on the chrysanthemum cult, while losing fewer than 5,000 themselves. Comparing the results, the Wujia Immortal Sect's experience and combat effectiveness clearly surpassed that of the Longfeng Sect. After receiving the report from Grand Elder Yuqi Xiaojia, Long Zongyuan felt a wave of frustration. He had always refused to admit that the Wujia Immortal Sect was superior to the Longfeng Sect. But judging from today's battlefield results, it was undeniable that Wujia truly outclassed Longfeng. Suffering such a heavy loss, he naturally felt Buganshin, resentful. But despite his personal calculations, based on the chrysanthemum cult's movements today, he realized that they would have to fully commit to supporting the Wujia Immortal Sect. If Wujia fell, the Longfeng Sect would certainly not escape unscathed either. I must pay a visit to Yunxia Sect and talk with Lei Zhenxiao about fully supporting Xiuxian and putting Wujia Immortal Sect at the front to draw the chrysanthemum cult's fire. Acting as soon as he thought of it, he quickly stood up and headed to Yunxia Sect. While walking toward the teleportation array, he sent a communication message to Lei Zhenxiao. Soon after, Long Zongyuan appeared in the main hall of Yunxia Sect. After exchanging greetings with Lei Zhenxiao, both men sat down. Without any unnecessary words, they got straight to the point. Master Lei, Long Zongyuan said seriously. Judging from the tactics, combat effectiveness, and brutality shown by the chrysanthemum cult today, our two sects must fully support Master Yi. If Yi Xingqian falls, the chrysanthemum cult will directly attack our two sects, and the situation afterward will be even harder to handle. What do you think? After listening to Long Zongyuan, Lei Zhenxiao paused for a moment before replying. Master Long, I also agree with your view. We don't really understand this sudden chrysanthemum cult at all. We know practically nothing about them. From the power they displayed today, they even dared to ignore the millions of cultivators on the outer islands and directly attacked our 3 sects assembly base. I believe they are extremely confident in their own strength and also very arrogant. You're absolutely right, Master Long. We can't afford any delays anymore. We must fully support Master Yi. Only by combining the strength of our 3 sects can we stand a chance against the chrysanthemum cult. I will immediately send 5,000 standby disciples over first, and then mobilize another 5,000 to remain on standby, preparing for a prolonged and large-scale battle. Good. Master Lei, that's how we'll proceed for now. My Changfeng sect will also immediately dispatch the 5,000 disciples we have ready, and then assemble another 5,000 as a reserve force to provide timely support to the front lines. Long Zongyuan fully agreed with Lei Zhenxiao's plan. Great. Then it's settled. I'll head back to my sect right away to send the forces out immediately. All right. Master Long, safe travels. Lei Zhenxiao stood up and escorted Long Zongyuan to the entrance of the hall. Then he called over a duty disciple and issued an order to deploy 50,000 troops immediately. Chapter 353. The Great Battle Against the Chrysanthemum Sect 3. With the sudden withdrawal of 15,000 disciples from each of the 2 sects, that was nearly their maximum they could spare. All of these disciples had cultivation levels above Tai Golden Immortal. Except for the essential number of disciples who remained behind, these were practically all the forces they could mobilize. The Infinite Immortal Sect had already dispatched 200,000 troops, and the remaining forces within the sect were also few. If the combined strength of the 3 sects still wasn't enough, they would have to mobilize other sects across the continent for reinforcements. However, they had yet to realize that the Chrysanthemum Sect, after countless years of planning, had already infiltrated many small factions on the continent. Some of these were in fact already controlled by the Chrysanthemum Sect. After several, even dozens of generations of concealment, those sects had become completely indistinguishable from native continental sections. Unless they revealed themselves voluntarily, others could never detect it. As the Longfeng Sect and the Yuanyang Sect dispatched more reinforcements toward the front line, the Chrysanthemum Sect was also mobilizing additional forces. Pu Xiang Niu Langshe Erden noticed that their offensive on this side had encountered setbacks, and the goal of drawing the attention of the 3 sects had already been achieved. The next step was to mobilize more forces to first surround the allied forces of the 3 sects here. Whether by laying siege and annihilating them or destroying them in place, it would mark the beginning and turning point of the entire war. In his plan, as long as the 3 leading sects of the immortal realm were destroyed, the other second and third-tier sects would disintegrate into chaos and would no longer be capable opponents. Then they would just need to dispatch forces to eliminate each one, and the conquest of the entire continent would be imminent. He dispatched another 150,000 followers to reinforce Xujiang town, and simultaneously ordered 10,000 more troops to be assembled in the rear, to be used for capturing the offshore islands after eliminating the allied forces of the 3 sects. All of these were followers ranging from Tai Golden Immortal to Deluo Golden Immortal levels. From this, you could see how vast the Chrysanthemum Sect's reserves were. This was still only a part of their true strength. After issuing these orders during a lull in the battle, Niu Langshe Erden redirected his attention back to the intense battlefield. Yi Xingqian stood in the center of a 10,000-person Grand Dragon array, commanding from the heart of the battlefield. Seeing the tremendous power unleashed by each of the Grand Dragon arrays, the anxiety in his heart eased somewhat. Based on the current battlefield situation, even if the conflict turned into a war of attrition, they could still wear down the Chrysanthemum Sect until it was crippled. At present, the casualty ratio between both sides was 1 to 2. Even with the frequent suicide attacks by Chrysanthemum Sect members, the casualty ratio couldn't be balanced. If the Chrysanthemum Sect followers didn't resort to self-destruction tactics, the losses on their side would be even lower. But what worried him was the unfavorable development of the battle between the Yuanyang Sect and the Chrysanthemum Sect at the rear. Although the Yuanyang Sect had drawn some lessons from the Longfeng Sect's heavy defeat, they were still hesitant and fearful when facing the fanatically suicidal attacks from the Chrysanthemum Sect. Casualties were rapidly increasing. Not everyone could remain calm when faced with death. Besides, the Yuanyang Sect disciples viewed themselves as having come only to assist the Infinite Immortal Sect. They lacked the determination to fight to the death. Confronting the fanatical warriors of the Chrysanthemum Sect, their morale and combat spirit had already dropped to a disadvantage. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the casualties already reached an astonishing 10,000. The Grand Elder of the Yuanyang Sect, Lin Sijia, was furious, but powerless to reverse the situation. He had no choice but to request assistance from Yi Xingqian. Since the Chrysanthemum Sect had gone around to attack the Yuanyang Sect, Yi Xingqian had been closely monitoring this part of the battlefield. Originally, he thought that with equal troop strength, the Yuanyang Sect, though perhaps unable to win, could at least engage and tie down the 500,000 followers of the Chrysanthemum Sect. He had not expected the Yuanyang Sect to be so weak, that they would be beaten so thoroughly and quickly, like a pig's head smashed flat. Watching the rapid decline of the Yuanyang Sect's disciples, with corpses already piling thickly across the battlefield, Yi Xingqian was furious enough. Useless as they were at warfare, yet each one was so cunning and calculating. He had no choice but to scrape together the already insufficient forces and dispatch 10,000 troops for reinforcement. As soon as he issued the reinforcement order, the envoy from the Yuanyang Sect arrived. Xiuxian didn't even bother to see the envoy face to face, simply ordering a steward under his command to send them away. With such a useless ally, Xiuxian truly couldn't be bothered to entertain them. Yet he couldn't allow them to be destroyed either. If they fled first, the resulting chain reaction could be fatal. Meanwhile, they were still unaware that a reinforcement force of 100,000 troops from the Chrysanthemum Sect was already en route. Luckily, Xiuxian had already received messages from Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao. Learning that each of the two sects had sent 50,000 reinforcements, he felt somewhat relieved. Only now do you feel the pain? Previously, all of you were calculating against me with hidden motives, but now you understand how formidable the Chrysanthemum Sect really is? Such short-sighted fools. At least they realized it early enough. Had they delayed any further, once the 200,000 forces here were wiped out, they'd be entirely at the Chrysanthemum Sect's mercy. Xiuxian inwardly complained about his two allies. Xiuxian planned to launch a general offensive against the Chrysanthemum Sect once the 10,000 reinforcements from the two sects arrived, wiping out all 20,000 enemies in one decisive strike. This time, the journey from the two sects to Xujiang town was not far. Thanks to the 50,000 reinforcements that had already been assembled beforehand, the two sect leaders gave the order and the Unjin arrived very quickly. Xiuxian was extremely pleased in his heart that the additional 100,000 Unjin had arrived so quickly. As soon as the Unjin from the two sects arrived at the battlefield, Xiuxian immediately took over command, immediately ordering the Unjin to move toward the battlefield where the Yunxia Sect was fighting and encircle the enemy from there. Better to sever one finger than injure 10. He planned to concentrate the entire 130,000 troops, composed of the 10,000 Ying, the remaining forces of the Yunxia Sect, and the 1,000 he had previously dispatched, to completely annihilate the more than 40,000 remaining enemies from the Chrysanthemum Sect, and then turn back to jointly attack the 150,000 enemy troops on this side. Wenxia Immortal also noticed the Unjin from the Infinite Immortal Sect, but was completely powerless to prevent Xiuxian's plan to destroy the 50,000 troops he had dispatched. The Chrysanthemum Sect's 100,000 Unjin were still on their way. The troops on his side were already held back by the combined forces of the Infinite Immortal Sect and the Changfeng Sect under Xiuxian's command, unable to move forward for reinforcements. Plus, facing an attacking force of up to 130,000 troops, sending only a small number of Unjin would not only be ineffective, but would simply become cannon fodder. He could only watch helplessly as more than 40,000 of the Chrysanthemum Sect's followers disappeared amidst dazzling, sword chi and magical flames. In less than an hour, this detached force of the Chrysanthemum Sect was completely wiped out. Xiuxian ordered the remnants of the Yunxia Sect's first wave of troops to clean up the battlefield. Changfeng Sect's Zhao Qingxi and Yunxia Sect's Hongyu, listen to my command. Immediately each lead 25,000 troops forward to the direction of the offshore islands, forming 4 defensive formations to guard against the enemy. Once the Unjin of the Chrysanthemum Sect is spotted, immediately launch an attack to hold them in place. Xiuxian ordered the elders leading the Unjin from the two sects. Understood. The two quickly accepted the order and immediately mobilized their forces to carry out Xiuxian's command. Seeing the Unjin from the two sects, Xiuxian immediately dispatched half of each force forward to attack the remaining more than 100,000 troops of the Chrysanthemum Sect. The two Unjin units each sent half of their forces forward to the airspace above the sea in the direction of the offshore islands, forming 4 defensive formations to guard against the possible Unjin from the Chrysanthemum Sect. Chapter 354. The Great Battle Against the Chrysanthemum Cult 4. Changfengzong's Ren Wenyong and Yinyangzong's Zhou Qiming. Hear my command. Lead your remaining personnel quickly to form an attack formation and launch an assault on the Chrysanthemum Cult from the right flank. The more than 8,000 survivors among the 10,000 disciples sent to reinforce Yinyangzong returned to their original formation, once again forming a grand Tianlong array of 5,000, while the remaining 3,000 or so filled in the gaps in other formations suffering personnel shortages. Once Yi Qinxing's commands were issued, each unit rapidly took their positions. Observing that all units had reached their designated locations and completed their attack preparations, kill, he commanded with a sharp order. At this moment, the allied forces of the 3 sects launched a full-scale counterattack against the Chrysanthemum Cult. The battle instantly intensified further, and the corpses and dismembered limbs of fallen cultivators from both sides rained down to the ground like falling raindrops. The screams of battle and cries of agony echoed across the heavens and earth, even turning the clouds blood red, as blood mist from the fallen had coalesced into crimson clouds. Faced with an enemy alliance that outnumbered them, displayed high morale, and was under disciplined command, the Chrysanthemum Cult's previous cruel dominance was suppressed. Their casualties were rising rapidly, and even large-scale suicide attacks forcefully launched under Wenxia Immortal's coercion could not halt their catastrophic defeat. After Changfengzong's Grand Elder was severely reprimanded by the sect leader Long Zongyuan, he also received Long Zongyuan's final command to regain the dignity they had previously lost. Now he fearlessly led Changfengzong's disciples in a fierce attack against the Chrysanthemum Cult. After suffering earlier heavy losses, Changfengzong's disciples had been sheltered in the Zhun formation by Wu Ji Xianzong to recover, and due to the sect leader's reprimand, and being further driven by the Chrysanthemum Cult's fearless suicide attacks, their fighting spirit surged. Many seriously injured disciples also fearlessly initiated suicide attacks on the Chrysanthemum Cult. Witnessing this, Yuqi Zhaojia's eyes filled with tears, his heart wrung with pain. However, these disciples' suicide attacks further ignited the battle enthusiasm of the entire disciple force. This also inspired the disciples of Wu Ji Xianzong to unite in hatred, and they, too, began imitating the self-sacrificial actions of Chang Fengzong's disciples. The fierce offensive from both sects completely shattered the chrysanthemum cult's previously overwhelming momentum. Each time the disciples of Wu Ji Xianzong and Chang Fengzong rushed at them without hesitation and without attempting to dodge, their instinct was to flee away to avoid the death brought by these suicide attacks. In no time, the chrysanthemum cult's formation was thrown into chaos, and their casualties surged, while their attacking power dropped drastically. Neo Langche Erden was furious, but also helpless in the face of the situation. He had no choice but to order various gods among his observing forces to personally lead a countercharge to the front lines, and began to draft volunteer suicide squads from every unit, forcing them to initiate suicidal killing. After several rounds of intense fighting, he barely managed to halt the advance of Wu Ji Xianzong and Chang Fengzong's forces. When he finally had time to assess his current remaining troops, he felt his liver aching with pain. In less than half an incense stick's time of fighting, over 50,000 chrysanthemum cult warriors had already been killed. They arrived with 200,000 strong. They had only lost less than 20,000 during the earlier half-day of fighting. But within the 2 short hours since the allied forces from the 3 sects arrived, they had already lost 100,000 warriors. That damn Tian Zhongsai Sai Lang, that cursed Motogawa Naiku, where the hell are your reinforcements? If they don't arrive soon, I'll have to retreat to the island today. When I return, I must absolutely kick these bastards to death. Yi Qinxing, observing the current situation of the battlefield, felt rather satisfied. Now on the battlefield, his forces held an absolute numerical advantage and their morale was high. Continuing this way, the complete annihilation of this enemy force would soon be certain. Currently, the chrysanthemum cult had about 80,000 remaining, while the allied forces of the 3 sects had approximately 220,000. Leaving behind 50,000 as security forces, Yi Qinxing deployed more than 20,000 Yin Yangzong disciples, who had been previously clearing the battlefield, into the encirclement and elimination operation. 17 of the allied forces 220,000 encircled and attacked the 80,000 chrysanthemum forces. With 2-to-1 odds, Yi Qinxing's facial expression relaxed, no longer as tense as before. Meanwhile, surrounded Neo Langche Erden's face was dark and gloomy, darker than if his own father had died. Just as he planned to leave a force of 20,000 to cover his retreat, while he led the remaining 60,000 to withdraw back to the main island, he received a transmission message from Motogawa Naiku. Reinforcements were less than half an incense stick's distance away and approaching fast. Neo Langche Erden halted the withdrawal plan and ordered his troops to contract their battle lines and shift to a defensive posture. Yi Qinxing detected something unusual in Neo Langche Erden's change in tactics. The battlefield situation must have changed in a way unknown to him. The enemy force had abruptly shifted from total engagement to a defensive posture. Something's wrong. The enemy reinforcements must be near. Yi Qinxing immediately realized. Chang Fengzong and Yin Yangzong, increase your attacks, destroy these enemies. They must be receiving reinforcements soon. Feng Qingxi, Hongyu, heighten your alert status, send forward reconnaissance units. Enemy reinforcements may arrive soon. Prepare for battle. Yi Qinxing rapidly issued orders to various units. Kill, he shouted once more, his voice thick with murderous intent. More than 100,000 disciples from the 3 sects launched a fierce attack into the encirclement where the chrysanthemum cult was trapped. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 sects spared no cost in unleashing their most powerful attacks. In an instant, the members of the chrysanthemum cult within the Baoichen were submerged in deafening explosions. Faced with such concentrated and immense energy bursts, the cultists whose cultivation levels were at the mid-stage of Ta Yi Jin Xian or above were instantly blown into blood mist. Various shattered immortal artifacts, storage rings, and body parts fell from the sky like debris. The protective barriers hastily erected by the chrysanthemum cult offered little more than minimal resistance. At this moment, individual strength seemed so insignificant and fragile. Only those near Xinshi at the Deluo Jin Xian level, and those among the disciples at the late stage of Ta Yi Jin Xian, barely managed to survive. Neo Langche Erden watched helplessly as another 20,000 warriors were lost in just a few breaths of time, and his fury nearly burst his lungs. It wasn't the deaths of these men that troubled him. It was the fear that he wouldn't be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Surrounding him now were Xinshi and deputies at the Deluo Jin Xian realm, tasked with ensuring his safety. Although the chrysanthemum cult had meticulously prepared for hundreds of thousands of years, they had still failed to make significant advancements in formation arts. While the Wu Ji Xianzong formed a grand Tianlong array on the battlefield, the chrysanthemum cult lacked effective countermeasures. When surrounded, their defensive formations were crude and offered practically no protection. This led to ever-increasing losses. In this latest and most violent assault alone, they had already lost over 20,000 men, while inflicting fewer than a few thousand casualties on the allied forces. Kill, came Yi Qinxing's thunderous shout as he issued another command. An intensive strike from more than 100,000 attackers fell upon the chrysanthemum cult once more. Inside, the Baoichen became a sea of sword beams and magical lights, a brilliant and deadly fireworks display. In this concentrated barrage, the chrysanthemum cult lost another 20,000 warriors. Now, only about 40,000 remained within the Baoichen, though these survivors were mostly elite disciples at the late stage of Ta Yi Jin Xian and the Deluo Jin Xian realm. Chapter 355, The Great Battle with the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, 5. Just as Xiuxian was about to issue another command for concentrated fire, the 100,000 reinforcements from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect finally arrived, led by Tianzong Xiuxian and Mo 22. The proportion of cultivators at the Deluo Jinxian realm among the 100,000 reinforcements was higher than ever before, reaching 1/3, and even the lowest cultivation level among them had reached the middle stage of Tai Yi Jinxian. As these 100,000 reinforcements arrived, Zhao Qingxi from the Changfeng Sect and Hong Yu from the Yinxiang Sect led 50,000 disciples and initiated a charge. However, due to a significant disparity in overall strength, when the two armies collided, within just one exchange of blows, more than 10,000 disciples from the combined forces of Changfeng Sect and Yinxiang Sect fell, while the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect suffered fewer than 5,000 casualties. Nevertheless, they successfully stopped the advance of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's reinforcements. Such a loss ratio caused Hong Yu and Zhao Qingxi to inhale sharply in shock. Xiuxian also observed this clash and found the result unusually troubling. He hadn't expected this batch of reinforcements from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect to be so powerful. There was also no way of knowing whether more reinforcements might follow. It was crucial to eliminate the enemy inside the encirclement first. Zhao Qingxi, Hong Yu, you two hold the enemy reinforcements back, but do not directly engage them in battle. Xiuxian issued new orders to the two men. At the same time, he issued a new command to the allied forces surrounding Niu Launcher and his group in the main battlefield. Elder Yuqi, Elder Lin, we must speed things up and eliminate these enemies first before moving on to deal with the enemy reinforcements. Understood. Both responded decisively to Xiuxian's orders. On the other side, upon seeing that reinforcements had finally arrived, Niu Launcher's tense heart relaxed slightly, though the crisis was far from over. Brave warriors, our reinforcements have arrived. Rally towards them. After boosting the morale of his men, Niu Launcher gave his remaining disciples of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect in order to break through the encirclement. Fight your way through. Meanwhile, Xiuxian issued the command for concentrated fire attacks. Kill. The two sides launched their actions almost simultaneously. When the allied forces' attack rained down on the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect troops encircled inside, Niu Launcher, escorted by spiritual messengers and vice messengers, charged toward the reinforcements. Again using the same old tactic, several suicide squads hastily formed. Unable to break through the encirclement by the three sects alliance, they once again created a breach in the blockade by having disciples explode themselves, immediately blasting open an opening. This act of self-destruction by the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect caused more than 6,000 deaths and injuries among the alliance forces. It made Xiuxian and the two senior elders tremble with alarm. Although the allied forces tried their best to stop and kill them, Niu Launcher still managed to escape the encirclement with more than 10,000 followers. Those who remained behind were all turned into bloody mist, becoming nourishment for the earth. Zhao Qingxi and Hong Yu, who were locked in battle with the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's forces, were ambushed from behind by Niu Launcher's escaping remnants. After being attacked from both sides, they suffered more than 10,000 casualties. Eventually, Niu Launcher only managed to bring about 9,000 men to join with Tianzong Xiuxian and Mo 22. Thus ended the brutal ambush in a complete defeat for Niu Launcher. Zhao Qingxi and Hong Yu, caught between the two enemy forces, quickly retreated with their remaining troops to regroup with Xiuxian to avoid being surrounded. At this point, it was meaningless to attempt to intercept them again. After eliminating the entire Chrysanthemum Holy Sect forces trapped within the encirclement, Xiuxian led his men to charge toward the enemy reinforcements again, and now both sides confronted each other at sea. Panting heavily as he fled into the ranks of the reinforcements, Niu Launcher finally exhaled a breath of relief. At this moment, he truly felt that life was beautiful and that his life was finally saved. At this point, the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect had only about 104,000 troops remaining, while the allied forces of the three sects of Unqi Immortal Sect had around 200 and several thousand troops. After seeing that the difference in troop numbers had reached a ratio of 1 to 2, Niu Launcher began calculating in his mind and gradually considered retreating. Although the newly arrived reinforcements had a relatively high proportion of cultivators at the Deluo Jinxian level, such a significant disparity in numbers couldn't be bridged by only a few cultivators of that level. Moreover, the three sects also had no fewer Deluo Jinxian level experts, and the remaining few thousand sect disciples, having suffered continuous defeats, were in extremely low spirits. Even the spiritual messengers and vice messengers hung their heads in dejection. Continuing the battle would no longer make much sense, and the original goal of wearing down the Unqi Immortal Sect was also not achieved. In this battle, the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect had lost nearly 200,000 troops, while the allied forces of the three sects lost around 100,000, most of them from the Changfeng and Yinxiang sects. However, because disciples from the Unqi Immortal Sect had formed formations from the beginning of the battle, they had suffered fewer losses, maintaining a strength of over 80,000 out of the original 100,000. Niu Launcher wanted to withdraw, but Xiuxian had no intention of letting them leave so easily. Having finally gained the upper hand, he wouldn't possibly abandon this chance to eliminate the fighting strength of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Once again employing the same strategy, the disciples of the Unqi Immortal Sect formed the main offensive force while the disciples from the Changfeng and Yinxiang sects attacked from both flanks, forming a pincer movement, encircling the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Elder Yuqi, you lead the Changfeng Sect disciples to attack from the left. Elder Lin, you lead the Yinxiang Sect disciples to attack from the right. I myself will lead my sect's disciples to attack head-on. We absolutely cannot let these enemies escape. Kill. Without hesitation, Xiuxian immediately launched a fierce attack on the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect after issuing the attack orders to the two senior elders. Yuqi Xiaojia and Lin Xijia received Xiuxian's command and firmly executed it, leading their disciples to charge forward courageously and launch attacks on the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Just as Yunxia Erden was calculating how to retreat, the three sects' allied forces had already begun their assault. There was no more time for calculations. He could only grit his teeth and face the battle head-on. If they could not stop the allied forces' offensive, it would be impossible to retreat smoothly today. Once entangled by the three sects' allied forces and attacked from behind, the losses among the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect followers would be even greater. Facing the old tactical pattern of the three sects alliance, Yunxia Erden had no choice but to split his forces into three to mount resistance. If surrounded again, they would fall into passive defense. The only thing that slightly eased his mind was that the reinforcements brought by Mo Chuaniku were fresh troops whose Shanli was mostly intact, having only engaged in a small skirmish with the allied forces' blocking units. This was the very reason he had the confidence to stand against the 20,000 troops of the allied forces. Otherwise, he would have already fled with his loyal corps long ago. The Unqi Immortal sect still used the same old tactic, forming large Tianlong formations of 5,000 men, each to engage in battle against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Seeing that the small battle formations of the Unqi Immortal sect had achieved great success, elders Yuqi Xiaojia and Lin Xijia now also began forming their own sects' battle formations to fight against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. With the Changfeng Sect and Yunxia Sect using battle formations against the scattered, loosely organized forces of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, their combat effectiveness quickly increased, and the casualty rate dropped rapidly. They were truly learning warfare through war. After experiencing a major battle, the two senior elders had also grown rapidly. As soon as the two sides clashed, cries of pain and the sounds of various spells, sword beams, clashing weapons, and explosions echoed continuously. It was evident that individual fighters stood no chance against organized battle formations. Chapter 356. The Great Battle with the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. 6. The number of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect disciples was rapidly decreasing. Protected by battle formations, the three sects suffered far fewer casualties. Even those who were injured, unless killed instantly, were immediately rescued by their fellow disciples in the formations, and quickly replaced by others. Xiuxian directed various battle formations to pierce into the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's ranks, gradually drawing small groups of enemies into his formations, encircling and eliminating them. At the beginning of the battle, Yunxia Erden hadn't yet realized the danger of Xiuxian's tactic. His main focus was on both flanks of the enemy, fearing encirclement once again. When he noticed the disciples on the front line being gradually split into smaller units and devoured, he urgently issued an order to contract the front line, but more than 30,000 of his disciples had already been wiped out. In other words, a large section in the center had been hollowed out by Xiuxian. Yunxia Erden could only deploy his final reserves to fill this gap. Seeing that further gains would be difficult to achieve, Xiuxian immediately adjusted his tactics, abandoning small-scale penetration tactics in favor of direct, forceful advancement. After the previous engagements and ambushes, the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's numbers had already fallen to less than 60,000, while Xiuxian's side still had more than 180,000. The gap in military strength had further widened, and the balance of victory was already tilting in his favor. In Yunxia Erden's mind, a voice urging him to retreat kept surfacing. Retreat now. There won't be time if you wait any longer. Retreat. Hesitating all along, but the deadly combat between the two sides had never stopped on the battlefield. Disciples kept dying and getting injured continuously. Facing the widening disparity in numbers, the disciples of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect could no longer see any hope of victory. At this moment, scattered individuals had already begun deserting from the rear of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. This further weakened Yunxia Erden's will to continue resisting. At this point, there were only around 50,000 disciples remaining on the battlefield, while the allied forces of the three sects grew even more determined. Disciples under the command of Yuqi Xiaojia and Lin Xijia sped up their offensive, and the encirclement was gradually taking shape. The allied forces had already formed a U-shaped formation, and a bit more effort would result in the total encirclement of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect disciples. Yunxia Erden saw the danger of the current situation. It was already a near-complete encirclement from three sides, leaving only one opening behind. Clenching his teeth, he immediately decided to retreat back to the main island. Tianzong Sizalong, you lead 10,000 disciples as rear guard. Machuan Naiku, you lead 10,000 disciples as the vanguard. Song Jingriju, you lead 10,000 disciples to follow behind the main force and ensure the security at the rear. Retreat. Kill Gigi. After issuing these orders to several holy messengers, Yunxia Erden disregarded their reactions and immediately charged toward the still unsealed gap. When Tianzong Sizalong heard the order from his master Yunxia Erden, his face turned ashen, knowing full well that he had been abandoned. Leaving him as the rear guard meant cutting off his only escape. Song Jingriju was also furious, yet dared not to protest. He and Tianzong Sizalong were in the same forsaken position. Once Tianzong Sizalong was destroyed, he himself would become the final sacrificial pawn. After Xiuxian noticed the sudden movements from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, he quickly realized that they were planning to retreat. Master Yuqi, Master Lin, they are going to flee. Kill at all costs. Disciples of Infinite Heaven Sect. The enemy in front of us is fleeing. Avenge your senior and junior brothers. Charge. Xiuxian immediately issued the order for an all-out assault to the allied forces. It was the disciples of the Infinite Heaven Sect who hated the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect the most. Disciples of the Longwind Sect and the Yanyang Sect also carried intense hatred toward their enemies before them. Today, tens of thousands of their brothers had fallen in battle, the largest casualty in their history. The deaths of their brothers drove them to the brink of madness. This was exactly the moment to kick a man when he was down. All three sects launched a fierce attack together against the remaining disciples of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Tianzong Sizilong witnessed the reckless and furious attack by the three sects with total disregard for their own casualties. Within moments, half of the 10,000 disciples left behind were eliminated. He realized this was his final moment. If he withdrew now, once his master returned to the main island, his entire family would be executed by his master. His female relatives would become toys for the victors. With a deep sigh, he gave one final look filled with resentment at Xuanhuan, who was fleeing, and shouted loudly to the remaining disciples. Brave ones, it is time for us to make a contribution to illuminate the entire continent with the Holy Master's glorious light, with our courage and our bodies. Purify the sacred latrine. With a final roar, he charged alone into the formation of the Infinite Heaven Sect and self-destructed. The destruction caused by the self-explosion of a late-stage Great Heaven Immortal expert was tremendous. The explosion destroyed 2 adjacent Great Dragon formations, each containing 5,000 men. Except for those disciples at the Great Heaven Immortal cultivation level, nearly a third of the disciples in the formation were killed instantly, and almost everyone else was injured. After Tianzong Sizilong led the way in self-destruction, other Chrysanthemum Holy Sect disciples began imitating him in batches, detonating themselves one after another. For a moment, the offensive of the allied forces of the three sects was thrown into confusion, and casualties increased sharply. The massive losses caused Xiuxian and the 2 great elders unbearable pain in their hearts. Xiuxian had no choice but to order a halt to the encirclement, widening the distance between his forces and the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, and once again adopted the method of concentrated fire to advance steadily. Kill. Under Xiuxian's continuous command of kill, the combined fire attack of more than 100,000 disciples was spectacular. The results were astonishing. Aspiring suicide attackers from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect were blown to pieces before even reaching the crowd. Blossoms of crimson blood bloomed in the sky above the sea. After Tianzong Sizilong and his subordinates fearlessly sacrificed themselves, a precious moment of time was bought for Xuanhuan and the others' escape. Eventually, the allied forces of the three sects only managed to destroy the 2 rearguard units led by Tianzong Sizilong and Songjingriju. Xuanhuan led fewer than 30,000 remaining disciples fleeing toward the outer sea of the Sea of Oblivion. After issuing orders to pursue, Xiuxian chased them for an entire xiuxian. Xuanhuan twice escaped death by sacrificing his rear units. In the end, only slightly more than 20,000 disciples made it back to the main island. Out of 300,000 who set out, barely over 20,000 returned. Their original hopeful plan failed to materialize, and instead, they suffered a crushing blow. At this moment, he and the surviving holy messengers could only feel numb shock, still unable to comprehend how everything had turned out this way. Eventually, only slightly over 130,000 disciples of the allied forces returned to the Xujiang town camp. Of the original 300,000, nearly 170,000 had perished. Facing such catastrophic losses, Xiuxian, Xuanhuan, and Lei Zhenxiao stood speechless, gazing at each other. These fallen disciples had been the backbone of the 3 sections. With such a devastating loss, all 3 sects had suffered heavy damage. It would take many years to recover. At this moment, seeing such massive casualties, hatred filled Xuanhuan and Lei Zhenxiao's hearts toward the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. They wanted nothing more than to tear them into pieces. Though they longed to march straight to the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's stronghold and wipe them out completely, they now lacked the strength, despite their strong will. Chapter 357. The Great Battle Against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, 7. Master Long, Master Lei, I'm deeply sorry. I never expected the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect to have such a massive army and formidable strength. Your disciples suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, we finally won. Facing such massive casualties, most of which came from these 2 sects while the casualties of the Infinite Immortal Sect were relatively fewer, Xiuxian sincerely apologized to the 2 masters. Master Yi, there is no need to apologize like this. Casualties are unavoidable in warfare. With such massive losses in our 3 sects, what shall we do if the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect attacks again? Now that our numbers have been greatly reduced, it's no longer enough to withstand another battle of the same scale. Xuanhuan sighed. Yes, Master Yi. How should we respond to this next? Lei Zhenxiao expressed the same concern. Both of you, I understand your worries well. At present, the enemy remains in the shadows while we are exposed, but I've already sent people to gather intelligence on the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect and locate their base. I believe news will come soon, Xiuxian said to the 2 of them. Indeed, he had dispatched more than 10 reconnaissance teams composed of elders and stewards of the great Luo Golden Immortal level from the ancient cave dwelling in all directions to investigate and locate the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's base. His luck proved quite good. 2 of the teams had already located several of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's main islands. These 2 teams didn't dare go too deep into the islands for reconnaissance, but from the intelligence gathered by capturing some members and scanning with spiritual awareness, the situation was very grim. In order to send this intelligence back, both teams didn't proceed further into the islands, but chose to retreat timely. Upon returning to the ancient cave dwelling, they used a communication jade talisman to report directly to the sect leader Xiuxian. Leader, we have located the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's main islands. They're deep in the Sea of Oblivion, an extremely difficult location to find. I managed to trace someone from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect there. However, the number of their members on the island is enormous, far exceeding our expectations. Moreover, there are many powerful auras present on the island. That's why I didn't dare personally step onto the island to investigate further. I could only obtain partial intelligence through spiritual scanning and capturing several low-level members. The number of cultivators from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect on the island who have reached the Immortal King or above may be as high as an astonishing 700,000. Elder Zhang Feng reported the intelligence they gathered to Xiuxian. After hearing that there were so many cultivators on the island, Xiuxian fell into silence. This was a terrifying number. The figure far exceeded the total number of cultivators above the Immortal King level from the three sects combined. At their peak, the three sects combined had nearly over 500,000 disciples at the Immortal King level or above. Obviously, forming a larger allied force was required to combat the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. And this figure was just from the preliminary reconnaissance, with the estimated total number of available combatants reaching 1 million. Although the battle had eliminated nearly 300,000 of them, if the enemy fully mobilized, there was no way the three sects alone could handle it. Xiuxian's brow was deeply furrowed. How exactly could he eliminate this ambitious Chrysanthemum Holy Sect? Putting his worries aside for now, he explained the gathered intelligence in detail to the two sect leaders. Master Yi, I never imagined the mysterious Chrysanthemum Holy Sect would be so strong. At this point, it's already beyond the three of our sect's ability to deal with. I think it's time we called upon the Celestial Alliance to form a coalition force to resist them, Long Xuanhuan said grimly to Xiuxian. Yes, Master Yi, we must activate the alliance. Mobilize the forces of the Celestial Alliance, Lei Zhenxiao told Xiuxian. Hearing the number of remaining enemy forces left him shocked and shaken. Just moments ago, he had thought they already eliminated 300,000 of them and was considering going after the rest like a beaten dog, but now it appeared they had actually faced a massive tiger. Using the Celestial Alliance was necessary. It is indeed time to call upon the power of the Celestial Alliance, but I will need both sects' assistance. Now that our three sects are weakened, it's the most crucial time for unity. I hope both of you will fully cooperate with me. Xiuxian thought for a moment, then earnestly said to the two sect leaders. All right, we will fully support and assist Master Ye's operations. Both Long Xuanhuan and Lei Zhenxiao said in unison. Regardless of the situation, if the three sects weakened and faltered, it would ultimately lead to their own destruction. Therefore, now more than ever, all three sects must move forward together. After reaching an agreement, Xiuxian took out a communication jade talisman and sent out a summoning order to the overseers of the Celestial Alliance. He summoned representatives from each sect to convene a Celestial Alliance meeting in 3 days. The meeting was set to discuss plans on how to counterattack the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. The Celestial Alliance meeting was scheduled to be held in 3 days, but the battles against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect near the ancient cave dwelling were still ongoing. After a brief discussion with Long Xuanhuan and Lei Zhenxiao, the Zhujiang's camp was left under the defense of the remaining 50,000 disciples from the two sects, while Xiuxian led the 70,000 disciples from the Infinite Immortal Sect to go and reinforce the front line. During this period, Li Dalong had been fully assisting Xiang Zhongxiang in developing the cave dwelling and could only get updates about the outside battles from Xiang Zhongxiang during his daily breaks. From the latest reports, he learned that the three sects were now jointly battling the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. They had already eliminated nearly 300,000 of the enemy's forces. However, the three sects had also suffered great losses, especially the Infinite Immortal Sect, which had lost nearly 100,000 disciples after several major battles. That day, he had just cracked open a formation and was arranging for his disciples to enter the heavily damaged palace to search for treasures when. Ding dong, would you like to check in? Hearing the familiar system prompt tone, Li Dalong immediately responded. Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 1 Void Invisibility Talisman. System, introduce the Void Invisibility Talisman. The Void Invisibility Talisman is a mysterious spiritual treasure possessing powerful invisibility and void traversal abilities. Once the talisman is activated, the user instantly vanishes into the void, entering an invisible state undetectable to the naked eye. This invisibility is Bu So Shijian Her Kongjian de Shanzhi, allowing rapid movement through short distances and making the user extremely difficult to detect. While invisible, neither divine consciousness perception nor divination techniques can detect the user's presence. However, the invisibility effect ends the moment the user launches an attack. Using the Void Invisibility Talisman consumes a large amount of immortal energy, so its duration depends on the user's cultivation level. Once the immortal energy runs out, the invisibility and void traversal effects are lost. Use it with caution. Wow, system, you're amazing. This is practically a life-saving treasure. Li Dalong highly valued these kinds of pills and talismans that enhanced his cultivation or ensured his survival. This life-saving treasure significantly increased his sense of security. Since many disciples from both the Yunxia Sect and the Infinite Immortal Sect were nearby, he couldn't openly show his excitement. He stored the Void Invisibility Talisman in the system space and planned to take it out and admire it when no one was around. After such a long time and so many people continuously developing the area, the exploration of this ancient cave dwelling was nearing completion. Chapter 358. The sect leader Yi pays a personal visit to the ancient cave residence. Xian herbs, aged 90,000 years, have already started appearing sporadically. Xiang Zhongxiang had privately communicated with him, stating that beyond one more li inward, regular disciples would start to withdraw. Only a few trustworthy elders and attendants would remain to handle the unlocking of the final grand palaces and what appeared to be a herb garden. During that final phase, the sect leaders' specially chosen elite disciples would be brought in to take possession of any ancient inheritances they might find. Li Dalong wasn't interested in such inheritances. Cultivation techniques and ancient inheritances held no value to him. The cultivation method he practiced was already superior. What he truly needed were divine herbs. While they were fully focused on breaking through the formations to obtain the resources, sect leader Yi Xiuxian personally led a force of 70,000 reinforcements and had already arrived at the ancient cave residence. Upon receiving intelligence that the Yunxia Sect's reinforcements were about to arrive, the followers of the Xuanhuan divine sect swiftly disengaged from the battlefield and retreated to their stronghold. The disciples guarding the cave residence attempted to hold back the Xuanhuan divine sect under the command of Ouyang Feng, but the power gap was too great. They managed to eliminate only a small group left behind as a rearguard. By the time Yi Xiuxian arrived with his forces, all he saw were disciples from his own sect tidying up the battlefield. Greetings to the sect leader. Ouyang Feng, together with elders like xiuxian, stepped forward to bow to Yi Xiuxian. Please rise, elders. You've all worked hard. Yi Xiuxian smiled while addressing the elders. They reported the recent warfare situation in detail. There were still more than 36,000 disciples engaged in battles outside the ancient cave residence. When Xiang Zhongxiang received news that the sect leader had arrived, he quickly took Li Dalong along to meet Yi Xiuxian. Your subordinate greets the sect leader. Xiang Zhongxiang stepped forward to pay his respects. Xiang elder, you've worked hard. How is the operation progressing? Yi Xiuxian asked with concern. We report to the sect leader that within the cave residence, only the final several grand palaces and what appears to be an herb garden remain unopened. We estimate that everything will be opened in a few days. So far, we have collected xian herbs aged up to 90,000 years old. These herbs have even begun to develop spiritual awareness. These are xian herbs aged over 50,000 years. Xiang Zhongxiang made a brief report and handed a ring containing high-grade xian herbs to Yi Xiuxian. Yi Xiuxian accepted the spatial ring, swept his divine sense across it, saw the herbs within the ring's space, nodded in satisfaction, and said, Xiang elder, you've done a good job. After briefly discussing the current war situation with the Xuanhuan divine sect with the elders, Yi Xiuxian said to Xiang Zhongxiang, Xiang elder, please call Li Dalong over here. Yes, sect leader, Xiang Zhongxiang replied with a bow, then turned to summon Li Dalong. Senior Li, the sect leader is calling for you, Xiang Zhongxiang told Li Dalong. All right, thank you, Senior Xiang. Li Dalong politely replied and walked toward Yi Xiuxian. Father-in-law, Li Dalong greeted Yi Xiuxian respectfully after approaching. You've worked hard these past days. We're nearly done here, and things are relatively safe now. In a couple of days, you'll return with me, Yi Xiuxian said to Li Dalong with a smile. All right, I'll follow your instructions, Li Dalong agreed with a nod. Father-in-law, we're about to open the final locations soon. Those places should have divine herbs. I need one of them. Li Dalong gazed pleadingly at Yi Xiuxian. Even though formally these divine herbs should also belong to Yunxia Sect, such rare divine herbs were extremely scarce and limited in number. Yunxia Sect would not give any of these to Yunxia Sect, instead offering other resources or spirit stones as compensation. After all, the rule of the strong prevailing wasn't just rhetoric. Yunxia Sect would simply have to swallow their discontent. Yet, since Li Dalong had personally asked for one, Yi Xiuxian needed to think carefully about it. This place had originally been discovered by Yunxia Sect. Moreover, Li Dalong was the husband of his beloved daughter, and a very capable one at that, whose assistance in setting up the Yunxia Heaven-Earth Great Array had been significant. Primarily, during the ongoing war against the Xuanhuan divine sect, the Yunxia Sect was currently in a weakened state with great disciple losses, which would lead to a vacuum among its ranks. Rapid replenishment of these fallen disciples was crucial for Yunxian's recovery. Thus, the Yunxia Great Array would play a critical role in their rapid resurgence. This required the agreement of this beloved son-in-law. Yi Xiuxian thought deeply for a moment, then smiled at Li Dalong and said, All right, accompany Elder Xiang during these final days as we unlock the last few formations. If there are a few divine herbs, you can take one. Thank you, father-in-law. Hearing Yi Xiuxian's approval, Li Dalong respectfully bowed. These few days I'll wait outside with our people. Once you finish opening the formations inside the cave, we'll all return together. You can go back now to continue with your duties. Yi Xiuxian gave instructions, then sent Li Dalong back into the cave. Yes, Li Dalong responded with a bow, then turned and re-entered the cave residence, resuming the unlocking of the final formations together with Xiang Zhongxiang. Watching Li Dalong enter the cave residence, Yi Xiuxian once again considered how best to accelerate the training of disciples. At present, resources were not a concern, especially with the recent acquisition of xian herbs aged over 10,000 years from this ancient cave residence. These could be handed over to the Bundan Alchemy Hall to produce a massive supply of pills. With these Danyak, cultivation pills, combined with the assistance of Li Dalong's Yin-Yang Heaven-Earth Great Array, he was confident that within 100 years, he could cultivate a new generation of disciples at the Tai Golden Immortal and Aluo Golden Immortal stages to compensate for the losses suffered in this war. The key challenge, however, was maintaining secrecy. It was essential to prevent enemies from sabotaging them, and to ensure that even allied factions did not discover the array and demand access to it. Such a revelation could even incite attacks from other hostile or opportunistic parties. The exact implementation plan would require careful study and thorough evaluation. Rapidly enhancing the sect's strength must be carried out under the premise of ensuring safety. Judging from the Xuanhuan Divine Sect's recent performance, the sect had grown complacent in recent years and must be restructured. He would eliminate this culture of indulgence and readjust the strategies for nurturing talent and reforming sect regulations. After briefly thinking through this crucial matter concerning the development and expansion of Yunxia Sect, Xiuxian turned to handle the immediate conflict with the Xuanhuan Divine Sect. The first wave of attacks from the Xuanhuan Divine Sect had already failed, but their overall strength remained intact. The timing of their second offensive was still unknown. Worse still, the intelligence gap was too large. The enemy was hidden while Yunxian remained exposed, placing them in a severely disadvantageous position. Ouyang Elder, you shall personally lead the operation. Form a small elite team and conduct reconnaissance and intelligence gathering missions across the Forgotten Sea. We must obtain complete intelligence on the Xuanhuan Divine Sect. Contact the External Affairs Hall as well, and launch an intelligence collection operation across the entire Immortal Realm regarding the Xuanhuan Divine Sect. They must have numerous intelligence outposts hidden within the continent. Find them all and eliminate them. Xiuxian commanded Ouyang Feng. Yes, sect leader, I'll handle this immediately. Ouyang Feng replied loudly upon receiving Xiuxian's order. Good. This war won't end soon, and intelligence will be the key to our survival. You must take it seriously and gather as much detailed information as possible. Any resources you require can be directly requested from Elder Xiang Zhongxiang. Report directly to me. Now go handle it. Xiuxian instructed Ouyang Feng. Chapter 359, Alliance Meeting I. Yes, Zhongjuk. Ouyang Feng knew his responsibilities had become even heavier. After bowing respectfully, he turned to make arrangements for the scouting unit. Xiuxian assigned Ouyang Feng the critical intelligence gathering task regarding the Chrysanthemum Sect, and then started reinforcing the defense around the ancient cave dwelling. Since this place was close to the Chrysanthemum Sect stronghold, and all of the Infinite Immortal Sect's main forces had concentrated here now, if the enemy surrounded them, the destruction of the Infinite Immortal Sect would be imminent. He brought with him 70,000 troops, adding the original force of more than 40,000 people that Ouyang Feng had withdrawn and reinforced here, plus nearly 10,000 disciples inside the cave dwelling. The Infinite Immortal Sect had assembled all its combat-ready personnel here. As for the remaining forces within the sect, they were indispensable to maintain security and deter minor threats at the sect's headquarters. If they were mobilized, the sect's central territory might be subject to enemy attacks. The 12,000 elite troops were stationed in 3 triangular-shaped encampments encircling the ancient cave dwelling, and they just needed to hold their position for these few days until the excavation inside the cave dwelling was completed, after which they would evacuate. Time passed quickly. The scheduled meeting time for the Celestial Alliance finally arrived. After handing over command of the ancient cave dwelling to elderly Xiuxian, Xiuxian hurried to Xujiang camp to preside over the Alliance meeting. Upon entering the temporary encampment, he was greeted by the guards of the Alliance as well as various sect leaders or elders who had come to represent their sections. Greetings, Sect Leader Yi. Leader Yi, long time no see. Your cultivation has certainly improved. Master Yi, you certainly look radiant. Chief Sect Leader Yi, it's been a while. We definitely must have a few drinks together. Smiling warmly, Xiuxian returned the greetings as he walked toward the temporary meeting hall in the encampment. At this time, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao were already in the hall receiving influential sect leaders and masters from across the Immortal Realm. Those gathered in the hall were all at least leaders of third-rate powers or above in the Immortal Realm, or senior elders of sects whose sect leaders were in retreat and unable to attend personally. Xiuxian greeted each of them in turn. Already present in the hall were Zhang Yu, sect leader of Ziyun Sect, Dugu Yunshang, leader of Hanbing Valley, Ling Xiao, leader of Fei Yin Hall, Nangong Chuyang, leader of Tianji Palace, Yu Qingzi, leader of Ling Fu Sect, Lu Shou Zong, leader of Ling Shou Sect, and Xinqing Daoist, the leader of Huiyun Cave. These 7 major factions, while somewhat weaker than the 3 great sects, still stood as 7 crucial forces within the Immortal Realm. As for the other sects ranked below the top 7, Xiuxian also exchanged polite greetings with all of them. After a brief chat with Long Zongyuan, Xiuxian learned that all those invited had arrived, and the Alliance meeting could officially commence. Xiuxian spoke to the Alliance official on duty in the hall. Master Lu, please go invite the sect leaders outside to come inside. The meeting will start shortly. Yes, Sect Leader Yi. Elder Lu bowed respectfully to Xiuxian and then went outside to invite the sect leaders into the hall. After everyone in the hall waited for all the participants to enter, the 3 leading figures of the Immortal Realm, Xiuxian, Long Zongyuan, and Lei Zhenxiao, took seats at the front. Behind them sat the leaders of the 7 great powers, while sect leaders of the lesser third-rate sects or their representative elders occupied seats further back in the hall, seated strictly in accordance with their sect strengths, clearly demonstrating the unyielding rule where power reigned supreme. After everyone had taken their seats, Yi Xingqian stood up and respectfully bowed to all the gathered sect leaders and cultivation friends, and then spoke. Fellow sect leaders and cultivation friends, today, my esteemed comrades Master Long and Master Lei have proposed this meeting of the Celestial Alliance for one crucial reason. He paused here and cast his gaze across the audience below. You all should already know about the recent war between the allied armies of the three great sects and the evil force, the Chrysanthemum Sect, from the deep regions of the Forgotten Sea. Before this, most of those present here had likely never even heard of the Chrysanthemum Sect. However, ever since this evil faction emerged, they have unleashed inhumane massacres on the islands along the outer fringes of the Weihai region, killing mercilessly all who resisted, including ordinary people. Those who surrendered were all forced into slavery and labor in the mines to provide the Chrysanthemum Sect with resources. To protect the peace of the immortal realm, my infinite immortal sect took the initiative to launch a rescue operation to save the islanders. However, this group had been deeply hidden and the information about the Chrysanthemum Sect was completely absent to us. Many of my disciples perished in battle. We were compelled to request aid from the Changfeng Sect and the Yunxia Sect. Then, the three sects formed an allied force of 300,000 soldiers and launched a fierce aerial battle against the evil Chrysanthemum Sect above Xujiang Bay, successfully annihilating 300,000 of the enemy forces. Although we inflicted heavy damage upon them and thwarted their plot to invade the mainland this time, through our investigation, we have already located the nest of this evil force deep within the Forgotten Sea and obtained partial intelligence. The Chrysanthemum Sect currently has approximately 1 million followers at the Tai Golden Immortal level or above. Excluding the 300,000 enemy forces that our allied force of three sects eliminated, they still have at least 700,000 remaining. Given the brutal nature of this evil force and their ambition to annex the mainland, combined with their massive strength, they are now beyond the capacity of our three sects alone to resist. To preserve peace and stability in the immortal realm, we have gathered you all today, hoping that everyone will jointly contribute ideas and efforts to counter and prevent the Chrysanthemum Sect's invasion of the mainland. I believe every sect leader and elder present here clearly understands the principle. When lips are gone, teeth will feel the cold. Therefore, our three sects hereby call upon all mainland sects to stand united and fight together, severing the Chrysanthemum Sect's demonic hands reaching toward the continent. After finishing his speech, Yi Xingqian sat down quietly and waited for others' reactions. At this moment, both Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao remained silent, carefully observing everyone's responses, especially those of the 7 major power leaders. If an allied army were to be formed, the main force would still need to be provided by these 7 major powers. At the moment, the atmosphere beneath the hall was like boiling water, with murmurs filling the entire chamber. Everyone was discussing the matter with those they knew closely. Naturally, a few sect leaders among them had ambiguous expressions and obvious inner thoughts. Then, someone intentionally raised his voice slightly and said, "The three great sects always oppress us smaller factions. Now there's a force capable of challenging them, yet the three sects still try to suppress any emerging powers. Otherwise, why would they label others as evil forces and spread rumors about island massacres? I bet those are all just false accusations made by them." Exactly. The three great sects are nothing but selfish. Another voice joined in at the right moment. Yes, sect leader, your words make sense. In my opinion, it's the same for us smaller factions too. Who rules over us? Good or evil? What difference does it make to us? Yet another voice immediately chimed in after these remarks. With only a few inciting remarks, several small sect leaders really began to believe these words. After all, everyone had personal interests. Under normal circumstances, obtaining even a small amount of resources was quite difficult since the majority were seized by the major powers. Thus, when provoked, this stirred up the resentment deep in their hearts. Chapter 360, The Alliance Meeting, Part 2. Yi Xingqian and Long Zongyuan were also communicating through Shenshri, spiritual sense. After Yi Xingqian shared the intelligence about the Chrysanthemum Divine Cult with Long Zongyuan, they reached the same conclusion, that the Chrysanthemum Divine Cult must have inside contacts somewhere on the continent. This alliance conference might actually expose a few of those spies. Though they seemed to be ignoring what everyone else was saying and discussing, the entire hall was in fact under their spiritual surveillance. Every word spoken and every reaction was clearly perceived by them. Several individuals who were clearly trying to incite trouble had already been noted, and after the meeting, these factions would be thoroughly investigated. The leaders of the 7 major sects were much more slippery. They neither communicated with each other nor showed any eagerness to speak first. They fully understood that as second-tier powers in the immortal world, they were inevitably going to be dragged into this war. What they were considering was how to best preserve themselves and survive this conflict, while trying to gain the greatest possible advantage. The provocateurs grew bolder in their words, which became increasingly explicit and impassioned. Others glanced about cautiously without speaking, eyes darting as they observed the crowd's reactions. These behaviors didn't escape Yi Xingqian and Long Zongyuan's notice. After half a xiuxian of mutual discussion and no substantive suggestions made, Yi Xingqian had no choice but to end the chatter. Everyone, I've already given a summary of the current situation, and you've all exchanged opinions. Now, does anyone have any constructive suggestions? Let's just gang up and destroy them. Lei Zhenxiao suddenly stood up and shouted. Everyone was caught off guard by Lei Zhenxiao's outburst and momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter, instantly breaking the tense and awkward atmosphere. The mood of the meeting hall thus became much lighter. Long Zongyuan and Yi Xingqian exchanged glances, and both revealed faint smiles. I support the views of Masters Yi and Long. We must stand united, sever any devilish hands that dare reach toward our continent, and chop off the hands of whoever dares to provoke. Seeing that nobody else was rushing to express support, Ling Xiao, the head of Fian Hall, which was on good terms with the Yunxia Sect, was the first to rise and declare his stance. With someone taking the lead, Nangang Qiuyang, the leader of Tianji Palace, who was closely aligned with the Changfeng Sect, spoke next. Master Ling makes a valid point. Whoever disrupts peace and stability in the immortal world becomes our enemy. Nangang Qiuyang shared a similar personality with Long Zongyuan. As Tianji Palace excelled in foresight techniques, he was a man who would not act without tangible results. After his analysis revealed negative implications for Tianji Palace, he realized that preserving the status of the three great sects within the immortal world was crucial for Tianji Palace to avoid disadvantage in future struggles. Additionally, by openly declaring support for the three sects at this time, Tianji Palace would also not be disadvantaged post-war. And should defeat occur, the result would be dire no matter what. That's precisely why he decided so quickly to take this stand. With two leading voices, a leader from a smaller sect seated in the middle of the main hall stood and raised his fists to Xiuxian on the stage. We wholeheartedly support Master Yi. Although our sect is small, we are willing to follow your orders. Xiuxian stood up solemnly, smiling, raising his fists in return to greet the leader of the small sect. This gesture warmed the mood in the hall. As the leaders saw Xiuxian, a revered figure, bow respectfully to a low-tier sect master without pretense or arrogance, several leaders rushed to rise and loudly declared their support in unison. Fine. We all pledge to follow Master Ye's command. By now, the masters and leaders of other middle-ranking sects seated further back on the stage could no longer sit still. Failure to take a stance now would make things difficult later. One by one, they expressed their support for forming a joint force to eliminate the Chrysanthemum Divine Cult and safeguard the peace and stability of the immortal world. The spies secretly planted by the Chrysanthemum Divine Cult had planned to cause discord and sabotage the formation of this alliance. However, they were outsiders and couldn't truly understand the innate disdain cultivators of the mainland had for invasion. Though internal conflicts abounded among native sects, when outside invasion occurred, all grievances were temporarily forgotten in favor of unity against the common enemy. Eradicate the external invaders first, settle internal affairs later. Although these spies had been embedded in the continent for several, even dozens, of generations, they remained outsiders at heart. Deep down, they believed that power dictated hierarchy, blinded by their bloodline. The true essence of cultivation lineages remained completely beyond their understanding. Seeing that opinions in the hall were gradually converging, with practically no opposition to forming an alliance, Xiuxian stood up and gestured for silence. Thank you all for your support. Since everyone agrees to the formation of an allied force to eradicate the evil Chrysanthemum Divine Cult and safeguard the stability and unity of our land. Then Xiuxian continued. Now comes the matter of how to form the allied forces, how many troops each faction will contribute, how tasks will be assigned during the war, and how benefits will be distributed after the war. Everyone, please share your opinions. At this point, the hall again became noisy with arguments. This time, it involved the immediate interests of every faction. As different powers possessed varying strengths, and some sects harbored long-standing enmities or even bitter grudges, everyone fiercely competed to protect their own interests, seeking to contribute fewer troops and fewer supplies, while receiving greater shares of the rewards. After observing that no one offered constructive suggestions, Xiuxian exchanged a glance with Long Zongyuan. Understanding the signal, Long Zongyuan stood up and spoke. Everyone, please stop arguing. I'd like to propose a basic plan for everyone's consideration. If anyone has objections, feel free to voice them, and we can revise the proposal based on the feedback to ensure fairness and justice for the majority. How does that sound? Hearing Long Zongyuan's words, the crowd quieted slightly, and several voices loudly expressed support. Good. Let's hear Master Long's plan first. Seeing the hall gradually fall silent and all eyes upon him, Long Zongyuan began. First, the enemy is estimated to have a force of 1 million soldiers, 30,000 of whom have already been eliminated by our three great sects. However, this figure is based on preliminary intelligence gathered by our spies, so its accuracy still requires further verification. Regardless, our allied forces must not be fewer than 1 million troops, and in addition, we must form a defensive force to protect our homeland. Now, I must emphasize that during the war against the Chrysanthemum Divine Cult, all internal conflicts within the Immortal World Alliance are strictly prohibited. Any faction that violates this rule will be marked as an enemy of the entire alliance and relentlessly hunted down until both the sect and all its disciples are completely eradicated. This is a critical moment, and I urge everyone to uphold this rule. Each sect will contribute personnel according to its actual strength or bear corresponding responsibilities in supplying resources. All contributions will be converted into merit points, and after the war, spoils of war will be distributed according to these points. Chapter 361, Forming the Coalition. The main combat forces must consist of cultivators at the Tai Golden Immortal level or higher, responsible for engaging the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect directly. The auxiliary forces shall be made up of those at the initial Golden Immortal stage and above, tasked with homeland patrols and logistical support. To ensure fairness and ease of command, we shall establish an Alliance Elders Council to handle the daily affairs of the coalition forces. I propose that the Supreme Commander be selected, and I recommend Master Yi for this position. 5 deputy commanders can be nominated by everyone present. There will also be subordinate commanding officers. Well, that's all I have to say. If anyone has comments, please speak freely now. Long Zongyuan presented the plan for the formation of the coalition forces that had been previously discussed with Yi Qinxing and Lei Zhenxiao, inviting discussion from the assembly. After multiple rounds of intense debate, the assembly eventually reached a consensus on the plan. However, fierce disputes erupted during the selection of the elders' council, deputy commanders, and subordinate commanding officers. Some candidates volunteered themselves for positions, while others were recommended by their acquaintances. With limited spots but many ambitious individuals, a command structure was eventually established after various compromises, negotiations, and coordination efforts. The supreme commander was unanimously appointed as Yi Qinxing of the Unqi Immortal Sect. The 5 deputy commanders were Long Zongyuan of the Changfeng Sect, Lei Zhenxiao of the Yunxia Sect, Zhang Yu of the Ziyun Sect, Xianqing Daoist of the Huiyun Cave, and Ling Xiao of the Fian Hall. The Standing Elders Council was led by Elder Grandmaster Nangong Zhuiyang of the Tianji Palace, joined by Dugu Yunshang of the Cold Ice Valley, Yu Qingzi of the Spirit Talisman Sect, Lu Dehua of the Spirit Beast Sect, Zhang Jifeng of the Changfeng Sect, Li Wei of the Qinglian Sect, and Lu Yonglang of the Zhenhua Gate. Commanding officers consisted of elders from the Unqi Immortal Sect, Changfeng Sect, Yunxia Sect, and the 7 major powers, a total of 15 commanders. Each commanding officer would lead a force of 60,000 troops. An additional reserve force of 100,000 was also retained to ensure the ability to face a full-scale war with the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. The remaining details were to be discussed and arranged by the newly established Elders Council. The next step was the gathering of troops. The total planned military strength was expected to reach 1.3 million, 1 million frontline troops, and 300,000 reserve forces. Yi Qinxing proposed the construction of an advanced base in Xujiang Town, a permanent coastal base near Lingxi Mountain, a reserve base on Danxia Peak, and a secondary reserve base between the Yanxing, Yuan Senlin, Forest, and Wuling Peak. Each reserve base would be assigned 150,000 Hobei Jinshan level reserve troops. Each base would also be equipped with 200 late-stage De Luo Jinxian cultivators, 500 middle-stage, and 500 early-stage De Luo Jinxian cultivators to ensure elite forces maintain deterrence over potential threats. All personnel were required to be fully assembled within half a month. Currently, the joint forces of the 3 sects would still maintain vigilance against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. The reserve forces were required to assemble within 5 days, and the construction of 5 bases should be completed within 10 days, allowing frontline forces to begin training in their respective bases in half a month. After completing these arrangements, Yi Qinxing called Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao together to discuss the matter of dealing with those small sects who had shown abnormal behavior during the Alliance Conference. After discovering these anomalies, Yi Qinxing had already dispatched his own intelligence personnel for a covert investigation. In the native immortal realm, the intelligence network of the 3 major sects remained powerful. Before long, they had obtained substantial intelligence, confirming these sects were indeed sleeper agents long planted by the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Having now largely clarified the overall situation, it was decided that an operation should be launched for their elimination. Leaving them in place during a crucial stage of the war could lead to disastrous backstabbing attacks. Knowing the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect had been plotting for many generations with hidden plans, there was not enough time currently to identify all threats, but those already located would be dealt with immediately. The deeper hidden ones would be investigated gradually later. After detailed discussion and assigning personnel, the 3 leaders initiated the operation to eliminate the infiltrators of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. Every discovered element, regardless of the size of the force involved, was completely eradicated to avoid any future threat. The Changfeng Sect was assigned to eliminate 2 targets, the Yunxia Sect another 2, and the Unqi Immortal Sect was responsible for 4 areas. Everyone dispatched covert forces in advance depending on distance and agreed on a synchronized attack plan to prevent escapes or mutual support. Following the meticulously planned strategy of the 3 sects, the first day of assembling the million-strong army saw the complete extermination of the 8 sects infiltrated by the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, leaving no survivors regardless of their age or status. The destruction of these 8 outposts significantly reduced potential losses for the coalition forces in future operations. This assault eliminated more than 8,000 Chrysanthemum Holy Sect sleeper agents who had reached the De Luo Jinxian level, averaging more than 1,000 divine envoys per base. Over 50,000 were at the Tai Jinxian level, and more than 400,000 were at the Jinxian level or below. The 3 sect masters met again to review the statistics and paled at the numbers. A sense of dread overwhelmed them as they realized their timely suspicion and preemptive action had exposed the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's intentions and prevented potential attacks from behind enemy lines during the war. This incident deepened their understanding of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's shameless nature and the extensive preparations they had made. They became even more cautious, and all 3 sects intensified their screening of major powers in the immortal realm. Secretly, they contacted allies they trusted and quietly prepared an emergency team composed entirely of De Luo Jinxian experts, ready to deal with any hidden threats from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect that might strike from within the continent. The 8 great battles that took place within the continent caused quite a stir in the immortal realm. But when the 3 sects revealed evidence showing the 8 factions were indeed undercover agents of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, the immortal realm was thrown into an uproar. Soon afterward, a large-scale public campaign to root out hidden Chrysanthemum Holy Sect members erupted across the immortal realm. This effort indeed uncovered many infiltrators who had slipped into various sects and powers. Some had even infiltrated high-ranking positions within certain sects, gaining actual control over key operations. This revelation sent shivers down the spines of many powers, forcing them to launch internal investigations and cleansing efforts immediately. The benefits of this campaign were significant. Many hidden agents of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect were eliminated, and at the same time, a large number of infiltrators from other factions were also exposed and removed. For a time, security and unity among all major powers saw a notable increase. In short, the various powers became much purer in composition. Now, only a few lucky individuals or extremely deep cover agents remained undetected. The initial phase of eliminating hidden agents came to a temporary halt. Yiqinxing, Xuanhuan, and Lei Zhenxiao then turned their attention to the mundane tasks of managing the allied forces. They busied themselves with organizing the various combat units, coordinating training efforts, arranging logistics support, and countless other affairs, which kept the three of them extremely occupied. Fortunately, most of these responsibilities were later handed over to the newly established Elders Council. The two reserve forces were separately assigned under the command of Ling Xiao, the deputy commander of Fian Hall. Ling Xiao, as deputy commander, was responsible for overall internal security and patrol duties within the Immortal Realm. Yiqinxing and his group focused particularly on the integration and training of the 1 million-strong main force. The Tri-Sect coalition forces, which the three sects had heavily invested in, were now in charge of confronting and defending against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect, ensuring the new allied forces' security during the formation period. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Through continuous, intensive training over these 3 months, the new allied forces had largely taken shape, forming a basic level of combat effectiveness. They were no longer the ragtag force they had been 3 months prior. Chapter 362, Battle Plan. Within 3 months, the allied forces of the three sects engaged in one battle involving 200,000 troops and 2 battles, each involving 100,000 troops against the Chrysanthemum cult. Both sides suffered casualties. After these 3 major battles, the losses were almost equal, with each side losing over 110,000 combatants. As a result, the main forces of the three sects were completely drained. The 30,000-strong allied forces painstakingly gathered by the three sects were now reduced to barely over 180,000. The largest sect, Yunxia Sect, only had around 8,000 soldiers remaining, while the worst-hit Yunxia Sect had barely over 40,000. At this point, the number of available combatants in the three sects was even smaller than those of some second-tier powers. However, the disciples who survived the continuous battles had seen a qualitative leap in combat capability. The newly formed allied forces from the Immortal Realm had completed training and had officially become effective fighting forces, just as the allied forces of the three sects had become exhausted after enduring another 3 major battles. Hence, the allied forces retreated to Zhengqi Mountain Base for resupply and recovery. Just half a month ago, after crippling the allied forces of the three sects, the Chrysanthemum cult suddenly launched a full-scale invasion on several major islands of the Barbarian Isles. However, the various factions stationed there had never submitted to each other and had not joined the Immortal Alliance. Hence, under an attack of 500,000 troops from the Chrysanthemum cult, these islands fell rapidly. Then the islands were divided up and a massacre followed. Over 10 million cultivators were killed, turning the entire Forgotten Sea into a sea of blood. The numerous corpses attracted all kinds of ferocious sea creatures and beasts to feast upon them. The female cultivators, on the other hand, were captured in large numbers by the Chrysanthemum cult and sent to the main island to become breeding machines, used for improving the genetic makeup of the cultists. The resentment of those killed soared to the heavens. This massacre on the Barbarian Isles shocked the entire Immortal Realm and awakened countless lower-level cultivators who had previously been indifferent about who ruled over them. They now realized that if they didn't resist, they would end up just like the cultivators on the Barbarian Isles, males slaughtered and females turned into breeding tools or amusement objects. As a result, the execution of orders within the Alliance army became unusually high. Each sect actively sent more disciples to join the Alliance. In a short time, the Alliance managed to assemble another main force of 500,000 troops, greatly pleasing Yiqinxing. Now, the upcoming battle would become much easier. The main forces of the Alliance now numbered over 1.3 million troops. Among them, 800,000 were already fully trained, while another 180,000 were the forces of the three sects that had withdrawn to the rear base for rest and refitting, serving temporarily as a reserve force. In the training camps, another 500,000 new allied forces were undergoing training and would be fully deployed onto the battlefield in 3 months. Yiqinxing summoned the 5 deputy commanders to the forward base in Sujiang Town to hold a meeting. Commanders, the Alliance has now completed training for the main force of 800,000 troops. During the training period of this main force, the allied forces of the three sects engaged in 3 major battles with the Chrysanthemum cult and eliminated over 120,000 of their troops. So far, we have wiped out a total of 450,000 Chrysanthemum cult members. Now is the time for us to launch a full-scale offensive against the Chrysanthemum cult. Today I have called you here to this pre-war meeting to discuss and draft a battle plan. Does anyone have any suggestions? Yiqinxing briefly outlined the current situation of both sides and asked the commanders. Commander-in-Chief, do you already have a tentative battle plan in mind? Zhang Yu was the first to ask. Vice Commander Zhang, I do have an initial plan here, but I want to know if any of you might have a better plan for this war. Yiqinxing replied. In that case, please allow us to see this initial battle plan. Then we can discuss it, said Xianqing, the Taoist master. All right, then I will explain this tentative plan to all of you, Xiuxian said. This great campaign will be divided into 2 phases. In the first phase of the battle, we will deploy 800,000 troops divided into 10 units, each commanded by a separate commander. We will simultaneously open 2 fronts. The first front will advance upon the largest island in the Barbarian Isles, Xiuxian City, and take it in one fell swoop. Then, our forces will attack eastward. The second front will target the islands on the eastern side of the Barbarian Isles, advancing from the east to the west, meeting with the first front in the middle of the islands, and thus regaining control of the entire Barbarian Isles. The second phase of the battle will begin after completing the first phase objectives. We will then launch operations to recover the outer islands around the Barbarian Isles, clearing all Chrysanthemum cult members stationed there, and clearing the way for an offensive against the Chrysanthemum cult's main island. As for our subsequent objectives, once the first phase is completed, we will then formulate a specific battle plan to attack the Chrysanthemum cult's home island. This operation will commence in 5 days, by which time the remaining 18,000 disciples from the 3 sects will have completed their initial rest and resupply, serving as the general reserve force for the campaign. Xiuxian thoroughly explained his prepared initial battle plan to the commanders. Xiuxian's battle plan was primarily characterized by stability. The Chrysanthemum cult's main island was deeply situated in the Forgotten Sea, surrounded entirely by water. Reconnaissance efforts toward the main island had consistently yielded little progress. Moreover, since the beginning of the war, the Chrysanthemum cult had strengthened their island's defenses. After losing several batches of elders sent for intelligence, Xiuxian stopped sending agents to the main island of the Chrysanthemum cult. When information on the enemy was insufficient, such a cautious approach was the only viable method. After discussion and consideration among the deputy commanders, they all agreed to follow this battle plan. They also expressed sincere admiration for the 3 sects' decision to commit their last remaining forces as the general reserve force. Their obedience to Xiuxian's orders became even more resolute. All right then, since none of you have objections to this battle plan, we shall proceed with its implementation. I hereby formally issue the order. The first front will be commanded by Lei Zhenxiao, and the second front will be under Long Zongyuan's command. Zhang Yu and Master Xianqing will be responsible for training the 50,000 new recruits. Ling Xiao will continue commanding the rear base forces, responsible for continental patrol and defense to prevent sabotage from Chrysanthemum cult infiltrators. Seeing no objections, Xiuxian officially issued the battle command. Hi. The 5 commanders stood up together and loudly acknowledged Xiuxian's orders. Thus began the largest battle in the Immortal Realm's history. The Chrysanthemum cult had stationed roughly between 500,000 to 600,000 troops across the Barbarian Isles. The Immortal Alliance deployed 800,000 elite troops, along with an additional 180,000 reserve forces, officially beginning the counteroffensive. The first to engage in battle was Lei Zhenxiao, who led the first front. This area was home to the largest city in the Barbarian Isles, Xiuxian City, where the Chrysanthemum cult had deployed the most troops. Considering that this front required breaking through strong resistance, Xiuxian had assigned commanders based on each officer's personality and strengths. Lei Zhenxiao had a fiery temper but was careful in strategy, skilled in offensive warfare. That was why Xiuxian placed him in command of the first front for the critical assault mission. Of course, to ensure the smooth progress of the campaign, Xiuxian allocated 100,000 troops from the 180,000 general reserve forces to back Lei Zhenxiao, ensuring the safety of his supply lines and providing reinforcement for crucial offensives when needed. Chapter 363. The curtain rises on the Great Battle. When the Celestial Alliance began mobilizing its armies on a large scale, the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect had already obtained the battle plans of the Alliance forces. Facing an enemy force nearing 1 million strong, the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect urgently dispatched 300,000 followers from their home islands as reinforcements to the front line at the offshore islands. As a result, the total number of Chrysanthemum Divine Sect followers assembled on the outer islands reached 800,000. The disparity in forces between both sides was once again balanced, making it certain this would be a decisive battle influencing the future landscape of the Celestial Realm. Lei Zhenxiao led 400,000 allied troops and quickly reached the sea near Xiuxian City. Xiuxian City had 4 gates, and fortunately, the city's defensive formation had already been breached when the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect attacked earlier, and had not yet been repaired. This greatly facilitated Lei Zhenxiao's assault operation. However, he didn't commit all 400,000 troops at once. Lei Zhenxiao divided his 400,000 forces into 4 divisions, reserving 100,000 as a reserve force under the command of 2 commanders. The remaining 300,000 were divided into 6 groups, each with 50,000 men, under 6 commanders. They began attacks on the south, north, and west sides, deliberately leaving the east side open, applying the classic tactic of surrounding 3 sides while leaving one open. Once the 300,000 troops were in position, the southern, northern, and western sides of Xiuxian City simultaneously erupted into cries of battle, triggered by Lei Zhenxiao's crushing of 3 transmission jade talismans. Defending the city at this time was Go Xuanhuan, the left garrison general of the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, with as many as 350,000 sect followers inside. As soon as both sides engaged, the fighting quickly reached a fever pitch. The Celestial Alliance's forces, already inflamed by the Chrysanthemum Sect's island-slaughtering actions, became bloodthirsty upon seeing the sect's followers, resulting in brutal and fearless combat on both sides. The corpses of fallen warriors soon piled high beneath the city walls. Hovering in the air, Lei Zhenxiao observed the battle raging atop the three walls, unmoved by the massive casualties. While observing, he continued to ponder strategies. Although the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect was entrenched and defending, they held no geographical advantage, and their losses were also rapidly mounting. Soon both sides were blinded by bloodlust. As expected, the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect again employed its old tactics, forcing lower-level followers into suicidal charges against the Celestial Alliance. Anyone killed halfway simply detonated themselves upon reaching the enemy lines. They were called Mad Fly Suicide Squads. The Alliance forces were encountering the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect for the first time, and facing such reckless self-destruction, the heavy casualties caused widespread panic among their ranks. Lei Zhenxiao noticed the Chrysanthemum Sect's desperate tactics and quickly changed strategy, ordering all forces to retreat to a distance and use concentrated ranged attacks instead, focusing sword energy or battle techniques on the charging Mad Fly Suicide Squads. The change in tactics proved immediately effective, with many of the suicide attackers blown apart before even reaching halfway. After exhausting the first wave of Mad Fly Squads, the Alliance forces regained stability. At this point, fear was gone from their eyes, replaced solely by hatred. In contrast, desperation filled the eyes of the Chrysanthemum Sect followers. Seeing the unfavorable shift in momentum, xuanhuan immediately halted the suicide assaults, redeploying those mentally numbed followers to the rear to help relieve their sense of despair. Seeing the sect's suicide squads retreat, Lei Zhenxiao quickly organized his troops for a rapid, focused assault. This tactic of concentrated fire had been learned from Xiuxian. Several major battles between the three factions and the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect had allowed them to accumulate rich combat experience, enabling them to handle the enemy with skill and efficiency. This time, it was a siege, where formation techniques could not be easily deployed, so they didn't utilize special formations to combat the sect. The change in strategy by the Alliance caught the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect completely off guard. Watching their followers disappear rapidly on the battlefield, xuanhuan's breathing quickened, his eyes became bloodshot, and he neared a state of rage. Zhuozhuo Rilong, you take 20,000 troops immediately to reinforce the northern wall. Hold it at all costs. If you fail to hold, don't even bother returning. Commit seppuku yourself. Jingbian Yaoyao, you lead 20,000 to the southern wall. Drive the enemy back. If you fail to repel them, don't return either. Commit seppuku yourself. Xiaobian Gorilang, you immediately take 20,000 troops to the western wall and hold it. If you can't hold it, don't bother coming back. Seppuku yourself. Xuanhuan roared his orders at the three officers. They didn't dare delay, immediately taking commands and rushing forward, determined to fight for their very lives. With the arrival of chrysanthemum reinforcements atop the walls, the battle entered a white-hot phase, with large numbers of cultivators falling on both sides every moment. Seeing enemy reinforcements arrive, Lei Zhenxiao noticed that the Alliance's offensive momentum had been halted. The fighting now stalled along the walls, entering a deadlock phase. Seeing his cultivators fall in large numbers and the offensive stalled, Lei Zhenxiao waved his hand. The messenger beside him, noticing the gesture, immediately waved the command flag and, using a communication jade talisman, ordered the second echelon stationed at various attack directions to join the battle. On the three sides of the city walls, three attack directions each now had an attacking force of 10,000. Each direction's commander further divided the attacking forces into three divisions. The first attacking wave was locked in fierce combat with the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect for control of the walls, with numbers reaching 40,000, also divided into several successive waves taking turns to attack. It was precisely this multi-wave, sustained assault that inflicted heavy losses on the sect's defenders and left them exhausted. Meanwhile, the Allied forces, employing rotational, multi-wave attacks, were able to promptly withdraw the wounded for treatment and allow cultivators with depleted celestial energy to rest and replenish. Therefore, their casualties were significantly fewer than the Chrysanthemum Divine Sects. As Lei Zhenxiao's new orders reached each frontline commander, with a single command from them, the second echelon of 3,000 soldiers joined the battle without further concern for casualties. In an instant, the attack's intensity and density surged. The Chrysanthemum Divine Sect's reinforcements of 20,000 were quickly depleted in the fierce fighting. Couriers pleading for aid from the three attacked city walls came one after another to Xuanhuan, non-stop. Xuanhuan's already sparse hair was now almost completely torn out from stress. He soared above Shikang City and observed how his sect's followers were being cut down in droves atop the walls. A thick wall of corpses had already piled up beneath the walls. Watching the enemy surge like waves in an unrelenting attack, while his own followers were rapidly diminishing, Xuanhuan sighed deeply. He pulled out a communication jade talisman and once again issued orders to the rear reserve force, summoning the second wave of reinforcements, 60,000 soldiers, who quickly rushed to reinforce the walls. Looking at the current battle situation, he had already lost confidence in holding the city. Yet he also knew that if they could not hold this city, retreating would mean falling into a desperate situation of being pursued and slaughtered by the enemy. All major outer islands of the offshore isles would then fall, and he would be discarded by Puxiang Nulong Chedan as the scapegoat for the defeat. If he became the one to bear the blame, he might even be ordered by the sect leader to commit seppuku to atone for failure, something he had no intention of allowing to happen. Chapter 364, The Allied Counterattack, Part 1. Xuanhuan took out a communication jade talisman and issued orders to the deputy commanders guarding the other two islands under his defense responsibility. Zhengdao Tai, take your men immediately to reinforce Xiuxian City. You must arrive within 1 xiuxian. Disobedience means execution. Du Bianjingba, take your men immediately to reinforce Xiuxian City. You must arrive within 2 xiuxian. Delay or failure to arrive means execution. Zhu Yaoshenwang successively issued 2 orders, mobilizing a total of 150,000 troops from the other 2 islands. After these 2 reinforcement forces arrived, the total number of Jiuhua Divine Sect troops in Xiuxian City would reach 450,000. He was determined to make a last stand at Xiuxian City and assemble all his forces to confront the heavenly allied army in a decisive battle. His younger brother, Zhu Shishinhuang, commanded 400,000 sect disciples defending the island to the east of the outer islands. Additionally, another 200,000 sect disciples were stationed at the outer islands. Unfortunately, those 200,000 troops were out of his reach. Otherwise, he would certainly have mobilized all of them to defend Xiuxian City, then launched a counterattack on the allied base. At this moment, the combined forces from both sides amassed near Xiuxian City had reached an astonishing 900,000. Under Zhu Yaoshenwang's relentless reinforcement, Lei Zhenxiao's forces had still not managed to breach the city walls. After half a day of fierce fighting, the ground from outside the city walls extending 2 or 3 miles outward was covered with corpses. The largest accumulation of bodies was near the city walls, forming a high mound of corpses that nearly reached halfway up the wall. At this time, the Allied forces' 3 attacking units had suffered over 40,000 casualties, almost losing half their strength. Though the Jiuhua Divine Sect were defending the city, their losses were even greater. This was mainly because they were concentrated along the narrow front of the walls, making them a more compact target for the concentrated attacks from the Allied forces, suffering greater damage. Their total casualties had already reached more than 150,000. Fortunately, the 2 reinforcement units Zhu Yaoshenwang had previously dispatched had already arrived successfully. Including the wounded, there were still barely more than 240,000 troops in the city. Seeing such heavy casualties, and yet the Allied forces continued their suicidal assaults, Zhu Yaoshenwang felt his heart sinking to the depths of despair. He couldn't help sending a message to Pu Xiangniu Launcherer, requesting tactical guidance and desperately hoping for additional reinforcements. But his request was destined to be disappointed. On his younger brother Zhu Shishinhuang's front, the enemy's attack was even fiercer, with the forces commanded by Long Zhongyan driving the sect forces into total disarray. The islands guarded by Zhu Shishinhuang lacked the large-scale city defenses of Xiuxian. They were only small towns and settlements with no natural terrain advantages to defend. Though the 2 sides were roughly equal in numbers, Zhu's forces were more dispersed. Especially after Long Zhongyuan advised Yi Qinxing in advance to deploy 80,000 experienced and powerful disciples from the 3 sects to the battlefield earlier than planned, the Jiuhua Divine Sect met their match and were being wiped out systematically. This forced Zhu Shishinhuang to repeatedly beg Niu Launcherer for tactical guidance. Realizing that the battle had turned overwhelmingly against the Divine Sect, Niu Launcherer decided to dispatch the 100,000-strong reserve force to reinforce Zhu Shishinhuang. Just as he was distressed over the defeat suffered in the 2 battlefields of the outer islands, he received a report from a hidden agent operating on the continent, along with a proposal. The Jiuhua Divine Sect's secret informant reported that the Celestial Allied Army had assembled 500,000 new recruits for training. Meanwhile, 1 million trained troops were already engaged in the war with the Divine Sect. At this moment, the reserves remaining on the continent were all weak cultivators of the Golden Immortal stage. The agent recommended the Divine Sect adopt a surprise attack strategy to turn around the losses on both fronts. Moreover, he suggested targeting the training base at Yunxia Mountain, where 300,000 new recruits were currently being trained. If this force were eliminated in one stroke, it would deliver a heavy blow to the Celestial Alliance. Either those 300,000 new recruits could be destroyed by the Divine Sect, or the Alliance would be forced to recall forces from the outer islands to protect the Yunxia Mountain base. If the Alliance chose to abandon Yunxia Mountain to its fate, once the Jiuhua Divine Sect destroyed the base, they could directly launch an assault on the ancestral headquarters of the Wuji Xianzong, sweeping through all sects around Yunxia Mountain. Simultaneously with the attack on the Yunxia Mountain base, the sect should activate the hidden agents on the continent, initiating attacks on smaller factions to weaken the opposition and create widespread panic. After reviewing the report from this informant, Niu Launcherer's gambler's mentality kicked in, and he immediately found this plan feasible. Without delay, he mobilized another 500,000 disciples from the main island to form an offensive unit, and assigned 200,000 more as a reserve force. Originally, there had been no intention of sending more troops to reinforce Zhu Yaoshenwang and Xiuxian. But now, considering the necessity of keeping the 2 brothers there as bait, he issued new orders to mobilize another 200,000 reserve troops as reinforcement, dispatching 100,000 troops to each of the 2 brothers, Zhu Yaoshenwang and Zhu Shishinhuang, with strict orders to hold their positions until the very end. At this moment, the total number of troops mobilized by the Jiuhua Divine Sect had reached an astonishing 2.1 million. Additionally, there were more than 50,000 secret agents already operating on the continent, ready to instigate chaos and coordination. At this moment, the total strength of the Celestial Allied Army, including the 30,000 patrol forces whose combat effectiveness could be disregarded, consisted of only 1.45 million main forces. The greatest crisis in the immortal realm had arrived, but Yi Qinxing and all the members of the Celestial Allied Army remained completely unaware. The most favorable battlefield progress still came from Long Zongyuan's front. Thanks to the early deployment of 80,000 elite disciples with overwhelming combat strength onto the battlefield, the Jiuhua Divine Sect was caught completely off guard. They lost an island in less than 1.5 xiuxian, suffering more than 80,000 casualties. Although he had received reinforcements of 10,000 sect disciples sent by Pu Xiang, xiuxian felt utterly hopeless about the current battlefield situation. The allied forces' attack was too strong, especially those 80,000 sworn enemies. As soon as they stepped onto the battlefield, they formed tightly arranged formations, within which were nested smaller formations, creating linked arrays that brought him immense suffering. Among the 80,000 casualties suffered, at least 60,000 had been caused by this array-based military unit. He had also organized a force of as many as 150,000 troops to encircle and eliminate them. Even in a 2-to-1 advantage, they were still routed and retreated with countless corpses littering the battlefield. Even when he had organized 2 suicide squads of daredevils, he had still failed to halt their relentless advance. Long Zongyuan, using these 80,000 elite disciples as vanguards, advanced all 400,000 troops at once, sweeping forward continuously and quickly recapturing 2 islands. Xiuxian's forces once again suffered a reduction of 100,000 troops. The rapid and massive losses were making Xiuxian's heart convulse. More than 30 of his subordinates and aides had already been killed in battle, along with 4 divine envoys. The enormous casualties forced him to continuously send messengers to Pu Xiang Launcher, requesting tactical guidance, and frequently appealing for reinforcements through communication jade talismans. Upon receiving strict orders from Pu Xiang Launcher that a second reinforcement of 100,000 troops had been dispatched, and that he must hold his position to the death, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and organize a desperate suicide charge by a suicide squad against Long Zongyuan. After exhausting 10,000 of his suicide squad members, the advancing assault of the Celestial Allied Army was finally halted. Successfully stabilizing the front line, Xiuxian immediately threw all his remaining forces forward and established a defensive line at the edge of the third island. Chapter 365. The counterattack of the Allied forces, 2. Long Zongyuan and Xuanhuan engaged in a life-and-death battle. One fought on the island, the other at sea. The battle immediately escalated into fierce combat, with the corpses of the fallen covering the nearby sea surface. Within a 10-mile radius around the island, the sea turned crimson red. After fighting for 2 hours, Long Zongyuan did not give Xuanhuan even a moment to catch his breath. Although the Yunxia Sect suffered massive casualties, the allied forces of the Immortal Realm still failed to break through this defensive line despite paying a toll of 100,000 lives. The casualties of the Yunxia Sect had reached more than 120,000. Long Zongyuan's mind grew increasingly impatient as repeated tactics failed to yield success. Confronted with the Xuanhuan's suicide charges, he indeed felt somewhat at a loss. Xuanhuan seemed to have found his rhythm in defense. Whenever the allied forces launched a fierce attack, he dispatched suicide squads to charge into the enemy ranks and explode. Each suicide bomber from the Xuanhuan instantly claimed the lives of at least a dozen enemy soldiers, sometimes even dozens. Observing such a massive casualty ratio and effectiveness, Xuanhuan issued orders to establish a suicide squad numbering as many as 20,000. Only those disciples thoroughly brainwashed by the Xuanhuan would obey such commands so unflinchingly, even embracing death with pride. This truly troubled Long Zongyuan. Even the elite disciples from the 3 sects forming the Great Heaven Dragon Formation suffered severe losses under the continuous suicide attacks from the Xuanhuan. Forced by this, Long Zongyuan quickly withdrew the 70,000 elite disciples from the 3 sections. In merely an hour, over 10,000 soldiers were lost, causing Long Zongyuan to feel as if his heart was bleeding. Realizing the inability to break through this kind of underhanded strategy by the Xuanhuan, he decided to scatter his troops. He reorganized them into 100 platoons, each consisting of 100 men. As soon as they spotted a Chongfeng from the Xuanhuan forces, they concentrated their fire to eliminate the attackers en route. With this strategy, the casualties sharply dropped. Seeing that it worked, Long Zongyuan immediately ordered the formation of 300 additional Dingdang clearance teams, spreading them across the entire front line. With a total of 400 teams deployed, the suicide charges of the Xuanhuan were largely neutralized. Having found a countermeasure, Long Zongyuan vented all his previous frustrations upon Xuanhuan. After sending out several 10,000-strong units for probing attacks, Long ordered a full-scale advance. In his heart, he had a lingering, uneasy feeling, yet could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Unwilling to prolong the battle and risk complications, he wished to end the fight swiftly, wiping out the enemies before him and then regrouping with Lei Zhenxiao. Though Xuanhuan had received another reinforcement of 100,000 troops, due to excessive earlier losses, he was now once again being overwhelmed by the allied forces and quickly found it difficult to hold his ground. Long Zongyuan forced him out from the small island where he had been defending stubbornly. He had no choice but to retreat further back. This was the last island assigned for his defense. Retreating further would mean crossing over to the island of his older brother, Xuanhuan. He wanted to continue using suicide tactics to halt Long Zongyuan's advance, even organizing mass suicide charges. Although this inflicted some damage on the allied forces, it ultimately failed to stop the enemy's advance. Such suicide attacks infuriated the warriors of the allied forces, fueling their ferocity. During the tough moments of the attack, Quite a number of cultivators from the allied forces also launched suicide charges into the Dende of the Zhuoxinjiao. Although Long Zongyuan desperately tried to prevent such self-sacrificial actions, the soldiers in the heat of battle still kept charging forward to die together with these cultists. When wave after wave of suicide bombers erupted among the Zhuoxinjiao forces, their morale quickly plummeted. More and more soldiers began to retreat. Even the enforcement squads under Zhu Shitianhuang could not stop their rapid collapse. When the size of the Zhuoxinjiao's forces dropped to merely 100,000, they finally broke and fled in disarray, dragging Zhu Shitianhuang along towards Xiuxian City. Long Zongyuan promptly seized this favorable opportunity, immediately issuing orders not to care about formations, not to maintain ranks, and not to file reports. He only commanded everyone to keep charging forward, focusing solely on killing the fighting forces of the Zhuoxinjiao. In an instant, both the island and the sky above the sea swarmed with allied troops hunting down the fleeing enemies. The entire military organization was thrown into chaos at this point, but Long Zongyuan did not care, as long as maximum destruction was inflicted on the Zhuoxinjiao. Yet he still retained a final ounce of rationality, refusing to send the 7,000 elite disciples withdrawn earlier into the pursuit. Instead, he kept them close as his general reserve, preventing potential sudden crises. Defeat spread rapidly like a collapsing mountain. Though the Zhuoxinjiao still had more than 100,000 men, they had completely lost their will to fight, thinking only of fleeing. Of the original 55,000, fighting for less than 2 days, only over 100,000 remained. Watching the disciples of the Zhuoxinjiao being hunted by the allied forces, Zhu Shitianhuang felt too heartbroken to cry. He didn't know how he would explain this to the Grand Minister, and was also afraid that the Grand Minister might use the Master's authority to order him to commit ritual suicide. Several times he attempted to regroup the fleeing forces, but each time they were crushed again by the allied forces of the Immortal Realm. Forced to flee while watching helplessly as his disciples were slaughtered by the enemy, leaving corpses scattered all over the ground. After repeated failures in consolidating his forces, now only a few thousand troops remained around him, mostly composed of divine envoys, assistant envoys, and some squad commanders. At this moment, he could only hope to escape into Xiuxian City as soon as possible to reunite with Zhu Yaotianhuang. As for how many disciples managed to escape, that was no longer in his considerations. Meanwhile, Zhu Shitianhuang was fleeing for his life. On the other side, Zhu Yaotianhuang also found himself locked in a desperate battle. Although receiving reinforcements of 100,000 troops from the minister's forces, temporarily bringing his total disciple strength back to 400,000. It cost him over 150,000 casualties to inflict roughly 100,000 losses on the enemy. Yet now those cunning enemies no longer launched frontal assaults, instead remaining outside the city walls and continuously bombarding the defenses with long-range attacks. Various magical spells and sword beams crisscrossed above the city walls, colliding with the defensive attacks of the Zhuoxinjiao in explosive bursts that echoed throughout Xiuxian City. Occasionally, disciples of the Zhuoxinjiao were turned into bloody mist and ashes by the explosions. Scattered human organs flew across both sides of the walls, while the allied forces of the Immortal Realm maneuvered freely outside the city, skillfully evading attacks and minimizing their losses. Seeing large groups of disciples being killed one after another, Zhu Yaotianhuang attempted several times to lead counterattacks beyond the city walls to confront the allied forces head-on. However, every time Lei Zhenxiao skillfully commanded his forces to retreat when attacked and retaliate when the enemy defended, provoking Zhu Yaotianhuang's fury without any means to retaliate. He had considered abandoning the city defenses and withdrawing all forces into the city for a street-to-street battle against the allied forces. However, he lacked confidence in holding out for long in such close-quarter combat. Additionally, along with the arrival of the 100,000 reinforcements came strict orders from the minister Yunxia Immortal insisting that he must hold the city walls at all costs. At this moment, he had already received a message from his younger brother Zhu Shitianhuang, informing him of Zhu Shitianhuang's devastating defeat and the collapse of his defenses, and requesting immediate reinforcement towards Xiuxian City, where enemy forces of the allied forces were still in hot pursuit behind them. Chapter 366, Yunxia Immortal's surprise attack. Go Yaotianhuang had already given up hope of holding Xiuxian City. Now he was thinking only about how long he could hold out here. With the crushing defeat of his younger brother Go Shitianhuang, he himself would now face encirclement. Surrounded by 2 enemy forces, how long could he resist? Moreover, he knew clearly that he would receive no reinforcements from Pu Xiang. He had already learned about Pu Xiang's plan to strike into the continent's interior. Although he hoped that Pu Xiang's actions might divert the enemy troops surrounding him, he could only wonder if those troops would withdraw, and whether he could endure until Pu Xiang launched his offensive. He had no confidence in this. Looking out at the allied forces surrounding the city, his eyes were filled with worry. He didn't know how to delay long enough until Pu Xiang achieved success in his surprise attack. After assembling his troops, Pu Xiang Yunxia Immortal decided to personally lead this surprise operation. He would command an army of 500,000 directly for this assault. In addition, he placed 200,000 reserve troops under the command of Mo Xuanhuan, a general he trusted. He strictly ordered Mo Xuanhuan to march toward the Lingshan base of the Continental Allied forces on the 3rd day after his departure. The nominal commander of the island's defense was the sect leader, but actual command was given to his trusted disciple, the divine messenger Jing Bianxilang. After arranging everything accordingly, Liangche Erden led 500,000 fanatical cultists toward Lingshan on the continent. Before setting off, he had dispatched a vanguard force of 10,000 cultivators at the Deluo Jinxian stage. This unit slaughtered every cultivator and high-level beast they encountered along the way, ensuring not even a single whisper of intelligence could leak out and alert the enemy alliance. In a short time, wherever the Chrysanthemum Sect's army passed, heads rolled and rivers of blood flowed. Their ruthless cleansing operations were carried out with strict discipline and proved extremely effective in concealing battlefield intelligence. The massive army of 500,000 was able to advance deep into the area within 50 li of the Lingshan base without detection. Therefore, this surprise attack by Liangche Erden had already been more than halfway successful. For a powerful army of cultivators, 50 li was extremely close, mere breaths from a charge. Liangche Erden extended his divine consciousness toward the Lingshan base of the allied forces, but it was blocked by the protective barrier formed by a formation array. At the same time, the guards responsible for monitoring the Lingshan base formation array detected this malevolent divine awareness and immediately became alert. This was also where Liangche Erden grew slightly complacent. He felt somewhat proud that his entire march across such a great distance remained undetected. If he had charged forward directly without hesitation, he definitely could have struck the alliance completely by surprise. It was even possible the base could be taken in the first assault. However, his redundant use of divine awareness alerted the base's defenders. The highest commander at the Lingshan base was Nan Gongqiang, the sect leader of the Tianji Palace, whose sect was naturally skilled in formations and prophecy. Upon receiving the alarm, he immediately issued orders to activate all the defensive formations at the base and sent out an alert to everyone inside the base. As there was no specific intelligence, he cautiously issued an alert warning instead of a combat alarm. These two decisions ultimately saved the Lingshan base. When Liangche Erden saw the glow of the activated defensive formations, he knew the enemy had sensed something amiss. He immediately gave the order for a full assault. The first echelon of the attack force consisted of 10,000 Deluo Jinxian stage fanatics personally commanded by Liangche Erden, supported by 40,000 mixed stage disciples, launching a sudden attack on the Lingshan base of the allied forces. Instantly, countless spells, sword lights, and various colored glows emitted by Zhengqi filled the sky from 50 li away as the attack began. Nan Gongqiang had already arrived at the command center of the base, also the core hub of the defensive array, and soon detected the enormous fluctuations in spiritual energy caused by the revealed enemy forces. He immediately ordered the combat alarm sounded and commanded all personnel at the base to prepare for battle. The 30,000 trainees who were in training immediately formed into defensive formations. The base's alert forces quickly took up their positions, ready to face the enemy's attack. Within Nan Gongqiang's mind's eye, he saw the massive enemy army, and a cold breath was drawn. Damn it! How could so many enemy troops approach the base before the outer perimeter guards even detected them? Yet what he did not yet know was that the guards assigned by the alliance were only at the Jinxian level. Under the attack of the Deluo Jinxian vanguard of the Chrysanthemum Sect, they were unable to even send out a distress signal. It was truly unfair to blame them. Now, cursing would serve no purpose. What mattered was how to repel the enemy's surprise attack. Nan Gongqiang began issuing combat orders to the training commanders of the recruits. He divided the 300,000 trainees into 6 divisions, each of 50,000, and arranged them into 6 echelons, using the base's formation array to launch a counterattack against the surprise attackers of the Chrysanthemum Sect. Jiang Tianlong, you lead recruit squads 1 through 5, a total of 50,000 troops, as the first echelon. Assist the defending forces in launching a counterattack against the Chrysanthemum Sect. Zhang Zhuiwei, you command squads 6 through 10, another 50,000 troops, as the second echelon. Prepare for assault and be ready to replace the first echelon at any moment. Tian Jiwen, you take squads 11 through 15, also 50,000 strong, as the third echelon. Prepare for battle. Yu Zhigua, lead squads 16 through 20, 50,000 in total, as the fourth echelon. Prepare for attack. Xie Dongsheng, you lead squads 21 through 25, another 50,000, as the fifth echelon. Stand ready for assault. Lu Yiming, you command squads 26 through 30, 50,000 as the sixth echelon. Prepare yourself for battle. Listen up, everyone. Follow the current order of numbering. Once the front squad is wiped out, the next one moves in immediately. I command you, no retreat under any circumstances. Anyone who disobeys this order will be executed. Yes. The 6 recruit commanders shouted in unison. Move out to your positions immediately. At Nan Gongqiang's command, the 6 commanders quickly dashed to their assigned battle stations, beginning the counteroffensive against the Chrysanthemum Sect. As Nan Gongqiang was issuing battle orders to his commanders, the Chrysanthemum Sect's first massive assault had already slammed into the base's protective barrier. The shield was strong enough to successfully withstand the bombardment from 50,000 Chrysanthemum Sect troops. Various spells and sword chi struck the barrier, erupting into huge bursts of fireworks across its surface, sending ripples through the defense array. The deep blue barrier visibly dimmed. However, as formation masters stationed at key positions within the array infused their immortal energy into the defensive formation, the barrier, which had started to turn transparent, regained its deep blue color. Everything returned to normal, much to Liangche Erden's dismay. Seeing that the first wave of attacks had failed, he gave a wave of his hand, immediately launching the second wave toward the Lingshan base. Chapter 367 Go Yaoshan Wang's Breakthrough. Nan Gong Chaoyang knew a fierce battle was unavoidable. After arranging the base's defenses, he immediately sent a distress signal to Yi Qinxing, reporting the enemy attack and the troop deployment of the chrysanthemum cult. At the same time, he suggested to Yi Qinxing that precautions must be taken against the enemy's strategy of attacking a point and annihilating the reinforcements. He recommended that the allied forces be mobilized again to increase their numbers, while strengthening internal defenses within the immortal realm to prevent another surprise attack. When Yi Qinxing received Nan Gong Chaoyang's report about the surprise attack on the Xiuxian base, he also felt shocked and troubled. At present, he had very few troops at his disposal. The last 180,000 elite troops had already been sent to reinforce the island assault forces in the external sea. The only available forces in the alliance were 200,000 newly trained recruits stationed in the Xiuxian garrison for only a few days. Although the attack on the external sea islands was progressing smoothly, particularly with the Eastern Attack Unit led by Patriarch Long achieving decisive results, there had also been heavy losses. The forces were now conducting a joint assault on the remaining chrysanthemum cult defenders in Xikang City, together with Lei Zhenxiao. Yi Qinxing analyzed that the chrysanthemum cult surprise attack this time was likely an attempt to draw their forces back from the islands by attacking the mainland base. The Xiuxian base had 300,000 trainees, plus a defending force of 30,000. Relying on the defensive array within the base, they should be able to hold out for a few days. Certainly, they had to dispatch reinforcements, but from where, how many, and which units to pull? This all required careful deliberation. After considering for a long time, Yi Qinxing decided to recall his elite troops, sending the 180,000-strong elite force back as the reserve. Now only a bit more than 160,000 remained. They would all withdraw. The battle on the external sea island would now be jointly completed by the forces of Patriarch Long and Lei Zhenxiao, who had already forced both Go Yaoshenwang and Guo Shishanwang into Xikang City and established a siege. Those two were already as good as dead. Only the prevention of their escape was necessary. To ensure caution and prevent the chrysanthemum cult's encirclement strategy of targeting points and annihilating the rescue, the 180,000 elite forces, led by elders Ouyang Feng and Li Xiuxian from the Unqi Immortal Sect, would first go to the Xiujiang garrison base to join the 200,000 recruits before heading together to reinforce the Xiuxian base. This reinforcement force totaling 360,000 soldiers would be personally led by Yi Qinxing himself to confront the enemy in decisive battle against Nulong Cheerdan. Although there were as many as 500,000 new recruits on their side, it didn't mean the combat effectiveness was weak. Though their cultivation levels weren't bad, they lacked battlefield training and team coordination. These required time to hone, but could be rapidly improved through actual combat, although the initial casualties might be significant. However, with the guidance of the 160,000 experienced elite troops, he believed these new recruits would quickly grow. These more than 160,000 elite troops were hand-picked survivors of several major battles. Their movements were extremely quick. Within only 3 short hours of receiving orders, they had arrived at the Xiujiang garrison base. Meanwhile, Go Yaoshenwang also noticed that the number of enemy troops had decreased, and he knew immediately that the surprise attack led by Puxiang must have been successful. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't be recalling troops from the front lines. At this moment, he felt the conditions were favorable for them to break through. After discussing with his younger brother Go Shishanwang, they decided to abandon Xikang City and retreat to their main island. Unfortunately, as soon as their forces began mobilizing, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao immediately detected their intentions. After analyzing their likely direction of escape, Long Zongyuan immediately and secretly dispatched a force of 100,000 troops, dividing them into 2 units and lying in ambush in the southern waters near the main island of the chrysanthemum cult. Silently, they waited for Go Yaoshenwang's group to fall into their trap. After finalizing the plan, Go Yaoshenwang and Go Shishanwang began discreetly withdrawing their defensive troops from all 4 city walls in small groups into the city center. To deceive both the city defenders and the enemy outside the walls, the two adopted a strategy of multiple small-scale troop movements, even exchanging garrisons among the different walls, gradually assembling the troops in the southern part of the city. They divided their forces into 3 fortified positions, totaling about 300,000 troops, while the remaining garrison forces on the 4 walls combined were only about 150,000. This was all the force they now had stationed in Xikang City. Originally commanding a force of 900,000 troops, the 2 brothers now had only a meager 350,000 left, a fact that stirred deep sorrow in their hearts. Both began to feel anxious about their own safety. Even if they managed to break through the encirclement, they would still face the inevitable reckoning from the chief minister Nulong Cheerdan. Yet, holding their ground here meant they would certainly be slaughtered by the allied forces, an outcome neither of the brothers was willing to accept. They wanted to survive, so their first priority was to fight their way out. After thoroughly considering the implications, Go Yaoshenwang said to his younger brother Go Shishanwang, "You personally lead 100,000 followers, and I will lead another 100,000 followers. Then let Shanban Yilang lead the first 100,000 vanguard troops to charge the enemy's defenses. You follow closely behind Shanban Yilang to push forward, while I will command 100,000 to cover our rear, and together, we must break through in one powerful surge." "Brother, what about the other disciples guarding the city walls? What should we do with them? Should we inform them to retreat when you leave?" Go Shishanwang asked Go Yaoshenwang. "Fool, what are we supposed to inform them for? If they also retreat, who will cover our rear, who will hold back the enemy? As long as they remain on the walls, Only a small portion of our pursuers will come after us. If you alert them to retreat, do you want all the enemies to intercept us? Go Xiuxian shouted angrily at Go Shishan. Stop with your worthless mercy. We're still inside the encirclement. If you become soft-hearted now, it will be our end soon enough. After being scolded by Go Xiuxian, Go Shishan dared not talk back. He merely muttered under his breath, but resentment lingered in his heart. In his view, escaping with more troops was the only way to guarantee their safety. Ignoring Go Shishan discontent, Go Xiuxian focused on what mattered most now, breaking out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Delaying further would only lead to their forces being gradually worn down by the enemy. Haven't you moved yet? Are you planning to wait here to die? Seeing Go Shishan still motionless, Go Xiuxian shouted furiously. Go Shishan shot his elder brother a glare, then turned and walked toward his assigned camp with his personal guards, needing to wait until Shanban Yilang breached the encirclement before advancing with his unit. Thinking back to just days ago when he commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, now reduced to commanding only 100,000 for the breakout, he wasn't even sure if he could survive what was to come. After receiving signals that Shanban Yilang and Go Shishan had taken their positions, Go Xiuxian immediately issued the command for the breakout operation. Shanban Yilang sent forth the vanguard unit of his main force, opening the southern city gate and launching a desperate charge at the allied forces outside the city walls. The southern section of the city wall was commanded by Zhengqi Immortal, the commanding officer of the Fire Cloud Cave Sect. Zhengqi had a fiery temper and a straightforward nature. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates that the city gate of Xikang had opened and that a large number of enemies were rushing out, he immediately realized that the enemy was at their wits' end and attempting a last-ditch breakout. Chapter 368, Breakout Battle. The commander immediately deployed troops for an encirclement and suppression operation. After issuing the attack orders, he reported the sudden situation to the two commanders, Lei Zhenxiao and Long Zongyuan. Upon receiving the battle report sent by Master Shernyan, Lei Zhenxiao and Long Zongyuan exchanged a glance, understanding at once that the enemy's breakout attempt had already begun. They promptly redeployed portions of the forces stationed along the eastern and western walls for reinforcement, and pulled some units from the northern attacking forces to fill the vacancies left along the eastern and western walls, maintaining the encirclement of Xikang City. At the same time, they issued new attack orders to the forces attacking from the east, north, and west, preventing the city defenders from fleeing along the walls. If the city walls could be successfully breached, it would also allow for a powerful strike against the escaping enemy, creating a two-pronged pincer movement. The fiercest battle since the Allies' counterattack erupted at the southern city gate. One side fought for survival and escape. The other aimed to seal the gate shut and annihilate the enemy. Brave warriors. Only by charging forward can we survive. Otherwise, we die. Kill them all. At the roaring command of Kemomoto Ichiro, the disciples of the Chrysanthemum cult erupted with greater fighting spirit than usual. As they saw the door to survival about to be slammed shut, the cultists unleashed a sky-shaking momentum. Anyone blocking the path of escape became an enemy deserving death. The instinct to survive awakened their cruel and merciless nature. Under the desperate commands of several underlings eager to escape, the cult quickly reorganized suicide squads and death-ting units to launch a final charge. Interestingly, although this kind of suicidal kufug and death-ting might not achieve the desired effects on a larger battlefield, they proved highly effective against the relatively thin defensive formation of the Allied forces. After successive waves of suicide tunkings, the Allied defensive formation was blown open with a gap not very wide, but once such a gap formed, it became hard to seal. The Chrysanthemum cult paid a heavy price. Over 5,000 volunteers died, but they inflicted at least 15,000 casualties on the Allied forces and blew open a breach 50 meters wide in the encirclement. Seeing the breach formed, Kemomoto Ichiro quickly ordered a 10,000-strong force to split into two groups and charge toward both sides of the breach, aiming to widen and secure the opening. Kemomoto's tactical ability was indeed strong. He grasped this valuable opportunity and, through his efforts, rapidly expanded the opening into a huge gap over 100 meters wide. Upon seeing the break widened and secured, he immediately dispatched two more regiments of 10,000 each to firmly defend both sides of the breach, preventing the Allies from closing it again. Driven by the desperation of survival, the Chrysanthemum cult warriors fiercely pressed forward. Under their onslaught, the Allied forces commanded by Master Shernyan were gradually pushed back. The main reason was that these Allied troops had encountered this kind of reckless, suicidal tactic from the Chrysanthemum cult for the first time. This death-defying attack style threw the Allies into confusion, and they were deeply shocked by the cult's disregard for human life in their combat tactics. After seeing his men firmly hold the escape breach, Kemomoto Ichiro immediately sent a signal to Go Shishan and Go Xiuxian stating that the breach was open and escape was possible, and personally led his entourage charging out. Upon receiving Kemomoto Ichiro's signal, Go Shishan began leading his own forces toward the city gate in accordance with the breakout plan. Meanwhile, Go Xiuxian, upon receiving the same signal, immediately began organizing his forces to converge on the gate while simultaneously maintaining vigilance and closely observing the defensive situations on the other three walls. Meanwhile, the defenders on the other three walls had no idea they had been abandoned and mistakenly believed that the enemy was merely attacking one section of the wall. Soon, all three other walls were hit by intense attacks from the Immortal Alliance's forces. The city defenders immediately launched fierce counterattacks. Observing the lack of progress in the offensive, Xuanhuan came up with a psychological tactic. He summoned several squad commanders and instructed them to shout the news across the walls that Xiuxian and his forces had abandoned the wall defenders and fled, aimed at demoralizing the enemy. The strategy worked remarkably well. Initially, the defenders scoffed at these claims from the enemy's loudspeakers. However, after the time it took to brew a pot of tea passed without any reinforcements arriving from the rear, suspicions started to creep into their minds. The battle raged on intensely, and casualties continued to rise. But no reinforcements came from the rear. Those sent back for tactical guidance never returned. This strange situation made the defenders' suspicions increasingly real. Some began to subtly shift their positions, slowly inching their way down from the walls. When no one was watching, they quietly fled back into the city. Though they tried to be careful and secretive about it, it was impossible to go unnoticed by everyone. Once one did it, others soon followed. This was the most dangerous domino effect within any army. Once someone took the first step, chaos would inevitably ensue. From scattered desertions, it became entire squads retreating together, which soon evolved into full battalions fleeing in retreat. Soon even the lieutenants on the city walls could no longer suppress the fleeing disciples. Even after executing more than 10 of them on the spot, they failed to stop the tide of retreat. As more city defenders fled from the walls, the attacking allied soldiers keenly sensed a significant reduction in resistance. Realizing the number of defenders atop the walls was decreasing, the attackers' morale began to rise. The frontline commander seized this favorable opportunity and ordered the psychological warfare personnel to shout even harder. Defenders on the wall, aren't you running yet? Your divine envoys and lieutenants have already fled. Why are you still risking your life for them? Surrender. You've been abandoned. Surrender. You've been abandoned. Surrender. 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 Many of the attacking soldiers also joined in the cries, and soon it merged into a single word, surrender. The disciples on the wall saw their companions growing fewer and fewer. Even some of the lieutenants had already disappeared. They had truly been abandoned. In that moment, they didn't know what to do, and instinctively kept casting spells and swinging their weapons toward the ground below. Their attack speed naturally slowed, and both their strength and accuracy began to decline. The allied forces outside the walls seized this advantageous opportunity once again. Launching a sudden assault, they quickly advanced to the city wall, becoming the final straw that crushed the defenders' morale. The western city wall was the first to be breached by the allied forces. This direction was personally commanded by Lei Zhenxiao. With the breach in the wall, disciples of the chrysanthemum cult began retreating toward the city center like a tidal wave. Xuanhuan, who was still in the city anxiously waiting for Xiuxian to send the signal for retreat, was waiting impatiently for news of the first 2 units' withdrawal. Just as he grew restless, he started seeing messengers sent back by the defenders on the 3 walls requesting tactical instructions. To avoid revealing the breakout plan, he ordered his personal guards to detain all the messengers. Time passed slowly in anxiety. As he waited restlessly, disciples fleeing from the 3 walls began increasing in numbers, going from scattered individuals to larger groups. At first, when they captured a few isolated fleeing disciples, he had ordered them executed. Chapter 369, Breakthrough. As more and more fleeing cultists returned, it became impossible to execute them all. Xiuxian had no choice but to issue orders to concentrate and detain them, assigning officers to reorganize these troops into a rearguard unit. Just when he received the long-awaited retreat signal from his younger brother Xiuxian, the tension in his heart finally eased slightly. From the signal sent by Xiuxian, he knew that the breakthrough in the front had been relatively successful. He also understood that if hundreds of thousands of troops surged forward all at once during the breakout, they would get jammed in the narrow escape corridor. Without even needing the enemy to attack, internal chaos could easily lead to catastrophic infighting. Now that it was finally his turn to evacuate, he immediately issued the withdrawal order and personally led 10,000 of his elite troops heading straight toward the city gate. Suddenly, deafening shouts, intense explosions, and horrifying screams of dying people erupted from the western wall. The sounds were rapidly approaching the city center. Without thinking, he knew the western wall must have been breached by the enemy. Although he deeply desired to flee immediately and escape as fast as he could, he also understood that if the enemy advancing through the west were not slowed down, their forces would be attacked from behind and eventually be surrounded on 3 sides, along with the enemies outside the southern city gate, making his own survival uncertain. They absolutely could not give the enemy the chance for a 3-sided pincer attack. It was now time for a desperate measure, sacrificing the tail to preserve the body. Immediately, Xiuxian issued an order to Yunyan Tingtao, his aide. Yunyan, you are hereby ordered to immediately take your men and also gather those retreating Malsa soldiers, advancing 1,000 meters westward to establish a defensive line, buying time for our main forces' retreat. Your Honor, how long must I hold out? Yunyan Tingtao, realizing he was being assigned for rearguard duty, immediately frowned but dared not refuse because of the strict hierarchy. He simply asked for the duration required. Xiuxian paused for a moment, furrowed his brows, and told Yunyan Tingtao, you must hold out for 2 xiuxian. Once that time passes, immediately follow the retreat route we took toward the main island. If you retreat prematurely, don't bother returning, commit seppuku yourself. Additionally, your family will come down to join you. Yes, my lord, I shall hold my position until the specified time. Yunyan Tingtao stiffened upon hearing Xiuxian's words, no longer daring to haggle. He loudly answered, grimaced, and turned to reorganize and take command of the returning cultists. After Yunyan Tingtao left, Zhu Yaoshenhuang immediately summoned another aide and ordered him to take a squad to monitor Inuyan Tingtao. If any abnormalities were detected, he was to execute him immediately and assume command of his troops. After these arrangements were properly taken care of, Zhu Yaoshenhuang couldn't wait to charge toward the southern gate at the head of his elite troops. What he did not know was that this escape wouldn't be so easy. Though he had cleverly managed to distract a large portion of the Immortal Army forces to the other three sides of the city walls, the allied commanders, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao, had long figured out his plan. Massive reinforcements were swiftly approaching, and right now Zhu Shixinhuang was already locked in a fierce battle at the gap of the encirclement with the enemy reinforcements coming from the west and east. The death toll was rapidly rising, and neither side was giving any slack. As the reinforcements arrived, the conflict intensified into a fever pitch. Frenzied, self-destructive explosions among the cultivators of both sides followed one after another, leaving corpses covering the ground in thick layers. Zhu Shixinhuang had originally believed that seeing the opening in the enemy's encirclement meant a safe escape awaited, but the allied forces refused to let them go, desperately trying to reclaim the opening and reseal it. The battle for the breakthrough became ferociously intense. As the opening was about to be sealed shut, Zhu Shixinhuang grew frantic and immediately led his personal troops to personally join the fray, sparing no effort in regaining and stabilizing control over the gap. At this moment, the gap had already shrunk to merely 50 meters wide. 50 meters in width, the narrow passage became an execution corridor where enemy attacks from both sides, spells, sword chi, and various immortal artifacts, freely rained in, mercilessly striking down the followers of the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. The passage had become a dazzling, spell-saturated tunnel of death. Even those sect disciples of early Tai Golden Immortal Realm, once entering this corridor, would instantly explode into sprays of blood mist before being utterly incinerated by the waves of fire magic, leaving not a speck of residue. Realizing this couldn't continue, Zhu Shixinhuang understood that unless the escape gap was further widened, even if these troops managed to escape, the survival rate would be extremely low, a self-destructive procession of heads being offered up to the allied forces. Gritting his teeth, he quickly deployed his personal troops along with an emergency assigned 200,000 Deluo Jin Xian-level disciples to launch a fierce attack on both flanks of the opening. At this moment, Zhu Shixinhuang had been driven into a bloodthirsty rage, throwing every soldier he brought, without hesitation, into the brutal struggle to widen the breakthrough. Wave after wave of sect disciples fell and rose. Even Deluo Jin Xian-level disciples rarely survived more than 3 volleys before being blown apart in fiery bursts. The cultivators of the allied forces on the Immortal Army side faced the same dire situation. After only a few rounds of mutual bombardment, both sides had to rotate in fresh troops. Mangled immortal artifacts and shattered immortal armor piled up in thick layers on both sides of the gap. The battle had become extremely brutal. Zhu Shixinhuang observed his own forces rapidly depleting with minimal results. Thanks to his personal efforts, the gap had widened from about 50 meters to 70 meters, but this had come at the cost of over 20,000 elite disciples' lives. Of his original 100,000 disciples, less than 50,000 had managed to break through, suffering a loss of more than 30,000. Behind him, barely over 10,000 remained. He could still not see his older brother Zhu Yaoshenhuang anywhere. Helplessly, he decided to leave behind the remaining 10,000 disciples to hold the gap, preventing the allied forces from sealing it shut. At the same time, he took out a communication jade talisman and began urging Zhu Yaoshenhuang to accelerate his retreat. Upon receiving Zhu Shixinhuang's urgent message, Zhu Yaoshenhuang quickened his pace of retreat. Still maintaining his sense of priorities, while speeding up his own escape, he issued rapid retreat orders to the rear forces as well. He needed those remaining troops to ensure his safe passage and maintain influence for himself in the aftermath. Just as Zhu Shixinhuang's final group of more than 10,000 troops, already pushed to their limits at the slaughter-filled gap, neared complete collapse, the first wave of retreating forces led by Zhu Yaoshenhuang finally came into his view. He quickly moved forward to meet and join forces with Zhu Yaoshenhuang. Seeing the extreme carnage of this battle and noting how difficult it was for Zhu Shixinhuang's forces to maintain their position, Zhu Yaoshenhuang immediately issued orders to dispatch 10,000 reinforcements to each flank of the breach, stabilizing the slowly collapsing front line. After issuing these orders, he directly rushed forward with Zhu Shixinhuang. As for how many of the remaining troops could successfully escape, they could only hope for fortune's favor. What he did not realize was that Inuyan Tingtao, whom he had assumed had already escaped, was currently also locked in bitter combat. The allied forces had already lain in ambush outside. Just when those Chrysanthemum Divine Sect disciples had begun to feel relieved and let their guards down, believing they had successfully escaped death, a large portion of the allied forces suddenly launched an ambush from both sides. The sect disciples became completely panic-stricken, devoid of any fighting will, only running forward desperately like startled birds. Chapter 370, Stray Dogs. Koinidi Itachiyo still tried to organize his followers to launch a counterattack, but after a while, he had managed to gather only about 20,000 men. Originally, he had led a force of 100,000 in the charge, along with several tens of thousands of city defenders who fled southward with him. Although they had lost over 30,000 in total, he still had about 112,000 remaining. Now only 20,000 had gathered around him. He knew it was all over. After hastily sending a warning message to Gyao Tianwang, Koinidi Itachiyo led the 20,000 followers and fled in the direction of the main island, trailing behind the retreating cultists. At this moment, the ambush forces of the allied armies launched a pursuit operation. They relentlessly chased the fleeing followers of the Chrysanthemum God cult, continuing to hunt them down. This was a battle going entirely their way. Many enemy kills, few casualties of their own. Only those cultists who believed escape was impossible would turn around to fight desperately, and even initiate suicide attacks again. As soon as they heard those charging cultists shouting, Shinpu, Divine Wind, the allied army would immediately launch concentrated ranged attacks spontaneously, whether it be spells or sword energy, whichever was the fastest to strike was used. These followers of the Chrysanthemum God cult, screaming Shinpu, were killed while still charging. After Koinidi Itachio's forces scattered into a long corridor of corpses, he finally managed to escape hundreds of miles away. The allied armies of Immortal Realm ceased further pursuit and turned back to set up ambushes against the remaining Chrysanthemum God cultists. Upon receiving the warning message from Koinidi Itachio, Guiyao Tianhuang understood there were still ambush units ahead, but at this moment, he had no other paths to take. He could do nothing but grit his teeth and push forward. Luckily, Koinidi Itachio had already informed him so that he wouldn't be caught off guard by the ambush. Now prepared, the casualties would be much fewer. Knowing there were ambush forces ahead, he immediately ordered a temporary halt at the current location, preparing to regroup with more cultists first before attempting to charge through the blocking ambush forces ahead. A quarter of an hour later, he saw that the forces he had gathered had reached 50,000. No longer daring to wait any longer, fearing another encirclement by the allied army, with no geographical defenses to protect them on the open sea, where they could be easily eliminated entirely. He quickly regrouped the 50,000 followers. After restoring the formation, he ordered Xiuxian to lead 20,000 as the vanguard, while he personally led another 20,000 advancing behind, with 10,000 left to guard the rear. The entire army, 50,000 strong, was divided into 3 echelons, swiftly flying toward the main island. The commander of the allied army's ambush forces was Elder Ding Li of the Flying Swallow Hall, while the deputy commanders were Elder Zhangqi Sect of the Purple Cloud Sect and Elder Gu Tianyu of the Spirit Beast Sect. Just now, in the ambush against the first wave of enemy, the allied army achieved a great victory, killing over 80,000 enemies and seizing innumerable spoils. After deciding not to pursue further, they turned to prepare for another ambush on subsequent enemy forces. At this time, the troops that had finished assembling for the ambush still numbered about 80,000. When the sentries sent in reconnaissance reports stating that the escaping enemies had become aware and were now advancing quickly in 3 echelons. Ding Li understood that since the enemy was now prepared, a full ambush was impossible. He swiftly switched tactics, ordering immediately, Elder Zhan, you lead 20,000 from the left wing and advance to attack the enemy head-on. Elder Gu, you also lead 20,000 from the right wing and attack the enemy head-on. I will personally lead over 40,000 forces from the front to launch an attack. Our 3 units will form a triangular formation to completely surround the enemy. We must not let them escape. At the same time, I will inform Master Xiuxian of the Fire Cloud Cave and ask him to send reinforcements. The situation is urgent. Attack! Attack! Elder Zhang and Elder Gu listened to Ding Li's orders, roared in agreement, saluted respectfully, and went off to organize their units to head toward the assigned positions. After sending Zhangqi and Gu Tianyu ahead by several minutes, Ding Li divided his force of 40,000 into 2 echelons, 20,000 in the front, and a bit more than 20,000 as the reserve. He too charged toward the direction from which Guiyao Tianhuang and his forces had come. Ding Li's 40,000 formed the base of a half-encircling formation, expected to bear the concentrated assault of the Chrysanthemum God cult. The first echelon's commander was the female Elder Liang Ting from the same Flying Swallow Hall. A rare female elder of late great golden immortal cultivation level. She was known for her fiery temper and warlike personality. This was exactly why Ding Li had placed her on the front lines. He himself would personally lead over 20,000 soldiers as the strategic reserve, ready to eliminate the remnants of the Chrysanthemum God cult right here. Scarcely had he finished deploying when he quickly encountered the 2,000 followers led by Xiuxian, who had just escaped. Immediately, both sides unleashed their maximum combat strength. To the Chrysanthemum God cultists, the allied army of the Immortal Realm blocking their way home was now their greatest enemy. Brave warriors, charge forward, break through. If we don't break through, we all will die here today. Brothers, charge, kill them all. Seeing the tightly formed allied army array ahead, Xiuxian's eyes were filled with fear, yet he began rallying the followers for survival. Meanwhile, he secretly slowed down his flight speed, deliberately positioning himself at the rear, letting these cultists bear the enemy's first wave of attack first. A dazzling array of spells and sword energies illuminated the skies above the entire sea region, with explosions and screams ringing out one after another. Heads, limbs, shattered and intact immortal artifacts, and storage rings rained down toward the sea surface. In this narrow encounter, only the brave prevailed. Both sides at this moment focused solely on killing each other. Though both forces numbered 20,000, the Chrysanthemum God cultists now unleashed an extraordinary combat strength, blasting 3 massive breaches in the allied army's defensive line. Witnessing this, Elder Liang Ting became furious and personally led her personal guards charging toward the largest of the breaches. In an instant, those ferocious Chrysanthemum God cultists were cut down in droves. Alongside her elite guards who fought desperately, the immense offensive power quickly eliminated all the Chrysanthemum God cultists that had rushed through the breach. In less than 10 minutes of intense combat, Both sides had already suffered losses of over half their forces. Just when Xiuxian felt despair, the 20,000 led by Xiuxian arrived in time, without even pausing for communication. Xiuxian immediately ordered his 20,000 troops to advance across the entire front line. All warriors ranked deputy leaders and above, come forth to the front line. This is the decisive battle for life and death. This is the moment. After speaking, Xiuxian bowed deeply to the cultists who followed behind him. Then he activated the defensive formations on his immortal armor and charged forward together with Xiuxian. The divine messengers, deputy leaders, and elite followers of great golden immortal cultivation level who had escaped with Xiuxian now launched a desperate chingfeng behind the two brothers. Seeing the enemy's large force launching a suicidal assault, the units commanded by Elder Zhan and Elder Gu on both flanks also started compressing inward to attack. Observing the enemy's attacking strength and their breakthrough speed, Dingli immediately realized these were the enemy's true elite forces, their commanders. He understood the enemy had now begun to fight to the death, and that he himself was about to face a real test. Chapter 371 The Death of Go Shixinwang. Master Liang, suppress the enemy's arrogance. Be sure to stop them. You'll receive reinforcements of 15,000 soldiers shortly. After giving orders to Liang Ting, Dingli immediately mobilized 15,000 troops from the rear to reinforce her. He kept only about 7,000 soldiers as the final reserve force, ready for unexpected situations. Master Zhan, Master Gu, except for leaving 5,000 each for emergency, deploy your full forces and eliminate the enemies. Dingli issued the general offensive orders consecutively to Zhan Xinchun and Gu Tianyu on both sides. Very soon, the less than 30,000 troops led by Goyao Tianhuang were completely surrounded in the center. As for the more than 10,000 Zhenghua Divine Sect followers behind, they were handled by the combined 10,000 troops reserved by Master Zhan's forces, whose task was simply to hold them back. As the three units began to attack in unison, Goyao Tianhuang and his troops were surrounded once again, and terror and panic also appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Liang Ting had already found Go Shixinwang, who was clearly the leader in the chaos. Upon their encounter, a life-and-death battle erupted immediately, with both regarding the other as their greatest enemy. Liang Ting had been troubled by nearly losing the defensive line earlier and was determined to kill the person in front of her. Meanwhile, Go Shixinwang understood that if he wanted to escape alive today, he must kill this attractive woman before him. With no sentimentality now, he poured all his strongest attacks onto the woman in front of him. During the fierce exchange of blows, Go Shixinwang gradually started to falter. Come quickly and help me stop this woman. This woman is insane. Go Shixinwang shouted to the several lieutenants who were fighting nearby. Cultivators who had reached the Deluo Jinxian stage and served as lieutenants weren't fools. Seeing Go Shixinwang being brutally beaten by that she-devil, they dared not go near to support him, instinctively beginning to avoid the area. Seeing their refusal to help and instead keeping away from him like he was a plague, Go Shixinwang became furious and was immediately forced to fully concentrate on Liang Ting's attacks again. As the saying goes, prolonged defense will eventually fail. Half an incense after enduring relentless attacks, Go Shixinwang's immortal armor had been shattered, losing its protective ability, and countless wounds, big and small, covered his body. He had become a blood-soaked figure. His aura had also weakened greatly. In contrast, Liang Ting grew even more vigorous in battle, starting to use all her trump cards without holding back. Seizing this moment of overwhelming advantage, she took the chance during Go Shixinwang's evasion and threw out a high-level talisman, the Xian Lion Talisman, Purple Flame Inferno Talisman. When Go Shixinwang realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The giant fireball formed by the Xian Lion Talisman had already made intimate contact with him. A loud explosion rang out, and a mushroom cloud with a diameter of 1 zhang rose from the battlefield, carrying with it Go Shixinwang's soul and body fragments into the sky. Suddenly, an indescribable sharp pain surged in Xiuxian's heart. Then he saw the rising mushroom cloud, and sensed Go Shixinwang's aura vanishing. His eyes immediately turned red. He had already lost his younger brother to the enemies, and he wanted revenge. However, the allied clan elder fighting against him was no pushover. He could only wildly launch attacks, attempting to kill the enemy before him. As more and more allied soldiers surged in, the Zhenghua Divine Sect's disciples had become the target of 2 or even 3 attackers each. In particular, those divine emissaries and lieutenants were being attacked by groups of 3 or more allied soldiers. Xiuxian sensed the rapid disappearance of his emissaries and lieutenants' auras, and realized that unless they fought desperately now, they would be wiped out entirely. He used spiritual perception to transmit orders to several lieutenants, instructing them to quickly organize a team of disciples to launch a suicidal attack on the enemy line, creating a passage for their escape. Fortunately, at this time the lieutenants still followed his orders resolutely. While defending against the allied attacks, he began mobilizing the surviving emissaries and lieutenants to gather around him, preparing to break out of the encirclement once the passage was cleared. Only an organization like the Zhenghua Divine Sect could quickly assemble a suicide attack squad of several hundred men. Under the personal leadership of several lieutenants, each member took out a sanitary belt, tying them around their heads. They formed a 2-column formation and charged toward the front line, led by Dingli. In the chaos, the allied forces were unprepared for the suicide charge from the 2 lieutenants. Once they rushed into the midst of the allied soldiers, the 2 lieutenants launched their most powerful attacks first, and then immediately compressed their immortal energy to its peak and detonated their own bodies and divine souls. Two massive mushroom clouds rose, instantly killing everyone nearby, whether allied soldiers or Xuanhuan disciples, and a huge breach opened in the encirclement. When Ding Li saw the enemy once again using such a desperate tactic, he had no good way to stop it, and could only command his troops to immediately block the breach. At the same time, he organized the last reserve force of over 7,000 troops to concentrate fire on the charging disciples. Although concentrated fire killed many sect disciples with sanitary belts tied around their heads, some Xuanhuan Divine Sect disciples still managed to charge into the allied formation, causing massive casualties. Seeing that this path-breaking effort had worked so well, and with just a little more effort they could break through the encirclement, xuanhuan seemed to see hope. He immediately ordered hundreds of nearby disciples to be deployed in waves of 50, launching suicide xiuxian toward both flanks and the center guarded by Ding Li. The number of troops on both sides rapidly decreased with each explosion. Ding Li and several other elders watched helplessly as their comrades in arms, who had not died during direct combat, were blown to pieces by the enemy's self-destruction. They became furious, their eyes turning red. Especially Liang Ting, who was killing Xuanhuan Divine Sect disciples furiously, believing that each additional enemy she killed meant one more of her own disciples or warriors might survive. As she fought recklessly, two lieutenants quietly approached her from both sides and, without hesitation, detonated themselves. Liang Ting was instantly enveloped by the explosion shockwave. Even though she had reached the late Deluo Jinxian cultivation stage, she could not escape unharmed when two early Deluo Jinxian lieutenants had detonated themselves directly beside her. Liang Ting became the first allied clan elder-level expert to die in battle. The two lieutenants had been specifically targeting this allied commander who had killed xiuxian. They had wanted to kill her to avenge xiuxian, and they finally found their opportunity, perishing together with Liang Ting. When Ding Li witnessed Liang Ting's death in the explosion, he instantly became furious, yet his sense of responsibility as a commander still kept a bit of clarity in his mind. At this moment, he personally entered the fray, killing those Xuanhuan Divine Sect lieutenants. As a late-stage Deluo Jinxian cultivator, Ding Li showed no mercy. Each move he made was a deadly strike. Seeing that the defense under Ding Li's command was too strong, xiuxian adjusted direction slightly and charged toward the area previously guarded by Liang Ting. Meanwhile, he increased both the number and frequency of the suicide Chongfu disciples. After over 500 sect disciples had died, they finally blasted open a breach through sheer force. Chapter 372, Infiltration, the enemy stirs chaos. Xuanhuan seized this opportunity and issued immediate orders through divine consciousness to those divine envoys and assistants who were fighting desperately to break through the encirclement immediately. He himself rushed rapidly toward the breach. Ding Li watched helplessly as Xuanhuan fled, his anger now redirected toward the remaining divine envoys and assistants who hadn't escaped yet. Instantly, he killed several of them. At the same time, he commanded the allied forces desperately to seal the breach, aiming to encircle the followers of Unqi Sect and eliminate their active combat forces. Under the relentless attacks from tens of thousands, the Unqi Sect disciples within the encirclement were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan and the disciples he led had already exited the range of divine detection. Ding Li had no choice but to abandon the pursuit and reorganize troops to hunt down the rearguard group of 10,000. Both Zhan Xingshun and Gu Tianyu unleashed their pin-up fury upon this final batch of sect disciples. They were quickly annihilated as well. After leaving 20,000 behind to clean up the battlefield, Ding Li marched the remaining 40,000 plus forces to reinforce the main unit besieging the remaining enemies within Shikang City. By this time, combat inside Shikang City was nearly over. As more and more people realized that Xuanhuan had abandoned them, morale plummeted instantly. Those clever enough had long since fled secretly into the city, hoping to find their commanders for escape. Those remaining loyal continued fighting fiercely, trying to hold off the allied forces attacking the city. But the allied forces were now in high spirits, with more and more troops pouring into the city. These devoted sect disciples were quickly cut down. The defending troops atop the walls were slaughtered. Chrysanthemum sect disciples scattered around the city roamed in groups. When the southern city gate breach was finally sealed, all of them became fish trapped in a pot. Following Lei Zhenxiao's orders to intensify calls for surrender, attempts were made to convince these sect disciples to surrender. However, due to their fanatical education and lifelong brainwashing, the surrender calls arranged by Lei Zhenxiao had minimal effect. Occasional sect members who did surrender were quickly killed by others. Seeing that these brainwashed remnants showed no intention to surrender, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao gave the signal to resume the cleanup. It took another 2 full days before the last enemies inside Shikang City were completely eradicated. Thus, after half a month, the campaign to reclaim the outlying islands finally concluded with a complete victory for the Allied forces. The Allied forces committed a total of 880,000 troops, suffering a shocking loss of over 520,000 personnel. 360,000 remained, along with 1 dead elder. The Chrysanthemum Sect had deployed nearly 1 million soldiers, nearly all of whom were annihilated. About 20,000 returned to the main island with Xuanhuan, and another 40,000 scattered followers later regrouped, making a total surviving force of about 60,000. They lost their commander, xiuxian, and suffered even greater losses in divine envoys and assistant envoys. With the final Chrysanthemum Sect disciple slain, Lei Zhenxiao arranged for battlefield cleanup and ensured the handling of aftermath affairs was completed. After discussion, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao both recognized the critical shortage of manpower. Only 200,000 under their control, and with no reinforcements available, they could no longer launch attacks upon outer islands. Furthermore, the Allied forces were now locked in a decisive battle against the Chrysanthemum Sect's raiding force at the Yunxia mountain base. Thus, aside from leaving 50,000 behind to clean up the battlefield and keep all the wounded, Long and Lei led 100,000 troops to reinforce Yunxia mountain base. They also sent a battle report to the chief commander Xiuxian, informing him that the two of them were returning with 150,000 troops. Upon receiving their report and news of their reinforcements en route, Xiuxian burst into loud laughter. It was the first time he had genuinely laughed since the campaign began. However, his joy only lasted less than a quarter of an hour before shocking new intelligence arrived. Several secret agents of the Chrysanthemum Sect, coordinating with the sect's surprise attack on the continent, initiated surrender operations in multiple places simultaneously. The flames of war simultaneously erupted in 5 locations across the continent. Back at Yunxia Sect, Li Dalong was cultivating inside the Tower of Transformation when he suddenly received an urgent call from his mother-in-law, Kameli. Yunxia Sect was under massive attack by black-robed figures, and all disciples and sect members were being mobilized for combat. Outside Yunxia Sect's premises, the sect's defensive formation was being attacked by Chrysanthemum Sect followers who had infiltrated the continent, disorganized cultivators led by a man named Ma San, whose real name was Kamita Yuzo. Originally intending a sneak attack on Yunxia Sect, Ma San had long heard about the abundance of female disciples inside, each of them beautiful, especially the sect leader Kameli, whose beauty was renowned. Ever since he first saw Kameli in the marketplace, he had been obsessed with her. This time, receiving orders from the Chrysanthemum Sect, he used the mission for personal gain, leading his group to attack Yunxia Sect. Imagining the wonderful scenes when Kameli would eventually be beneath him, he grew excited at the thought. However, since experiencing past crises, Yunxia Sect had always remained cautious and never let its guard down. When an intelligence disciple discovered large-scale cultivation forces gathering and movements clearly targeting Yunxia Sect, he issued an early warning to the sect and notified Kameli immediately. Upon receiving the alarm, Kameli's first thought was that perhaps the xuanhuan formation arranged by her son-in-law had somehow been leaked, since the sect's current momentum was strong and the formation had significantly accelerated their cultivation progress. She immediately triggered the sect's emergency alarm and activated the sect's defensive formation without hesitation. With ample resources now at her disposal, she no longer cared about the spirit stones consumed in operating the formation. Wenxia Immortal, Gui Tianxiongsan, led over 10,000 hidden descendants of the Chrysanthemum Sect to attack Yunxia Sect. Upon seeing that the defensive formation was already active, his subordinates advised him to abandon the attack and instead target smaller sects. However, Gui Tianxiongsan, who had become obsessed with Kameli's alluring beauty and seductive figure, completely ignored his subordinates' warnings. Driven by lust, he insisted on attacking Yunxia Sect, leaving his men no choice but to obey. Yunxia Sect was no longer what it used to be. Its overall strength had greatly increased, though still somewhat inferior compared to the external forces of the Chrysanthemum Sect. Fortunately, they had the sect's defensive formation as support. Currently, the two sides were locked in a back-and-forth battle. Gui Tianxiongsan's Chrysanthemum Sect had not yet managed to breach Yunxia Sect's protective formation. Likewise, Yunxia Sect could not completely eliminate the attacking forces. Gui Tianxiongsan himself had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, with several subordinates at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, many at the early stage, and over 5,000 Golden Immortal level disciples. All the remaining disciples were at least at the Xian Immortal level. Originally, this force, roughly equivalent to a garrison force of the Shanmeng Immortal Alliance, was only tasked with creating chaos and causing panic among various factions of the immortal world, without the need to engage in direct, large-scale assaults. But due to Gui Tianxiongsan's personal obsession, he had taken the initiative to launch a direct attack against Yunxia Sect. Kameli, peering through the barrier, had already gauged the strength of the opposing Chrysanthemum Sect forces. In terms of disciple numbers within the sect's compound alone, she actually outnumbered the enemy forces. She and several dozen elders were at the mid to late stage of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Only slightly more than 3,000 disciples had reached above Golden Immortal level, while nearly 8,000 were at the Xian Immortal level. The rest were young disciples below Xian Immortal cultivation. Chapter 373, Li Dalong joins the battle. Fortunately, none of the current enemies surpassed the Tai Jingxian cultivation stage. Therefore, although she was concerned, she wasn't afraid. As long as they could slay the enemy leader, who was at the later stage of Tai Jingxian, this crisis would be easily resolved. After confirming the basic situation of the enemies, he asked his son-in-law, Li Dalong, for help and requested him to break through his cultivation retreat immediately to resist the enemy. After Li Dalong exited his retreat and arrived beside his mother-in-law, Kameli, she gave him a brief introduction of the current circumstances. Kameli wanted to join forces with several elders to fight together with Li Dalong against the enemy leader, Kamada Yuzhen. After observing the attacking power of Kamada Yuzhen for a while, Li Dalong nodded and said to his mother-in-law Kameli, "Mother-in-law, leave this enemy leader at the late stage of Tai Jingxian to me. Just assign a few elders to hold back the enemies around him. I can handle the leader myself." "Dalong, won't that be too dangerous? Let me assign a few elders at the middle stage of Tai Jingxian to assist you." Kameli still felt uneasy and said to Li Dalong, "No need. As long as you keep his men occupied, I can kill him," Li Dalong confidently replied. "All right, then I will coordinate with the elders. First, we'll weaken their strength using formations and scatter them a bit, and then find the right opportunity to strike, hoping to achieve victory with one decisive blow." Seeing Li Dalong so full of confidence, Kameli was infected by his mood and no longer felt so tense. Kameli began organizing the disciples to launch a fierce attack on the enemies outside the protective barrier. However, the overall attacking power of the disciples was weak and scattered. Many enemies outside the formation were injured, but very few were truly killed. Kamada Yuzin had already organized his followers to attack the protective barrier for nearly half an hour like a turtle shell, yet failed to break through. All the Tai Jinxian level bosses among them attacking together could only create a few cracks in the protective barrier. They only significantly increased the consumption of spirit stones in the defensive formation. But Kameli didn't care about the consumption of spirit stones and even replaced high-grade spirit stones with supreme grade ones. In addition to the increased defensive power, the frequency of replacing spirit stones was also reduced. Seeing that the attacking efficiency was so low, Li Dalong realized that if they couldn't use the protective formation to suppress the arrogance of the enemy and eliminate a portion of them, the subsequent battle would become even harder. Mother-in-law, the disciples' attacks are too scattered and their damage effectiveness on the enemy is not great. Why not let me take over command and give it a try? Li Dalong said to Kameli. All right, then I will leave it in your hands now. Seeing that Li Dalong was willing to take over command, Kameli readily agreed, knowing her son-in-law's abilities without hesitation. After Li Dalong took over command, he immediately adopted a battle tactic that had already been proven effective in the Yunxia Sect, concentrated attacks. He reorganized all disciples who were at the xiuxian level and above into squads of 100 people each, appointing one centurion commander and 2 deputy commanders. Each attacking target, an order was issued by the centurion commander. The 2 deputy commanders were responsible for selecting the targets and presenting them to the centurion commander for the final decision. For disciples at the Zhengqian level, he divided them into squads of 50 each, appointing 1 squad leader and 2 deputy squad leaders. These 2 deputy leaders would again identify valuable targets and present options to the squad leader. Once the squad leader selected the target, he would issue the order to launch a concentrated attack. For disciples at the Tai Jinxian level, he divided them into squads of 30 each, following the same organizational structure. However, their main targets were the followers of the Chrysanthemum God Sect who were at the Tai Jinxian level. With this new structure, the results of their attacks immediately became significantly effective. The Chrysanthemum God Sect disciples, who had previously attacked the Yunxia Sect's protective barrier arrogantly and without restraint, suddenly felt a strong threat of death. The number of bodies falling from the sky sharply increased. Even the mid-stage Tai Jinxian level followers could not withstand the concentrated attacks of 30 early-stage Tai Jinxian disciples from Yunxia Sect. Many were killed instantly in a single coordinated assault. Some with higher innate talent and better personal defensive equipment could only survive 2 concentrated attacks at most. In short, as long as a powerful beam of light or a dazzling brilliance formed from a combination of spells shot out from behind the barrier, a Chrysanthemum God Sect follower would perish. Every moment, more followers fell. Meanwhile, relying on the protection of the sect's defensive formation, Yunxia Sect could attack without restraint those outside the barrier, without any mental burden. They could launch spells fearlessly, not hesitating to expend their Shenli, because once their Shenli ran out, they could simply go to get pills and spirit stones to restore their energy. Kameli had even gone all out this time. Whatever the disciples needed, they could immediately go to the elders to claim supplies, with only basic registration required. Watching more and more followers fall, especially those at the Tai Jinxian cultivation stage, made Kamada Yuzin so heartbroken he could barely breathe. At this point, someone advised him that if they couldn't break through, they should retreat and attack another sect instead. Kamada Yuzin greedily stared at Kameli within the formation with lingering hesitation, secretly hoping to abduct her once they broke through the defensive barrier. Li Dalong didn't waste his Shanli attacking ordinary enemies outside the formation. His sole target was Kamada Yuzin, who was flying just outside the barrier. As the number of Tai Jinxian level enemies gradually decreased, the opportunity to eliminate Kamada Yuzin was drawing near. Li Dalong signaled to the 120 elders at the middle stage of Tai Jinxian, who had been waiting nearby, to prepare for a sudden charge into battle. When the number of followers surrounding Kamada Yuzin had dropped to half, Li Dalong waved his hand and dashed out of the protective barrier first. Charging directly toward Kamada Yuzin, the 120 Tai Jinxian elders at the middle stage who had been on standby rushed out along with Li Dalong. Then, they began engaging the cultists around Kamada Yuzin in groups of 3. Before rushing out of the barrier, Li Dalong had already activated his defensive Xinjia, erected a Shanli protective barrier around himself, and instantly summoned the Starfall Divine Shield into his left hand. Swinging the Xuanhuan sword in his right hand, he released a brilliant sword beam toward Kamada Yuzin, who was attacking the defensive barrier. Kamada Yuzin suddenly felt a chill in his heart and sensed a tremendous threat. Without thinking, he quickly sidestepped to the left, abandoning his original position. Just as he left his spot, a dazzling sword light slashed through the space where he had stood moments ago. The sword light cut a long path through the cultists behind him, sending a chain of them plummeting toward the ground. Kamada Yuzin was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Only now did he clearly see a young man floating outside the barrier, followed by a group of beautiful women who radiated a fierce killing intent directly at him. He hurriedly commanded his cultists to attack the elders who had rushed out from the Yunxia Sect. Li Dalong gave him no time to react further. After his first sword strike missed, he charged straight toward Kamada Yuzhen, closing the distance between them. This was done to make it easier for the elders he had brought to draw away the cultists surrounding Kamada Yuzhen, to prevent those disciples from interfering with his plan to eliminate Kamada Yuzhen. Chapter 374 Defense of Yunxia Sect. Kamahata Yuzo, whose cultivation was only at the middle stage of Xiuxian Golden Immortal, revealed a bloodthirsty grin and rushed toward Li Dalong voluntarily. Li Dalong found it a golden opportunity sent from heaven when he saw his opponent rushing forward himself. He injected immortal energy into Xuanhuan's sword, circulated his immortal energy through the meridians, and prepared the third move of the Tai Su sword manual, cutting water. Kamahata wielded an unusually large cleaver, a rare weapon rarely used by others. This was his usual immortal artifact, both offensive and defensive. Its strikes were heavy and powerful, often able to slice opponents' flying swords or other immortal artifacts. The blade was broad and thick, capable of serving as a shield for defense. Therefore, upon seeing that Li Dalong used a flying sword, he showed a sinister grin as if he had succeeded in a secret plot, letting out strange shrieks. Realizing the distance between them had shortened, Li Dalong swung the Xuanhuan sword forward, releasing cutting water toward Kamahata Yuzo. As the white-faced youth unleashed the sword aura, Kamahata didn't dodge or sidestep, but held up his huge cleaver straight in front of him, using it as a shield to block Li Dalong's sword aura head-on. Indeed, the cleaver's protective power reinforced by Kamahata's Xiuxian Golden Immortal level immortal energy reduced the sword aura's strength by half. When it finally struck the cleaver, there was only a crisp metallic sound, and Kamahata barely flinched at all. After successfully blocking the sword aura, he sped up again, rushing even faster toward Li Dalong. Seeing that Kamahata had easily withstood his first strike, Li Dalong rapidly considered better tactics to eliminate his enemy. His sect's defensive array was not far behind him. As long as he could kill Kamahata, he could retreat into the protective formation immediately, securing his safety. Now the distance between the two was extremely close. Li Dalong circulated his immortal energy and executed the fourth move, Emptiness. At the same time, Kamahata slashed downward at Li Dalong's head, but Li Dalong had already released Emptiness. Kamahata was confident in his attack. His cleaver sliced effortlessly through Li Dalong's body, which suddenly alarmed him. Though the blade passed from head to toe through his enemy, he hadn't felt the least resistance or sensation of cutting through flesh. Meanwhile, Li Dalong had already maneuvered behind Kamahata as the sword fell, then swung the blade in a reverse cut. The grotesque head of Kamahata Yuzo flew off his neck. When Kamahata realized his blade had missed, he attempted to dodge the danger that was coming, but felt a chill across his neck. Then his head spun dizzily as he felt as if he was flying. Below, a headless body fell toward the ground, wearing a defensive immortal armor that seemed all too familiar to him. Then, everything turned into endless darkness. After killing Kamahata Yuzo with a single slash, Li Dalong immediately used his immortal energy to retrieve the storage ring from Kamahata's headless body before flying straight back into the defensive formation. Though it may sound long, the battle between the two happened in an instant. 2 moves, and one was already killed. Neither side had time to react. By the time Li Dalong killed Kamahata and returned into the formation, the disciples of the Chrysanthemum God Sect finally realized what had happened. They wanted to chase him down for revenge, but it was already too late. Once inside the formation, Li Dalong transmitted his instructions via divine sense to Kumeili, handing back command to her before he fell into a period of power depletion. He casually found a spot to sit cross-legged, took a soul-replenishing pill, began cultivating to absorb the pill's power and restore his drained immortal energy, waiting for his weak state to pass. After regaining command, Kumeili followed the tactics arranged by Li Dalong and continued directing disciples to target the enemies at the Xiuxian Golden Immortal level specifically. At the same time, she ordered the elders who had left the protection of the shield to cover Li Dalong back inside the defensive formation. In a short amount of time, out of the 120 elders who were at the middle stage of Xiuxian Golden Immortal cultivation and who had left the protective barrier, only more than 70 returned safely, nearly all of them wounded. This caused Kumeili's heart to twist painfully, as the Yunxia Sect only had around 100 such elders in total. Losing almost half of them naturally made her feel devastated. After ordering them to go heal their wounds, she redirected her burning fury toward the attacking disciples of the Chrysanthemum God Sect. By now, the followers of the Chrysanthemum God Sect had also fallen into chaos. Their leader had suddenly been killed, and ordinary members didn't know whether they should continue attacking. At the same time, the minor leaders began fighting among themselves for command. Amid the sound of magical explosions and the whistling of sword auras, several small gang leaders were arguing furiously, struggling for control. Kumeili showed no mercy, directing her disciples to mercilessly kill the enemies outside. Among the more than 10,000 Chrysanthemum God Sect disciples, more than 4,000 had already been killed. There were still over 9,000 remaining, but among them, those at the Xiuxian Golden Immortal level suffered the most losses, which was exactly the target Li Dalong had previously arranged his disciples to prioritize attacking. The concentrated fire of 30 people seemed not to hit many each time, but each attack produced results. Taken as a whole, the kill efficiency was frighteningly high. Anyone targeted by a squad leader would be turned into a corpse within at most 2 rounds of concentrated fire. As the number of disciples at the Taishan Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal stages dropped sharply, the morale of the Chrysanthemum God Sect disciples attacking outside the formation began to wane. Many had already started thinking about fleeing. These disciples lived hidden across the continent, some born and raised there. Although some had been brainwashed by their parents or other sect members, their loyalty to the Chrysanthemum God Sect was still not as strong as those from the islands. When faced with setbacks, they first thought of saving themselves. So while a few minor leaders were still arguing over who should take command, some clever ones had already begun to quietly retreat and slip out of the battlefield. Once someone took the lead, others followed. As the number gradually increased, they even chose a commander, and their decision was to withdraw from here first and shift to attacking other weaker factions. Just as they started to retreat, Kameli seized the opportunity. Quickly leading disciples who were at the Golden Immortal level or above, she led them out of the defensive formation in formation, according to the squad assignments arranged by Li Dalong, launching a counterattack against the Chrysanthemum God Sect, intending to hold them down and deal maximum damage. This sudden assault had also ignited her fury. You want to strike when you please and run away when you like? What do you take Yunxia Sect for? Disciples, give me all you've got and kill them. Kameli shouted loudly to the disciples who had followed her out. Kill. Hearing the sect leader's command and seeing their side gaining the upper hand, the Yunxia Sect disciples saw that the Chrysanthemum God Sect's fighters were demoralized, fleeing in a panic and scrambling to retreat. All at once, they couldn't help but accelerate their attacks, exceeding their usual combat power, unleashing spells and sword auras with intense force. Chapter 375, The Battlefield of Zhengqi Mountain. A large number of disciples from the Chrysanthemum cult who hadn't managed to retreat yet were struck down, their corpses falling like rain toward the ground below. The sudden surge of heavy casualties hastened the retreat of the remaining disciples, but also threw the evacuation into chaos, throwing the entire group into disarray. Niu Shower, who had just seized command of the Chrysanthemum cult, was actually named Xiuxian Shirlang within the sect. He quickly organized a group of loyal followers to act as a rearguard. He was also a mid-level Grand Immortal Sage of Tai Cultivation. Since receiving the Inyanshin Kun Arabujur by Li Dalong, Kameli's cultivation had rapidly improved. Although she remained at the mid-level Grand Immortal Sage, she was now nearly at the peak of that level. Seeing Xiuxian Shirlang busy gathering and commanding disciples to intercept the Yunxia Sect's pursuit, Kameli immediately led a group of mid-level Grand Immortal Sage elders charging toward him. Several concentrated attacks quickly killed or scattered his accompanying disciples, and Kameli confronted him directly. First, she hurled a massive explosive fireball, followed immediately by a slash of sword chi. After exchanging several blows, the elders of Yunxia Sect had already slain or dispersed all of Xiuxian's remaining disciples. Then they swarmed in, surrounding Xiuxian Shirlang and simultaneously unleashing spells and attacks upon him. Though the disciples of the Chrysanthemum cult could see their new leader being attacked, he had only just seized command, and his loyal forces had either been killed or scattered in disorder. The other faction leaders who had just been fighting for command earlier didn't think of rushing to his aid. Some were even secretly pleased in their hearts, hoping he would be killed so they could seize control of the army for themselves. And so, Xiuxian Shirlang, who had served less than half an hour as commander, was tragically obliterated by Kameli and her squad of elders. His shansheet and storage ring became Kameli's spoils of war. With the death of the new commander, the Chrysanthemum cult disciples began to fall into disarray. Though their remaining numbers and overall strength were still considerable, with proper coordination they might have staged a counterattack, possibly dealing a severe blow or even completely annihilating the core force of Yunxia Sect. Unfortunately, they were now leaderless, and no one was able to control the masses who only sought to flee for their lives. Even those leaders who wanted to do something found themselves swept up in the fleeing masses. Kameli was well aware of her force's actual strength, and dared not pursue too aggressively after the escaping disciples. Instead, she led her disciples to follow from behind, using spells and flying swords to harvest enemy lives. After continuing this pursuit for 1 full hour, Kameli ordered a withdrawal and ceased further advancement to avoid being counterattacked. Thus, the Yunxia Sect once again repelled the invasion of the Chrysanthemum cult at minimal cost, marking the only minor force on the continent capable of repelling the Chrysanthemum cult and inflicting significant casualties through formations. The hidden strike teams from other fronts achieved major results, leading to the destruction of many minor sects in the immortal realm and numerous casualties. Any minor sects that fell were completely exterminated, with no regard for age or status. Women were abducted and turned into playthings, slain randomly whenever the enemy felt either displeased or pleased. While rapidly accumulating resentment among immortal realm cultivators, the Chrysanthemum cult also spread widespread fear among ordinary cultivators. Meanwhile, on the other front, Xiuxian led his reinforcement force back toward the base for defense, forming a pincer defense with the Zhengqi Mountain stronghold, and launched a major battle against the Chrysanthemum cult commanded by Niu Lancher. Both sides engaged in fierce, life-and-death combat, entering a period of a bloody stalemate. In the first few days, the Zhengqi allied army's newly recruited 50,000 troops suffered devastating losses, with casualties after each major battle reaching as high as 20%. The greatest damage inflicted upon the Chrysanthemum cult came from the elite forces of 160,000 troops from the 3 sects brought back by Xiuxian. Calculating the numbers, the Chrysanthemum cult's casualties were not lower than those of the allied army, creating a delicate balance between the two sides. This balance was broken after several days as the tide began turning in favor of the allied army. The new recruits grew quickly through battle experience, stimulated daily by the heavy losses of their comrades and intense real combat situations. These recruits began transforming into hardened veterans, with their daily casualty rates dropping significantly, while the enemy's losses began to rise sharply. The final blow to the Chrysanthemum cult came with the arrival of reinforcements led by Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao. When they rapidly returned and made contact with Xiuxian, he dispatched them forward to the south of the Chrysanthemum cult's temporary encampment, cutting off their retreat back to the island. On the Yunxi mountain battlefield, the Chrysanthemum cult still had 420,000 remaining troops, but lost 80,000 in just a few days. The Allied army's losses reached over 90,000, mostly new recruits and logistical personnel. At this point, the Allied army on the Yunxi mountain battlefield had reached twice the number of the Chrysanthemum cult forces. Xiuxian summoned Long Zongyuan, Lei Zhenxiao, Nangong Xiuyang, and several other deputy commanders to a meeting to discuss how to launch a counteroffensive, planning to leave all forces of the Chrysanthemum cult on the continent and then strike back to destroy their old base. As for the remaining hidden insurgents on the continent, backup forces had already been dispatched to eliminate them. It was merely a matter of time, and the Allied High Command did not consider it a serious threat. Eventually, the decision was made to launch a full-scale counterattack the next day, attacking from 3 directions to encircle and destroy the Chrysanthemum cult's army led by Neo-Launcher, aiming to wipe them out in one fell swoop. They were not the only ones planning a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, in the void, battles among Tang-level experts had already begun. Thankfully, Wuji Xinzong had made early preparations, and with the support of Changfeng Sect, Rongyang Sect, and other factions, nearly all the Ding-level senior elders were deployed into the fight. These Dinsheng elders from the Allied forces surrounded and attacked the Chrysanthemum cult's baggers in the void. Though the Chrysanthemum cult had cultivated many disciples to the Golden Immortal Sage level, surpassing any single sect, and even their total number of Dinsheng-level baggers exceeded that of any one sect. They were now under attack by the entire Xinjia Allied army. Their foundation and numbers were inferior to the Allied forces, and in the void they were besieged by the Dinsheng elders of the Allied factions. Soon, the first Dinsheng was subdued and sealed. Except for a few who managed to escape, the Chrysanthemum cult had deployed over 30 Dinsheng baggers in total, but 23 were captured and sealed by the Allied forces, with only 9 escaping. If an Ansheng expert truly wanted to flee, it was very difficult to subdue them. Moreover, Zhonsheng experts were nearly impossible to kill, having essentially reached the threshold of immortality and eternal existence. Typically, at most, their physical bodies could be destroyed, but their Vinshin could not be truly killed or destroyed, so they could only be subdued or have their Vinshin sealed away. The Allied forces also suffered losses. The physical bodies of over a dozen Dinsheng elders were destroyed during the battle. They were escorted back to their sects for recovery by their fellow disciples, though no one knew how many years it would take for them to fully restore themselves. After receiving messages from the surviving baggers, Neo-Launcher realized that the battle between Tang-level experts had ended and that the cult had suffered a devastating defeat. He then prepared to withdraw his troops and retreat back to the island. Chapter 376, The Decisive Battle at Yunxi Mountain Eye. However, at this moment, the immortal Allied forces would not let him escape so easily. Xiuxian and others were already planning a counterattack to wipe out the invading enemies. Just as they were arranging the retreat order for their disciples, the Allied forces gave them no chance and launched a full-scale counterattack. The counterattack was first initiated by the elite force of 150,000 soldiers and 17,000 newly trained troops, led by Xiuxian. Meanwhile, the 20,000 troops commanded by Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao cut off the path of retreat for the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect back toward the Sea of Oblivion. Following this, Nangong Xiaoyang led 30,000 defenders from the Yunxi mountain base, excluding those left for guarding and the injured, to launch a counteroffensive outside the defensive formation. Faced with attacks from twice their numbers, Neo-Launcher had no choice but to command his followers into battle. At the same time, he secretly transmitted instructions to Mo Chuan Naiku, intersect leader, immediately assemble a 5,000-strong elite force. Do not attack yet, stay on standby at all times. Unless ordered by me, you must not follow any other command. If anyone questions this, tell them to come talk to me directly. Understood. After receiving Neo-Launcher's message, Mo Chuan Naiku immediately understood his intent and his mission. He was also quite pleased that he wouldn't have to risk his life fighting with those lowly Allied forces. Once he received Neo-Launcher's authorization, he quietly gathered his personal followers to his side and began using this opportunity to pull powerful disciples from other units who had reached the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal levels, thus enhancing his own strength. In the war, power comes from military might. He knew that many families' troops had been completely wiped out on the front lines and then devoured by their rivals, entire clans disappearing altogether. To protect his power, his life, and the continuation of his clan, this battle was the perfect opportunity to build up his strength. After forcibly transferring a large number of high-level officers from other units, many divine envoys and assistant envoys went directly to Neo-Launcher to protest, but Neo-Launcher understood perfectly well. Although Mo Chuan Naiku had selfish motives, the stronger he became, the safer it would be when Neo-Launcher eventually had to flee. Thus, Neo-Launcher quickly dismissed those protesters, silently approving of Mo Chuan Naiku's recruitment actions. When Mo Chuan Naiku saw that Neo-Launcher tacitly approved, he further replaced all disciples at the early Tai Golden Immortal level in his 5,000-strong elite unit. The entire 5,000-soldier force now consisted only of disciples who were at least at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. If it hadn't been for the fierce resistance from those divine envoys and assistant envoys nearly coming to blows, he would have restricted his force strictly to those at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This behavior had a direct impact on the frontline battle, as it stripped the frontline of many great Luo Golden Immortal commanders and high-level Tai Golden Immortal soldiers. Frontline combat capability dropped sharply, with the 40,000-strong army suffering a shocking loss of 10,000 troops within less than an hour of battle. Facing the tide-like attacks of the immortal allied forces, the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect resisted fiercely, but the fate of their complete destruction was becoming unavoidable. Under strict orders from Yunxia, they once again employed their traditional tactic, suicide attacks. However, the allied forces were now experienced in countering such attempts. The suicide squads did not achieve the results Yunxia expected, nor did they create chaos or panic within the allied forces. The battle's direction had become clear. The Chrysanthemum Holy Sect was doomed. Its defeat was only a matter of time. While Yunxia hesitated over when to start breaking through, his forces were reduced to only about 27 or 28,000. They had already lost more than half of their troops. If he didn't flee now, when else would he? If he stayed any longer, he would be completely surrounded. He ordered his divine envoys to personally lead the battle on the front lines, while secretly sending Xuanhuan the order to break out of the encirclement. Xuanhuan quickly flew to Yunxia's side and, with his guards, placed the servant chancellor safely within the center of a protected group before quietly retreating toward the Sea of Oblivion. At this moment, Xuanhuan felt that his 5,000-strong force was still insufficient. He needed more human shields to cover his escape. When approaching the allied troops, led by Zhengqi and Xiuxian, he quickly disguised his command as an order from Yunxia and organized the retreating disciples engaged in battle with the allied forces. Then he led them forward in a suicidal charge. As these disciples suddenly launched their death charge, Zhengqi and Xiuxian sensed something unusual. Immediately realizing the enemy within the encirclement was attempting to break through, they first dispatched allied troops to intercept the breakout and second, reported this latest development to Xiuxian and Nangong Xiaoyang. Upon receiving the report from Xiuxian and others, Xiuxian and Nangong Xiaoyang immediately ordered their troops to increase their attack intensity and advance speed. Simultaneously, they shouted messages into the encircled enemy forces, launching a psychological warfare campaign aimed at demoralizing the opposing troops. Yunxia has already fled. Why are you still risking your life for him? Your servant chancellor has run. The divine envoys and assistant envoys have fled. Surrender now. With loud shouts and divine consciousness transmissions echoing through the battlefield, chaos erupted among the disciples of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect within the encirclement. Many began frantically looking around for divine envoys and assistant envoys they recognized, while others scanned the area desperately to confirm whether the servant chancellor had truly fled. As many disciples discovered that their familiar divine envoys, assistant envoys, and even the banners of the servant chancellor had vanished, the panic began to spread. Though no one had officially surrendered yet, combat effectiveness and morale visibly declined. The allied forces expanded their gains while suffering fewer casualties. The frontline commanders sensed the shift even more clearly and began shouting even harder, even prompting the soldiers to join in the psychological warfare. As a result, the disciples of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect were turning into corpses at an alarming rate. Corpses and shattered body parts rained down from the sky like hail. Various intact and broken immortal artifacts and storage rings also fell in large numbers. Many disciples of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect had already stopped listening to the remaining assistant envoys and were flying towards the Sea of Oblivion. At this moment, Yunxia, still protected within the center of the retreating group and not yet breaking through the encirclement, also witnessed the chaos from the rear. In his mind, there was only one thought: break through. As for anything else, it was no longer in his consideration. Seeing the retreating troops drawing near, Yunxia ordered Xuanhuan to accelerate the Zhengqi breakthrough assault. He commanded him to form several squads of 1,000 self-sacrificing suicide bombers each, launching coordinated charges in groups. These suicide bombers did not need to fully enter the enemy ranks to detonate. As long as they could cause even a single enemy casualty, the charge and explosion were considered worth it. Under the strict orders of Yunxia, Xuanhuan had no choice but to organize 6 suicide squads, each of 1,000 soldiers, forming columns to launch the breakthrough assault against the allied forces. Although Zhengqi and Xiuxian had already deployed all the forces they could muster, they found it nearly impossible to counter these fearless self-destructive charges. Their coordinated attacks became increasingly ineffective. Often, just as one suicide attacker was blasted apart, another charged forward, riding the shockwave of the previous explosion. Chapter 377. The Final Battle at Lingxi Mountain 2. There wasn't even enough time to prepare and cast their spells before enemies charged right in and took their lives with self-destructs. Casualties among the allied forces were also rapidly increasing. Although Zhengqi continued to mobilize troops to fill the gaps, the rate of reinforcement could no longer keep up with the rate of losses. When the 5th 1,000-man unit of the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect was completely wiped out, the allied forces' encirclement was finally blasted open with a breach. Seeing the encirclement broken, Xuanhuan immediately ordered the 6th 1,000-man unit to charge toward the opening, using this squad of suicide troops to expand the breach and squeeze out their last bit of usefulness. Yunxia, upon seeing the gap formed in the encirclement, immediately ordered the retreat outward. At this time, Long Zongyuan and Lei Zhenxiao were also desperately deploying troops to plug the breach regardless of losses. In that narrow opening, spells exploded one after another, sword auras whistled through the air, and mushroom clouds rose from self-detonations. Because of the dense concentration of people, every self-destruct took away a large number of lives from both sides. Shattered bodies and various immortal artifacts rained down, quickly piling up into a small hill at the bottom of the battlefield. The pile exuded an overwhelming aura of death and a strong stench of blood. In close range, the Allied forces engaged not only in magical bombardments, but also in brutal melee combat. Those further back just kept bombarding the center of the breach. There was no longer a need for targeting or locking on. Simply throwing spells into that area would guarantee hits. A massive crowd of Chrysanthemum Divine Sect members, desperate to escape death, had gathered here. Even the protective barrier Xuanhuan had erected was flickering dimly, streaked with cracks from relentless bombardment. His face was drenched in cold sweat as he quickly channeled more spiritual energy into the barrier, desperately hoping to flee from this place soon. Mo Chuaniku, at this moment, was simultaneously directing troop movements to widen and consolidate the escape route while guarding Xuanhuan's side to assist his escape. At this point, the vanguard force had already broken through, numbering about 5,000. Seeing the narrow escape through the encirclement, Xuanhuan's heart surged with excitement. He could already see the light of salvation. Unfortunately, just as he was beginning to feel relieved that he had survived the deadly siege, the reinforcements sent by xiuxian had arrived. Once again, a brutal clash erupted at the breach. The sect members who had fled ahead accelerated their escape without turning back to assist the Wushang or the various divine envoys still trapped inside the encirclement. This enraged Xuanhuan so much that he began cursing furiously. Xiuxian's reinforcements weren't large in number, only 30,000, but they were elite troops, old adversaries of Xuanhuan's. Encountering the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect's desperate assaults, they suffered fewer casualties compared to the allied forces led by Long Zongyuan. Meanwhile, they inflicted devastating losses on the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. Seeing the situation nearly slipping from their grasp, Mo Chuaniku clenched his teeth and forcibly conscripted 100 junior aides, all at the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage, forming a suicide squad to charge headlong into the allied forces. Clearing the way for the Wushang is your honor. If you die in battle, your families will be well taken care of, and rich resources will be provided as compensation. But if you falter, once the Wushang returns to the island, your families will be punished. Brave warriors, unleash the might of the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. Blow these bastards sky high. Charge! Mo Chuaniku screamed hoarsely at the 100 selected junior aides chosen to form this suicide squad. His words indeed had a powerful effect. This unit possessed high cultivation, and since their family's safety was at stake, their combat effectiveness far surpassed the norm. They immediately wiped out a large group of Xiuxian's reinforcements and tore open another escape route. The remaining dozens of surviving aides instinctively began expanding the breach on both sides. At this point, Xuanhuan no longer tried to show off. Ignoring whether anyone was guarding him, he unleashed his fastest escape technique to flee. He finally breathed a sigh of relief only when no enemies were around him, only fellow sect members. After a brief adjustment of his direction, he, along with the handful of divine envoys at the Deluo Golden Immortal level and several dozen aides who had escaped with him, flew back toward the main island. As the allied encirclement tightened further and more reinforcements were summoned, the breach was sealed once again. Thus, all the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect members trapped inside the encirclement were completely annihilated, unable to break through again. At this point, the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect's ambitious plot to invade the Immortal Continent was thwarted, with their main forces entirely eradicated. Of the troops Xuanhuan led out, fewer than 30,000 managed to return to the main island. What had been a confident surprise attack with 500,000 soldiers had ended with barely 30,000 survivors. Inside the sect leader Zhengqi had always been merely a figurehead. Real power lay with the Prime Minister, Xuanhuan. Every decision made within the sect was legitimized solely by borrowing the Emperor's seal and the mouth of the figurehead leader. From the first batch of 5,000 soldiers who returned to the island, Zhengqi learned of the total collapse of the front lines and how less than a tenth of the army had survived. Before the Prime Minister Xuanhuan managed to break out of the encirclement, he started scheming. He quickly turned to the divine envoys remaining on the island, offered them many incentives, and then ordered the immediate arrest of all of Xuanhuan's loyal followers and anyone refusing to obey his commands. Those who resisted fiercely were executed on the spot, causing a bloody storm of cleansing and power struggle to erupt across the 4 main islands of the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect. The sect leader Zhengqi soon gained full control of all the forces stationed on the 4 islands. When the Prime Minister Xuanhuan returned to the main island, Dongdu Island, with more than 20,000 battered troops remaining, he was surrounded by 20,000 elite forces personally led by the sect leader Zhengqi. At the same time, Zhengqi himself stepped forward and shouted into the encirclement, calling upon the sect members inside to capture Xuanhuan and his loyalists, promising full amnesty to those who defected, and even promotions along with valuable cultivation resources and family estates for those who performed well. Zhengqi used divine sensing to secretly contact Mo Chuaniku, offering him a 5-mu family territory on Dongdu Island's spiritual vein if he defected, along with the promise of appointing him as left garrison commander. Mo Chuaniku was immediately swayed by the sect leader's generous offer and pledged his loyalty to Jiju Oyao right away. He agreed to immediately turn against Niu Lanchuer and even declared that he would rip off both of Niu's true testicles. At this moment, Niu Lanchuer was completely stunned by the betrayal. He had never expected that after personally risking his life to build the sect's foundation, enduring countless life-threatening dangers, and finally returning to the island, he would be betrayed by the sect leader himself. When he saw the heads of his most trusted subordinates, he knew that today he was doomed. Though he was filled with Bugan, still thinking of ways to turn the tide, the one person he trusted most, Mo Chuaniku, had already betrayed him. Right now, he was secretly watching Niu with narrowed eyes, searching for the perfect moment to strike the fatal blow. As Niu Lanchuer prepared to curse the sect leader Jiju Oyao, a sudden, chilling premonition surged in his heart. Instinctively, he tried to flee from his current position, but in that instant, he felt a cold sensation run across his neck, followed by a dizzying swirl. Before he could even prepare himself, how had he already flown into the air? Chapter 378, The Death of Niu Lanxia Erden. Mo Chuaniku sneaked up behind Niu Lanxia Erden within the depths of the sect, and with one slash of his sword, severed his head. Seeing that the ambush had succeeded, Mo Chuaniku leapt into the air, catching Niu Lanxia Erden's head as it tumbled through the sky, and began laughing aloud in triumph. At that moment, whether the sect disciples inside the encirclement or those forming the outer ring around them, all stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at the laughing Mo Chuaniku. When they finally came to their senses, the loyal followers of Niu Lanxia Erden launched attacks at Mo Chuaniku. However, among those more than 20,000 disciples, most were actually under Mo Chuaniku's own command. Having previously been allies, they now turned upon each other in bloody conflict. Meanwhile, Jie Jiaoyao stood by with a smile on his face, watching the chaos unfold inside the encircled area, and timely preventing any disciples who attempted to intervene. After the time it took to drink 1 cup of tea, only Mo Chuaniku's loyal disciples remained within the encircled area, and even they had dwindled to less than 10,000. As Mo Chuaniku held the severed head of Niu Lanxia Erden, preparing to present it before the sect leader Jie Jiaoyao, he suddenly saw Jie Jiaoyao wave his hand. Instantly, the disciples stationed outside the encirclement launched a devastating attack upon those within. Mo Chuaniku barely managed to utter, You are so ruthless," before vanishing into a storm of spells and sword energy. "This traitor shall not be tolerated within our sacred sect," were Jie Jiaoyao's final words toward Mo Chuaniku. After eliminating Niu Lanxia Erden, a thorn in his side, sect leader Jie Jiaoyao ordered the cleanup of the battlefield. Then, he summoned a meeting of his own loyal disciples and the opportunists who had supported his rise to power, discussing how to counter the impending assault by the allied army of the Immortal Realm. The entire night passed with the discussion going back and forth without reaching a clear resolution. Some advocated for a final, decisive battle. Others urged for negotiations, offering reparations and submission. Still others suggested abandoning the current main island and relocating deeper into the Forgotten Sea, seeking a new island where they could regroup and rise again. Jie Jiaoyao knew well that the 4 main islands had only about 300,000 troops remaining. Even if he summoned every clan's forces, it would still not be enough to stand against the massive allied army. Besides, the deeply rooted clans would never entrust all their forces entirely to his command. Worse yet, they might even sacrifice him as a scapegoat when push came to shove. Therefore, his plan was to bring only the common people and the truly loyal forces under his command to search for habitable islands deep within the Forgotten Sea, where he could rule as a local king. For now, he made no public announcement. Instead, he secretly dispatched an advance team of his most loyal followers ahead to scout for habitable islands further into the Forgotten Sea. After all, the islands already discovered were known to too many. He feared that the allied army of the Immortal Realm might continue their pursuit to wipe them out completely. Only in a deeper, lesser-known island could they be safe. He planned first to mislead the clan forces who outwardly obeyed but secretly defied him, and then secretly begin transferring his younger followers, those loyal to him or born of his own family, deeper into the Forgotten Sea. Once a more suitable island was found, a second relocation would follow. On the other side, after eliminating the remaining members of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect within the encircled region, the allied army began clearing the battlefield while also sending forces to eliminate the coastal islands, hunting down and killing or driving away any surviving sect disciples. At the same time, the allied command issued orders across the Immortal Realm to hunt down any remaining hidden infiltrators, launching a large-scale campaign across the Immortal Realm. And the results were indeed noticeable. Many infiltrators from the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect were discovered and eliminated, as well as various evil cultivators and scattered demons who had managed to sneak into this world. After dealing with these smaller matters, Xiuxian summoned all military commanders of the allied army for a major conference, debating whether or not to launch a final strike against the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's main island. After an intense debate lasting an hour, they reached a consensus to launch a joint attack upon the main island of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect and completely eradicate this festering sore. However, directly attacking the main island with the current strength of the allied army was still insufficient. There were several reasons for this: the long front line, the unknown number of enemy troops, though likely not few, and with the numerous low-level disciples, it would require expanding the allied army several times over to fully annihilate the threat. The decision came down to recruiting additional personnel from smaller sects to fill the gap. They aimed to expand the force to 3 million strong, as the current allied army numbered less than 800,000, leaving a shortage of more than 2 million. Among the reinforcements, 1.5 million could be ordinary disciples at the level of Yunxia Immortal and above, mainly used for outer perimeter containment to prevent lower-ranking disciples from fleeing. The main offensive force would still consist of 1.5 million warriors of Tai Golden Immortal rank and above. On this side, preparations for the expedition force were proceeding at full speed. Meanwhile, Jie Ouyao successively dispatched 3 scouting parties to search for habitable islands. At the same time, he engaged in deceptive interactions with various sect factions, hiding his true movements from them and maintaining the illusion. It took the allied army of the Immortal Realm a full 2 months to recruit over 2 million new troops, and another month to gather and briefly train them. After all preparations were completed, Xiuxian, together with the Elders' Council, deputy commanders, and commandants, held a grand ceremony to mark the departure for battle, officially commencing the campaign to attack the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect's main island. The 3 scouting parties dispatched by Jie Ouyao, after suffering heavy casualties and losing more than half their members, finally discovered 2 habitable islands deep in the sea, about a month's flight away from the main island of the Chrysanthemum Holy Sect. These 2 islands were sufficiently large, each capable of sustaining at least 100 million cultivators, and each possessed heavenly veins. Upon receiving the secret report, Jie Ouyao immediately began arranging for the evacuation of personnel. First, he mobilized and relocated the sect disciples residing on the surrounding minor islands. Then, he gradually transferred his own family members by replacing them with other disciples, giving rival factions within the sect the impression that nothing unusual was happening. Meanwhile, he started evacuating the families and dependents of his loyal followers in batches. Half a month before the Allied army's departure, one night, Jie Ouyao and his elite forces disappeared into the boundless sea. When the sect members who opposed Jie Ouyao received the reports, all of his people had already vanished. They had no choice but to assume control of the defense of the main island, hoping that the Immortal Realm Allied army would spare them and not launch an attack. But their hopes were in vain. The Allied army would not allow them to regroup and build strength to attack the mainland again. As for the Qianqing-level beige cultivators, they had already disappeared from the main island. With their current strength, if they didn't escape now, once the Allied army's main force of Qianqing Grand Elders arrived, they would meet a grim fate. Those left behind on the island had become expendable pawns. When the massive Allied army suddenly appeared in the skies above the surrounding sea, panic spread among the sect disciples on the island. Frantically, they activated a defensive formation, but under the assault of more than 1 million elite troops, the formation was quickly shattered. The massacre of the sect disciples on the island began immediately. This Allied army had come for retaliation and total extermination, showing no mercy, not even sparing those who surrendered. Chapter 379. The Chrysanthemum Sect is destroyed. After the first wave of attacks, a force of 150 cultivators ranging from Yunxia Immortal to Golden Immortal ranks launched the final cleanup operation. They slaughtered all those who had been missed in the initial attack, as well as lower-level disciples who had been spared because those with cultivation above Tai Golden Immortal hadn't deemed them worth killing. Blood flowed through the island's small streams, turning the nearby ocean surface red. Within half a month, the 4 main islands of the Chrysanthemum Sect had been completely cleared. After scavenging everything useful, Xiuxian, together with several elders from the Allied forces, extracted the island's spirit veins to bring back to the continent as rewards for the war against the Chrysanthemum Sect. As for the remaining disciples and the escaped sect leader, searching for them in the endless sea, whose size and boundaries no one had ever known, was pure fantasy. Thus, Xiuxian and his forces had no choice but to abandon further pursuit. They withdrew their forces and returned to the Zhengqi mountain base, where they began post-war summaries and distributed rewards and punishments accordingly. Although each sect had suffered significant losses in personnel, they had also gained much from the war spoils, particularly since many high-level experts had perished. A large number of elite disciples and elders with cultivation above Tai Golden Immortal had fallen in battle, but this created opportunities for the lower-ranking disciples. At the very least, cultivation resources and techniques were no longer bottlenecks limiting their advancement. To replenish their losses in elite warriors, and because they had obtained ample cultivation resources from the spoils, various sects threw themselves wholeheartedly into nurturing their younger disciples. After the Allied forces disbanded, Xiuxian ended his hectic life within the alliance and returned to the Unqi Immortal Sect. Although they had won a great victory, the Unqi Immortal Sect had suffered the heaviest losses among all the sections. So far, only slightly more than 30,000 elders and elite disciples had returned safely with Xiuxian. In reality, their current strength no longer matched their reputation as one of the top sects in the Immortal Realm. Fortunately, there were still several elders at the near-sage level, so no one dared to challenge them directly. Plus, all the major factions were currently licking their wounds and trying to recover. However, from the way various sect leaders and grand elders treated Xiuxian, it was clear they had ill intentions. Their attitude toward him, the leader of the strongest sect, was no longer respectful. Xiuxian felt great pressure. Therefore, he thought of finding Li Dalong to set up a few Inyang Qingquan great arrays to quickly boost the cultivation of his disciples, making up for the lost elite disciples and elders. When the news of the Allied forces' victory and the destruction of the Chrysanthemum Sect's main island spread back to the continent, Li Dalong had already fully recovered from his injuries, though he hadn't joined the alliance and had remained behind at Yunxia Sect. Upon receiving the news of victory, he realized the immortal realm would soon enter a period of calm. After informing his mother-in-law, Kameli, that he would be entering secluded cultivation, he entered the Xiuhua Cultivation Pagoda. He retrieved 2 divine herbs with 10,000 years of potency that he had obtained from an ancient cave mansion. Looking at the 2 seemingly ordinary herbs that radiated a restrained aura. One was the Xiuxian Lingji, deep purple in color. This Lingji emitted no scent, but under careful observation, faint streams of light could be seen flowing beneath its purple surface. It was said that when the herb reached 10,000 years of age, it could revive someone from the brink of death, restore them rapidly, and enhance their natural talent, effectively saving one's life, while simultaneously purifying and strengthening their very essence. The other was the Liuxia grass, whose leaves shimmered faintly with flowing aurora-like light, brimming with immense vitality. Legend stated that when this herb reached 10,000 years of age, it became a miraculous medicine capable of bringing the dead back to life. Li Dalong hoped these 2 herbs could bring his junior apprentice brother, Zhou Yong, back to life. After all, Zhou Yong had been sleeping within the 10,000-year frost coffin for many years. At a thought, the frost-releasing 10,000-year frost coffin appeared within the Xiuhua Cultivation Pagoda. Looking at his junior apprentice brother lying motionless inside, pale-faced, Li Dalong's eyes filled with sorrow. Memories surfaced, 3 brothers laughing and roughhousing, and the patient teachings of their master. These were also the deep attachments of the original soul of this body. Soon, Li Dalong shook off his melancholy and waved his hand, opening the lid of the 10,000-year frost coffin. Using his immortal energy, he gently lifted Zhou Yong from the coffin. Then, using his immortal power to stabilize Zhou Yong's heart pulse, he first took out the Xiuxian Lingji and used his immortal energy to push the entire herb into Zhou Yong's mouth. He then guided Zhou Yong's weak energy with his own, gently coaxing it through the meridians. After 2 full circulation cycles, when he detected a slight strengthening in Zhou Yong's energy, he carefully wrapped Zhou Yong's energy flow with his own and slowly began refining the Xiuxian Lingji within Zhou Yong's mouth. He refined only the tiniest amount at a time, wary of overloading the body with too much medicine and turning it toxic. As that minute portion of medicinal energy entered Zhou Yong's body, Li Dalong keenly sensed an immediate change. Zhou Yong's vitality was strengthening, and his spiritual energy slightly increasing. This result caused Li Dalong's spirit to rise. This was working. His heart filled with joy. He became even more cautious in helping Zhou Yong refine the Xiuxian Lingji. As the second trace of medicinal energy entered Zhou Yong's body, his heartbeat increased slightly, and the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians also quickened a bit. Li Dalong carefully assisted Zhou Yong in refining the Xiuxian Lingji, all the while closely observing every change in Zhou Yong's condition. Day by day passed. During this time, Xiuxian and Wuxia had also emerged from their cultivation retreats. But seeing that Li Dalong was still in secluded cultivation, the 2 women rested outside for a few days, updating themselves on current events before re-entering the Xiuhua Cultivation Pagoda for further cultivation. They had already learned that so many major events had occurred in the immortal realm during their retreats, including the attack on Yunxia Sect. Wuxia had also received a message from her father, Xiuxian. She originally wanted to consult Li Dalong about enhancing the Inyang Qingquan Great Array, but since Li Dalong was in seclusion, she could only wait until he emerged to discuss it. Half a year had passed in the immortal realm, while more than 6 years had passed inside the Xiuhua Cultivation Pagoda. With Li Dalong's careful assistance, Zhou Yong had completely refined the Xiuxian Lingji, and his physical condition had recovered remarkably. Zhou Yong's spiritual energy could now circulate on its own, and all his bodily wounds had healed. However, because his consciousness had been sealed within the 10,000-year frost coffin for so many years, his divine consciousness had not fully recovered. He had not awakened yet. Now Li Dalong only needed to check his condition every few days. Since his consciousness recovery could no longer be assisted, he could only wait for it to recover naturally. Once his consciousness recovered, he would awaken naturally. This was his wish, and also the deep attachment of the original Li Dalong's soul, something he was determined to fulfill. Now, finally, he had revived his junior apprentice brother, so that their family could reunite, and all be brought into the immortal realm. Li Dalong felt his heart unburdened and his mind at ease. From this point on, his own cultivation progress would accelerate significantly, and even the heart devil tribulation would become easier to overcome. Originally, he had prepared 2 divine herbs, but only used one, the Xiuxian Lingji, to revive his junior apprentice brother, meaning he had saved the other one, the Liuxia grass. Li Dalong's spiritual perception sensed that Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong had recently emerged from seclusion. After checking Zhou Yong's condition and finding everything stable, Li Dalong instantly exited the Xiuhua Cultivation Pagoda, eager to inform his sister-in-law Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong of the good news. Chapter 380. Zhou Yong awakens. Li Dalong appeared outside the cultivation room and walked toward the meeting hall. He sent a voice transmission to Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong. Tianlong, bring your mother here. Senior Martial Uncle, you've ended your retreat. Zhou Tianlong joyfully called out upon receiving Li Dalong's voice transmission. It had been many years since they last saw each other after they both entered retreat cultivation. With the enhancement from the Creation Cultivation Tower and the Inyang Qingquan Formation, Zhou Tianlong's cultivation level had also reached the late Golden Immortal stage. Zhou Tianlong arrived at Li Dalong's meeting hall together with his mother. Greetings, Senior Martial Uncle. Zhou Tianlong respectfully bowed to Li Dalong. Greetings, Senior Martial Brother. Yun Yao also bowed to Li Dalong. There's no need for formalities. Come, sit down. I have good news to tell you both, Li Dalong said, gesturing for them to sit. He poured each of them a cup of enlightenment tea before speaking again with a smile. What's the good news, senior martial uncle? Zhou Tianlong eagerly asked. Drink your tea first. I'll tell you after, Li Dalong replied, his heart filled with happiness because Zhou Yong would soon awaken. Seeing the puzzled looks in Yun Yao and Zhou Tianlong's eyes and the impatient expression on Zhou Tianlong's face, he deliberately delayed the news. If he told them first, they wouldn't be able to finish their enlightenment tea. Since Li Dalong refused to explain, the two picked up their teacups and drank the tea in one gulp. Seeing their anxious anticipation, Li Dalong decided not to tease them any longer. My junior brother has already taken the divine medicine and is on his way here. He should awaken soon, Li Dalong slowly told them as he looked at the pair. Is that true, senior martial brother? Yun Yao was the first to react. She stood up quickly and asked in a trembling voice. Senior martial uncle, are you saying my father is okay now? Is it true? Zhou Tianlong also shot up in surprise, speaking loudly. This news was simply too shocking for them. It was the very blessing they had longed for night and day. If they really heard with their own ears from their senior martial uncle that their father had been cured, the astonishment and joy they would feel could not be expressed with words. Yun Yao's feelings were even more complex. After all these years of yearning, finally she had heard from her senior martial brother that her husband had recovered. This was the result she had wished for countless nights. Now that her wish had finally come true, she didn't know how to express her gratitude to this martial brother. This martial brother who was like both an older brother and a father. Their family had smoothly cultivated in the immortal realm, but if not for their senior martial brother's care and treatment of her husband, the thought of their future was terrifying. After allowing them time to calm down, Li Dalong said, yes, it's true. My junior brother's body has no serious issues now, though his spiritual consciousness has not fully recovered. His spiritual consciousness must heal on its own. Once that happens, he will awaken naturally. When he does, I will bring him out to meet you. Tianlong, send a message to your sister. See if she is in retreat cultivation or not, and call her back. These few days, your father should wake up. Li Dalong again ordered Zhou Tianlong to inform Zhou Shui. He also longed to see his junior brother awakening and reuniting with his family. He sincerely wished for the Zhou family to finally reunite. After hearing his senior martial uncle's instructions, Zhou Tianlong immediately took out a communication jade talisman and sent a request to contact his elder sister, Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui had just ended her retreat not long ago and had missed participating in the sect's war against the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect due to her isolation. Suddenly sensing a fluctuation from the communication talisman stored in her spirit ring, she shifted her focus, and the talisman materialized in her hand. Activating it, she heard her younger brother, Zhou Tianlong's voice. Sister, senior martial uncle has awakened father. Come quickly to senior martial uncle's place, Zhou Tianlong excitedly, almost incoherently, urged. The news shocked Zhou Shui, and for a moment, she couldn't respond, stunned into silence. Hey, are you listening? Hurry over, Zhou Tianlong called again loudly. Is it really true? That's wonderful. I'm coming right away, Zhou Shui enthusiastically replied. She immediately put the talisman away and rushed to her master, happily saying, Master, my father is awake. I want to go see him. I'm specially asking for your permission to visit senior martial uncle's residence at the Yunxia Sect. My father is awake. Ouyang Lan, Zhou Shui's master, upon hearing her beloved disciple say her father had awakened, also felt happy for her. She said, Go then. It must have been hard for you. Now, your family can finally reunite. Hurry. When your father fully recovers, bring them all here for a visit. Thank you, master. Then I'll go now. With her master's permission, Zhou Shui immediately turned and ran outside. She quickly arrived at the sect's teleportation formation and took it to Xuanhuan City, the closest city to the Yunxia Sect. Then she flew on her sword toward the Yunxia Sect. Soon, Zhou Shui appeared outside Li Dalong's courtyard. Since she was a frequent visitor to the Yunxia Sect, most of the sect's disciples recognized her, especially since she wore the elite disciple robes of the Unqi Immortal Sect, and no one stopped her. Zhou Shui entered her senior martial uncle's courtyard with a heart full of excitement. Zhou Tianlong and her mother were already waiting for her in the courtyard. After the mother and daughter met with joy, Zhou Tianlong happily stepped forward and greeted her. Sister. Mother, where is father? Why I haven't seen him? Zhou Shui had assumed her father was also present, and not seeing him, she asked in confusion. Your senior martial uncle said your father will awaken in a few more days. He asked you to come early so you could be here the moment your father awakens. That's why he asked your brother to call you over. Yun Yao smilingly replied to Zhou Shui. Oh, father is okay. That's truly great news. I'll go inside and properly thank senior martial uncle. Upon hearing that her father would awaken in a few days, Zhou Shui knew this was entirely thanks to senior martial uncle's treatment that her father was recovering so quickly. After entering the meeting hall, Zhou Shui bowed deeply to Li Dalong and said, Thank you, senior martial uncle. Shuer has arrived. Everyone, please sit and have another cup of enlightenment tea. Li Dalong gestured for the three of them to sit down and drink the enlightenment tea. Over the years, the enlightenment tea tree had grown many new leaves, and drinking the enlightenment tea provided great benefits for cultivation. That was why he had prepared it for them today. With their hearts full of excitement, the three sat down and sipped the enlightenment tea. Even though it was considered a legendary tea in the immortal realm, they could barely taste its flavor as their minds were overwhelmed with emotion. While speaking casually with the three and chatting about various recent events in the immortal realm, Li Dalong simultaneously observed Zhou Yang's condition inside the creation cultivation tower with his divine sense. Because of the tenfold time acceleration within the creation cultivation tower due to the yin-yang xuanhuan formation, Zhou Yang's spiritual consciousness was recovering at a rapid pace. Within less than a day in the immortal realm, Zhou Yang's eyelids started to tremble, and his fingers began moving unconsciously. Based on the current situation, Zhou Yang would awaken within less than a day. In other words, he had already recovered his spiritual consciousness after Shiruotan, more than 10 days, inside the yin-yang xuanhuan formation. Chapter 381. The Reunion of Zhou Yang's Family. Li Dalong shared this good news with Yunxiao and her 3 children, and the 3 were extremely delighted. A reunion of the whole family had always been their unspoken wish. Now it was about to come true. How could they not be thrilled? Li Dalong was also very excited deep down, but his face remained calm and composed, as always. In truth, he had been waiting anxiously for this moment too. Time dragged slowly for the 4 as they waited impatiently. By the time evening approached, several days had already passed since the yin-yang xuanhuan Great Array had activated. Li Dalong sensed that Zhou Yang would wake up soon. He immediately flashed into the cultivation chamber, quickly entered the Tower of Creation and Transformation, and moved Zhou Yang out of it. Mother and her 3 children also followed him into the cultivation room, and saw Zhou Yang being supported by Li Dalong's immortal power. At this moment, Zhou Yang's eyelids began to flutter incessantly, as if he were about to wake up soon. Yunxiao saw her dearly missed husband, and immediately tears streamed down her face. Her trembling voice softly called out, "Husband." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Yang's eyelids trembled even faster, and his hands also began to move. Seeing that her husband was responding to her voice and awakening more quickly, Yunxiao was overcome with emotion and called out again, "Husband, wake up quickly." Zhou Yang's eyes flew open but closed again instantly, startled by the light in the room. However, his consciousness had now awakened, and he could feel 4 presences around him. His mind had not yet fully cleared, and he let out a soft groan. Li Dalong injected immortal energy into Zhou Yang's body and slowly began regulating the spiritual energy within him. Soon, Zhou Yang's awareness returned completely to his body, and he sat up. His eyes adjusted to the lighting in the room. He saw his crying wife by his side, and standing beside her were 2 young men, his own senior disciples. When Yunxiao saw that Zhou Yang had fully awakened, she could no longer hold back and threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms, crying loudly. Knowing that they must have much to talk about, Li Dalong waved his hand, gesturing to Zhou Shui and her younger brother to follow him out, leaving the couple alone. Zhou Yang and Yunxiao embraced tightly. Yunxiao poured out all the weichit and longing she had held inside for hundreds of years through tears. It felt like a dream to Zhou Yang. He had thought he would never come back to life. Yet, he unexpectedly reunited with his beloved wife, and even his 2 children. Although several centuries had passed, changing Zhou Shui and Zhou Tianlong's appearances significantly, the bloodline resonance told him clearly, these were indeed his own children. They simply held each other in silence, not speaking, enjoying the hard-earned moment of warmth and tenderness. Half a xiuxian later, the couple emerged from the cultivation room, faces beaming with smiles. They arrived at the main hall, and Zhou Yang solemnly bowed deeply to Li Dalong. "Senior brother, thank you for saving my life and taking care of Yunxiao and everyone else." At this point, Yunxiao had already informed him that they had all arrived in the immortal realm. Without Li Dalong, Zhou Yang wouldn't have returned to life or experienced this happy life with his wife and children. He felt immense gratitude toward his senior brother. Like an elder brother or a father, ever since their master's departure, Li Dalong had been his sole pillar of support, his only family. "You are my junior brother. This is nothing worth mentioning. It's simply what I should do. This time, now that you've awoken, spend some time with Yunxiao and Tianlong." Li Dalong raised Zhou Yang up happily. "Senior brother, without you, there would be no happiness for our family today. Just now Yunxiao told me you've married 2 sisters. Where are they? I didn't see them." Zhou Yang glanced around, looking left and right. "Your 2 senior sisters are currently in retreat and have not emerged yet. When they come out, I will have them meet you. There will be plenty of time." Li Dalong said with a smile. It's great that my senior brother has started a family, but you must also try to have some nephews soon." Zhou Yang said joyfully. "Well, it's all a matter of destiny. Since our marriage, there have been many events happening. We've been busy cultivating. We'll let it happen naturally." Li Dalong replied with some embarrassment in tone. Upon seeing Li Dalong's expression and hearing his tone, Zhou Yang's family burst into laughter. "Junior brother, now that you've just awakened, take some time to rest and recover your strength. Then you must cultivate seriously to restore your cultivation level. You can retreat here in the Tower of Creation and Transformation. Also, have Tianlong teach you our techniques. Here, take this storage ring with these resources for cultivation. Tell me if you need more." After saying that, Li Dalong handed a storage ring to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang calmly accepted the storage ring offered by Li Dalong and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, senior brother. Here's a bit more enlightenment tea. Don't tell anyone about this. When you are learning new techniques, drinking a cup of this enlightenment tea will benefit your cultivation." Li Dalong worried that Zhou Yang might struggle with learning a new technique, so he gave him some enlightenment tea. "Okay, I understand." Zhou Yang accepted the enlightenment tea and stored it into his storage ring. "Well then, it's been many years since we last met. Take them back now. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future." Li Dalong, seeing that everything was more or less settled, waved his hand to dismiss Zhou Yang, allowing his family to return. Zhou Yang hadn't seen Yunxiao in nearly 1,000 years. With 9 separations surpassing even a newlywed reunion, he would not delay them any further. Zhou Yong returned to the adjacent courtyard with Yun Yao, whose face beamed with joy, along with the cheerful brother and sister. Previously, only Yun Yao lived here with her son Zhou Tianlong, making the place feel quite desolate. Now that the family of 4 had reunited, the courtyard immediately became lively and warm. Zhou Yong gazed affectionately at the courtyard, brimming with spiritual energy and exuding elegance and warmth. What else could he possibly desire? After chatting for a while longer, Zhou Shui and Zhou Tianlong paid their respects to their parents and then retreated to their respective rooms, giving their long-separated parents some private time. Once the two had left, Yun Yao cast a loving yet slightly reproachful look at Zhou Yong, before slowly leaning into his chest, her fingers tracing small circles on his chest. Looking at his wife's blushing, radiant face, Zhou Yong suddenly scooped her petite figure into his arms, casually shooting out a privacy formation seal, and then. Indeed, the body of a cultivator held great stamina. For the next day the couple emerged refreshed and full of energy. At this point, Yun Yao appeared to have rejuvenated by 20 years. Her mature charm and elegant aura made Zhou Yong's heart flutter. However, today Yun Yao planned to show him around every part of the Cloudy Mist sect to become familiar with the environment, and then tour various regions of the Immortal Realm. After all, life was to be lived here in the Immortal Realm henceforth, so understanding the environment and survival rules was essential. As for his senior brother Li Dalong, he had his own numerous responsibilities, so it wouldn't be appropriate to trouble him with such minor concerns. Thus, Li Dalong finally resolved a major concern in his heart. After settling matters with his junior brother, Li Dalong sent some enlightenment tea to his mother-in-law, Komeli, who became extremely delighted and praised this son-in-law for his thoughtfulness. Chapter 382 The Father-in-law's Request. Yi Wuxia was in retreat for cultivation, but suddenly thought that it had been a while since he last visited the Unqi Immortal Sect to see his father and mother-in-law. Thus, he prepared some Wudao tea, along with several 10,000-year-old immortal herbs he had obtained from an ancient cave mansion. When Li Dalong arrived at the Unqi Immortal Sect to pay respects to his father-in-law Yi Xiuxian and mother-in-law Madame Xuanhuan, the two elders were extremely pleased, even though they were a bit disappointed that their beloved daughter hadn't returned with him. Yi Xiuxian, in particular, was overjoyed because he originally intended to summon Li Dalong to discuss the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Grand Formation. Now that Li Dalong had come by himself, it made things even better. After patiently waiting for his wife to finish chatting with Li Dalong about the daily affairs of the family, Yi Xiuxian eagerly pulled Li Dalong into his study. Big Dragon, after this grand war sweeping across the entire immortal realm, our sect has suffered heavy losses among our elders and elite disciples. It's practically facing a critical state of succession crisis. Moreover, other forces in the immortal realm are becoming unstable, starting to test the limits of our sect. I want to know if we could secretly set up several more Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth formations to cultivate disciples and rapidly form a group of elite disciples. When Wuxia broke through her retreat not long ago, I originally wanted to call you over to consult, but she said you were in retreat. Now that you're here, I want to discuss with you whether this plan is feasible. Yi Xiuxian spoke with a consultative tone toward Li Dalong. He wasn't sure himself whether Li Dalong would agree. He also knew how significant this matter was, worrying that leaking this information might cause unpredictable consequences. Moreover, this was precisely the time when the Unqi Immortal Sect was most vulnerable, thus requiring the utmost caution. If the fact that the sect possessed the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Grand Formation, a divine array, were to be revealed, it would surely provoke attacks from all major forces in the immortal realm. Li Dalong, upon hearing his father-in-law's words, started thinking deeply, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He also understood that, in the recent war with the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, the Unqi Immortal Sect had suffered the heaviest losses. The number of lost elders, stewards, and elite disciples was staggering, reducing the overall strength of the sect by at least 2/3. It was understandable then why his father-in-law, the sect leader, hoped he would share the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Grand Formation to help rapidly enhance the sect's power. Observing Li Dalong immersed in thought, Yi Xiuxian remained silent, refraining from urging him. He just patiently waited for his reply. As he drank a cup of tasteless immortal tea, time slowly slipped away. Finally, Li Dalong snapped out of his reverie and replied to Yi Xiuxian, "Father-in-law, since the sect is in need now, I will definitely support this wholeheartedly. However, strict secrecy must be maintained to prevent any exposure of the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Grand Formation. After all, this is a matter of grave importance. If it leaks, the consequences could be catastrophic for us. Thank you for your support. You're absolutely right about the secrecy aspect. How about this? We set up these several Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth formations inside the secret realm of the sect. Then we select loyal and gifted disciples to go there for cultivation." Yi Xiuxian said joyfully to Li Dalong. "This idea of setting up the formations inside the secret realm is good. As long as we carefully choose the people who enter for cultivation and station guards at the entrance of the secret realm, prohibiting these disciples from leaving until they reach a certain cultivation level, we can keep the matter most secret." Li Dalong showed more interest in the secret realm method proposed by Yi Xiuxian, as it could help better maintain secrecy. They could be made to believe that it was the unique environment of the secret realm affecting their cultivation, without them realizing it was the influence of the formation. Even if, in the future, they left and disclosed the special nature of the secret realm, rather than attributing it to the formation itself, the true nature would remain hidden. Even if they were eventually forced to relinquish the secret realm, The only loss would be the realm itself. The more the two considered this approach, the more suitable it seemed, leaving only the matter of actual implementation. Setting up several yin-yang heaven and earth formations inside the secret realm, each formation capable of holding a certain number of people. Since a relatively secure solution had been found, Xiuxian increased the original target of training 5,000 disciples to 20,000. Then there was the matter of guarding the entrance to the secret realm, which Li Dalong did not need to be concerned about. To ensure nothing went wrong, Xiuxian directly asked two grand elders who were on the verge of becoming holy sages to guard the entrance to the secret realm. After they fine-tuned some other details, Xiuxian quickly arranged all the required materials for Li Dalong to set up the formations. Additionally, Li Dalong secured 500 spots for disciples from the Yunxia Sect to be cultivated within this secret realm. Xiuxian agreed to Li Dalong's request without much hesitation since the Yunxia Sect had now become part of their extended family. Besides, it was Li Dalong himself who was making the request, and the Yunxia Sect only required spots for 500 people, an amount of resources that was trivial for the Unqi Immortal Sect to provide. Of course, Li Dalong's main intention was to use the name and facilities of the Unqi Immortal Sect. The Yunxia Sect itself already had abundant cultivation resources and did not require Unqi support. Thus, 20,000 elite disciples at the mid and late stages of golden immortal cultivation were quickly selected and stood ready, awaiting Li Dalong's completion of the formation setup. Li Dalong also contacted his mother-in-law Kameli through a communication jade talisman. Mother-in-law, the Unqi Immortal Sect is preparing a secret realm to cultivate disciples. I've managed to secure 500 spots for our Yunxia Sect. Please select 500 young, loyal, and talented disciples to send to the Unqi Immortal Sect so they can cultivate in the secret realm until reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Good. This is absolutely wonderful. I'll immediately arrange for someone to start selecting the disciples. When should they be sent over? Kameli happily laughed and readily agreed to Li Dalong's request. After ending the communication with Li Dalong, Kameli immediately summoned several elders to begin selecting the disciples and prepared to personally escort them to the Unqi Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, under Xiuxian's personal guidance, Li Dalong entered the Unqi Immortal Sect's secret realm through the sect's teleportation formation to begin setting up the yin-yang heaven and earth grand formation. He believed that, with these several yin-yang heaven and earth formations, the Unqi Immortal Sect would be able to recover its pre-war strength within 200 years. After all, with a tenfold time acceleration and abundant cultivation resources, the cultivation levels of these 20,000 elite disciples would experience a major surge. At the same time, with the Wudao Tea gifted by Li Dalong and the enhancement provided by the yin-yang heaven and earth grand formation, his own cultivation would also see significant improvement. Having such an outstanding son-in-law was truly a blessing. Xiuxian looked at Li Dalong, growing more and more satisfied with each glance. After entering the secret realm with Xiuxian, Li Dalong began selecting locations to set up the yin-yang heaven and earth grand formation. Due to the large number of cultivators needing access, over 20,000 people, it was clear that the formations couldn't be too small or too large. After an entire day of flying around and surveying the area together, he and his father-in-law Xiuxian selected 15 suitable locations. They planned to build 10 formations, each capable of accommodating 2,000 cultivators, and 5 formations, each accommodating 1,000 cultivators. Moreover, these yin-yang heaven and earth formations could only be set up by Li Dalong himself. Once the locations were chosen, he got straight to work. Chapter 383. Advancement to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. After Li Dalong selected the 15 formation sites for the yin-yang xuanhuan array, Xiuxian summoned all the disciples inside this secret realm, both to prevent interference with Li Dalong's formation setup and to avoid any leaks, ensuring the special effects inside wouldn't be discovered by outsiders. Once Li Dalong confirmed that all disciples from Yunxia Sect had completely withdrawn, he began his exhausting task of setting up the formations. These 15 formations took Li Dalong exactly half a year to complete. Many of the formation materials had to be refined by himself, while the terrain required complex calculations and camouflage to conceal the actual nature of the yin-yang xuanhuan array. However, due to his tireless effort and sleepless work over those 6 months, his understanding and insight into the yin-yang xuanhuan array advanced significantly. Especially for the final 2 large 1,000-person arrays, he applied his own realizations to improve and experiment with the original design, achieving success that boosted the time acceleration effect up to 11-fold. But naturally, the difficulty of setting up these arrays and the materials consumed also increased dramatically. Moreover, Li Dalong sensed that these modified formations weren't yet fully refined and could only be considered experimental for now. If he were to upgrade all 15 arrays to this modified yin-yang xuanhuan array, it would cost too many resources and time. Not to mention he really didn't want to go through another sleepless period like this again. After setting up all the arrays, he tested each one carefully. Everything ran smoothly. Exiting the secret realm, he reported to his father-in-law Xiuxian that the arrays were completed and ready for use. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian was overjoyed. He called upon Li Dalong to re-enter the secret realm and personally inspect all 15 arrays. Li Dalong then informed Xiuxian about the 2,000-person arrays he had improved through experimentation. Hearing this, Xiuxian was even more pleased. Don't underestimate that one extra fold in time acceleration, because cumulatively, it made a massive difference. Even if your talent isn't as good as others, having 11 times more cultivation time made a huge impact. while others trained for a year, you had already trained for 11. This allowed one to easily compensate for inferior talent, perhaps even surpassing those born with higher gifts. Xiuxian ordered Li Dalong to activate all 15 Yinyang Kuantian arrays. After leaving the secret realm, Xiuxian immediately began arranging for disciples to be secretly sent into the realm in batches for training. Being a rather thoughtful man, Xiuxian assigned the 500 disciples from Yunxia Sect into the improved array to enjoy the 11-fold increase in training speed. As Xiuxian was occupied arranging the disciples' secret cultivation, Li Dalong went back to the cultivation room, where previously he had set up formations for his father and mother-in-law, replacing the old Yinyang Kuantian array with the improved version, increasing their cultivation speed to 11-fold. Once this task was completed, Li Dalong respectfully took his leave from Xiuxian and his mother-in-law Madame Xuanhuan, who had just finished their work, and returned to Yunxia Sect. His first stop was at his mother-in-law Kamei's cultivation room, where he upgraded her formation. Upon realizing the training time speed had doubled again, Kamei was extremely delighted. Ever since the cultivation formation had been added, she had not only managed to keep up with sect affairs, but her cultivation had also improved dramatically. Over the past years, her cultivation level had already reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Li Dalong, however, remained at the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. After upgrading Kamei's formation, Li Dalong returned to his courtyard, rested for a bit, and then used his spiritual consciousness to awaken all the people training inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. Once they ended their retreat, Zhou Yong also met his two beautiful elder sisters-in-law, Wuxia and Xiuxian. Li Dalong informed everyone that the Yinyang Kuantian array inside their cultivation chamber had been upgraded, which allowed all of them to benefit from an 11-fold time acceleration, vastly enhancing the effectiveness of their future retreats. Several days of family reunion passed, after which Zhou Yong took his entire family back into the Xuanhuan cultivation tower for intensive training. Li Dalong, along with his two wives, also hadn't seen each other for a long time. The couple indulged in a joyous and shameless period of marital bliss. One day after nearly 2.5 months, Li Dalong finally convinced his two wives to experience the joy of sharing the same bed together. The soundproofing formation around the bedroom was often activated. Fortunately, Li Dalong possessed high cultivation skills, and the bodies of cultivators were vastly superior to ordinary humans. The energy he consumed could easily be restored using pills or immortal stones, which meant Li Dalong could enjoy a blissful life that men from the blue planet would envy greatly. After 3 full months of such happiness, the three finally ended this enjoyable period and entered the Xuanhuan cultivation tower for intensive training. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed, and everyone's cultivation level had experienced tremendous growth. Li Dalong suddenly sensed something and shot out from the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. He then transmitted a voice message to his mother-in-law Kamei through spiritual consciousness. Mother-in-law, I'm going to the back mountains to undergo tribulation. Please keep others away from the tribulation area to prevent accidents. Kamei, who was handling sect affairs at the moment, received Li Dalong's transmission and immediately ordered elders to station guards around the back mountains. She also personally headed to the back mountains to protect Li Dalong as his guardian during tribulation. Her son-in-law was the blessing of both Yunxia Sect and herself. Now that he was facing tribulation, it was a major matter that could not afford any carelessness, hence her extraordinary seriousness. After arriving at the designated tribulation site deep within the back mountains, one specially prepared by Yunxia Sect, Li Dalong got ready. By now, he had become completely adept at facing tribulation, feeling not the slightest panic. After selecting an appropriate location, he casually set up a defensive formation, put on his protective immortal armor, and drew forth a protective shield, the xuanhuan sword, and other commonly used defensive and offensive items. As black clouds gathered high in the sky, forming dense layers, the heavenly lightning gradually took shape. Li Dalong, in turn, completed his preparations for the coming tribulation. 2 hours later, when the final bolt of lightning struck him directly, although he had already sustained serious injuries before, the energy from this last lightning surge began rapidly restoring his battered body and meridians. At the same time, the heavenly lightning was also transforming his body, reshaping his meridians, and promoting metamorphosis within his physical form, dantian, and channels. Once the energy of the last lightning bolt had fully dissipated, the ominous clouds above quietly scattered into nothingness. Li Dalong had successfully advanced to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Using his spiritual awareness to scan his inner self, he felt the changes of this new cultivation stage. His physical strength, the width of his dantian, the size and resilience of his meridians had all experienced a tremendous leap. Compared to the middle stage, the capacity of immortal energy in the late stage had more than doubled. His overall strength had at least tripled. With this cultivation advancement, Li Dalong felt his inner confidence and sense of security deepen significantly. Strength was the foundation of confidence and assurance. For Li Dalong, who always felt insecure and aimed for cautious progress, each small improvement in power reassured his anxious heart. Each breakthrough in cultivation brought him not only increased confidence, but also a stronger sense of happiness. Chapter 384 Yu Wuxiao embarks on a journey. Kamei flew over to congratulate Li Dalong after seeing him successfully survive the Jian'an. With Li Dalong's successful passage through the Tenjia, Yunxia Sect now had 2 late-stage Tai Golden Immortal experts. Her confidence soared accordingly. After briefly exchanging words with his mother-in-law Kamei, Li Dalong returned with her to their residence. Li Dalong once again entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda to solidify his cultivation base and continued refining his powers, preparing himself for the breakthrough to Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Only after reaching the level of Grand Luo Golden Immortal could one truly feel relatively safe within the immortal realm and enjoy a few special privileges. Just considering the previous battle against the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, even Grand Luo Golden Immortals were merely pawns, slightly more significant pawns, perhaps. In these 30 years, Xiuxian had also taken time to enter the secret realm to inspect his disciples' progress. Under the enhancement of the Yunxia Grand Formation and supported by unlimited quantities of immortal pills and spirit stones supplied by the sect, their cultivation had greatly improved. Those who were originally at the late Golden Immortal stage had already smoothly advanced to early Tai Golden Immortal. Basically, all of them had ascended at least one minor level. Quite a number of disciples had already advanced to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal and were striving for the Grand Luo Golden Immortal realm. Some, with better talent and diligent practice, advanced by 2 minor stages. However, some disciples perished beneath the Jilai, a loss that caused Xiuxian great sorrow and regret. After returning from the secret realm to the sect, he secretly mobilized some additional disciples to fill the empty spots left by those who had died, ensuring that the number of disciples cultivating within the secret realm always remained around 20,000. Among the 500 disciples sent by Yunxia Sect, all had advanced by at least one minor level, with 300 of them reaching the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Over 100 had advanced to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The remaining disciples had all reached the late Golden Immortal stage. These 500 disciples were handpicked by Komeli as the very best from the entire sect, yet no fewer than 30 perished under the Gli, all during their attempt to break through into the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Xiuxian informed Komeli to send another 30 disciples to refill the 500 quota, ensuring that the positions in the Yunxia Grand Formation in the secret realm would not go to waste. Li Dalong ignored the outside world, focusing entirely on his cultivation. In recent years, Wuxia had remained within the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda, where she had long advanced to the late stage of Golden Immortal. Her years of seclusion had proven highly effective, significantly enhancing her cultivation base. Xiuxian had also advanced into the late Golden Immortal stage. Both women had begun aiming toward the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. This time, Wuxia had been cultivating in seclusion inside the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda for nearly 400 years, though in the immortal realm, it had only been about 30 years. After reaching the late Golden Immortal stage, her progress had begun to slow. The bottleneck to entering the realm of Tai Golden Immortal still seemed quite distant. She began to consider ending her seclusion and immediately acted on the thought, concluding her cultivation and exiting the Xuanhuan Pagoda. Indeed, cultivation required balance. Constant practice without rest was also detrimental to a cultivator. Cultivation enhancement did not merely come from gathering immortal energy, but also involved refining one's temperament. At that time, no one was in the courtyard. Li Dalong and others were still in seclusion within the Xuanhuan Pagoda. After spending a day alone in the courtyard with nothing to do, she first returned to the Unqi Immortal Sect to visit her parents, and was then persuaded by her mother to stay for an entire month. Soon, she started thinking of traveling outside to relax and broaden her experience. Meanwhile, her father Xiuxian had entered his cultivation chamber to begin his own retreat. After bidding farewell to her mother, she took out a shape-shifting mask, donned it, changed her appearance and aura, and began traveling across different regions of the immortal realm. Originally, Lady Yuehua wanted to assign several maids to accompany her, but she declined her mother's arrangement because she didn't want anyone following her. Already at the late Golden Immortal stage, she had great confidence in her own strength, and with some life-saving treasures on her, she firmly decided to go out on her own. She had no clear destination, simply wandering freely and following her whims. One day, she arrived at a small market. Although already married, she still retained a bit of girlish nature. She would purchase anything she found attractive or interesting. Moreover, she never haggled over prices. If she liked it, she bought it immediately. Observers could clearly tell from her generous spending and exquisite attire and bearing that she was the kind of wealthy young lady who came from a rich family. And being alone, at merely the late Golden Immortal level, in the eyes of many she was the perfect target for robbery. Thus, without her awareness, she had already been noticed and targeted by several groups. It was just that she was still in the marketplace, where action couldn't be taken immediately. Within less than a day, the number of people following and trailing behind her reached 5 or 6 separate parties. After browsing the stalls of scattered cultivators, she strolled along the street and visited all the shops, big and small. In the afternoon, she finally felt a bit tired. Wuxia headed to the only restaurant in the bazaar and took a seat beside a window facing the street. "Waiter," she called, "bring me a few of your best immortal delicacies and a pot of immortal wine." "Great. Madam, please wait a moment. Your immortal dishes will be ready shortly," the waiter replied with a smile. Although Wuxia had altered her appearance using a shape-shifting mask, her innate aura and top-notch equipment made the waiter quite fond of her. At the same time, she had also drawn the attention of most male cultivators in the restaurant. Soon, the waiter delivered the dishes and wine that Wuxia had ordered. "Madam, here are the immortal delicacies and wine you requested. Please enjoy them at your leisure. Let me know if you need anything else." "All right, thank you." Wuxia casually tossed a few mid-grade stones to the waiter, who hurriedly caught them, repeatedly expressing gratitude before cheerfully continuing to serve other customers. Yi Wuxia began leisurely enjoying the signature immortal dishes and sipping her wine while eavesdropping on the various rumors and gossip among the restaurant patrons. The male customers, noticing Yi Wuxia's interest in their conversations, started chatting more enthusiastically. As they spoke, their eyes kept glancing toward her. Yi Wuxia listened attentively to the idle chatter of the customers from all corners of the realm, enjoying herself thoroughly. As she drank and savored her meal inside the restaurant, those who had been tailing her outside were suffering quite a bit. Inside the restaurant, Yi Wuxia tasted her wine and delicacies while listening to casual conversations. She noticed that most of the patrons were disciples from minor sects or wandering cultivators whose life experiences resulted in an incredibly diverse range of topics. Many of them touched upon secret tales and legends of the immortal realm she had never heard before. Suddenly, a certain topic from one of the customers caught Yi Wuxia's attention. According to someone seated nearby, he was the leader of a wandering adventuring team. He had led his adventuring team to many places and appeared to be a very well-traveled individual based on his experiences and knowledge. He was now narrating an exciting story about his own experiences on the illusory grasslands, describing it as a vast expanse with breathtaking scenery, its lush green grass swaying gently in the breeze, while also hiding countless extraordinary treasures and rare opportunities. Chapter 385. Yi Wuxia Surrounded. The terrain of the illusory grassland was unique, with dangers lurking everywhere. Much of the area was endless grassland, making it extremely easy for people to lose their sense of direction. In some regions, a thin mist lingered year-round, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to pass through the clouds and cast surreal patterns of light and shadow. People were easily enchanted by the beauty of such scenery, drawn in unconsciously until they lost all sense of direction. Those who couldn't escape would become forever lost in this place, their spirits gradually fading until they became wandering living corpses drifting across the grasslands. In some places that appeared to be grassy fields, people would immediately sink into swamps powerful enough to trap even cultivators of immortality. Moreover, the grassland was home to various rare spirit flowers, spirit fruits, and spirit ores, treasures that cultivators craved. It was said that anyone who entered the illusory grassland would have the chance to obtain a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Wuxia listened with rapt attention, and her heart couldn't help but become deeply intrigued by this illusory grassland. After leaving the market, she decided she must explore it. However, as Yi Wuxia exited the tavern after settling her bill, went to Balai, a store within the market that sold all sorts of immortal artifacts and talismans, and restocked on talismans, then wandered casually on the streets for a while. She finally exited the market and headed toward the illusory grassland, followed discreetly by numerous wandering cultivators who had been tailing her all along. About 10 li away from the market, one group of wandering cultivators could no longer contain themselves and finally revealed themselves, encircling Yi Wuxia. Although these cultivators weren't very skilled in cultivation, they had numbers on their side and completely surrounded Yi Wuxia. Realizing her dire situation, she inwardly cursed. The rogue cultivators clearly had come for her possessions. Yi Wuxia acted first. A newly purchased set of talismans appeared in her hands, and quickly, she channeled immortal energy to activate more than a dozen talismans at once. She didn't bother identifying which ones they were, nor how many she held. After activation, she hurled them at several bandits approaching from the hillside. As soon as the talismans were thrown, her spiritual senses stirred, and instantly a defensive immortal armor wrapped around her entire body. Then, she activated an immortal power shield that completely enveloped her. At the same time, an upper-grade immortal artifact defensive shield appeared in her hand, while her supreme-grade flying sword shot into the air. This series of fluid, practiced movements was entirely modeled after Li Dalong's approach. First, ensure your defense. Protect your life before considering offense. The bandits were taken aback, shocked that a seemingly frail woman could react so quickly and boldly. After Yi Wuxia completed her preparations, the bandits finally regained their composure. In fact, this 10-member rogue team was very experienced in battle. Naturally, they earned their cultivation resources by completing tasks, gathering medicinal herbs and minerals to exchange for cultivation supplies, and also frequently worked as highwaymen, seizing more resources. Thus, those two who were attacked by Yi Wuxia's talismans were just plain unlucky. When they saw the several white fireballs flying toward them, mixed with gusts of wind blades, and finally followed by a massive water ball, chaos erupted. In a fluster, unsure of how to react, they hastily activated every defensive ability and item they had, yet still felt the scorching threat of the fireballs. Not hesitating further, their only thought was to save themselves, immediately scattering to the sides to escape the talisman's effects. Yi Wuxia saw that she had opened a path for escape. Ignoring the lingering force of her own talisman attacks, she charged forward through the shockwave. The leader saw their fat goose about to escape and shouted angrily at two of his men who had dodged the attack. Fools! If that goose gets away, I'll skin the two of you alive. Hurry up and chase. Chase! Several members of the gang immediately sped up, giving chase to Yi Wuxia. Others who followed from behind, intending to ambush Yi Wuxia, started cursing loudly upon witnessing the gang's preemptive attack, some regretting their own hesitation, while others considered biding their time to become the final predator. Despite their different thoughts, none left. They remained not too far nor too close, lingering in the distance. The overall cultivation levels of the rogue team weren't particularly high. The leader was at the late Golden Immortal stage. Only 3 were mid-Golden Immortal, and the rest were all at the early Golden Immortal level. However, Their strength came from their numbers, and most importantly, their leader was an experienced fighter. He noticed that though Yunxia was also a late-stage golden immortal, she was all by herself. To handle a young woman alone, even with such a small team, should have been straightforward, which is why he dared to act first even though he knew plenty of others were trailing behind with similar intentions. According to his plan, he intended to subdue the girl in just a few moves, then quickly take her away before those lingering behind could react. Unexpectedly, the girl was more difficult to handle than anticipated. Not only was her reaction time quick, but her equipment was extremely top-notch. Combined, the entire team's gear wasn't worth half of the price of her single defensive shield. Though tough to handle, this made the leader even more determined to capture Yunxia. Just the equipment on her body alone would make them rich beyond measure, not to mention whatever treasures lay within her storage ring. Judging by how she bought things without ever haggling, it was obvious she had no shortage of xiuxian. Yunxia now also realized a greater danger was still behind her. Not only the 10 who were currently attacking her, but also several other hostile presences lingering in the distance. At this moment, she regretted not listening to her mother's advice. She should have brought along a few people. She understood now that if she didn't fight with everything she had, the consequences today would be terrible. She retrieved a jade talisman from her storage ring, one that Li Dalong had given her, and with a flick of her Shen Li, crushed it in her hand. This was an emergency talisman from Li Dalong. Once crushed, he would sense her distress and instantly know her exact location. Though crushing the jade talisman brought her a slight sense of relief, her immediate danger had not passed. She had to survive long enough for her husband, Li Dalong, to arrive. Fortunately, her defensive immortal armor and shield were both exceptionally strong. The attacks from the 10 rogue cultivators were greatly weakened after passing through layers of defenses, her shield, her armor, and her spirit energy barrier, so none of her wounds were immediately life-threatening. However, as more wounds accumulated, her mobility began to suffer. Her flying speed and her counterattacks both started to weaken. What little success she had achieved was slaying 3 early-stage golden immortal Jishu's and injuring 2 mid-stage ones. After an intense battle, though Yunxia fought bravely, eventually, she was simply outnumbered. In the end, these rogue cultivators severely wounded her. Using every last bit of strength, she fled the battlefield and desperately ran into a distant, towering mountain range. Due to the bandits' relentless attacks, she could only escape in a roughly chosen direction. As she ran, she instinctively fled toward areas with higher mountains and denser forests, heading wherever had more complex terrain and deep ravines. By the time she felt utterly exhausted, she still hadn't completely shaken off her pursuers. Yunxia found herself entering an unfamiliar valley, and immediately sensed that the entire valley was filled with a strange, mysterious energy. Her pursuers had disappeared from her spiritual awareness, offering her a momentary relief. But the atmosphere here still unsettled her, as if an unknown formation was silently operating somewhere nearby. Chapter 386. Yunxia's plea for help. Yunxia glanced around her surroundings. Other than noticing it was a normal valley, she found nothing unusual. Her spiritual sense also detected no other presence, not of people, spirit beasts, or even ordinary animals. It was quiet, unnervingly quiet. It was precisely this unusual stillness that made her heart uneasy and a sense of tension creep in. Luckily, for some unknown reason, the pursuers hadn't appeared nearby, so the immediate danger had passed. Once she relaxed, weariness hit her like a wave, leaving her feeling extremely weak. She glanced at her wounds, her damaged, immortal defensive armor, and the shield she had no idea when she had lost. Escaping her pursuers temporarily was truly a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Without thinking of anything else, she decided to tend to her wounds first. Restoring her depleted immortal energy became her top priority. She cleared the ground briefly, took out a formation plate, activated it, and a protective barrier rose up to shield her. She then took out a top-grade healing pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to begin refining its medicinal power. The pill's energy, circulating with her immortal energy, started to nourish her injured body and meridians. As the medicinal power took effect, Yunxia's breath steadied, and some color returned to her face. Li Dalong was cultivating inside the transformation and cultivation tower when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his heart. His spiritual sense detected intense fluctuations from the jade talisman within his storage ring, and then a fragment of it broke off. With a thought, the broken talisman appeared in his hand. Upon seeing it was from Yunxia's distress signal, he immediately understood. His spiritual sense quickly located the approximate direction where Yunxia was in trouble. Without hesitation, Li Dalong's consciousness stirred, and in a flash, he exited the cultivation tower and appeared in the courtyard. Knowing Yunxia was in danger, he felt as if his heart were being sliced. He longed to rush to her side at once. Summoning the soul-hunting sword, he shot straight into the sky without the slightest pause, flying rapidly toward the source of Yunxia's distress call. As he flew at full speed, he thought about the fastest way to reach her. There was a large city nearby with a teleportation formation. It wasn't too far from where he was to Phantom Moon City, but it would still take some time. From his spiritual senses indication, there was no major city with a teleportation array near where Yunxia was. Flying from the nearest city would also take time. Considering both options wasted valuable time, he decided it was better to fly directly at full speed. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Dalong rode the soul-hunting sword and flew with all his might, not caring who or what was in his path. He didn't stop, didn't interfere, and avoided any battles. If he could avoid something, he would. If not, one slash of his sword would deal with it. Anxious and desperate, Li Dalong spared no effort in urging the soul-hunting sword forward through the sky. In his heart, only one thought remained: to reach Xiuxia's side as quickly as possible. However, things rarely go as one hopes. As Li Dalong sped forward, a shrill mocking voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He looked down and saw a young man wearing gleaming immortal armor riding a spirit beast, followed by a few henchmen blocking his path. This arrogant noble was the grandson of the patriarch of the Wind and Thunder Manor, Lei Lingyun. Wind and Thunder Manor barely counted as a third-rate force in the immortal realm. The manor's ancestral elder was a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal who had already brushed the threshold of near sainthood. Lei Lingyun's grandfather, Lei Mingshan, the current manor lord, was also a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Lei Lingyun had outstanding talent, nurtured since childhood with abundant resources prioritized for him. Under his grandfather's favor, by the age of 2000, he had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, and thus developed a conceited and domineering personality. Ho, don't you have eyes? Why so rushed? Hurrying to your death. The young man sneered. Li Dalong had no idea who this arrogant young man was, but he knew he had no time to waste with a disciple of this kind. These people usually leaned on their sect's power to act recklessly, often picking fights with cultivators nearby. But he had no intention of getting caught up with someone like this now. He only wished to get away as soon as possible. Move aside, Li Dalong coldly ordered, his tone carrying an unmistakable authority. Move aside? On what grounds? The youth's expression changed instantly, clearly unprepared for how little respect Li Dalong had shown him. He snorted, saying, "Who do you think you are, daring to treat me with such rudeness?" Li Dalong grew increasingly anxious. Every second mattered for Xiuxia's safety. He didn't want to waste time with this meaningless brat. He moved his body to the side, preparing to go around them. But his avoidance was misinterpreted by Lei Lingyun as fear. Lei assumed Li Dalong must be from some minor faction with no background. Now even more confident, he rode his spirit beast straight ahead, again blocking Li Dalong's path, looking at him with disdain and a cold smile. This action angered Li Dalong. With icy eyes, he stared at the youth and said coldly, "I won't say this again." Lei Lingyun was startled by the icy glare from Li Dalong, a momentary hesitation creeping into his heart. However, he quickly reasoned that his opponent was merely a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivator, and that he himself had 5 subordinates with him, 2 of whom were also late-stage Tai Golden Immortals. Plus, his sect was no small force to be trifled with. He convinced himself that Li Dalong would dare not do anything drastic. With renewed arrogance, Lei Lingyun sneered. "Do you think that broken sword of yours can scare me? I'm telling you, today, you're not getting past me. How tough are you really? Beg me to let you go." Haha. Lei Lingyun taunted shamelessly. A flash of fury crossed Li Dalong's eyes. He could tell the young man was deliberately provoking him, trying to delay his rescue of Xiuxia. Frustration surged in his chest. Why did this damn spoiled brat have to show up now, just when every second counted? "If you're really so eager to die, then die you shall," Li Dalong said coldly, ending all discussion. Activating the primordial sword art, he swung the soul-hunting sword forward, unleashing the move, breaking the wind, which sliced straight toward Lei Lingyun. His mind was fixed on one single thought: cut down this troublesome fool, then hurry to Xiuxia's aid. Lei Lingyun had not expected Li Dalong to attack so decisively. Taken off guard, and without any defense, he barely had time to react before being cleaved in half by the soul-hunting sword. The moment his spirit beast saw its master cut down by a single sword strike from the enemy, it immediately turned to flee without hesitation. But how could it possibly match the speed of the soul-hunting sword? With a single slash, the beast was also cut through at the waist. Having already drawn his blade, Li Dalong showed no mercy. Any who posed a threat would fall with one stroke. With the 2 obstacles eliminated, Li Dalong didn't pause for even a second and resumed flying toward Xiuxia. He knew the situation was critical. Every second delayed could plunge Xiuxia into even greater danger. But of course, Lei Lingyun's henchmen couldn't possibly let Li Dalong kill their master and simply walk away. The few remaining men immediately gave chase. Chapter 387. All road-blocking lackeys deserve death. None of the men before had expected that the young man on the opposite side would, despite being in a clear disadvantage, dare to decapitate their master without a word. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. Before anyone could blink, their master had already been sliced into 2 halves. "Junior brothers, let's join forces and capture this brat. Otherwise we will face death upon returning," shouted the leader, a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal lackey. If they let him slip away easily today, they would have no way to explain to Lord Limengshan when they returned. They either had to kill this young man as a demonstration, hoping the Lord might spare their lives, or capture him alive for the Lord's judgment, perhaps lightening their master's fury. If they allowed him to escape, then their own fates were sealed. They would undoubtedly be executed upon return, crushed under their furious master's palm. Thus, they had no choice but to fight with all their might to capture Li Dalong. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Li Dalong knew there was no peaceful resolution today. Without further words, he swung the soul-chasing sword forward and slashed heavenward with one powerful strike aimed directly at the weakest among them, a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivator. He always picked the softest target first. Indeed, the attack was effective. One blow, and a head soared into the sky before tumbling toward the ground. Not even a scream had time to escape before the man became yet another soul claimed beneath Li Dalong's blade. Under the combined assault of 6 opponents, Li Dalong still managed to kill one with a single strike. This enraged the two late-stage Tai Golden Immortal lackeys, who howled in anger. They warned their comrades to stay alert while launching their own furious attacks on Li Dalong. Yet Li Dalong was not someone easily killed. His combat experience was vast, and both his divine consciousness and immortal energy surpassed those of his peers at the same cultivation stage. Facing his surrounding enemies, he activated the Tai Su Sword Manual, unleashing a move known as Slicing the Moon, a technique from the manual specifically designed for attacking multiple foes. A fan-shaped wave of sword chi shot toward the two lackeys from the Wind Thunder Manor. This time, the two were prepared. All of them had already donned defensive immortal armor and activated protective shields. In addition, the two simultaneously swung their immortal artifacts, sending forth two streaks of lightning to intercept the sword chi. Although not completely neutralizing the power of the Slicing the Moon attack, it was greatly weakened. When the remnants of the sword chi struck their bodies, their defensive armor absorbed the impact effortlessly. Li Dalong began dodging left and right, evading the attacks from 5 opponents. Knowing their mysterious enemy was strong, the men grew more cautious now. They no longer approached directly, choosing instead to attack from a distance using spells and immortal artifacts, unwilling to offer Li Dalong any chance to close the gap and strike. Still, the gap in strength could not be compensated by mere numbers. Plus, Li Dalong was anxious to save Xiuxian and had no time to waste prolonging this fight. Seizing an opportunity, he took down another enemy, a middle-stage Tai Golden Immortal from the Wind Thunder Manor, widening the gaps in their encirclement formation. With one fewer opponent, Li Dalong's defense became easier. After he deliberately endured a slight wound to severely injure one of the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal lackeys, the expressions on the rest of their faces darkened. At this point, their attacks grew more defensive. Each one hoped others would take the lead in launching aggressive assaults while they stayed behind and waited for an opportunity to strike from the shadows. As a result, Li Dalong found their attacks much easier to handle. After several exchanges, Li Dalong successfully killed the badly wounded late-stage Tai Golden Immortal who had served as the breaking point for the rest. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining few instantly turned into fleeing rabbits. Once they witnessed how fierce Li Dalong was, and after having failed to kill him even when 6 had ganged up on him, they had no courage left to face him alone. Without looking back, they scattered in 3 different directions and fled. Seeing their retreat, Li Dalong made no move to chase or kill them. At this moment, he neither had the time nor the inclination to pursue a few beaten dogs. Several sword chi slashed through the air, cleanly severing the storage rings of the fallen enemies on the ground. With a sweep of immortal energy, the rings flew straight into his hands. Then, riding the soul-chasing sword, he sped rapidly in the direction from which Xiuxian had emitted the distress signal. Meanwhile, as Li Dalong hurried forward with full effort, danger was beginning to unfold for Xiuxian. Originally, Xiuxian had been fully focused on healing herself. Thanks to the supreme-grade healing pills Li Dalong had given her, the effect was extremely potent. Under her concentrated refinement, the wounds on her body visibly healed with each passing moment. Soon, her injuries were completely mended, and since the medicinal effects were not yet fully depleted, she continued to refine the remaining power, replenishing the immortal energy that had been completely drained from her dantian. When her immortal energy had returned to about 1/3 of its original level, the aura of those rogue cultivators who had pursued her appeared within her divine perception. At that moment, she was frightened and hastily suppressed her own spiritual presence, terrified of being detected by the enemies. Mainly because her immortal energy had not yet fully recovered. She knew she would not last long in a confrontation before her strength ran out. Moreover, her husband Li Dalong had not yet arrived. From the place she had sent the distress signal to where she now was, she also worried whether her husband would be able to find her. With silent prayers to not be discovered, she poured all effort into restoring her immortal energy. Very soon, however, they discovered her. Fortunately, only 3 enemies were together at this moment. This valley might possess some mysterious power that caused those who first entered to scatter and lose track of each other. Only by slowly searching inside the valley was there any hope of regrouping. Right now, all 3 enemies were at the mid-stage Golden Immortal realm. Even at her peak, Xiuxian couldn't kill 3 enemies simultaneously. Thankfully, her habit of caution brought her both safety and convenience. The defensive formation naturally formed by the formation plate could not be easily broken through by these 3 mid-stage Golden Immortal cultivators. Xiuxian now had no extra thoughts, only accelerating her recovery of immortal energy. She retrieved 2 supreme-grade immortal stones from her storage ring and gripped them tightly, fully absorbing and refining the immortal spiritual energy within. In a short time, her immortal energy recovered to about half its capacity, giving her renewed confidence. As long as no additional enemies arrived, relying on the protection of the formation array, she would look for opportunities to eliminate 1 or 2 bandits from within. Then she would no longer fear their encirclement and attack. At this moment, the 3 bandits also noticed fluctuations of a formation ahead. Clearly, this was a newly set up formation array, and the 3 of them lit up with joy, realizing their prey had been found. After exchanging glances, they moved from a distance and positioned themselves in a triangular formation. Nodding slightly at each other, they simultaneously launched attacks at the defensive formation in the center. 2 sword beams and a fireball spell flew toward the defensive barrier set up by Xiuxian. A supreme-grade defensive formation plate was no easy task for 3 mid-stage Golden Immortal cultivators to break. All 3 attacks slammed onto the protective barrier, but the formation withstood the onslaught. The barrier merely concaved inward slightly, and its color dimmed a little. This caused the three men to feel shocked and, at the same time, excited. The attacks startled Yunxia inside the formation, who had been replenishing her energy. But upon seeing the defensive formation completely block the enemy's attacks, she became delighted. She now felt at ease, continuing her refinement of the supreme-grade immortal stones to restore her immortal energy, while keeping a slight thread of divine consciousness monitoring the consumption of immortal stones on the formation plate. Once the stones' colors began to fade, she would immediately replace them with fresh supreme-grade immortal stones. Chapter 388, Yunxia's Counterattack. The Jipingshan stone not only provided sufficient Shanling Qi to the formation disc, but also lasted a long time without needing replacement. The Shanling Qi within the Jipingshan stone was pure, and the defensive power was slightly enhanced as a result. The three men wanted to obtain Yunxia's possessions, and having captured her, they attacked the defensive formation relentlessly without regard for the consumption, hoping to break through this turtle shell. What drove them to the verge of collapse was that every time cracks appeared on the barrier, a flash of light would emerge from the formation, instantly restoring the barrier to its original state. However, to their delight, another comrade had found his way here. Now they were four, and their confidence soared. Meanwhile, Yunxia also noticed the additional enemy outside the formation, and her expression darkened. Fortunately, her Shan power had now recovered to about 80%. She knew she couldn't continue like this any longer. She must find a way to kill a few of the enemies, or else her chances of escaping would diminish further. Now that she had the formation to rely on, she could launch attacks from within it without restraint. Thus, she switched to another defensive Shan artifact, although this one was not as good as the damaged one and offered slightly less protection. Then, she activated her Shan power shield and took out all the talismans from her storage ring. She no longer cared which talismans they were, whatever matched in type, she activated with Shan power. Then, with her divine consciousness locked onto an enemy outside the formation at the mid-Xiuxian stage, she waved her hand. The talismans flew out of the protective barrier and transformed into several golden fire dragons, flying straight toward one of the enemies. This enemy had been defeated by her talisman attacks before. Seeing so many fire dragons heading toward him, he didn't even think about defense. He immediately turned and fled in the opposite direction. Better safe than sorry. He knew that against such attacks from high-grade talismans, there was no way he could defend himself. Fighting head-on with her would mean certain death. When the other three saw him turn and run, they were furious and cursed him as a coward. All three of them launched their attacks at the fire dragons, chasing their fleeing comrade. In an instant, the area outside the formation became engulfed in roaring flames and deafening explosions. Seeing that the talismans were effective, Yunxia wasted no time. Before the previous fire dragons had completely vanished, she flicked her wrist again and sent more talismans flying. This time, there were several transparent water arrows, aimed at another bandit. He began frantically attacking the incoming water arrows. Despite his best efforts to strike and evade them, one water arrow pierced his arm, leaving that limb completely incapacitated. After her two successful talisman attacks, the sharp-minded Yunxia began to change tactics. After launching a few talismans outward, she followed up quickly with another batch, and then her sword followed close behind to finish the job. Truth be told, her sudden change in strategy caught her foes off guard. By the time they had defended against the first two waves of talismans, and since the incoming sword strike, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced through the heart, and the Fuduoshan power on the blade shattered the heart and surged into the meridians, tearing them apart once more. The robber, who had ambushed many cultivators, closed his guilty eyes in regret. After killing one of the bandits, Yunxia's spirit lifted. Her confidence gradually returned, and she was ready to seize the opportunity to kill more enemies. She unleashed the same strategy again, launching two continuous waves of talisman attacks, then quickly following up with her sword. But this time, the enemy had already figured out her tactics. Although the bandit being targeted could not withstand her sword, it was still intercepted by the other two bandits. Thus, the enemy only suffered injuries from the second wave of talisman attacks. Realizing that the remaining enemies had grown more vigilant, Yunxia set her sights on the one who had already lost the use of one arm. This time, she changed tactics again, dividing her limited talismans into three waves aimed directly at him. He finally exploded into pieces in the third wave of fireballs. So far, of the four bandits, she had already killed two and wounded one. Her tension eased slightly. She began to see hope of escaping. But happiness was fleeting. Not even 2 minutes had passed when her divine senses detected the approach of several more enemies. The bandit leader, accompanied by 3 underlings, had now also arrived. All 8 bandits had now gathered in this mysterious valley. Though 2 were already eliminated, there were still 6 left, one of whom was the leader, at the late Xiuxian level like her. Her heart sank to the depths of despair. Inwardly, she desperately hoped her husband would arrive soon. With the addition of a late Xiuxian bandit leader entering the fray, Yunxia completely abandoned the idea of attacking other bandits. She could only engage the leader with her sword to parry his attacks. His attacks caused far more damage to the formation. Each strike rapidly drained the energy within the formation disk. If she simply defended, the recovery rate of the barrier couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. It would soon be broken through. Only by engaging the leader head-on could she prevent the formation from being breached. Yunxia no longer hesitated to consume her Shan power, fully committing herself to the confrontation with the bandit leader. At this moment, Li Daolong had already driven away several lackeys from the Fenglei Manor and was rushing here in great anxiety. When Li Daolong arrived at the spot where Xiuxian had shattered her jade talisman, he found only a battlefield left in chaos. Then, following the traces of the fight, he began tracking forward. At the same time, he expanded his divine consciousness in all directions, searching desperately for Xiuxian. Judging from the mess left behind on the battlefield just now, she had encountered powerful enemies who surrounded and attacked her. He hoped she was okay. If anything had happened to her, he would never forgive himself. As for those who hurt her, no matter who they were, he would tear them apart piece by piece. At this moment, Li Daolong's eyes shone with a chilling gleam. If the enemy were standing before him, he would surely capture him alive and torture him for centuries. Judging from the direction of escape, Xiuxian had wisely chosen to flee deeper into the mountains. The complex terrain there was more favorable for evading pursuit. This choice also eased Li Daolong's nervous heart slightly. After locking onto the direction, Li Daolong flew rapidly forward along the trail of battle marks. Entering the mountain range and crossing several peaks, he sensed Xiuxian's presence within his divine consciousness. However, her current condition appeared unstable. Her spiritual aura was chaotic and rather weak. As long as she was alive, minor injuries and a weakened state were acceptable. As long as she was still safe, there was still hope. His anxious heart gradually began to calm. Li Daolong concealed his own aura and cast a concealment spell on himself. He activated both his defensive Shan armor and Shan power shield. At the same time, the Star God shield appeared in his hand. While flying forward, he completed all his combat preparations. After crossing over a towering peak, he sensed Xiuxian's presence just beyond the next mountain. Li Daolong double-checked his defenses, then activated the Tai Su sword art, fully prepared to strike at any moment. As he rounded the mountain, he saw a valley ahead. His wife, Xiuxian's aura, clearly came from within this valley. However, this valley looked strange. It didn't resemble a natural valley. Although he could sense his wife's spiritual presence, he couldn't actually see her. Chapter 389, Li Daolong has arrived. The valley was already covered by a thick layer of mist. No sounds could be heard from within. Judging from this, the entire valley was enveloped by a formation. In other words, the whole valley itself was a formation. Even the high mountains on both sides might have been illusions created by the formation. However, fortunately, Li Daolong had deep knowledge of formations. Although he didn't recognize this particular one or know how to break through it, his expertise in formations made him unafraid of it. Without further thought, Li Daolong rushed into the mist. He no longer cared about exposing himself. Fully activating his spiritual awareness, he prepared his defenses to deal with any sudden emergencies. After entering the formation, the thick fog was gone. What appeared before him was an ordinary-looking valley. The valley was vast, surrounded by towering mountains on all sides. Inside, there were dense forests and countless huge, clustered boulders. There was also a stream filled with spiritual energy. But oddly enough, neither human nor beast aura could be detected in his spiritual senses. At this moment, he also lost track of Xiuxian's aura. Yet he had the feeling that she was not far away. Li Daolong knew this was the effect of the formation. This formation was set up extremely skillfully and showed no trace of artificial interference. Only after understanding the formation would he be able to find his wife. Li Daolong forced himself to stay calm, adjusted his mindset, and opened his consciousness, beginning to merge with this world. At first, there was nothing, but he didn't give up. He stilled his heart and cleared all distractions from his mind. At the same time, he picked a piece of enlightenment tea leaf from within the Xuanhuan pearl and put it in his mouth, chewing it. As the enlightenment tea was crushed and consumed, his consciousness began to sense countless energy threads in the air like fine strings, appearing chaotic, crisscrossed like a spider's web, filling the entire space. As he absorbed the effects of the tea, more and more energy lines appeared, becoming increasingly distinct. He also saw many energy nodes. Some were false, others were real. Li Daolong began using his spiritual awareness to imitate the vibrations of these energy threads, slowly approaching and blending into them. At this moment, an enormous net appeared in his spiritual senses, just like a giant pot turned upside down, covering the entire valley. The surrounding mountains and even the valley itself were real. However, this special terrain and the spiritual vein underground had naturally formed a natural spiritual formation. This formation itself was not dangerous, but it could make a person lose their way inside, walking in circles, unable to escape. Therefore, this was a naturally formed formation. No wonder he had never seen it before. Moreover, this natural formation was of quite a high level. Though not deadly, staying trapped in circles long enough would eventually lead to one's demise. Fortunately, with the help of the enlightenment tea, he was able to clearly perceive and integrate into the formation, thus fully understanding the natural array. At least now he could move freely within the formation. When his spiritual awareness merged into the formation's energy threads and energy net, he clearly saw his wife Xiuxian and the several enemies surrounding her. Protected by a formation disc, she was still safe at the moment. However, her spirit and Shan Li were nearly drained, making her appear very weak. She was barely able to fight off her enemies outside the formation using her sword. Daring to harm my wife. None of you will leave here alive today. When Li Daolong saw that the ones attacking his wife were merely several golden immortal level men, rage surged inside him. With a single mental command, he suddenly appeared behind the bandits. Xiuxian instantly sensed her husband's aura. When she saw him appear behind the bandits, her eyes lit up, and a delighted smile broke onto her face. She knew she was safe now. Instantly, a wave of exhaustion overcame her. She could no longer support her weakened body and collapsed onto the ground. The sword defending the barrier also lost connection because of Yi Wuxia's sudden mental fatigue. Her opponent's leader struck it away with his flying sword. Seeing Yi Wuxia slumped on the ground, the enemy leader wore a greedy smile. He believed the woman within the formation was as good as his. Before he could even finish enjoying his victory, he suddenly felt the sky spinning. A sharp pain shot through his neck. As the spinning heavens blurred before his eyes, his headless body, along with several others, fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Then he knew nothing more. Seeing his wife in such a state, exhausted and worn out, Li Dalong's burning rage transformed into a streak of sword light, which instantly beheaded the remaining 6 bandits outside the formation who were still attacking her. Seeing the bandits killed by her husband, Yi Wuxia finally smiled. She raised her hand and deactivated the defense barrier, clearly showing her joy. Wuxia. At this moment, Li Dalong's heart, which had been hanging in anxiety, finally settled. Joyfully, he shouted, flew over, and embraced Yi Wuxia tightly in his arms. Dalong. Hearing Li Dalong's familiar voice and feeling the warmth of his embrace, Yi Wuxia choked out his name, then clung tightly to him, sobbing. The danger she had faced this time had been exceptionally perilous. If Li Dalong had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She was completely drained now. If Li Dalong had come just a little later, her spiritual consciousness and immortal energy would have been entirely depleted. The defensive formation could withstand only a few more powerful attacks. Once breached, her fate would have been humiliation followed by death. Death she was not afraid of, but the thought of being disgraced terrified her. Now, finally, her husband had come to save her. Now she was truly safe. After sobbing for a while, her exhausted body, already drained mentally, completely relaxed. Yi Wuxia, who hadn't slept in years, quietly drifted off to sleep. Li Dalong gazed at his wife, tears still clinging to her face, sleeping peacefully, filled with Xintung. Deep inside, he silently blamed himself. Looking at his sleeping wife, then scanning the scattered corpses around, Li Dalong slightly furrowed his brows. With a wave of his hand, he cast a concealment technique, shielding himself and Yi Wuxia. Then several streams of immortal energy shot out, gathering the slain bandits together. A scorching fireball flew over, reducing the bodies to ashes. His hatred for them was so intense that he didn't even bother taking their storage rings. These were only wandering cultivators at the golden immortal level. There wouldn't be anything valuable anyway, and Li Dalong didn't even care for what little they had. After incinerating them, Li Dalong activated his spiritual awareness and immediately transported himself and Yi Wuxia to the side of a small stream where immortal energy flowed abundantly. With a wave of his hand, he cleared a space, then retrieved an enormous meditation cushion from his storage ring, placing it on the ground. Then he set up a defensive formation and simply sat down with Yi Wuxia in his arms on the cushion, breathing in the faint fragrance from his wife, gazing at the gently flowing stream, enjoying the tranquility and warmth. He allowed peace to wrap around them both. Chapter 390, Li Dalong's Transformation. Li Dalong held his wife Yi Wuxia in his arms, savoring a warmth and intimacy that felt profoundly human, a sensation entirely foreign to him in his previous life. Back then, he had been a single, 9-to-5 office drone, never daring to dream of possessing a pair of beautiful and considerate wives. One, moreover, the cherished daughter of a top-tier sect. Such a life was something he never dared to imagine in his past life. From the moment he had been transmigrated into this world, he had benefited from the system, enduring endless hardships with constant vigilance as he clawed his way to where he stood today. Overwhelmed with emotion, he had always longed to quietly cultivate and develop himself, yet fate had persistently forced him into action time and again. Now, he had built a family. With 2 loving wives and his junior martial brother's family by his side, he could finally be called successful. At present, his cultivation base had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. With the system at his command, advancing to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level was practically certain. Yet, absorbed in his cultivation, he had paid little attention to his 2 wives and had scarcely spent any meaningful time with them. It was time he changed that. With the strength of his father-in-law's Zhengqi Sect on one side, and his mother-in-law's Yunxia Sect on the other, there was no longer any need to tread so cautiously. Being overly low-key could also bring unnecessary trouble, such as on the road here, when some unfathomable, arrogant young noble had dared block his way, even stomping all over his head. It nearly cost him precious time in rescuing his wife. Fortunately, he had acted decisively and slain them all, although a few had managed to escape. If those people dared return to provoke him again, then what was wrong with letting blood stain the rivers once more? Li Dalong's mindset had shifted, and so had his aura and temperament. He no longer radiated that gentle composure. Instead, there was a sharp edge to his presence. Following this mental shift, he even felt his spiritual awareness and immortal energy become more refined and sharp, elevating and transforming his very being. While Li Dalong was quietly holding his wife, immersed in warmth and tranquility, chaos erupted at the Fenglei Manor. A caretaker on duty at the ancestral hall suddenly discovered that the jade tablet of the manor lord's grandson, Lei Lingyun, had shattered. This sight nearly scared the soul from his body. Frantically and clumsily, he rushed to the main hall to report the matter to the manor lord. Bad, lord, it's terrible. The person on duty at the ancestral hall was Lei Tong, a son of the eldest branch of the family, and same generation as Lei Lingyun. According to clan tradition, manor lord Lei Mingshan was his grandfather. Knowing how beloved and valued Lei Lingyun was to the manor lord, Lei Tong cried out in panic all the way. What's all this panic? Making such a racket? Where's your decorum? Lei Mingshan was always strict with the people in the manor, and especially detested such unbecoming noise. He immediately bellowed in anger. Lord, Lei Tong, already shaken with fear, now hesitated even more nervously, his voice faltering, hesitating and mumbling. What's going on? Spit it out quickly. Lei Mingshan grew even more impatient at the young man's earlier outburst, followed by his sudden silence. Lord, the young master's jade tablet has shattered. Lei Tong bravely whispered his reply. What? What did you say? Lei Mingshan hadn't immediately grasped the words. As a feeling of unease arose, he asked loudly. He could scarcely believe the words of this junior clansman. Thinking he had misheard at first, but uncertain and alarmed, he pressed for confirmation. The young master's jade tablet has shattered. Lei Tong spoke again, this time in a quieter voice. Take me to see it. Once confirmed by Lei Tong, Lei Mingshan found it hard to believe and immediately said. Without hesitation, Lei Tong turned and sprinted toward the ancestral hall. With a single motion, Lei Mingshan seized Lei Tong, and in a flash, the two appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. He dropped Lei Tong and slowly stepped into the hall. When he reached the pavilion within the hall where the clan's jade tablets were displayed, he saw the spot where his grandson Lei Lingyun's tablet had once rested. Before him lay the shattered remains of the jade tablet scattered across the original display pedestal. He felt darkness swim across his vision, and the mighty great Luo Golden Immortal expert nearly collapsed. Holding the doorframe for support, he slowly walked inside, his trembling hands gently reaching to pick up the broken pieces of the jade tablet. He tried carefully to reassemble them, but the pieces would never fit together completely again. At this sight, his lips quivered and his eyes filled with tears, which dropped heavily from his eyes as he stared at the irrevocably broken tablet. His eyes turned blood red, reflecting a crimson world before him. Who killed my beloved grandson? I will tear him limb from limb. I will torment his soul for 10,000 years. I will shatter his spirit and scatter his essence, ensuring his eternal damnation. Clutching the shattered tablet, Lei Mingshan screamed, his voice laced with hatred. At that moment, a burning vengeance filled his heart, alongside boundless fury. Suddenly, he straightened his back and turned toward Lei Tong, who still stood hesitating at the pavilion's entrance, unable to step forward. Go, hurry and find out. Who accompanied the young master today? Who killed my beloved grandson? Lei Mingshan commanded sharply. Yes, Lord. After receiving Lei Mingshan's order, Lei Tong immediately responded, turned around, and hurried to carry out the task. As for who Lei Lingyun had taken with him that day, it was easy to find out. Information like that could be traced through the External Affairs Hall. The management of such a large mountain villa was quite strict. Moreover, as the manor lord's grandson, Lei Lingyun had always been followed by guards and attendants who took care of even the smallest matters. Thus, it didn't take long to obtain the list of those who had left with him. However, determining who had killed him would require further investigation. They first needed to locate the people who had accompanied Lei Lingyun. Only then could they find out the cause of his death. A fortunate coincidence occurred. Just as Lei Tong was preparing to go to the External Affairs Hall to assign a disciple to investigate, the two surviving henchmen who had fled back arrived at the hall to report Lei Lingyun's death to the External Affairs Hall's overseer. Lei Tong was immediately informed and summoned them over, taking them to a side room within the External Affairs Hall for questioning. The two surviving henchmen were common disciple members of the Fenglei Manor, outsiders who had never been valued before. However, ever since they had followed Lei Lingyun, they had gained status and respect. One of them was named Zhuang Tong, the other Shenzihan. Zhuang Tong, Shenzihan, speak quickly. You went out with the young master, and his jade tablet shattered, yet you too returned safely. Report everything truthfully. If you hide anything, you know the consequences. Lei Tong said coldly. Yes, we will tell the truth, we promise. Both Zhuang Tong and Shun Zihan hurriedly answered. Although one possessed the cultivation realm of late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, while the other was at the mid-stage, they were already considered powerful figures in the immortal realm. However, they dared not flee from the Fenglei Manor, nor did they have the courage to escape. Though the Fenglei Manor could only be ranked as a third-tier force in the immortal realm, its strength was still far beyond what the two of them could rival. If they ran, the manor would certainly hunt them down, leading to their certain death. But if they returned, they might still survive. Lei Tong waved his hand and ordered two men to lead Shenzihan to another room to give his account of events. Chapter 391, The Turbulent Fenglei Manor. Lei Tong would personally answer his questions. Zhuang Tong recounted the entire incident in detail to Lei Tong. After listening, Lei Tong then asked further questions on points that were unclear or raised doubts. One reason was to verify the truthfulness of Zhuang Tong's account. Another was to obtain a more detailed understanding of the events. Although the incident was provoked by the young master himself, the failure of security could not be avoided. And with so many people dead and the perpetrator still unknown, it was truly a crime deserving death. After thoroughly understanding Zhuang Tong's version, Lei Tong went to the next room to question Shenzihan's account of events. After careful analysis and comparison, he found that there was little discrepancy between the two testimonies. There were some differences in the details, but overall their stories aligned. Now they knew what had happened, but the murderer of the young master was still at large, and they also needed to recover the young master's body. Lei Tong immediately mobilized a squad of men and assigned a senior elder at the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation to accompany them. Zhuang Tong led the way as they set off to retrieve the young master's body. Lei Tong also dispatched 2 additional teams to spread out near the scene of the incident to search for the killer. Each member carried a jade slip inscribed with the image of Li Dalong, recorded using the spiritual consciousness of Zhuangtong and Shinzihan. After doing and arranging all that could be done, he brought Shinzihan along to report to Manor Lord Lei Mingshan. Lei Mingshan glared at Shinzihan with bloodshot eyes filled with rage. At that moment, the parents of Lei Lingyun were also in the hall. Lei Lingyun's mother was wailing bitterly, while his father sat with a cold face, red eyes, and a look of hatred aimed directly at Shinzihan. Shinzihan's heart, already trembling with fear, turned ice cold under their stares, and cold sweat soaked his back. He felt this was a dire situation and could not suppress his fear. Lei Mingshan didn't say a word at first, just stared at him. Mustering his courage, Lei Tong reported the investigation findings to Lei Mingshan, including his interim measures and arrangements for the case, and then fell silent, awaiting the Manor Lord's response. After listening to Lei Tong's report, Lei Mingshan said, "Incompetence. You still don't even know who the enemy is. My son is alone in the underworld. Since you were the ones who accompanied him out, you might as well go down and keep him company." As he finished speaking, a surge of Shan Leap, immortal energy, flew out silently. Upon hearing Lei Mingshan's words, Shinzihan instinctively leapt to his feet and tried to flee the hall. But how could he, a mere Tai Golden Immortal mid-stage cultivator, escape from the grasp of Lei Mingshan, a powerful Deluo Golden Immortal late-stage expert? As soon as Shinzihan started flying, before even reaching the door of the hall, his body suddenly stiffened and he fell with a thud to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. He had long deserved his fate. Since following Lei Lingyun, he had committed many evils. What goes around comes around, even if it was by his own master's hand. Seeing the Manor Lord so cold-blooded, killing a disciple so easily, Lei Tong knew that the Manor Lord was currently in a furious rage, and even though he himself was a clan member, he dared not risk his life by speaking up now. After killing Shinzihan, Lei Mingshan coldly said to Lei Tong, "Do everything possible to find the murderer. If you lack manpower, reinforce immediately. I want the killer found within 2 days." "Yes, Manor Lord." Lei Tong bowed and replied. Lei Mingshan waved a hand, signaling Lei Tong to withdraw. Lei Tong bowed again, and then hurriedly turned to leave the suffocating hall, rushing off to carry out Lei Mingshan's orders. Indeed, Yi Wuxia was extremely exhausted and had slept soundly without waking. Li Dalong held Yi Wuxia in his arms the entire time, his mind entering his storage ring, where he retrieved a few top-grade immortal stones and set up a small spiritual gathering formation to help Yi Wuxia restore her immortal energy. Powered by top-grade immortal stones, the spiritual gathering formation became extremely potent, its spiritual energy nearly condensing into liquid. Both Yi Wuxia and Li Dalong were immersed in the dense spiritual energy, which poured into Yi Wuxia's body, automatically refined by her meridians into pure immortal energy that filled her dantian. The long-parched dantian was nourished and filled, and Yi Wuxia let out a contented moan in her sleep. After a day and night, Yi Wuxia finally opened her eyes, now full of energy and no longer weary. As her consciousness returned, she saw her husband gazing at her lovingly, a gentle smile on his face. "Dalong, how long have I been asleep?" Yi Wuxia blushed and asked softly. Looking at Yi Wuxia's blushing face, Li Dalong lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead before answering. "A full day and night." "Wow, I really slept that long," Yi Wuxia said in surprise. She hadn't expected to fall asleep so quickly and to have slept for such a long time. Now realizing she had slept for a day and night, Yi Wuxia also realized that Li Dalong had held her in his arms the entire time. Yi Wuxia immediately stood up from Li Dalong's arms, looking at him with Xinting eyes. Li Dalong knew what Yi Wuxia was thinking and smiled as he said, "Fool, I'm fine." Yi Wuxia, filled with affection, pulled Li Dalong up and stood on her toes to kiss him on the face before saying, "Why didn't you wake me up? It must have been so uncomfortable for you sitting like that." "I'm fine. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Don't run off alone again next time. If you want to go out, I'll accompany you. Promise me," Li Dalong said affectionately to Yi Wuxia. Yi Wuxia replied with lingering fear. This time had indeed been dangerous. It had nearly ended in disaster. "All right then, everything's fine now. Let's go back," Li Dalong said to Yi Wuxia. I'll listen to you." After hearing Yi Wuxia agree, Li Dalong waved his hand and retracted both the spiritual gathering formation and the defensive formation. "Dalong, should we take a look around this mysterious valley? I always feel like there's something unusual about this place," Yi Wuxia said to Li Dalong. "There's nothing worth seeing here. Let's return first." Although Li Dalong was interested in the valley that naturally formed formations, he still felt uneasy bringing Yi Wuxia along. Even if he wanted to investigate, it would have to wait for another time. In that case, okay, let's go back. Seeing Li Dalong's refusal to explore further, Yi Wuxia didn't insist. After bringing Yi Wuxia along, the two of them left the mysterious valley smoothly. Chatting happily, the couple exited the mountains and flew back toward Yunxia Sect on their spirit blades. What they hadn't expected, however, was that right now, large groups of people were searching everywhere for Li Dalong, each carrying jade slips engraved with his image. Since Li Dalong had changed somewhat in mindset after embracing Yi Wuxia, saving her successfully, he no longer cared about the aristocratic brat he had slain on the rescue path. Even by present standards, if he encountered that person again, he would kill him once more without hesitation, almost delaying his rescue, provoking him deliberately, and persistently harassing him. It was simply asking for death. He could blame no one but himself. Chapter 392. Conflict with the Fenglei Manor. Li Dalong wasn't particularly concerned about the noble's family or his juniors seeking revenge. Although his own power wasn't outstanding, he himself had a powerful backer, especially after rescuing Yi Wuxia this time. If his father-in-law, Yi Xiuxian, and his mother-in-law, the Lady Xuanhuan, were to find out, they would slaughter that accursed noble hundreds of times over. Not far from where the noble had been killed, Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia were discovered by a scouting party sent by the Fenglei Manor. After comparing the portrait within the jade tablet several times, the leader immediately released a contact signal, alerting nearby disciples of the Fenglei Manor to converge on this location as he had already found the murderer of the young master. Simultaneously, he reported the discovery of the killer to Lei Tong using a communication jade talisman. Having completed these tasks, he didn't wait for his comrades nearby, but immediately led his men to fly forward and block Li Dalong's and Yi Wuxia's path. Since Li Dalong was flying with Yi Wuxia on their flying sword, though they were not rushing and were flying at a moderate speed, if unimpeded, they would soon leave their patrolled area. Therefore, even without the certainty to stop them, he had no choice but to bravely charge forward and intercept the two. Who are you people? Why have you stopped us? Li Dalong saw the people blocking the road again, felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance in his heart, and coldly questioned. You killed the grandson of our manor lord. Please come with us. The leader was Mi Changxian, a disciple of the Fenglei Manor, whose cultivation level was late Tai Golden Immortal. He stepped forward, mustering courage as the head of the group. The grandson of your manor lord? That was just an unprovoked, obstructing noble brat. Have your manor lord come himself. As soon as Li Dalong heard that, he showed no courtesy, greatly disliking the noble who had blocked his path and prevented his rescue mission. Even if he encountered him again, he would kill him once more, saying that a few minor hooligans want him to go with them. What a dream. In an instant, the soul-stealing sword appeared in his hand, as he casually unleashed sky-sundering sword, sending forth a blade slash. He mentally transmitted his voice to Yi Wuxia. Wuxia, prepare for battle. I'll lead you back. Simultaneously with the slash, his defensive immortal armor quickly covered his entire body, and his Shan Leap, immortal energy, protective barrier activated instantly. The star spirit shield also appeared before him. Yi Wuxia, upon seeing Li Dalong suddenly launching an attack, instantly heard his transmitted voice. Then, her defensive immortal armor also covered her body in a flash, and she activated her own immortal energy shield as a high-grade flying sword appeared in her hand. She then flew forward more rapidly, closely following behind Li Dalong. The road blocking Mi Changxian and others had not expected that this murderer would be so fierce, launching direct attacks without even 3 sentences exchanged. Li Dalong's sudden sword strike caught them off guard. One of the mid-Tai Golden Immortal level disciples, unable to dodge in time, was sliced straight through, his body cleaved apart, with his internal organs scattering to the ground. Mi Changxian saw the attacker's immense power. Although himself at late Tai Golden Immortal level, compared to the murderer's might, he still fell significantly short. There was absolutely no way he could contain him. His only hope now was that nearby comrades would come to reinforce sooner. Now he could only delay as long as possible. He didn't know whether it was his bad luck or fortunate fortune to be the first one who found him. As Mi Changxian mused with self-pity, he carefully avoided the flight path of Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia. He followed along the side, while simultaneously cultivating the 9 Heavens Thundershock martial arts, unleashing a thick bolt of lightning from his palm towards Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia. Seeing this fellow attacking him, Li Dalong, urging the Tai Su sword formula, performed Sunder the Moon and sliced directly into the lightning. Although Mi Changxuan's lightning force was mighty, compared to Li Dalong's sword energy, it remained slightly inferior, getting cleanly severed by the sword slash. Seeing that this fellow had shown enough sense to not directly block the front, but instead annoyingly attacked from the flank, Li Dalong ignored him further after dispelling his attack, continuing to flee with Yi Wuxia at an accelerated pace. As for those surrounding him, mid and late Tai Golden Immortals, as long as they did not pose a serious threat to him, he simply ignored them. The reason being today, he carried his wife Yi Wuxia. Considering that her cultivation level was only late Golden Immortal, he didn't wish to entangle himself here with them, fearing the danger this conflict might cause to her. As for this Fenglei Manor, Li Dalong had noted them down for good. He wanted to leave, but the Fenglei Manor disciples dare not let him go. If they allowed him to escape like this, they would have trouble returning. They had no choice but to strike at Li Dalong. Not expecting to detain him, they only wished to stall him until reinforcements arrived, thus demonstrating that they had done their best. Initially, Li Dalong ignored these mid-Tai Golden Immortals who annoyingly hovered on either side. As long as they didn't interfere too much with his departure, it was fine. However, as their attacks grew more intense and denser, interfering significantly with his movement, he decided no longer to tolerate it. He urged the Tai Su sword technique again, unleashing 2 consecutive Sunder the Moon sword strikes to the left and right sides respectively. Originally, the Fenglei Manor disciples, seeing that Li Dalong had not retaliated, thought he was scared and trying to flee, so their vigilance slackened. That momentary laxness cost them their lives. This Sunder the Moon sword energy was extremely fast. Before they could react, it had already reached them. Their hastily conjured protective barriers were like paper against the sharp sword energy, easily severed. Blood sprayed from both sides as several corpses tumbled toward the ground. The remaining few were so terrified that they dared not block or attack Li Dalong anymore. Seeing that they were now afraid, Li Dalong did not pursue further. He grabbed Yi Wuxia and accelerated his escape. Mi Changxian was clever. Although he had attacked Li Dalong too, each of his strikes appeared powerful but were actually lacking in real force. Ever since Li Dalong had killed one of his peers at the very first strike, he had realized how powerful this enemy was. While harassing him, Mi Changxian deliberately positioned himself at the rear of the group, letting those mid-tai golden immortal level juniors take the front lines. Sure enough, these frontline disciples became Li Dalong's targets, now falling as severed body parts. Seeing how ruthless and decisive Li Dalong was in his attacks, Mi Changxian stopped and took out the communication jade talisman again, sending an alert signal to nearby comrades, informing everyone that the person the Manor Lord sought was right here. After receiving Mi Changxuan's report, Lei Mingshan immediately led a group of people personally to the scene. He wanted to tear limb from limb the murderer who had killed his beloved grandson. Yi Wuxia, through the tenacity of their attackers just now, already realized that today's situation had become problematic. An unavoidable fierce battle was coming. She immediately took out the communication jade talisman and sent a distress message to her father, Yi Xiuxian. Upon receiving Yi Wuxia's distress call, Yi Xiuxian immediately became anxious. He promptly issued a sect mission to nearby Wujixianzong disciples near Yi Wuxia's location, demanding immediate assistance. At the same time, he dispatched 2 late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal Elders to rush there immediately. Although the Wujixianzong had suffered great losses and a significant drop in power after the war with the Chrysanthemum Divine Sect, it was still once a top-tier faction. It retained many disciples and operational bases in various regions. Chapter 393, Enduring Pain, Retreating. The disciples of Yunxia Immortal Sect in the nearby regions, upon receiving the mission to rescue the Zhong Master's beloved daughter through the sect's jade talismans, rushed over as long as they weren't in retreat or incapacitated. Disciples located in the nearby area all came hurrying. In addition, the 2 elders, Ding Bingqing and Kai Jing, both at the late stage of Great Golden Immortal, had already set off rapidly. There was a teleportation array within the sect. Now, the location where Yi Wuxia and others were currently located happened to be near a major city named Wanyang City, where a teleportation formation existed. Therefore, elders Ding Bingqing and Kai Jing arrived first. Yi Wuxia recognized both elders. Upon seeing their arrival, she immediately walked forward and greeted them warmly, saying, "Thank you, Elder Ding and Elder Kai. This is my husband, Li Dalong. Miss, who dares to chase and kill you without realizing the consequences?" Elder Ding, who had a quick temper and a rather straightforward personality, asked first. "It's someone from Fenglei Manor. They suddenly intercepted us. Seeing that they had many people, we feared we wouldn't be able to handle things ourselves, so I asked Father for help." Yi Wuxia explained the situation to the 2 elders. "How outrageous. Is Lei Mingshan not interested in living anymore? Daring to chase and kill the young miss? Don't worry, leave this matter to us," Elder Ding angrily declared. By this time, more disciples from Yunxia Immortal Sect had arrived, and upon seeing elders Ding and Kai, they all respectfully approached to bow and pay their respects. Seeing so many elders and senior brothers and sisters coming to rescue her, Yi Wuxia promptly pulled Li Dalong forward to thank them profusely for their assistance. Meanwhile, the disciples from Fenglei Manor who had been secretly following from a distance or arrived after receiving messages were stunned by what they saw. How could the so-called murderer suddenly receive so much reinforcement from Yunxia Immortal Sect? And among them were even 2 elders whose auras were overwhelming. It was still the clever Mi Changxian who quickly retreated, creating distance from the crowd ahead. Only after he felt safe did he take out his communication jade talisman to report to Manor Lord Lei Mingshan. Lei Mingshan was on his way already, since his manor lacked a teleportation formation and they had to fly over. Hence, he arrived slower than the 2 elders of Yunxia Immortal Sect. However, they were not far from the scene either. Upon receiving Mi Changxuan's report and the news that Yunxia Immortal Sect was involved, it did not halt Lei Mingshan's advance, as hatred had clouded his judgment. He continued urging his men forward at full speed. In his heart, whoever was responsible must pay with their life to accompany his grandson. Soon, Lei Mingshan appeared within Mi Changxuan's spiritual sense, and he immediately turned back to meet him. After Mi Changxian met up with Lei Mingshan, he respectfully approached, then quickly updated the Manor Lord on the current situation. Mi Changxuan's words slightly cooled Lei Mingshan's fury. But not even a few minutes passed before hatred filled his chest again, and his bloodshot eyes remained as red as ever. Seeing the Manor Lord display no further reactions, Mi Changxian realized that the man could not easily let go of his vengeance. Yet, since the Yunxia Immortal Sect had now become involved, the matter required a more cautious approach. Plucking up his courage, Mi Changxian then suggested to Lei Mingshan, "Manor Lord, with the arrival of 2 elders from the Yunxia Immortal Sect today, capturing the culprit seems impossible. What we need to do now is to bide our time and wait for the right opportunity." Though Lei Mingshan, as the Manor Lord of Fenglei Manor, was not a man without wisdom, his rage and thirst for revenge had earlier blinded him, and revenge had consumed his every thought. No one dared to dissuade him during his furious and irrational moments. But with the manor possibly facing a moment of life and death, Mi Changxian boldly stepped forward and advised him. Lei Mingshan gradually cooled down as he realized the truth of Mi Changxuan's words. There were now many from the Yunxia Immortal Sect, and 2 elders who were nearly as powerful as he. Under these circumstances, he certainly would gain nothing by confronting them. If he insisted on charging ahead for revenge now, it would almost be walking straight into humiliation. Once a conflict erupted, whether he could walk away unharmed was uncertain. looking further at the additional disciples still rushing in from Yunxia Immortal Sect. Even if he summoned reinforcements immediately, victory wasn't guaranteed. Who was this young man, anyway, to warrant the Yunxia Immortal Sect's protection? Because Li Dalong kept a low profile, not many in the immortal realm truly recognized him. Besides, during Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia's wedding, Lei Mingshan had not attended personally, so he had never met either Li Dalong or Yi Wuxia. Had he recognized them from the beginning, his attitude surely would have changed, and he would not have pursued this killer so openly and aggressively. He would secretly arrange for revenge behind closed doors, perhaps through assassination. After carefully considering the potential consequences, Lei Mingshan grunted coldly and curtly ordered Mi Changxian. Call everyone back. We're leaving. Yes, Manor Lord. Mi Changxian replied, feeling relieved that Manor Lord Lei Mingshan had taken his advice. Today's crisis was finally over. He knew that if the Manor Lord had ignored his warnings and insisted on killing that young man, they would surely have perished here. After bowing respectfully and seeing Lei Mingshan off, Mi Changxian immediately took out his communication jade talisman and transmitted messages to the Fenglei Manor disciples nearby, ordering them to cease their search mission and return to the manor immediately. At the same time, he sent spiritual consciousness messages to the waiting disciples ahead, instructing them to abandon their mission and return to the manor as well. Then he swiftly walked away without looking back. He feared that even a slight delay might result in the Yunxia Immortal Sect killing him. Li Dalong hadn't originally intended to confront Fenglei Manor right now. He had merely planned to wait until Yi Wuxia was safe before seeking revenge at the right moment. But once Yi Wuxia actively begged her father for help, reinforcements from the Yunxia Immortal Sect arrived swiftly. Originally, he changed his mind and wanted to give Fenglei Manor a harsh lesson. However, before he had made a final decision, he saw that the people from Fenglei Manor seemed frightened. Not only did they no longer dare to follow or confront them, they were all fleeing at full speed. At first he was puzzled, but soon he understood. They were intimidated by the prestige and power of the Yunxia Immortal Sect. Upon seeing their reinforcements arrive, they panicked and fled, unwilling to provoke a tiger needlessly. Seeing that they still had some sense, Li Dalong didn't speak further about pursuing and killing them. He would handle it later when the opportunity arose. Elders Ding Bingqing and Kai Jing had come to rescue Yi Wuxia, and now that she was safe, their mission was considered complete. As for Fenglei Manor, they paid them no mind whatsoever. If the young miss had asked to kill them, they wouldn't mind doing a favor and eliminate those annoying obstacles. Since neither the young miss nor the young master had said anything, they didn't feel like dealing with them. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The other disciples from the Yunxia Immortal Sect, seeing that the two elders showed no reaction, also chose to watch and wait. Chapter 394. The couple returns safely. After seeing the enemy's retreat and noticing that both elders, along with many fellow disciples, had rushed over, Yi Wuxia felt somewhat embarrassed. After reporting her safety to her father, Yi Xiuxian, he used the sect's communication channel to declare that the mission was complete. Those disciples who had not yet arrived didn't need to proceed and could continue with their original assignments. Meanwhile, he rewarded the disciples and elders, whether they had arrived in time or not. With the escort of the two elders and several elite disciples, Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia safely returned to Yunxia Sect. Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia invited the elders and elite disciples to rest briefly, but their offers were politely declined. The group left Yunxia Sect together and went their separate ways to handle their own affairs. After seeing off the elders and elite disciples from Yunxia Sect, Li Dalong and Yi Wuxia returned to their courtyard. Yi Wuxia tightly embraced Li Dalong, still shaken from the perilous journey. This time had been truly dangerous, almost deadly. Previously, whenever she went out, she had always traveled with others and wore Yunxia Sect's attire, so no one dared to provoke her. But this time, alone and not wearing the sect's robes, she had nearly been ambushed and killed. It had been a profound lesson. She now realized how lacking she was in life experience and practical wisdom once away from her parents' protection, and how weak her survival abilities were. Most importantly, her cultivation was too low. Without her battle equipment, she wouldn't have even lasted until her husband came to rescue her. Also, in the future, even if she needed help, she should inform her father at the same time. She would rely on herself more and enter seclusion to improve her cultivation level. Only by becoming stronger could she avoid troubling her father and husband. Li Dalong also blamed himself. He had spent too little time with his two wives, focusing solely on closed-door cultivation and neglecting their feelings. He needed to spend more time with them in the future. If they were going out for cultivation experiences, he had to personally accompany them. They might not be as fortunate next time. If something ever happened to them, he would regret it endlessly. His own cultivation level was still too low. This was why even the weakest dared to threaten him. If he reached the Deluo Jinxian stage, others would keep their distance instinctively and dare not provoke him. They didn't speak, but remained tightly embraced, savoring this brief warmth and calming Yi Wuxia's shaken emotions. After a long while, Yi Wuxia, with a firm tone, said to Li Dalong, "Big Dragon, I must enter seclusion again to cultivate. My cultivation is still too low. I can't keep up with your pace anymore. I can't become your burden." Li Dalong gently stroked Yi Wuxia's hair as he replied, "Silly girl, you're not a burden at all. It was my fault. I neglected you and didn't stay with you enough. There's no rush about your cultivation. Take it slow. From now on, when you and Xiaoling go out for training, you must never go alone. I will accompany both of you." Li Dalong said, I will try my best not to be reckless like this time again," Yi Wuxia softly replied. As he embraced her mature and full body, inhaling her everlasting fragrance, Li Dalong suddenly lifted Yi Wuxia into his arms and flashed into the bedroom. With a hand seal, he activated a formation, sealing the bedroom off from the outside world. Soon after, ripples of energy spread from the formation within the bedroom. 3 days later, Yi Wuxia stepped out of the bedroom with a radiant glow on her face and immediately entered the Xuanhuan cultivation tower to begin her seclusion. Moments later, Li Dalong, refreshed and content, also stepped out of the bedroom. He brewed a cup of enlightenment tea in the parlor and quietly savored the unforgettable memories of his 3-day-long blissful time with Yi Wuxia. Back in my past life on that blue planet, how many men would envy this body of mine, and how many women would lust after it? He sipped his tea with a silly grin. After finishing his cup, he left a jade message slip for Xiuxian, who was still in seclusion, before flashing into the Xuanhuan cultivation tower to begin his own cultivation. He was also preparing to challenge the Deluo Xiuxian stage. Whether at the early or middle stage, reaching Deluo Xiuxian already meant becoming part of the upper echelon of the immortal world. Though only a single cultivation level above Tai Yi Xiuxian, the difference in battle power between them was immeasurable. A Deluo Xiuxian cultivator at the early stage could easily kill a Tai Yi Xiuxian at the late stage unless the latter possessed extraordinary innate talent or rare opportunities. Spring returned after winter passed, and a century slipped by in the blink of an eye. Inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower, Li Dalong had trained continuously for over 1,000 years. His cultivation had reached the verge of Deluo Xiuxian. During this time, both Xiuxian and Yi Wuxia briefly emerged from the Xuanhuan cultivation tower, only to see their husbands still deep in seclusion. Xiuxian spent several months helping her mother manage sect affairs before returning into the tower to continue cultivating. Her cultivation smoothly advanced to the early stage of Tai Yi Xiuxian. Yi Wuxia also emerged from seclusion twice, happily spending several months with her parents before returning to the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. After several decades of cultivation in isolation, her cultivation level smoothly advanced to the early stage of Tai Yi Xiuxian. 50 years later, 6,500 years had passed inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower for Li Dalong. With the tower's enhanced efficiency, it was equivalent to thousands of years of cultivation for others in the immortal world. One day, Li Dalong suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Realizing that his cultivation progress had slowed dramatically, he had hit a bottleneck. Knowing that continuing his seclusion would yield no results, Li Dalong ceased his cultivation and used his divine sense to scan those currently training inside the Xuanhuan cultivation tower. His two wives, Xiuxian and Yi Wuxia, had both reached the early stage of Tai Yi Xiuxian. Li Dalong nodded approvingly. His wives had worked very hard in recent years. His junior disciple, Zhou had now reached the early stage of xiuxian. Thanks to the higher quality spiritual energy in the immortal world and the improved cultivation technique, Zhou progress had been extremely fast. His sister-in-law, Yunyao, had advanced to the middle stage of Jinxian, and his nephew, Zhou Tianlong, had entered the late stage of Jinxian. Under such an abundance of cultivation resources, talent and aptitude showed clear advantages. Zhou Shui had returned to Unqi Sect 100 years ago, called back by her master, and had left without choice. After observing the current status of everyone, Li Dalong felt deeply satisfied. With no further matters to attend to, he vanished in a flash and reappeared in the courtyard. He brewed a cup of spiritual tea, sipping it slowly as he considered where he could go for cultivation experience. He needed to improve his understanding to break through this bottleneck and attempt to ascend to the Deluo Xiuxian realm. The Deluo Xiuxian realm was an insurmountable threshold for the vast majority of cultivators. Countless cultivators had been stuck at this stage, their cultivation never advancing beyond the late stage of Tai Yi Xiuxian, ultimately exhausting their lifespan and turning to dust. Chapter 395, Cultivating in Seclusion. Although Li Dalong wasn't too worried about being stuck at this cultivation stage forever, with the system in hand and his shade, he was certain he could break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. It was just that he didn't want to remain stuck at the later stage of Tai Golden Immortal for thousands, let alone tens of thousands, of years. He needed to break through sooner rather than later. But Li Dalong had always been low-key. Over these years, aside from his father-in-law and two mothers-in-law, very few people truly understood his cultivation situation. Others knew almost nothing about him. Even within the Yunxia Sect, people had only heard of the legendary Elder Li, but had never seen him in person. So nobody was aware of how rapidly his cultivation had advanced, and this was precisely what Li Dalong wished for. In the immortal world's sense of time, many cultivators even took longer to advance a single stage than the time Li Dalong had spent in the immortal realm. Yet he was already preparing to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. If others with ill intentions learned of his shocking cultivation speed, it would definitely stir massive chaos, maybe even draw direct interference from xiuxian-level experts. The most direct and effective way to gain cultivation insights was through battle. Especially constantly lingering on the edge of life and death, and undergoing intense xiuxian cultivation could rapidly increase cultivation insights. Breaking through bottlenecks and entering the Deluo Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible. For ordinary cultivators, merely advancing from the later stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the bottleneck could already take an extremely long time. Those who could reach that in a mere 10,000 years were considered geniuses. Yet here was Li Dalong, not lacking in cultivation resources, with the Yin Yang Kuan Tian Grand Formation and the Chaotic Cultivation Pagoda boosting him. More importantly, the Shantinling tier rewarded by the system allowed his cultivation speed to surpass anyone else's by far. With accelerated cultivation time and annual rewards from daily check-ins, his cultivation speed far outpaced even rockets. Even those who enjoyed similar resources, like Xiuxian, Wuxia, and Zhou Tianlong, couldn't match his pace. After comparing several dangerous and well-known adventure sites in the immortal world, he ultimately determined that the Yoming Secret Realm, also known as the extraterrestrial battlefield, was the most suitable. Not only were there Yao So, Yao Ma, and various extraterrestrial races there, but more importantly, the Yoming Secret Realm offered environments of various danger levels. With his current strength, he could now head to more perilous and fiercely competitive zones to explore, challenging and slaying extraterrestrial beings or slaying demons. Through constant combat and life or death trials, he would challenge his own limits and create the opportunity for a breakthrough. As long as he could persevere in such an environment, in just a few years he would grasp the key to breakthrough and smoothly enter the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. After planning his next destination, he organized the Banyao, equipment, and other items inside the system space. He sorted out some of the lower-tier Banyao, equipment, and materials rewarded by the system. After leaving a portion for his junior apprentice brother Zhou Yong, he placed the rest into Xuanhuan, planning to hand them over to his mother-in-law Kumeli to enrich the Yunxia Sect's treasury. As for the several other Chujiger containing spoils he'd previously acquired, after briefly scanning them with Si, he found nothing particularly necessary, so he set them aside to be dealt with by mother-in-law Kumeli later. Moreover, many Banya within these Chujiger were ones the Yunxia Sect did not possess yet, exactly what they urgently needed. Next, Li Dalong gathered those Ganyao and Falu in the Chujiger, which he himself had no further use for, but could be used by his wives. He placed these into two Chujiger and left them in the bedroom, for them to take once they emerged from their retreat. After tidying up, he transmitted a message with Sinshri to his mother-in-law Kumeli before flashing his body and appearing in front of the sect's main hall, then stepped inside. Li Dalong greeted Kumeli respectfully. "Mother-in-law, I have some unused items here. Various things, rather mixed together. There's plenty of quality stuff that should be quite helpful to the sect's development. You can sort through them afterward." Saying so, Li Dalong handed over two fully packed Tujie, along with all the spoils he had obtained, directly to his mother-in-law Kumeli. Initially, Kumeli didn't pay much attention to what Li Dalong brought, although she already knew he always gave generously, and what he offered was always of high quality. However, once she scanned the Chujiaju with her Shinshri and saw the items inside, she was genuinely shocked. As the sect leader of a non-trivial sect, she did have good experience and knowledge, but even so, she was utterly stunned by the resources Li Dalong had handed over. Someone unaware might think the treasure vault of another Zhengqi had been robbed. With this collection, once these resources were transformed into cultivation power, the overall strength of the Yunxia Sect was certain to rise by a whole level. Just looking at some of the upper-tier and mid-tier immortal swords, and many protective armors among the supplies, if they were distributed among the disciples, the overall strength of the Yunxia Sect disciples would improve dramatically in a short time. Thank you, Dalong. These are exactly what the sect urgently needs and lacks. Since you've brought them out, I'll accept them without hesitation, Kumeli said, her mouth wide in delight over these resources. These things aren't of much use to us, mother-in-law, so feel free to use them as you wish. After all, when the sect grows stronger, it benefits all of us. This is also my home, and Xiaoling's home, Li Dalong replied sincerely. Well said. This is our home, and we are family. Dalong, what if I handed the entire Yunxia Sect over to you? Kumeli, very pleased with Li Dalong's words, suddenly had this thought. She wanted to enter seclusion to fully focus on her cultivation. Now that the sect had grown stronger, she herself felt that her current cultivation level was still too low. Her own limited cultivation was restricting the potential growth of the sect, and that's why she urgently wished to enter seclusion and enhance her power. When Li Dalong heard his mother-in-law offer him the management of the Yunxia Sect, he immediately felt a headache. He only wished to cultivate freely and pursue immortality. Managing such a large sect was neither something he was good at nor desired. Back on the blue planet, he had been just an ordinary nobody, and he had no confidence in managing such a big sect. However, a thought occurred to him. Since his mother-in-law was looking for someone to help her manage the sect, his junior apprentice brother, Zhou Yong, might be a good fit. Zhou Yong had management experience. After all, back in the cultivation world, he had been the leader of a sect, later serving as the alliance leader of the cultivation world, even commanding major campaigns. Managing the Yunxia Sect would be a piece of cake for him. The problem was that he had only arrived in the immortal world not long ago and didn't yet have a full understanding of the immortal world overall. Primarily, his cultivation was still too low, which might make it difficult for him to command authority. However, it could be worth a try. Assigning some duties to him first to relieve some of the pressure on his mother-in-law would actually be good. That way, his mother-in-law could have more time for cultivation. It would also depend on his junior apprentice brother's own willingness, so he'd need to ask him personally. No, mother-in-law, I really can't do it. I don't like dealing with such trivial matters. Let me tell you what. I'll find someone to help you and let him assist you in managing the sect, Li Dalong told Kumeli. Chapter 396, Persuading Zhou Yong. My junior apprentice brother Zhou Yong was the head of a sect back in the lower realm. He once served as the leader of the Cultivation Alliance and led large-scale battles against the extra-dimensional demons, achieving victory. His management and leadership skills are quite solid. He would have no problem assisting you with sect affairs. The main issue, however, is that he has only recently awakened and is unfamiliar with the heavenly realm. His cultivation level is too low, which may affect his authority and impact the sect's development. We still need to ask him personally, but with me explaining the stakes, I believe he will agree. Li Dalong laid out the pros and cons clearly for his mother-in-law, Kameli. Upon hearing Li Dalong's explanation, Kameli really felt this was a good idea. Moreover, being Li Dalong's junior apprentice brother, his loyalty was unquestionable. The only concern was his low cultivation level, Meridian Immortal at the early stage, which was indeed an issue. As for his unfamiliarity with the heavenly realm, that wasn't a major problem. Once granted access to the sect's intelligence files, he would gradually become familiar with things over time. Dalong, your suggestion is excellent. I think we should first appoint your junior apprentice brother Zhou Yong as the palace steward of the sect leaders' hall to assist me with sect affairs. Once his cultivation improves, we can assign him a new position. What do you think? Kameli shared her plan with Li Dalong. That's feasible. That way, he can officially take part in the sect's management and be more easily accepted by the sect members. I'll ask him directly. If he has no objection, we'll proceed accordingly. Li Dalong thought it over and also believed this arrangement was appropriate. Firstly, Zhou Yong's rank was not high. Serving as palace steward wouldn't provoke resentment and yet would allow him access to the sect's internal operations. He could first get acquainted and then gradually take on more responsibilities, which would help the elders and disciples naturally accept him. After discussing a few other matters, Li Dalong bid farewell to Kameli and returned to his courtyard. He sent a spiritual message to awaken his junior apprentice brother Zhou Yong, who was currently cultivating. Zhou Yong had been in deep cultivation when he suddenly received his senior apprentice brother's spiritual message. He immediately stopped cultivation, exited the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda, and went directly to the reception hall to meet Li Dalong. Junior brother, I'm really sorry to interrupt your cultivation, but this time it's something important. That's why I had to wake you. Upon seeing Zhou Yong walk in, Li Dalong said apologetically, Senior brother, don't say such things. Whenever you have something to say, feel free to call me. No worries about interrupting. Zhou Yong smiled and sat down opposite Li Dalong, waiting to hear what he had to say. It's like this. Recently, I need to go out for cultivation trials to seek a chance to break through to the great Luo Immortal stage. As it happens, my mother-in-law, sect leader of the Yunxia Sect, plans to go into retreat cultivation and wishes to hand over the sect's management to me. But you know me, I dislike these tedious duties, and frankly, I'm not suited to manage an entire sect. So I recommended you. I suggested that you assist the sect leader with sect affairs so that she can have more time for her own cultivation. After all, if the leader's cultivation isn't strong enough, it will negatively impact the entire sect. Considering your current cultivation level, we want to start by appointing you as the palace steward of the sect leader's hall to assist with affairs. Once your cultivation improves, we can promote you to a higher post and give you more important responsibilities. Still, I wanted to consult your opinion first. If you disagree, we can forget about it. Li Dalong briefly explained the reason for calling Zhou Yong out of retreat. Senior brother, you're going for the great Luo Immortal breakthrough already? That's wonderful news. Hearing that Li Dalong was attempting to break through to the great Luo Immortal stage, Zhou Yong spoke joyfully. As for assisting Leader Ku with sect affairs, of course I agree. The Yunxia Sect is my sister-in-law's family sect, and in a way, it is our home too. Without you, senior brother, our entire family wouldn't have what we have today. Leader Ku is also my elder, and if the sect leader has tasks for Zhou Yong to do, it is my bound duty. I will certainly assist the sect leader in developing the Yunxia Sect even further, so that she can have more time for cultivation. At the same time, I will step up my own training and raise my cultivation level. With the pills you provided and the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda and other cultivation resources, I will be able to raise my power quickly. Zhou Yong said seriously to Li Dalong. He also shared some of his thoughts and plans with Li Dalong. Having once led armies of over 1 million in battle as an alliance leader and managed a sect as its leader, helping the sect leader with sect affairs wasn't even a challenge. Moreover, it wouldn't have a significant impact on his cultivation. After all, with the enhancement from the Xuanhuan cultivation pagoda and the Inyang Kunlun Grand Formation, this was his greatest advantage and the source of his confidence. Alright then, it's settled. I'll take you to meet my mother-in-law right away to finalize this. And then you can start getting familiar with the sect's affairs and follow the sect leader's arrangements. Li Dalong said joyfully after hearing Zhou Yong's response, immediately confirming the arrangement. Okay, senior brother. Let's go. I'll take you there now, Li Dalong said to Zhou Yong. At the same time, he sent a spiritual message to inform his mother-in-law, Kameli, of Zhou Yong's decision. Soon, Li Dalong brought Zhou Yong to the sect's grand hall, where sect leader Kameli was already waiting for them inside. Greetings, sect leader. After entering the hall, Zhou Yong stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Kameli. Stand up, Kameli replied. As both the sect leader and his elder, she naturally treated Zhou Yong with some familiarity and warmth. Mother-in-law, with my junior apprentice brother's help from now on, things will be much easier for you. You can assign him tasks as needed. I'm planning to go out for cultivation trials for a while, Li Dalong said after bowing respectfully to Kameli. Dalong, you're going out for trials? Then be sure to stay safe. Inform us promptly if anything comes up, Kameli replied with concern. I will. Then I'll take my leave now. Junior apprentice brother, things will be in your hands from now on, Li Dalong said to Kameli and the others. Senior brother, don't worry. I will seriously assist the sect leader. You can count on me. Zhou Yong nodded earnestly to Li Dalong. Li Dalong patted Zhou Yong's shoulder and then turned to leave the hall. Without returning to his courtyard, he directly departed from the Yunxia Sect, flying toward Huanyu City. Xuanyu City was the closest major city to the Yunxia Sect. Li Dalong planned to use the teleportation array there, and also intended to stop by the treasure pavilion to purchase some talismans and other items. It had been many years since he last visited Xuanyu City. Thinking back, it was in this very city that he had met his wife, Xiuxian. Fate was indeed wondrous. Back then, he had just ascended to the heavenly realm, unfamiliar with everything, and while wandering the streets with Zhou Shui, he met Xiuxian. Just one adventure together, and the two had ended up together, feeling as if it had happened only yesterday. Chapter 397. Searching for a chance to break through the great Luo Golden Immortal Ping. As Li Dalong recalled the blissful days of his recent ascension and getting to know Xiuxian, he strolled through the streets of Xuanyu City. Compared to his first cautious arrival in Xuanyu City, now he walked freely through the city's main streets. His circumstances and mindset were completely different. While walking and observing, he noticed that despite the passage of so many years, Xuanyu City hadn't changed much, although there were fewer people than before. After all, a major battle had just occurred, and with so many deaths, the city had definitely been affected. Li Dalong leisurely arrived at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The place hadn't changed much and remained bustling with constant foot traffic. Indeed, as a supremely powerful and neutral faction, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was able to procure numerous vital resources. Moreover, its products were diverse, and although a bit expensive, their quality was assured. Everything was clearly priced, and there was no deception involved, which naturally earned the favor of cultivators. Li Dalong currently displayed his cultivation at the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The attendant at the entrance respectfully bowed and said, "Senior, welcome to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. May I ask what you need today?" "Take me to take a look upstairs," Li Dalong replied. Upon hearing that this senior wished to go upstairs, the young attendant immediately realized this was a regular customer, and likely a big spender. If he pleased this senior well today, he would surely earn a great commission. Delighted in his heart, the attendant respectfully said, "Yes, senior, please follow me." Led by the young attendant, Li Dalong went directly to the second floor. "I want to buy some talismans. Show me where they are," Li Dalong said. "Of course, senior. This way please," the attendant cheerfully replied, leading Li Dalong to the counter where the talismans were displayed. "Senior, these are our finest talismans. Please take a look and see what you need," the attendant respectfully addressed Li Dalong. "Bring me 50 of each, the Flame Dragon Talisman, the Qishao Celestial Thunder Talisman, and the Xiuxian Spirit Water Talisman," Li Dalong instructed. "Yes, senior." "Senior, you mean 50 of each?" The attendant couldn't believe his ears. Others usually bought 1 or 2, yet this senior wanted 50 of each. He had to confirm again with Li Dalong. 50 of each. Li Dalong knew the young attendant was stunned. "All right, senior, just a moment please." Such a massive transaction was beyond what a small store assistant could handle alone. The young attendant immediately fetched the manager of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to handle the business of this wealthy senior. "Senior, welcome to our shop. I am the manager here, Qian. You may call me Xiuxian if you prefer." The manager Qian greeted Li Dalong respectfully and with a hint of flattery. "Understood. Are all the talismans I mentioned just now in stock?" Li Dalong asked. "Rest assured, senior, they are all available. I'll go fetch them." "Senior, is there anything else you need?" Out of professional instinct, Qian ordered the attendant to fetch the talismans while continuing to inquire, hoping for additional sales. After all, those 3 talismans were all high-grade and highly expensive. Each one was worth several thousand top-grade immortal stones. Thus, very few people could afford to buy so many in one go. In all his years in this business, this was the first time he had encountered a customer as generous as Li Dalong. "Do you have any other talismans with greater power? If so, introduce them. If appropriate, I might buy a bit more," Li Dalong asked casually. When he heard Li Dalong say he might buy more if it suited him, Qian's heart quivered with anticipation, realizing that serving this gentleman well today might lead to yet another major sale. He respectfully replied, "Senior, you are indeed in luck. Just 2 days ago, the headquarters of our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion delivered a batch of meteor flaming talismans. These are also high-grade spirit talismans. When activated, they can emit a sharp fire element sword beam, swift as a shooting star. The sword beam emits no warmth, even leaving a chilling impression, yet upon hitting the target, it produces extreme heat. Even if the blade doesn't instantly kill the enemy, the intense heat can melt them away. The meteor flaming talisman is currently the most powerful offensive talisman we carry, with each one equivalent to a fully powered strike from a great Luo Golden Immortal at mid-stage. Unfortunately, due to its difficult production and a very low success rate, our store has received a mere 5 of them." After explaining about these meteor flaming talismans, Qian smiled as he watched Li Dalong closely for a reaction. "Only 5? How much is one meteor flaming talisman worth in immortal stones?" Li Dalong casually asked, without showing the shock Qian was hoping for on his face. Slightly disappointed, Qian smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. The success rate for creating this talisman is just too low, and the materials are difficult to find. One talisman costs 20,000 top-grade immortal stones." "All right, I'll take all 5, Li Dalong said indifferently, not concerned about the number of immortal stones. However, the meteor flaming talisman could deliver a strike equivalent to a fully powered attack from a great Luo Golden Immortal at mid-stage. Exactly what he needed. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. "Will there be more shipments of this meteor flaming talisman in the future?" Li Dalong asked again. He wanted to buy a few extra to give to his 2 wives for protection later. "Senior, The meteor flaming talisman is extremely difficult to refine, with a low success rate. The materials needed are hard to find, which limits production. The headquarters hasn't given any clear indication of when a second batch might arrive, so I honestly don't know when more will be available. Xian replied with some difficulty upon hearing Li Dalong's question. Because he truly didn't know when the next shipment would arrive, the talisman was just too hard to produce. Also, price so high, it didn't sell well. At most, many people would only buy one as a last resort safeguard. Moreover, 20,000 top-grade immortal stones weren't something everyone could afford. Since top-grade immortal stones were rare to begin with, often treated as strategic reserves, most people wouldn't spend so many on a single-use talisman. Hence, the headquarters didn't produce large quantities. Oh, I see. Then I'll ask, if these talismans can be specially commissioned? Li Dalong asked again, unwilling to give up. Senior, I'm very sorry. These talismans cannot be commissioned. Because he had long received official notice from the headquarters of 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Xian gave the answer immediately. Alright then, just give me these today. We'll see about the next shipment when it comes, Li Dalong said with a sigh, unable to change the situation. Anyway, he would buy what was available now. 5 talismans were barely enough for his needs. This type of item was only useful as a last-ditch survival tool. Purchasing 5 meteor flaming talismans today was definitely worth the trip. Li Dalong was quite satisfied with today's sohua. At this time, the attendant had already fetched all the talismans Li Dalong had requested and was waiting nearby. Chapter 398, Purchasing Talismans. After Qian saw Xiao had brought all the talismans, he quickly calculated the cost in his mind. Senior, these are the talismans you requested. Due to the previous war, both talismans and Zhengqi immortal artifacts have significantly increased in price. Now, the Flame Dragon Talisman and Lesser Een Spirit Water Talisman are each 3,000 high-grade immortal stones, with 50 copies of each, totaling 100 talismans at a combined price of 300,000 high-grade. The Vermilion Heaven Immortal Lightning Talisman is 4,200 high-grade per piece. 50 pieces total 21,000 high-grade immortal stones. The Meteor Flaming Talisman is 20,000 supreme grade Shinshri per talisman. Senior, you're purchasing 5 of them, which makes a total of 100,000 supreme grade immortal stones. In total, Senior needs to pay 100,000 supreme grade Shinshri and 510,000 high-grade immortal stones. Since Senior is purchasing such a large amount at once, I, with authority, offer a discount of 10,000 high-grade Shinshri. So Senior only needs to pay 100,000 supreme grade immortal stones and 500,000 high-grade J. Qian smiled as he said to Li Dalong, "Alright, here are the Shanshri. Please check them." Li Dalong took out 100,000 supreme grade Shinshri and additionally 500,000 high-grade Shinshri from his storage ring and placed them into another storage ring which he handed to Qian. "Thank you, Senior, for supporting our shop's business." While thanking Li Dalong, Qian accepted the storage ring passed over. He directed his spiritual sense into the ring and scanned the contents inside, seeing the immortal stones neatly divided into 2 piles. Precisely 100,000 supreme grade Shinshri and 500,000 high-grade Shinshri. "Senior, the amount is correct. Thank you for your support." Qian joyfully thanked Li Dalong. After seeing him verify the correct amount of Shinshri, Li Dalong gathered up all the talismans on Xiao tray. He specially placed the 5 meteor flaming talismans into his system space separately, as they were his trump cards for survival, needing to be stored separately so he could quickly access them when needed. Plus, accessing or placing items in the system space required no Shen Leap, immortal energy. It was entirely dependent on his mental intention, which was much more convenient and safer. After securing the talismans, Qian finally felt relieved. The big deal was done, and his performance for this month had a chance to top the sales rankings among all branch stores. "Senior, is there anything else you need?" Qian ingratiatingly asked Li Dalong. Li Dalong thought for a moment and decided he didn't need to buy anything else. "I won't need anything else this time. When you have more meteor flaming talismans next time, let me know." "Alright, Senior, this is my communication jade talisman. If Senior doesn't mind, please take it with you, and I'll notify you when the meteor flaming talismans are available." Qian, feeling disappointed upon realizing Li Dalong didn't want to purchase anything else, quickly pulled out his own communication jade talisman and eagerly handed it to Li Dalong, hoping he would accept. This kind of distinguished customer was exactly what he needed. Once this Senior accepted his communication jade talisman, next time whenever there were good items available, he would inform him, which might improve his performance. After considering it for a moment, Li Dalong accepted the communication jade talisman Qian handed over and placed it into his storage ring. It was a good idea for the communication jade talisman to be readily available next time the meteor flaming talismans became available. Such talismans were currently extremely useful for his 2 wives and Zhou Yong. Having one on hand provided an extra trump card and reduced a significant amount of danger. A full-strength attack from a middle-stage Deluo Immortal Expert could even injure a middle-stage Deluo Immortal Cultivator if they were careless. An early-stage Deluo Immortal Cultivator, once struck, would likely perish from the talisman unless they had other means of survival. As long as the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had such talismans, Li Dalong wanted to buy all of them. With the courteous farewells of both Qian and the apprentice, Li Dalong left the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Upon exiting the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Li Dalong slightly changed his appearance and then headed to the largest tavern in the area, the Xiuxian Tavern. "Senior, welcome to Xiuxian Tavern. Please come inside." "Senior, how many in your party?" A young apprentice who was welcoming guests at the tavern entrance eagerly approached and asked. "Just one. Li Dalong replied briefly. Senior, please go upstairs to the second floor. The apprentice bowed politely, allowing Li Dalong to walk ahead. At the same time, he loudly called out toward the counter. One guest for a private table upstairs. The apprentice led Li Dalong upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Dalong chose a window-side seat and sat down, then spoke. Bring me a few of your specialty dishes and a pot of your finest wine. He casually tossed 10 middle-grade zhengqi to the apprentice, who excitedly accepted the tip. Thank you, senior. Please wait a moment. The food and wine will arrive shortly. Li Dalong began surveying the situation on the second floor. At the moment, the second-floor dining hall was fairly spacious, approximately holding 200 or 300 dining tables of various sizes, and also had a row of 30 to 40 private rooms. The dining hall on the second floor was mostly filled, with only a few tables left unoccupied. Cultivators who were drinking were chatting about things from all corners of the heavens and seas, while others didn't speak, simply continuously eating, drinking, or slowly savoring their wine. In fact, cultivators didn't have much desire for worldly delicacies or immortal wine. However, these dishes were made using immortal beasts or medicinal herbs as ingredients, which could offer some benefits to one's cultivation. More importantly, people regarded taverns as places for social interaction, intelligence exchange, and news dissemination. Therefore, regardless of the city, town, or market, taverns were an essential part of any commercial district. Taverns were also a must-visit location for cultivators wherever they went. After all, people from all walks of life, factions, and wandering cultivators would stop by, making it easier to obtain information. Li Dalong found these conversations quite interesting, though he didn't take them too seriously, treating them simply as entertainment. Eating and drinking here gave him a sense of nostalgia, reminding him of his life back on the Blue Planet, an emotion, or perhaps a lingering attachment. It had been thousands of years since he had crossed over into this world. If he had remained on the Blue Planet, he would have long turned to dust. Therefore, he missed the place where he was born and raised, missed his past life, but he absolutely did not want to return to that kind of existence. Soon, the dishes Li Dalong ordered were served, and he began tasting the local cuisine while sipping on some decent immortal wine. At the same time, he listened attentively to the cultivators' conversations. With his high cultivation and powerful spiritual sense, he could hear every word spoken throughout the entire hall. Most of them were sharing their own adventurous experiences or bragging about how they had faced great danger somewhere, and how cleverly and bravely they had defeated the enemy, turning the tide of battle or finishing off opponents with a single strike. Others spoke of newly appeared ruins, the cultivation caves of ancient experts, or small secret realms recently discovered and monopolized by certain sects. Li Dalong wasn't particularly interested in such things, especially not for those unaffiliated wandering cultivators who struggled to acquire resources and were naturally obsessed with ruins, caves, or secret realms. He himself was only interested in news regarding the upcoming Yoming secret realm. He hadn't visited it in a long time and wasn't up to date with recent developments on that side. Chapter 399, being targeted by the Storm Thunder Manor. However, the Yunxia Sect also has a base inside the Yoming secret realm now. Once they arrive, they will first go to the sect's base to obtain the latest intelligence, after which there won't be too many issues. Li Dalong sat leisurely by the window, drinking wine and eating food. By pure coincidence, he was spotted by a disciple from the Storm Thunder Manor who had seen him before. That day, when Lei Mingshan from the Storm Thunder Manor saw the two elders of the Boundless Immortal Sect who were at the late stage of Great Ascended Immortal King, he retreated. However, he had not let go of the hatred over his grandson's death, and issued a sect mission inside the manor. If any disciple outside sees Li Dalong appearing alone, or is with him, as long as they can report his whereabouts promptly to the manor lord, they could receive high amounts of sect points, immortal stones, pills, immortal treasures, and other rewards. Even on the wanted list of the Storm Thunder Manor were Li Dalong's portrait and information. Lei Mingshan was determined, if an opportunity arises, he would personally kill Li Dalong to avenge his grandson. If he couldn't do it himself, he had no qualms about hiring an assassin, no matter how much it cost in immortal stones. Although Li Dalong slightly changed his appearance, his body build and aura remained the same. When this disciple from the Storm Thunder Manor passed by the street, he just happened to see Li Dalong and recognized him. This disciple, named Huang Tianyu, was overjoyed, suppressing his excitement. Acting natural, he casually walked to a distant street corner and pulled out his sect jade token, quickly taking the mission to find Li Dalong. He then submitted the report of the current situation. At the same time, he casually glanced occasionally, watching whether Li Dalong had left. Knowing that those who were following him were powerful, he didn't dare to use his spiritual sense for observation. Instead, he used just his eyes once in a while to confirm Li Dalong was still there. Lei Mingshan soon received the report, saying that a disciple had spotted Li Dalong's trail in Illusory Moon City, currently drinking at a tavern called Xiuxian Tavern. As soon as Lei Mingshan heard, he flew into a rage, thinking hatefully to himself, "You killed my grandson, yet you dare sit there leisurely drinking wine in a tavern. If you love wine so much, go drink with my beloved grandson in hell." He immediately used the sect jade token to issue orders to Huang Tianyu, the one who discovered Li Dalong's trail. Keep a close watch on him. Then he summoned Ouyang Yuanming, a guardian of the manor who was at the middle stage of Great Ascended Immortal King. "Master." Ouyang Yuanming bowed respectfully when he saw Lei Mingshan. "Yuanming, I've called you here because there is a person I need you to kill. This mission must be done solely by you. No word of this must leak out. You need to disguise your face, change your aura, and leave behind in the manner all commonly used items and anything that might expose your identity. Do not carry them on you. Lei Mingshan instructed Ouyang Yuanming. Hearing so many restrictions, Ouyang Yuanming understood that this mission was not only highly critical, but also very dangerous. Master, may I know who I'm being sent to kill, and why must we be so cautious? Ouyang Yuanming asked with puzzlement. Lei Mingshan said bluntly, I'll tell you the truth. The murderer who killed my grandson, Yun'er, is called Li Dalong. He's the son-in-law of Yi Xingqian, the sect leader of the Boundless Immortal Sect, and also the son-in-law of Komei, the sect leader of the Yunxia Sect. He killed Yun'er, and I must send him to hell to keep Yun'er company. Now he's appeared in Illusory Moon City, so I'm asking you to find a suitable opportunity and location to kill him and avenge Yun'er. Because he's related to the Boundless Immortal Sect, we absolutely cannot reveal our identities. That's why I told you not to bring anything that might reveal your identity. I can't trust anyone else with this, which is why I called you here to carry it out, Lei Mingshan said while staring straight at Ouyang Yuanming. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuanming realized immediately how serious the matter was. And since the Manor Lord had already laid it all out before him, even if he didn't want to do it, he had no choice. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't be walking out that door today. Master, your servant will definitely accomplish the mission and bring his head back to honor young Master Lin Yun. Ouyang Yuanming, after weighing the situation, bowed respectfully. Good, do whatever you must. Once you complete this task, ask for whatever sect points, pills, or other rewards you desire. Whatever the manor has, you may choose it, Lei Mingshan said with his eyes softening slightly as the murderous glint in them diminished somewhat. Your servant will do his utmost. Master, I shall take my leave now. Ouyang Yuanming timely took his leave. Go. Head straight to Illusory Moon City. Lei Mingshan waved him off. After Ouyang Yuanming left, the murderous gleam in Lei Mingshan's eyes only grew stronger. The fire of vengeance had already started affecting his cultivation. If he didn't avenge this grudge, not only would the death of his beloved grandson be in vain, but his future cultivation would also hit a dead end. The late stage of Great Ascended Immortal King would become the ultimate limit of his cultivation. At this moment, Li Dalong still had no idea of the great danger approaching him. After Li Dalong had finally heard enough gossip and boasting from these cultivators, he settled his bill and departed from Yujian Tavern. He was preparing to go directly to the transmission hall to use the teleportation formation to head toward the Yingning secret realm. Li Dalong suddenly stood up and left, and was seen by Huang Tianyu, who had been watching the street below. At this time, he still hadn't received any reinforcements sent by the manor, and after seeing Li Dalong exit the tavern and start walking forward, he hurriedly reported Li Dalong's latest movement through his jade token. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he casually followed from behind. Luckily, he was both smart and cautious enough not to use his spiritual sense to observe Li Dalong. Even with his eyes, he only glanced occasionally after intervals of time. Li Dalong remained completely unaware of the stalker behind him. Seeing Li Dalong enter the transmission hall, Huang Tianyu quickly hurried over. The appearance of rushing forward now wouldn't raise Li Dalong's suspicions at all, because it was common to see cultivators in a hurry running toward the transmission hall. His luck was pretty good too. He just happened to witness Li Dalong leave through the teleportation formation as he entered. He remembered that this was the formation leading to the Yoming secret realm. After Li Dalong had teleported away, Huang Tianyu immediately reported Li Dalong's whereabouts to the manor again. Then he quickly took the same teleportation formation to head toward the Yingning secret realm as well. However, by the time he arrived at the Yingning secret realm, Li Dalong had already left the transmission hall and disappeared. Who knew where he had gone? Because he dared not use his spiritual sense to lock onto Li Dalong's trail, he couldn't locate him for now. It seemed he would have to wait for the manor's reinforcements to track down Li Dalong's exact location. Fortunately, he was certain that Li Dalong had already entered the Yingning secret realm. After sending out this important intelligence, the jade token from his sect indicated that his mission was complete. He could now return to the manor to claim his reward. Upon receiving orders from the jade token, Huang Tianyu happily rushed back toward the manor. No longer needing to follow him, he was free from danger and could return to collect his reward. This was exactly the outcome he wished for. When Ouyang Yuanming was preparing to depart, he received a spiritual transmission from Lei Mingshan informing him that the target had gone to the Yoming secret realm. Ouyang Yuanming changed direction and immediately headed straight to a nearby major city, then used the teleportation formation to rush toward the Yoming secret realm. Chapter 400. Journeying through the Yoming secret realm, Part 1. After arriving at the Yoming secret realm, Ouyang Yuanming had to search for Li Dalong's trail on his own. Upon entering the Yoming secret realm, Li Dalong headed straight to the Yunxia Sect's outpost there. With the sect's growing wealth, this outpost in the Yoming secret realm was quite sizable. It was a compound capable of accommodating hundreds of disciples at the same time. To facilitate management, it functioned practically as a small branch of the Yunxia Sect, with all departments fully established. After presenting his elder token, Li Dalong entered the External Affairs Hall to access information on the Yoming secret realm. Soon, he finished reading all jade scrolls documenting events of the past 200 years and gained a clear understanding of the current situation in the Yoming secret realm. Overall, the Yoming secret realm remained relatively balanced. The numbers and strength of various other races from foreign regions had remained fairly stable. After so many years of exploitation and exploration, resources in the realm had become increasingly scarce. Thus, the competition among these races had also decreased in intensity. Their focus had gradually shifted to other areas richer in resources. As profits decreased, competition eased correspondingly, resulting in a significant drop in danger level. After digesting all the information, Li Dalong carefully sorted through and evaluated his next destination. He exchanged the jade scrolls and then departed. He headed directly toward the teleportation hall leading to the immortal base, having already made all preparations. Then, he took the teleportation formation to the selected minor base number 87. Once Li Dalong arrived at the teleportation hall, he quickly reached minor immortal base number 87 via the teleportation array. Ouyang Yuanming, after arriving at the immortal base, directly headed to the Yunxia Sect's outpost for investigation. After some stakeout and probing with spiritual sense, he found out that Li Dalong had been there, but had already left. Now he didn't know where Li Dalong went. The Yoming's secret realm was too vast. There were already over 100 minor bases. Outside the bases were vast expanses of different terrain. Searching for one person here was no different than looking for a needle in the ocean. Ouyang Yuanming went into Ling Su's tavern, aiming to purchase information here. Quickly, after paying a considerable amount of immortal stones, he received the latest intelligence about Li Dalong. Li Dalong went to minor base number 87, and he had just arrived there not long ago. However, which exit he took afterward remained unknown. One could not help but marvel at Ling Su's powerful information network. It was as if they were monitoring everyone around the clock. As long as one could afford the price, they would provide the desired information. However, the cost also made Ouyang Yuanming flinch. The information cost him 200,000 high-grade immortal stones. This indicated that Li Dalong himself was quite valuable, and Ling Su's pricing for intelligence was determined according to difficulty level and the target's worth. After acquiring the information, Ouyang Yuanming left Ling Su's small tavern directly and headed to the nearest teleportation formation, heading toward minor base number 87. After arriving at the minor base, Ouyang Yuanming quickly searched around but did not find Li Dalong. Li Dalong had already left the base and started training in the wilds. When Ouyang Yuanming failed to find Li Dalong, he had no choice but to begin asking around about his whereabouts. However, he felt greatly disappointed. Though many cultivators passed through, Li Dalong kept a low profile and had even disguised himself slightly, publicly revealing a cultivation level only at the early stage of Ta-E Golden Immortal. Therefore, he wasn't particularly noticeable in the crowd. Unable to locate Li Dalong, Ouyang Yuanming decided to adopt an old-fashioned approach. He began a stakeout. Mostly, he couldn't expose himself. If his intentions and activities were revealed after killing Li Dalong, the boundless immortal sect might trace the clues back to him, hence why he dared not inquire among other cultivators there. Li Dalong's training target this time was the Tianma mountain range, located about 5,000 or 6,000 miles away from minor base number 87. The Tianma mountain range was home to numerous extremely powerful demons and fierce beasts. The deeper one ventured, the stronger these demons and beasts became. It was even said that quasi-sage level demons lived inside. There were even rumors of mythical sacred beasts residing there. The Tianma mountain range also contained several restricted zones, areas forbidden to human cultivators. In the past, many high-level cultivators who disregarded this rule had entered and never returned. Of course, Li Dalong had already obtained all this data and some basic maps from the Yunxia Sect's outpost at the immortal base. He wouldn't enter those restricted zones either. Self-preservation was always a priority, and there was no reason to risk his own life unnecessarily. Right in front of the Tianma mountain range stretched a vast, desolate desert, named the Demon Wasteland on the Immortal Alliance's map, an expanse of wilderness also scattered with deep canyons formed by earth cracks. Legend had it that many years ago, a great battle between the Immortal Alliance's forebears and invading foreign races had turned this place into ruins. Even now, thick demonic energy still seeped out from those canyon fissures, remaining dangerously potent to this day. Without proper protection, once someone came into contact with this demonic energy, they could easily become corrupted, transforming into a mindless, bloodthirsty demon devoid of thought and filled only with the urge to kill. Therefore, although this region appeared to be barren land, it was far from harmless. One could encounter demonized cultivators, corrupted beasts, and various evil entities wandering among the complex ravines. Upon sensing the aura of a cultivator, these creatures would instinctively converge, attacking the cultivator and feeding on their flesh and blood. The reason Li Dalong chose this place was that few cultivators came here. One advantage was that the area was full of various demons, fierce beasts, and monstrous creatures, which provided excellent opportunities for combat training. Another reason was the abundance of spiritual medicinal herbs within the Tianma mountain range. While cultivating, he could collect these herbs, providing valuable resources for the Yunxia Sect's alchemists. It was a decision that brought multiple benefits. Flying swiftly through the air, he soon arrived at the Demon Wasteland. Standing at its edge, Li Dalong looked out at the landscape filled with deep ravines and scattered, uniquely shaped, weathered tissues standing tall on the wasteland. The ground was uneven, covered in coarse gravel. Between the low, small gravel hills were patches of stagnant water formed by hidden streams or small ponds. Yet all these pools and puddles exuded thick demonic energy, emitting visible demonic mist above the surface. The massive ravines were even more filled with surging demonic energy, obscuring the terrain below. In the distant hills, one could occasionally spot staggering, corrupted cultivators and other demonic entities wandering about. Upon arriving here, flying was no longer an option. One had to proceed on foot to reach the Tianma mountain range. To go around would increase the journey by at least 10,000 miles. Li Dalong activated his body movement technique and stepped into the Demon Wasteland. As soon as he entered, he felt as though the omnipresent spiritual energy of the immortal world outside had completely vanished. In the air, he could sense only scattered demonic energy. No wonder this place was called the Demon Wasteland. It lacked spiritual energy, and even the demonic energy wasn't particularly dense. Without spiritual energy or demonic energy, this land could not support the growth of any medicinal herbs, not even demonic herbs. Chapter 4:01. Journeying through the Yoming Secret Realm, Part 2. Although the demonic energy in the Demon Region Wastelands was thin, its corrosive effects couldn't be ignored. Many cultivators had been deceived by this subtle demonic energy, believing it had little impact on themselves and that they could simply expel or refine it with their cultivation techniques. But in truth, once this demonic energy entered the body, it became extremely difficult to remove. From the moment it entered, it started slowly affecting and corroding one's mind and body. By the time one noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. One could only gradually lose one's sanity and become a demonically transformed undead corpse. The most cruel part was that during this transformation, one could clearly sense what was happening, yet remain powerless to stop it. It was only after many years and heavy losses among cultivators that the Zhengqi Alliance came to understand this truth. From then on, cultivators either avoided the Demon Region Wastelands entirely and didn't enter. After all, there were no medicinal herbs or resources inside, and the demons and monsters within had nothing of value to offer. Very few ever entered there. At most, a few overly curious fools, ignorant of death and danger, came in to challenge themselves, most ending up as wandering undead corpses. Others merely passed through to reach the heavenly demon mountains. After activating his defensive immortal armor and protective energy barrier, Li Dalong dashed rapidly across the wasteland, not allowing a single wisp of demonic energy to enter his body. There were absolutely no plants growing on this plane, but the penetration power of this faint demonic energy was extreme. Thus, Li Dalong's main focus was now on resisting the hellish demonic energy's corrosion. Only a small portion of his concentration and immortal power went into running swiftly forward by operating his techniques. Whenever he encountered a demonically transformed undead corpse along the way, he gave them a wide berth. Originally, he had intended to test his skills by fighting against these undead creatures and demons, to sharpen and improve his combat experience. However, upon sensing the extremely powerful corrosive demonic energy, he grew fearful of accidentally letting it penetrate his defenses and tripping up in a minor mishap, so he resolved to traverse the Demon Region Wastelands at top speed and directly enter the heavenly demon mountains. When Li Dalong reached a depth of 1/3 into the Demon Region Wastelands, while passing through an eerie landscape of uniquely shaped, wind-eroded rock formations standing like grotesque pillars, a rustling sound suddenly arose from beneath a huge boulder beside a mound of gravel. Li Dalong's spiritual senses stirred, watching from afar while running, soon noticing several cracks forming and spreading outward from the inside of the gravel hill. It was as though something within wanted to emerge. Bang! Bang! Two explosive sounds rang out. The gravel hill cracked fully open, revealing before Li Dalong a huge fissure over 3 meters wide. Whoa! Ayo! Several strange and guttural roars erupted from the fissure. Even though Li Dalong was entirely encased in his protective immortal energy shield, the roars still penetrated, disturbing his mind. The sound wasn't especially loud, but it rang painfully in his ears. Li Dalong immediately sped up the circulation of his techniques, dispelling the physical discomfort. At the same time, he quickened his pace forward, intending to avoid the yet unseen dangerous creature. His idea was sound, but the unknown creature refused to grant him such an easy escape. A massive dark shadow burst forth from the rift, directly lunging toward him. Li Dalong instantly activated his immortal energy, shooting the soul-hunting sword rapidly toward the dark figure. Pung! Pung! 2 loud impacts rang out, one from the soul-hunting sword striking the shadow, and one from the creature crashing heavily to the ground. Now, Li Dalong could see clearly. The creature that had fallen was a black-shelled insect nearly 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Its massive mandibles were lined with rows of sharp teeth, glistening with sinister black light. It had 8 limbs on each side, each glinting metallically, with thick black bristles covering the joints like brutal spikes on a spiked club. Its entire body was wrapped in swirling demonic energy, appearing especially grotesque. From this demon, Li Dalong sensed danger. It was at least at the late Tai Golden Immortal level. Moreover, in the Demon Region Wastelands, its combat capabilities were greater than its natural abilities. Li Dalong, however, faced suppression in this environment, being lucky if he could display 80% of his true power. Watching the demon already building up its attack, Li Dalong felt a rare sense of tension rising within him. If he handled this poorly today, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. He also had no idea what kind of demon this was, what it specialized in, what it was vulnerable to, or what special precautions he should take. He could only respond according to how things unfolded. Earlier, the strike from the soul-hunting sword hadn't even left a mark, clearly indicating how shockingly high its defensive capabilities were. As this carapaced demon gathered strength, preparing to launch forward, Li Dalong struck first. Wielding the soul-hunting sword, he unleashed the heavens-cutting sword art, manifesting a sword beam hurtling toward the armored demon. As the sword beam reached the demon, it leapt upward just in time, getting caught directly beneath the sword slash, which struck squarely upon its terrifying head. A shower of sparks erupted, and the creature's ascending body was struck down again by the sword beam. Pung! It slammed into the ground, shattering the hard gravel and sending pieces flying in all directions. See, Ayo! A strange, shrieking sound erupted from its mouth, filled with sharp teeth. From this sound, Li Dalong could hear the fury of the carapaced demon. What kind of demon is this? How can its defense be so strong? I can't even break through its defense. I'll have no choice but to try my talismans. Otherwise, if I can't get past this today, I'll be walking straight into a dead end. Seeing he could not break through its defenses, Li Dalong immediately pulled out 5 flame dragon talismans. His Shanli quickly activated the talismans, and he flung them toward the carapaced demon. At the same time, he dashed forward rapidly, increasing the distance between himself and the creature. The 5 flame dragon talismans transformed into 5 blazing flame dragons, rushing toward the demon. Under Li Dalong's spiritual guidance, they fused together again into one enormous flame dragon, shifting from red to white-hot brilliance, even more scorching than before. Wherever it passed, the gravel beneath melted into liquid, then, corrupted by demonic energy, hardened into black, glass-like residue. The carapaced demon also sensed the deadly threat. Several of its giant legs sprang into action as it tried to leap away to one side. Guided by Li Dalong's spiritual awareness, the white-hot flame dragon made a sharp turn and continued pursuing the demon. Even though the demon was fast, it couldn't outrun a flame dragon soaring through the skies. The flame dragon made direct contact with the carapaced beast. Pung! A tremendous explosion roared out, and a red mushroom cloud billowed up from the demon's location. The extreme heat burned away all the surrounding demonic energy. At the same time, the massive demon was blown into the air by the blast. But this creature was clever as well. Sensing it could no longer evade, it swiftly pulled its head and massive limbs inside its shell-like body, retracting as much as possible. The explosion and intense heat completely burned away the rigid black bristles on its exposed parts. Blood, dark green like ink, poured from its mouth. However, it had only sustained minor injuries, leaving its core strength unharmed. After the shockwave had passed, the surrounding air grew less searing. The carapaced demon extended its head and limbs out from its protective shell once again. Chapter 402. Journey through the Yoming Secret Realm, Part 3. Staring at Li Dalong, who was fleeing with a gaze filled with hatred, it opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth. Letting out a fierce roar, it charged after Li Dalong. Li Dalong simultaneously expanded his spiritual sense completely, keeping watch on both the demons emerging ahead and the armored demon chasing him from behind. He continuously slashed backward with sword chi, disrupting the armored demon's pursuit and slowing its speed. Originally, Li Dalong had planned to just pass through the xuanhuan somehow. However, several demons appeared ahead. If he rushed straight ahead, he would face an encircled assault from multiple foes. Thus, Li Dalong had no choice but to turn around and confront the armored demon. Compared to the threat ahead, this armored demon seemed somewhat easier to deal with. But he needed to lead the armored demon further back. Currently, his position was too close to the demons ahead. Fighting here would attract their attention, and he would certainly face an encirclement. As soon as he thought of it, Li Dalong immediately turned around, drawing a wide arc as he ran back. Fortunately, though the xuanhuan wasteland was desolate, its complex terrain easily concealed his movements and disrupted the armored demon's attacks. After drawing a wide arc, Li Dalong successfully lured the armored demon back. At this point, he was still not very far from those powerful demons, so Li Dalong dared not attack, and even tried his best to conceal his aura. Continuously dodging the attacks of the armored demon, he kept running for several more minutes. As he saw the armored demon getting closer, only then did Li Dalong dare to swing his soul-chasing sword, sending out sword chi to disrupt its movements. Li Dalong, who always considered his attacks formidable, was today truly humiliated by this armored demon. His attacks couldn't even penetrate its defense. Luckily, he had bought so many talismans. It seemed he would have to rely on these talismans to wear it down. Minutes passed in the chase, now sufficiently far from those demons ahead, and Li Dalong no longer worried about being surrounded. As Li Dalong suddenly stopped, preparing to initiate an attack with spirit talismans. The armored demon, however, had already been waiting for him to stop. A pitch-black energy sphere rapidly formed in its mouth, and the moment Li Dalong halted, a black beam was shot straight at him. While reinforcing his defense, Li Dalong activated his soul-chasing sword, slashing it toward the black beam. The sword chi only slightly slowed the black beam. This was when he finally clearly saw this beam was a concentrated black energy orb, radiating intense demonic energy. It was evident that upon impact, it would cause an enormous explosion. Seeing the black orb rushing towards him, cold sweat immediately broke out on Li Dalong's body. The oppressive aura leaking from the black energy orb brought an intense sense of threat. This black orb absolutely could not be taken head-on. Channeling his cultivation, his immortal energy rushed through his meridians, concentrating into his legs as he rapidly escaped to the left, simultaneously summoning his star god shield into his hand. Activating it, he surrounded himself with its protective barrier. Controlled by the armored demon, the black energy orb chased after the fleeing Li Dalong. Right now, Li Dalong couldn't release sword chi anymore. Forced to resort to hand-to-hand combat, he released a palm strike, directly impacting the black orb. The palm strike weakened the orb slightly, before it finally struck the star god shield. The energy shield on the star god shield shattered instantly. Then with a loud bang, the shield was blasted away. The tremendous shockwave from the explosion hit his defensive immortal armor, tearing off its energy cover, then shredding the armor itself. Struck by the explosion, Li Dalong's body was flung away. His immortal energy shield shattered, blood gushed from his mouth as he crashed onto a pile of hard gravel, rolling several times on the ground before rising to his feet. Seeing the armored demon still quickly crawling toward him, Li Dalong activated his spirit sense. 5 flame dragon talismans appeared in his hand as he channeled immortal energy into activating them. 5 blazing flame dragons surged toward the armored demon. It was the same old strategy. Just like last time, the armored demon was blasted away once again. The wounds, which had just slightly healed, worsened this time. Greenish-black blood flowed from its mouth, far more than last time. Before the armored demon could rise to retaliate, 5 Xiuxian immortal lightning talismans appeared in Li Dalong's hands. Activating the 5 talismans caused 5 purple lightning bolts to form in the air, merging into a single thick bolt that flew straight toward the armored demon before condensing into a single, powerful lightning sphere. The armored demon sensed the lightning sphere rushing toward it. That purple orb gave it an intense premonition of death. Immediately abandoning any thoughts of attacking Li Dalong, it turned around to flee. But would Li Dalong really miss this chance to eliminate it? Focusing his spiritual sense, he locked onto the demon and directed the lightning sphere to pursue it. Though the lightning sphere was less than 1/5 the size of the armored demon when it hit. The entire armored demon was wrapped in purple lightning, and a piercing, mournful cry was heard from within the brilliant orb of lightning. At the same time, a suffocating stench of burnt flesh spread across the wasteland, so strong that even Li Dalong, several li away, could smell the nauseating odor. Afraid that he hadn't finished the creature off, Li Dalong took out 2 more Xiuxian immortal lightning talismans, activated them, and launched them toward the armored demon, which was still rolling on the ground shrieking in pain. A slightly smaller purple lightning sphere struck the armored demon once again. It seemed to transform into a glowing ball of lightning, rolling back and forth across the ground. Only after about the time it took to drink a cup of tea did it finally stop struggling, and the lightning sphere gradually dissipated. The ground was now smoking and releasing a nauseating mixture of burnt and roasted meat smells. Its multi-jointed giant legs on both sides of its body had fallen off, steaming, and the creature was undeniably dead. Seeing that the armored demon was completely dead, Li Dalong finally exhaled in relief. Today had indeed been perilous. Never did he expect that a hidden demon would nearly cost him his life. Moreover, the demon's defense and attack power far surpassed those of cultivators at the same cultivation stage. Struggling to his feet, Li Dalong swallowed a high-grade healing pill, channeled his immortal energy, and began to rapidly refine the medicinal effects to heal himself. At the same time, gritting his teeth through the pain, he quickly moved away from the area. He needed to find a relatively safe place to recover. Otherwise, given his current condition, he wouldn't last long before becoming demon prey. After moving several dozen li away from the battlefield, Li Dalong swept the surrounding area with his spiritual sense. Finding no abnormalities, he chose a spot behind another large weathered rock. He set up a concealment and defensive formation, activated it after entering, took out a spirit-replenishing pill, sat cross-legged, and began further healing and restoring his immortal energy. Meanwhile, his spiritual sense remained alert, constantly monitoring the area outside the formation to prevent any unexpected danger. This was a moment of extreme vulnerability, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. The black energy orb from the armored demon had badly damaged his internal organs. The Star God shield had also been damaged, and his defensive immortal armor was completely ruined. Right now, he urgently needed to regain his strength, or he wouldn't make it out of the magic wasteland alive. Chapter 403. Journey into the Secret Realm of the Netherworld 4. Their luck remained good afterward. A day later, Li Dalong's injuries were completely healed. Moreover, no monsters or xuanhuan undead wandered into this area. Only after sensing his condition was fully restored did Li Dalong finally lower his guard. Scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense and finding nothing unusual, he lifted the formation and continued onward. After this major battle, Li Dalong kept his spiritual sense fully open and deliberately slowed down his pace. Moving forward cautiously, fighting here was extremely disadvantageous for him. He now avoided conflict at all costs, preferring to take detours rather than risk combat. Exercising utmost caution and embracing the essence of survival, he smoothly exited the demonic wasteland. When he sensed the long-missed celestial chi of immortals, a feeling of comfort coursed through his body. Li Dalong turned around and looked back at the suffocating demonic wasteland behind him, feeling his inner spiritual path becoming smoother and more integrated. Such experiences and sensations were precisely the purpose and expected result of this journey outside. After a moment of reflection, Li Dalong headed toward the Tianma Mountains. His plan was to live within the Tianma Mountains for a while, thoroughly understanding the battles against demons and extraterrestrial races here. From the demonic wasteland to the Tianma Mountains, there was a transitional area of low hills with shrubs and grasslands. As Li Dalong entered the shrub forest, his eyes caught sight of many immortal herbs. Although these herbs were still young, insufficient for refining high-grade immortal pills, their abundance in this place was still astonishing. This also clearly showed how rich the Tianma Mountains must be in immortal herbs. It was precisely due to the abundant immortal herbs and strong immortal energy here that caused the number and strength of monstrous beasts and demons to be great. As for these herbs, Li Dalong merely glanced without bothering to pick them. They weren't of much use and at best would only be used by the lower disciples of Yunxia Sect for practice in refining pills. Picking them now would be a bit of a waste. Passing through the shrub zone, he entered the mountain's edge, where the trees began to grow much taller. Upon entering the woods, Li Dalong was surprised to discover several immortal herbs of 20 or 30 years age at first glance. Still, he paid them no heed. They had to be at least 100 years old or more to be worth his effort. However, for some rare varieties, he picked a few and transplanted them into the Xuanhuan pearl to enrich the species within. While advancing deeper into the mountains and examining the resources along the way, he even transplanted some uniquely shaped and oddly appearing trees. After entering the mountains a few li, he discovered a small grove of spirit trees, which he casually transplanted about a dozen into the Xuanhuan pearl. Now Li Dalong had become, for all intents and purposes, an herb-gathering immortal farmer and gardener, transplanting immortal herbs and spirit trees. Just as he happily went about collecting herbs and relocating trees, suddenly a green figure flickered at the edge of his spiritual perception and vision. A green blur shot toward him. He casually swiped his palm outward. Pata! A sharp sound rang out. A small, jade-green snake was slapped by Li Dalong's palm wind onto the trunk of a huge tree behind him, then fell to the ground. Li Dalong felt quite surprised. Although he had swiped casually, that strike wasn't weak. Most early-stage Tai-Bai Jingxian cultivators might not be able to withstand it. Yet this little jade-green snake had not even been injured, merely intercepted by the big tree. That meant this snake was no ordinary creature. Li Dalong turned to look at the snake. At this moment, the small jade-green snake coiled upright, flicking its tongue and hissing continuously. Its tiny eyes fixed on Li Dalong, glowing with fierce light. Well, you little guy actually dare act so fierce? You're quite something. Seeing that this snake not only dared to attack him spontaneously, but remained so defiant even after being slapped, Li Dalong chuckled. Judging from its jade-green color and triangular head, based on his past experiences from the blue planet, this snake must be highly venomous, quite dangerous. Especially with beast-type snakes, their poison was generally potent. Well then, since you want to die, I'll oblige you. Li Dalong watched as the little snake prepared to strike again. He activated the xuanhuan sword and slashed at the snake, which was beginning to coil to leap. This time, he had struck with full intent, and the little snake was not as lucky as before. Pata! Two sounds. The snake was cut in two, writhing on the ground before soon stiffening and dying completely. You tiny thing, truly overestimating yourself. Perhaps it was because Li Dalong concealed his aura. The snake misjudged his strength and thus dared to attack. Looking at the dead snake on the ground, Li Dalong shook his head but made no move to clean it up, then continued flying deeper into the mountains. Wherever he passed, he harvested every immortal herb older than 100 years. Although he himself wasn't short on cultivation resources and had considerable reserves, the number of Yunxia Sect disciples had been increasing every year, and their resource needs had grown accordingly. Providing more support to his mother-in-law would also ease her worries. Now with the help of his junior fellow disciple, Yunxia Sect's development would be better and faster. There were abundant on-site immortal herb resources here, and failing to collect them would truly be a waste of such a great opportunity. After passing several small hills, he suddenly noticed a massive xiuxian vine coiled around a tall spirit tree ahead. On the main vine hung several bright red fruits. Those were the fruits of the xiuxian vine, extremely rare immortal herbs, and judging from their appearance, this vine must have been at least 5,000 years old. The xiuxian vine was entirely precious. The roots could cure certain secret ailments of male cultivators. The vine itself could be refined into immortal treasures, and the fruits could be used to create supreme, soul-replenishing pills. A xiuxian vine spends 1,000 years underground, grows for 1,000, flowers for 1,000, bears fruit for 1,000, and ripens for 1,000. Seeing that the fruits were nearly ripe, it was clear that this particular vine was at least 5,000 years old. This single vine could produce several top-grade immortal treasures. However, for this xiuxian vine to have grown undisturbed for 5,000 years, there must be a powerful monstrous beast nearby protecting it. Moreover, since the fruits were nearly mature, the guardian beast certainly wouldn't be far away. Fortunately, Li Dalong always kept his aura completely concealed, hiding his cultivation strength. At this moment, the guardian beast of the xiuxian vine had not yet detected him. Li Dalong began cautiously scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, attempting to locate the vine's guardian beast. However, after repeatedly sweeping both directions with his spiritual perception, he found no trace of any beast. Could it have just left? That shouldn't be. Did I miss something? After failing to detect any beast during 2 scans, Li Dalong began to doubt himself slightly. Not finding anything yet feeling suspicious inside, he had the uneasy sense that something was overlooked, though he couldn't immediately identify what. Nevertheless, Li Dalong did not rush forward to harvest the fruits of the xiuxian vine. One reason was that the timing wasn't quite right yet. The fruits would still need about 3 more months before fully ripening. Chapter 404. Journeying through the Yoming Secret Realm, 5. If the fruit of the xiuxian vine were to be harvested at this moment, it could still be used in medicine, but its potency would be 1 grade lower. It would feel somewhat like a loss outweighing the gain. Unless absolutely necessary, one shouldn't harvest it prematurely. Another thing was that Li Dalong, always cautious by nature, hadn't yet located the guardian beast of this place. Although it appeared safe, it was precisely in such circumstances that danger was often greatest. Li Dalong patiently continued waiting, not daring to wield his immortal power lest the fluctuation in energy draw the attention of the beast. Remaining hidden in the shadows, he could not be detected by the enemy, thus creating a favorable opportunity to seize the xiuxian vine. Li Dalong resumed scanning the suspicious areas with his spiritual sense, point by point, trying to locate the hidden beast. After circling the xuanhuan vine, he still hadn't found any anomalies in the area. He trusted that wherever his spiritual sense scanned, any abnormalities would be discovered. Just as he carefully observed the xuanhuan vine and the surrounding area with his naked eyes, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked the vine itself and the large ringwood tree it was clinging to. Li Dalong focused his spiritual sense on the xuanhuan vine and the gianting wood. This time, he quickly noticed something strange. It turned out that on the lingwood wrapped by the xuanhuan vine there was a very hidden small opening, but it was obscured by the vine's branches and leaves. Moreover, he found that this lingwood could block spiritual sensing. Therefore, the beast must be hiding inside the hollow of this tree. Now that he knew where it was hiding, things became easier. Besides, he intended to transplant both this xuanhuan vine and the unknown lingwood into his xuanhuan bead. But there was now one issue: to determine exactly how extensive the underground root systems of the lingwood and xuanhuan vine were. Once he knew the size of their roots underground, he could properly absorb them into the xuanhuan bead. As long as they were brought into the xuanhuan bead, both the xuanhuan vine and this unknown lingwood would no longer be scarce to him. With his plan decided, Li Dalong began slowly retreating backward. Once far enough away, he activated his cultivation technique, letting his body gradually sink into the ground. He started moving slowly beneath the xuanhuan vine. Because he feared alarming the beast hidden inside the lingwood, Li Dalong spent a full 2 hours mapping out the underground root systems of the wood and the xuanhuan vine. He intended to capture both the xuanhuan vine and the lingwood, along with the beast hiding inside the tree hollow, into the xuanhuan bead all at once. Once inside, the beast would be at his mercy completely. Inside the xuanhuan bead, Li Dalong was like a god. Life and death of anyone or any beast within were entirely under his control. However, the combined root system of the lingwood and xuanhuan vine was very large. To pull them all into the bead at once would consume considerable spiritual sense and immortal energy. More importantly, the action must be sudden and swift, ensnaring the beast in one go. If he failed, a fierce battle with the beast would be inevitable. Also, due to the lingwood's ability to block spiritual sensing, he couldn't gauge the beast's actual strength. The guardian beast of the xuanhuan vine, capable of allowing the fruit to mature, must be very powerful. Otherwise, someone else would have already taken the vine. After preparing carefully, Li Dalong positioned himself directly beneath the xuanhuan vine, and, with a thought, aimed the xuanhuan bead at the roots of the vine and lingwood. A suction force instantly emptied the soil beneath the xuanhuan vine, and soon after, the roots of both the vine and lingwood were pulled into the xuanhuan bead. Only their upper parts remained outside. This sudden change caused a violent fluctuation in spiritual energy, shaking both the xuanhuan vine and the lingwood violently. The beast hidden within the hollow of the tree let out a sharp shriek, preparing to dart out from the hole. Feeling the beast was about to escape, Li Dalong clenched his teeth and poured more spiritual energy and immortal power into the bead, greatly accelerating its absorption speed. Just as the beast reached the entrance of the hollow, the entire lingwood was pulled into the xuanhuan bead. After emerging from the hole, the beast found itself in a completely unfamiliar environment. At the same time, it saw the xuanhuan vine and what it had been guarding right there, leaving it bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Just as it was filled with confusion, a terrifying pressure surrounded it. It was instantly paralyzed. At this moment, Li Dalong finally saw clearly that the beast was a monkey-like creature from the blue planet. Yet, as his spiritual sense scanned the beast's body, Li Dalong inhaled sharply through his teeth. Damn it, I'm so glad my method was clever and successful. Otherwise, I might have died today. While cursing inwardly, Li Dalong also felt a deep sense of relief. This was a beast at the great immortal king stage of cultivation. Fortunately, this lingwood could block spiritual sensing. That was why Li Dalong had initially failed to detect the beast's presence. This monkey-like Yaosho also failed to detect him due to the lingwood's interference. As the saying goes, it was both helped and doomed by the same lingwood. Although he possessed the meteor flaming talisman, which could easily handle Yaosho at the early stage of great immortal king, it was only useful if he had the chance to activate and throw the talisman. At first, he had been extremely close to the xuanhuan vine. If attacked by the monkey Yaosho by surprise or in direct combat, whether he could even draw out the talisman was already uncertain. It was pure fantasy to think about taming a Yaosho of the great immortal king stage. Such beings had their own consciousness and pride, and would never submit to humans. If he left the Yaosho unchecked within the xuanhuan bead, he feared it might destroy the precious herbs and spiritual trees inside. At one thought, Li Dalong directly erased the Yaosho's consciousness. With another thought, the soul-chasing sword entered the xuanhuan bead and severed the Yaosho's head. Since he couldn't use it, killing it was the safest solution. After slaying the monkey Yaosho, he replanted the lingwood and xuanhuan vine inside the xuanhuan bead and casually watered them with a bit of spiritual water. Li Dalong put away the xuanhuan bead and examined the huge pit formed after extracting the lingwood and xuanhuan vine. Then, he continued flying deeper into the mountains, collecting any xinyao and spiritual trees he encountered along the way. A day later, when Li Dalong appeared on a mountaintop, he suddenly noticed several cultivators on the opposite peak. But when he looked more closely, he realized these cultivators were different from human cultivators. These cultivators had various features. Some had pointed ears covered in golden fur. Some had faces covered in scaly patterns, looking particularly eerie. Some had short horns atop their heads. In total, there were 6 such people in his sight. So he had encountered extraplanar races? From the auras they emitted, 2 among the 6 were at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while the others were at the middle stage. At the same time, The figures on the opposite peak also noticed Li Dalong, and were now pointing and talking about him. Seeing that there were 6 extraplanar cultivators ahead, Li Dalong immediately retreated to his side of the mountaintop, then swiftly moved away along the mountain ridge from the side. Chapter 4:05 Journey through the Yoming Secret Realm 6. The opposing side's strength had clearly exceeded Li Dalong's ability to handle. To avoid trouble, Li Dalong actively retreated, intending to detour around them from the side. Although Li Dalong had no intention of provoking them, they had obviously already marked him as their prey. Seeing Li Dalong disappear from the mountaintop across, the leader among the 6 was a figure named Yingyu, belonging to the Ying Wolf clan. By the way, this group of 6 hailed from an external realm known as the Star Illusion Forest World, a domain half a level higher than the Immortal Realm. Its people were beast clans evolved from Yao Sog, retaining some characteristics of their original races and not fully transforming into human forms. Although their appearances deviated from the human standard of beauty, their individual strength, enhanced by their race's innate talents, surpassed that of the human race. The leader was Yingyu from the Yoming Wolf clan. The others were Yun Yifei from the Dark Leopard clan, Weiyang from the Silver Moon Fox clan, Tu Bubi from the Earth Bear clan, Linghu from the Minghu clan, and Feng Xinglia from the Wind Wolf clan. Yingyu and Weiyang possessed the highest cultivation levels, both at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and both served as leaders of the small team. Weiyang, from the Silver Moon Fox clan, was the team's strategist known for his wisdom. This time, they had already been within the Tianma Mountains for a month, and their gains were enormous. Not only had they collected many rare local immortal herbs, they had also hunted numerous cultivators, acquiring many resources unique to the immortal realm, such as immortal artifacts, cultivation techniques, danyao, and the like. Especially the rewards from slaying cultivators far exceeded what they could gain from painstakingly climbing mountains in search of herbs. Therefore, whenever they spotted a cultivator, they would relentlessly pursue until their target was eliminated. In regions beyond the reach of the Luo Golden Immortals, this small team was practically invincible, and this gradually fostered a growing sense of arrogance among them. After seeing Li Dalong flee, they immediately decided to mark him as prey. They had also noticed that Li Dalong's cultivation was at the late Tai Golden Immortal stage. Among their team, there were already 2 at that level, with 4 others at the mid-stage. Combined with their racial abilities, they were certain they could defeat this late-stage Tai Golden Immortal human cultivator. Moreover, from their past experiences of hunting human cultivators, the higher the cultivation level, the more treasures they carried, thus yielding even greater rewards. They particularly took no moral hesitation in killing cultivators. With a single order from the leader Yingyu, the 6 figures flew swiftly toward the opposite mountain peak. However, to their disappointment, when they hurriedly crossed the mountaintop, Li Dalong's trail had already vanished. At this moment, Feng Xinglia from the Wind Wolf clan began carefully inspecting the area where Li Dalong had previously been. At the same time, his nose continuously sniffed around for traces of Li Dalong's remaining scent. After a minute or two, Feng Xinglia spoke to Yingyu. I've already located his scent. He won't escape. Good. Check which direction he ran. Yingyu instructed Feng Xinglia. After scanning several directions, Feng Xinglia stopped at the path where Li Dalong had left and told Yingyu. He ran in this direction. Good, then we chase. Don't let him escape. Yingyu commanded the others. That damned human race, running away when they saw us. Why didn't he just wait for us to come and kill him? Hui Yin from the Crimson Flame Hawk clan complained as he flew. The rest merely rolled their eyes, ignoring the mindless Hui Yin completely. Among the 6, Hui Yin was the most foolish, thinking only of fighting and destruction. Then, following Feng Xinglia's lead, they started to trail the direction taken by Li Dalong. Li Dalong merely intended to avoid them, but he hadn't expected the racial abilities of these extraplanar races to be this formidable. Just by analyzing the location of his appearance, they were able to detect residual traces and pursue accordingly. Instinctively, he had only lightly cleaned the signs of his presence at his previous location. He never imagined that these outsiders could track him so effectively. While relocating, even when spotting rare immortal herbs, he refrained from harvesting. When encountering Ao Sog, he stealthily bypassed them to avoid battles that could leave evidence. Thus, he kept running for half a day, only turning towards the deeper regions of the Tianma Mountains when he sensed relative safety. Precisely then, on a small cliff ahead, he noticed a xiao grass, and was about to fly up and harvest it. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected several rapidly flying figures heading directly towards him. His heart tightened, and within his spiritual perception, 6 figures were now approaching. Could it be those 6 extraplanar creatures from just now? It seems they definitely don't come with good intentions. Li Dalong thought inwardly. Judging from their actions, they were certainly targeting him. At this moment, Li Dalong decisively reacted. He soared forward on his sword without hesitation, leaving the xiao grass uncollected. While Li Dalong's spiritual sense identified the 6, Yingyu and the others also spotted Li Dalong ahead. The group was growing furious. They never expected this human cultivator to be such a fast runner, making them chase for over half a day before even discovering his trail. And this fellow was so alert. He fled the moment he sensed danger. Seeing Li Dalong take off on his sword, the others immediately accelerated and gave chase. At this moment, to escape the enemy's pursuit, Li Dalong had no time for hesitation and flew swiftly on his sword. Once again, it became a chase. After an hour of relentless pursuit, the gap began to widen. The fastest among them was Hui Yin from the Crimson Flame Hawk clan, followed closely by Feng Xinglia from the Wind Wolf clan, and then Yingyu and Yun Yifei from the Dark Leopard clan. The slowest among them was Tu Bubi from the Earth Bear clan. While running, Li Dalong was also thinking of countermeasures. Faced with these 6 foreign races, he had absolutely no confidence in defeating them head-on. It seemed he had no choice but to use the hit-and-run tactic to separate them temporarily and seek a favorable opportunity to strike. The 2 fastest ones, Huiyin and Feng Xinglia, were both at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Only by moving fast enough and landing a fatal blow could he hope for a chance to survive. Now was not yet the right moment. He needed to increase the distance between them first. While flying, Li Dalong kept observing the enemy's formation behind him using his spiritual sense. Another hour passed, and the leading 2 had already created at least a 5-minute distance from the chasing group behind. Li Dalong sensed that the timing was finally ripe. After preparing his defenses, he focused his mind and pulled out a stack of Xiuxian Immortal lightning talismans from his spatial ring, no less than 16 of them. Activating all 16 talismans simultaneously, he hurled them behind him toward the pursuers, while controlling the chasing soul sword to turn around and strike the 2 closest pursuers. Huiyin and Feng Xinglia were cursing loudly and fully committed to the chase when, suddenly, a huge flash of lightning came hurtling toward them, transforming rapidly into 2 massive purple lightning orbs mid-flight. Feeling the deadly danger radiating from the orbs, both of them hastily halted their forward momentum and dodged urgently. At the same time, they slashed their weapons toward the purple lightning orbs. But their weapons, comparable to top-grade immortal artifacts, shattered instantly upon contact with the orbs, which continued their relentless flight straight toward the 2 cultivators. Chapter 406. Journey through the Yoming Secret Region 7. The purple lightning energy sphere was formed from the fusion of 8 Xiuxian Immortal lightning talismans, its power no longer a simple sum of its parts. Against 2 enemy cultivators of the Tai Golden Immortal middle stage, even though their strength surpassed ordinary cultivators, they were no match for that lightning sphere formed from 8 fused talismans. As the 2 enemies let out desperate screams, they made close contact with the lightning sphere, then merged into it, eventually being reduced to ashes. Li Dalong had originally rushed forward closely following the Xiuxian Immortal lightning talismans. If the talismans failed to kill them, he was there to finish the job. It was all about a one-strike kill. He hadn't expected, however, that the combined power of 8 talismans would be so immense. Anyone hit directly, even a Tai Golden Immortal late-stage cultivator, would meet the same fate, turned into dust. At this moment, Li Dalong's confidence began returning, and having killed the 2 enemies, he no longer feared them. Still, head-on confrontations should be avoided. He must not fall into their encirclement of 4. Even if victorious in such a case, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The current hit-and-run tactics were great. Continue with that. Seeing that he had already killed 2 enemies, Li Dalong didn't even bother retrieving their storage rings, and simply turned and ran. Behind him, Yunxia, Wuyang, and the other 2 watched as the human cultivator, previously their intended prey, effortlessly executed their 2 companions without even glancing back. They became furious, wishing nothing more than to capture Li Dalong and kill him 100 times over. Chase him! Yunxia roared with hatred, watching her 2 subordinates die so pitifully. Don't run. Kill him! Yunxia shouted angrily. But Li Dalong paid no attention to their shouting behind him, rushing forward like a streak of smoke. At this time, Tabubai was still trailing at the back and hadn't seen Li Dalong killing Huiyin and Feng Xinglia due to his distance. While running, Li Dalong continuously observed the situation behind him. The 4 enemies still advanced in 2 groups. Ahead of them, 3 had approached, 2 at Tai Golden Immortal late stage, and 1 at mid stage. The 3 are too close together. It'll be hard to deal with all 3 at once. Li Dalong pondered inwardly how to eliminate the 4 chasing him. The previous tactic might not work now. Now that the 3 were alert and guarded, although talismans could still be stacked, they had to hit the target. If he couldn't land a hit, no matter how powerful the attack, it would be wasted. It seemed he needed to kill the 1 lagging at the back first. Then dealing with the remaining 3 would be much easier. Gradually, Li Dalong began adjusting his escape direction slightly toward the right rear. This subtle turn was difficult for his pursuers to notice. Several more hours of long-distance running passed. At this point, as designed by Li Dalong, he was now slightly behind and to the right of Tabubai. They still hadn't noticed. Yet the distance between Li Dalong and Tabubai was still considerable. To distract the 3 behind, he intentionally took out several flame dragon talismans and attacked them, obstructing and slowing their advance. The 3 angrily destroyed the incoming flame dragon talismans before resuming their chase. Right after using the flame dragon talismans, Li Dalong suddenly accelerated, heading straight toward Tabubai. His sudden maneuver left the 3 slightly confused. Soon, Wuyang figured it out and quickly took out a communication jade slip to contact Tabubai. In a panic, she shouted to Yunxia and Yunxia, "Hurry! Tabubai is in danger." Wuyang's cry stunned Yunxia and Yunxia for a moment. Then their expressions changed abruptly. F***CK? Save Tabubai fast. Yunxia yelled as she caught on. The 3 sped toward Li Dalong desperately, while Wuyang kept trying to reach Tabubai through the jade slip. Tabubai, meanwhile, was fully focused on chasing the trio ahead and had not noticed the communication jade slip in his storage ring continuously vibrating. At this moment, Li Dalong, having finished his high-speed flight, had already spotted Tabubai in front of him. First, he retrieved a spare immortal sword from his storage ring and activated the Tai Su sword technique, slashing toward Tabubai. Immediately afterward, he activated all 8 Xiuxian immortal lightning talismans and attacked Tabubai. Simultaneously, he closed in himself, flying forward a short distance before swinging the xuanhuan sword, unleashing the Tian-E sword aura straight toward Tabubai. Li Dalong wanted to eliminate Tabubai. He first used his sword to distract him and slow his speed. Then a massive lightning sphere crashed toward him. Still fearing he hadn't finished the job, another sword aura followed. Poor Tabubai, whose specialty was defense, was torn apart by Li Dalong's ruthless chain attacks. Li Dalong was truly ruthless. Just to kill an enemy. Not only was he willing to sacrifice an immortal sword, but he treated talismans like grenades, throwing away several at once without hesitation. To ensure a one-strike kill, he didn't care about wasting talismans if another strike was needed. While Yingwei and the remaining 3 rushed in desperation, Li Dalong successfully eliminated another of their numbers. Seeing the lightning erupt and hearing the explosion ahead, the 3 of them were filled with anger, but now they also felt a chill creeping into their hearts. They never imagined that this cultivator, under such a clear disadvantage, had killed 3 of their companions without suffering the slightest damage. From the glances they exchanged, each could see hesitation and fear in the other's eyes. At the same time, none of them dared to separate anymore. Although they continued to chase after the cultivator ahead, they all unconsciously slowed down their speed. Gradually, the distance between them and Li Dalong grew wider. Li Dalong also noticed the enemies slowing their pursuit from behind. He knew that the remaining 3 had been terrified by his killings. If you won't chase anymore, then I'll just leave, Li Dalong thought. Although he wasn't sure whether he could eliminate all 3, he muttered to himself sarcastically before flying away on his sword, vanishing into the mountain ranges. Yingwei and the other 2, feeling defeated, left the Tianma mountain range and returned to their base within the Yoming secret region, the Star Illusion Forest domain. Thus, what had originally been a hunting operation ended with 3 of them slain instead. After flying non-stop for an hour, Li Dalong dove into the forest below. Without danger around, he no longer dared to risk flying through the sky. Continuously flying in the sky made one very vulnerable to attacks from demons and beasts. Stepping onto solid ground felt much safer. His immediate priority now was to find a place to rest and recover his depleted immortal energy. He found an open space within the woods. Following old routine, he set up a defensive formation before taking out top-grade immortal stones and began refining them. After 2 hours of cultivation, he replenished much of his drained energy. After storing away the top-grade immortal stones and dismantling the formation, he resumed his cultivation journey within the Tianma mountain range. Li Dalong had now penetrated rather deeply into the interior of the Tianma mountains. The immortal spirit energy here was even denser. The immortal herbs he encountered had also become more concentrated. In some places, small patches of centuries-old medicinal herbs could be found growing together. Right before him was a small patch of xylan grass, not fewer than 12 plants in all, most of them 600 years old. Only 2 were 500 years old, and merely 3 were around 300 years old. Chapter 407. Journey through the Yoming Secret Realm. 8. Growing nearby was a large patch of purple orchid grass aged within 100 years. These must have sprouted from those high-aged purple orchid grass seeds. Purple orchid grass was one of the main ingredients for crafting healing pills in the immortal world and was highly valued. Those purple orchid grasses older than 500 years could be used to refine top-grade healing pills. Carefully, Li Dalong harvested all the purple orchid grasses that were over 300 years old and picked dozens more under 100 years of age, planting them inside the xuanhuan bead. He didn't continue harvesting the rest, leaving some here for future cultivators to reap rewards, ensuring the survival of this species here. After collecting so many high-aged immortal herbs, Li Dalong cheerfully walked further into the depths of Tianma Mountain. After crossing a hilltop, he suddenly sensed 3 cultivators with his divine consciousness. Instantly, Li Dalong stopped in his tracks, concealing his aura, and stood silently, listening intently to their conversation. It was because he heard them discussing something. Have you heard? Deep within Tianma Mountain lies an ancient ruin, said to be the treasure left behind by a senior who had reached the quasi-sage realm, one voice said. Humph, it must be filled with dangers. I heard the place is riddled with traps. Not even experts at the Deluo Jinxian realm dare to enter easily. Another voice spoke with some apprehension. But if one could really find the treasure left by that quasi-sage senior, wouldn't that be a shortcut to supreme power? The third voice overflowed with greed and yearning. Li Dalong's heart stirred slightly. He wasn't particularly interested in such so-called treasures. Inside those seniors' abodes, there would at most be some pills, immortal treasures, or cultivation techniques. If the abode was large enough, there might be some useful immortal herbs inside. If the risks were too great, it wasn't worth the danger. After all, these inheritances of techniques and pills held far less appeal to him than they did to other cultivators. He had the system, the xuanhuan bead, and his system space. As long as he had time, his cultivation power was growing rapidly. In cases where risks were not too high and someone else was leading the way, joining in the commotion wouldn't be a bad idea. Perhaps he could find some rare immortal herbs by silently tailing these 3 cultivators. He decided to temporarily hide his identity and secretly follow behind the 3. Li Dalong lightly jumped from the ground, concealing his aura as he followed at a distance behind them. Walking for about an hour, the 3 cultivators reached the mouth of a valley. Thick mist surrounded the valley, as if concealing countless secrets. They halted their steps, seemingly discussing something. Li Dalong concealed himself behind a large boulder on the reverse side of the ridge, cautiously observing with his divine consciousness. He saw the 3 each take out an ancient-looking map and compare it with the valley's terrain, nodding or shaking their heads from time to time. It seems they really planned to enter that ruin, Li Dalong thought. He decided to wait a bit longer to see if the three would discover anything significant. Just then, a faint fluctuation arrived. Instantly, Li Dalong locked onto its source with his divine sense. It was an 800-year-old blood spirit grass. Moreover, this particular herb was emitting a faint golden glow, clearly having reached its full maturity. Li Dalong felt delighted. Such a blood spirit grass would have an effect several times stronger than normal ones when used to refine pills. Most importantly, he intended to plant this blood spirit grass inside the xuanhuan bead. He hesitated on whether to harvest the blood spirit grass after the three entered the valley or to go collect it immediately now. While still pondering this question, perhaps his thoughts had strayed slightly, causing some leakage in his concealment, and since he wasn't far from the blood spirit grass either. This drew the attention of the guardian beast, a 5-color dragon tail scorpion. Blood spirit grass could replenish and enhance blood energy. This herb was the beast's only hope for evolving into a Yao King. The beast had guarded it for 500 years already, usually hiding underground just behind and beside the blood spirit grass. Any who approached, be it humans, beasts, or Tianma demons, would be attacked by it, ending up as its prey and food. The 5-color dragon tail scorpion, equivalent to the late Tai golden immortal realm of the human cultivators, was not only powerful in attack, but also terrifying in venom. Combined with its tough shell, its defense was astonishing. Anyone below the Deluo Xiuxian level, whether cultivators, beasts, or even Tianma demons, became its food. Especially its scorpion tail strike through the air, capable of piercing prey instantly, injecting deadly venom into their bodies. Its venom could even trouble late Deluo Xiuxian level cultivators. One careless move, and one could die from poisoning. If the reaction was quick enough, using immortal energy to wrap and suppress the toxin, then slowly refining and expelling it from the body was the only way to survive. Such a detoxification process was also extremely time-consuming, which was why cultivators generally tried to avoid the 5-color dragon tail scorpion altogether and refrained from provoking it. After discovering Li Dalong, the 5-color dragon tail scorpion immediately surged toward him from underground. As soon as it entered the range for its tail attack, a colorful scorpion tail burst out from beneath the ground, striking directly toward Li Dalong. Fortunately, Li Dalong's reaction was quick enough. While the 5-color dragon tail scorpion was rapidly moving underground, he had already sensed the vibrations and the abnormal fluctuations of its Yao energy. Instinctively, he struck downward to retreat and flew upward at the same time. At this moment, he could no longer afford to keep his presence hidden from the three people deep inside the mountain. The 5-color dragon tail scorpion's attack on Li Dalong and his subsequent exposure and flight upward happened within a very short time. However, such commotion inevitably startled the three cultivators who had been discussing how to enter the valley and explore the ancient ruin. Who's there? One of them, the leader, quickly locked his gaze on the lone figure and beast fighting behind the hill. Hearing the mocking laughter coming from the other side of the ridge, Li Dalong's eyes shifted as he realized he had no confidence in defeating this 5-color dragon tail scorpion directly. Moreover, with those three cultivators present, they definitely wouldn't allow a stranger to leave this place. They wouldn't risk letting him spread news about this location. It seemed he would have to employ the strategy of pitting one beast against another. Li Dalong immediately shouted loudly, "Senior, save me." At the same time, he suppressed his cultivation and aura down to the early stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. While shouting, he deliberately led the 5-color dragon tail scorpion toward the valley. At this moment, though the three cultivators knew someone was fighting a beast behind the ridge, they were unclear about the exact situation and didn't know what kind of owl beast was over there. When Li Dalong flew over the ridge, the three saw clearly that it was just a lone traveler at the early stage of Tai golden immortal. Their previously tense expressions relaxed. The three didn't say anything. They exchanged glances silently, then prepared to jointly attack and eliminate this young solo cultivator. However, just as they gathered their immortal energy to strike, the 5-color dragon tail scorpion followed and charged out from behind the ridge. Upon seeing the 5-color dragon tail scorpion, the three cultivators immediately abandoned the idea of attacking Li Dalong. In perfect unison, they turned and rushed toward the inside of the valley. Chapter 408, The Ruins in the Tianma Mountains, Part 1. The three of them often roamed the Youming Beijing and had frequently heard of the colorful dragon tail scorpion. Therefore, as soon as they saw it, they immediately turned to flee. Their first instinct was to run into the valley, a perfect opportunity to investigate the ruins of the cave dwelling said to belong to an ancient quasi-sage cultivator. Just as they rushed to the valley entrance, they suddenly realized something was off. Charging in recklessly without even understanding the situation first would be just as suicidal as confronting the colorful dragon tail scorpion head-on. The moment this thought crossed their minds, cold sweat broke out across their bodies. Immediately halting in place, the three turned and fled outward once again. Li Dalong, seeing the three take off running without even saying a word, began chasing after them with all his might. The colorful dragon tail scorpion also quickly gave chase, tailing the four of them. After running for some distance, when it looked as though Li Dalong was about to catch up, the leader of the three threw a gust of wind pursuit back at him. Seeing that the person ahead was attacking him, Li Dalong had no choice but to veer aside to dodge. Naturally, his escape speed slowed as a result. Seeing that this tactic worked, the three immediately joined forces. Soon enough, Li Dalong found himself overwhelmed trying to deal with their attacks. From the beginning, the three had wanted Li Dalong dead. They couldn't afford to let him drag them into danger. So, while fleeing, they continued to interfere with Li Dalong's escape. As long as he remained behind them, the colorful dragon-tail scorpion wouldn't attack them. They could afford to let Li Dalong live for now, but once he was dead, then the scorpion would turn its attention to them. Li Dalong realized things couldn't go on like this. Before him, enemies blocked his path. Behind, the deadly colorful dragon-tail scorpion chased relentlessly. Ordinary methods wouldn't be able to get him out of this mess. I'll have to take a gamble, Li Dalong thought to himself. Having made up his mind, Li Dalong changed direction, gradually beginning to run backward. The colorful dragon-tail scorpion likely regarded Li Dalong as the one threatening the safety of its spiritual herbs and clung tightly to him, determined to kill. Seeing Li Dalong draw the scorpion back, the three men sighed in relief. Secretly, they felt lucky and even thought that the young man had shown some sense of self-awareness. They began watching from afar as Li Dalong desperately tried to escape, treating the scene as an amusing spectacle. However, when they saw where Li Dalong was running, their expressions instantly darkened. Damn it, this bastard is cunning and gutsy. Isn't this making things harder for us? The three men began to curse loudly, calling Li Dalong every name under the sun. If he led the colorful dragon-tail scorpion back to the mouth of the valley, and if the beast decided to remain there outside while he entered the ruins alone, wouldn't that completely ruin their plans? Once the scorpion blocked the valley entrance, they'd be left with no choice but to wait outside helplessly while that brat enjoyed all the rewards inside. What an inhuman bastard. A disgrace. Absolutely unworthy to be called a person. So, the three followed at a distance behind, helplessly watching Li Dalong dash toward the ruins of what was suspected to be a quasi-sage ancestor's abode. As expected, the colorful dragon-tail scorpion stayed right at the valley entrance, circling restlessly, refusing to leave. With cultivators blocking his front and the scorpion chasing from behind, Li Dalong had no choice but to dash into the ruins they had just discovered. Regardless, he still had confidence in his knowledge of formations, and it was a chance to find a path to safety. At the speed he was going, if the scorpion continued to pursue him relentlessly, it would be hard to escape, unless he used up that precious teleportation talisman, a waste indeed. But he didn't want to use that talisman in such circumstances. Ever since the system had rewarded him with it years ago, it hadn't given him another one. Entering the ruins gave him the chance to search around. It might not be a dead end, and there was even a possibility he might find some treasures, while at the same time disrupting the plans of the three and repaying them for their ambush. Chased by the colorful dragon-tail scorpion, Li Dalong reached the valley entrance and rushed toward the ruins. Upon reaching the entrance, he felt a pull drawing him inside, as though passing through a protective veil. When he regained his senses, his surroundings still appeared to be a valley. Only, the spiritual qi here was much denser than in the Tianma Mountains, and it felt livelier, easier to absorb and refine. Without conscious effort, natural currents of spiritual qi flowed into his body, spontaneously converting into spiritual energy that coursed into his meridians. Cultivating here would definitely be much more effective than outside, by at least twice the rate, conservatively speaking. No wonder the legends say this place was the cave dwelling left behind by a cultivator of quasi-sage level. Based on the current conditions here, that possibility seemed very real. What pleased Li Dalong wasn't just the spiritual qi in the air, it was the scenery around him that made him even happier. Spiritual herbs were scattered everywhere, many of them around 5,000 years old, while even some with ages exceeding 10,000 years could be found in good number. Right in front of him, on top of a giant boulder, grew a cluster of iron-skinned dendrobium orchids, each at least 50,000 years old, swaying in the wind, exuding a divine aura. This place was practically a vast herbal garden. Ha! I let you block my path. I let you intercept me. Now look, all the immortal herbs here belong to me. Li Dalong burst into joyful laughter. If the three men outside, who were being blocked by the colorful dragon-tail scorpion, had known what was happening inside, they would surely have become so enraged they spat blood. This was a classic case of turning misfortune into fortune. Li Dalong extended his divine consciousness, scanning the area. After confirming there were no beasts or hidden traps, he immediately sprang into action like a diligent little bee, beginning his harvesting work. While humming a light tune, he used immortal energy to dig up whole patches of immortal herbs along with the valley soil, carefully placing them inside his xuanhuan bead. The herbs here were extremely abundant, and of exceptionally high age, capable of being refined into top-tier pills. As for those herbs aged over 10,000 years, even direct consumption would produce excellent effects. In the immortal realm, herbs of such age were extremely rare. Only within ancient ruins or hidden sanctuaries, sealed for countless years, could one hope to find such treasures. Especially a place resembling a carefully cultivated immortal herb garden. This was even more precious and seldom seen. Li Dalong dug and collected with boundless energy. What delighted him even further was his discovery, deeper within the woods, of red blood spirit fruits, soul-melting fruits, reviving spirit vermilion fruits, purple rock immortal trees, and azure mystic vines. It turned out that this area had once been planted exclusively with immortal plants and trees, all already at their fruiting or maturity stages. Unfortunately, many of the immortal fruits naturally fell when mature, decomposing into fertilizer to nourish the mother plants. Once again, Li Dalong transformed into the industrious little bee, digging away relentlessly. Not a single immortal fruit or tree would he leave behind for the three men waiting outside. Even the immortal vines capable of forging immortal artifacts were completely transplanted into his xuanhuan bead. Only someone like Li Dalong could afford to act this way. Ordinary cultivators without any space-type fabao would never be able to collect so recklessly. At most, they could only store these treasures inside spatial rings, failing to maximize their value or sustain their growth as Li Dalong could. Chapter 409. The Ruins in the Tianma Mountains, Part 2. Li Dalong keenly sensed that the spiritual qi of immortals here was slightly denser than at the place he had first entered. Soon, he had completely harvested this area of forest. Although collecting spiritual herbs and fruits was extremely exhausting to his divine consciousness and immortal energy, as it required a great deal of precision. He could not damage the underground root systems of the spiritual herbs and trees, so it consumed a tremendous amount of his divine consciousness and immortal energy. Li Dalong's current gains had far exceeded his expectations, so he wasn't in a hurry. He stopped to rest, selected an unharvested area, set up a defensive formation, and entered the formation to recover his immortal energy and divine consciousness. In this place, immortal energy was easily restored, but recovery of divine consciousness was much slower. Unfortunately, even though Li Dalong possessed the system, he rarely obtained pills that could accelerate the recovery or replenish the divine consciousness. Thus, he could only cultivate while patiently waiting for his divine consciousness to recover slowly. Meanwhile, while Li Dalong was freely collecting valuable resources such as spiritual herbs and immortal fruit trees, the three men blocked outside the valley by the five-color dragon-tail scorpion were nearly jumping up and down in frustration. Yet, they were helpless. Although together they could probably fight the five-color dragon-tail scorpion, each of the three had their own hidden agenda. They certainly weren't willing to risk their lives completely against the five-color dragon-tail scorpion, and this creature's venom was far too potent. Once touched by its venom, with their current cultivation level and connections, they would only face certain death. Therefore, they were still able to assess the current situation clearly. They could feel anxious and angry, but dared not directly provoke the five-color dragon-tail scorpion. After several hours, the five-color dragon-tail scorpion continued to circle restlessly, frequently gnashing its sharp, hard mouthparts against trees and rocks around the valley, venting its inner brutality. Eventually, the leader among the three, Gao Debiao, came up with a solution. The three captured a few Yaoshog and then set up a defensive and concealment formation near the valley, close enough, but not close enough for the five-color dragon-tail scorpion to detect them. The three would hide inside the concealment formation, then control the captured Yaoshou with their immortal energy to attract the five-color dragon-tail scorpion's attention. They used the Yaoshou to provoke the five-color dragon-tail scorpion, luring it away from the valley entrance. Then, once it had left the mouth of the valley, the three would look for an opportunity to rush into the ruins. By now, that man had already entered the ruins for a long time. If they didn't get in soon, all the benefits would be his. After discussing their plan, the three decided that their first action upon entering would be to capture him. Whatever he had obtained up to that point would then become theirs. Once everything was set up, Gao Debiao directed a companion named Miao Zhuang to use his immortal energy to control a three-eyed crystal gold leopard and send it flying toward the five-color dragon-tail scorpion. Although the five-color dragon-tail scorpion was intelligent, it could not compare to cultivators. When it sensed the presence of another Yaoshog, it let out a shriek at the sight of the flying three-eyed crystal gold leopard approaching. Then it charged straight at it, its massive scorpion claws immediately snapping toward the leopard. The three-eyed crystal gold leopard had already been subdued by Miao Zhuang's immortal energy, unable to resist, and it was so terrified by the five-color dragon-tail scorpion's aura and the danger of death that it soiled and urinated itself. Then, it was snapped in two and quickly swallowed by the five-color dragon-tail scorpion in a few bites. Miao Zhuang then threw out another Yaoshog, a large, one-horned rhino beast. This time, he threw it farther away from the valley's entrance, intentionally creating a little noise to attract the five-color dragon-tail scorpion's attention. The five-color dragon-tail scorpion indeed fell for the trick, charging toward the rhino that Miao Zhuang had thrown. This time, the position Miao Zhuang had chosen was favorable for their operation, so he released the control of the rhino's immortal energy. When the five-color dragon-tail scorpion charged toward it, the rhino immediately regained mobility and turned to flee. It had completely lost its usual savagery and botcheat. The five-color dragon-tail scorpion, seeing its enemy run, immediately gave chase. Soon, the two also engaged in fierce battle. Gao Debiao and the other two took advantage of the moment the five-color dragon-tail scorpion was fighting and immediately rushed into the valley. As soon as the three ran out of the concealment formation, the five-color dragon-tail scorpion detected their presence. It turned toward the three and lunged forward, but at that moment, the one-horned rhino beast, having been attacked furiously, charged back from behind, gathering demonic energy on its horn. Sensing the threat from the rhino's horn, the five-color dragon-tail scorpion immediately turned again to engage in a life-and-death battle with the rhino. Though the rhino was tough-skinned and heavily built, under the deadly attacks of the five-color dragon-tail scorpion's tail, it was successfully struck. As the venom entered the rhino's body, its movements began to slow down, and its reactions became duller. Its eyes started to see double, as if there were two five-color dragon-tail scorpions attacking it. Finally, the sharp scorpion tail of the five-color dragon-tail scorpion struck the rhino's head, and it collapsed. When the five-color dragon-tail scorpion turned back to look at the valley entrance, it could no longer sense the three people's presence and roared angrily several times, venting its frustration. When Gao Debiao entered the ruins of the cave dwelling with Miao Zhuang, what they saw was a newly unearthed valley. At the same time, they also felt that the spiritual qi of immortals here was exceptionally dense. Wow, Brother Biao, the spiritual qi here is so thick. If I could cultivate here for a few thousand years, I would quickly reach the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Miao Zhuang said excitedly to Gao Debiao. Yeah, I never expected the spiritual qi here to be this thick. I really don't want to leave, said Guansheng, the small follower. Look at you two, getting so excited. Since the spiritual qi is this dense, there must be countless heavenly treasures here. If we can take back a lot of these treasures, with such cultivation resources, our cultivation speed won't be slow anywhere, Gao Debiao said disdainfully as he saw his two underlings getting overly excited. He carefully looked around this excavated valley and said, from the situation here, that kid must have scraped the ground 3 feet deep. He must have gained many good things. When we meet him later, we'll act together and capture him first. Biao Gu, we'll follow your lead. Once we capture that guy, all his things will be ours, Guansheng immediately responded. Let's go. First find that guy, said Gao Debiao, and then took the lead flying forward. At this time, Li Dalong had already harvested many spiritual herbs and immortal fruits, to the point of numbness. All he saw, he had stored into the Xuanhuan pearl. The large amount of high-age immortal herbs and fruit trees transplanted into the pearl brought enormous benefits to it. At this moment, the environment inside the Xuanhuan pearl became better and more vibrant. The area had also expanded by at least 1/5. In simple terms, the world inside the Xuanhuan pearl had a higher sky, wider land, and thicker spiritual qi than before. Li Dalong had now entered a region filled with ruins of palace complexes. However, he found it strange that, after entering this ruined palace area, he hadn't encountered a single immortal herb or immortal fruit tree. Chapter 410, Ruins in the Tianma Mountains, Part 3. Feeling the deathly silence here, it seemed as if this place belonged to an entirely different world from the area he had passed through moments ago. At the same time, he experienced an inexplicable sense of unease. There was danger here. This was the feeling Li Dalong's intuition had conveyed since entering. He had not located the source of the danger, but he knew this place was perilous. Perhaps the danger lay in these ruins of palaces, or maybe it came from somewhere else. It was still unclear. Before figuring things out, he didn't rashly enter the palace complex, only standing outside to probe the area ahead with his spiritual consciousness. After inspecting it back and forth twice with his spiritual sense, spending nearly half an hour, he found nothing suspicious. Realizing his spiritual awareness revealed nothing, Li Dalong retrieved an upper-grade flying sword from his storage ring. He infused his spiritual consciousness into the sword and controlled it to fly through the ruins. Still, he found nothing abnormal. After recalling the sword, he thought to himself that he would have to go in personally to find out more, or maybe bypass the huge palace complex entirely. As Li Dalong prepared to step forward into the palace compound, he felt a sudden tension in his spirit, as though some danger was waiting for him. He retracted the leg he had already lifted. As he hesitated, debating whether to enter directly or find another path. Kill him. A piercing chill swept from behind, while a harsh roar came at the same time. Those 3 fools got here this fast, Li Dalong mentally grumbled. He quickly dodged sideways while simultaneously swinging the xuanhuan sword, sending a blade of sword qi toward the trio. The 3 of them weren't just after Li Dalong's storage ring this time. They wanted his life immediately. Fueled with rage after seeing the landscape while flying in, they despised the young man ahead of them for his outrageous greed. Truly, they could say he had dug up the earth itself. Observing how much lower the ground here was compared to the surrounding mountainous areas revealed clearly that this kid had practically scraped off the topsoil. Gao Debiao, in particular, was astonished by the remarkably large storage ring Li Dalong possessed. He was determined to obtain it, convinced that such a storage ring, capable of containing such vast amounts of goods, must be a divine artifact. Such a large treasure was exactly what he had always dreamed of possessing. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about missing out on anything valuable. He could store it all. Although Li Dalong was powerful, he couldn't cope with the 3 attacking together, and soon he was injured. Feeling the incoming sharp wind behind him, Li Dalong rolled sideways and slashed his sword at the rushing Gao Debiao. Clang! A palm strike sent Li Dalong flying away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. While tumbling backward, Li Dalong swung the xuanhuan sword to unleash another sword beam to block Gao Debiao's pursuit. After landing a hit, Gao Debiao was about to close in and finish off Li Dalong when the xuanhuan sword whistled through the air toward his neck. Startled, Gao Debiao sidestepped to evade the sword. However, by then Li Dalong had already risen again, controlling xuanhuan to cut a bloody gash across Gao Debiao's neck. Seeing Gao Debiao failing to handle Li Dalong, Miao Zhuang also rushed forward. As Gao Debiao found himself unable to finish off Li Dalong quickly, he remained behind, contemplating how to seize the other's storage ring. Although not strong enough to defeat Li Dalong alone, he was confident that together with Miao Zhuang and Guansheng, they could kill him. Miao Zhuang, Guansheng, and Li Dalong fell into fierce battle. They had to finish him off quickly. In their earlier fierce confrontation, they had noticed something uncanny about him. Despite sustaining multiple wounds during the fight, his mobility and will to fight remained unshaken. Although they had left him with multiple injuries, they too had suffered hits themselves. Several gashes now tore open the protective immortal armor they wore. The 3 were at the same cultivation level, yet even working together against a single opponent, they had ended up hurt by him, filling their hearts with bitterness and fury. As their frustration and rage accumulated, they increased the intensity of their attacks. After watching for a while, seeing that the 2 couldn't subdue Li Dalong, Gao Debiao seized the opportunity and joined the fray. Now cornered by the 3 men, Li Dalong's situation worsened. Strikes occasionally landed against him. Although some were blocked by his shield and spirit-protecting talisman, his body kept accumulating new wounds. With each injury, Li Dalong realized, If things continued this way, he was truly in danger and must find a way to break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, he closely observed his enemies' attacks. Soon, he found the gaps in their assault. Facing Li Dalong's fierce counterattacks, their coordination wasn't smooth enough. The opportunity came quickly. After intentionally exposing a flaw in his defense, Li Dalong had already concentrated his immortal energy to reinforce his shoulder, allowing Guansheng, the weakest cultivator among them, to land a slash there on purpose. At the same time, he controlled Xuanhuan's sword to heavily strike Miao Zhuang's neck, decapitating him instantly and sending his body crashing to the ground. Without pausing after killing Miao Zhuang, Li Dalong immediately redirected Xuanhuan's sword toward Gao Debiao. Simultaneously, a fire dragon talisman flew toward Guansheng, forcing him to retreat. After recalling Xuanhuan's sword, he turned around and dashed toward the broken ruins and collapsed structures. Surviving the three's joint attack had already been quite remarkable. Though he had managed to kill one by taking injuries on purpose, Gao Debiao, the strongest among them, was still backed by Guansheng. He wasn't someone Li Dalong could defeat alone. If he continued to fight, he would surely die here. The only chance was to head into the palace ruins, using the dangerous and complicated environment there to escape. Though this ruined palace complex itself exuded a terrifying aura, there was still a possibility he could get through. While fighting the three opponents earlier, Li Dalong had already been considering his escape route. Once he made up his mind, he charged straight into the palace complex. Seeing Li Dalong rush in, Gao Debiao and Guansheng didn't hesitate, chasing after him closely. There was no way they would let him escape. As soon as Li Dalong entered this area, he immediately sensed something different. The spiritual energy here was extremely scarce, almost like a barren wasteland. It turned out that the area had been divided into two parts by an ancient formation, and even after so many years, the formation was still operating normally. No one knew what level the formation was, but it was truly formidable. Without wasting any time, Li Dalong rushed deeper inside. However, the moment he ran near a collapsed palace, he was suddenly attacked. From the ruins, two slashes of sword qi flew out, attacking him from both the left and right sides. Because the distance was too close, Li Dalong had only three choices: endure the sword qi directly, fly upwards to dodge, or roll on the ground to evade. Chapter 411, The Ruins Within Tianma Mountains, Part 4. Faced with the two sword energies that raised the hairs on his skin, he absolutely dared not risk his life to test their strength. It was even more unthinkable to fly using his sword here. How could he know what formations or attacks were waiting for him above? He had no choice but to lie down and roll sideways to evade the sword energy's attack. Although rolling on the ground appeared clumsy and embarrassing, this was no time to worry about dignity. Li Dalong didn't hesitate. He sidelong flipped forward, rolling away and successfully dodging the two sword energies. As he rose to his feet, he cast a quick spell on himself to remove the dust from his robe. He then resumed running deeper inside, yet now with far more caution, his mind fully alert and his spiritual sense constantly scanning the surroundings. As he dashed past yet another completely collapsed palace, Gao Debiao, along with Guansheng, also rushed inside. Spotting Li Dalong ahead, Gao Debiao couldn't resist launching a sword energy at him, hoping to hinder his escape. Li Dalong knew he couldn't confront these two head-on. He needed to use the environment to his advantage. Swiftly shifting positions, he used the broken walls and ruins as cover, dodging their attacks. Seeing that Li Dalong was only dodging and not retaliating, Gao Debiao and Guansheng became even angrier, increasing the speed of their attacks in an attempt to trap him. However, Li Dalong was no fool. He had rushed in here with escape as his only goal. He nimbly darted between the ruins, occasionally launching a counterattack, keeping the two at a distance. During the pursuit, all three were occasionally struck by residual formation attacks within the palace complex. Li Dalong was hit by a spirit arrow shot from a formation, which tore open a deep wound on his left side. Fortunately, he had dodged fast enough, or it would have pierced right through. Guansheng wasn't as lucky. A sudden sword energy burst up from the ground, slicing off one of his arms. Had his reaction been even half a beat slower, he would have been split into two. After losing his arm, Guansheng's mobility and fighting ability significantly deteriorated, greatly easing the pressure on Li Dalong. Now, evading became much less difficult. Just then, Li Dalong suddenly spotted an opportunity. Ahead, on a palace not yet completely collapsed, stood an ordinary-looking stone pillar. Li Dalong detected a faint ripple of spiritual energy from that pillar, and he knew immediately there must be some hidden mechanism or formation within. He immediately began intentionally luring the two toward the vicinity of the pillar, then suddenly turned around and unleashed a palm strike toward the pillar. Boom! A tremendous noise exploded as the stone pillar suddenly shattered. The explosion unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent both men flying. Even worse, several sword energies suddenly shot forth from the ruins on both sides, crossing in midair toward the two figures. Each of these sword energies carried at least the force of a peak stage de Luo Golden Immortal's full-powered strike. Initially, Gao Debiao thought Li Dalong had attacked them directly, but when he realized that Li Dalong's actual target had been the standing stone pillar, he knew something was wrong. Something must be off, so he prepared in advance, deliberately slowing down his pursuit to allow Guansheng to charge ahead. When the pillar exploded and the shockwave struck, Gao Debiao used the force to propel himself backward in retreat. Guansheng, however, had a far worse fate this time. He was first blown into the air by the blast, then the sword energies shooting from both sides immediately blocked off his escape path. Even worse, the explosion had already flung him into the air, disoriented and dazed. Seeing Guansheng surrounded by sword energies, Gao Debiao instantly intervened to deflect several from the right side. But he was powerless to stop the energies coming from Guansheng's left. Though he had no desire to see Guansheng perish, fate didn't favor him. Guansheng managed to block 2 or 3 of the incoming sword energies from his left. The 4th sword energy shattered his defensive Zhan armor and spirit shield, and the 5th pierced straight through his body. Guansheng cried out in agony before crashing down to the ground. After convulsing a few times in pain, his legs twitched, then he fell silent. Holding a high-grade healing pill, Gao Debiao rushed forward intending to give it to Guansheng. But halfway through, he stopped, knowing already that Guansheng was beyond help. He stood there in a daze, gazing numbly at Guansheng's corpse on the ground, at the blood spreading across the earth, and then at the crumbling ruins around him. His eyes moved to Li Dalong, darting and weaving through the ruins, escaping to the distance. 3 experts of the same cultivation level, logically speaking, they should have easily overwhelmed him. So why had the situation reversed, leaving him barely injured while his own companions had perished? Was the enemy simply too strong? Or was it my own stupidity? Was it my weakness? Gao Debiao blankly surveyed the surroundings again, only now truly noticing how strange this place was. Previously, hatred and greed had clouded both his senses and judgment. Now, looking around at the broken ruins, he realized how lucky he was to still be alive and standing here. No wonder that boy who had fled earlier had carefully avoided certain areas while running, sometimes even deliberately slowing down or taking detours, just to avoid triggering dangers, even if it meant letting his pursuers catch up. Faced with such a cunning enemy and the dangers lurking here, he decided to completely abandon this place. Earlier, the 3 of them had eagerly hoped to find treasures hidden within the ruins, but now, without even laying eyes on any treasure, 2 of his companions had died. In silence, he retrieved the storage ring from Guansheng's already cold body lying on the ground, then struck the ground with one palm. He created a large pit with the strike, then waved his hand and placed Guansheng into it, burying him on the spot before turning around and walking away without looking back. He had made a firm decision. Upon returning, he would retreat into cultivation seclusion. He believed that through his own efforts in cultivation, he could definitely break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. After this battle, his Xinjing mindset had unknowingly risen to a new level, making the path to breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage smooth sailing from here on. It could be said to be a blessing in disguise, only the cost had been too great. After running for a while, Li Dalong noticed that the pursuers behind him had stopped chasing. After carefully confirming with his spiritual sense that he was now safe, he finally became certain that he was no longer in danger. With the threat of pursuit gone, he came to a stop, deciding to rest briefly and take care of his injuries. In an environment like this, maintaining peak condition at all times was extremely important. Sometimes, a tiny moment of negligence or carelessness could cost him his life. Now that the danger had passed, the first priority was to heal his wounds and replenish his consumed immortal energy. After quickly clearing the ground, he took out a meditation cushion, sat cross-legged, and swallowed healing pills and spirit-replenishing pills before beginning to circulate his energy to absorb their effects. A full day passed before Li Dalong completely healed his injuries. Thankfully, he had no shortage of high-grade healing pills, or he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Now that his wounds were healed and his immortal energy fully restored, Li Dalong stood up and continued forward. Since he had already come in, he would see through the entirety of this place. Chapter 412, Ruins Within the Tianma Mountains, Part 5. With no other distractions this time, Li Dalong moved forward cautiously and slowly, carefully observing the surrounding ruins. He had also used immortal energy to clear a large collapsed palace. Originally, this palace must have been magnificent, but after clearing it, nothing was found, no trace of anything valuable. Even items that appeared to be immortal artifacts had long lost their spiritual power due to age and were reduced to useless debris. Ding dong, would you like to check in? Just as Li Dalong was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly heard the familiar system voice. He immediately responded. Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Void Densu, Dun Kong Shu. System, you haven't given me something good in a while. Void Densu sounds impressive just from the name. Can you introduce it a bit? Void Densu is a profound spatial immortal technique. After mastering it, cultivators can manipulate spatial power to achieve effects such as instantaneous movement or hiding within spatial rifts. It has several characteristics. 1. Extremely difficult to cultivate. Because it involves spatial laws, the cultivation difficulty of Void Densu is very high, and only those with extraordinary talent can master it. 2. High risk. Using Void Densu can easily cause instability in space, even triggering spatial collapse, posing a great risk to the user and those nearby. 3. This technique places high demands on the user's divine consciousness, requiring an extremely strong awareness to control and stabilize the spatial passage. 4. It consumes immense immortal energy. Using Void Densu drains a vast amount of energy, especially when performing spatial teleportation or maintaining concealment for extended periods. The distance one can move or the time one can remain hidden within a spatial rift depends on the amount of available immortal energy. You're the best, system. What an incredible skill. I love you so much. Li Dalong shouted joyfully. He immediately took out the Void Densu Jade Slip, sank his divine consciousness into it, and began studying the technique. Such an excellent life-saving skill naturally had to be learned as soon as possible. Once learned, his own life would be safer, adding another secret trump card. Looking at it now, Void Densu truly was quite complex. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to cultivate successfully. Fortunately, the techniques granted by the system were very easy to learn. This was the feeling of cheating, pure bliss. Although it was a reward from the system, he still needed to cultivate and practice it to truly master it. After his moment of joy, Li Dalong began practicing seriously. Li Dalong immersed himself in cultivating the mysterious Void Densu, and time passed in the blink of an eye. Even with the system directly implanting experience and understanding, true mastery still took a full month. This clearly showed the difficulty of cultivating Void Densu. Any technique involving space was extremely difficult to master. Now, Li Dalong stood up, raised his hand forward, and instantly a spatial rift appeared before him. He could feel the spatial power leaking from the rift. After retracting his divine consciousness, the open spatial rift slowly healed itself. Li Dalong performed Void Densu again. In a flash, he disappeared from the ruins and reappeared on open ground dozens of meters ahead. That was the power of Void Densu, disappearing soundlessly and then reappearing silently at the desired location. However, right now, Li Dalong's mastery wasn't very refined, and his cultivation level was only at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, so the distance he could move wasn't too far, only about 500 miles. This was still because his divine consciousness and immortal energy were stronger than others at the same cultivation level. Now that he had successfully mastered Void Densu, there was no longer any danger in this ruin. As long as he maintained his condition, he could use Void Densu anytime to escape or evade danger. Li Dalong's mood improved again. With a light and cheerful step, he chanso among the palace ruins. Whenever he encountered sword energy or other magical attacks, he simply retreated into the spatial cracks or instantly teleported away. In such circumstances, his progress became much faster. In half a day, he left the palace ruins. After passing through the formation in the palace area, what appeared before him was a region filled with scattered rocks. It was clearly visible that this place had once possibly been a stone forest or stone mountain, but after a great battle, it had been destroyed, leaving scattered large stones as far as the eye could see. Only on some open ground could a few scattered medicinal herbs be seen. Though few in number, their age was extremely high, at least 10,000 years. Looking at the thriving medicinal herbs ahead, such as linguco over 10,000 years old and xuanhuan, Li Dalong happily went forward to pick them, planning to continue transplanting them into the Xuanhuan pearl. Just as he inserted his immortal energy into the soil beneath a linguco plant that was over 12,000 years old, a black shadow suddenly attacked from the left. Li Dalong felt a jolt in his heart. What kind of thing was this that his divine consciousness hadn't detected before? Looking up, he saw a panther-like Elsho covered entirely in glossy black fur appearing on the left, charging toward him rapidly. Li Dalong didn't have time to think further. He rolled on the ground sideways, dodging to the side. He only heard a beastly roar. A streak of xingfeng passed over his head, followed by a loud thud of something landing. Li Dalong finally got a clear look at the Elsho. It had a panther's head and a snake-like body. On the panther's head were two protrusions, making it look slightly shorter than an ordinary snake. It measured about 4 to 5 meters in length, and its black scales emitted a dark luster. This is a xiuxian bao, Li Dalong exclaimed in shock. From the information stored within his divine consciousness, he had seen records of this kind of Elsho before. This Elsho was particularly skilled at ambushing prey. If it weren't for his quick reaction just now, avoiding the sudden pounce, he might have been successfully attacked by this xiuxian bao. At the same time, he couldn't understand why this xiuxian bao, known for its extremely strong territorial instinct and rarely straying far from its territory, had appeared here. No wonder his divine consciousness hadn't detected it earlier. The xiuxian bao's ability to hide was extremely strong. Li Dalong had no time to think further, as he saw the xiuxian bao attacking him again. This time, however, Li Dalong was prepared. As soon as he saw the beast rushing forward, he immediately rolled sideways. While rolling, he activated the Taishu sword technique, and a sword beam shot from Xuanhuan's sword, slashing directly toward the xiuxian bao. Boom! The sword cleanly severed the beast's head. Was it really that easy to kill? But to Li Dalong's disbelief, just before the panther's head hit the ground, a shadow shot out from it, escaping toward the distance. Meanwhile, the snake-like body on the ground still twisted violently. At that moment, the sword beam also descended, cutting the body into several pieces. What's going on? How could there be a Yaoshog's soul? Li Dalong cried out in shock. He felt immense surprise. The strike he had just launched was with his full strength. Logically, it should have completely killed the Yaoshog. Yet its soul had escaped. If it managed to escape, in time, another xiuxian bao would reappear. Realizing this, he hurriedly controlled his flying sword to chase after it. At the same time, another sword beam shot forth, forcing the Yaoshog's soul into a corner. Chapter 413, Ruins in the Tianma Mountains, 6. At this moment, that spiritual form revealed its true body, a small black snake, about the thickness of an adult's thigh and approximately 1 meter in length. Now, it was no longer as agile as before. Its body bore multiple wounds inflicted by sword chi, and blood had stained a large area of the ground crimson. Seeing the black snake, Li Dalong finally understood. The Qiulong leopard must have suffered injuries before, causing its cultivation level to drop, leaving it with mere appearance, but lacking true strength. It had originally intended to scare Li Dalong away, but unexpectedly, he chose to fight head-on, evading its attack, while simultaneously releasing sword chi that struck its true form. Realizing this, Li Dalong once again manipulated his flying sword to slash downward. This time, however, the small black snake dodged, and quickly slithered into a crack in the rocks. Li Dalong naturally wouldn't let it escape. Locking onto it with his divine sense, he activated the Xuanhuan sword once more, releasing a powerful sword beam in its direction. This time, it wasn't so fortunate. It was cut in half by the sword chi and dissipated into a black smoke that scattered into the air. After slaying the Qiu-long leopard, Li Dalong carefully scanned the area once again, ensuring there were no other dangers present, before cautiously approaching the Ling Gu Chao and transplanting it into his Qianquan bead. He then did the same with the 10,000-year-old Sanhua Long Chao. Even if he needed them later, he could simply harvest them directly from the Qianquan bead. Meanwhile, their growth would continue uninterrupted. If harvested and stored in the finest jade boxes or preserved with special immortal techniques, the medicinal potency would still gradually weaken over time. Soon, he also discovered other immortal herbs, Yuji Hua, Huang Shui Ling Chao, Mo Lan Chao, Ziyu Danshan, and he carefully collected each of them. Several times along the way, he encountered attacks by spirit beasts, all of which he killed, but not without sustaining minor injuries himself. After searching the entire area thoroughly, Li Dalong arrived at the edge of a hillside. But here, everything seemed like an illusion. He could see the hill and tall mountains surrounding him in every direction. Yet, he couldn't physically move past them, as though an invisible wall separated him from the distant peaks. Most likely, this was caused by a formation. Still, this journey had already yielded quite satisfying results, entirely in the form of medicinal herbs. Unlike what the other three had mentioned earlier, there was no trace of ancient inheritances or legacies. Perhaps even if such inheritances had existed once, they had long since faded with time. Something strange, however, was that the formation here had not completely collapsed, and the spiritual qi of the realm was extremely dense. Yet he hadn't been able to locate the source of the immortal vein. Moreover, overall, the size of the place wasn't as vast as expected. Although divided into 3 distinct regions, aside from the medicinal herbs, there was no sign of immortal stones, spirit veins, or mineral resources. Except for ruined ruins, nothing else was found. What little he saw had been damaged beyond recognition, utterly devoid of spiritual energy, even unsuitable for refining. Another possibility, perhaps he simply had no destiny or karmic connection with whatever else might be here. Sometimes, in cultivation, fate and opportunity played a decisive role. Li Dalong no longer lingered here and made his way back directly. This journey, filled not only with battles but also rich experiences, left him feeling refreshed and unburdened, freeing him from the pressure and anxiety caused by prolonged closed-door cultivation and the urge to break through his bottlenecks. Perhaps that was precisely why cultivators needed to venture outside for trials now and then. Balance between work and rest, this principle applied here. His time outside had indeed been lengthy, and it was about time to return. Li Dalong returned smoothly to the entrance of the valley. After a short rest to regain his strength, he stepped forward and exited the ruins, reappearing at the valley's entrance. The place was now empty. No one was there, not even spirit beasts. Li Dalong turned to glance at the ruins' entrance and cast a few sealing talismanic spells to conceal it. He wondered whether someone else had already harvested the Zilon Chao. Now that he had acquired the Space Stone technique, the 5-color dragon tail scorpion no longer posed a real threat. Moreover, having been pursued for so long by the beast, though he could not kill it, he would never let it reach the Zilon Chao. Thinking this, Li Dalong immediately dashed toward the mountain ridge. With the 5-color dragon tail scorpion guarding the place, no one would easily steal the Zilon Chao. No need to be polite, then. Li Dalong took his position and swiftly made his way toward the Zilon Chao. As soon as he appeared beside it, he released his immortal energy and dug it up, including the surrounding soil. Upon his appearance, the 5-color dragon tail scorpion immediately sensed him. It charged forward, its tail glowing coldly as it stabbed directly toward him. After quickly storing the Zilon Chao away, Li Dalong immediately vanished into the Shikong and fled beyond the mountains. As soon as Li Dalong entered the Shikong, the 5-color dragon tail scorpion lost his trail. Only a deep crater remained at the scene, as if mocking the scorpion. If the beast had a mind of its own, it would surely feel mocked. This was Li Dalong's way of avenging himself for all the chases and threats. It was precisely to spite the beast that he had taken its cherished Zilon Chao. The 5-color dragon tail scorpion looked at the stolen Zilon Chao in fury, growling furiously while its 2 massive claws swung wildly around, releasing its rage over the loss of the herb that had promised it a chance to ascend. Meanwhile, having finally avenged all the times he had been chased, Li Dalong happily left the area and flew through the Sheng, reappearing on a grassy field about 50 li away. It was rare to find a grassland covering several hundred mu within the Tianma Mountains. Li Dalong found it quite fascinating. Plus, although moving through the Shikong was fast, it was exhausting. The consumption of his divine sense and immortal energy increased dramatically. Seeing such a large grassland, he decided to return from the Shikong. Standing on the grass, breathing in the scent of fresh green grass, he felt unusually relaxed. Without caring about his image, he lay down directly on the ground. Such a familiar, yet long-forgotten feeling. How wonderful it would be if he had a few bottles of beer and a roasted chicken right now. Legs crossed casually like an ordinary man back on the blue planet, he looked up at the clear blue sky and floating white clouds. The sky in the immortal realm was truly high and blue. The air was so pleasant, and immortal energy constantly flowed into his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Lying there watching the blue sky and clouds, Li Dalong unknowingly fell asleep. It seemed as if the entire world had entered a peaceful slumber, so quiet and serene. He didn't know how long had passed when he finally woke up from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes and after a moment, slowly regained full awareness. Oh, I actually fell asleep without realizing it. How many years had it been since he last slept? He couldn't even remember. Really comfortable, Li Daolong stood up and instinctively stretched his arms. Only at this moment did he feel he was still human, rather than the immortal cultivator he had once longed to be. After waking up, it felt as if he had become more closely connected to nature, more integrated with heaven and earth. When he examined himself with his divine sense, he truly felt a subtle difference. He noticed a slight enhancement in his divine perception. His meridians seemed more vibrant and full of vitality and energy. Chapter 414, Ambushed. His spirit and body had become more closely and naturally integrated. The natural Tao, he had unintentionally entered the state of unity between heaven and humanity, where the mortal and the immortal existed as one. He had crossed over from the blue planet, taking over the body of a minor cultivator in the cultivation world for a second life. Then, he became the legendary immortal. Although he had brought the system with him, which gave him a powerful advantage, it was still a spiritual transmigration. His soul and physical body were not yet perfectly united. This one nap allowed his soul and body to fully integrate, eliminating any imperfection. In future cultivation, there would no longer be any unnatural dissonance between his soul and body. Now, he was Li Daolong, and Li Daolong was him. This was the greatest gain from this journey outside for cultivation training. Thinking about it, his future cultivation path would now be completely smooth. Li Daolong couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing joyfully for a while, Li Daolong began preparing to return home. Time to go? Time to head back home. He infused immortal energy into his legs and dashed out of the Tianma Mountains at high speed. Li Daolong was joyfully making his way home, unaware that during all the time he'd been away in the mountains, someone had been waiting for him just outside the small base. Ouyang Yuanming, a guardian from the Fenglei Villa, had arrived at small base number 65 and, after losing track of Li Daolong, refrained from seeking information or ordering about him from others in order to avoid revealing his location and intentions. Instead, he set up camp 10 miles outside the small base, patiently waiting for Li Daolong's return. 10 miles away meant that no matter from which direction Li Daolong returned, it would remain within his spiritual perception. What he hadn't expected, however, was that this person who had incited such hatred from the villa master could truly endure, disappearing for over half a year. Ouyang Yuanming waited anxiously and boredly. Thus, as punishment for making him wait pointlessly for so long, Ouyang decided that as soon as he detected Li Daolong, he would kill him with a single palm strike. Li Daolong didn't return by the same route he had come. Instead, he bypassed his original path and came from the opposite direction. While returning, he collected several immortal herbs and occasionally eliminated a demon or beast. He was in a particularly pleasant mood, and with the void hiding technique in hand ensuring his safety, he naturally felt emboldened to do anything. After the perfect unification of his spirit and body, his spiritual awareness had become stronger. If previously he could discern an object as small as a centimeter, now he could detect objects as tiny as a millimeter. Because of this, he could detect dangers early and eliminate them before they struck. Several days later, he smoothly left the Tianma Mountains and made his way towards small base number 65. He planned to return to the base, take the teleportation formation back to the main immortal base in the immortal realm, and then directly go back to the immortal realm itself. By now, more and more cultivators appeared on the path. Occasionally, he saw returning cultivators and groups heading toward the Tianma Mountains. Far away, small base number 65 stood amidst a vast expanse of green grassland. Li Daolong flew joyfully toward the base. He wished to bring this happiness back and share it with his two wives. However, when he was still about 20 miles from the small base, he suddenly felt a tightening in his heart, as if an immense threat had appeared. Without hesitation, Li Daolong immediately activated the void hiding technique and instantly vanished into the void. Just as he entered the void, he saw a massive palm descending from the sky, smashing the very spot he had just passed. If not for the life-saving immortal art of void hiding, and if he had failed to dodge in time, that palm alone would have crushed him into pulp or gravely injured him. This was a life-threatening attack. Li Daolong instantly recognized the attacker from the disturbance he had caused, Ouyang Yuanming. Seeing the cultivator below radiating the aura of a middle-stage great golden immortal, Li Daolong felt utterly helpless. The gap in cultivation realms was too large, someone far beyond his current capability. Also, he couldn't determine exactly who this killer was. That such a powerful great golden immortal level expert had been sent after him meant the force behind the attack, or the one who wanted him dead, was definitely no ordinary foe. After evading the attack, Li Daolong had no intention of lingering there or seeking retaliation. Continuing to engage with him might lead to a fatal strike from the enemy. Good luck was definitely on his side. Not only had the system recently awarded him the life-saving void hiding technique, but he had narrowly escaped another life-threatening attack. There was no time to lose. If he didn't flee, he'd be waiting there for death. Without hesitation, Li Daolong poured all his power into accelerating the void hiding technique and raced towards small base number 65. The base was already close. Only if he could move fast enough would he be able to reach the teleportation formation before the assassin. Ouyang Yuanming had been impatiently waiting for so long, when suddenly in the distance, he spotted his target approaching, flying directly towards small base number 65. Overjoyed, he felt his wait of over half a year had finally paid off. Today, he would complete his mission. He gathered immortal energy and struck a palm toward Li Daolong. He had been looking forward joyfully to seeing Li Dalong smashed into a mist of blood. To his great surprise, just as his palm strike was about to hit Li Dalong, he suddenly saw him vanish from his spiritual perception. Not a disappearance caused by being smashed into blood mist, but rather vanishing before the attack even arrived. The powerful palm strike only hit thin air, leaving behind a massive crater on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, but nothing else occurred. Ouyang Yuanming was astonished. How could he suddenly disappear like that? What immortal technique or talisman did he use at that moment? He immediately conducted a thorough spiritual search across the area where Li Dalong had previously been flying. By then, Li Dalong had already entered the void and was flying toward small base number 65. Ouyang Yuanming naturally found nothing since he lacked special techniques or artifacts capable of detecting Li Dalong's presence within the void. Still unwilling to give up, he poured his spiritual awareness into an exhaustive search covering a 10-mile radius around him, but still found no trace of Li Dalong. Suddenly, he thought to himself, "Oh damn, I've been tricked by that little bastard." Just at that moment, Li Dalong's aura reappeared at the entrance of small base number 65, quickly moving inside. Ouyang Yuanming immediately rushed towards small base number 65. Upon arriving at base number 65, he altered both his aura and appearance using cultivation techniques. Though Li Dalong had flown ahead of him toward base number 65, he had to reveal himself at the base entrance. Even though he could travel through the void, he could not openly violate the Immortal Alliance's prohibition against the defensive arrays of the base. He could only expose himself outside the base before formally entering through its main gate. After entering, he rushed at full speed toward the teleportation hall, preparing to take the formation back to the main immortal base. After discovering Li Dalong's trail, Ouyang Yuanming hurriedly followed in pursuit, planning to kill him inside the base before escaping, and then returning to the immortal realm from another location. However, Li Dalong was no slower. When Ouyang Yuanming finally entered the base and headed toward the teleportation hall, he already found that Li Dalong had entered it. Chapter 415, Escape. As soon as Li Dalong arrived at the transmission hall, without hesitation he walked straight to the counter, threw a bag of high-grade immortal stones onto the desk, and booked a small-scale transmission array. Clutching the jade talisman for the transmission array, he quickly entered it. The staff at the hall activated the array immediately. After a ripple of spatial energy passed through, Li Dalong vanished from the transmission array. Ouyang Yuanming had just arrived at the entrance of the transmission hall, but all he met was the fading spatial fluctuation. Li Dalong had already been transmitted away. Unwilling to give up, Ouyang Yuanming immediately followed suit and returned to the main base. As soon as Li Dalong arrived at the main base, he rushed to the counter again and arranged for direct transmission to the Zhengqi Sect. He knew that only by directly transmitting to the Zhengqi Sect would he be truly safe. Going to any other large city meant the possibility of being pursued and killed by the assassin, or even other killers. Before long, Li Dalong appeared within the transmission hall of the Zhengqi Sect. As the husband of Yunxia, he naturally held the status of an honored guest of the sect, which allowed him free access to the territory. The moment Ouyang Yuanming returned to the main base, he quickly sought information about where Li Dalong had transmitted. After spending a considerable amount of immortal stones, he learned that Li Dalong had directly gone to the Zhengqi Sect. By this point, he could do nothing but feel defeated and frustrated, acknowledging that his meticulously planned operation, a strike he had waited over half a year to execute, had failed. He couldn't and didn't dare to go to the Zhengqi Sect. He would have to wait for another opportunity, but returning empty-handed would be difficult to explain to his lord. At the thought, another headache crept upon him. Once Li Dalong arrived at the Zhengqi Sect, his anxious heart finally calmed completely. After checking in at the transmission hall, he directly headed to the sect's main hall to meet his father-in-law, Xiuxian. Upon arriving at the sect's grand hall, he requested a disciple on duty to report his arrival to the sect leader, and shortly afterward, he was granted an audience with Xiuxian. "Dalong, why have you come today?" Xiuxian had felt quite surprised when a guard had come to report his son-in-law's arrival. Now, seeing Li Dalong in person, he asked immediately, "Father-in-law, I was just hunted down." Li Dalong answered bitterly. "Hunted down?" Xiuxian revealed an expression of shock. How had this suddenly happened? He naturally understood the implications of such an incident. It was definitely no small matter. Scanning Li Dalong up and down, he noticed he bore no injuries and looked in fine condition. Clearly, this had been a scare without serious consequence. Yes, the one hunting me was an expert at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. I barely escaped, and came straight here via the transmission array from the Weivung's secret realm. Li Dalong nodded. What exactly happened? How come a Deluo Golden Immortal expert is hunting you? Xiuxian's expression grew more surprised. It was quite rare for someone of Deluo Golden Immortal level to hunt down a Tai Golden Immortal cultivator. Li Dalong held nothing back and recounted the whole incident to Xiuxian. What? There was a Deluo Golden Immortal assassin lying in wait for you in the Weimung's secret realm? From what you said, it seems clear that someone must have known you had made gains along the way back to the base. Xiuxian's face turned serious. Father-in-law, my guess is that this has to do with the master of the Fenglei Manor. Li Dalong suddenly said. The Manor Lord? You mean the Lord of Fenglei Manor? Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback. Exactly. The last time Wuxia traveled outside and ran into danger, she asked me for help. On the way to save her, I encountered the Manor Lord's grandson, who blocked me unreasonably, delaying my rescue mission, so I killed him. Later, the Manor Lord, Lei Mingshan, sent people to hunt both Wuxia and me. Only when Wuxia sought your aid did the people from Fenglei Manor back off. This time, I suspect that the manor lord somehow found out that I was heading alone to the Weiming secret realm, so he sent people to kill me. I was in the Tianma Mountains inside the Weiming secret realm for over half a year. But right after returning near base 65, I was ambushed. Other than Fenglei Manor, I cannot think of anyone else who would deliberately lie in wait there for such a long time. This old fox, Lei Mingshan. It seems he has grown tired of living. Yi Xingqian showed visible anger. Father-in-law. It seems that he was very attached to the grandson I killed. And that even after so much time has passed, he still keeps tabs on me and even dispatched a Deluo Golden Immortal expert to ambush me. This enmity is not easily mended. Li Dalong replied with concern. You stay here first and get some rest. For now, do not tell anyone else about this ambush so as not to alarm the enemy. As for the matter involving the Fenglei Manor, I will handle it. Yi Xingqian said. Yes, father-in-law. Li Dalong nodded in agreement. You don't need to worry about anything here. Just return home and visit your mother. She misses all of you dearly. Yi Xingqian waved his hand and said. Yes, father-in-law. Then I shall take my leave first. Wuxia is currently in seclusion cultivation and couldn't return. Once she ends her retreat, I will ask her to come back and visit you and mother-in-law. Li Dalong bowed respectfully and said. After watching Li Dalong leave, Yi Xingqian called over the attending disciple. Go call Elder Zhang Meng over here. Yi Xingqian ordered. Yes, sect leader. The attending disciple replied respectfully with a bow. After a short while, Elder Zhang Meng walked in. Did you call for me, sect leader? Elder Zhang Meng first bowed to Yi Xingqian before speaking. You go to Fenglei Manor and find their manor, Lord Lei Mingshan. Tell him that Li Dalong is my son-in-law. This time, he sent people to assassinate my son-in-law. I demand an explanation. Also, make it clear that there will be no next time. Yi Xingqian said coldly to Zhang Meng. After hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Zhang Meng felt an intense anger surge within him. Zhengqi Sect had suffered heavy losses and a decline in status after the last major battle, but they were definitely not an easy target for just any lowly faction to bully. How dare they pursue and kill the sect leader's son-in-law? He said loudly. Sect leader, I'll leave right now. Lei Mingshan must have grown tired of living if he dares to provoke us with Zhengqi Sect like this. I will teach him a lesson. Do as you see fit. Go now, Yi Xingqian said to Zhang Meng. Yes, sect leader. Zhang Meng bowed to Yi Xingqian and then took his leave. Yi Xingqian watched as Zhang Meng exited the grand hall, his eyes flashing with a menacing light. It seemed some people had grown restless and were starting to test their luck. If they dared to send a mere pawn to probe Zhengqi Sect, they should be ready to face the consequences. Yi Xingqian stirred his divine consciousness, and suddenly a black-cloaked figure materialized behind him. There's something I want you to handle. Leave no trace behind. Yes, came a strange voice from the figure. It sounded twisted and indistinct, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female. However, Yi Xingqian showed no surprise, as if such a voice was completely normal. Then, just as abruptly, the black-cloaked figure vanished from the spot where it had stood, as though it had never been there at all. Yi Xingqian's expression remained unchanged. He simply gazed thoughtfully outside the hall, showing no emotions. If you insist on testing and playing this game, then I'll gladly play along. But some people no longer deserve to live. If you've chosen to get involved, then you must also be prepared to pay with your life. Chapter 416, The Incident at Fenglei Manor. After Elder Zhang Meng left the sect's main hall, he led several elders who had reached the late stage of Great Golden Immortal and flew directly toward Fenglei Manor. As they arrived outside the manor, the group openly released their auras, quickly drawing attention from within Fenglei Manor. Who dares to provoke trouble at Fenglei Manor? Upon sensing the arrogant and provocative aura from Zhang Meng and the others, several powerful presences rose from the back mountains of Fenglei Manor. Their cultivation levels were at least at the late stage of Great Golden Immortal, and among them, one presence was clearly beyond even that level. When these figures arrived at the gates of Fenglei Manor and saw the provoking aura was coming from experts wearing the insignia of Yunxia Sect, their expressions changed slightly. Ouyang Xiuxian, the senior elder of Fenglei Manor, clasped his hands in greeting toward Zhang Meng and the others with a smile and said, We were unaware that honorable cultivators from Yunxia Sect had arrived. We offer our apologies for not giving you a proper welcome. But may I ask, what offense has Fenglei Manor committed against you that you come here with such disrespect? Offense? You should ask your manor lord about that. You cannot make decisions here. Call your manor lord out. Zhang Meng completely ignored Ouyang Xiuxian's questioning and harshly demanded that he summon Lei Mingshan. Do you think Yunxia Sect is so powerful that you can do whatever you want? You actually want me to go and fetch our manor lord? Ouyang Xiuxian, hearing how disrespectful the Yunxia Sect representatives were being toward Fenglei Manor, instantly felt his blood rushing to his head. If you refuse to go, then bear the consequences yourselves. Dare to ignore and provoke Yunxia Sect, and even send people to chase and kill our sect leader's son-in-law. You must dare to shoulder the responsibility. Lei Mingshan, don't you dare hide like a coward. Zhang Meng raised his voice and shouted. Instantly, his voice rang throughout the entire Fenglei Manor. Not only the disciples within the manor heard it, but also Lei Mingshan, who had been cultivating quietly inside, heard it clearly, and his face darkened immediately. Yunxia Sect dares to send even a mere disciple here to provoke and humiliate me. How outrageously arrogant they are. Do they still think of themselves as the old Yunxia Sect? Lei Mingshan sneered. He immediately ended his cultivation, stood up, and flew toward the gate of the manor. I am Lei Mingshan. So Yunxia Sect truly looks down on our humble Fenglei Manor this much? You actually send such a minor elder to intimidate us? Although our Fenglei Manor is small, it's not that easy to be bullied. Lei Mingshan sneered coldly. You dared to send assassins to kill our sect leader's son-in-law. You clearly show no regard for Yunxia Sect and are openly provoking us. Since you dared to act, you must have the courage to face the wrath of Yunxia Sect. Don't pretend to be confused or play innocent here. Today, you must give us a proper explanation. Zhang Ming stared at Lei Mingshan coldly. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't even know your sect leader's son-in-law. If you want to bully Fenglei Manor, just do it directly. No need to create excuses here. Lei Mingshan replied with a dark expression, obviously not admitting to the assassination of Li Dalong. You dared to act, but won't take responsibility. You're truly despicable. Since you refuse to admit it, then I'll just go inside and find the killer myself. Zhang Ming, seeing Lei Mingshan was beginning to act evasive, replied firmly. How dare you? Lei Mingshan, upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, grew furious, his neck throbbing with veins bulging. At the same time, several elders from Fenglei Manor behind him stepped forward, ready to fight to the death. As battle seemed about to erupt, suddenly an intense combat fluctuation erupted from the back mountain of Fenglei Manor. Two powerful auras surged upward as spell explosions and shockwaves from the fighting echoed from the rear. Whether it was the people from Yunxia Sect or Fenglei Manor, all turned their gaze toward the back mountain. However, the auras within Fenglei Manor had clearly started to weaken, causing Lei Mingshan's expression to darken. His heart sank. Then, a scream rang out, followed by a sudden burst of energy. Soon after, blood rain rained down from the sky like an ominous omen. Lei Mingshan's heart suddenly experienced excruciating pain. He knew the head of their Lei family, their ancestral guardian, was gone. Yunxia Sect was truly ruthless. They had directly eliminated his backing, his secret trump card, stripping them of their source of pride. He now realized just how foolish it had been to involve himself in this struggle among top-level factions. But now, regret came too late. His ancestral guardian was gone, and he would have to face further oppression from Yunxia Sect. He no longer even knew whether Fenglei Manor could survive. Their looks toward the Yunxia Sect envoys began to change. No longer filled with arrogance and defiance. Their eyes now carried fear and a hint of appeasement. But in Zhang Ming's eyes, there was only disdain, and their gazes were now those of looking at the soon-to-be dead. Cultivation friend. This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't even know the sect leader's son-in-law before. There must be some misunderstanding here. Fenglei Manor never intended to provoke the Yunxia Sect or sect leader Yi. We will definitely provide a proper explanation to the Yunxia Sect and sect leader Yi. Knowing he had absolutely no advantage, Lei Mingshan immediately lowered his head and showed submission. You finally realize your mistake now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhang Ming let out a loud laugh. You say it's a misunderstanding. Well then, tell me, what should be done? I'm willing to offer compensation to the sect leader's son-in-law. Lei Mingshan said hastily after noticing a slight change in Zhang Ming's tone. Compensation? I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Then tell me, what exactly can you offer as compensation? Zhang Ming smiled. I'm willing to hand over a xiuxian mine, 10,000-year-old immortal herbs numbering 10, and one top-grade immortal sword as compensation for the sect leader's son-in-law. Lei Mingshan said with an expression of deep reluctance. At least that shows some sincerity. However, there are some things you shouldn't have gotten involved in. Ever since you sent people to chase and kill our sect leader's son-in-law, you've already signed your death warrant. Zhang Ming said coldly with a sneer. Don't push too hard. Fenglei Manor isn't made of clay either. Lei Mingshan, originally planning to delay the matter until another day, now knew that today wouldn't end peacefully after hearing Zhang Ming's words. His face turned vicious. Listen, people of Fenglei Manor. Lei Mingshan sent assassins to kill our sect leader's son-in-law. Today, we are here solely to punish the mastermind behind this crime. If you don't interfere, we will guarantee your safety. But anyone who dares to intervene will never be spared by the Yunxia Sect. Zhang Ming shouted toward the disciples of Fenglei Manor. This is Fenglei Manor, not the Yunxia Sect. Attack, Lei Mingshan sneered. Lei Mingshan issued the attack command first, but what he hadn't expected was that only a handful of people followed him rushing toward Zhang Ming and his group. Mere disciples, at cultivation levels no higher than middle or late stage Golden Immortal. As for those elders, including the great elder upon whom he had pinned great hopes, they all remained rooted in place. Some looked at him with cold indifference, others with shame, and the expression on the great elder's face at this moment caused Lei Mingshan unbearable pain. Chapter 417. The Death of the Master of Fenglei Manor. The great elder, whom Lei Mingshan had always trusted and valued, was now looking at him with a face full of contempt. Great elder you? Lei Mingshan sensed something wrong, abruptly stopped his advancing body, turned around with an incredulous expression, and said, Cough. The great elder dryly coughed once, then slowly said, Lei Mingshan, you refused our advice and insisted on opposing the Yunxia Sect. You even sent people to hunt down the son-in-law of sect leader Yi and conspired with the Changfeng Sect. You should go apologize to sect leader Yi. The great elder of Fenglei Manor, xiuxian, pointed at Lei Mingshan and said. Both the great elder and Lei Mingshan were at the late stage of great golden immortal, but in terms of combat strength, xiuxian was slightly stronger than Lei Mingshan, so he was not afraid of him. Moreover, most of the elders stood on his side. Lei Mingshan had already been largely marginalized. Even more pleasing to him was that Lei Mingshan had provoked the colossal Yunxia Sect. Now that the Yunxia Sect had come knocking on the door, it had conveniently provided xiuxian with an opportunity to consolidate the power within Fenglei Manor. He used the threat of the Yunxia Sect to pull over the hesitant elders, then threw Lei Mingshan out, letting the Yunxia Sect help him remove this stumbling block. Fenglei Manor would then become his, Ouyang Zishuan's. As long as he offered the Yunxia Sect some resource compensation, he believed the Yunxia Sect would not make things too difficult for them. Chief Elder Zhang, Lei Mingshan betrayed trust and dared to strike against your sect. He deserves his fate. Fenglei Manor no longer recognizes him as its master and leaves him entirely to your sect's judgment. Fenglei Manor is willing to offer resources satisfactory to your sect to compensate for the losses suffered by your sect and the son-in-law of sect leader Yi. If Elder Zhang finds it unsatisfactory, whatever we in Fenglei Manor can provide will definitely satisfy you. Ouyang Zishuan bowed to Zhang Meng and spoke softly. Zhang Meng was very satisfied with the attitude of Ouyang Zishuan, the great elder of Fenglei Manor, not only completing the task assigned by the sect leader, but also gaining some compensation. It was a pleasant surprise. First, eliminate Lei Mingshan, who had offended the sect leader, and then leave the Fenglei Manor and the remaining people to the sect leader's final decision. Good. Elder Ouyang really understands the big picture. Then this matter shall be handled by Elder Ouyang. The Yunxia Sect only kills the ringleaders. As for whatever ideas their Lei family has, I suppose sect leader Ouyang knows exactly what should be done. Zhang Meng smiled while speaking to Ouyang Zishuan. Ouyang understands, Elder Zhang. Please rest assured. Ouyang Zishuan bent his waist and bowed to Zhang Meng. Attack together, eliminate him. Ouyang Zishuan coldly commanded the group of elders standing behind him as he turned around. Yes, great elder. Everyone replied in unison. Fine, fine, fine. You all deserve death. I treated you all well, yet you betray me at this moment. I want you all dead. Kill. Upon hearing Ouyang Zishuan and the elders he valued speaking in unison against him, Lei Mingshan became furious and said 3 fine words in succession. At this moment, he hated these traitorous elders even more than he hated the Yunxia Sect. He disregarded the Yunxia Sect members before him and charged straight at the elders he had nurtured with all his might. Kill them all. Seeing Lei Mingshan charging towards them, Ouyang Zishuan raised his hand and issued the command for elimination. All the elders understood that only after killing Lei Mingshan could they extricate themselves from this situation. Thus, they charged forth eagerly. Right in front of Zhang Meng and his men, a deadly battle erupted. Zhang Meng and his group stepped back a bit to give them space, meanwhile also keeping an eye out for any trickery or escape attempt. However, judging from the current situation, they were fighting for real. Immediately after the clash began, the sounds of fighting echoed throughout Fenglei Manor. It should be Ouyang Zishuan's faction cleansing the people loyal to Lei Mingshan inside the manor. The moment battle began, several elders loyal to Lei Mingshan were killed. As the sounds of hacking and screams came from the manor, Lei Mingshan's eyes instantly turned red. With eyes burning red, he wished to slay Ouyang Zishuan and his people completely, but being surrounded by several elders, especially being at a disadvantage in strength, wounds quickly appeared on his body, deep and severe. High-level experts could determine victory or defeat in a few moves. How much more so now, when he was encircled by multiple elders at the late stage of Great Golden Immortal and over a dozen elders at the middle stage. As his life was about to be extinguished, he was unwilling to die so pathetically, with despair growing madly in his heart. The people he had secretly contacted still hadn't responded, and he knew he had been completely abandoned. Regret, deep regret. At that time, he had originally buried his hatred, daring to harbor no other thoughts. But one person found him, reigniting his hatred. He wanted to avenge his most beloved grandson, but he never thought he was merely a pawn someone used to probe the way forward, easily sacrificed whenever the situation demanded it. How ridiculous. I even felt proud, thinking I could finally take revenge. And now I've dragged the entire Lei family into this. You won't let me live? Then I'll drag you down with me. Lei Mingshan spat with deep hatred. He reversed his blood flow, channeling his immortal energy inward toward his dantian, preparing for self-destruction. As his immortal energy compressed to the extreme and his blood flow reversed at an accelerated pace, his skin began to flush red and his face turned deep crimson, his neck and face swelling visibly. No good. He's going to self-destruct. Quickly attack him. Kill him. Don't let him detonate. Seeing the dire situation, Ouyang Zishuan shouted loudly to the elders while intensifying his own attacks. Zhang Meng also sensed something was wrong and shouted to his men, retreat quickly. At the same time, he swiftly jumped back. Although Ouyang Zishuan and the others increased their attacks, for Lei Mingshan, who had already accepted death and only sought to drag them all with him, these attacks no longer mattered. He defended only his head and upper torso, neglecting everything else as he continued compressing his immortal energy with full effort. Seeing that Lei Mingshan's self-destruction was already unstoppable, Ouyang Zishuan was the first to flee outward, hoping to escape the blast radius. Other elders, seeing the great elder flee first, scattered in all directions. They wanted to run, but Lei Mingshan had no intention of letting them escape so easily. Since further compression was impossible, he initiated the explosion prematurely. With a loud bang, a massive explosion mushroomed into the sky. The elders of Fenglei Manor were all engulfed in the blast. A series of piercing screams erupted, and more than a dozen bodies were flung into the air by the shockwave. Ouyang Zishuan, sensing the danger, immediately fled outward. Being the first to escape, he was farthest from Lei Mingshan, thus experiencing the least impact from the explosion. Plus, he was the most cunning. He used every defense technique he had the moment he started running. Lei Mingshan hated him the most. Although Ouyang Zishuan had fled first, it was precisely him that Lei Mingshan targeted. Thus, despite escaping far, Ouyang Xiuxian still suffered grave injuries. His defensive immortal artifacts were torn apart, and countless bones were broken. Chapter 4:18 Matters settled at Fenglei Manor. Ouyang Xiuxian was blasted dozens of meters away by the shockwave of the explosion and fell to the ground. He struggled to rise, first swallowing a healing pill before turning to look at the place where Lei Mingshan had self-destructed. A ghastly scene appeared before his eyes. Of the more than 20 elders from Fenglei Manor, fewer than 5 still lived, all at the late stage of Great Golden Immortal Realm, but all of them were seriously injured and now undergoing emergency healing. The rest were dead. Only 5 or 6 bodies remained intact. The others had been reduced to scattered chunks across the ground. He let out a deep sigh, never expecting that Lei Mingshan's final act of self-destruction would bring such massive losses. Luckily, Lei Mingshan was now dead. Yunxia Sect would likely spare them now. He turned to look inside the manor. Following Lei Mingshan's self-destruction, the sounds of battle had greatly diminished. Now only scattered clashes and screams remained. It seemed the purge of the Lei family was nearly complete. Fenglei Manor had suffered heavy losses, its strength greatly diminished. But it would be okay. As long as they could pacify the anger of Yunxia Sect, Fenglei Manor could still exist in the immortal realm. There would come a day when Fenglei Manor could recover its former strength. If it had been destroyed completely, then all would be lost forever. The situation had stabilized. Now was the time to focus on healing. Zhang Meng, upon sensing Lei Mingshan's act of self-destruction, made no move to stop it, and promptly withdrew with his men from the blast radius. They were not the target of the attack, so they sustained no damage at all. Nevertheless, the explosion of a late-stage Great Golden Immortal Cultivator was nothing trivial. The entire entrance area of Fenglei Manor was destroyed, reduced to a massive crater. More than 20 elders at the Great Golden Immortal level were completely annihilated. This mission was essentially complete. Now the only thing left was to obtain his reward from Ouyang Xiuxian. Once the reward was secured, he could return to report to sect leader Xiuxian. Thinking about this, he couldn't help smiling. Originally, he had expected this mission to take more effort, but it turned out to be surprisingly easy. He looked at Ouyang Xiuxian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground healing his wounds, and felt a bit more favorably toward him. Since everyone was currently tending to their injuries, he didn't disturb them and waited quietly on the side. A reward was coming, so he didn't mind waiting a little longer. For an immortal cultivator, a day or two was negligible, an instant compared to the long periods of closed cultivation. After a day, Ouyang Xiuxian's injuries had stabilized. He dared not delay further, and once his condition was stabilized, he immediately stopped his cultivation, stood up, and flew toward Zhang Meng. Elder Zhang, I'm sorry for making you wait. Yesterday my injuries were quite serious and I had to stop and heal. I hope you can forgive the delay. Ouyang Xiuxian said respectfully with a bow. No big deal, no need to blame yourself. Congratulations, Elder Ouyang, on securing Fenglei Manor. Zhang Meng replied cheerfully. You are too kind. That stubborn fool, Lei Mingshan, offended your sect, and actually dared to send people to hunt down sect leader Ye's son-in-law. That was truly unforgivable. Ouyang Xiuxian flattered. Well then, Lei Mingshan indeed deserved death. Fortunately, Elder Ouyang and the other sensible elders took action and Lei Mingshan has now been eliminated. I've completed the task entrusted to me by the sect leader. Since our mission here is complete, I think I should head back now. Zhang Meng said cheerfully to Ouyang Xiuxian, though his eyes were filled with a strange glint. As soon as Ouyang Xiuxian heard Zhang Meng's words, he immediately understood. This was the moment Zhang Meng would ask for his reward. Elder Zhang, please come into Fenglei Manor and rest for a bit. How about we enjoy a cup of spirit tea together? Ouyang Xiuxian cordially invited Zhang Meng into the manor. He had just taken control of Fenglei Manor, and if Zhang Meng were willing to enter, he could leverage the power of Yunxia Sect to his advantage. No need to bother me with that. I know you must be very busy right now. However, let me remind you, if you remember, you need to give Yunxia Sect a proper gesture of appreciation once you're done. You understand what I mean, Zhang Meng replied, no longer smiling, speaking seriously to Ouyang Xiuxian. Xiuxian fully understands. Once I have settled affairs in Fenglei Manor, I will personally go to visit sect leader Yi and offer my sincere apologies. Ouyang Xiuxian replied respectfully. Good, then I know I can trust you. Alright, I'll take my leave now, Zhang Meng said with a smile. Please, Elder Zhang, wait a moment. I'll return in an instant. Ouyang Xiuxian said sincerely. Zhang Meng nodded. Fine, we'll wait here. Elder Ouyang, you go ahead and take care of things. Okay, I'll return immediately. Ouyang Xiuxian bowed, then turned and flew quickly into Fenglei Manor. Not long later, Ouyang Xiuxian flew hastily out of the manor and quickly approached Zhang Meng. He handed him 2 storage rings and said, Elder Zhang, it was no small effort for all of you to come here. This is a humble gift from myself and Fenglei Manor. Please make sure to take it with you. Zhang Meng accepted the rings without hesitation. He sent his spiritual sense into the rings and immediately broke into a smile. Ouyang Elder is truly a remarkable and generous person. I believe Fenglei Manor will prosper under your leadership, Zhang Meng said with great satisfaction after examining the 2 rings in his hands. Even as a senior elder of Yunxia Sect, the contents of one ring were enough to excite and delight him. The second ring contained far more items than the first, though the treasures within were not as valuable as those in the smaller one. Still, it was an incredibly generous gift. He understood immediately. The smaller one was for him personally, while the larger one was meant to be shared among the others who had accompanied him. Zhang Meng felt genuinely pleased with how well Ouyang Xiuxian understood human relations. With a respectful bow, he said, Elder Ouyang, we won't trouble you any longer. We'll take our leave. Honored guests, may your journey be safe. Ouyang Xiuxian responded joyfully upon hearing Zhang Ming address him as Manor Lord. That single title of Manor Lord signified that Zhengqi Sect had officially recognized his position over Fenglei Manor, and that they would no longer hold the manor accountable. Of course, though Zhengqi Sect would not pursue matters further, Ouyang still needed to show continued loyalty and offer the appropriate tributes to both the sect and sect leader Xiuxian. Watching Zhang Ming and his group leave, Ouyang Xiuxian's heart was filled with joy. From this moment onward, his control over Fenglei Manor was unquestionable. As for the forces seeking out Lei Mingshan, he felt certain they would not come looking for him. He had no intention of being as foolish as Lei Mingshan, willingly serving as a cannon fodder for others. Back at Zhengqi Sect, Xiuxian learned immediately that the situation at Fenglei Manor had been resolved. He was convinced that Lei Mingshan would never have dared to challenge Zhengqi Sect and attack his son-in-law so brazenly without outside support. Moreover, Fenglei Manor had relied only on Lei Mingshan's father, a half-step quasi-sage cultivator. Eliminating him had been sufficient. Cutting off Fenglei Manor's hand was also a warning to those lurking in the shadows. Zhengqi Sect might currently be weakened, but it was far from being a powerless target for anyone to trample upon. Chapter 419, Breaking Through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yi Xingqin Guodon Paichu, Langming Banbu Zhongsong Jing Jia de Zhonglao Chanxir, Zhang Leiming San de Cao San John Sha, Bing Chirlip, Tadid Xingming. He acted decisively, sending 2 elders who had reached the verge of quasi-sage cultivation to eliminate Lei Mingshan's protector and kill him. However, he didn't expect that before his own arrangements could take effect, someone within the Fenglei estate had already taken action themselves, saving him the trouble of deploying his people and giving others an excuse to accuse him. Right now, the Zhengqi Sect was indeed in a weakened state, and it wasn't yet appropriate to make overly bold moves. With the help of the Xuanhuan formation, as long as they could hold on for 100 years, the sect's strength would mostly recover. When a large number of disciples who had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, 500 years later, the Zhengqi Sect would shine again, surpassing its past glory. The Zhengqi Sect lacked neither cultivation techniques, nor cultivation resources, nor talented disciples. What it originally lacked was time. Now, with the Xuanhuan formation provided by his son-in-law Li Dalong, the passage of time was accelerated 11-fold. This greatly sped up the training and cultivation of disciples, just the opportunity for those with restless intentions to reveal themselves, so they could be dealt with all at once when the time came. Thinking of this, Yi Xingqin couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Who exactly was manipulating whom would only be known in the end. The issue with Fenglei estate was now resolved, and it was time to inform his son-in-law Li Dalong. Returning home, he found Li Dalong sitting and chatting with his mother-in-law. Yi Xingqin said, "Dalong, the matter with Fenglei estate has been resolved. You can put your mind at ease." "Thank you, father." Li Dalong stood up gratefully. "We're family. There's no need for such words. After some time, compensation from Fenglei estate will be sent over. I'll have someone deliver it to you then." Yi Xingqin waved it off. "I don't need the compensation. You and mother should keep it yourselves. When Wuxia leaves seclusion, I'll have her return to keep you 2 company." Li Dalong smiled. "Good. Have her come back more often when she has time. In that case, I'll take my leave first." "All right, you may go. Don't let it interfere with your cultivation." "Yes, this trial period feels about complete. I'll return to enter seclusion and prepare for my breakthrough." "Very well, then cultivate hard. You can do it here when the time comes." "Good, we'll see how things go. If it's inconvenient at Yunxia Sect, I'll come here." When Wuxia finishes her seclusion, remind her to come back home, his mother-in-law, Madame Yuehua, said. "Of course, I'll tell her." After speaking, Li Dalong bid farewell to the couple and left the Zhengqi Sect. On his way back, he reached Yunxia Sect smoothly and visited his mother-in-law Kameli before returning home. At that time, both of his wives were still in retreat, so he didn't disturb them. Li Dalong entered his personal cultivation chamber in the Xuanhuan training pagoda and continued cultivating, aiming to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Time passes without notice while in retreat, and Li Dalong gradually realized his cultivation progress had stalled, waking himself from meditation. He knew he had truly reached a bottleneck. He ceased running his cultivation technique, allowing his immortal energy to flow naturally through his meridians. Then he began reflecting on his training experiences, perceiving nature, and comprehending the Tao. Days passed unknowingly, until suddenly the immortal energy within his meridians surged wildly like an untamed horse, galloping uncontrollably through his meridians. His dantian began to pulsate violently as well, one surge after another. Li Dalong awoke abruptly from his meditative reflection. He realized he was on the verge of breakthrough, advancing toward the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. In an instant, he exited the Xuanhuan training pagoda, appearing in the courtyard, and simultaneously transmitted his divine consciousness to his mother-in-law Kameli. "Mother, I'm about to attempt to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. I will be going to face the tribulation now. Please keep watch over the back mountain, and keep high-level disciples away." As soon as Li Dalong finished transmitting his message, his figure had already appeared in the predestined Tribulation Valley at the back mountain of Yunxia Sect. After receiving the divine message from her son-in-law Li Dalong, Madame Kameli immediately understood the gravity of the situation. At the same time, she felt immense joy for him, so soon attempting to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Madame Komeli immediately issued an order temporarily sealing off the back mountain of Yunxia Sect and reinforced the overall security. She herself led several elders of the late Tai Golden Immortal level quickly to the back mountain to stand guard. Once Li Dalong arrived at the Tribulation Valley, he immediately began setting up protective formations and carefully prepared his defensive immortal armor, healing pills, spirit replenishing pills, and swords, storing them all separately in a storage ring. By this time, the heavenly tribulation clouds were already gathering in the sky, with flashes of lightning becoming visible within them. A suppressive and awe-inspiring pressure began to fill the sky. As the tribulation lightning rapidly coalesced, bolt after bolt began raining down. Fortunately, Li Dalong had fully prepared himself. Although the power of each lightning bolt was stronger than the last, thanks to his thorough preparations and defensive techniques, he managed to survive each strike successfully. As the final lightning bolt struck, his body rapidly repaired the injuries sustained from the previous bolts, and his physical body, dantian, and meridians began transforming. At the same time, his divine consciousness was refined and elevated by the world-destroying aura contained within the lightning, growing stronger along with his being. As the last traces of the tribulation lightning vanished and the sky returned to a serene blue with drifting white clouds, Li Dalong felt the immense energy and surging power within his body. His divine consciousness instantly covered the entire Yunxia Sect. At this moment, Li Dalong finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. He also exhaled deeply, relieved and proud. Now, he truly possessed the strength to protect himself. Though he had only reached the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, his overall strength was equivalent to the middle stage. Treading cautiously all these years, now in an instant, he had become a Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivator, drawing one step closer to a life of freedom and ease. Komeli gazed at the tribulation clouds hovering over the rear mountain, watching the powerful lightning bolts strike down one after another. The world-shattering pressure made even those at the Tai Golden Immortal level like her tremble with fear. It was truly terrifying. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, a powerful aura spread from the rear mountain. The deep concern on Komeli's face vanished completely, replaced by a joyful smile. Her son-in-law Li Dalong had successfully crossed the tribulation. The Yunxia Sect finally had its own Great Luo Golden Immortal expert, and he was her daughter's husband. How could such a joyous occasion not bring her immense happiness? Soon after, Li Dalong appeared before them with a flash. "Thank you, mother, for guarding me during my tribulation." Li Dalong, though now of higher cultivation rank than Komeli, still respectfully bowed to her. Success is all that matters. Good. Very good. Komeli looked at her son-in-law, his presence radiating an imposing pressure, and couldn't help but feel genuinely delighted. The more she looked, the happier she became. Disciple Li, issue an order to celebrate across the Yunxia Sect for 3 full days. My son-in-law has successfully broken through and deserves a grand celebration. Komeli happily instructed Elder Li, who stood beside her. Mother, there's no need for such a celebration. There's no need to be this conspicuous. Li Dalong was startled by Komeli's words. A grand celebration would contradict his principle of maintaining a low profile. Better to remain unnoticed and cautious. Fine then, we'll just hold a quiet internal celebration within the sect. You may go take care of your cultivation. The rest is on me. Komeli, seeing that Li Dalong truly didn't wish for a grand celebration, nodded in agreement and sent him off to consolidate his newly attained cultivation base. Chapter 420. The three are attacked. Komeli, seeing that Li Dalong was unwilling to hold a celebration, did not push him to attend. But in order to boost the morale of the sect, set an example of cultivation for the disciples, and build confidence within the sect, she still decided to hold an internal celebration. This would benefit the healthy development of the sect and show the disciples that the Yunxia Sect indeed possessed high-level combat power. With a great Luo Jingxian expert in their sect, their say in the immortal world would significantly increase, and they had already taken a step closer to becoming a recognized force. Seeing Li Dalong successfully ascend to the great Luo Jingxian level, the elders were all very happy. They understood that the emergence of a great Luo Jingxian expert meant the Yunxia Sect had entered a phase of faster development, which would lead to more resources and powerful allies. After hearing his mother-in-law Komeli's words, Li Dalong remained silent, then shimmered away and reappeared inside his own courtyard. Without lingering outside, he immediately entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda to stabilize his cultivation base. With the enhancement effects of the Xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda and the time acceleration from the Yin-Yang Kuantian Array, 1 month later in Immortal Realm time, Li Dalong's cultivation base was fully stabilized, and even advanced a small step further. After entering the great Luo Jingxian realm, his cultivation speed slowed significantly, since the total amount of immortal qi required at this level was already immense. Every small increase in cultivation required the accumulation of an even greater amount of immortal qi. It was entirely normal for cultivators at the great Luo Jingxian stage to remain stuck at this level for hundreds of thousands of years. For Li Dalong to advance even a single step in such a short period already demonstrated terrifyingly fast cultivation progress. Yet, he still felt it was too slow. Even with his time acceleration at an 11-fold rate and multiple times efficiency increase in immortal qi refinement, under normal circumstances, breaking through the great Luo Jingxian realm would still take him at least tens of thousands of years. Moreover, ascending into quasi-sagehood wasn't easy either. Accumulation of immortal qi was only one aspect. The more important factor was achieving a closer understanding of the heavenly Tao. That was the core and crucial point. Li Daolong shook his head, banishing these unrealistic thoughts, realizing they were far from his current concerns. For now, his goal was to accelerate the accumulation of immortal qi and break through to the middle stage of Great Luo Jingxian as soon as possible. He took out supreme-grade immortal stones and resumed refining them. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Recently, over the past month, in Yunxia Sect's Mountain Thunder Tribulation Valley, Xiuxian and Xiuxian successively arrived and broke through to the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian. After successfully breaking through, the two women entered the xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda for deeper meditation to stabilize their new power levels. A month later, the two women simultaneously emerged from the xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda. Xiuxian used divine consciousness transmission to wake Li Daolong, who was cultivating. Interrupted by Xiuxian's divine voice, Li Daolong hurriedly ended his cultivation and exited the xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda. Upon seeing Li Daolong exit the pagoda, Xiuxian immediately rushed into his arms and planted a kiss on his face. Li Daolong caught Xiuxian mid-leap, smiling as he looked at Xiuxian. They hadn't seen each other for decades, and he could tell that the two women had already reached the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian. He was genuinely delighted for them. Feeling the kiss and seeing Xiuxian's blushing face, he leaned down and gave her a passionate kiss in return. Unashamedly displaying their affection, the two of them caused Xiaoling's face to instantly flush red, and she instinctively clenched her legs together. Li Daolong laughed heartily at this. With a wave of his hand, Li Daolong enveloped Xiuxian in immortal qi, holding Xiuxian as the three of them appeared together in the bedroom. He then formed a spell seal, sealing the room so that even a mountain collapse wouldn't interrupt their passionate activities. A month later, Li Daolong appeared with his two wives in the living hall, feeling refreshed and energized. At this moment, the rosy glow had not yet fully faded from the two women's faces. Li Daolong picked a few leaves of enlightenment tea from the xuanhuan bead, and each of the three brewed a cup of enlightenment tea. Having spent a month in intimate connection as a family, enjoying a cup of enlightenment tea to reflect upon the shared experience of cultivation brought a delightful sense of joy. Big Dragon brother, we haven't gone out for a long time. Will you take us somewhere to have fun? After finishing their tea, Xiuxian looked at Li Daolong and asked. Yes, Big Dragon, take us out to play. We're stuck in closed-door cultivation all day, and it's driving us mad. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Xiuxia's eyes lit up as she coquettishly begged the big man. Looking at his two beautiful wives with flushed cheeks, Li Daolong nodded and said, Okay, let's go out together. Then where would you like to go? At Li Daolong's words, Xiuxia's eyes sparkled. We've never been to Penglai Island together before. How about we play around on the island? I don't care much, wherever is fine. Xiaoling didn't have any particular place in mind. She just wanted to be with her husband Li Daolong. After all, for cultivators, a single retreat into meditation could last hundreds or even thousands of years, and some might even measure their time in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, it was perfectly normal for a cultivator couple to remain separated for 10,000 years or more. She and Li Daolong had both been cultivating inside the xuanhuan Cultivation Pagoda, and by the time they calculated, they hadn't seen each other in several hundred years. So, she just wanted to be with Li Daolong. Wherever they went didn't matter. Seeing that Xiaoling also agreed with her idea, Xiuxian looked at Li Daolong with hopeful eyes. Li Daolong himself didn't really care where they went. His main purpose was to spend time with his two wives. Seeing that the two women had already chosen a place, he simply nodded and said, Fine, then we'll go to Penglai Island. After the three decided on their destination, they wasted no time further. Li Daolong immediately carried the two women and flew straight out. This time, the three of them didn't use a teleportation array. After leaving Yunxia Sect, they flew slowly, descending to explore any towns, markets, or cities they passed along the way. The two women never seemed to tire of shopping and strolling through settlements, and Li Daolong simply followed them around, letting them wander as they pleased, only stepping forward to pay with immortal stones when necessary. The journey from Yunxia Sect to Penglai Island was quite long. Plus, the three were traveling in a relaxed, exploratory manner, so after a month, they had not even covered half the distance. These past few days, during daylight hours they followed the routes they wanted to tour, and at night they stayed at inns, enjoying their harmonious life just like ordinary people. Li Daolong thought to himself that this kind of life wasn't bad at all. One day, they arrived at a city called Wandao, 10,000 Islands Lake. The city was built right in the middle of a lake, its waters crystal clear, and its architecture elegantly scattered across the lake's surface like a fairyland. The three wandered around the city, admiring the picturesque landscapes and tasting the local cuisine. As night fell, they settled down at an inn to rest. However, just as the night was quiet and peaceful, a powerful killing aura suddenly surged in from outside the window. Li Daolong's eyes snapped open, and with a flash of his figure, he positioned himself in front of Xiuxian and Xiaoling to shield them. Chapter 4:21 Xiuxia's Miscarriage. There's an attack. Li Daolong whispered fiercely, his hand already condensing into a spiritual sword. In the next instant, a black shadow burst through the window, moving at an incredible speed, almost too fast to track. Li Daolong snorted coldly and swung his sword to meet it. A fierce battle erupted inside the inn. Li Daolong's sword techniques were sharp beyond measure, each strike accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air. Yet, the black shadow was just as fast, managing to match Li Daolong blow for blow. Xiuxian and Xiaoling weren't pushovers either. They quickly drew their flying swords and unleashed their ultimate skills, fighting side by side, with Li Daolong against the enemy. but they hadn't anticipated the enemy's strength to be this overwhelming. Their own cultivations were utterly incapable of posing any real threat. Li Dalong instead had to protect them, leaving him momentarily restricted and unable to unleash his full power. However, just as the battle was reaching its peak, Yunxia suddenly felt an intense pain surge from her abdomen. Her face instantly turned pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Wuxia, Li Dalong, seeing her condition, turned pale with shock and hastily pulled away from the fight to rush to her side. Only then did he notice that Wuxia's lower body was soaked in blood, and beneath her feet had pooled a noticeable, shocking quantity of crimson. She was now clutching her stomach and groaning in pain. My stomach hurts so much. Wuxia gasped out weakly. It was clear that a large amount of blood was now flowing down her thighs, soaking through her pants. Feeling the warmth flow from between her legs, down her thighs to her feet, Wuxia suddenly realized what was happening. Her face turned even more pale. I think I'm having a miscarriage. Wuxia sobbed, looking at Li Dalong. Li Dalong's heart shattered into pieces, and rage filled his chest. He turned his gaze toward the black shadow, his eyes brimming with limitless killing intent. You must die, Li Dalong roared, his body darting forward once more. This time, his attacks grew even fiercer, each strike filled with destructive power. The black shadow seemed to sense Li Dalong's rage and started retreating, attempting to flee. But would Li Dalong ever allow it to escape so easily? He chased relentlessly, strike after strike slicing down. Finally, in a powerful offensive, he cleaved the black shadow into pieces. The battle was over. Li Dalong returned to Wuxia's side and hurriedly fed her a high-grade healing pill. Looking at her pale face and pained expression, his heart twisted in agony. He knew this incident could impact their relationship and even cause Wuxia to resent him. But regardless of anything, he vowed to avenge her. Li Dalong decided to put aside his traveling plans for now and fully commit himself to tracking down the mysterious force behind the attack. He swore that those who had harmed his family would pay dearly and be torn apart piece by piece. Meanwhile, Xiuxian stayed beside Wuxia, tending to and comforting her, urging her not to be overly sorrowful. She knew, at this time, what they needed most was mutual support and company. Thus, what had been a joyful journey suddenly became filled with hatred and grief. This incident filled Li Dalong with boundless fury, and those who had harmed them would undoubtedly pay an enormous price. Li Dalong tightly gripped Wuxia's pale hand. His heart felt as though it was being slashed by thousands of sharp blades, pain radiating through every part of him. Gently, he lifted Wuxia into his arms, whispering softly in her ear, Wuxia, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect you. I swear I will find those responsible and make them pay. Tears welled up in Xiaoling's eyes as well. She knew Wuxia wasn't just Li Dalong's lover, but also her own sister, a dear family member. The bond between the three of them ran deeper than blood. Silently, she followed close behind Li Dalong, inwardly making a solemn vow to do whatever it took to help him avenge Wuxia. There was no time to waste. With Wuxia gravely injured, Li Dalong quickly left the Wandao city along with Wuxia and Xiaoling, heading home to nurse Wuxia back to health. Anxiety filled his heart, for he knew not only had she lost her child, but her own cultivation may have also suffered serious damage. Along the way, Li Dalong extended his spiritual consciousness in search of any clues. His awareness spread like a storm, sweeping through every forest and across every lake surface, but the mysterious force seemed to have vanished from existence without a trace. Then, while they passed through a deep and secluded valley, Li Dalong's spiritual sense finally caught a faint abnormality. Deep within the valley lurked a cold, sinister aura, one that seemed to share the same origin as the attacking shadow. Without time to notify anyone or make any preparations, Li Dalong immediately charged into the valley with Wuxia and Xiaoling. The scene within the valley was chilling. Among strange flowers and exotic grasses lay scattered bones and worn-out immortal artifacts, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had once taken place there. Deep into the valley, they discovered a cave concealed and protected by a hidden formation. Without hesitation, Li Dalong shattered the formation with a single palm strike and forced his way inside. The cave was dark and damp, with dried bloodstains clinging to the walls. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Suddenly, a cold, sinister laughter echoed within the cave. Haha, I knew you'd come. Li Dalong, what a shame I didn't kill you all. The voice's owner slowly emerged from the darkness. It was none other than Ouyang Yuanming from Fenglei Manor, the master of the black shadow that had attacked them earlier. The sight of Ouyang Yuanming ignited a furious rage within Li Dalong, nearly clouding his reason. Letting out a roar, he dashed forward like lightning. In his hand, the Xuanhuan sword erupted with dazzling light, unleashing devastating force as it slashed toward Ouyang Yuanming. A cruel smile curled on Ouyang Yuanming's lips, as though he had been fully expecting this. His own aura was equally imposing. A force even stronger than before surged from his body, ready to meet Li Dalong's attack head-on. Within the cave, the two engaged in a life-and-death duel. Every clash between them produced an explosive thunderclap, shaking the entire valley. Xiaoling quickly pulled out a formation plate, activating a defensive barrier around herself and Wuxia for protection. Clutching her flying sword, she stood vigilantly beside Wuxia, watching the battle intently and ready to support Li Dalong at any moment. Although her strength fell short, she looked for any chance to use her flying sword to disrupt the enemy and create openings for Li Dalong's attacks. The brutal clash continued. Hatred burned in Li Dalong's eyes. Every strike was his strongest attack, every slash a fatal blow. Ouyang Yuanming's cultivation, however, surpassed Li Dalong's. After all, he had entered the great Luo Golden Immortal stage over 100,000 years before Li Dalong. Just like Li Dalong, Ouyang Yuanming also sought to kill him, driven by his own desire for vengeance against Li Dalong for the deaths of his family and former manor lord, Lei Mingshan. The deadly struggle between the two went on for a long time. Finally, as Xiuxian launched her flying sword in a sudden interference, Ouyang Yuanming momentarily dodged her attack, revealing a slight opening. Seizing the opportunity, and fueled by his deep hatred, Li Dalong struck, piercing through Ouyang Yuanming's defense and delivering a grievous wound. Chapter 422, The Mother-in-Law Arrives. Ouyang Yuanming lay on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected to be defeated by Li Dalong. Li Dalong approached him, his eyes cold. "Tell me why," he demanded. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Ouyang Yuanming burst into Huangshao. "Because of you, my entire family is dead. I hate you so much. Because of you, the old manor lord's family was also killed by you people. If I don't kill you, how can I feel at peace? How can the old manor lord's family and mine rest in peace? Ha ha ha. Alas, heaven has no eyes and prevents me from seeking revenge. Kek kek kek. You will suffer retribution." Upon hearing these words, Li Dalong's killing intent surged even more. Without saying anything else, he swiftly beheaded Ouyang Yuanming. With a burst of immortal power, Ouyang's corpse dissolved into a mist of blood. Afterwards, Li Dalong hurriedly returned to Yi Wuxia's side, gazing at her with deep sorrow etched across his face. Fortunately, with the help of medicinal herbs, her complexion was gradually improving. However, her heart was still overwhelmed with pain and grief. He embraced her tightly, murmuring words of comfort. "Wuxia, we still have each other, and we will have another child." Leaning on Li Dalong's shoulder, tears once again streamed from Yi Wuxia's eyes. She knew that in this entire world, Li Dalong was her strongest support. Yet she felt an unbearable sense of guilt toward that small life that hadn't even had a chance to enter the world. Her heart ached with deep remorse and self-blame. "My baby, mommy deserves to die. I shouldn't have come out to play. If I had been cultivating at home, nothing would have happened. It's all mommy's fault. Mommy deserves to die. Baby, it's all mommy's fault." At this moment, Yi Wuxia was overwhelmed with grief, sobbing as she berated herself. Xiuxian stood nearby, her eyes also filled with tears, looking at Yi Wuxia with deep sorrow. She understood that Yi Wuxia couldn't easily accept this cruel reality. Not knowing how to comfort her, Xiuxian simply embraced Yi Wuxia gently and stayed by her side. Li Dalong, equally filled with guilt, spoke to Yi Wuxia. "Wuxia, I know this is a huge blow for you. My heart also aches. I failed to protect you, but please remember, we still have the future. We can still share many wonderful moments together." Yi Wuxia lifted her head, her eyes filled with sadness. "I know, but I feel so devastated. Our child hadn't even been born yet when he left us. My heart hurts so much." Gently holding Yi Wuxia's hand, Xiuxian said, "Wuxia, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. We must be strong and face this hardship together." Li Dalong tightly held Yi Wuxia's other hand. "That's right. We will have our own child someday." Yi Wuxia leaned closer to Li Dalong and whispered softly, "Come, let's go home," Li Dalong said to the two women. Li Dalong picked up Yi Wuxia, carrying her as he and Xiuxian soared through the sky on a sword toward Yunxia Sect. This time, Yi Wuxia had suffered both mentally and physically and needed to return to rest and recover. Li Dalong also didn't wish for Yi Wuxia to encounter any more danger outside. So many years without conceiving, and finally she was pregnant. Because of his carelessness, she had been harmed, causing irreversible damage. Li Dalong also felt intense pain over losing this unborn child. Reborn into this life, his first child was gone before even having a chance to be born. How much regret he bore. He deeply hated the people of Fenglei Manor. Never did he expect that these people would persistently pursue them. This was the consequence of not completely eradicating them. While flying, he lost himself in thought. Suddenly, he was startled. Yi Wuxia was pregnant. So had Xiuxian also become pregnant? Realizing this, he nervously looked at Xiuxian, sending her a questioning glance. Xiuxian exchanged a glance with Li Dalong, then blushed slightly and nodded. Li Dalong immediately beamed with joy. His grief was greatly diluted by the happiness of this news, bringing happiness to his heart. "So I'm really going to be a father." His arms tightened slightly around Yi Wuxia. He smiled gratefully at Xiuxian. Although he longed to shout out loud and share his happiness with the world, he held back since Yi Wuxia had just experienced a heavy blow, and he feared further hurting her. He transmitted his thoughts to Xiuxian through spiritual sense. "Sweetheart, I'm sorry, but now that Wuxia has just been injured, please don't mention your pregnancy for now. Let's wait a few days before telling others, okay? Dalonggo, you can rest assured. I'm fine. I'll take good care of the baby. Dalonggo, you're going to be a father." Although Xiuxian didn't dare to show her joy outwardly, her tone overflowed with happiness as she shared her inner delight with Li Dalong. The trio flew quickly, soon returning to Yunxia Sect's residence. On the way, Yi Wuxia used her communication jade talisman to inform her mother of what had happened. This enraged Lady Yuehua, who stormed off in anger to confront Yi Xingqian, erupting into a furious argument and giving him a severe scolding. She accused him of incompetence, allowing the killers who had pursued her daughter and son-in-law to remain at large. Yi Xingqian also felt deeply guilty, for his beloved daughter had finally become pregnant only to encounter such a tragedy. Immediately, he ordered Zhang Ming to launch a sweeping campaign against the remnants of Fenglei Manor led by Lei Mingshan, vowing to eradicate them completely. Faced with the wrath of the Wuxia Immortal Sect, Fenglei Manor suffered another massive purge, after which it was utterly weakened and fell into obscurity as a low-level faction. Lady Yuehua, accompanied by several maids, hurried to Yunxia Sect to visit her wounded daughter at Li Dalong's residence. As soon as she entered the house, Lady Yuehua couldn't help but burst into tears. She quickly approached Yi Wuxia and hugged her tightly, her eyes filled with boundless worry and love. My dear daughter Wuxia, why do you have such a bitter fate? Finally pregnant after so much difficulty, only to encounter such misfortune. Lady Yuehua choked out. Yi Wuxia leaned into her mother's arms, tears flowing uncontrollably. Mother, it's all my fault. I'm truly sorry. I failed to protect my child. Lady Yuehua gently patted Yi Wuxia's back, comforting her. My child, it's not your fault. This is all caused by that damned Fenglei Manor. They will pay for what they've done. At that moment, Li Dalong approached, his face filled with guilt. Mother-in-law, I'm truly sorry. I failed to protect both Wuxia and our child. Lady Yuehua turned toward Li Dalong, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She knew Li Dalong was a good man, yet her daughter had suffered greatly under his watch. Dalong, you are a good man. But you must understand, as a man, you have the responsibility to protect your family. Lady Yuehua said earnestly. You two have really acted recklessly. Wuxia was already pregnant, and yet you didn't even realize it. You took them out to play. Who knows what you were thinking? Chapter 4:23, The Birth of the First Son. Li Dalong lowered his head and silently accepted the scolding from Madame Yuehua. He knew he had truly failed to do his best. All right, it's too late to say anything now. We must figure out how to help Wuxia recover. Madame Yuehua turned with concern toward Yi Wuxia. Wuxia, you must be strong. Our whole family will support you through this difficult time. Yi Wuxia lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with determination. Mother, thank you. I will become strong. Seeing the spark of life returning to her daughter's eyes, Madame Yuehua felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. She knew her daughter would definitely get through this hardship. At this moment, Xiuxian also walked over and gently took Yi Wuxia's hand. Sister Wuxia, don't be sad. Just focus on taking care of yourself at home, and Dalong and I will accompany you. When you recover, you can have another child. Li Dalong stood silently nearby, watching them with determination building inside him. He realized he had truly neglected them far too much. This time, he had been too careless and had failed to protect them properly. From now on, no matter what, he vowed to protect his family from any further harm. Xiaoling and Madame Yuehua continued talking with Yi Wuxia. Ugh! Suddenly, waves of nausea surged from the bottom of Xiaoling's stomach up to her throat, forcing her to rush out of the room. She knelt on the ground and dry heaved violently until her stomach emptied, the turbulent feeling finally easing slightly. The sudden display startled everyone, and Li Dalong and Madame Yuehua immediately realized. Morning sickness. Madame Yuehua realized Xiaoling was pregnant. Li Dalong quickly followed her out, gently holding Xiaoling as he patted her back soothingly. He retrieved a bottle of spirit water from his spatial ring and handed it to her for rinsing. Xiaoling accepted the spirit water from Li Dalong, rinsed her mouth a few times, and drank a small sip before feeling much better. Yi Wuxia now also realized Xiaoling was pregnant, and as she looked at her with envy, sadness filled her heart. Seeing her daughter's sorrowful expression, Madame Yuehua held her hand tightly. She understood how her daughter was feeling at this moment. She could only hope that time would gradually erase her pain. Li Dalong supported Xiaoling back to the living room to sit and rest, giving Yi Wuxia a comforting glance before falling into silence. A month later, Yi Wuxia had finally emerged from her grief. At least, the sadness no longer showed on her face. She was mostly recovered physically as well, and today Madame Yuehua said her goodbyes and returned to the Infinite Immortal Sect. After seeing her mother off, Yi Wuxia said to Li Dalong, Dalong, it's time for me to enter seclusion cultivation. Wuxia, rest a little longer. You don't have to start cultivation retreat so urgently. You can do it after some time. No, I can't delay any further. It was because I didn't cultivate seriously before that my power is too weak, and I failed to protect our child. I must become powerful. Looking at Yi Wuxia's resolute face, Li Dalong conceded. All right then, you may enter seclusion. When you come out, I'll accompany you fully. I'm fine. Dalong, take good care of Xiaoling. Your child will be born soon. Yi Wuxia said with an envious tone, her heart filled with a deep sigh. Yes, I will stay with her until the child is born. Wuxia, don't think too much about it. Once you finish your cultivation retreat, we'll have another child. Li Dalong stepped forward and gently hugged Yi Wuxia, then kissed her forehead lightly. Dalong, I'm leaving now. Yi Wuxia gently pushed Li Dalong aside, walked into the cultivation chamber, and entered the creation cultivation tower to begin her training. As Li Dalong watched Yi Wuxia disappear into the cultivation room, he withdrew his affectionate gaze and devoted himself completely to accompany Xiaoling in the days to come. When Kumaili learned about Xiaoling's pregnancy, she was extremely happy. Her precious daughter was now carrying the next generation. Unfortunately, the person she longed for most still couldn't be here to see this, and she sighed deeply, wondering when they would meet again. Should I tell them about this? No, better not. Telling them now won't solve anything, but only add unnecessary worries. Shaking her head, Kumaili forcefully suppressed her impulse. Days passed, and Xiaoling's belly gradually grew larger, her movements becoming increasingly inconvenient. Li Dalong stayed by her side throughout the day. Although cultivators possess powerful bodies and can even observe their internal conditions through spiritual senses, giving birth still follows the natural laws of life, and even immortals cannot avoid the risks involved. Therefore, ever since discovering Xiuxian's pregnancy, Kameli felt immense happiness mixed with anxiety, fearing even the slightest misstep could cause trouble. Soon, the due date arrived, and Kameli and Li Dalong were both on high alert. By now, the rear mountain had been sealed off by Kameli's arranged personnel, and the entire area was under strict control. Several experienced midwives had gathered in Li Dalong's courtyard, waiting to assist Xiuxian in childbirth. After a tense period of anxious waiting, everyone finally heard a loud infant's cry echo from the delivery room. Shortly afterward, one of the midwives came out of the birthing chamber, her face beaming with joy as she announced the good news. "Congratulations, sect leader. Congratulations, elderly. The mother and child are both safe. Princess Ku has given birth to a healthy baby boy. Reward them. Generously reward them." Hearing that she had a new nephew, Kameli was overjoyed and shouted loudly. When Li Dalong heard the news of mother and child being safe, he felt immense happiness. Influenced by the information-rich era he had come from, he truly didn't care whether the child was a boy or a girl. Moments later, the elders gathered in the courtyard began expressing their congratulations to Kameli and Li Dalong one after another. Following orders from the sect's grand elder, high-grade spirit stones were distributed to the midwives and everyone else present. This act left everyone extremely delighted. The midwives especially were astonished, as this was the first time they had ever encountered such a generous household, one that rewarded directly with top-grade spirit stones. After a while, another midwife gestured for them to enter, and one of the midwives carried out the wrapped infant for everyone to see. As Li Dalong looked at the baby in the swaddling cloth, he couldn't help but smile genuinely. A feeling of blood-connected kinship surged from the depths of his heart. Though he had been reborn in this life, this was his first time becoming a father. Li Dalong gently took his newborn son into his arms and looked at the baby's rosy face and tightly shut eyes, feeling his heart brimming with endless joy. This child was the fruit of his love with Xiuxian and the embodiment of their future hopes. Gently kissing the baby's forehead, Li Dalong silently vowed to protect and raise this child well, hoping for him to grow up as a second-generation immortal and soar freely in this magical world. Lying weakly on the bed, Xiuxian looked at Li Dalong cradling their son, her eyes filled with blissful light. She knew she had just endured a life-and-death trial and suffered immense pain during childbirth, yet it was all worth it for the sake of this family's completeness and happiness. Softly, she said to Li Dalong, "Dalong, our son is so adorable." Chapter 424, Yunxia gives birth. Li Dalong walked over and gently took Xiaoling's hand, saying tenderly, "Xiaoling, you've worked hard. Look how adorable our son is. In the future, he will surely be our pride." At that moment, Kameli also walked into the room. Looking at her daughter lying in bed and Li Dalong holding her grandson, her eyes brimmed with joy and emotion. She walked over and gently caressed her grandson's little face, smiling as she said, "Look at you all. How incredibly cute my beloved grandson is. Baby, you're truly a lucky star. Your arrival has brought so much joy to all of us. Our Ku family finally has a successor." Ha ha. In the following days, the entire Yunxia Sect was immersed in happiness. Once the news spread, various sects sent gifts to celebrate the good fortune of the Yunxia Sect having an heir. Inside the sect itself, the celebration was even more lively, with everyone rushing to express their congratulations. On the day of their son's one-month celebration, after discussing it among the three of them, Li Dalong named him Zhengqi. The meaning behind this name carried Li Dalong's hopes, rebirth, and fresh beginning in this world he had crossed into. As time passed, the little boy gradually grew up, beginning to speak and walk. Every step of progress he made brought everyone great delight. Li Dalong and Xiuxian cherished him as if he were the most precious treasure in their hands. When little Zhengqi was over 2 years old, Wuxiao emerged from her retreat. Looking at the child running joyfully around the room, calling her mother sweetly, Wuxiao's heart melted completely. At the same time, she constantly clung to Li Dalong for affection. There were times when the two of them stayed locked in the bedroom all day, hard at work conceiving. Since the miscarriage of their previous child, she had longed so deeply for a child. For Li Dalong, it was both painful and pleasurable. Several times, young Zhengqi, unable to find his father, would run around searching for him everywhere. On several occasions, Zhengqi innocently asked Wuxiao in his childish tone, "Mother, what are you and Daddy doing in the room?" It embarrassed Wuxiao so much that her face flushed red, not knowing how to respond. Li Dalong and Xiaoling burst into laughter, greatly amused. There were many times she used the excuse of spending time with young Zhengqi to get a temporary break. But every time she played with the boy, she would see Wuxiao sending Li Dalong those resentful looks, causing his heart to race nervously. He was a Deluo Gene Xian level cultivator, and although his stamina was exceptional, even he couldn't withstand Wuxiao's insatiable desires. They were stuck together as tightly as if glued with superglue. Indeed, as the old saying goes, oxen can die from overwork, but the field never gets ruined. At this rate, even an immortal would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, this exhausting life came to an end a year later when Wuxiao became pregnant. Once Wuxiao was pregnant, Li Dalong finally felt relieved and no longer had to work the field day in and day out. The sight of Li Dalong letting out a deep sigh of relief earned nothing but eye rolls from Wuxiao, who then resorted to the natural womanly skill every woman innately possesses. pinching mercilessly the soft skin at his waist, twist, and pull. The excruciating sensation caused Li Dalong to grimace and wince in pain. Since Yi Wuxia became pregnant, her mother, Lady Xuanhuan, had frequently visited the Yunxia Sect to see her beloved daughter. She had several times proposed taking Yi Wuxia back to the Unqi Immortal Sect to rest and await the birth. However, Yi Wuxia rejected all such suggestions. She did not wish to leave the Yunxia Sect and return to Unqi Immortal Sect. She hoped Li Dalong could accompany her. However, because Li Dalong needed to take care of xiuxian and their child, it was impossible for him to move to the Unqi Immortal Sect. Several months later, Yi Wuxia finally gave birth to a son amidst widespread anticipation and excitement. Li Dalong was so delighted he could hardly stop smiling. The happiest among all were Xiuxian and Lady Xuanhuan, whose beloved daughter had now become a mother herself, and they had a grandson. This had profound significance not only for their family, but also for the Unqi Immortal Sect. As such, the celebration this time was held even more grandly than when xiuxian gave birth. All major and mid-level powers from across the immortal realm gathered at the Unqi Immortal Sect to celebrate the baby's one-month birthday. This son carried even greater meaning for the Unqi Immortal Sect. Considering his father-in-law Yi Xingqian's feelings, as well as his own background as a distinguished cross-dimensional traveler from the Blue Planet, Li Dalong did not attach special importance to the child's surname. Whether the boy took his father's or mother's surname didn't matter either. Therefore, the naming was left to Yi Xingqian, the grandfather, who gave him the name Yi Tianqi. Tianqi meant heavenly wisdom and enlightenment, and also symbolized the vast and lofty sky. It signified that he would carry the future of the Unqi Immortal Sect, usher in a new era, and lead the sect toward a brighter future. One could clearly see how immense Yi Xingqian's expectations were for Yi Tianqi. After the birth of little Yi Tianqi, most of his early years, before the age of 3, were spent in the Yunxia Sect. At the age of 3, under the persistent urging of Yi Xingqian and Lady Xuanhuan, Yi Wuxia brought him to the Unqi Immortal Sect to live with his grandparents. Yi Wuxia often stayed with her son at the Unqi Immortal Sect as well. But from time to time, she still traveled back to the Yunxia Sect to work the field with Li Dalong. During these days, the Yunxia Sect was filled with joy and harmony throughout. Li Qinxi also became a key focus of cultivation for the next generation within the Yunxia Sect. The birth of young Li Qinxi was an extremely significant event for the Yunxia Sect, signifying that the sect now had a future successor. Although cultivators enjoy long lifespans, having a successor from the next generation is of great importance, especially when that successor is a male. From the age of 3, Li Qinxi underwent intense physical cultivation using the finest immortal herbs, while Li Dalong personally used his Shanli to unblock and strengthen his meridians. Kumeli, as his grandmother, cherished him like a treasured jewel, traveling far and wide to gather the best resources for his development. In truth, most of what she sought was already in Li Dalong's possession, but that didn't stop her from enthusiastically gathering even more. Young Li Qinxi, with his innocent and handsome appearance, was also adored by the female elders and disciples of the Yunxia Sect, who would fight over the chance to hold and accompany him. Growing up in such a warm and doting atmosphere, Li Qinxi developed into a healthy, happy child. As for Yi Tianqi, it went without saying. He started eating on his own early on, and was blessed with the loving care of Yi Xingqian and Lady Xuanhuan, his powerful and influential grandparents. He was given an endless supply of immortal fruits and spirit treasures, laying an even stronger foundation for his future cultivation. As the children grew, so did their lives. Before they turned 10, Li Dalong and his 2 wives did not retreat into seclusion, choosing instead to accompany their sons throughout their early childhood. Once the boys reached the age of 10, however, the 2 brothers were each assigned a sect-appointed elder to guide and train them. Only then did Li Dalong and his wives resume their own secluded cultivation practices. Though over the next decade Xuanhua Lady and Kumeli repeatedly urged the couple to try for a second child, due to the difficulties often associated with pregnancy among cultivators, despite their many dedicated efforts, no second child was conceived during the 10-year span. However, since the birth of their 2 sons, the lengths of their cultivation retreats had greatly shortened. No longer would they stay secluded for hundreds of years at a time. Instead, they now retreated for only a few months every half a year or so before coming out again to spend time with their children. Since having their sons, their spiritual cultivation had even improved due to a profound shift in their inner peace and contentment. This peaceful, steady life, however, was suddenly broken when a Yunxia Sect executive staff member staggered back to the sect's base covered in blood and barely alive to deliver a dire message. A mysterious disappearance had occurred at one of the Yunxia Sect's most important spirit stone mines. Many miners who had been extracting the Zhengqi had vanished under inexplicable circumstances. The repeated disappearances threw the other miners into panic and terror, and no matter what, they refused to enter the mine shafts to continue their work anymore. Chapter 425, The Shan Stone Mine Incident. The panic and work slowdown among the miners greatly worried the sect's overseer in charge of the Shan Stone Mine. Wanting to get to the bottom of things, she sent down a team of 10 guardian disciples into the mine for investigation, but none of them returned. Every single soul talisman shattered. To understand the true situation within the mine shaft, she personally led 5 of her strongest disciples down into the mine. A late golden immortal ranked overseer, rather than clarifying the situation, ended up with all 5 accompanying disciples mysteriously vanishing. She herself inexplicably suffered grave internal injuries. Before she could even notice, her internal organs had already been damaged, her meridians ruptured, and xiuxian energy was rapidly draining. Ultimately, she barely managed to escape from the mine shaft by crushing a talisman in desperation. Despite her critical injuries, she dragged her battered body back to the Cloudy Mist Sect headquarters to report the Shanstone Mine's condition directly to sect leader Kumeli. This mine was the most crucial Shanstone source for the Cloudy Mist Sect, accounting for 40% of all Shanstones mined by the entire sect. After receiving this news, Kumeli took immediate action, sending one senior elder at the middle stage of Great Unity Golden Immortal along with several junior elders at the early stage of Great Unity Golden Immortal to investigate. However, the result was that all 6 people, including the mid-stage Great Unity Golden Immortal Elder, vanished without a trace. Every one of their soul talismans shattered. Now Kumeli had a real problem. If even a mid-stage Great Unity Golden Immortal Elder couldn't return, the other elders of the sect were at best at the late stage of Great Unity Golden Immortal, and apart from that, her son-in-law, Li Dalong, possessed the highest cultivation in the sect. Losing the Shanstone mine would gravely affect the Cloudy Mist Sect's future development. This mine could absolutely not be allowed to fall. After much deliberation, she could only ask her son-in-law Li Dalong to intervene, investigate the cause, and resolve the crisis threatening the Shanstone mine. Dalong, our sect's most vital Mountain Shanstone mine, has run into a serious crisis, which is already greatly affecting the sect's development. I need you to take care of this and hopefully resolve the situation, Kumeli said seriously to Li Dalong. Mother-in-law, what exactly happened at the Mountain Shanstone mine? This is how it started. According to the report from the overseer managing the Mountain Shanstone mine, initially, only a few miners had gone missing. At first, they didn't think much of it since it's common for miners to disappear occasionally. About half a month later, more miners began to vanish one by one. The disciples guarding the mine shaft were sent into the tunnels where these miners had disappeared, but they found nothing. Then, the situation worsened gradually. Miners kept disappearing, and the number missing increased daily. The panic among the miners became extreme when, one day, every miner working in an entire tunnel vanished. The overseer stationed at the Mountain Shanstone mine finally realized the severity of the matter. First, he sent disciples down to investigate, but all disappeared as well, their soul talismans shattered. Helpless, the overseer reported the incident to me and personally went down into the mine with some people, yet the disciples accompanying him disappeared one by one without him even noticing anything strange. Then he was suddenly attacked mysteriously, with severe internal damage and damaged meridians. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to escape by crushing a talisman, but he was already critically injured. After returning to report the situation, he died. Yesterday, I sent a group led by Elder Zhang, who is at the mid-stage of Great Unity Golden Immortal, accompanied by 5 elders at the early stage of Great Unity Golden Immortal. In the end, all 6 of their soul talismans shattered, with no news received. Now, you're the only one with the highest cultivation level left. I hope you can go and thoroughly investigate this incident and resolve the crisis. The Mountain Shanstone mine is far too important to the Cloudy Mist Sect. We can't afford to give it up unless we absolutely have to. Kumeli fully explained the overall situation to Li Dalong. After a moment of silent thought, Li Dalong spoke. Mother-in-law, rest assured, I'll handle this willingly. I'll head there immediately. Before the truth is revealed, I suggest the sect pull back all personnel from the Mountain Shanstone mine, leaving only a small team for outer perimeter patrol. Alright, then I leave this matter to you. Time is urgent. You should set off immediately. You don't have to worry about the miners anymore. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Fine, I'll go first. Li Dalong bowed and left the main hall of the sect in a hurry. After exiting the main hall, he sent voice transmissions to Ku Xiaoling and Yi Wuxia explaining that he had something urgent to attend to, then immediately flew directly toward the Mountain Shanstone mine. He soon arrived at the Mountain Shanstone mine. At that moment, the place was rather chaotic. With the mine shafts shut down, all miners had remained on the surface and could be seen idling about everywhere. Adding to the turmoil, so many guardian disciples and overseers had either gone missing or died, leaving the sect's protective forces severely weakened. The residential area of the Mountain Shanstone mine was in complete disarray. There were fights and loud arguments everywhere. Upon seeing this, Li Dalong frowned slightly. Instantly, his spiritual sense expanded across the entire mine, sending a powerful aura of overwhelming pressure through every person present. All the miners who had been in chaos instantly fell silent, and the pressure-stricken, anxious guardian disciples immediately found a sense of security. All disciples listened carefully, maintain order at the mine site. Anyone who refuses to obey orders or causes disruption will be executed on the spot. Li Dalong's voice, filled with heavy killing intent, echoed in everyone's ears. Understood. All the disciples bowed respectfully and accepted the command. After stabilizing the outer order, Li Dalong arrived at the mine entrance. This sandstone mine had been in operation for quite a long time and was considered a large-scale sandstone mine. The total number of miners here was an astonishing 100,000. There were over 50 mine entrances distributed across 9 massive mountains within a 50-mile radius. Scattered irregularly around the 9 towering mountains were more than 50 mine shafts. Because of the presence of 9 large peaks, the area was collectively called Yulong Mountain. Li Dalong arrived at one of the largest mine entrances. Looking into the dark, yawning shaft, he extended his spiritual sense deep inside. Yet, his perception detected absolutely nothing. Since all personnel had already evacuated, the luminescent stones used to illuminate the mine shaft were no longer being replaced. After depleting their energy, the interior became extremely dark. However, the darkness posed no hindrance to Li Dalong. Although Dong Mountain had 50 mine entrances, after years of excavation, nearly all the underground tunnels had been interconnected. A network of passageways stretched out in all directions, with countless intersecting corridors and junctions. Anyone unfamiliar with the maze would find it nearly impossible to exit on their own. Certainly, miners who descended into the shafts were well aware of the mine's dangers and complexity. They only dug within the familiar passages, never daring to cross into unknown tunnels. Li Dalong felt a serious headache over such a complicated terrain. Of course, upon arrival, he had already obtained a general map of the mine passages. But it was only a general layout. Major passageways were marked, yet many newly excavated branch tunnels and minor ones could not be completely charted. That was precisely why he felt deeply troubled. Fortunately, the approximate areas where miners had disappeared, along with where the elders vanished, were indicated on the map. Chapter 426, Li Dalong takes action. Standing at the entrance of the mine cave, Li Dalong hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to start his search from the area where the last elder had perished. He set up a defensive formation at the cave entrance. With his improved cultivation, his skill in formations had also significantly improved. The defensive formation he laid now could at least withstand attacks from cultivators at the middle stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Setting up formations before taking action was part of his survival habits. This cautious approach had helped him escape danger multiple times. After completing the formation, Li Dalong proceeded deeper into the mine cave with his divine sense leading the way. Each time he reached a crossroad along the main tunnel, he would set up another defensive formation and place a high-grade flying sword inside, one embedded with his own spiritual consciousness. The high-grade flying swords rewarded by the system had been partially handed over to his mother-in-law, Kameli, to be offered as mission rewards for the Yunxia Sect, but he still had plenty left in his storage ring. This way, the flying swords could not only be controlled remotely to attack any possible enemy, but also serve as navigational markers underground, allowing him to quickly trace his own steps. As he ventured deep into the mountains and underground, the only things he encountered along the way were howling winds and thick spiritual energy. There were only scattered piles of low-grade xiuxian ore and broken mining tools. He had already advanced dozens of miles in, yet found nothing, causing his brows to knit tightly. On the walls of the caves through which he passed, aside from a few scattered low-grade ores, there was no bloodstain, no other trace of energy, and no sign of battle. To silently kill a pair of mysterious experts or demons with cultivation levels ranging from early to middle stages of the Tai Golden Immortal was simply unbelievable. Either they possessed extremely subtle and unpredictable techniques, or their strength was far beyond comprehension. Whichever the case, both possibilities made Li Dalong feel a strong sense of threat. He was even considering retreating and abandoning the Xianxia mine altogether. However, thinking back to his mother-in-law's instructions, and to the fighting spirit of cultivators challenging fate itself, to back down in the face of danger and difficulty would gradually become a habit. Once this kind of inertia sets in, the sharpness of one's willpower would dull and the courage needed to defy the heavens would be lost forever, making it very difficult to make progress in cultivation. He continued deeper in his search, while also expanding his search area to the left and right. Still, there was nothing. As Li Dalong was gradually growing restless, suddenly an ominous feeling surged in his heart. A chill crept up from the bottom of his spine. He immediately rushed forward. Just after he moved, a black shadow flashed through the spot where he had stood. A deep scratch was carved into the hard xiuxian or on the wall of the tunnel at one side of the cave, with sparks flying in all directions. Had he not dodged in time, that attack would have struck his neck. At the same time, Li Dalong's divine sense also captured a glimpse of the shadow, but after the single attack, the figure vanished again into the mine tunnels. Even with his strong spiritual perception, he failed to lock onto the shadow's trail. The sense of urgency vanished from his mind in an instant. He immediately focused his full attention on facing this powerful unknown enemy. The ore deposits and other minerals inside the mine severely weakened spiritual perception, making it difficult to detect much beyond the cave walls. Li Dalong was forced to expand his spiritual sense throughout the tunnel, creating a network of awareness. Slowly, he moved toward the direction the shadow had vanished, his defensive xiuxian already fully covering his body. His Xianli protective barrier was also activated. In his hand appeared a supreme defensive shield recently rewarded by the system, while the xuanhuan sword was held at the ready. Faced with the pitch-black surroundings and having only glimpsed a dark figure, a sudden inspiration struck Li Dalong. He threw a flame dragon talisman toward where the shadow had disappeared. A scorching fire dragon appeared within the tunnel and flew into the depths of the mine from which the shadow had vanished. Soon afterward, a ripple of demonic energy spread through the tunnel, followed by a piercing scream that echoed ominously. In such a cave, every sound was amplified endlessly. Li Dalong could already sense the fluctuation of this demonic energy. It was at least at the middle stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Seeing the effectiveness of the Flame Dragon Talisman, Li Dalong put away the Supreme Defensive Shield and took out a stack of additional Flame Dragon Talismans. He quickly activated one with Xianli and hurled it into the same mine passage. He infused Xianli into the xuanhuan sword, ready to attack at any moment, and then charged into the mine tunnel behind the Flame Dragon conjured by the talisman. When he had rushed into the passage about 50 meters, the glowing flame illuminated the culprit who had attacked him moments ago. It was a beast, its fur scorched and unevenly burnt off, revealing patches of bald skin. Resembling a small hunting leopard, it appeared before him. Damn, no wonder it could sneak up and attack him without any warning. It turned out to be a Yunxia cat. The Yunxia cat was skilled in stealth and ambush. Its appearance resembled a small hunting leopard, graceful and sleek in physique. Its fur was a deep shade of blue to black, capable of subtle color changes under different lighting conditions. However, at this moment, the flames had scorched its coat, leaving uneven patches of baldness. In dark environments, its fur could absorb surrounding light, making it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Agile and silent in movement, it could approach its prey undetected. Its claws and fangs contained paralyzing toxins. Once struck, the prey would quickly lose consciousness. Using its invisibility technique, it could silently carry away humans. Even cultivators were valuable resources for its evolution. When motionless, it resembled nothing more than a patch of shadow. Even in motion, its trail was extremely difficult to track, further aiding its ability to hide within shadows. Though the Yunxia cat excelled at stealth and ambush, it also had major weaknesses. Its physical defense was weak, and it was highly sensitive to bright light. Once exposed to strong illumination, it would become temporarily blinded and lose its invisibility. Once blinded and deprived of its concealment ability, killing it would not be difficult. Right now, this Yunxia cat had been hit twice by Li Dalong's flame dragon talismans, which had temporarily blinded its eyes and prevented a quick escape. Originally, after the first flame dragon talisman struck, causing injury to its eyes, it had tried to flee into the mine tunnels. However, it didn't expect Li Dalong to immediately follow up with a second flame dragon talisman. Being struck twice threw it into panic, allowing Li Dalong's divine sense to lock onto its position. Although its eyes were now blind, don't forget that as a beast capable of reaching the middle stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, its sense of smell and perception remained largely unaffected. Still powerful, its mind detected that Li Dalong's cultivation level was actually lower than its own. The earlier panic and fear from the flame dragon talisman attacks quickly vanished, replaced by regained confidence. It swiftly pinpointed Li Dalong's location. Opening its mouth, it spat out a stream of black demonic energy straight toward him. Chapter 4:27. Detecting suspicion. Li Dalong kept his spiritual sense locked onto the creature and observing it. As soon as its mouth opened, Li Dalong realized it was about to attack. Without hesitation, he swung the soul-chasing sword toward the shadow spirit cat, releasing a slash of sword chi from Tiany's sword. The sword chi, though launched later, arrived first, colliding with the monster's demonic energy just before it reached the shadow spirit cat. Just at that moment, the fire dragon transformed from the flame dragon talisman completely vanished, and the mine shaft plunged into darkness again. The sword chi from Tiany's sword was quickly dissolved by the demon's power, but at the same time, the shadow spirit cat's demonic energy was weakened. It continued rushing toward Li Dalong. Feeling that the danger had not passed, Li Dalong sent another sword slash forward, finally cutting through and destroying the remaining demonic energy. The gap in cultivation realms caused a disparity in attack strength. Li Dalong needed 2 strikes to counter the shadow spirit cat's single attack. Still, Li Dalong wasn't afraid of this shadow spirit cat. Once he understood its weaknesses, it became much easier to handle. This time, he didn't use the sword directly. Instead, he activated 2 flame dragon talismans and flung them toward the shadow spirit cat. Because they were deep underground in the mine tunnel, he dared not use multiple talismans at once, afraid of collapsing the passage. He planned to use the fire dragons and blinding light from the talismans to distract and impair the shadow spirit cat, then find an opportunity to kill it. The disappearance of the miners and elders was likely this shadow spirit cat's doing. As the flame dragon talismans activated, 2 blazing streaks of light tore through the darkness inside the mine. The roaring of the fire dragons was deafening, and their appearance immediately drew the attention of the shadow spirit cat. Although skilled at hiding and ambushes, the cat's advantages were nullified under the intense light. It attempted to evade the fire dragon's attacks, but the mine's limited space left it nowhere to run. Flames licked its body, causing it to scream out in agony. Taking this chance, Li Dalong swung the soul-chasing sword, sending powerful sword chi flying. These blended with the fire dragon's assault to form an insurmountable barrier. He was ready to finish it off, but the shadow spirit cat's demonic energy attacks and its close-range combat skills still worried Li Dalong. Facing such a powerful enemy capable of both ranged and melee combat, Li Dalong concentrated fully. In the heat of battle, wounds on the shadow spirit cat's body continued to accumulate, and now Li Dalong had begun to suffer injuries as well. His protective immortal armor had already been broken, and his shield of immortal energy had been shattered multiple times. The demon's power was steadily weakening, and its movements were becoming slower and more sluggish. At this moment, an unusual movement stirred from a corner of the mine. It turned out the shadow spirit cat wasn't acting alone. There was another one hiding in the dark. Frowning tightly, Li Dalong hadn't expected that there was more than one shadow spirit cat. Now it made sense why so many people had disappeared. Faced with this sudden twist, he had no choice but to divert part of his focus toward this new enemy. Meanwhile, he started preparing for a potential escape. It seemed he would have to take the risk and strike fast. He hoped to eliminate this shadow spirit cat quickly. Fortunately, Li Dalong carried plenty of flame dragon talismans. His continuous waves of talisman-based attacks, thrown 2 at a time, left the shadow spirit cat unable to exert its advantages. Thus, Li Dalong gained a slight upper hand. When the shadow spirit cat was struck again by the fire dragon and momentarily stiffened, Li Dalong seized the opportunity. Void vanishing technique. Using the void vanishing technique, Li Dalong instantly appeared above the shadow spirit cat. In his hand, the soul-chasing sword sliced down toward its neck. His immortal energy flowed fully into the blade, but it wasn't released immediately. Without any technique, it was sheer physical strength. The shadow spirit cat was extremely sensitive to threats. When Li Dalong suddenly appeared overhead, it had already sensed the danger. Its 4 strong legs pushed forcefully against the ground, and it tried to leap sideways. However, its reaction was half a beat too slow. The reason Li used pure physical strength without sword chi was also to prevent the shadow spirit cat from detecting the danger too soon. It was fast, yet not fast enough. The shadow spirit cat tried to dodge Li Dalong's attack, but failed to completely evade it. The soul-chasing sword sliced into its neck. The sound of flesh tearing and a high-pitched shriek rang out simultaneously. Half of the shadow spirit cat's neck was sliced open. A jet of foul-smelling blood sprayed from the half-severed wound, splattering onto the hard mine floor, hissing as it corroded the stone. Its aura dropped rapidly. That single sword strike had gravely wounded the shadow spirit cat. As it stepped against the mine wall, its 4 legs trembled weakly, nearly causing it to fall. Li Dalong wanted to avoid being attacked by both shadow spirit cats. Seizing the moment meant striking decisively. The shadow spirit cat also possessed exceptional intelligence. As it noticed Li Dalong disappearing again, despite the blood spilling from its wounds, it pushed hard with all 4 limbs, attempting to flee deeper into the mine shaft, trying to escape Li Dalong's ambush and reunite with its companion inside the tunnel. Li Dalong had already predicted its intention to escape. He reappeared directly on the escape path of the shadow spirit cat. The moment he materialized, he swung the soul-chasing sword, unleashing a net of sword light that completely blocked the cat's escape route. If the shadow spirit cat had been at full strength, it wouldn't have cared much for the web of sword light. But now, heavily wounded, and with its demonic energy nearly depleted, its power had greatly diminished. It quickly stopped its forward rush, desperately evading Li Dalong's attack. Though it managed to dodge the sword light, it was directly struck by the attack from the flame dragon talisman. A foul, burning stench filled the mine shaft, and a low, guttural scream burst from the cat's mouth. As Li Dalong was about to deliver a final blow, a sudden sense of danger surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he activated the void vanishing technique, again, vanishing from his spot and reappearing behind the severely injured shadow spirit cat. With a single, effortless slash, he ended its life. Only then did he turn to look at the place he had just stood. A shadow spirit cat larger and more powerful than the one he had just killed now stood where he had been moments ago. Seeing this bigger, stronger shadow spirit cat, Li Dalong didn't hesitate. He immediately dashed toward the exit of the tunnel. This was no time to show off. Though this new enemy was still at the mid-stage of Golden Immortal Realm, it was noticeably stronger than the previous one. Right now, he was already injured, his immortal energy nearly drained. He had successfully slain one. There was no need to fight this one head-on. He would deal with it after recovering from his injuries and replenishing his energy. Besides, every use of the void vanishing technique consumed a great amount of immortal energy. He quickly activated the void vanishing technique, again, vanishing right in front of the newly arrived shadow spirit cat. The shadow spirit cat let out an enraged roar, spitting 2 consecutive blasts of demonic energy toward the spot where Li Dalong had just stood, hoping to force him out. But it was destined to be disappointed. Once the void vanishing technique was used, so long as Li Dalong did not reveal himself or attack, the enemy could not sense or strike him. Only after Li Dalong's presence completely disappeared did the shadow spirit cat stop its wild attacks in all directions. It walked to the dead body of its companion, constantly licking its head and injecting demonic energy into its body, attempting to revive it. Chapter 428 Replenishing Talismans. Everything was in vain, as its body slowly grew cold and stiff. The newly appeared Yingling Mall continued to let out whimpering sounds. Its agile eyes flickered with hatred. It picked up the corpse of its fallen companion and walked deeper into the mine cave. After Li Dalong used the void hiding technique to evacuate from the mine, he went outside to find a nearby room within the base camp, ordered the guarding disciples not to disturb him, and began to heal his wounds and recover his spiritual energy. Now that he had confirmed the creature in the cave was a shadow spirit cat, things became easier. Although this new shadow spirit cat was slightly stronger than the one he had killed, he still felt confident in slaying it. The only thing troubling him was the possibility of other shadow spirit cats hiding in the cave. If there were even more of them, he'd have no choice but to run for his life. He would either have to abandon the mine or seek external help. Still, he should heal first. After regaining his strength, he could go down again and decide his next course of action. Also, he needed to replenish some flame dragon talismans, or perhaps search for even more powerful talismans. After planning his next steps, Li Dalong began healing with full concentration. 2 days later, Li Dalong had fully restored his peak condition. After ending his recovery period, he instructed the guarding disciple to stay vigilant and protect the place before flying toward Taiwa City, the nearest city. He needed to replenish some talismans and check if there were any more powerful ones available. 2 hours later, Li Dalong arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion in Taiwa City. Senior, welcome to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Senior, how may I assist you today? The young attendant at the entrance saw Li Dalong enter and immediately rushed over with a warm welcome, respectfully bowing before asking. I'm here to buy some talismans. Just take me directly, Li Dalong said to the attendant. Of course, senior, please follow me. Upon hearing Li Dalong's request, the attendant immediately replied respectfully, guiding him toward the talisman specialty counter on the second floor. Judging from Li Dalong's attire and demeanor, he could tell this was a wealthy customer, so he didn't lead him to the ordinary first-floor area. The second floor only sold premium and high-grade goods. Upon reaching the talisman specialty zone, the attendant asked, "Senior, what type of talismans are you looking for?" "Bring me 100 flame dragon talismans." When the attendant heard Li Dalong casually asking for 100 flame dragon talismans, despite having seen many big spenders before, he still couldn't help being shocked by the number. Ordinarily, a person would buy just 3 or 5 talismans for self-defense. How could this noble customer be buying 100 at once, as if he were buying fireworks? Just as he was hesitating whether he had heard correctly, Li Dalong spoke again. "Do you not have any?" "Oh no, we do have them, senior. I was just a bit slow on the uptake. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch them for you right away." The attendant quickly apologized and hurried to retrieve the flame dragon talismans. At this moment, joy surged within him. His commission from this sale alone would be equivalent to several years of earnings combined. Soon after, the attendant quickly returned with the 100 flame dragon talismans, handing them to Li Dalong. "Senior, please count and check them. These are the flame dragon talismans you requested." Li Dalong scanned the talismans with his spiritual sense. The number and quality were both correct. He accepted the flame dragon talismans handed over by the attendant and casually stored them into his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, another storage ring appeared in the attendant's hands. "These are immortal stones. Count them." The attendant examined the high-grade immortal stones inside the storage ring gifted by Li Dalong with his spiritual sense, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Senior, everything checks out. You even gave me an extra 100 immortal stones." He took out the additional 100 high-grade immortal stones and attempted to return them. "No need. Consider it a tip." Hearing that, the attendant grinned so widely that his back teeth showed. He quickly thanked Li Dalong. "Thank you so much, senior, for your generous reward. Let me ask you, do you have any new talismans in stock?" "What kind of talismans are you looking for, senior?" "Are there any other fire element talismans, like the flame dragon talisman, that emit intense light but are even more powerful than the flame dragon talisman?" The attendant paused in thought. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Senior, your timing couldn't be better. The talisman you're asking about does exist in our 10,000 treasure pavilion. You came at just the right time. 2 days ago, a new batch of goods from our headquarters arrived, which included a newly developed talisman created by the from headquarters. Since it's just been newly developed and is produced in very limited quantity, it hasn't been displayed on the counters yet. This new talisman is called the Blaze Heaven Light Talisman, and it's almost exactly what you described. Tell me, what's special about this Blaze Heaven Light Talisman?" "Senior, the Blaze Heaven Light Talisman is a fire attribute offensive talisman. When activated, it can release a fireball as bright as a small sun, emitting strong light and scorching high heat. Upon impact, it won't only emit blinding light, but will also unleash a fierce explosion along with scorching temperatures capable of burning everything to ashes." "Oh, from what you've said, it does sound quite impressive. How much is each of these new talismans? And how many do you have?" "Senior, this Chu Tian Guang Pofu hasn't been put on the shelves yet, and no price has been set. If you don't mind, I'll go ask the manager right away. Could you please wait a moment?" The young attendant carefully explained to Li Dalong, seeking his opinion. "All right, go ask quickly." "Understood, senior. Please wait a moment." Saying this, the attendant hurried upstairs toward the 3rd floor. The manager's office of this branch of 10,000 treasure pavilion was located on the 3rd floor. Soon after, the attendant returned with a stout man in late Tai golden immortal stage following behind. Before even reaching the floor, the manager raised his hands in greeting with a wide smile on his face. "Senior, I'm Manager Zhou Li of this branch. Thank you for your patronage. I heard from my attendant that you are interested in purchasing our newly developed Blaze Heaven Light talismans. There's no problem at all, although we have not officially priced them for sale yet. However, senior, since you are one of our honored guests, and this will be the first transaction of our new product, I've decided to offer these newly arrived Blaze Heaven Light talismans to you at the same price as the Flame Dragon talismans. What do you think, senior?" "Thank you, manager. That's very generous. How many are there?" Li Dalong, sensing the manager's politeness, responded with equal courtesy. "Senior, as these are newly developed talismans, the headquarters has only provided a few for trial sale. Therefore, this time we received only 5 pieces. Manager Zhou Li replied with a pleasant smile. 5 pieces is indeed a small number, but fine then, I'll take all 5. Li Dalong said. "Excellent. Attendant, go fetch the Blaze Heaven Light talismans for the senior." Manager Zhou Li nodded cheerfully, then gave an order to the waiting attendant. "Yes, sir. Right away, manager." The young attendant answered promptly and rushed to the warehouse to collect the Blaze Heaven Light talismans. In a short while, the attendant returned and handed the talismans over to Li Dalong. Li Dalong took the 5 Blaze Heaven Light talismans. The talisman patterns were significantly more complex than those of the Flame Dragon talismans, and the energy fluctuations emanating from them were far stronger. Chapter 429, Killing the Shadow Spirit Cat. It was immediately obvious that this new talisman possessed tremendous power. It was exactly the kind of weapon Li Dalong liked. Unfortunately, the quantity was limited. If there were 50 talismans, Li Dalong would have been much happier. After handing over Shanshu to the apprentice and verifying the count was correct, he asked, "Manager, when will these talismans be available again?" This batch was still too small. "Senior, since this heaven-scorching light-breaking talisman is newly developed, its market response is yet unknown. Therefore, the headquarters has not yet begun large-scale production. If senior wishes to purchase more, It may take at least 2 more months before any become available, Zhou Li answered after a moment of thought. In that case, I'll try out these first. If they work well, I'll come back again in 2 months. Understood. We look forward to your next visit, senior. Zhou Li and the apprentice warmly escorted Li Dalong all the way to the entrance before returning. Li Dalong felt very satisfied with this trip to Taiwan City. He not only replenished his supply of flame dragon talismans, but also acquired a few of the more powerful heaven-scorching light-breaking talismans. Now, he felt even more confident about dealing with the shadow spirit cats. After leaving Taiwan City, Li Dalong flew directly at full speed toward the Jiulong Mountain Xinshu mine. He quickly returned and, without delay, headed straight to the entrance of the mine tunnel he had previously entered and shot inside. He couldn't wait to test the power of his newly bought talismans. It would also allow him to clear this place out sooner and resume Xinshu mining. This time, moving quickly and skillfully deeper inside, he soon reached the spot where he had killed the first shadow spirit cat. Apart from the remaining traces of blood, there was nothing else here. Cautiously, Li Dalong set up a defensive formation here again before continuing deeper into the tunnel. He didn't know just how deep this mine extended. His spiritual sense was limited within, unable to detect its end. This side tunnel sloped diagonally downward. After advancing for about a kilometer, he suddenly sensed danger. It's here. Quickly activating a flame dragon talisman, he flung it forward down the tunnel. The talisman immediately absorbed the denshin sheet in the air upon being thrown, transforming into a scorching hot dragon of fire. Meow, a cry like that of a cat, though many times louder, echoed from the bend ahead. Then a black streak shot out from around the corner and rushed directly at Li Dalong. Without hesitation, Li Dalong tossed out 2 flame dragon talismans with a wave of his hand, activating the Tai Su sword technique. He slashed forward with the moon-severing move toward the front of the black streak. The shadow spirit cat twisted midair, dodging the 2 fire dragons, and struck out with one claw at the sword chi launched by Li Dalong. The sword chi collided with the sharp claw of the shadow spirit cat, unleashing violent energy ripples. A booming explosion echoed through the mine. The shockwave pushed Li Dalong backward several meters toward the tunnel entrance. Li Dalong engaged in a fierce battle with this powerful shadow spirit cat within the narrow mine. On 2 occasions, failing to use the flame dragon talisman in time allowed the creature to land hits, its razor-sharp claws slicing deep gashes into Li Dalong's arm, right down to the bone. Seeing this wasn't leading to a quick kill, Li Dalong decided it was time to try out the newly purchased heaven-scorching light-breaking talismans. As described by the apprentice, it was far more powerful than the flame dragon talisman. Still, timing would be crucial in its use. He hoped it would end the fight in one strike. While battling the shadow spirit cat, Li Dalong secretly took out a heaven-scorching light-breaking talisman into his palm, preparing to activate it at any moment. Activating the Tai Su sword technique, he unleashed 2 consecutive moon-severing slashes, forcing the shadow spirit cat toward the side of the tunnel. At that moment, with the shadow spirit cat barely 30 meters away, Li Dalong seized the rare opportunity and launched the heaven-scorching light-breaking talisman directly at the creature. Unlike the flame dragon talisman, this heaven-scorching light-breaking talisman swiftly absorbed the surrounding Shin Qi as it flew, quickly transforming into a blazing white fireball hurtling toward the shadow spirit cat. As the talisman launched, Li Dalong immediately retreated quickly backward, increasing the distance between himself and the beast to avoid injury from its effects. As the blinding white light emitted by the heaven-scorching light-breaking talisman flashed, the shadow spirit cat screamed in pain. Blood flowed from both its eyes. The intense light had blinded it. The blazing fireball then struck it directly, resulting in a deafening explosion echoing out from the tunnel. The sturdy tunnel walls crumbled extensively around them. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by scorching heat, rushed out from the explosion toward Li Dalong. Everything in the path of the flames collapsed. Immediately, Li Dalong manipulated his flying sword and sped urgently outward. After flying a certain distance, he abruptly turned into a side passage and switched multiple at all until the shockwave and searing heat no longer reached him. After a short wait and confirming the tunnel had gone silent, he returned to the location where he had fought the shadow spirit cat to assess the results. No wonder this talisman was recommended by Wanbao Pavilion. It truly possessed immense power. At the epicenter of the explosion, the nearby tunnels had completely collapsed. Li Dalong sensed the lingering aura of the shadow spirit cat's death. There was also a strong stench of burning fur. Now he was certain this shadow spirit cat had been eliminated. With 2 shadow spirit cats now slain, he still needed to locate their nest and investigate thoroughly for any remaining threats. The missing miners and senior elders had also not yet been found. Now the tunnel had collapsed, but with his high cultivation level and many storage rings, he could store the fallen debris inside the vast space of his Xuanhuan pearl. He quickly cleared the tunnel, revealing a large open space. This space had formed because the tunnel walls had collapsed, merging several adjacent tunnels together. Li Dalong detected no trace of the shadow spirit cats here. Choosing another tunnel where traces of the shadow spirit cats still lingered, he continued his search deeper inside. After advancing downward for about half a watch, Li Dalong discovered many corpse remains, fragments of shen sheet, and storage rings. He found no other shadow spirit cats. Seemed like these 2 were the sole culprits behind everything. Li Dalong collected all the remains and damaged treasures, planning to return them to the sect for disposal. After carefully inspecting the area and finding no further danger, he withdrew and continued checking surrounding tunnels. Li Dalong started investigating nearby tunnels systematically. This time, he sped up, finishing the entire area in a day without finding anomalies, marking the cleared area within the Jade Slip. After completing all tunnels beneath the first selected mountain, he moved on to the next mountain's tunnels. In the following days, he smoothly inspected the tunnels under 4 mountains. Upon entering the 5th mountain's tunnels, the initial few showed no major anomalies, though he noticed the Xinling Shihi here was slightly weaker compared to other tunnels. Chapter 430. Discovery of the Spirit-Devouring Immortal Ants. Li Daolong initially didn't pay much attention to the fact that the concentration of immortal spiritual energy in these few mine caves was lower than in the others, assuming it was simply due to the exhaustion of the immortal stone veins here. As he continued inspecting several tunnels, however, he began noticing that the spiritual energy levels were significantly lower. Suspicious, he became convinced something must be wrong. Li Daolong slowed his pace inside the caves, prepared his defensive measures, and started observing carefully. However, from the tunnels he had passed through, everything seemed normal. There was no visible difference between these tunnel walls and those of other tunnels. The only anomaly was that, from the first tunnel beneath this mountain all the way to this point, the spiritual energy inside had clearly decreased in intensity. The spiritual energy in this area seemed far too diluted compared to earlier tunnels, barely 1 or 2 times stronger than the ambient energy outside. Theoretically, this being an immortal stone cave, the spiritual energy shouldn't have been so thin. After continuing his inspection through several more tunnels, finally something unusual appeared. He began noticing small holes appearing along the tunnel walls. Occasionally, he could see veins of raw immortal stones on the walls elsewhere, but none were visible here. What appeared on the walls here were numerous small holes scattered about, roughly 1.5 meters in diameter. They resembled a honeycomb pattern. Yes, much like soil from the blue planet that had been burrowed by earthworms. In many places, he could even see through to the adjacent tunnels. The entire area felt transformed into a vast and interconnected honeycomb. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was even more barren, nearly equivalent to the surface level. Luckily, due to the maze-like structure of large and small holes, the scope of his spiritual sense expanded significantly. Li Daolong spared no effort in extending his perception to completely cover the surrounding area. When he chose the largest tunnel to proceed down, he gradually began noticing marks on the walls where something appeared to have chewed at them. Now certain something was definitely amiss in this region, he studied the marks closely. They were caused by monstrous beasts. Moreover, the density of these small tunnels was increasing, giving the sensation that the mountain itself had been hollowed out. Proceeding cautiously downward, an hour later, he started noticing scattered, broken handles of mining hose lying on the ground. Walking further ahead, Li Daolong sensed the presence of monstrous beasts and even heard the sounds of gnawing. Crunch, crunch. Such sounds traveled far within the enclosed cave. Spirit-devouring, immortal ants. Knowing he was nearing these beasts, he immediately suppressed his spiritual aura to avoid detection. From analyzing these scattered auras, there were numerous creatures ahead. Although he couldn't immediately identify what kind of beasts could gnaw at immortal stones, they were clearly social beings. He would need to be extra careful, lest he be surrounded and attacked. Proceeding carefully forward, the spiritual energy suddenly thickened again, and within his spiritual sense, he detected several monstrous beasts furiously gnawing on the raw, immortal stones. Spirit-devouring immortal ants, significantly larger than wolves, were vigorously chewing into the ore. No wonder they had completely consumed all the immortal stones in this area, causing the spiritual energy here to be so weak. He edged closer, and his spiritual perception revealed even more spirit-devouring immortal ants. In the tunnel ahead, there were at least dozens of them. As their name suggests, these creatures were a unique type of being that fed on spiritual energy. They could consume all types of spiritual power, be it ambient spiritual energy found in nature, a cultivator's cultivation energy, or even soul power, and convert it into their own energy. These spirit-devouring immortal ants possessed a special oral structure that allowed them to gnaw at anything that contained spiritual energy. Even hard substances like immortal stones or other ores were no obstacles. It could be said that in the immortal realm, few things could resist their jaws. What made them difficult to deal with was their tendency to live in groups. Although an individual's strength was modest, an adult spirit-devouring immortal ant was comparable to a human cultivator of the Ta-E Golden Immortal early stage, while the spirit-devouring ant queen could reach the De Luo Golden Immortal stage. Don't underestimate their small size and individual strength. They possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even human cultivators of the Ta-E Golden Immortal later stage might find themselves unable to deal with them. Now that he knew what they were, Li Daolong found himself in a dilemma. If left unchecked, the Yunxia Sect certainly wouldn't be able to completely eliminate all these spirit-devouring immortal ants. Considering how severely this place had been devoured, the number of spirit-devouring immortal ants here must be huge, and it was likely there was a powerful ant queen among them. These creatures not only possessed extremely high defenses, but they also fought as a tightly bonded group. They were quite similar to the metal-eating ants from the blue planet, though immensely more powerful. Therefore, ordinary methods were completely ineffective against spirit-devouring immortal ants. Although his sword energy might kill them, if there were too many, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Especially considering the formidable challenge posed by the ant queen. Perhaps he could think of a method to attract them one by one or in small groups, and then kill them off in batches or individually. That won't work either. The spirit-devouring immortal ants are not only highly sensitive to spiritual energy, but also extremely sensitive to various scents. If he were to strike and kill them, The blood scent and the dying aura of the ants would definitely alert the rest. In that case, only fire remained as an option. Whether it was the spirit-devouring immortal ants here or the metal-eating ants from the blue planet, both feared fire. However, once provoked, they would launch a suicidal attack. They could smother flames with their own corpses before devouring their enemy. Fortunately, he still had nearly 100 flame dragon talismans and 4 heaven-burning light disintegration talismans, all of which carried a burning effect. Moreover, he himself could also cast fireball techniques and other fire element immortal arts. During the battle, he must absolutely prevent these spirit-devouring immortal ants from getting close. If bitten, their mouthparts would secrete a special saliva. Once inside the body, it would paralyze his nerves and freeze his spiritual energy. Then he would be in grave danger. His cultivation energy would slow to a crawl, his body would gradually go numb and lose sensation, and in the end, he himself would become food for the spirit-devouring immortal ants. If their numbers were small, they could still be dealt with. However, once their population reached thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, they would become a catastrophic plague. Both humans and yaoshou, plants, and Unqi, infused or deposits would all be devoured, leaving behind 1,000 miles of desolation. No matter what, he needed to engage them in battle to determine the scale of these spirit-devouring immortal ants here. If he couldn't eliminate these spirit-devouring immortal ants, then the entire Julong Mountain Immortal Stone Mine would have to be abandoned. He should first try luring a few of them over. Li Dalong first retreated dozens of meters backward and took out more than 10 top-grade immortal stones from his storage ring. The strong spiritual energy emitted from these top-grade immortal stones soon attracted the attention of a few outer spirit-devouring immortal ants. Their antennae began swaying in Li Dalong's direction, detecting the source of the spiritual energy. After seeing them react, Li Dalong quickly held the top-grade immortal stones and continued retreating outward. After stepping back another dozen meters or so, he threw several pieces of top-grade immortal stones onto the ground. The few spirit-devouring immortal ants that had detected the spiritual energy from the top-grade immortal stones immediately rushed over. In just a few bites, they devoured the several pieces of top-grade immortal stones lying on the ground. Chapter 431. The first kill of a spirit-devouring immortal ant. As they sensed again the dense immortal aura ahead, they didn't hesitate and quickly crawled toward Li Dalong. While leading these spirit-devouring immortal ants away, Li Dalong kept tossing out top-grade immortal stones. Once reaching a safe distance, kill! With a light shout, Li Dalong swung his soul-chasing sword and unleashed several heaven-severing sword strikes toward the following spirit-devouring immortal ants. Just as he had anticipated, these mid-stage Tai golden immortal ants were instantly slain by his strikes. Because of his speed, these spirit-devouring immortal ants didn't even make a sound before dying. Li Dalong immediately waved his hand to collect the corpses of the spirit-devouring immortal ants into his storage ring. Then he cast a wind element immortal technique to blow away the residual scents and bloodstains left on the ground toward the cave entrance. Proceeding carefully forward, he slowly approached another group of spirit-devouring immortal ants. Once near enough, he took out a few top-grade immortal stones again to lure them. This time, however, his plan failed unexpectedly. At first, only 5 or 6 spirit-devouring immortal ants sensed the thick immortal aura emanating from the top-grade immortal stones. Their antennae waved quickly, and nearby spirit-devouring immortal ants' antennae also began to move. Then more than 30 spirit-devouring immortal ants rushed quickly toward this direction. Caught off guard, Li Dalong panicked slightly. The speed of these spirit-devouring immortal ants was much faster than before, at least 10 times quicker. It was also Li Dalong's first time dealing with such beasts, so he lacked experience. The few fastest ants ahead rapidly swung their antennae. Their compound eyes glimmered with golden light. From over 50 meters away, and across several branching paths, they had already spotted Li Dalong. Zhi! Zhi! Several urgent cries rang out. They opened their gleaming mouthparts and charged toward Li Dalong even faster. Damn, can they react any more intensely? Realizing he had been exposed, Li Dalong could only fight back. But his response was also very quick. His immortal force shield was immediately erected. A stack of Yanlong talismans instantly appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated the Tai Su sword technique, continuously unleashing the slicing moon slashes. Fan-shaped sword beams slashed toward the charging spirit-devouring immortal ants. Pung pung pung. Several spirit-devouring immortal ants were sliced into halves from over 20 meters away and fell to the ground. Their separated corpses rolled a few times before lying still. The leading few had relatively weak power, only equivalent to the early stage of Ta E Golden Immortal. The following spirit-devouring immortal ants smelled the scent of their comrades' deaths. Provoked by the blood and death, they let out sharp shrieks. Opening their sharp mouthparts, they rushed toward Li Dalong, and their shrieks also alerted the deeper groups of spirit-devouring immortal ants inside the cave. Soon, chaotic beast auras and loud, piercing shrieks came from the depths of the mine cave. Upon hearing the sounds from within the cave and sensing the chaotic auras, Li Dalong's expression suddenly changed. Damn, I really have stirred up the ant nest. While rapidly retreating and increasing the distance between himself and the spirit-devouring immortal ants, he quickly activated one of the Yanlong talismans. Die! He shouted fiercely, hurling the activated Yanlong talisman toward the incoming spirit-devouring immortal ants. The Yanlong talisman transformed into a blazing fire dragon, roaring forward as a wave of searing heat capable of melting gold and steel, engulfing the 30 or so spirit-devouring immortal ants. At the same time, he kept swinging his soul-chasing sword, sending out several more slicing moon sword beams toward the ants. The front line of spirit-devouring immortal ants barely had time to react before being engulfed by the scorching fire dragon. Though they quickly activated their beastly power, forming a protective layer on their surfaces, the protective layer was still reduced to ashes in the intense heat. About 5 or 6 ants behind were slightly injured, as the fire dragon's energy was largely spent by the comrades ahead. But the flames still shattered their beastly protective barriers. Just as they were about to tear into their hated enemy, several sharp sword beams suddenly slashed toward them head-on. Unable to defend themselves, the sword beams struck. Dense metallic crashing sounds rang out. Piercing screams came from the remaining ants, abruptly cut off. The spirit-devouring immortal ants exploded into pieces and fell from the air. In less than a minute, over 30 spirit-devouring immortal ants were eliminated. Li Dalong exhaled in relief, but also felt immense pressure. He still didn't know how many more ants were coming from inside the cave. But today, he had no choice but to fight through it. If he didn't completely wipe out these spirit-devouring immortal ants, the Julong Mountain Immortal Stone Mine would be rendered useless. Moreover, these spirit-devouring immortal ants had extremely strong vengeful instincts. Once they surged out of the mine cave, the miners and guard disciples outside would definitely have no chance of survival and would be devoured entirely. Well then, screw it. Time for a big battle today. Li Dalong spat on the ground angrily. The smell inside the cave became quite pungent from the burned corpses of the spirit-devouring immortal ants. After making his decision, Li Dalong leaped over the remains of the slain ants and charged deeper into the cave. A Yanlong talisman already clutched in his hand, ready to be activated at any moment. He rushed toward the spot where the ants had detected him earlier. His divine sense had already detected a large group of spirit-devouring immortal ants nearly bursting out. He quickly activated a Yanlong talisman, and a blazing fire dragon shot into the cave. About 3 seconds later, he activated another Yanlong talisman. The fire dragon formed again and flew deep into the cave. Maintaining this timing, he continuously launched 3 Yanlong talismans, then stayed fully alert. Fierce screams and angry roars came from deep within the cave. Disgusting burnt stench filled the entire mine cave. Li Dalong promptly blocked his sense of smell and protected his ears with immortal energy. Only then did he feel a bit better, although he dared not completely shut off his hearing. Deep inside the mine cave, he dared not use multiple Yanlong talismans at once. Besides, against these types of beasts whose individual strength was much lower than his, there was no need to use multiple talismans simultaneously. Each single talisman's power was already sufficient. His advantage was also quite evident. Within the mine cave, he only needed to deal with threats coming from the front for now. Moreover, the immortal aura here was denser, providing much more energy for the Yanlong talismans, making their power slightly stronger than when used outside. After the energy from the 3 Yanlong talismans had completely dissipated, several spirit-devouring immortal ants appeared in Li Dalong's sight. Their antennae completely burned off, and their bodies charred with patches of flesh missing. Behind them came a huge mass of dark figures, another swarm of spirit-devouring immortal ants. Without hesitation, while retreating, Li Dalong hurled several more Yanlong talismans forward. Inside this narrow mine cave, the Yanlong talisman's power was indeed amplified several times. The front row of spirit-devouring immortal ants was immediately wiped out. After suffering 2 consecutive losses, a loud, piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. From the sound alone, Li Dalong could tell it was a much stronger spirit-devouring immortal ant. Either a high-ranking leader, or even the spirit-devouring immortal ant queen. Chapter 432. Poisoned. After a brief commotion, the soul-devouring spirit ants in front of Li Dalong continued charging at him without altering their attack direction, while the ones behind split into several groups and rushed toward the side tunnels. Under their leader's command, they were preparing to surround Li Dalong from all directions. After all, charging straight ahead in a narrow mine tunnel was difficult, and being individually weaker than the enemy, they couldn't take full advantage of their superior numbers. Li Dalong knew the very thing he had worried about had finally happened. He quickly flung a flame dragon talisman forward, then threw another one each toward the side tunnels, aiming to stop and attack the encircling soul-devouring spirit ants. After a chorus of chaotic screams, the temperature within the tunnel noticeably rose. To avoid being surrounded too quickly, Li Dalong could only retreat quickly backward while occasionally tossing out more flame dragon talismans. After a large number of soul-devouring spirit ants were killed, the smarter ones again changed their tactics and no longer simply charged ahead. Instead, they spat a dark, sticky saliva from their mandibles directly at Li Dalong. While tossing out flame dragon talismans, Li Dalong also swung the xuanhuan sword, unleashing waves of sword qi to block the ants' saliva attacks. Most of the saliva was incinerated by the fire dragons, some blocked by the sword qi. Those blocked droplets that hit the ground or splattered onto the tunnel walls emitted a hissing sound as they began to corrode everything they touched. At the same time, black smoke began rising. Seeing how dangerous this substance was, Li Dalong became even more determined not to let any of the saliva come in contact with his body. After 15 minutes, although Li Dalong continuously hurled flame dragon talismans in 3 directions, the maze-like network of interconnected tunnels was simply too complex, and the effective range of the flame dragon talismans too limited. Soon he was surrounded by soul-devouring spirit ants pouring in from distant passageways. By this point, Li Dalong's range of movement had greatly diminished. making the use of flame dragon talismans far more restricted. He couldn't exactly set himself on fire now, could he? Once activated, the flame dragon talismans made no distinction between foe and ally. He could now only use flame dragon talismans in 3 directions at most. Clearly, he couldn't launch them from behind. Instead, he relied on sword chi to attack the spirit ants, which also served defensively to block their attacks. If he only needed to guard against their bites like earlier, the pressure would have been far less. Now, however, he had to worry about their ranged saliva attacks, greatly increasing his defensive burden. With no other choice, it was now fight or die, and if it came down to it, he'd just have to use the void vanishing technique to escape. So far, Li Dalong had already killed no fewer than 10,000 soul-devouring spirit ants, and not a single one had managed to actually strike him. However, he had yet to realize that from the moment these ants began spitting saliva at him, his consciousness had gradually become fuzzy, and his reflexes increasingly sluggish. Each sword chi he unleashed grew weaker than when he started, and the intervals between attacks longer. Because this change was slow and progressive, Li Dalong hadn't noticed it yet. Meanwhile, there were still at least several tens of thousands of soul-devouring spirit ants surrounding him, a massive swarm. The later stage Tai Bai Golden Immortal level soul-devouring spirit ants began to show up in the front lines in large numbers. Had his sense of smell not been shut off, the stench here would have been enough to choke him to death. The smell of the burnt spirit ant bodies and scorched saliva combined with the vapor from saliva that hadn't burned off, all rising under the high heat. Through his skin, this vapor was slowly seeping into his body. Remarkably, this evaporated saliva vapor could penetrate even his protective immortal artifacts and his protective energy shield, entering his very body. He had already been poisoned, though he hadn't yet realized it. This showed how terrifying the venom was, poisoning him without his awareness, slowly affecting him without him noticing. When his sword chi strikes grew increasingly sparse, finally, a late Tai Bai Golden Immortal level soul-devouring spirit ant breached his defense. Its gleaming mandibles tore through his protective artifact and sent him flying backward with a bang as he slammed against the tunnel wall once again. The violent impact left him slightly dizzy and dazed, and it was precisely this impact that momentarily cleared his head. At last, he sensed his own abnormality. Damn it, since when was I poisoned? When he turned his spirit sense inward, he noticed threads of black energy slowly writhing through his muscles, organs, and meridians. Noticing also his collapsing immortal energy shield, a chill shot down his spine. Damn it, I can't hold out any longer, or I'll die here. Time to flee. He couldn't afford to think further and frantically flung 7 or 8 flame dragon talismans in every direction, followed by a heaven-scorching light, shattering talisman deep into the tunnels from which the soul-devouring spirit ants kept emerging. Seizing the momentary break created by the explosions from the flame dragon talismans, he immediately channeled his immortal energy and activated the void vanishing technique, quickly escaping toward the tunnel exit. I must return immediately to treat my wounds and remove the poison. This kind of toxin that can affect one's soul, body, and shan immortal energy, must not be taken lightly. Just now, if not for that impact, I would have met my end here today. As Li Dalong released several talismans, killing a large number of soul-devouring spirit ants, especially with the heaven-scorching light-shattering talisman, which not only killed many ants, but also caused several mine tunnels to collapse. With Li Dalong's presence now gone, those soul-devouring spirit ants that had lost their target fell into great confusion, darting around the mine tunnels searching for that hateful enemy. After failing to locate their foe, several sharp shrieks came from deep within the mine tunnels. The soul-devouring spirit ants gradually calmed down, and then orderly retreated back into the depths of the mines. Only a chaotic, devastated battlefield remained, along with several collapsed and broken mine tunnels. After quickly exiting the mines, although Li Dalong had done so at full speed, his pace was now several times slower than before he was poisoned. Upon returning to the surface, he immediately went to the Julong Mountain Immortal Stone Mine outpost, and found the supervisor guarding the location. Hurry! Withdraw all personnel back to the sect headquarters immediately. Don't ask why. Li Dalong ordered the supervisor who was in charge of the mine. Seeing the supervisor wanted to ask further questions, Li Dalong raised his hand to stop him. Do not ask questions. Execute the order immediately, or we'll be too late, Li Dalong said sternly. He feared the soul-devouring spirit ants might break through to the surface. If that happened, nearly everyone here would be wiped out. Understood, I'll arrange the evacuation immediately. Supervisor Zhang responded quickly before turning to organize the personnel withdrawal. After making these arrangements, Li Dalong immediately flew toward the Yunxia Sect. He had to return immediately to counter the poison and also inform his mother-in-law, Kameli, of the current situation. When he arrived at the Yunxia Sect, he immediately went to meet his mother-in-law, Kameli. Mother, there was an incident at the Julong Mountain Immortal Stone Mine. Deep within the tunnels, we found a large number of soul-devouring spirit ants. I fought against them and now I'm poisoned. For safety, I have already ordered all guards and miners at the mining site to withdraw. Chapter 433, Strike Again. The number of spirit-devouring immortal ants below is enormous, and their venom is extremely potent. Please, Mother, immediately arrange for personnel to purchase fire attribute talismans and assemble all disciples who have cultivation above the golden immortal level and possess fire attribute techniques. Prepare them for deployment to Julong Mountain's Immortal Stone Mine. Especially make sure to acquire a large number of high-power fire attribute talismans. These are especially effective against the spirit-devouring immortal ants. After meeting his mother-in-law, Li Dalong quickly gave a brief account of the situation at Jiulong Mountain's Immortal Stone Mine, and then offered detailed suggestions for the countermeasures. Kumeili saw the darkening of Li Dalong's face and was filled with worry, carefully listening to every word of the suggestions he made. Big Dragon, you're right. I understand what you're saying, and I'll immediately assign someone to handle it. You've been poisoned. Go detoxify yourself quickly. I'll take care of everything here. All right, nothing else matters now. I'll go detoxify first. Without even properly saying goodbye to Kumeili, Li Dalong hurriedly returned to his small courtyard. Luckily, right after exiting the mine tunnel, he had already swallowed a detoxifying pill, which was currently suppressing the poison within his body, preventing it from spreading or worsening. He didn't stay at home, choosing instead to directly enter the Tower of Creation and immediately began cultivating to break down and neutralize the toxins using the pill's power. Immortal energy guided the pill's effect as it started to eliminate the toxins. With full effort, one detoxifying pill was completely metabolized in no time. Then, he swallowed another and continued cultivating. Slowly, the toxins embedded deep inside his body were being neutralized by the pill's effect. Fortunately, he had discovered the poisoning in time. It took a total of 7 detoxifying pills to completely purge the toxins. At this point, time within the Tower of Creation had already passed dozens of days. In the immortal realm, more than 5 days had elapsed. This clearly demonstrated the severity of the poison. Next time when fighting against the spirit-devouring immortal ants, extra care would be needed. He must take anti-poison pills and detoxifying pills beforehand to prevent being poisoned again. After a thorough mental scan of his body confirmed that every trace of toxin had been eliminated, Li Dalong exited the Tower of Creation and hurriedly headed to the sect's main hall to meet his mother-in-law, Kumeili. Big Dragon, have you rid yourself of the poison? Upon seeing Li Dalong enter, Kumeili asked with deep concern. Mother, the poison has all been removed. What is the current situation now? All personnel at Jiulong Mountain's Immortal Stone Mine have been fully withdrawn as per your plan. Right now, we only have several observation posts established within 10 miles from the site. At the surface, everything seems normal, and the spirit-devouring immortal ants have not emerged from the tunnels yet. Good that they haven't come out. Have the talismans been purchased? Don't worry. Following your advice, our sect has allocated a significant sum of money and already bought a large amount. We have acquired as many as 10,000 Yanlong talismans, practically emptying all local stock. Very good. I will go and collect a few just now. These talismans are very effective. This time, I will personally go down again. As for other disciples entering the mine tunnels, their cultivations won't be sufficient. Can you really manage alone? Should I assign several elders to assist you? No need. Their assistance will not help much, but will actually distract me. If those spirit-devouring immortal ants appear on the surface, then those elders may play a role by using talismans for attacks, which poses little danger. However, in the tunnels, it won't be possible. They won't be able to cope effectively. Fine, then be very careful. If it becomes too difficult, we can abandon the mine, but you mustn't be harmed. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll leave now without delay. After saying this, Li Dalong bid farewell to Kumeili, first heading off to collect over 1,000 Yanlong talismans. With these, he would be well equipped. When he reappeared at Jiulong Mountain's Immortal Stone Mine, the place was already completely deserted and very quiet. He spent an entire day setting up defensive arrays at every mine tunnel entrance before beginning to enter. He made his way skillfully and familiarly to the location of the recent battle against the spirit-devouring immortal ants, a place that now lay in shambles. The mine walls and floor bore countless holes from the corrosive saliva of the ants. This time, he had already taken both anti-poison and detoxifying pills beforehand to prevent another incident of being poisoned without realization. Before long, Li Dalong found the guard soldiers of the spirit-devouring immortal ants. He activated the soul-seeking sword, swiftly mowing down several sentry spirit-devouring immortal ants at the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. Since full confrontation was intended, Li Dalong didn't attempt to conceal his aura anymore and quickly surged forward. Holding a stack of Yanlong talismans, he was fully prepared for attack. After killing the sentries, Li Dalong proceeded further inward for a certain distance when his presence was sensed by the ants within. A cacophony of shrieking echoed as a swarm of spirit-devouring immortal ants surged out from the depths of the tunnels. In a single mighty shriek, these ants dispersed towards smaller tunnels on both sides, once again attempting to encircle him. Li Dalong no longer cared whether he was surrounded, sending Yanlong talismans one by one flying toward the spirit-devouring immortal ants. Several blazing fire dragons, accompanied by scorching heat waves, rampaged through the swarm of spirit-devouring immortal ants. Piercing screams, the sound of ant corpses exploding from the heat, suffocating stench of burning, and the unique salivishing show of the spirit-devouring immortal ants filled the mine tunnels. After sealing off his sense of smell, Li Dalong strengthened the power of his immortal energy shield. At the same time, he activated the Tai Su sword technique, swung the soul-seeking sword, and unleashed a moon-cutting sword chi in all directions, slicing into the surrounding spirit-devouring immortal ants. Although these spirit-devouring immortal ants had astonishing defensive power, under Li Dalong's sword chi attacks, they fell like melons and vegetables being chopped. But what had always made people, magical beasts, and demons fear the spirit-devouring immortal ants was never their individual strength. It was their sheer numbers and fearless, self-sacrificing spirit. Once they launched an attack, they surged forward relentlessly until death. Since these spirit-devouring immortal ants could not approach his 20-meter defensive radius, the spirit-devouring immortal ant queen let out another piercing shriek, and the surrounding ants seemed to receive a command. While rushing forward, they began collectively spitting out saliva, attempting once again to erode him with their special toxin. This time, Li Dalong was well prepared, having already taken anti-poison pills and detoxifying pills, and strengthened his immortal energy shield, carefully guarding while occasionally using his divine consciousness to inspect his own body for any signs of toxin infiltration. Li Dalong increased the frequency of his Yanlong talisman usage and began slowly retreating toward the tunnel exit. As soon as he moved, the spirit-devouring immortal ants surged in attack again, clearly accelerating their offensive. The surrounding spirit-devouring immortal ants grew denser and denser. Li Dalong unleashed his full strength, rapidly throwing out Yanlong talismans while densely releasing sword chi, killing the spirit-devouring immortal ants swarming toward him. Layer upon layer of ant corpses fell to the ground, then were quickly incinerated by the intense flames of the Yanlong talismans. However, the stench here was utterly unbearable, and the intense heat began causing large-scale collapses throughout the mine tunnels. Chapter 434, Fierce Battle. Seeing the worsening situation, Li Dalong decided to continue luring the soul-devouring immortal ants while retreating. With such a swarm of soul-devouring immortal ants attacking, Li Dalong could not entirely avoid harm. Scattered ants slipped through his defenses and bit into his body. Fortunately, he was wearing a defensive immortal armor. However, under their saliva and biting attacks, the armor began to become damaged, and its protective immortal energy started to dim. His immortal energy consumption was also immense. Seeing that the swarm of attacking ants was still so dense, he muttered to himself, "I can't keep this up. I must kill the soul-devouring immortal queen, or else she will keep breeding more of these ants endlessly." With that thought, Li Dalong activated the Sky-Ding Void technique, instantly vanishing from sight, once again causing chaos among the swarming ants. Li Dalong darted deep into the mine cave, heading toward the nest to search for the soul-devouring immortal queen. From where the battle had started all the way into the depths of the mine, the passage was densely packed with soul-devouring immortal ants, enough to make Li Dalong's scalp tingle. If he kept fighting like this, he would die from exhaustion before finishing them all. After diving several miles deep into the cave, he finally entered a massive chamber. Inside, he spotted the soul-devouring immortal queen, its body at least 20 times the size of an ordinary ant, bloated and standing amidst countless white eggs. Numerous soul-devouring immortal ants scurried busily among the eggs. Many newly hatched young ants crawled about the nest. From the aura of this soul-devouring immortal queen, Li Dalong could tell it had reached at least the middle stage of golden immortal of great perfection. No wonder the scale of these ants was so massive. If they finished devouring this spirit stone mine, such a huge population would migrate, leaving disaster in their wake. Inside the chamber, there were also several soul-devouring immortal ant leaders, each reaching the early stage of golden immortal of great perfection. Not only were their auras significantly stronger than ordinary ants, their bodies were also several times larger. It was time to act. However, this soul-devouring immortal queen was too strong. Li Dalong wasn't confident he could kill it here in its lair while ensuring his own escape. He quickly reviewed his strongest attack methods. He had several single-target techniques, such as Heaven-Severing Sword and Infinite Sword Manual, but none guaranteed a one-hit kill, and he still needed to ensure his own survival. Talismans could also be used. Flame Dragon talismans were effective against soul-devouring immortal ants below the early golden immortal level, but not sufficient to take down the higher-ranking leaders or the queen. Today, he had to destroy this nest completely, preferably killing the queen to solve the problem once and for all. Only by killing the queen would each killed ant result in a real reduction in numbers. Otherwise, no matter how many he killed, the population would quickly replenish. This mine was rich in spirit stones, providing abundant energy for the queen's rapid reproduction. Humph, then I'll have to use combined techniques. But timing had to be fast, or he might end up burning himself as well. He pulled out a stack of Flame Dragon talismans. There were at least 20 this time, and also took out the last 3 Heaven-Burning Light Destruction talismans. He channeled his immortal energy to activate all 20 Flame Dragon talismans and the 3 Heaven-Burning Light Destruction talismans. Then, he evenly flung the Flame Dragon talismans through the air like falling petals, spreading them out above the nest. Meanwhile, he hurled the 3 Heaven-Burning Light Destruction talismans directly at the soul-devouring immortal queen. As Li Dalong channeled his immortal energy, the Sky-Ding Void technique automatically dissolved, causing him to emerge from the Shikong. As soon as he appeared above the nest, it immediately triggered commotion among the queen and the other soul-devouring immortal ants. The soul-devouring immortal queen let out a sharp shriek, sending a wave of sonic and spiritual attack through Li Dalong. He felt his spirit shudder, his mind buzzed with pain, and he nearly fell from the sky. Damn it! The queen has this kind of sonic and spiritual attack technique. As those soul-devouring immortal ant leaders were about to charge toward him, the Flame Dragon talismans and Heaven-Burning Light Destruction talismans simultaneously detonated. Blazing flames combined with intense white light exploded throughout the nest. Though momentarily stunned from the queen's spiritual attack, Li Dalong quickly regained himself. As the talismans burst, he once again activated the Sky-Ding Void technique, vanishing from the nest and entering the Xiuxian. At that moment, the entire nest became like a miniature sun, erupting with blinding white light and searing heat. The walls of the mine began to burst and collapse, and the soul-devouring immortal ant eggs, larvae, adults, and leaders all turned to ashes. Besides the furious shrieks and anguished cries from the queen, the only other sounds were of the mine walls exploding and collapsing from the intense heat. Even the spirit stones in the mine melted into liquid at such extreme temperatures, merging with the surrounding rock into a red molten torrent. At the same time, waves of intense heat surged outward through the mine shaft, incinerating everything in its path, soul-devouring immortal ants, rocks, and walls, turning them all into nothingness and crimson flood. On the surface, people watching saw that the entire Julong mountain trembled violently, as though a great earth dragon had awakened. The mountain above the nest collapsed under the intense explosion and extreme heat. Although Li Dalong had used the Skydian void technique to hide within the xiuxian, he wouldn't be unscathed if the mountain collapsed and the space disappeared entirely. The soul-devouring immortal queen was immensely powerful. It had not died from such violent explosions and extreme heat, though it was now severely wounded. Enraged by Li Dalong's ambush, it had gone into a frenzy, but instinctively fled toward the mine exit, sensing the imminent threat of the collapsing mountain. Li Dalong naturally would not let such an opportunity slip away. He hurriedly followed closely behind, preparing to deliver a final blow at the right moment. As they fled, many sections of the mine around them had completely collapsed. Those soul-devouring immortal ants on the outermost edges managed to escape, but all those caught in the path of the high-temperature flames and shockwaves were reduced to nothingness. The soul-devouring immortal queen dashed through the collapsing tunnels, dodging the heat waves and the impending collapse of the mountain. Despite its serious injuries, its movements were still quick. Soon, it exited the area and reached a section of untouched mine tunnels. When it finally stopped to catch its breath and rest, Li Dalong appeared above it, activating the Tai Su sword manual. He unleashed the move, Breaking Wind, slashing down rapidly from above straight into the head of the soul-devouring immortal queen. As soon as his immortal energy stirred, Li Dalong's figure appeared overhead. Sensing the approaching danger, the queen immediately darted forward. But at such close range, and with the incredible speed of Breaking Wind, no matter how fast it reacted, it couldn't outpace Li Dalong's sword. Fu! The soul-severing sword struck true, burying the hilt deep into the head of the soul-devouring immortal queen. With a pulse of immortal energy, Li Dalong shattered the queen's head into a pulp. Then, he quickly flew backward while dragging the sword, still lodged in the queen's skull, toward its tail. Slashing from head to tail, he split the soul-devouring immortal queen open, revealing its writhing internal organs and the dense mass of white eggs inside. At last, this powerful soul-devouring immortal queen had been slain. Although its power surpassed Li Dalong's, its intelligence was nowhere near that of a cultivation expert. It was precisely this intelligence that allowed Li Dalong to slay such an immensely powerful enemy. Chapter 435, Cleaned Up. The biggest threat and its source had already been eliminated. Dealing with the remaining soul-consuming immortal ants would be much easier now. Once these were removed, everything here could return to normal. Moreover, the individual strength of these remaining soul-consuming immortal ants was at the late Tai Golden Immortal level or below, and the remaining numbers wouldn't be too large either. It would just take some time to clear them out. The fierce battle had left Li Dalong extremely exhausted. Although he had taken the antidote and poison resistance pills, he had still been somewhat affected by the toxins. After deciding to leave the remaining soul-consuming immortal ants alone for now, Li Dalong returned to the surface. He activated the defensive formations he had placed at all the mine entrances to prevent the soul-consuming immortal ants from escaping through the tunnels. Then outside the cave, he set up another formation and began detoxifying and recovering his immortal energy. Thanks to the early consumption of the antidote and poison resistance pills, his poisoning wasn't severe. Only his immortal energy and spiritual consciousness had been heavily drained. Within a day, everything had fully recovered. Once prepared again, he entered the mine tunnels once more to deal with the remaining soul-consuming immortal ants. This time, since he knew there were no large groups left, he acted without much hesitation. Whether it was the speed at which he advanced while searching, or the efficiency of killing the ants once found, everything was extremely fast. With his spiritual sense fully extended, he conducted a thorough cleanup of the complex underground mine tunnels. After 7 days, he had combed through the entire underground mine. All remaining soul-consuming immortal ants were eliminated, and he didn't encounter any other monstrous beasts along the way. To ensure nothing was missed, Li Dalong spent a few more days inspecting all the mine tunnels again, retrieved the deployed defensive formations, and then returned to the Yunxia Sect base. Mother, I've completed the task successfully. I've completely cleared out the soul-consuming immortal ants in the mines. You can send people to start mining now. Thank you for your hard work, Dalong. You weren't injured, were you? I'm fine. This mission went relatively smoothly, just a bit time-consuming. As long as you're not hurt, good job. If nothing else comes up, go home and rest early. Then I'll take my leave. You may go. After bidding farewell to his mother-in-law, Kameli, Li Dalong returned home. Knowing that Li Dalong had returned, the elder who had been taking care of Xiao Li Qinxi sent the child back so that Li Dalong could enjoy some father-son bonding time. Looking at his now taller son, the tiredness in Li Dalong's heart immediately gave way to renewed energy. Xiao Li Qinxi had already begun cultivation. His starting conditions were vastly superior. His foundational cultivation was based on the Divine Longevity Dao Sutra, an extremely rare supreme cultivation technique. He was now officially at the initial stage of qi condensation cultivation. To reach the qi condensation stage at such a young age, and with such solid foundations, was the privilege of being born into a powerful family. One could foresee that his future cultivation path would be smooth sailing. Yi Tianqi remained at the Wuxi Immortal Sect training under his maternal grandparents and had not yet returned. Coincidentally, these past few days, Xiaoling and Yi Wuxia had been in secluded cultivation and had not yet emerged from their retreat. After completing a major task, rest was also necessary. During these days, Li Dalong personally took care of Li Qinxi, as the father and son waited for Xiaoling to finish her retreat. A few days later, Xiaoling finally emerged from her retreat. Her cultivation level had improved significantly, and joy radiated from her face. "Mom, you're finally out." Li Qinxi joyfully ran and hugged his mother tightly, his eyes filled with love and dependence. Xiaoling gently stroked her son's hair, then turned her gaze toward Li Dalong, eyes brimming with gratitude. "Dalong, you've worked hard during this time." Li Dalong smiled and shook his head. "Spending time with our son is a joy. As long as both of you are safe and happy, I'm completely satisfied." The family of three sat together at a stone table in the courtyard, sharing a simple yet warm dinner. The setting sun bathed them in golden light, forming a blissful and peaceful scene. After dinner, Qinxi eagerly took hold of Li Dalong's hand, enthusiastically recounting various spells he had learned and stories from his cultivation under the guidance of the elders. From the gleeful look on his face, every word he spoke exuded curiosity and yearning for cultivation in the outside world. Li Dalong listened patiently, occasionally offering guidance and encouragement. A few more days passed, and Yi Wuxia also ended her retreat. "Dalong." After emerging, Yi Wuxia spotted Li Dalong in the courtyard, watching Li Qinxi practice his cultivation. She called out, then ignoring the little one's practice midway, rushed into Li Dalong's arms. Li Dalong embraced Yi Wuxia and lovingly looked into her eyes. He kissed her forehead. "You're out now. Let's go get our son later. It's been a long time since we saw him." Then let's go now. I miss our son too. He must be missing his dad and mom as well." Ever since Li Qinxi and Yi Tianqi could speak, they were taught to address their parents as father and mother. At first, Xiaoling and Yi Wuxia hadn't understood why. Eventually, Li Dalong had explained to them that it was a custom from his homeland in the mortal realm, a gentle reminder not to forget where they came from. Most cultivators were selfish, pursuing longevity and power. Over time, he feared forgetting his origins and the path that had brought him here. He simply wished for his son to call him by the names used in the mortal world of his childhood. It was also a constant reminder to himself not to forget his past, not to forget where he came from. Cultivation was not only about power, it was also about cultivating the heart. As time passed, Li Qinxi and Yi Tianqi gradually grew up, their cultivation levels steadily improving under Li Dalong's guidance. Whenever they encountered obstacles in their training, Li Dalong would always appear in time, offering his strongest support. Yi Wuxia and Xiaoling would smile gently while watching father and sons, savoring the happiness of family life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Li Qinxi and Yi Tianqi had grown into handsome young men. Li Qinxi had already reached the foundation building stage, a feat that astonished the entire Yunxia Sect. Yi Tianqi had also entered the late stages of qi condensation. The two brothers not only inherited their father's good looks, but also the intelligence and talents of their respective mothers. In recent years, Li Dalong and his two wives reduced their cultivation time to focus on raising their sons. His cultivation had barely advanced at all. After all, reaching the grand ascended immortal level made progress extremely difficult. For ordinary cultivators, advancing even a single minor stage could take 10 or 20,000 years, which was completely normal. Once the boys grew up and became more mature, Li Dalong began taking his two sons and two wives on frequent journeys across the immortal realm. He brought them to experience various cultures and customs, always believing that traveling 10,000 miles was more valuable than reading 10,000 scrolls. In this world, such a saying didn't exist, but there was a similar concept, refining the heart through trials and experiences. During these years of living together, every year Li Dalong would take them traveling for several months, which proved to be very effective. The two brothers were treasured wherever they went. One, in the Yunxia Sect, was the beloved pride of the entire sect, doted on by the Dongmen and elders. Yi Tianqi was similarly pampered at the Wuxi Immortal Sect by his maternal grandparents and close elders and disciples. Through their frequent journeys across the lands, they also witnessed the difficult lives and harsh conditions ordinary cultivators endured. Chapter 436, Enjoying the Bliss of Family Life. The practical education in the immortal realm had greatly matured their characters. Although the two brothers were growing up in privileged environments like Yunxia Sect and Wuxi Immortal Sect, Li Dalong was still worried that they might become spoiled. That was why he spent a significant amount of time every year bringing them out to travel and experience life firsthand. Meanwhile, while Li Dalong was traveling with his family, his nephew Zhou Tianlong was also out undergoing trials with several junior female apprentices. Zhou Tianlong had inherited the best facial features from both his father and mother, making him very handsome. Moreover, having once served as the sect leader of Zhengqi Sect in the cultivation world, he carried himself with a noble and heroic air that won the admiration of many female disciples. Recently, he had set out on a trial journey with a few junior female apprentices from the sect whom he often hung out with. One day, they were preparing to enter a minor secret realm and had arrived at a small village named Liang Bansai near the secret realm to take a break. Originally, Liang Bansai was nothing more than a small settlement with just a few households. Later, after the discovery of the minor secret realm, the number of cultivators coming and going increased steadily, gradually transforming the place into a small village with a permanent population of 60 to 70,000. With the growing population and increasing number of cultivators passing through, the area's commerce also flourished. Especially since cultivators entering or leaving the secret realm needed to rest here, resupply, sell their gains from the secret realm, and gather intelligence. The commercial atmosphere was vibrant and prosperous. After arriving at Liang Bansai with his junior female apprentices, Zhou Tianlong, like other cultivators, came here to stroll around and pick up some information, hoping to find some interesting items worth buying. After all, due to the secret realm nearby, many cultivators would sell part of their findings here in exchange for cultivation resources or trade for what they needed. There were also quite a few cultivators who lived permanently in Liang Bansai, relying on the secret realm for their livelihoods, so quite a few rare and affordable items could be found for sale here. Considering that the village normally housed several 10,000 residents, along with the number of visiting cultivators pushing the population past 100,000, the place was as bustling as a small town, with a massive number of shops. The several female junior apprentices Zhou Tianlong brought along curiously looked around the bustling streets while they walked. Then they activated their natural female talent for shopping and began visiting each and every store. With Zhou Tianlong supported by resources from Senior Li Daolong, welfare from his sect, and income from various tasks, coupled with his naturally generous and easygoing nature, he often paid for things and occasionally gave small, inexpensive gifts to the female juniors, which made him extremely popular among them. Among the 5 junior apprentices accompanying him today, whenever they went shopping and bought snacks or other small trinkets girls liked, Zhou Tianlong would casually give them xiuxian. Since these items weren't expensive and Zhou had more than enough resources anyway, the small expenses didn't bother him in the least, and he managed to keep the 5 junior female apprentices extremely happy. At this moment, as the group passed a relatively small general store, they looked inside and saw that it was not a particularly large shop, and no customers were present, only an old shopkeeper idly sitting behind the counter, gazing outside at the passing crowd with a dazed expression. At first, the female juniors had no interest in going in, but unexpectedly, Zhou Tianlong was drawn to the shop by the items visible inside and walked in. The female apprentices stood outside the door but didn't go in themselves. After briefly glancing at the goods inside, he was just about to walk out again when suddenly a piece of or the size of a basin on a shelf near the entrance caught his eye. Zhou stopped and walked closer, beginning to examine it carefully. After looking at it for a while, he asked the shopkeeper who was still daydreaming behind the counter in a calm voice, "Boss, how much is this piece of ore?" The sudden voice startled the shopkeeper, who snapped his attention to Zhou Tianlong and said, "Young master, you sure have a good eye. This is a high-purity piece of moonlight spirit jade in its raw form. Just 800 top-grade xiuxian, and this piece of moonlight spirit jade will be yours. Boss, let's not beat around the bush. I'll give you 100 top-grade xiuxian and take it with me." Zhou Tianlong looked at the shopkeeper, then said indifferently, "Master, what kind of bargaining is this? Look at the purity of this piece of moonlight spirit jade. It's so high. You buy this back, and you could get several gene of pure jade from it. Then you'll not only make a fortune, but you'd have to thank me." The shopkeeper reacted immediately upon hearing Zhou Tianlong's offer, straightening his back and speaking with great enthusiasm. "Humph. If the purity of this piece of ore were really that high, why don't you just cut it open yourself and put it up for sale? Here's the deal. How about 120? Zhou replied, with a calm rebuttal. "Hee, I suppose what you're saying is true, but I'm also treating you like a lucky customer today. I can't just keep all the profit for myself. I need to give my customers a fair cut, so they keep coming back and doing business with me. It must be at least 700 xiuxian." The shopkeeper chuckled with a smile. "Fine, I won't let you take a loss. I'll give you 200 top-grade xiuxian for it." Zhou said, "Master, don't be so calculating. Today you've come to my humble shop, and I'm truly delighted. Take it for 650 top-grade xiuxian. Boss, how about I give you another 100 on top of that? Add a bit more. At that price, the shop would suffer too great a loss. I simply can't sell it for that. How about 500? 350? If you agree, I'll take it. If not, I'll just go check other shops." "AI, such a tough deal. This is my first sale of the day. Add 20 more, and it's yours." Zhou Tianlong paused for a moment, then reluctantly nodded and said, "Fine. Who says I shouldn't have liked it? Then I'll take it for 370 top-grade xiuxian." Hee, master truly recognizes quality. Where else could you find such high-quality raw moonlight spirit jade for 370 top-grade xiuxian? It's all because we're destined to meet that you can own it, the shopkeeper said with a smile as he saw Zhou Tianlong's agreement. He was delighted at having successfully swindled someone over yet another scrap of low quality, or today. Zhou Tianlong then retrieved 370 pieces of top-grade xiuxian from his storage ring and handed them to the shopkeeper, just as he was about to pick up the ore displayed on the shelf. "Wait, this ore is mine," a voice suddenly shouted from the store entrance. Zhou Tianlong ignored the shouting and quickly placed the ore into his storage ring. "Didn't you hear me speaking to you? Return the ore now." The newcomer arrogantly ordered Zhou Tianlong. Zhou Tianlong looked up, glancing at the young man who had walked in with an air of haughtiness from the doorway. He felt disrespected and slighted since the young man's yelling hadn't even slowed Zhou Tianlong's actions, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "Kid, couldn't you hear my words just now? Right now, immediately, give back the ore. Whatever you paid to the shopkeeper, I'll double the price." The young man said darkly. As he spoke, a few more people entered from outside, lining up behind the young man. From just one glance, it was obvious they were his gang of lackeys. Seeing that Zhou Tianlong still disregarded him and was preparing to walk out the door, one of the men who entered later, a middle-aged man with a pointed face and beady eyes like a monkey, took a step forward and blocked Zhou Tianlong's path. Chapter 437. Zhou Tianlong's Trouble. Boy, can't you hear what our young master said? Are you blind or deaf? Don't you even recognize the young master Xiuxian from the Yunxia Sword Sect? Get out of my way. I don't know who you people are. Zhou Tianlong's anger flared upon hearing their arrogant words, though he had no intention of provoking trouble, and shouted at the lackey blocking his path. That's fine, no need to know us. Just leave whatever our young master wants, and then you can scram, the henchman said arrogantly, stepping forward and blocking Zhou Tianlong's way. Why should I give you what I bought? If you want some, go buy it from the shopkeeper yourself. Oh, you're getting bold now. Then what about I just take that piece right now? This is mine. I won't sell it. Well then, I'll pay triple. My young master is in a good mood today. You'd make a fortune. See, you just bought it, and now you could make double. I won't sell it. Zhou Tianlong refused, clearly uninterested, and spoke coldly. Just name a price. Just hand over the ore, Xiuxian said impatiently. I already said. I won't sell it. Move aside. Zhou Tianlong snapped angrily. At this moment, the shopkeeper was also confused by the sudden turn of events. He then realized he had underestimated the value of the ore he just sold, and was regretting the immense loss he had unknowingly suffered, feeling deeply sorry for himself. After seeing that Zhou Tianlong wouldn't budge, Xiuxian's eyes turned craftily, and he faced the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I will pay you triple the price for that, or you just sold. Just take it back. Master Zhao, that won't be good. This small shop already made the sale to this guest. The money and goods have been exchanged, and I can't possibly take it back. I'm truly sorry. The shopkeeper, though somewhat shrewd, still upheld a basic principle of integrity and rejected Xiuxian's unreasonable request. Seeing the shopkeeper unmoved, Xiuxian turned his focus back to Zhou Tianlong. Friend, don't ruin your relationship with our Yunxia Sword Sect over just one little ore. Hee. In this region, angering the Yunxia Sword Sect isn't wise. I won't bully you. I will pay you quadruple. I don't care about the money. Get out of my way, Zhou Tianlong said, growing impatient with their insistence. At this time, his 5 junior female apprentices standing outside noticed the disturbance and walked into the shop. Zhou Tianlong mentally transmitted a message to them. All of you go out. Wait for me outside. Upon receiving his telepathic message, the girls cast a worried glance at Zhou Tianlong before reluctantly following his order and exiting the shop. The sight of the 5 pretty young female apprentices caught the attention of Xiuxian and his men. Xiuxian's eyes gleamed. Glancing outside at the pretty anxious young girl peering in, he smiled toward Zhou Tianlong. Well then, since my friend won't sell, then I will let you go. Xuanhuan, move aside and let this friend leave. Xuanhuan, the servant, didn't quite understand at first. He hadn't caught on to his master's intentions yet. How could things turn around so quickly? As he stood there in confusion, Xiuxian, noticing he hadn't moved yet, kicked him, saying, Damn thing, I told you to move aside. Didn't you hear me? Why yes. Xuanhuan replied, nodding rapidly and stepping aside to clear Zhou Tianlong's path. Zhou Tianlong ignored them completely. Once he saw the path cleared, he walked toward the exit with a cold face. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief seeing the confrontation subside, fearful of the possibility they might start fighting inside the shop. That would truly spell trouble for him. As long as no fight happened inside the store, it was no longer his concern. Xiuxian's eyes flickered after watching Zhou Tianlong walk out of the shop, and he shot the shopkeeper a cold glare, snorting. Young master, why suddenly let that insolent boy go? Xuanhuan curried favor by asking. You don't understand anything. Follow them outside without being noticed. Originally, he had intended to simply take the ore by force, but when he noticed those girls outside, his plan changed. He wanted both the ore and those girls. It turned out both he and Zhou Tianlong realized this, or was not the Moonlight Spirit Jade raw ore, but something more valuable, Star Essence Gold. The Star Essence Gold and Moonlight Spirit Jade were very similar in appearance, both having a unique glow and aura that made them easy to confuse. Both ores were rare materials used for forging high-grade magical artifacts. However, the value of Star Essence Gold was far greater than Moonlight Spirit Jade and was much rarer. Star Essence Gold was a type of ore that sparkled with brilliant starlight, being both light and sturdy. It could absorb star energy and emit a warm glow. It was a precious material for forging celestial artifacts. Especially when used in crafting formation artifacts, Star Essence Gold could harness celestial power, enhancing the power and precision of spells and significantly boosting both offensive and defensive abilities. During cultivation, it could improve one's cultivation effectiveness by approximately 10%. Moonlight Spirit Jade was a unique material for forging Moonlight Immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts crafted from Moonlight Spirit Jade could harness the power of moonlight, assisting cultivators in achieving a smoother cultivation process and enhancing both efficiency and quality, though the effect only improved cultivation by roughly half a level. Although Moonlight Spirit Jade was valuable, its worth could not compare to that of Star Essence Gold. Zhou Tianlong had ly determined from the faint Star Essence energy leaking from the ore that this stone was not raw Moonlight Spirit Jade. Star Essence and Moonlight energies were both forms of spiritual energy, but they possessed fundamental differences, which Zhou happened to be able to distinguish clearly. However, he hadn't expected that Xiuxian from the Yunxia Sword Sect would also be able to sharply identify the ore and attempt to interfere rudely. The value of these two ores could not be measured solely in Xiuxian, and Star Essence Gold had a broader range of applications. He would never hand it over just because of a few threatening words from such a person. His previously good mood had been ruined by scum like this. After stepping outside, Zhou Tianlong reunited with his junior female apprentices. Seeing their anxious expressions, he nodded at them and said, "It's over. Let's go." "Yes, senior brother," one of the younger apprentices replied, and the group followed behind Zhou Tianlong as they walked forward. Now that their mood for shopping had been ruined, he decided to go to a tea house instead to rest, have something to eat, and listen in on other people's conversations about the minor secret realm. It would count as indirectly gathering some intelligence on the secret realm. This minor secret realm was typically entered by wandering cultivators and disciples of smaller or mid-tier sections. Though not as dangerous as the Weivig Jing, it still offered decent rewards, though it lacked high-grade immortal herbs or rare ores. As such, disciples from larger sects generally did not come here, as they had access to better resources. After leaving the small shop, they failed to notice that a shadow had begun tailing them. Under normal circumstances, an experienced cultivator like Zhou Tianlong should have noticed, but this time he was careless and hadn't expected that person to still harbor ill intentions. Still, even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Those people were only at the mid to late golden immortal realm in cultivation. Zhou Tianlong himself was also at the late golden immortal realm, and together with his junior apprentices, he had no fear of them. Chapter 438, Aftermath of Conflict. After the six entered the tavern, a waiter enthusiastically came over to seat them. They ordered several of the tavern's signature dishes and spirit wines. The food arrived quickly. As they began to enjoy the delicacies and drink the spirit wine, the earlier incident had cast a shadow over their initial lighthearted mood. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, and no one felt like talking. They simply sipped their drinks, ate in silence, and listened to the lively conversations of other patrons. Zhou Tianlong's attention was fully absorbed by the chatter in the tavern, unaware of the spy lurking outside. After an hour passed, the girls' moods gradually improved as they whispered among themselves about girl talk, while Zhou Tianlong only occasionally chimed in with a comment. Feeling the moment was right, Zhou Tianlong signaled his juniors to prepare for departure toward the minor secret realm. He called the waiter over to settle the bill, and then the six exited the tavern, heading toward the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhao, who had been waiting impatiently outside the tavern, immediately became alert when he saw them come out. He quickly took out a communication jade talisman to report to his master, Xiuxian. "Master, that person has come out from the tavern with several women and is heading outside the village. Keep a close watch on them and don't let them escape. If you let them get away, you won't like what's coming to you. Rest assured, master, they won't get away. You better remember that. Keep an eye on them. I'm on my way." "Yes, master." Yuan Zhao kept a distance as he followed Zhou Tianlong and the others, trailing them out of the village. Upon receiving the report from his loyal henchman Yuan Zhao, Zhao Sheng, accompanied by a few of his cronies, quickly headed in the same direction. Zhao Sheng had taken interest in the female disciples of Yunxia Sect as soon as he saw them. Originally, he had wanted the Star Essence Medal, but upon seeing Zhou Tianlong and his attractive female companions, he decided he wanted both the treasure and the girls. That was why he had dispatched Yuan Zhao to follow them, planning to make his move after they left the village. He had been hesitant to act inside the village, but once they were outside, the disappearance of a few people would be considered normal. This was far from the first time he had done such a thing. Zhao Sheng and his men followed behind Zhou Tianlong's group and eventually left the village. As soon as Zhou Tianlong and his companions exited the village, they immediately took to the sky on their swords, speeding toward the secret realm. Originally, Zhao Sheng had planned to strike just outside the village, but unexpectedly, Zhou and the others immediately flew off at high speed. As Yuan Zhao sent word to Zhao Sheng, he also drew his flying sword and gave chase. Because the route from Liangban village to the minor secret realm was heavily traveled by cultivators, Li Dalong failed to notice Yuan Zhao tailing them from behind. Zhou Tianlong and his 5 junior mistresses soon arrived at the entrance to the minor secret realm. Leading the way, Zhou Tianlong flew through what looked like a spatial crack in the air, and instantly found himself spinning into the secret realm. One after another, his 5 juniors appeared behind him, and once they were all gathered, they stood in a grassland stretching at least 10,000 mu, with mountains stretching far in the distance. Zhou Tianlong looked up and saw a vast stretch of steep mountains, soaring straight into the sky. The sky in the secret realm was different from the clear blue of the immortal world. It was a reddish gray. The mountains in the distance were half concealed by clouds, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Beast-like birds could be seen flying in and out of the clouds, partially obscured. Occasionally, figures of cultivators returning from the mountains were visible. They had long scouted this place. Though there were grasslands, high mountains, and rivers similar to the outside world, the sky here was much lower and darker, and the area itself much smaller. After scanning the environment, Zhou Tianlong turned to his juniors. "Let's head into the mountains ahead. There are more beasts and spiritual herbs there." From experienced cultivators who frequently entered the secret realm, they had heard many legends about ancestral caves and ancient ruins hidden in the mountains. Some cultivators, it was said, had stumbled upon old treasures, medicinal pills, and cultivation techniques that gave them a smooth path forward. Zhou Tianlong was highly skeptical of these tales. What interested him most was the high number of beasts in the mountains. Battling them would give him practical combat experience, the foundation of his strength and progress. "Great. Senior Xiuxian, this is my first time here. You should give us a good tour." "Same here. Everyone needs to be cautious. After all, this place is not very safe. As long as Senior Xiuxian is here, we aren't afraid at all. Senior sister, right?" "That's right. We should listen to Senior Xiuxian, since this is not the same as being back at the sect." "Okay then, let's go." Chattering and teasing each other, the junior mistresses set off together. Zhou Tianlong smiled at the group, then energetically strode forward with a sweeping wave of his hand, leading the younger female disciples toward the distant mountains. Not long after Zhou Tianlong and his companions left, Yuanyao from Yunxia Sect appeared at the very spot where they had entered. After Yuanyao entered the minor secret realm, just like Zhou Tianlong's group, he paused for a brief moment to recover from the shock of the sudden change before quickly regaining his senses. Seeing that Zhou Tianlong and his group were nearly entering the mountains, Yuanyao didn't linger and quickly began chasing after them. Thanks to the large number of cultivators already moving through the area, Yuanyao was able to follow openly and quickly behind. If he didn't get closer, it would become much more difficult to track them once they entered the mountains. The terrain within the mountainous region was far more complex. Getting too close risked being discovered, while keeping too far might lead to losing them completely. To avoid alarming them, he dared not use any covert techniques on the group. Yuanyao could only chase from behind while quickly running, and at the same time took out a communication jade talisman to report to xiuxian, urging them to hurry up and catch up. This would be the perfect place to deal with the group quietly and unnoticed within the mountains. Zhou Tianlong led his younger female companions to the foot of the tall, cloud-piercing mountain they had seen earlier. The spot where they now stood was at the boundary between the grassland and the mountain. This area was dotted with sparse shrubs and small trees. As they moved further up the mountain, the number of trees gradually increased, becoming taller and denser. Ahead, towering rocks emerged from the forest, and within the crevices of these rocks, faint water lines could be seen, converging into a small stream that flowed gently along the mountain's base. The clear water collided with the boulders in the stream, flowing and producing pleasant, melodious sounds. The group gazed ahead at the picturesque scenery, feeling a sudden sense of peace and joy. Particularly the two lively younger disciples, who had already cheered and rushed toward the stream, scattering laughter like silver bells. The remaining few smiled as they watched their two juniors act so childishly and followed them toward the stream. As the younger female disciples played by the water and washed their hands, Zhou Tianlong also scooped up a handful of water to splash on his face. Then, with a light leap, he sat atop a massive boulder in the middle of the stream, letting the wind from the mountain blow gently against him. He gazed at the mountain scenery and the distant grasslands, as well as the passing cultivators, feeling an immense sense of ease and joy. Chapter 439, Being Hunted. Just when they were enjoying themselves, Zhou Tianlong's previously relaxed and pleasant mood instantly vanished, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Several intense auras of murder were rapidly approaching. He was sitting on a rock at the moment, facing an open field of grass ahead. The murderous intent was coming from several cultivators quickly approaching from the distant grassland. Zhou Tianlong immediately realized this group had ill intentions. He shouted urgently at the younger female apprentices who were happily playing nearby. Danger! We must quickly enter the mountains. Saying that, he jumped off the rock and grabbed one of the female apprentices who was still standing stunned in the water, rushing into the mountains. The young female apprentices had been happily playing, but suddenly hearing their senior brother's anxious cry, they instinctively trusted him and immediately dashed deeper into the mountains. As Zhou Tianlong pulled one of the female apprentices and ran through the forest, he observed the situation behind them with his spiritual sense. The group, clearly chasing them, sped up upon seeing them running into the mountain and charged after them. This made Zhou Tianlong even more certain that this group was indeed after them. While pondering who might be targeting them, he also began thinking of a way to escape. Quickly, don't let them escape. When you catch the boy, kill him. Capture the girls unharmed for me. Xiuxian quickly pursued behind while giving orders to his several henchmen. Master, rest assured, we'll definitely capture those girls and bring them to you safely. One of the henchmen flattered. Less talking, faster chasing. Xiuxian scolded impatiently when he saw Zhou Tianlong's group quickly disappearing into the forest. The henchman hadn't expected his flattery to backfire, and he awkwardly smiled before speeding up to chase. While running, Zhou Tianlong was observing the surrounding terrain. Because they were unfamiliar with the area, the group ran blindly forward until they saw a valley ahead, making them feel hesitant. Since they couldn't shake off their pursuers, they might as well fight them here. Junior sisters, prepare yourselves. We'll face them here. If things go bad, I'll hold them off while you all escape. Zhou Tianlong stopped his rapid advance and told the female apprentices. Senior brother, don't worry about us. Go find help from our sect instead, said an older female apprentice. No arguing. We can't leave right now. But since their number is equal to ours, there's no need to fear them. Wait for my signal. When I tell you to run, don't hesitate, just go. Realizing the urgency of time, Zhou Tianlong stopped their arguing. He took a formation tablet from his storage ring and quickly threw it to the ground, activating a defensive formation to protect the 5 female apprentices. He himself stayed outside the formation, activating his defensive immortal armor, and stood ready with his flying sword to meet the malicious group. After preparing himself, Zhou Tianlong glanced at the beautiful young female apprentices behind him. His face turned grim and his heart heavy. If he were defeated, the girls would be in danger. The thick murderous aura was rapidly approaching. The figures of the pursuers became gradually visible. Seeing who they were, Zhou Tianlong couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. These people really had tenacity, having already confronted him at the general store and now following them here. So arrogant is Yunxia Sect. Zhou Tianlong silently snorted after recognizing them. He now understood that the young master of the Yunxia Sect had been chasing them all for that piece of star essence gold. When bribery failed, they resorted to ambush and assassination, an excellent strategy they had plotted. Having recognized them, Zhou Tianlong felt slightly relieved. Their cultivation levels were about the same as his. The disadvantage he faced was the presence of several young girls. Though their cultivations were decent, they couldn't match Yunxia Sword Sect disciples when it came to actual killing experience. Looks like he would have to take the lead and strike first, trying to kill a few of them. Once he made this decision, Zhou Tianlong quietly prepared for a sudden attack. He fixed his eyes on the advancing group. Haha, why did you stop running? Kid, hand over that or peace quietly. Zhao Sheng, seeing them halt, quickly approached and surrounded Zhou Tianlong's group with his men, saying arrogantly, "What are you? Why should I hand over what I bought to you?" Zhou Tianlong replied disdainfully while scanning all 6 people and quickly identifying 1 at early golden immortal and 3 at middle golden immortal cultivations. "You insolent brat, still talking tough? Just hand over the ore and leave the girls behind with me, and I might let you live." Zhao Sheng sneered arrogantly. "Looks like you want to taste my fury." Zhou Tianlong, enraged upon hearing Zhao Sheng's intentions toward the younger female apprentices, shouted furiously. As he spoke, he hurled an explosive lightning fu at Zhao Sheng and one of his henchmen, targeting the one whose cultivation had reached the late golden immortal stage. Simultaneously, Zhou Tianlong channeled immortal energy into his flying sword, dashing straight at the henchman whose cultivation was only at the early golden immortal stage. "Fearless, aren't we? Dare to attack your master." Zhao Sheng angrily roared. Seeing what he believed to be prey already cornered, he flew into a rage as he swung his flying sword to cut down the incoming fu. "How dare you!" Another henchman realized Zhou Tianlong's plan and shouted furiously, realizing he was charging toward their weakest member. He swung his flying sword at Zhou Tianlong as he roared. The henchman at the early golden immortal stage was momentarily stunned by Zhou Tianlong's murderous aura. Overcome with fear of impending death, his face turned pale, the arrogant laughter that had been on his face moments ago now frozen, replaced with terror in his eyes. "Die!" Zhou Tianlong shouted fiercely, snapping the stunned henchman out of his fear-induced daze. "No!" The henchman screamed as a trace of abnormal redness flushed across his pale face. Clenching his teeth, he summoned all his power and swung his immortal sword at Zhou Tianlong. The distance between them was already short, and given their cultivation disparity, Zhou Tianlong's sudden attack caught the unprepared henchman completely off guard. His hastily launched sword strike was effortlessly deflected by Zhou Tianlong's blade. With a look of despair in his eyes, the henchman was sliced cleanly in half by Zhou Tianlong's sharp sword qi, a zila sound accompanying the brutal strike. Blood splattered in all directions, accompanied by the stench of internal organs flung aside. Without wasting a moment after landing the successful strike, Zhou Tianlong redirected his immortal energy and dashed straight at another henchman at the middle golden immortal stage. Having slain one of them in an instant, Zhao Sheng and the remaining henchmen stared at Zhou Tianlong with burning eyes, hunbudu, piercing him through with their swords. The group simultaneously launched an attack at Zhou Tianlong, but undeterred, Zhou Tianlong, while charging toward the second henchman, swiftly threw another explosive lightning fu into the air to block the incoming attacks. Quickly closing the distance on this henchman, Zhou Tianlong terrified the middle golden immortal henchman, who was still stunned by the brutality of Zhou Tianlong's earlier kill. Chapter 440, Battle with Zhao Sheng. Seeing him rushing forward, he instinctively stepped back quickly. As soon as he retreated, he created a distance between himself and the others. Zhou Tianlong swiftly moved closer to him, causing their attacks to miss. "Die!" With a fierce roar, Zhou Tianlong's body moved like lightning, carrying a powerful arc of sword light that slashed rapidly toward the henchman. It was a split-second moment. Just as Zhou Tianlong's sword was about to strike the henchman, a white light streaked across and blocked Zhou Tianlong's deadly strike. Clang! Zhao Sheng's flying sword finally arrived in time to intercept Zhou Tianlong's blade, allowing the henchman Zhou was targeting to narrowly escape death. In the next moment, the late-stage golden immortal henchman rushed forward and shielded the one Zhou had been chasing. "Mu Jihong, Yuan Yao, quickly kill him." Zhao Sheng, somewhat enraged, shouted at the late-stage golden immortal henchman. In the blink of an eye during their previous exchange, Zhou Tianlong had already slain one opponent, astonishingly fast, and leaving the several junior mates within the defensive formation unable to react in time. Now, surrounded by several opponents, Zhou Tianlong received prompt support from his junior mates, who hurriedly manipulated their flying swords to attack Zhao Sheng and the others from within the defense array. In an instant, this area became filled with sharp sword lights and chaotic sword qi, effectively supporting Zhou Tianlong. With reinforcements from his junior mates, Zhou Tianlong felt relieved and saw that his earlier target had become unreachable. Thus, he redirected his focus to Yuan Yao, the henchman of only mid-stage golden immortal cultivation. From brief observation earlier, he noticed that this henchman wasn't very strong, but was quite sly. Yuan would occasionally launch sneak attacks and constantly moved around the battlefield, dodging his junior mate's strikes. If he wasn't eliminated, during the fight, Zhou would always have to remain wary of surprise attacks. To ensure a decisive strike, Zhou Tianlong locked his spiritual consciousness onto Yuan Yao while feigning weakness against Zhao Sheng and Mu Jihong, the two late-stage golden immortal enemies, by only defending against their attacks. He was secretly seeking an opportunity to kill that most cunning henchman. After 15 minutes of intense combat, he finally saw an opening. Perhaps because Zhou appeared to be suppressed by the two princes, the henchmen grew complacent as they saw him frantically dodging their attacks. Moreover, the junior mate's assault from the defensive array wasn't very strong, which made them grow arrogant. Yuan Yao focused on attacking the defense array while hurling insults at the female junior mates inside. When Yuan moved to a spot not far in front of Zhou Tianlong, the latter reenacted his tactic, casting a talisman while cutting 2 consecutive sword arcs at incoming flying swords. Zhou seized Yuan Yao's momentary distraction, a fleeting chance, to pounce on him. At the same time, he charged straight forward, sword and body merging into one, attacking Yuan Yao. By the time Yuan felt an alarming sense of danger and chilling fear of death, it was already too late to dodge. He could only turn around and strike his sword toward the approaching shadow. It all happened too fast. Die for me. Before he could fully turn his body, Yuan was pierced through as Zhou Tianlong roared loudly. Gazing down in disbelief at the sword piercing through him, Yuan's flying sword clattered to the ground as he fell into eternal darkness. As soon as Zhou Tianlong pierced him with his sword, he shook his shin force, sending Yuan's pierced corpse flying toward Zhao Sheng, who was rushing over. He quickly dodged the sword chi from the 2 opponents. Zhao Sheng was momentarily blocked by the corpse Zhou had thrown, thus missing a golden opportunity to seriously injure Zhou. Enraged, he smacked the corpse sideways, which exploded into a crimson mist. The ruthless and cruel display caused the remaining henchmen to feel an indescribable sorrow, as if anticipating their own fate. You bastard, good for nothing. What are you doing? Kill him now. Upon witnessing yet another of his men perish, Zhao Sheng was furious and gnashing his teeth, yelling at his subordinates. Asshole, if you've got guts, don't run. Mu Jihong saw Zhou Tianlong kill another 2 of their men while himself was scolded by his master, which infuriated him, and he rushed straight toward Zhou without bothering to evade the women's attacks from the defense array. After killing the second henchman, Zhou Tianlong now felt relaxed internally, the battlefield advantage shifting in his favor. There were now only 4 enemies left, compared to his side of 6 people. Although his junior mates weren't particularly effective, as long as they could restrain those adversaries, Zhou was no longer afraid. He just needed to look for the right opportunity to eliminate another enemy, and then the adversaries wouldn't even dream of escaping alive. After losing 2 men to Zhou Tianlong consecutively, Zhao Sheng was furious. He had considered the opponent an easy target, never imagining that he had actually bitten off more than he could chew. He also knew that if this young brat were eliminated, those female junior mates would become easy prey. Mu Jihong, hold him off. Yes, young master. Zhao Sheng thought of a plan. He decided to attack the defensive formation first. As long as he could break through the formation, he would have the chance to capture the women inside, and this guy would certainly come to rescue them. That would be their opportunity. He also took out several talismans from his storage ring and hurled them toward the defensive formation. The talismans struck the protective barrier of the formation, producing a loud explosion. At once, the entire defensive formation became unstable, and its barrier began to distort and dim. Fortunately, this defensive formation had been given to Zhou Tianlong by his senior apprentice brother Li Dalong for self-defense, and its defensive power was quite strong. It had yet to be broken after enduring 3 consecutive talisman attacks, but small cracks had already begun to appear on the formation disk. It could probably withstand only 3 more such attacks before the formation disk would be completely destroyed. Zhou Tianlong was frightened by what had just happened. He understood the consequences if the formation was broken through. No, I can't let him continue attacking the formation. I must kill him no matter what. Zhou Tianlong saw how powerful Zhao Sheng's talismans were. Plus, as the young master of Yunxia Sect, he likely had plenty of such talismans. Moreover, Zhao wouldn't lack defensive means. A person like him needed to be finished off with a single decisive strike, leaving no chance for him to recover. Thinking thus, Zhou Tianlong continued carefully fending off Mu Jihong's attacks while locking his spiritual consciousness onto Zhao Sheng, keeping a close watch on his movements. Slowly, he maneuvered closer to Zhao, narrowing the distance. Mu Jihong noticed that Zhou Tianlong's condition was no longer as strong as before. Since his master was attacking the defensive formation, Zhou's attention was divided, and Mu had successfully landed several blows. Wounds, big and small, began to appear on Zhou's body, and blood started soaking his clothes. Seeing Zhou Tianlong in such a battered state excited Mu Jihong. It gave him hope of killing Zhou. His attacks involuntarily became faster, each one filled with full force. Although Zhou appeared in a dire situation at the moment, these were all superficial wounds that hadn't injured his internal organs. His combat ability was not significantly affected. Chapter 441, Slaying Zhao Sheng. Appearing weak to the enemy was his strategy, and he had already used it once before, very effectively. Now, the results were beginning to show. Zhao Sheng noticed it too. Since he began attacking the defensive formation, Zhou Tianlong had been overpowered by Mu Jihong, starting to get injured, and accumulating more wounds. Zhou Tianlong's miserable state delighted him, lifting his mood. Haha, let's see how long you can hold on. When I grab a few pretty girls, I'll play with them right in front of you, making them feel as if they're ascending to heaven. You damn brat, aren't you supposed to be so strong? I let you ignore me, but now you can still beg me for mercy. I'll let you die quickly. Zhao Sheng continued attacking the defensive formation with his flying sword, while taunting Zhou Tianlong arrogantly. Zhou Tianlong's eyes flickered with thought. Then he acted upon a plan. He avoided critical areas and pretended not to block Mu Jihong's attack, letting himself be struck and flung aside. Watching Zhou Tianlong get slashed away with blood spraying from his body, the group burst into laughter. As the few of them laughed in triumph, none noticed anything strange about the angle at which Zhou Tianlong was thrown back. Right now, Zhou Tianlong was flying directly toward Zhao Sheng's side and slightly forward. While airborne, he intentionally spat out a mouthful of blood, making the onlookers even more excited. One of Zhao Sheng's underlings maneuvered his flying sword toward Zhou Tianlong, attempting to strike while the latter was down. Zhao Sheng continued attacking the defensive formation, laughing all the while. Suddenly, Zhou Tianlong threw one exploding Thunderfire talisman each at Mu Jihong and the other greedy underling chasing after him. Two fireballs crackling with lightning hurtled toward the two men. The two men hurriedly slashed several sword beams at the lightning-charged fireballs and quickly retreated. Right after throwing the talismans, Zhou Tianlong twisted his body, activated his flying sword, and swiftly rushed toward Zhao Sheng, unleashing a sword beam from the blade. Zhao Sheng, still Sun Jingzai fantasizing about killing Zhou Tianlong and capturing the beautiful women alive, had not noticed the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Mu Jihong and the other underling were still backing away to avoid Zhou Tianlong's talisman attacks. Another henchman was fully engaged in battle with several female disciples of Yunxia Sect within the formation and was unable to assist or defend Zhao Sheng. Zhou Tianlong knew Zhao Sheng must still have some kind of protective treasures on him, so he did not rely entirely on the sword beam to kill him. While releasing the sword beam, he charged forward himself, closing in rapidly. His flying sword carried an unstoppable momentum, using both speed and a restrained but surging sword energy to thrust toward Zhao Sheng. By the time the bone-chilling cold seeped into Zhao Sheng's heart and a sharp warning bell rang in his mind, it was already too late. Only in haste did Zhao Sheng slash out with his own flying sword, but the sword beam was already upon him. His hastily released sword strike was deflected by Zhou Tianlong's sword beam. The sharp sword energy continued to hurtle straight toward his face. The cold, icy aura and the deadly, cutting intent terrified him beyond reason. The real sense of impending death chilled him to the core. Yet just as the sword beam was about to pierce his face, a cold, shadowy light erupted from a jade pendant hanging around his neck, blocking Zhou Tianlong's sharp sword energy. Then the pendant shattered into several pieces. This jade pendant saved Zhao Sheng's life and bought him some time. Still shaken, Zhao Sheng saw Zhou Tianlong following in pursuit. Mustering the Shen lead he had been too frightened to control properly before, he slashed his sword toward Zhou Tianlong. Seeing his originally deadly sword beam blocked, Zhou Tianlong muttered a curse under his breath, feeling regret. But then he steeled his resolve, channeling his Shen Li fully into the flying sword. It emitted a dazzling glow as the sword tip extended an inch-long blade of sword energy, decisive energy meant to end Zhao Sheng's life. As Zhao Sheng slashed toward Zhou Tianlong with his sword, Zhou's mind stirred, and he summoned from his storage ring a protective shield he had hidden and not used until now. He decided to take a gamble, risking injury to himself in order to ensure Zhao Sheng's death. He gambled that Zhao Sheng's attack could be blocked by his shield and Shan Li barrier. Thus, he strengthened the Shan Li barrier around himself, while continuing to channel Shan Li into his flying sword. Zhao Sheng's flying sword struck the shield. With a loud pung, a visible shockwave violently burst outward from the collision of sword and shield. Zhao Sheng was flung violently backward by the force, but Zhou Tianlong, prepared for the impact, used the advantage to continue his attack, only slightly slowed. He continued thrusting forward, his sword tip locked onto Zhao Sheng's chest. While being thrown back, Zhao Sheng immediately sensed the danger. "Help me," he shouted loudly to his three underlings. At this moment, his body was unbalanced, unable to defend or attack. His only hope lay in his subordinates saving him. In the blink of an eye, however, the three underlings were too far away, and they had been caught off guard by Zhou Tianlong's sudden shift of target. Moreover, the deadly duel between the two men left them no time to react. Zhao Sheng, seeing the flying sword drawing closer, and Zhou Tianlong's cold face, shouted with all his strength toward Zhou Tianlong. "Mercy! Fuchi! Ah!" The sword energy pierced his body, and the flying sword silenced Zhao Sheng's plea for mercy. Realizing there was no chance left to evade, Zhao Sheng, who had no desire to die, desperately thought about all the youth he still had to enjoy, all the young female cultivators he had yet to seduce, and the endless happiness of countless years waiting ahead. He quickly begged Zhou Tianlong for mercy, but in Zhou Tianlong's eyes, Zhao Sheng was a man who had to die. No reason could possibly stop his killing intent. Zhao Sheng's pleas had not even finished before Zhou Tianlong's sword energy broke through his defenses, followed closely by the sword that impaled his body. Afraid that Zhao Sheng might still not be dead, Zhou Tianlong struck him again with a palm blow to the face. Crash! A fierce palm wind, combined with the Shan Li, infused strike from Zhou Tianlong, smashed into Zhao Sheng's face, shattering his head like a watermelon into a rain of bloody mist. His entire head detached from his neck and exploded into a red mist. Looking at Zhao Sheng's now headless body, and watching his skull disintegrate into a crimson fog, Zhou Tianlong felt a surge of satisfaction replace the hatred in his heart. This enemy had died beyond any possibility of revival. The three henchmen had been charging forward in desperation to save their master, but as they saw the headless corpse and the gruesome mist of blood filling the sky, a chilling horror surged from the depths of their hearts. They quickly halted their charge, their faces pale as they floated motionless in midair, eyes dazed and locked onto the lifeless, upright corpse. Then, exchanging glances among themselves, the three turned and fled in separate directions without hesitation. With Zhao Sheng dead, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. If they returned to Lingxiu Sword Sect, their sect leader would certainly flay them alive to offer as tribute for Zhao Sheng's soul. They had been completely terrified by Zhou Tianlong's flexible tactics, overwhelming strength, and decisive, ruthless style of battle. Fighting him was impossible. Even if they somehow killed Zhou Tianlong and the others now, they would still not survive returning home. At this moment, the only choice was to escape immediately and plan for another path. Perhaps survival was still possible. Even if no one would take them in, living as wandering cultivators outside would still be better than returning to Yunxia Sword Sect to face death. Chapter 442, Trouble Brewing. After killing Zhao Shang, Zhou Tianlong felt a wave of weakness and fatigue wash over him. The intense battle combined with his injuries had reduced his combat effectiveness to less than 30% of his usual strength. He was now only outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. Mo Jihong and the other two had been so frightened by Zhou Tianlong's display of power that they dared not attack him again. If they had resumed their attack on Zhou Tianlong, he would have had to reveal his weakened state, making it very easy to kill him. Unfortunately, they missed a perfect opportunity. Zhou Tianlong felt a quiet sigh of relief as he watched the three flee, but he still kept up the fierce demeanor and did his best to maintain a powerful aura. After holding that posture for 15 minutes outside the formation, he hurriedly returned into the defensive array. Senior brother, how bad are your injuries? Senior brother, are you alright? Senior brother, are your wounds serious? I have a healing pill here. As soon as Zhou Tianlong entered the defensive formation, several of his junior female cultivator companions rushed over, expressing their concern. During the earlier battle, they had feared distracting him, so they concentrated fully on attacking the enemies with their flying swords without daring to speak a word. Now the enemies were either dead or fled, and Zhou Tianlong truly looked pitiful. His numerous wounds appeared terrifying, large and long, with the flesh turned outward, revealing the red meat beneath. His face was pale as paper, and he could barely stand. This pitiful sight filled the junior female cultivators with worry. I'm fine, just a few minor wounds. I'll be okay after a short rest. Zhou Tianlong forced a weak smile and told the juniors faintly. Senior brother, don't speak. Take this healing pill and recover quickly, one of the juniors said, pulling out the best mid-grade healing pill she had from her storage ring and feeding it into Zhou Tianlong's mouth. Zhou Tianlong actually had a high-grade healing pill given by his senior master in his own storage ring, but seeing the worried expression and Xintong in her eyes, the words he originally intended to refuse caught in his throat, unable to bring himself to say them. He simply let her feed the pill into his mouth. His lips inadvertently brushed against her soft, fragrant palm, and, almost instinctively, his tongue gave her hand a light lick. The warm, moist tongue licking her palm caused the junior sister to let out a sudden startled cry. Unprepared for Zhou Tianlong's sudden action, and with the strange tingling sensation she'd never experienced before, the junior sister cried out. Then she immediately realized something was wrong. A flush of red quickly spread from her face down her neck, as a hot, burning sensation filled her cheeks. Her heart started pounding rapidly. Junior sister, what happened? Hearing the young girl scream, the other females thought something had gone wrong with Zhou Tianlong and hurriedly asked her. And nothing happened. The junior sister kept her head lowered, not daring to meet the eyes of the other senior sisters, as she quickly answered. Zhou Tianlong had also been startled by the girl's scream, flashing a sheepish grin on his face. Seeing that the junior sister was only blushing and not saying anything further, he quickly closed his eyes and began to focus on circulating his cultivation technique to absorb the healing pill's power and heal his wounds, partly to cover the awkwardness. After Zhou Tianlong began recovering, the two other juniors began assisting him in treating his external wounds and wiping the blood from his face and body. Amidst the hustle, Zhou Tianlong was repeatedly jolted from his focus by unintentional brushes against the juniors' curvaceous bodies, almost causing him to lose control of his spiritual energy more than once. After half a day of continuous efforts, the juniors finally cleaned Zhou Tianlong's exterior and had already dealt with his wounds. They kept wiping at his face and the parts of his body still exposed. However, the upper body bore the most injuries, and his clothes were hacked beyond recognition. So, more skin was exposed than usual, meaning the juniors lingered a bit longer in their cleaning. Although Zhou Tianlong's healing process was slightly disrupted due to the distractions from the juniors' attentions, everything else proceeded smoothly. A day later, Zhou Tianlong's internal and external injuries were healed, and his drain Xian Li, cultivation power, had also been restored. Zhou Tianlong finished his cultivation session and opened his eyes. At that moment, the 5 junior female disciples were seated in a circle around him, pressed closely together watching him. He smiled slightly at the junior closest to him, then quickly stood up. His movement startled the juniors who had been staring at him. Senior brother, are you alright? They almost asked in unison. I'm healed now. I'll be right back, Zhou Tianlong replied with a slight smile, glancing at his tattered clothes. With a flash, he exited the defensive formation and slipped deep into the forest to change into clean clothing before returning to his juniors. The junior female disciples gazed at their refreshed, radiant senior brother, their eyes shining with bright stars. Junior sisters, shall we continue into the depths of the mountains for further cultivation training, or return? After the battle yesterday, Zhou Tianlong was now cautious about further unexpected events and had begun considering returning to Yunxia Sect. Although he had not feared the Yunxia Sword Sect during the battle, the fact remained that he had killed their sect leader's son. It would be impossible to say he wasn't worried about retaliation. But it wasn't exactly fear either. It was just that, right now, he was outside with only a few junior female disciples, and it felt unsafe. Therefore, Zhou Tianlong wanted to bring them back. However, since they had come together, he still wanted to ask for their opinions. When the girls saw Zhou Tianlong asking them, they were still frightened from the dangerous scene of yesterday. Though they were all experienced cultivators who had advanced to the golden immortal realm, male or female, none of them were simpletons. Yet scenes of life and death combat, where they were constantly at risk of being killed, were something some of them had not experienced before. The events of yesterday had left a deep psychological impact. As soon as Zhou Tianlong asked them, they unanimously decided they wanted to return. One reason was the fright and trauma they had suffered, and the other was their concern about potential retaliation from the enemy. 3 people had already fled yesterday. Perhaps by now they had already gathered reinforcements and were lying in wait on the road. Seeing that all of them agreed to return to the sect, Zhou Tianlong put away the already cracked formation tablet and led them quickly back toward Yunxia Sect. Meanwhile, the Lingxiu Sword Sect had fallen into sorrow and chaos the moment Zhao Sheng's soul tablet shattered. A disciple who was on shift duty in the soul hall, watching the sky outside idly, was suddenly startled by a sharp cracking sound. Kacha! It jolted him out of his daze, and he turned his head slowly and numbly toward the shelves of soul tablets within the soul hall. At that moment, one of the soul tablets on the central display shelf on the front wall of the soul hall had shattered into several pieces. Generally speaking, for a major power with dozens of thousands of disciples, the shattering of soul tablets was not uncommon. After all, though cultivators enjoyed long lives, countless dangers accompanied various sect missions, personal quests, and resource-gathering activities. It was normal for disciples to perish along the way. Originally, the disciple would be completely indifferent to such a shattered soul tablet, just needed to record the event, archive it, and notify the relevant department of that disciple's death. But when he saw that it was a soul tablet on the main wall of the soul hall that had shattered, his earlier listlessness and numbness instantly vanished. Chapter 443: The Outrage of the Sect Leader of Lingxiu Sword Sect. Something terrible has happened. Heaven has collapsed. His face paled instantly, and he mumbled to himself, lips trembling. Ignoring the sect's ban on flying within the sect's territory, he quickly rushed toward the sect's main hall. Disciples from the judicial hall, seeing someone daring to violate the flying ban, became instantly furious, and several angrily chased after him. Without caring about the disciples shouting behind him, the Bundan duty disciple quickly arrived in front of the main hall and hurriedly said to the disciple guarding the entrance, "I must see the sect leader." Then, without waiting for his consent, he strode into the hall. "Leader, something terrible has happened." The duty disciple knelt before sect leader Zhao Jingqiu, crying out with a trembling voice. At this time, Lingxiu Sword Sect leader Zhao Jingqiu was handling sect affairs inside the hall. Seeing the disciple entering with a gloomy face, he frowned slightly, snorted coldly, and asked, "What's all this panic about?" "Leader, the young master's soul tablet is broken." The duty disciple bravely raised his head and replied with a trembling voice. After finishing his sentence, he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to face Zhao Jingqiu's gaze. "What? The soul tablet of Sheng'er is broken? Fool, have you really seen it clearly?" Zhao Jingqiu had already felt impatient toward the sudden interruption, but when he suddenly heard this heartbreaking news, he immediately flew into a rage and raised his hand, pulling the kneeling disciple up toward him. The duty disciple suddenly felt himself floating, then grabbed by a supernatural hand from the sect leader and twisted in midair by the chest. Scared pale, he was too frightened to even breathe loudly. "Say it again, what happened to Sheng? My sect leader." "Young masters, the soul tablet is broken." The duty disciple stammered out. Zhao Jingqiu again confirmed this thunderbolt of shocking news. His head buzzed, everything went dark before his eyes, and his body swayed involuntarily, nearly causing him to collapse. He shouted fiercely and threw the duty disciple, who had been restrained in midair, straight into the hall with a sweep of his hand. Bang! The loud noise of a human body hitting a pillar and a scream of pain almost simultaneously sounded. The broken corpse slid down the pillar to the ground, splattering blood everywhere. At that moment, the duty disciple standing outside peeked inside at the enraged sect leader and the corpse of the dead disciple. His face turned pale with fear, and he quickly withdrew his head, silently praying hard in his heart. "Please be safe. Please be safe." While praying inwardly, suddenly a gust of wind blew from the hall, followed by a cold snort. "Clean this up." The hall's duty disciples quickly called over several apprentices and entered the hall to collect the body of their dead senior brother and clean up the bloodstains in the hall. After calming down from his rage, Zhao Jingqiu forced himself to stay calm. Then, he flew from the hall straight to the soul hall. The moment he saw Zhao Sheng's shattered soul tablet, tears immediately streamed from Zhao Jingqiu's eyes, as pain gripped his heart deeply and piercingly. This was his most beloved, his only son, and also the future heir to the Lingxiu Sword Sect. He had invested endless efforts since childhood in nurturing his outstanding successor. But today he was gone, his soul tablet shattered. The white-haired father was mourning the black-haired son. The shaking of his body clearly revealed the helplessness and fury dwelling within him. Who did this? How did my son die? We must investigate this thoroughly. If someone killed my son, I'll make sure they follow him down to the underworld and serve as his companion. Zhao Jingqiu swore silently in his heart, endlessly blaming himself. Why hadn't he arranged for a few powerful disciples to guard his son? Feelings of hatred, self-reproach, guilt, heartache, and resentment filled Zhao Zhengqiu's heart, and his spiritual cultivation base became slightly unstable at that moment, letting loose inner demons with symptoms indicating an imminent spiritual collapse. Just as he was about to be consumed by the inner demons, a solemn voice rang out. "Sect leader, you are the leader of Lingxiu Sword Sect. Now is not the time to show weakness. You must pull yourself together." At this critical moment, Elder Weiyazi, the chief elder of Lingxiu Sword Sect, had received a disciple's report and rushed over immediately. Thankfully, his voice pulled Zhao Jingqiu back from the brink of spiritual collapse. Zhao Jingxiu was shocked and suddenly became clear-headed, wiping the tears from his face and regaining the solemnity of a sect leader, though deep sorrow continued to accumulate in his eyes. Dispatch people to investigate where Sheng'er met his fate and who was accompanying him. Zhao Jingxiu coldly commanded Elder Weiyazi as he turned around. I've already arranged that. Now we just have to wait for the results. What you must do most right now is maintain stability within the sect, and then make a decision after the investigation is completed. Elder Weiyazi was someone Zhao Jingxiu both feared and respected. Elder Weiyazi's power was slightly stronger than his own, and normally didn't interfere much in sect affairs, the power remaining fully in the sect leader's hands. But Elder Weiyazi was highly esteemed within the Yunxia Sword Sect and deeply respected by the disciples. He had to take the words of the chief elder seriously. Since the chief elder had already arranged for people to investigate, all he could do now was remain in the sect anxiously waiting. Fine, then I will wait for them to return. Once there's news, I will take action, and at that time, don't you dare stop me, Zhao Jingxiu said to Weiyazi. Let's talk about it after they return. If something truly happened, I won't stop you, but you must also consider the sect's stability, Weiyazi replied, seeing that Zhao Jingxiu had calmed down and offering him a supportive attitude. Zhao Jingxiu did not reply, but silently walked toward the sect's grand hall with a cold expression. Although he could not immediately exact vengeance, he still needed to make some preparations. In his heart, he was certain that someone had killed his Sheng'er. This was no accident. He understood his son quite well. Previously, he believed the things his son did were all trivial matters that could be easily resolved. Mostly, a few spirit stones could settle things. Alternatively, he would send someone secretly to eliminate any threats against his son. Now, someone had dared to disregard the dignity of the Yunxia Sword Sect and even kill his son. He must retaliate. Wipe them out completely and avenge Sheng'er. Zhao Jingxiu silently resolved with clenched teeth. However, those who had accompanied Zhao Sheng had either died or fled, none of them returning. By the time the Yunxia Sword Sect's chief Elder Weiyazi's men completed their investigation, 3 days had already passed. It was only after capturing one of the mid-level golden immortal cultivators, a loyal follower, that the entire sequence of events was finally uncovered. Based on the clues provided by this follower, they traced Zhou Tianlong and his group's true identities. Zhou Tianlong's group was particularly noticeable, so it wasn't hard to investigate their background. Once all the intelligence was delivered into Zhao Jingxiu's hands, and he personally met the captured follower, Zhao Jingxiu cast a cold gaze upon him. Disciple leader Mercy. Mercy. The follower immediately dropped to his knees upon seeing Zhao Jingxiu, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Soon blood flowed from his forehead, splattering on the floor in a pool of blood. Still, he kept hitting his head without feeling the pain, desperately hoping Zhao Jingxiu would spare his life. Chapter 444. The Move of Yunxia Sword Sect. Zhao Jingxiu coldly watched the groveling follower whose head was repeatedly kowtowing, as a mortal energy transformed into a massive energy hand clutching the follower's neck and lifting him up. My Sheng'er is dead. You were his attendant. Why didn't you go and accompany him? Why are you still alive? You begged me to let you go. Then who let my Sheng'er go? It was all because of your failure to protect him properly. Do you have the face to plead with me for mercy? Go down below and accompany Sheng'er well. I will also send your whole family down to accompany you. After saying this, Zhao Jingxiu slightly moved his immortal energy, crushing the follower's neck before casually throwing him away. Go deal with the families of these few people. Yes, master. The disciple beside him hesitated for a moment. Although filled with reluctance, he still loudly accepted Zhao Jingxiu's command. After bowing respectfully to Zhao Jingxiu, he turned and exited the main hall. Outside, he waved his hand to summon a group of enforcers to arrest the families of those followers who had accompanied Zhao Sheng outside. He had to carry out the order to kill those innocent people if he wanted to stay alive. Moreover, even if he didn't do it, someone else would. Great Elder Weiyazi silently observed the scene where the sect leader had not only killed a disciple, but was now ordering the deaths of the families of several other disciples. Yet he made no move to stop him. He knew the sect leader was on the verge of losing control. Moreover, in his eyes, the deaths of a few disciples and their families weren't significant matters. In his view, they were all just insignificant ants. Great Elder, I will dismember the person who killed my Sheng'er and take revenge for him. I will send those lowly women down below to accompany my Sheng. My Sheng'er cannot be left without company. If Yunxia Sect refuses to hand them over, then they no longer deserve to exist. Great Elder, I need your support. Zhao Jingxiu stared into Great Elder Weiyazi's eyes and spoke each word with clear intent. Fine, master. I support you. The young master's vengeance must be taken. However, we cannot drag the entire sect into this. I suggest we first send someone to demand that Yunxia Sect hand them over. As for waging war on Yunxia Sect, we must plan carefully. What do you think, sect leader? Weiyazi also looked straight at Zhao Jingxiu and replied earnestly. Weiyazi made his stance clear. Vengeance was acceptable and necessary, but dragging the entire sect into it was unacceptable. Zhao Jingxiu stared at Weiyazi for several minutes, but found him standing firm without yielding. Fine, then let's first send people to seize them. If they refuse to comply stubbornly, then we cannot blame us for being ruthless. No one can kill my Sheng'er and expect to remain unscathed. Seeing that Great Elder Weiyazi refused to yield, Zhao Jingxiu accepted Weiyazi's suggestion. Since they already knew who their enemy was, there was no urgency now. Yunxia Sword Sect dispatched 3 elders at the early stage of Grand Immortal, led by Elder Dong Xianming and a group of disciples from the enforcement hall, heading to Yunxia Sect to capture the wanted. The plan was good, but whether they could successfully capture anyone was uncertain. After all, Yunxia Sect was no pushover and would not allow them to simply take people. Yet judging from the deployment of their forces, they were well prepared for a forceful seizure. Lingxiu Sword Sect had only 5 elders who had reached the realm of Grand Immortal, and 3 were sent at once. This alone demonstrated Zhao Zhengqi's determination. Elder Dong Xianming and his group flew on their swords and reached the territory of Yunxia Sect within half a day. Connected peaks brimming with spiritual energy were shrouded in mists, creating a scene as beautiful as paradise on earth. People of Yunxia Sect, listen well. We are from Lingxiu Sword Sect. Quickly call out your sect leader to greet us. Standing on one of the peaks, Dong Xianming loudly shouted toward the direction of Yunxia Sect. His voice echoed across the Yunxia Sect grounds like rolling thunder. Quickly, Yunxia Sect noticed Dong Xianming and his group. The disciples guarding the main gate, sensing they were not coming in peace, immediately informed sect leader, Kumeli, while simultaneously raising the alarm for other sect members. Within a few breaths of time, Yunxia Sect's sect leader Kumeli and several elders arrived before Dong Xianming and his companions. Welcome to Lingxiu Sword Sect. Our humble sect has not properly welcomed you all, and we beg your pardon. However, I wonder for what reason you have come here today. Kumeli bowed her hands toward Dong Xianming and his men as she spoke. You are the sect leader of Yunxia Sect? Dong Xianming scrutinized Kumeli. Seeing that she was only a cultivator at the late stage of Supreme Immortal Golden Immortal, he couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. Indeed, I am sect leader Kumeli. I would like to ask why Lingxiu Sword Sect's honorable cultivators have come to Yunxia Sect. Kumeli, displeased by the arrogant attitude of Dong Xianming and the others, still endured her temper and politely bowed as she asked. No need to flatter us. We have come to demand that your Yunxia Sect hand someone over to us. Dong Xianming spoke indifferently. Oh, then who is it that you would ask us to hand over? Kumeli furrowed her brows, uncertain exactly whom Lingxiu Sword Sect was asking for. A man named Zhou Tianlong killed our Lingxiu Sword Sect's young master Xiuxian. If your Yunxia Sect knows what's good for you, hand him over quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite. Dong Xianming released his aura, and a powerful pressure pressed down upon Kumeli and the others. What? Zhou Tianlong killed your Lingxiu Sword Sect's young master? Could you possibly have made a mistake? Zhou Tianlong is a disciple of our Yunxia Sect. How could he possibly kill your young master? Upon hearing Dong Xianming's words, Kumeli showed a look of shock and disbelief on her face. Mistake? Do you think we would come here to frame you for no reason? If you refuse to hand him over, don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Seeing Kumeli's disbelief, Dong Xianming coldly snorted in threat. Master Dong, you can eat recklessly, but not speak recklessly. If you claim Zhou Tianlong killed your young master, do you have any evidence? At this moment, an elder from Yunxia Sect stepped forward and asked Dong Xianming while staring at him. By now, Kumeli knew that today's situation wouldn't end peacefully. Immediately, she transmitted a message through spiritual consciousness to Li Dalong, informing him of the situation. After receiving the message from his mother-in-law Kumeli, Li Dalong understood that this was related to his nephew Zhou Tianlong. No matter what, today they could not hand Zhou Tianlong over to the other side. Zhou Yong also realized that the enemy had come looking for his son, Zhou Tianlong. However, since their cultivation levels were low, they were all protected within the sect's premises and did not appear publicly. While informing Li Dalong, Kumeli had already prepared to activate the sect's defensive formation at any moment to resist the Lingxiu Sword Sect's people. Evidence. Our words are the evidence. What other evidence do you need? If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over Zhou Tianlong, or today we will raise your entire Yunxia Sect to the ground. Dong Xianming declared forcefully. You're going too far. Even if Zhou Tianlong really did kill your young master, you cannot treat our Yunxia Sect like this. Our Yunxia Sect is not one to be trifled with. Another elder of the Yunxia Sect stepped forward and loudly proclaimed. Chapter 445, Slaying the Elder of Lingxiu Sword Sect. Whether you're easy to provoke or not isn't up to you to decide. If you don't hand over Zhou Tianlong today, we'll take action ourselves. As Dong Xianming spoke, he waved his hand, and the group of disciples behind him charged into the inner courtyard of Yunxia Sect. How dare you? Seeing Dong Xianming's group rushing toward their sect's headquarters, Kumeli instantly grew furious. She swiftly dodged backward, avoiding the Zhengqi of Lingxiu Sword Sect's disciples, and quickly activated the defensive formation. Before Dong Xianming's group could enter Yunxia Sect's compound, a protective barrier suddenly surrounded the entire sect. Although Dong's team had come prepared, they were still a step too late, and were separated from the interior by the defensive formation. They hadn't expected Yunxia Sect's response to be so swift. The defensive formation was instantly completed, and the few who charged fastest collided with the barrier and were repelled, leaving them dazed and stunned. Li Dalong and Kumeli saw the sect's protective formation successfully block the Zhengqi from Lingxiu Sword Sect and immediately felt relieved. If you don't hand over the murderer today, we'll take matters into our own hands. Dong Xianming said threateningly and arrogantly, as if in his eyes Yunxia Sect was nothing but a fragile object in his palm, easily crushed. He didn't consider the small sect's protective formation worth much. However, the members of Yunxia Sect were not weak or easily bullied. A firm resolve flashed in Li Dalong's eyes. He knew that today, no matter what, he couldn't retreat. He inhaled deeply, his inner immortal energy surging violently, as if it were about to burst from his body. Do you really think our Yunxia Sect can be pushed around by your Lingxiu Sword Sect at will? Li Dalong said, his voice filled with determination, as if channeling all his courage and strength into this single sentence. As Li Dalong's words rang out, The disciples of Yunxia Sect also began to stir the immortal energy within their bodies. Their eyes burned with firm resolve, as if they were gathering all their strength for this moment. Seeing the reaction from Yunxia Sect's disciples, Dong Xianming's eyes flickered with a brief surprise. He hadn't expected that Yunxia Sect would resist so decisively. Yet he wasn't worried or alarmed. Instead, he smiled even more arrogantly. Haha, fine. Let me see what kind of power Yunxia Sect truly possesses. With a loud laugh, Dong Xianming's figure flickered, charging directly toward Yunxia Sect's protective formation. Behind him, Lingxiu Sword Sect's disciples also began to channel their inner immortal energy. Arrogance and wild confidence gleamed in their eyes, as if they intended to unleash all their might in this moment. Yet the defensive formation of Yunxia Sect was not something easily overcome. The protective barrier shimmered faintly, as if protected by an invisible force. Although the attacks of Dong Xianming's team were fierce and relentless, they could not penetrate this defense. Seeing that Dong Xianming's group couldn't break through the defensive formation, Li Dalong felt a brief sense of relief. He knew that as long as the protective formation held, they would have a chance to strike back. However, Dong Xianming had no intention of giving up. A crafty glint passed through his eyes. Suddenly ceasing his attack, he turned and shouted loudly at Yunxia Sect's compound. Zhou Tianlong, I know you're here. If you don't come out, I'll destroy your sect. As his words echoed, a heavy silence fell over Yunxia Sect's compound. Zhou Tianlong did not appear, as if he had already left. Yet Li Dalong knew Zhou was still here, merely concealing his presence. Gazing at Dong Xianming, Li Dalong felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. He knew Dong was deliberately provoking them, trying to force Zhou Tianlong into appearing. But he wouldn't allow Dong Xianming to get his way. Don't think you can threaten us, Dong Xianming. Zhou Tianlong is one of our Yunxia Sect's disciples. We will never surrender to your Lingxiu Sword Sect because of him, Li Dalong shouted, his voice resolute and firm. As Li Dalong's voice faded, Yunxia Sect's disciples raised their voices in united cries, filled with passion and courage, as if all their strength had converged in this single moment. Dong Xianming glanced at Yunxia Sect's disciples' reactions, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected them to defend their fellow disciple so resolutely. Yet he did not feel disheartened by the failure of his previous provocation and threats. Instead, he laughed even more arrogantly. Haha, fine. Let me see just how many disciples of Yunxia Sect are willing to perish alongside Zhou Tianlong. With a booming laugh, Dong Xianming waved his hand, and Lingxiu Sword Sect's disciples surged toward Yunxia Sect's compound. The battle erupted once more, as disciples from Yunxia Sect and Lingxiu Sword Sect clashed fiercely across the battlefield separated by the protective barrier. Their figures darted and crisscrossed in the air, while immortal energy raged across the field, as if attempting to devour the entire world. Li Dalong observed the battlefield with deep concern. Although his disciples, protected by the formation, only needed to focus on attacking without worrying about defense. He knew this was a life-and-death struggle for Yunxia Sect. Their current strength was far inferior to Lingxiu Sword Sect. They had to take full advantage of their current position to suppress the arrogance of Lingxiu Sword Sect and strike down a significant number of their disciples in order to achieve victory. He inhaled deeply, his inner immortal energy surging violently, as if he were trying to condense all his strength into this single moment. For Yunxia Sect, for our disciples, charge, Li Dalong shouted, flashing his figure through the defensive formation and dashing directly toward Dong Xianming. He hoped to seize the opportunity and eliminate one opponent first, deplete the morale of Lingxiu Sword Sect, and reverse Yunxia Sect's disadvantage. His voice rang out like a morning bell or an evening drum, resonating in the hearts of every Yunxia Sect disciple. Li Dalong's figure carved a dazzling arc through the air, aiming straight for Dong Xianming's vital points. In this moment, he seemed to transform into Yunxia Sect's guardian deity, defending their home with fearless courage and boundless strength. Dong Xianming watched Li Dalong approaching, a brief flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Dalong to be so decisive in charging directly at him. Yet, instead of retreating, he sneered coldly, and his sword instantly burst forth with a sharp, radiant blade. Li Dalong, do you really think you can defeat me? Today, I'll show you the true power of Lingxiu Sword Sect. Dong Xianming roared, his figure flickering as he charged head-on toward Li Dalong. The two figures collided mid-air, their immortal energy raging across the battlefield. Their attacks fell like a violent storm, relentless and fierce, as if attempting to consume the entire world. Yet, no matter how intense their assaults were, neither could breach the other's defense. Chapter 446, 3 Consecutive Kills. Li Dalong stared at Dong Xianming, a surge of boldness rising in his heart. He knew that this battle was a life-or-death struggle for their Yunxia Sect, and they must give their all to achieve victory. He inhaled deeply, the spiritual energy within his body surging wildly, as if attempting to gather all its strength into this single moment. Their battle became increasingly fierce, as though threatening to engulf the entire world. The disciples of the Yunxia Sect and the Lingxiu Sword Sect were also engaged in intense combat across the battlefield, their figures crisscrossing in midair, spiritual energies running rampant across the field. While fighting Dong Xianming to the death, Li Dalong's divine consciousness covered the entire battlefield. While locked in combat, he was also searching for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on his enemies. Among the Yunxia Sect members, his cultivation level was the highest, and he alone could match the 3 elders of the Lingxiu Sword Sect who had reached the De Luo Golden Immortal Realm. If he could seize the right moment to kill those 3 elders, the rest of the enemy would naturally regret their actions and retreat. As long as they could survive this day, there would be no need to worry about retaliation from the Yunxia Sect. Once the 3 elders at the Deluo Golden Immortal level were eliminated, they would lack the strength to launch another attack. Even if their sect leader, Zhao Jingqiu, felt Bu Gangxin, bitter or unwilling, at most he would only come alone for revenge. At that time, they could even engage him directly without the use of the defensive formation. Hard work eventually paid off. After 15 minutes of intense combat with Dong Xianming, Li Dalong finally spotted an opportunity to ambush his enemy. An elder named Lu Shi, who was at the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, was fiercely attacking the defensive formation of the Yunxia Sect when, for a moment, he carelessly failed to notice that Li Dalong had already moved close to him. Li Dalong was now less than 2 miles away from him. A wave of joy surged in his heart. He knew this was a golden opportunity. Li Dalong locked his divine consciousness onto Lu Shi, activated the Tai Su sword technique, and charged toward the elder named Lu Shi, simultaneously unleashing a powerful sword move known as Moon Slash. When Lu Shi sensed the threat, his reaction was fast, but it was already too late. Li Dalong's positioning was too perfect. At such a short distance, he left Lu Shi absolutely no time to defend or respond. The sharp sword energy pierced through Lu Shi's body. Though a light cyan-colored protective barrier erupted around him, against the Moon Slash sword energy, it was as fragile as an eggshell. Plop! The barrier shattered instantly. The sword energy sliced straight through Lu Shi's chest, and then Li Dalong struck his head with a palm, shattering it like a smashed watermelon, sending pieces of flesh flying. The upper half of his body flew away from the impact, while a towering mist of blood sprayed from the lower half. His death was extremely gruesome, an unbearable sight. Poor Lu Shi didn't even have time to let out a scream before Li Dalong slaughtered him. Dong Xianming watched Lu Shi's death and attempted to rescue him or attack Li Dalong to relieve the pressure, but it was too late. His fury was uncontrollable. After landing a successful strike, Li Dalong immediately dashed to one side, dodging the pincer attack launched by Dong Xianming and the other elder, Xiuxian. He knew he couldn't afford to relax just yet. He needed to eliminate the 2 remaining elders as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the Yunxia Sect. Seeing Li Dalong's flawless defensive posture, Dong Xianming and Xiuxian were filled with anger and frustration. It would be extremely difficult to swiftly kill this enemy who had become such a major headache. Li Dalong did not disappoint them. After an intense battle for some time, he quickly identified his second target. This time, he chose Xiuxian, the weaker of the 2 elders. He employed the same method again, using his divine consciousness to lock onto Xiuxian's location and then activating the Tai Su sword technique to launch a fierce attack. Although Xiuxian had become more cautious under Li Dalong's ferocious assault, especially the overwhelming speed and power of the Tai Su sword moves, he was unable to adapt in time. His protective barrier under Li Dalong's sword energy wavered precariously, as if it would collapse at any moment. He poured all his strength into resisting Li Dalong's attack, but was still unable to break free from his passive position. Finally, under a relentless barrage of sword attacks from Li Dalong, Xiuxian's protective barrier shattered. Looking in horror as Li Dalong charged toward him, he wanted to flee but was already out of time. No, Elder Dong, save me. Xiuxian screamed frantically at Dong Xianming. Beast, stop. Watching Li Dalong about to strike down Xiuxian, Dong Xianming became furious and launched a powerful attack at Li Dalong while roaring loudly. But Li Dalong ignored their threats and screams entirely. He decisively swung his sword, cleaving Xiuxian in half. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the battlefield red. Just as Dong Xianming's attack was about to land on Li Dalong, Xiuxian had already been split into 2. At this moment, Li Dalong chose to meet Dong Xianming's attack head-on. With a thought, a defensive shield materialized in front of him, blocking Dong Xianming's strike. However, the shield only absorbed about a third of Dong Xianming's force before being smashed aside. Then, Dong Xianming's attack landed on Li Dalong's defensive immortal armor. A mouthful of fresh blood rose into Li Dalong's throat, but he forcibly swallowed it down. Dong Xianming's attack had already injured Li Dalong's internal organs, but Li Dalong suppressed the wound and revealed not the slightest trace of injury. Seeing his attack blocked directly by Li Dalong, Dong Xianming couldn't help but feel a sense of fear rising in his heart. After consecutively slaying 2 experts at the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, Li Dalong's confidence soared. Now facing Dong Xianming alone, he felt absolutely no fear. In his mind, he decided that he must leave Dong Xianming behind, and once he was killed, today's crisis would finally be over. Li Dalong stared at Dong Xianming like he was already a dead man, which made Dong's heart shudder with unease. Seeing his own attack actually stopped by Li Dalong, Dong Xianming's heart was filled with fear. He began to question whether there was something wrong with his strength and tactics. But Li Dalong simply stared at him without fear, as if he had already regarded him as his own possession. Li Dalong took a deep breath. He knew he had already been wounded internally, but he revealed no sign of it. He kept his eyes locked firmly on Dong Xianming, his heart filled with determination and confidence. He knew that as long as he could persist, he would definitely slay this powerful enemy. Dong Xianming, your doom has arrived. Li Dalong shouted loudly, his voice filled with power and confidence. Dong Xianming looked coldly at Li Dalong. He knew this opponent was not easy to deal with, but he refused to show weakness either and activated his Shan Leap, immortal energy, in an attempt to kill Li Dalong. Today, he had led people here expecting an easy mission, but he had already lost 2 elders. Even if he returned, He didn't know how to explain this to sect leader Zhao Jingqiu. Li Dalong, do you really think you can defeat me? Today, either you or I will die. Dong Xianming roared, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. Li Dalong did not reply. He simply fixed his gaze on Dong Xianming, searching for an opening to attack. He knew that as long as he could seize an opportunity in Dong Xianming's defenses, he would definitely be able to cut him down. Chapter 447, Zhao Jingqiu's shock. Facing Dong Xianming's arrogance and nervousness, Li Dalong did not respond. He simply stared fiercely at Dong Xianming, tightly watching for an opening to attack. He knew Dong Xianming had already lost his composure, that he was frightened. As long as he could seize an opportunity, he could surely kill him. Finally, in the moment Dong Xianming launched an attack, Li Dalong found his chance. His figure flashed, dodging Dong's strike. Then with one slash of his sword, he aimed directly at Dong's vital spot. Dong Xianming looked on in horror at Li Dalong's attack, trying to evade but already too late. Li Dalong's sword energy instantly pierced through his defensive barrier and immortal armor, plunging straight into his body. Dong Xianming felt a piercing pain surge throughout his entire body. His life force was rapidly draining away. He knew his tragic fate had already been decided, left only to watch helplessly as his life slipped away. No, I can't possibly lose to you like this. Dong Xianming struggled to speak, his voice filled with bugan and despair. However, Li Dalong gave him no chance. With a single slash of his sword, he split Dong Xianming's body in half. Blood splattered, a crimson mist rising over the battlefield. Looking at Dong Xianming's corpse, Li Dalong felt a surge of victorious joy in his heart. He knew he had finally succeeded in slaying this powerful enemy, laying the foundation for Yunxia Sect's victory. At this moment, witnessing how Li Dalong had killed all 3 of Lingxiu Sword Sect's elders who had reached the Deluo Jingxian cultivation stage, the entire Yunxia Sect erupted in excitement. They cheered and leapt joyfully at Li Dalong's victory. The morale of Yunxia Sect's disciples soared. Every strike in battle became even more ruthless. On the contrary, the remaining enforcement disciples of Lingxiu Sword Sect had come full of ambition to capture someone, only to unexpectedly fail in apprehending the person their sect leader had ordered them to take. Their 3 leading elders had been killed instead. Now, they were so terrified of Li Dalong's overwhelming power that, without needing him to chase them, they turned and fled in unison. They left behind the stunned members of Yunxia Sect and vanished into the horizon in an instant. As for Li Dalong, he made no move to pursue the remaining disciples of Lingxiu Sword Sect. Truthfully, he was already at his limit at this point. His immortal energy had been greatly depleted, and the wounds he sustained from Dong Xianming's attack were already worsening. The state he was currently showing was forcibly maintained through suppressing his injuries, giving off a false appearance of strength to his enemies. Once Lingxiu Sword Sect's disciples fled, it suited his intention perfectly. Yunxia Sect had already safely passed a major crisis. Now, he needed to focus on healing his injuries. As for Lingxiu Sword Sect's potential response, that was not something he considered at the moment. Enduring his injuries with sheer willpower, Li Dalong quickly returned home. Without even greeting others, he entered the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower to begin healing. After consuming a top-grade healing pill, he began meditating to absorb the pill's healing power. 7 days later, Li Dalong's injuries were finally healed. After carefully examining his body internally with spiritual sense and finding no lingering issues, he flashed his figure and appeared in the courtyard. Those enforcement disciples from Lingxiu Sword Sect who had fled returned in haste. At Lingxiu Sword Sect's Soul Hall, the Soul Tablet guard successively witnessed shattered soul tablets of returning disciples. Initially, they paid little attention, but when they saw a soul tablet belonging to an elder shatter, they panicked and immediately sent someone to report to the sect leader. Sect leader, it's bad news. Elder Liuxi's soul tablet has shattered. Elder Liuxi has perished. What did you say? Elder Liuxi has perished? How did he die? Zhao Jingqiu, in the middle of handling sect affairs in the main hall, was shocked by the sudden and panicked news brought by the disciple. Sect leader, it's absolutely true. This disciple personally inspected Elder Liuxi's soul tablet. Some of the soul tablets of enforcement hall disciples have also shattered. This is outrageous. I will destroy Yunxia Sect. Elder Liuxi's death has caused Zhao Jingqiu intense mental shock and deep alarm. He had realized that Yunxia Sect was no simple matter. They had managed to kill a sect elder at the Deluo Jingxian level, which proved Yunxia Sect's power was not as superficial as it appeared. Elder Liuxi's death and the deaths of many enforcement disciples left Zhao Jingqiu deep in thought. The Soul Hall guard disciple who had delivered the news stood silently, without daring to move, waiting quietly for his leader's orders. However, just as Zhao Jingqiu was still deep in contemplation and hesitation, another Soul Hall guard disciple came running over, bowing respectfully, and then urgently reporting after catching his breath. Sect leader, just now, Elder Zhangxin's soul tablet also shattered. He has perished. The guard disciple spoke to Zhao Jingqiu, trembling with fear. What? Zhangxin has also perished? Ah, Zhao Jingqiu nearly exploded in rage. Just having lost one elder earlier had filled him with sorrow, and now losing another elder truly filled him with immense pressure. At this moment, he still did not know what exactly Dong Xianming and others had encountered at Yunxia Sect. Within such a short time, another elder had perished. Quickly, notify Elder Dong Xianming to retreat immediately. Go now. Zhao Jingqiu realized the severity of the situation. Lingxiu Sword Sect only had 5 elders at the Deluo Jingxian cultivation level, and out of the 3 sent, 2 had already perished. Elder Dong Xianming could absolutely not meet the same fate. He had to be recalled at once. The first Soul Hall Guard disciple who had come to deliver the news had a sharp mind. After hearing Zhao Zhengqi's furious shout, he immediately rushed out of the hall to hurriedly convey the sect leader's order to the responsible enforcer. Soon he arrived at the enforcement hall, where the enforcer conveyed the sect leader's order. The enforcer didn't dare to delay. Immediately, he took out a communication jade talisman and sent a call request to Dong Xianming. Unfortunately, Dong Xianming was in the middle of an intense battle with Li Dalong at this moment. Although he sensed the fluctuations of immortal energy from the communication talisman stored in his spatial ring, he couldn't afford to be distracted. The enforcer desperately continued sending the call after call in anxiety, but unfortunately, there was no response at all. He had never expected that Dong Xianming would never be able to communicate with him again. Zhao Zhengqi anxiously waited for news from Dong Xianming's side. Soon, his mood was once again shaken by the panic in the expression of another Soul Hall Guard disciple rushing in. Before the disciple could even speak, Zhao Zhengqi had already sensed something was terribly wrong, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Sect leader, forget it. Don't say it anymore. I already know. Zhao Zhengqi interrupted the disciple who was about to speak. Forget it. Don't say it anymore. I already know. There was an indescribable despair and pain in Zhao Zhengqi's voice. He suddenly collapsed into his chair, as if all his strength had been drained. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the two disciples who had come to deliver the news. Staring at the empty grand hall before him, boundless sorrow and loneliness filled his heart. Why? Why did the operation he had carefully planned end up in such a disastrous outcome? The 3 elders he had sent had perished one after another within such a short time. For him, this was undoubtedly an enormous blow. The pain of losing a son and the hatred of the one who killed his son had already tormented him, but this additional loss now made him feel an unprecedented despair and confusion. He didn't know how to face such a result, nor did he know how to proceed further. Chapter 448, Yunxia Sword Sect forced to seal the mountain. Zhao Zhengqi's heart was filled with pain and inner turmoil. It felt as though his entire world had collapsed. He began to doubt his own decisions and judgment, even questioning his own abilities and worth. At that moment, however, a voice sounded beside his ear. Disciple leader, what should we do now? The disciple's words snapped Zhao Zhengqi out of his trance. He inhaled deeply and suppressed the sorrow and despair in his heart. He knew he couldn't fall apart now, nor could he simply collapse. He had to continue to persevere. Right now, the Yunxia Sword Sect had suffered the loss of 3 elders all at once, and was at its weakest moment. They had to not only be wary of retaliation from the Yunxia Sect, but also on guard against attacks and suppression from other hostile forces. As for seeking revenge against the Yunxia Sect, he could only bury it deep in his heart and wait for another opportunity. Immediately summon all disciples, call them back and inform the elders. Yunxia Sword Sect will seal the mountain for 500 years. Once awakened, Zhao Zhengqi acted decisively. His immediate solution was to isolate the sect and protect itself internally, to recover their strength. In the face of the sect's very survival, matters of face were trivial and insignificant. As you command. The disciple within the hall was also shocked by the order from the sect leader. Had the sect's situation truly become this dire, that sealing the mountain for 500 years was necessary? He also knew that time was pressing, so he quickly turned and ran outside, needing to immediately notify the fellow disciples who were still on the mountain to quickly return to the sect. If they missed the time window, once the mountain gates closed and the protective formation activated, they'd be unable to return until the gates reopened 500 years later. Yet it remained uncertain whether the disciples who hadn't returned could survive alone outside for 500 years, like isolated cultivators. Just as Zhao Zhengqi issued the order to seal the mountain for 500 years, news of Yunxia Sword Sect's failed ambush and its subsequent losses had already spread throughout the immortal realm. Smaller forces, long suppressed by the Yunxia Sword Sect, were elated, nearly setting off firecrackers and beating drums in celebration, if such customs even existed in the immortal realm. Of course, other sects that were roughly equal in strength to the Yunxia Sword Sect and had previously had conflicts with it also started to plot quietly. Just as they were preparing to attack the Yunxia Sword Sect, they suddenly learned that the sect had sealed the mountain, leaving them both astonished and furious. Damn it, we've already gotten ready to crush this soft target, and now you shut yourself in. Why the hell are you sealing the mountain? You should let us come in and split the pie. You damn Zhao Zhengqi. Why would you seal away a great sect like Yunxia Sword Sect? You crafty old fox. Furious curses poured out from those who had intended to attack. The Yunxia Sword Sect's disciples who received the order to seal the mountain rushed back with all their might. But at this moment, the once mighty sect had become a tiger in name only. Many disciples were ambushed and killed along the way. Fewer than 70% of the disciples made it back safely, and the heavy losses further drained the sect's strength. After repelling the Yunxia Sword Sect's assault, the Yunxia Sect was in high spirits despite the fact that Elder Li, the one who had saved them from destruction, immediately entered into seclusion. They had expected a battle that would end in death, but had unexpectedly won decisively. Especially heartening was the death of 3 Yunxia Sword Sect elders, Grand Celestial Immortal cultivators, slain personally by Elder Li, which filled the Yunxia Sect disciples with pride and excitement. After witnessing the retreating Yunxia Sword Sect disciples, even though Yunxia Sect had emerged victorious, sect leader Kumeli still felt deep concern weighing upon her heart. The overall strength of the Yunxia Sword Sect far exceeded that of Yunxia, which was why Yunxia dared to send people to attack so brazenly. Thankfully, the enemy's complacency had given Elder Li the opportunity to inflict a crushing blow. But no one knew what retaliation would follow next. whether Yunxia Sect could withstand another attack. For a few days, Kameli lived in worry. Then news came that the Lingxiu Sword Sect had sealed the mountain. Immediately, Kameli sent out disciples to confirm the news. When she received confirmation, her heart, long full of suspense, finally calmed. The crisis had passed for Yunxia Sect. At the same time, word of Yunxia Sect's slaying of 3 grand celestial immortal elders of Lingxiu Sword Sect spread quietly through the hands of interested parties. The Yunxia Sect's influence and standing in the immortal realm once again took a significant leap upward, prompting many to re-evaluate their relationship with Yunxia Sect. After Elder Li exited the Transformation Cultivation Tower, he went to meet his mother-in-law, Kameli. Kameli, busy handling sect affairs in the main hall, looked up to see Elder Li, and a happy smile blossomed on her face, with concern obvious in her eyes. Before Kameli could speak, Li Dalong bowed and asked, "Mother-in-law, how things going now? Any movements from the Lingxiu Sword Sect? Longer, are you all right physically? Lingxiu Sword Sect has already sealed the mountain for 500 years. Kameli replied with evident joy across her face. Sealed the mountain for 500 years. Li Dalong said, surprised. Yes, when I first heard the news, I also found it unbelievable. Later, after I sent people to investigate, it was confirmed to be true. The biggest credit belongs to you. After you killed the 3 elders of Lingxiu Sword Sect, they feared attacks from other factions and immediately sealed the mountain, refusing to come out. It's also a sign of Zhao Jingqiu's intelligence and quick response. After the news of Lingxiu Sword Sect sealing the mountain was announced, their disciples outside suffered attacks from multiple sources. It is said that nearly 30% of them were lost. Kameli happily shared with Li Dalong some recent updates about Lingxiu Sword Sect. Li Dalong genuinely admired Zhao Jingqiu, the sect leader of Lingxiu Sword Sect, for his decisiveness and strength of will. This had nothing to do with their respective positions or who was right or wrong. If Lingxiu Sword Sect had not immediately sealed the mountain, once the news of the simultaneous deaths of their 3 elders spread, Lingxiu would certainly face attacks from multiple fronts, and their losses would have been more than just 30% of their disciples. They might have even faced complete annihilation, with the best-case scenario still leaving them gravely weakened. Judging from this incident, Lingxiu Sword Sect's enemies were not to be underestimated either, having reacted and launched attacks in a short time. No wonder Lingxiu Sword Sect sealed the mountain so quickly. Looking at how their sect leader Zhao Jingqiu handled things, the man was capable, vengeful, and decisive. It seemed this matter was not over yet. Once they recovered, Yunxia Sect would definitely face retaliation from them. This situation still required careful planning. Although Lingxiu Sword Sect was strong, they had many powerful enemies. Perhaps Yunxia could take advantage of the situation to completely eliminate Lingxiu Sword Sect. Li Dalong pondered all these possibilities in his mind. That's good news then. The threat from Lingxiu Sword Sect has been temporarily removed. However, this matter is far from over. We still need to stay in touch with the factions that oppose Lingxiu Sword Sect and look for an opportunity to eliminate this threat once and for all. Dalong, you're absolutely right. I will send people to handle this matter. When the time comes, we will need your help again. Chapter 449. Li Dalong emerges from seclusion. Alright, we'll settle the matter with the Lingxiu Sword Sect like this. After handling this, I'll need to enter seclusion for a while. Morning Dawn and Tianxi still need my mother-in-law's care. Xiaoling should also enter seclusion soon to enhance her cultivation. You just focus on your retreat without worries. I'll take good care of Zur, and besides, Zur is much more obedient than you two. I'll take good care of her. Dalong, there's another matter I need to discuss with you. Mother, what is it? Please speak freely. Judging from this time when the Lingxiu Sword Sect stormed our gates, our strength is still too weak, especially given the recent dangers. It all fell to you alone to bear. And all our 10,000 disciples could do was huddle within the protective formation, unable to offer any help at all. I wish to improve our disciples' abilities quickly. Could you consider setting up a few more Inyang Qinquan Grand Arrays to speed up their cultivation? Because this matter was so significant and involved Li Dalong's interests, she felt quite apprehensive facing her powerful son-in-law. Li Dalong hesitated briefly. Although the Inyang Qinquan Grand Array would surely attract covetous eyes, he himself was now quite powerful. Moreover, with the Wuxia Immortal Sect as a powerful backing and the Yunxia Sect strength here, he wasn't as rootless as when he first arrived in the immortal realm. He had little to fear from ordinary people. Alright, I'll prepare and set up 2,000-person Inyang Qinquan Grand Arrays. They can accommodate 2,000 people cultivating simultaneously, which should suffice. But secrecy is vital. We must prevent any information leaks that could cause problems. Alright, thank you Dalong. Kameli thought that 2,000 spots should suffice for the Yunxia Sect now. Although the Inyang Qinquan Grand Array was excellent, it consumed many resources. Increasing more would burden Yunxia and jeopardize secrecy. Adding 2,000 elite disciples per session, with an 11-fold cultivation speed, would give the Yunxia Sect a tremendous advantage unmatched by other sects. In 1,000 years, she believed, the Yunxia Sect's overall strength would be vastly enhanced. Since experiencing the benefits of the Inyang Qinquan Grand Array and the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower, her cultivation had progressed rapidly. After Li Dalong set up the Inyang Qinquan Grand Array for the Wuxia Immortal Sect, upon careful thought, he specially created an independent cultivation chamber for his mother-in-law Kameli within the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower, giving her a jade token for passage. From that point on, Kameli also benefited from much more efficient training. Although she often got delayed by domestic matters, her cultivation hadn't suffered. On the contrary, She was close to reaching the threshold for breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. After confirming Kameli had no further concerns, Li Dalong said, "All right, if nothing else comes up, I'll go into seclusion now." "All right, go ahead." After speaking with Kameli, Li Dalong exited the main hall with a bow and returned to his courtyard. He greeted his 2 wives and sons before entering the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower to begin his retreat. Time flew during his seclusion. These 100 years Li Dalong focused solely on cultivation. With the enhancement provided by the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower, Li Dalong's cultivation level significantly improved, nearing the middle stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. One day, Li Dalong awoke from his retreat, calculating the time. It had been 100 years in the immortal realm already. It was time to come out and see his 2 sons. During the 100 years Li Dalong was in seclusion, the Yunxia Sect had developed remarkably well. Many disciples had broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal level, and over 10 elders had advanced to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, adding significant high-level combat strength to the sect. Even more importantly, 50 years after Li Dalong entered retreat, sect leader Kameli successfully ascended to the Deluo Golden Immortal level, later consolidating her cultivation into the initial stage of Deluo Golden Immortal after 20 more years of secluded cultivation. Thus, the Yunxia Sect had finally produced its second cultivator at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. With the addition of more than 10 elders at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, Kameli's confidence soared. At the same time, after consolidating the Deluo Golden Immortal stage, Kameli's heart grew restless. With this breakthrough in cultivation and an enhancement in power, long-forgotten memories began flooding back. The image of the one she had yearned for across countless years appeared vividly in her heart again. Time passed quickly during the retreat. During these 100 years, Li Dalong devoted himself entirely to cultivation. With the enhancement from the Xuanhuan Cultivation Tower, his cultivation had noticeably improved, now nearing the middle stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. One day, Li Dalong emerged from his retreat, calculating the time. Already 100 years had passed in the immortal realm. It was time for him to come out and see his 2 sons. Over the century that Li Dalong remained in seclusion, the Yunxia Sect had developed remarkably well. Many disciples had broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, with over 10 elders achieving the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, greatly enhancing the sect's high-level martial power. Furthermore, sect leader Kameli successfully broke through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm 50 years after Li Dalong's retreat began. After 20 additional years of closed cultivation, she firmly stabilized at the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation. Thus, the Yunxia Sect finally had its second cultivator at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. With more than 10 elders who had advanced to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, Kameli's confidence was further strengthened. The improvement in strength also stirred up long-buried memories within Kameli. Whenever the night grew deep and silent, she would always recall those blissful days spent beneath the blossoms and under the moonlight. Back then, she had been a fledgling cultivator just starting on her cultivation path, deeply in love with a member of a powerful reclusive family. Their feelings for each other had been profound. However, the family's opposition and disdain had become an insurmountable mountain, tearing the two apart. Every time she thought of that lover who had been forcibly taken away, Kameli's heart was filled with indescribable sorrow. She did not know how he was living now, whether he still remembered her, whether he was also longing for her. These thoughts pierced her heart like sharp knives, constantly causing her pain. So many years had passed, and her daughter had already grown up with a beloved grandson. He had left without ever knowing that he had a daughter of his own. Through all these years, she had never given up on the thought of finding him. Previously, due to limitations in her cultivation, she could only bury her longing deep within her heart. Now, she finally possessed sufficient strength, and the development of the sect had provided her with ample support. She had made up her mind that no matter what, she would find him and settle this buried chapter of the past. However, before telling her daughter Xiaoling and her son-in-law Li Dalong about this matter, Kameli felt a hesitation and anxiety she had never felt before. She did not know how to begin, how to describe to them that love carved so deeply into her heart. That love was both a sweet memory and a root of pain. Xiaoling and Li Dalong were both highly intelligent people. They quickly noticed their mother's unusual demeanor. During a visit when they brought their son Li Chenxi along to see her, Xiaoling held Li Dalong's hand and walked toward Kameli, asking with concern, "Mother, you seem to be troubled by something lately. Is there anything you're keeping from us?" Chapter 450, The Past of Mother-in-Law Kulime. Kulime looked at the two before her, hesitation flashing in her eyes for a moment, but finally she made up her mind and slowly began to speak. "Actually, there is an old story buried in my heart, which I have never told you before. This story is closely related to my cultivation advancement and the development of my sect." Xiaoling and Li Dalong exchanged glances, a strange sense of nervousness rising in their hearts. They knew that what their mother was about to say would definitely be a most unusual tale. Kulime took a deep breath and started to recount that past. She told of how she met and fell in love with a member of a secluded clan, describing the days of happiness spent beneath the flowers and under moonlit skies. Her voice was filled with tenderness and nostalgia, as if she had returned once again to that beautiful time. Xiaoling was stunned by her mother's sudden revelation. She remembered how, as a child, she often asked her mother why all the other apprentices had fathers while she did not. Each time, her mother would become angry, and at night, she would see her mother quietly shedding tears alone. Back then, she had always wondered why she had never seen her father. From childhood to adulthood, it had always just been her and her mother. As she grew older, she stopped asking the question and gradually, or perhaps deliberately, she had put the thought of a father aside. Now, hearing news of her father, her heart surged with emotion. She had always longed for a father's love, yet never even knew his name, until now, when the news came so suddenly. Words could not describe the feelings inside her. However, as the story progressed, Kalime's tone grew increasingly heavy. She spoke of the family's opposition and contempt, of how her lover had been forcefully taken away, of the pain and despair in her heart at that moment. In that instant, it felt as though her entire world had been stripped from her. Ku Xiaoling and Li Dalong listened with growing dread. They felt grief for their mother's suffering and admiration for her strength and devotion. They held Kulime's hands tightly, offering her the firmest support. Looking into their eyes, a warm current surged in Kulime's heart. She knew no matter what happened, she had her beloved daughter by her side, as well as a devoted son-in-law and a lovely grandchild. Taking a deep breath, Kulime said firmly, "I have made up my mind. No matter what it takes, I will find him and resolve this buried chapter of the past. I just don't know whether your father has remarried, but I will tell him about you and Qinxi, fulfilling the wish you have carried for so many years. As for what comes after, let fate decide." Ku Xiaoling and Li Dalong exchanged a smile. They understood that their mother had already prepared herself to face the past. They would stand beside her, supporting her decision. "Mother, please be at ease. We will manage everything at home properly. You go ahead and find father. Once you do, tell him that your daughter misses him dearly." At this, Ku Xiaoling felt deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes. The bitterness she had carried since childhood, the yearning for a father's presence, surged through her all at once. "He will be very happy to hear this. When I find your father, I'll bring him to visit you, and fulfill the wish you have had since childhood. I miss father too. How I wish to meet him. He will come. Your father will surely come." After Kulime entrusted Ku Xiaoling, Li Dalong, and Zhou Yong with the affairs of Yunxia Sect, she departed the sect. Leaving Yunxia Sect, Kulime retraced, step by step, the familiar path she once traveled long ago, following the memories of many years past, as if she had returned to the days of her youthful innocence. A month later, she arrived at the place where she had once parted ways with her beloved. She gently caressed the jade talisman he had secretly given her the moment before his departure. The scene of that heart-wrenching farewell reappeared clearly in her mind. Her hands trembled slightly. So much time had passed. She wondered how he was now, whether he still remembered the young girl she once was. She didn't know if the talisman he left her would still work. All these years, she had dared not use it, fearing it might have lost its function, leaving her completely heartbroken. Gritting her teeth, she slightly stirred her spiritual energy, channeling a stream into the talisman. The talisman instantly shattered into several fragments. At that very moment, in a world filled with thick spiritual energy, a dignified and handsome middle-aged man was sternly managing his clan's affairs. A dozen or so figures sat below him. Suddenly, the man's brows furrowed, surprise flashing across his face, followed by delight, then quickly turning into guilt, anxiety, and other complex emotions. Inside him, emotions churned like an overturned spice jar, a flood of feelings surging forth. Distant memories stirred to life in an instant. He abruptly stood up, paying no heed to the astonished expressions of those below, and strode quickly out of the hall. Since the day he was taken back to the Jiuyao realm by the clan elders, he had never returned to that immortal world to see his former lover. At the time of his forced departure, he had secretly slipped a jade communication talisman into her hand, telling her she could use it to contact him. So many years had passed, and that young man had now grown into the clan leader. Yet throughout those years, he had rejected countless arranged marriages and romantic overtures. Today, at last, she had activated the talisman. Whether she was safe now? Had she encountered danger? No, I must go see her. Perhaps she really is in danger. Clan leader, is something wrong? Just as he made up his mind to head for the immortal world, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts and interrupted his resolve. "Oh, I have matters to attend to in the immortal realm. I'll leave the clan affairs in your hands for now." As the head of the Jiuyao realm's AI family, he was constantly overwhelmed with daily responsibilities. And now, during this time of crisis for the clan, there were too many pressing matters needing his attention and decisions. Yet today, his heart was in turmoil. He could not focus on the clan's affairs at all. In a calm tone, he responded to the inquiry from the clan elders and his second grandfather, Elder Ai Guizhong. "I need to make a trip to the immortal realm. I'll entrust clan matters to you, second grandfather, and the rest of the elders and uncles." "Clan leader, you're going to the immortal realm? You still haven't forgotten that person there." "Clan leader, as the leader of the AI family, you are no longer that young man of the past. Besides, so many years have passed. Haven't you moved on yet? Our clan is in crisis, and you should place the clan's interests above your personal emotions. Matters of the heart must come second." "No, you mustn't go. You must completely sever ties with the immortal realm. Isn't a mere wandering cultivator from the immortal world worth less than the daughters of powerful families here in Jiuyao? The clan also needs you, the clan leader, to take the lead in a marriage alliance, to strengthen the clan and bring in outside support. Don't you, the clan leader, understand this? The hope of our clan's revival rests on your shoulders." Elder Ai Guizhong said earnestly. Chapter 451, News about Ku Xiaoling's father. "Second grandfather, back then it was precisely because of your reasoning that the family came first that you brought me back from the immortal realm and forbade me from ever returning, thus separating me from Mei Li for several 100,000 years. Today, Mei Li has crushed the jade talisman I left her. She must be in danger, and I am definitely returning to the immortal realm today. You will never stop me by using the excuse of family obligations again. AI Sheng, the current head of the AI clan, shouted passionately. At this moment, the elders and several other key figures gathered in the clan meeting hall stared in surprise at the unusually emotional clan leader. Many members were unaware of the clan leader's past and had never heard anyone in the clan mention it before. Everyone knew that the clan leader had refused countless marriage proposals out of pure dedication to the clan's development and had remained alone until today. Many of the younger generations were moved by the clan leader's devotion to the family and regarded him as a role model to emulate. No one expected such a shocking revelation today. Those who knew the truth showed displeasure, while those who were uninformed eagerly listened to every word spoken by the elder and the clan leader. Clan leader, what has come over you? We did it for the clan's good. Bringing you back from the immortal realm back, then was also to ensure that you would succeed as the clan leader and lead our family to prosperity. Do you really think we were wrong? Elder Ai Guizhong's words were filled with deep helplessness and confusion. Second grandfather, you weren't wrong. I understand the principle that the clan's interests come first, but you cannot strip me of my right to pursue personal happiness. Mei Li and I truly love each other, and you cannot comprehend the depth of our feelings. Ai Sheng's voice was full of pain and inner turmoil. True love? And what of it? She's from the immortal realm while you're from the Jiuyao realm. There's an insurmountable gulf between you two. Moreover, she is just a minor cultivator wandering alone. If you remain with her, she cannot offer you any help or bring any benefit to the clan. She can only be a burden. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Ai Guizhong tried to reason with Ai Sheng using logic. No, I don't care who she was before or what status she holds now. I only know she is the one I love the most. Back then, you tore us apart for the sake of family interests, forcing me to endure the agony of longing and separation for hundreds of thousands of years. I will never allow you to stop me from going to her today, no matter what. Ai Sheng's emotion reached its peak, his eyes burning with determination. You've truly disappointed us greatly. Ai Guizhong became so furious he trembled all over, pointing at Ai Sheng as he shouted. As the clan leader, you should place the family's interests above all. You are willing to forsake the clan's interests for a woman from the immortal realm. How can you face our ancestors with such actions? I can face them. I can face my own conscience. I listened to you back then and painfully separated from Mei Li, dedicating several 100,000 years to serving the clan. Now, I will not allow myself to sacrifice my love merely for the sake of my position and the clan's interests. I refuse to spend the rest of my life living in regret. There was resoluteness and unwavering determination in Ai Sheng's tone. You're simply out of your mind. Ai Guizhong was so enraged he could barely stand still. He abruptly stood up, flung his sleeve, and stormed out. The other elders and clansmen also rose, murmuring amongst themselves as they left the meeting hall. None of them could understand Ai Sheng's actions, nor were they willing to accept his decision. Ai Sheng sat alone inside the meeting hall, his heart filled with loneliness and frustration. He knew that his actions might bring greater danger upon the clan, but he couldn't let go of his longing and concern for Mei Li. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before standing up with firm resolve. He knew the path ahead would still be long, but he was ready now. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, he would find Mei Li and protect her. Ai Sheng stepped out of the meeting hall and gazed upward at the vast blue sky. His heart was filled with conviction. He knew his decision could lead the clan into crisis, but he also believed in his abilities and wisdom. He would surely overcome those dangers and lead his clan into an even brighter future. He turned and walked steadily out of the meeting hall, each step filled with determination and belief. No matter how many difficulties and dangers lay ahead, he would find Mei Li and ensure her safety. The passage between the Jiuyao realm and the immortal realm was extremely unstable. Ai Sheng spent several months attempting to reopen it, facing near-death dangers multiple times along the way. But he never gave up. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would always recall Mei Li's determined gaze and gentle smile, which gave him boundless motivation and courage. Finally, 1 month later, Ai Sheng successfully reopened the passage leading into the immortal realm. He stood at its entrance, took a deep breath, and boldly stepped into the immortal realm. The scenery of the immortal realm felt both familiar and foreign to Ai Sheng. Although an extremely long time had passed, he could still vaguely recognize the environment. Following the memories of the past, he flew toward the location where the jade talisman had been sent. A day later, Ai Sheng arrived at the place where Mei Li had issued the jade talisman. At last, he saw the beauty he had longed for day and night. Mei Li was no longer the innocent and lovely girl she had been back then. Now she was a peerless female cultivator of extraordinary grace and power. Her cultivation level had reached a point that even Ai Sheng found astonishing. Seeing that Mei Li was safe and sound, Ai Sheng's heart overflowed with excitement and joy. He tightly grasped her hand, his eyes brimming with tears. Mei Li, I've finally found you. Looking at Ai Sheng before her, Mei Li's eyes were also filled with emotion and nostalgia. She threw herself into the arms of the man she had yearned for day and night and tightly embraced Ai Sheng, as if trying to merge her very being into his body. Ai Sheng, I've missed you so much. Mei Li, I've missed you too. I'm really sorry. I've wronged you. Ai Sheng, don't say anything. I understand. I've just missed you so much. Mei Li, the two clung to each other in tears, as if trying to pour out the bitterness of separation accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. Their tears intertwined, transforming into pearls one by one, glowing with the light of love. After a long while, Kameli lifted her head from Ai Sheng's embrace. Ai Sheng gazed at his lover's face and gently wiped away her tears with tenderness. Mei, how have you been all these years? Have you suffered any hardships? Ai Sheng asked with deep concern. Kameli smiled and shook her head. I've been fine, Ai Sheng. These years I've been cultivating diligently, striving to improve my cultivation level. I've reached the realm of great golden immortal. And now, I'm already the sect leader of Yunxia Sect. Yunxia Sect? Which faction is that? Ai Sheng asked in some surprise. Yunxia Sect was a cultivation faction I founded after you left. After all these years of effort, I've finally achieved something. Kameli explained. Chapter 452. The reunion of Xiuxian and her father. Ai Sheng couldn't help but marvel. How much effort must that frail young woman from back then have put in to single-handedly establish a faction, all while not letting her own cultivation wane, to the point of now surpassing him? What immense hardship must she have endured to reach such a level today? Ai Sheng gazed affectionately at his beloved, and no matter how many years had passed, the person who once loved him still cherished him just as deeply as before. What immense fortune from a past life must he have earned to deserve such a devoted lover? Zhengqi, let me tell you some news. Our daughter has already grown up, and we now even have a bright and clever grandson, Kameli joyfully told Ai Sheng. Daughter? Grandson? Mei, how is that possible? Ai Sheng asked in surprise, suddenly feeling confused by her words. When you left, I was already pregnant with our daughter, but I hadn't had the chance to tell you before you left. She was born after you left. But after she was born, she took my surname. I named her Xiuxian. As she said this, Kameli looked nervously at Ai Sheng, fearful that he might be upset she hadn't taken his surname. At first stunned by the news, Ai Sheng soon broke into a joyful smile. He tightly grasped Kameli's hands. Mei, thank you for giving birth to such a lovely daughter for me. I will definitely make it up to both of you. The two gazed at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with happiness and anticipation. They both knew there would be many future challenges and hardships awaiting them, but they believed that as long as they faced them together, hand in hand, they could overcome any difficulty. Shortly afterward, Ai Sheng followed Kameli back to the Yunxia Sect. This was his first time stepping onto the mountain where the sect was located. Towering into the sky, it was shrouded in mist and clouds, appearing like a heavenly paradise. Led by Kameli, Ai Sheng entered the misty mountain peak, his heart filled with both excitement and nervousness. He imagined the scene of meeting his daughter and her family, and his heart swelled with longing. When they entered the main hall of the Yunxia Sect, Ai Sheng's heartbeat quickened. His eyes darted around, searching for Xiuxian. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a graceful, elegant woman, his daughter Xiuxian. Perhaps it was the unbreakable bond of blood, but he instantly recognized her among the people in the hall. Her appearance inherited the finest features of both Ai Sheng and Kameli, beautiful and captivating. Xiuxian also saw the handsome middle-aged man who had entered with her mother, and through an instinctive sense, she quickly realized. This must be the father she had yearned for since childhood. A flash of surprise passed through her eyes, followed quickly by excitement and joy. She stepped forward toward Ai Sheng and bowed deeply. Father! A surge of indescribable emotion welled up inside Ai Sheng. Hurrying forward, he quickly helped Xiuxian up, tears streaming down his cheeks. Choking up, he said, Xiuxian, my dear daughter, I've finally seen you at last. The scene of their reunion between father and daughter was deeply moving. After calming down slightly, Xiuxian wiped her tears and introduced those beside her. Father, this is my husband, Li Dalong, and your grandson, Li Chenxi. Dalong, this is father. Chenxi, call your grandpa. Li Dalong bowed to Ai Sheng and respectfully called him father-in-law. Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Chenxi respectfully kowtowed to Ai Sheng and obediently said, Grandpa. Good, good, good. Such wonderful children. Quickly get up. Overcome with emotion, Ai Sheng said, good, 3 times in a row, hurriedly helping Li Chenxi rise while holding his hand, staring at him lovingly. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The boy's talent and potential were truly exceptional. Even in the Jiuyao realm, he would rank among the very top prodigies. There would be countless factions vying to take him in. After the family had reunited, they all returned to Kameli's home. Ai Sheng had experienced endless surprises today. Tens of thousands of years of yearning and suppressed emotions had transformed into pure joy, shaking even his previously unshakable Dao heart. Back home, the family sat together, filled with warmth and happiness, reminiscing about bits and pieces of their past. Ai Sheng listened as Xiuxian recounted her experiences and growth over the years, feeling both gratified and touched. He marveled at the power of time and felt grateful for the arrangement of fate, which had finally brought the family back together. Each heart in the household overflowed with happiness and emotion. Xiuxian had finally met the father she had longed for her entire life, and her heart was filled with contentment and joy. After the family dinner, Li Dalong took Xiuxian and their son and excused themselves to return home, leaving some private time for the parents who had not seen each other in such a long time. No words were spoken that night. The next morning at breakfast, Ai Sheng sat at the table sipping a spiritual tea prepared by Kameli, gazing lovingly at his ravishing wife, especially at the happy smile gracing her face after the previous night's tender moments. Kameli cheerfully bustled about, tidied up, and poured herself a cup of spiritual tea before sitting down right beside Ai Sheng. Zhengqi, how is the family doing now? Kameli asked with concern. Yesterday had been all about herself and her daughter, and she hadn't yet found time to inquire about Ai Sheng's family matters. Back when she was just a minor cultivator, she only knew that Ai Sheng's family was an ancient and powerful clan. She had no idea what condition it was in now, so she wanted to ask. Upon hearing his wife's question about the family, Ai Sheng's face darkened with gloom and anxiety. He somberly replied to Meili, "Meili, the family is in a bad situation. We are currently facing a major crisis, but don't worry. I will handle it properly. Shenggu, can you tell me more about it?" Ai Sheng hesitated for a moment before slowly answering. "Fine, I will tell you about our family matters. There are many problems facing the family now. The main issue is the combined suppression from several external factions. This has caused problems in our financial chain and cultivation resources becoming increasingly scarce, leading to a lack of resources for younger generations, resulting in both a shortage of talent and cultivation stagnation. As the head of the family, I bear a great pressure, and it is precisely these years of continuous crises that have caused my own cultivation to stagnate." As he said this, Ai Sheng's mood grew even heavier. The current difficulties facing the Ai family were extremely severe, and their enemies were attempting to slowly cook them like a frog in warming water, trapping them until they perished. After years of all-around suppression, the Ai family's external allies and alliances had dwindled greatly. Especially in the past few centuries, they had become nearly isolated. This had caused Ai Sheng to repeatedly fail in his attempts to open up new revenue sources. The family cultivators had constantly been depleting the reserves accumulated over generations, and if this continued until their stored resources were completely exhausted, the once glorious Ai family would ultimately vanish into the annals of history. Meili could tell from her husband's words and expression how dire the current situation was for the Ai family. She could also deeply understand the anxiety and helplessness her husband was feeling. She herself had faced numerous difficulties when she founded the Yunxia Sect. Fortunately, she had managed to emerge from that predicament, which was why she now enjoyed such a favorable position. Chapter 453, Meili's Plan. Meili held Ai Sheng's hand and gently said to him, "Everything will be fine. My lord, if our clan isn't thriving in the Juya realm, we still have this side in the immortal realm. We should change our strategy. Look at how our Yunxia Sect is developing better and better now. Since the clan currently lacks resources, I can support the clan with a batch of resources to solve the immediate crisis. Then, let the clan transport some of the Juya realm's unique resources to the immortal realm, and send the unique resources from here back to the Juya realm. I refuse to believe anyone would give up the opportunity for resources and high profits to join the suppression against our clan. Besides, those hostile forces also have their own enemies. Once we have resources and channels, they wouldn't possibly miss such a chance." After hearing his wife's words, Ai Sheng couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. Before, his vision had been confined solely to the Juya realm, and at that time, he had been practically trapped there. He originally thought his wife had been in danger and had come to rescue her, but instead, his wife gave him a great surprise. These years, she had actually established such a powerful sect. His wife's plan was highly practical and feasible, perfectly aligning with the clan's current situation. As long as they could establish a resource trading channel with the immortal realm, once there were profits involved, they wouldn't lack friends in the Juya realm anymore. All problems would be resolved effortlessly. Thinking of this, Ai Sheng couldn't help but pull his wife into his arms and gave her a hard kiss. "Meili, you are truly my blessing. Your plan is excellent. Once implemented, the clan's crisis will become an opportunity. Thank you. My lord, we are one family. Why say thanks? Let's refine this plan a bit more, prepare thoroughly, and then there won't be any problem. Oh, by the way, what I've built isn't anything impressive yet. We also have a good son-in-law. If we have our son-in-law's help, then we will have a more powerful backing, and the clan's troubles won't be issues at all." "Oh, our son-in-law is really that powerful? Tell me more about him." "Our son-in-law cultivates at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Not long ago, he alone killed 3 great Luo Golden Immortal level elders from the Lingxiu Sword Sect. Our son-in-law also has another wife. She is the legitimate daughter of the sect leader of the Unqi Immortal Sect. So tell me, as long as our son-in-law helps, what problems can't our clan resolve?" Meili smiled and continued speaking, seeing her husband's shocked expression. "There's more. He is also extremely wealthy and generous. The clan's resources don't even need me to supply. Whatever he offers will be more than enough for the clan's use. That won't be necessary. As long as we follow your plan, the clan will soon overcome this crisis. Then I'll head back immediately. We are one family. Why be so formal? Although I haven't visited the clan yet and don't know whether they will accept us mother and daughter, we don't care. As long as you aren't so troubled, our family has finally reunited after a long time. Stay with us for a few more days. The clan matters don't have to be handled in a rush. Or, I could return with you this time. Well then, I'll stay for a few more days. I owe you far too much. Meili, thank you for raising our daughter alone." Ai Sheng said emotionally to Meili. "My lord." Meili felt Ai Sheng's deep affection and leaned her head on his chest, quietly enjoying the warmth between them. However, happy days always passed quickly. The situation in the Juya realm was growing increasingly tense, and conflicts among various forces were intensifying. As the clan leader, Ai Sheng bore the responsibility of protecting the clan and his friends. He knew he couldn't stay in Yunxia Sect forever, enjoying the warmth and peace of family. He had to return to the Juya realm and face the unfinished challenges and enemies. On the eve of departure, Ai Sheng sat atop a mountain peak with Meili, xiuxian, and their nephew, admiring the brilliant stars in the night sky. They talked about future plans and hopes, sharing feelings and blessings with each other. Ai Sheng tightly held Meili's hand. "Meili, I must go now. Take good care of yourself and the children until I return. Kumeli nestled closer to Ai Sheng's chest. Shengge, don't worry. Why not let me accompany you back? No need. I will go back first, settle things properly, and then come back. You also have many things to manage here. The clan's future development will still rely heavily on you. It's just that I'm making you work hard again. It's fine. You can rest assured about things here. Shengge, after returning, be careful. I think it better if DeLong goes with you. Then I would feel much more at ease. Seeing his wife's determined eyes, Ai Sheng considered for a moment. Having his son-in-law, a great Luo Golden Immortal level expert, accompany him would significantly improve safety and help execute the following plans. So he nodded and said, all right then, I'll trouble DeLong to accompany me on this journey. With DeLong around, we can also intimidate those with ill intentions. Exactly. There's nothing complicated about family matters, Kumeli happily said to Ai Sheng. Turning to Li Dalong, she continued, Dalong, since your father-in-law's clan is facing a crisis, I hope you can accompany him back for a visit. It would be a good way to show your respect and concern as the younger generation. At the same time, please ensure both of your safety. Li Dalong nodded in agreement. Yes, mother-in-law. I will fully support father-in-law. Xiuxian and her nephew also hugged Ai Sheng tightly. Father, grandfather, you must return safely. Ai Sheng's heart overflowed with emotion and determination. Rest assured, I will come back as soon as possible. We still have so many happy moments ahead of us as a family. As dawn approached, Ai Sheng bid farewell to Kumeli, Xiuxian, and his nephew Li Chenxi. Carrying the storage ring given to him by his wife and accompanied by his son-in-law Li Dalong, he embarked on the journey back to the Jia realm. His heart was filled with anticipation and hope, along with a deep sense of affection and reluctance. He knew that no matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, as long as their family remained united, this journey to the immortal realm had given him hope, the return of the young and promising man he once was. Especially when he immersed his divine consciousness into the storage ring handed to him by his wife, he was deeply astonished, and at the same time, filled with unshakable confidence. Even without his wife's continued support and development plan, the cultivation resources contained within that single storage ring alone would be enough to greatly ease the clan's crisis. Thinking about it made him feel ashamed. Until now, he hadn't given his wife and daughter much, yet they had provided him with such immense support. This time returning home, with Li Dalong accompanying him, opening a cross-realm passage became much easier. With Li Dalong's overwhelming strength, a spatial passage to the Jia realm was quickly established. The two of them smoothly arrived at the Jia realm. After entering, Ai Sheng, together with Li Dalong, secretly returned to the clan. I hope to use Li Dalong as a surprise card, teaching those with ill intentions a heavy lesson when the time comes. Chapter 454. Li Dalong arrives at the Jiao realm. Inside the estate of the Ai family, Jiao realm, Ai Sheng secretly settled Li Dalong in a concealed location deep within the family estate, ensuring his safety and secrecy. After returning to the family, Ai Sheng did not immediately proceed with the plan he had discussed with his wife, to establish a cross-realm resource trading channel with the immortal realm. Instead, he chose first to observe the internal situation of the family. He discovered that cultivation resources within the family had always been extremely scarce, and the distribution was also highly uneven. Many young members of the family had seen little progress in their cultivation due to the lack of resources. Therefore, he decided to start by improving the cultivation environment for the younger generation. Ai Sheng retrieved a portion of cultivation resources from the storage ring given to him by Kumeli and handed them over to the elders of the family for fair distribution. These resources included rare pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones that he had brought back from the immortal realm, each of which was immensely beneficial for the young members' cultivation. This initiative immediately sparked widespread cheers and gratitude among the younger generation of the family. They all expressed their determination to train harder and bring honor to the Ai family. Such effective measures and rapid improvements soon attracted the attention of rival factions, particularly the Ai family's changes. However, Ai Sheng was not satisfied with just this. He knew that to fundamentally change the family's destiny, it was necessary to significantly enhance the family's overall strength. He began drafting a detailed development plan, hoping to gradually strengthen the Ai family's power by providing ample cultivation resources and cultivating more elite members. Just as Ai Sheng was busily preparing for the family's development plan, the rival factions, the Ziyun family and the Luohun Valley, could no longer hold back and finally decided to act. Zi Yunyi, head of the Ziyun family, and Chu Nuhan, leader of the Luohun Valley, secretly met in the valley. Master Chu, Zi Yunyi said, in my humble opinion, we can no longer allow the Ai family to continue developing like this. We don't even know whether they've suddenly woken up or what's happened. This sudden reform, and then so many new resources appearing out of nowhere. We still haven't figured out the source of these resources. If we allow them to continue progressing, all our previous efforts will be for nothing. Chu Nuhan nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, Master Ziyun. Ever since we discovered that the Ai family had a sudden influx of resources, I've sent people to investigate, but found nothing. Since we are going to act against the Ai family earlier than planned, I'd like to know what plans you have. Chu Nuhan added with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Chu Nuhan thought for a moment and said, perhaps we should first send people to spy on them. Ideally, we should capture a few members from the Ai family and interrogate them in order to uncover the source of their resources. Zi Yunyi nodded approvingly. We could also send assassins to target some of their more talented younger members and key figures to cause panic and chaos within the family. That sounds excellent. Master Ziyun. Then we'll proceed according to this plan. After the two secretly reached a consensus, the Ziyun family and the Luohun Valley immediately began to prepare for the operation. One stormy, pitch-black night, 3 elite assassins sent by the Ziyun family stealthily infiltrated the AI family's estate, intending to gather intelligence, create chaos, and even assassinate core members like AI Sheng. They had chosen a hidden path to infiltrate. However, they never expected that this very place was where AI Sheng had hidden Li Dalong. Because the location was so secluded and seldom visited, it was precisely chosen by AI Sheng to shelter Li Dalong. Due to this unexpected coincidence, the 3 elders of the Ziyun family, each at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, found themselves directly in the path of Li Dalong. When the 3 elders of the Ziyun family sneaked into the area, Li Dalong had already sensed their presence. A cold sneer crossed his mind. Humph, a few petty thieves have come. He did not attack immediately, but quietly observed the movements of the 3 men. These 3 elders were all high-ranking experts at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal within the Ziyun family. They moved forward carefully all the way, afraid of revealing their presence too early. Yet, they didn't know that every move they made was completely under Li Dalong's surveillance. As they were about to approach the place where Li Dalong was hiding, Li Dalong suddenly struck. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared directly in front of one of the elders. The elder felt a flash in front of his eyes and suddenly saw Li Dalong appear in front of him. Alarmed, he wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Li Dalong threw a punch. The elder barely had time to raise a defense before being struck. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his entire body flew backward, crashing into a wall before falling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. The other 2 elders were shocked at the sight. They hadn't expected someone of such power to be hiding here. Not daring to hold anything back any longer, they immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques and launched attacks toward Li Dalong. Li Dalong's figure flickered unpredictably, darting between the 2 elders. At times he threw a punch straight into one's chest, and at other times he lashed out with a kick aimed at the lower abdomen of the other. He easily neutralized all their attacks, moving like a ghost, completely elusive and impossible to grasp. The battle didn't last long. One of the elders was struck heavily in the head by Li Dalong's punch and immediately lost consciousness. Seeing this, the other elder was struck with terror. He knew he was no match and wanted to flee, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Li Dalong appeared behind him and delivered a powerful palm strike to his back. The elder cried out in agony and fell to the ground, his fate uncertain. Throughout the entire fight, Li Dalong hadn't spoken a single word. His face remained calm and expressionless. From a distance, AI Sheng also sensed the battle fluctuations. Alarmed, he hurried over immediately to check the situation. When he arrived and saw Li Dalong effortlessly defeat the 3 elders from the Ziyun family, he fully understood. 3 Tai Golden Immortal experts at the late stage. If Li Dalong had not been hidden here as a powerful reinforcement, tonight's losses for the family would have been immeasurable. AI Sheng was deeply shaken by the enemy's ruthlessness and desperate, reckless assault. AI Sheng walked forward and patted Li Dalong on the shoulder saying, "Dalong, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you." Li Dalong shook his head and said, "Father-in-law, this is only what I should do. These people are not even worth my effort. Unfortunately, after tonight, I can no longer remain hidden." AI Sheng nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. Your existence would eventually be exposed anyway. We've gained an advantage by killing these 3 experts while they were completely off guard. Next, I just need to issue orders for the family to prepare for enemy attacks." The 2 exchanged a knowing smile before turning and walking away. The 3 Ziyun family elders on the ground now stood as undeniable proof of their strength. This incident only deepened AI Sheng's resolve to strengthen the AI family. He knew only sufficient power could secure a foothold in this ruthless world where the strong preyed on the weak. Li Dalong's arrival had clearly injected a powerful force into the AI family, filling AI Sheng with confidence and hope for the future. Chapter 455, Jiaji. After the 3 elders from the Ziyun clan who had entered the AI family to carry out an assassination were killed, because it was late at night, the clan disciples in charge of guarding the soul tablets in Ziyun were already resting and did not discover the 3 shattered tablets one after another. Meanwhile, Ziyun Yi was patiently waiting in his study for the 3 to return. But no matter how long he waited, they never came back. It wasn't until just before dawn that their absence finally made him sense something was wrong. According to their current understanding of the AI family, aside from the ancient protective formation left behind by their ancestors, a cultivation at the late stage of Tai Jingxian was already their ceiling. Sending 3 elders at the late stage of Tai Jingxian to assassinate, without triggering the AI family's defensive formation, should have been a sure thing. Why hadn't they returned yet? Come, go check the ancestral hall immediately. Realizing something was wrong, Ziyun Yi immediately dispatched someone to check the soul tablets. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the door, hurried and disordered. Ziyun Yi's heart began to sink. Head of the family, it's terrible. Elder Changxi, Elder Wei, Elder Jinhua, their soul tablets are broken. The disciple sent to check in the ancestral hall stammered, barely holding back his tears. What? Ziyun Yi abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His face darkened, eyes flashing with fury and confusion. He gripped the messenger's shoulders tightly, his voice full of urgency and anxiety. Are you telling the truth? Their soul tablets really shattered. Frightened by Ziyun Yi's expression, the disciple trembled even harder. He nodded and confirmed again with a tearful voice. Yes, head of the family. Their soul tablets have really shattered. A chill passed through Yunxia's heart. He felt as if his heart had been clutched by an invisible giant hand, squeezing the breath out of him. He released his grip and sank weakly into the chair, overwhelmed by despair and frustration. He had prepared so thoroughly. Why had this unexpected tragedy occurred? These three elders all had strong cultivation and should have been able to handle any emergency. Yet now, they had been brutally killed. This was something he couldn't accept. Filling with rage and confusion, Yunxia began reviewing every detail of the plan. Had something gone wrong somewhere? Had someone leaked their plans? Or was there a hidden master stronger than they imagined in the AI family? These questions swirled endlessly in Yunxia's mind, deepening his irritation and anxiety. He felt his thoughts spiraling into chaos, unable to focus clearly. Yet he knew he must remain calm now. He couldn't afford to fall into panic. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to steady his emotions. He began analyzing the entire incident carefully, trying to find the flaws and gaps. Recalling the moment he sent the elders off, recalling the confident expressions on their faces before departure, a wave of sorrow rose in his heart. He understood now, what was most important was to uncover the truth and find out who had killed these elders. Only then could they restore honor to the Ziyun clan and avenge the three elders. Yunxia lifted his head, his eyes flashing with violent fury. Head of the family, what should we do now? One of the clan's disciples asked cautiously. Yunxia said nothing. He rose from his seat, walked to the window, and gazed at the gradually brightening sky. He took a deep breath, then turned and headed toward the door. Call all elders and elite disciples to gather and discuss our response. His voice carried a trace of hidden concern and resoluteness. The disciples outside immediately sprang into action upon hearing these words. They all knew that now the clan was facing an unprecedented crisis. Stepping quickly behind Yunxia, they moved toward the clan's meeting hall. A meeting destined to stir a massive storm across Jiaji was about to begin. Inside the grand meeting hall, Yunxia sat at the head seat, his expression heavy as he silently stared at the elders and elite disciples before him. He watched them for a moment in silence. You all know the current situation our clan faces. Yunxia finally spoke. Now, I want to hear your opinions. How should we respond to the fact that 3 of our elders were killed during their mission to the AI family? Head of the family, we are willing to follow your orders. One elder stood up, expressing support. Yunxia cast a glance at this ever-pleasant elder, a typical mediator, then nodded. Before others could speak, head of the family, my grandfather was killed by the AI family. We must avenge them. Wipe out the AI family entirely. Ziyun Changshi's grandson, Ziyun Ilio, shot to his feet, shouting furiously. Head of the family, we should wipe out the AI family to avenge these elders. Another hot-headed elite young disciple stood up and shouted. Yunxia cast a cold glance at the 2 impulsive youths. The authority of the clan head made the 2 hotheads hesitate for a moment before they sat down abruptly, seemingly venting their frustration through the force of their movement. Head of the family, how could the nearly doomed AI family suddenly gain the strength to kill 3 elders? Could someone else have interfered in this matter? Ziyun Luo Yun, the only elder in the Ziyun clan who was a woman and had cultivated to the late stage of Tai Jingxian, spoke with a heavy expression. Upon hearing this, Yunxia slightly furrowed his brows. This very question had been lingering in his mind. He knew that the AI family had long been suppressed by both the Ziyun clan and the Luohan Valley, and had long since fallen far behind them in strength. And yet now, the AI family had suddenly gained the power to kill off 3 of their elders, an unexpected development that startled him. You're right, Elder Ant, a young disciple at the late stage of Xiuxian cultivation interjected. The AI family doesn't have this capability. Someone from our enemies must have secretly struck from the shadows. Head of the family, I suggest we still send someone to investigate and find out whether our enemies have acted secretly, or whether the AI family has some hidden power. Forget investigation. We should go directly to the AI family and demand they hand over the killers. If not, we wipe them out. Head of the family, whatever you decide, we will follow your orders. Head of the family, I think it best we consult Master Chu first, to discuss a joint plan and see whether the Luohan Valley has obtained any intelligence. Something must have happened in the middle of this. Otherwise the AI family could never have become strong enough to deal such a blow to us, costing us 3 elders. Ziyun Guoyu, a nephew from Ziyun's own bloodline, stood up to voice his opinion. Ziyun gave a slight nod to his normally steady nephew. His suggestion was relatively practical under the current circumstances. Head of the family, perhaps we should ally with the Luohan Valley and wipe out the AI family together. Still, it's better to wait until we investigate the details of the 3 elders' deaths before taking action. Chapter 456, Li Dalong's assassination operation. After listening to everyone's various opinions, Ziyun gradually calmed down and regained her former wisdom. A plan formed in her mind. Ziyun slowly stood up. Seeing their clan leader rise, everyone knew that she had reached a decision. They fell silent and turned their gazes toward her, waiting for instructions. Everyone's opinions are quite reasonable. I also believe that our first priority should be to thoroughly investigate the reasons and truth behind the deaths of the 3 elders. Ziyun's voice was steady and powerful, revealing an unquestionable authority. At the same time, we must strengthen our defenses and remain vigilant to prevent any secret attacks from the enemy. I will contact Xuanhuan of Luohan Valley first to see if there's any new developments there. We will make further decisions after discussion. Hail the clan leader. Everyone stood up, bowed to Ziyun, and answered in unison. After everyone left, Ziyun took out a jade talisman specifically used for communication with Xuanhuan. After making arrangements, she vanished from the meeting hall. Before long, Xiuxian and xuanhuan appeared at their secret hideout. Brother Zhu, something unexpected happened today that has severely impacted our strategy against the AI family. Last night, I sent 3 elders according to our previously discussed plan, but all 3 perished. Do you have any new developments on your side? Xiuxian's face was dark with concern as she spoke. What? Brother Z, how could this happen? Are you certain about this? Brother Zhu, would I ever joke about something like this? 3 elders at the late golden immortal sage cultivation stage all perished within a short period of time. I suspect external forces are involved, which makes this situation even more troubling. Have there been any changes on your side? I haven't noticed any abnormalities so far. If an opponent could kill 3 late-stage golden immortal sages in such a short time, their strength must be formidable, and their numbers substantial. Yes, I believe this hidden enemy is extremely dangerous. Once our operation begins, a stab in the back from them could completely derail our plan. Brother Zhu, what do you suggest we do? Since such a thing happened on your side, we must identify this hidden enemy first, otherwise both of us are in danger. Brother Zhu, we share the same thought. Let's temporarily delay our next plan and focus on uncovering this enemy. Do you have any clues or thoughts on the matter? Xiuxian stared at xuanhuan, her eyes flickering with an unreadable light. Although they were allies, they were also competitors. Sometimes Xiuxian even suspected whether xuanhuan was secretly moving against them. Though xuanhuan appeared solemn and mournful on the surface about the loss of 3 high-ranking golden immortal sage elders from the Z clan, deep down, he was secretly delighted. The greater the Z family's losses, the better it was for Luohan Valley. He was actually hoping the Z and AI families would consume each other, reducing Luohan Valley's potential losses and making it more advantageous for Luohan Valley to compete with the Z family for the spoils after the AI family's eventual destruction. Very well, let's split up and investigate separately. We must increase our manpower and identify this hidden enemy no matter what. I've already dispatched people to investigate. Let's see what we can find. Once I locate them, I will tear them apart limb by limb, Xiuxian said coldly, her face revealing a fierce expression. Brother Z, then let's proceed this way. I'll deploy personnel right away. Please inform me immediately when you get any information. After saying this, xuanhuan vanished from the modestly sized secret hideout. Soon, both the Z clan members and the disciples of Luohan Valley received notices from their respective factions. The plans against the AI family were no longer to be expanded. Only appropriate friction and pressure were to continue, with all other aggressive actions being cancelled. With both sides changing their strategies, the rate of losses among AI family members operating outside decreased significantly, substantially easing the pressure on AI Sheng. Seeing the effects of Li Dalong's killing of the 3 Z clan elders, AI Sheng sought out Li Dalong to discuss further actions. No need for thanks, Dalong. Taking out 3 elders of the Z family all at once had an excellent effect. Now they're confused about the exact situation. Would you please strike secretly again and eliminate a few more key figures from both the Luohan Valley and the Z family, stirring up more chaos? Since both families are now suspicious and unsure of what's going on, throwing more fuel onto the fire would be even better. May I request, father-in-law, that you provide intelligence and the locations of their important personnel? I will take action when the opportunity arises. Although xuanhuan and Xiuxian each harbored their own thoughts, they still maintained the appearance of an alliance. Each returned to their own territory and began increasing efforts to investigate clues about the hidden enemy. Meanwhile, with the intelligence support from AI Sheng, Li Dalong quietly began his assassination operation. The intelligence provided by AI Sheng was detailed and accurate, including the cultivation levels, personality traits, and daily routines of key personnel from both the Ziyun clan and Luohan Valley. Li Dalong carefully studied this intelligence and formulated a targeted assassination plan. He transformed into a ghost-like presence, moving through the night shadows, silently approaching his targets. Each of his strikes was precise and swift. Whether it was elders from the Ziyun clan or elders and elite disciples from Luohan Valley, they all lost their lives in their sleep. Li Dalong's sword techniques were unfathomably mysterious. Often with just one strike, he pierced the vital points of his enemies, leaving them no chance to resist. Although his actions were covert, each assassination caused a significant stir. Senior members of the Ziyun clan and Luohan Valley continuously received reports of their subordinates being assassinated. They began to feel panic and fury. They didn't know who this mysterious assassin was, nor did they understand his motives. But they understood one thing clearly. This assassin had become a serious threat to them. Xiuxian and xuanhuan had to put aside their personal prejudices and join forces to face this common enemy. They increased their search efforts for the assassin while simultaneously enhancing the protection of their clan and sect members. However, no matter how hard they tried to guard against it, the assassin always found opportunities to strike. Li Dalong's assassination operations not only damaged the arrogance of the Ziyun clan and Luohan Valley, but also weakened their overall strength. With the deaths of elders and core disciples from both the Ziyun clan and Luohan Valley, both factions were forced to pull back their influence and became more reserved in front of other powers. Yet, Li Dalong's actions did not stop there. He knew well that only by completely eliminating these two factions could true peace be brought to the AI family. Thus, he continued to lurk in the shadows, seeking his next target. As time passed, the Ziyun clan and Luohan Valley began to suspect each other. They accused one another of secretly plotting behind their backs, attempting to sabotage them. Their once-tight alliance relationship started to crack, and trust between the two families began to waver. The remaining elders and elite disciples from both factions hid inside their respective territories, afraid to venture outside. In response, Li Dalong increased the intensity of his attacks, specifically targeting Xiuxian clan members. Soon, the number of casualties within the Xiuxian clan surged, while Luohan Valley suffered minimal losses in comparison. With the reduction and increased protection of high-ranking personnel from both factions, Li Dalong changed his strategy again. He began targeting not only the top echelons of the Xiuxian clan and Luohan Valley, but also went after middle and lower-ranking members. His assassinations became even fiercer. Each strike sent waves of fear through the enemy ranks. As Li Dalong continued his relentless strikes and blows, both factions became too occupied to focus on the AI family. In this turbulent period, the AI family gradually regained its strength with Li Dalong's help. AI Sheng was deeply grateful. He knew full well that without Li Dalong's assistance, the AI family would likely have perished under the combined pressure from the Xiuxian clan and Luohan Valley. As for the gratitude of his recently returned son-in-law, Li Dalong didn't give it much thought. This time, he had mainly come at the request of his mother-in-law to assist his father-in-law in dealing with the family's crisis. During one assassination operation, Li Dalong unexpectedly uncovered a secret plan of Xiuxian and xuanhuan. It turned out that under Li Dalong's relentless attacks, they were barely able to hold on. Desperate, they were preparing to take a risky gamble, launching a large-scale offensive against the AI family soon, hoping to annihilate them in one fell swoop and thereby alleviate their current crisis by externalizing the conflict. Li Dalong immediately reported this intelligence to AI Sheng. Upon hearing the news, AI Sheng was deeply alarmed. He knew very well how terrifying the combined strength of the two factions could be. Father-in-law, Li Dalong said to AI Sheng, based on the current situation, the Xiuxian clan and Luohan Valley are already on their last legs. Now they plan to join forces for a full-scale annihilation campaign against the AI family. Father-in-law, do you have any good countermeasures? If they both attack together, it will be very difficult for the AI family to withstand them. Dalong, at that time, I'll have to count on you again to deal with their high-level fighters. Of course, if the enemy's power is too overwhelming, you don't need to fight to the end. Focus on preserving yourself. As for the AI family, we'll just have to leave it to fate, AI Sheng replied solemnly. Chapter 457, A Major Battle. Father-in-law, the Xiuxian family and the Luohan Valley have already planned to move against our AI family. This time, our AI family is inevitably facing a major battle, and there will certainly be many casualties, Li Dalong said solemnly, sitting across from AI Sheng. AI Sheng frowned tightly, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. This joint action by the Xiuxian family and the Luohan Valley truly presents a matter of life and death for our AI family. He then sighed deeply and continued. Their combined strength has already far surpassed ours. Li Dalong nodded. Yes, and their plan is extremely thorough. It seems they intend to wipe out our entire family in one fell swoop. AI Sheng remained silent for a moment, then inhaled deeply. Dalong, what should we do? Their strength is formidable, and it's difficult for our AI family to resist. Li Dalong smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Don't worry, father-in-law. I have a plan. AI Sheng looked at Li Dalong with confusion. What plan do you have? Li Dalong inhaled deeply, then slowly replied. Father-in-law, we need to reinforce the defensive formation to ensure the safety of the AI family. Secondly, we can contact other factions to see if they might offer assistance and support. Also, I will personally confront their top warriors to prevent the AI family from suffering serious losses. AI Sheng's eyes lit up as he listened. He tightly gripped Li Dalong's hand. Dalong, are you really capable of confronting their top warriors alone? Li Dalong smiled and nodded. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will do my best. AI Sheng gazed at Li Dalong gratefully. Dalong, thank you sincerely. You are truly the savior of our AI family. Without your support these past days, our life would have been even harder. Father-in-law, these are trivial matters and my duty as a junior. Next, please focus on maintaining the family's protective formation, ensuring it's activated and ready at all times. Alright, then you go and rest first. I'll start arranging the preparations. If they want war, then let's give them war. AI Sheng declared passionately. In the following days, the AI family started urgently reinforcing their protective formation while simultaneously reaching out to other factions to seek assistance and support. Meanwhile, Li Dalong secluded himself in cultivation, adjusting his condition in preparation for the coming battle. However, just as they were making frantic preparations, an unexpected message arrived. It turned out that the joint action by the Xiuxian family and the Luohan Valley had been advanced. They had decided to launch an attack on the AI family in just 3 days. This news plunged the AI family into panic. They had originally thought they still had ample time to prepare, but now, it seemed time was running out. AI Sheng and Li Dalong stood in the AI family's meeting hall, facing anxious and worried faces. They knew that decisive action had to be taken now. Father-in-law, the situation is urgent. We must make a decision quickly, Li Dalong said, looking at AI Sheng. AI Sheng took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. It seems we have no choice but to use the artifact left behind by the ancestors. After mentioning the ancestors' artifact, AI Sheng wore a face full of pain and regret. Back in the peak era of the family, the ancestors had left behind some items for survival, meant for descendants like themselves. Now, this was the last time it could be used, and only in the case of a crisis threatening the entire family's existence. Dalong, I have a way to resolve this crisis. We can use the secret weapon of the AI family to strike them unexpectedly. However, Dalong, Please hold back or even eliminate a few of their top warriors. That won't be a problem. I'll do my best to hold them back and let them experience the might of the soul-seeking sword, Li Delong said with a smile. Father-in-law, what other secret weapon does the family have? Or perhaps a divine weapon from the immortal realm? Li Delong asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Li Delong could understand. As a former regional hegemon, the AI family naturally must have accumulated some treasures and left behind certain items for the descendants' protection. It is a talisman, but only one remains now. It is the Xiao Lei prison talisman, refined by the first family head. That family leader was exceptionally talented and masterful in formations, alchemy, and talisman arts. The Xiao Lei prison talisman holds immense power, but its creation was extremely difficult. So much so that since the first ancestor, no one has ever reached that level and successfully created another Xiao Lei prison talisman. I feel ashamed to admit it, but by my generation, only one remains. That's why I need you, DeLong, to keep their top disciples and grand disciples occupied. At the right moment, I will seize the opportunity and wipe them all out at once, AI Xing solemnly told Li Delong. That's good. As long as we pass this crisis, things will become easier. After eliminating a large number of their disciples and members, I will launch my counterattack. Then the crisis for the AI family will naturally be resolved, Li Delong said calmly. Father-in-law, can we still find any external allies for our AI family? AI, this matter will be difficult. The AI family has no allies left anymore. Hearing this, Li Delong's mood became heavy. Indeed, after so many years of attacks and suppression led by the Xiuxian family in Luohan Valley, the AI family had weakened drastically, and thus had lost all their friends. This was the reality of the cultivation world, just common human nature. As reconnaissance personnel from the Xiuxian family in Luohan Valley frequently appeared near the AI family's territory, the atmosphere of impending war grew increasingly tense. All of the Jiuyao realm was paying attention to this annihilating war launched jointly by the Xiuxian family in Luohan Valley against the AI clan. Throughout the AI family, there was an air of grim determination. The family members stood ready, anxiously waiting for the outbreak of the great battle. Standing within the AI family's meeting hall, Li Delong's gaze burned like fire. He knew this battle would decide the fate of the AI family. The allied forces of the Xiuxian family and Luohan Valley set up their encampments near the AI family's territory. Their numbers were overwhelming, and their momentum fierce. Ziyunyi and xuanhuan stood at the forefront of the allied forces, their gazes cold and ruthless, as if already envisioning the destruction of the AI family. Finally, the great battle erupted. The allied forces surged toward the AI family like a tide, their attack fierce and relentless. The AI family fought back bravely, but they were greatly outnumbered and quickly shown a bitter combat. Li Delong moved like the wind, weaving effortlessly across the battlefield. His sword techniques were unfathomable and mysterious. Each strike caused heavy casualties among the enemy's elite warriors. Seeing this, Ziyunyi and xuanhuan personally stepped forward to confront Li Delong. Their power was immense, but Li Delong was not the least bit fearful. He transformed into a ghost-like figure, darting between the two, evading their attacks with uncanny skill and preventing them from getting close.